Yusho sect Qingyao Peak Menial Disciples Courtyard. Dawn had only just broken when the very first strand of violet chi auspicious as a rainbow of fortune arced across the heavens, cascading down from the ninth heaven and surging straight toward the summit of Qingyao Peak. Upon a bluestone platform, the slender figure of a young boy sat cross-legged in stillness, his back straight, his eyes gently closed. Lu Jing's throat moved slightly as he followed his cultivation method, slowly guiding that strand of morning violet chi down into his dantian. In the next instant, pristine true chi, white and smooth like a streaming ribbon, roared forth from within his body. The surging airflow exploded outward, shaking the hard rock several meters to his side until it shattered into pieces, gravel clattering and rolling away. At last, the fourth layer of chi refining. Lu Jing's eyes snapped open, and within that pair of clear bright pupils surged the unrestrained ecstasy and relief he had suppressed for so long. His fingertips trembled ever so slightly, unable to conceal the excitement pounding in his heart. Truly worthy of being Huangya Dan, the effects are beyond reproach. From the moment of his birth, memories of his previous life amidst neon lights and the unrestrained decadence of the modern city had already been clearly branded into the depths of Lu Jing's soul. He knew he was someone who had crossed between worlds. He often joked that it was the special favor of the mudhead truck god on the road of transmigration that had allowed him to be reborn into this true world of cultivation. Aside from a few browser records on his phone that he had not had time to delete, enough to socially doom him if anyone ever saw them, he felt little regret. He accepted this new life with calm and openness. Now, though burdened with what the world deemed the worst of spiritual roots, the 5 spiritual roots, he had nonetheless managed to enter Yusho sect, the premier immortal gate of the southern heavens. Even if he was merely a menial disciple, such fortune was enough to drive countless wandering cultivators battered by life into envy and madness. Menial disciple, so what of it? Countless people had worn their foreheads raw and shattered their kneecaps from endless kowtowing, yet still failed to obtain even the slightest chance to step through an immortal sect's gates. Just as Lu Jing's mindset was settling, a sudden flurry of hurried, chaotic footsteps crashed against the calm of the morning. Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Lu. Still cultivating. Something's happened, something huge. At the cliff's edge, Mao, dressed in a gray menial's robe, paced back and forth in agitation. Several times he reached out, wanting to push open the courtyard gate, but each time his fingers brushed the faint cultivation ward upon the door, he shrank back in a panic. Forced to stand on tiptoe outside, he called out loudly, his face full of flustered alarm. Lu Jing's brows knit slightly as he withdrew his chi. Rising to his feet, he strode out quickly, his expression grave. Mao, what kind of flustered fuss is this? Who's chasing you like a rabid dog? Mao panted heavily, his face pale as he spoke in a rush. Brother, if it were just a dog, it'd be fine. It's Chen Tuzi who's brought people to make trouble. There's an outer sect senior brother at his side, and they're clearly here to pick on you. Lu Jing's gaze sharpened, and without another word he hurried along the mountain path toward the back slope. From afar, catching sight of Chen Zai's punchable face and the blue-robed young man standing beside him, Lu Jing did not wait for them to speak. He directly launched into a furious curse, his tone utterly unapologetic. I curse your mother, Chen Tuzi. Your ancestral tomb must have exploded for you to dare come here to your grandpa and look for trouble. Chen Zai had been putting on airs, relying on the backing of the outer sect disciple, his face full of arrogant swagger. Struck unprepared by such a public tongue-lashing, he froze on the spot, stunned for a long moment, before he finally reacted, staring at Lu Jing in disbelief. Lu Jing, you dare curse me in front of an outer sect senior brother? He simply could not fathom it. He had already brought in support, yet the usually smooth and tactful Lu Jing dared to act so. Do I need to pick a special place just to curse you, eh? Lu Jing could not be bothered to answer Chen Zai's sputtering outrage. His gaze shifted and landed on the blue-robed youth, whose expression had darkened arrogance faintly etched into his features. Lu Jing's ferocity eased a fraction as he drew out a half-smile and cupped his hands in a polite salute. May I know this outer sect senior brother's esteemed surname and given name? Being finally properly acknowledged by this lowly menial disciple, the youth's face remained cold, his voice detached. Chunin. So it is senior brother Chunin. Lu Jing's expression was sincere, neither humble nor overbearing. I wonder for what purpose senior brother has come today. Inwardly he extended his spiritual sense, quietly probing the other's aura. Chunin's cultivation had only just reached the 4th layer of chi, refining, barely on par with his own, likely a recent breakthrough. Although 5 spiritual roots advanced slowly in cultivation, his foundation was solid, and his reserves of spiritual energy surpassed those of cultivators at the same stage. Moreover, with the sect strictly forbidding private combat between disciples, he felt no fear, even if matters escalated. Before Chunin could speak, Chen Zai hurriedly sidled up, adopting the posture of an obsequious lackey as he cut in. This is senior brother Chen from Lingshan Fong of Qingyan Market. The spirit chickens you provided to the restaurant still had feathers on them, and the customers were displeased. We're here today to demand an explanation. Lu Jing rolled his eyes, his expression calm. Did you pay for them? Pay for what? Chen Zai froze on the spot, failing to comprehend for a moment. Naturally you paid for the feathers. Lu Jing arched a brow, his tone tinged with playful ridicule. Those were ancient Kuanping feathers I carelessly picked up in Guishu. I was experimenting, inserting them into an Chiyu chicken. Since you took them and sold them, compensating me 10,000 top-grade spirit stones is hardly excessive, is it? That kind of item is truly beyond price. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Chen Zai's eyes bulged as though he had just heard the greatest joke under heaven. Lu Jing, have you gone mad from poverty? A feather growing on a chicken, and you dare pass it off as Kunpeng plumage. Beside him, Chun An's brows were deeply furrowed, his eyes filled with suspicion. Lu Jing stepped forward, his aura lifting slightly as he shot back with a cold laugh. So you do know the feather grew on a chicken? Since when does a restaurant that serves spirit dishes not pluck the chicken's feathers? You've no hair on your own head, yet you want the Chiyu chicken to be bald as well. Are your chickens supposed to come with some innate hair-shedding divine ability? For such a trivial matter you dare come and bother your father. If you've got any guts, call the enforcement team to judge, or else simply start a fight, and see whether I beat you to a pulp. As his words fell, Lu Jing rolled up his sleeves, and stopped suppressing his cultivation. The thick, abundant aura of the fourth layer of qi refining surged forth, whipping up a faint breeze in the air. Shenzai's pupils contracted sharply. The spiritual power around his body tightened at once as he stared at Lu Jing with guarded alarm, crying out in shock. You actually broke through. A mere 5 spiritual roots. Shunan looked even more as though he had seen a ghost, utterly stupefied. Everyone in the cultivation world knew that 5 spiritual roots were also called waste spiritual roots. Their progress was so slow that ordinary disciples would strain to reach the second layer of qi refining within 5 years of entry. In the past, Shenzai had always envied Lu Jing's sweet tongue, able to coax Steward Zhang into cheerfulness and obtain pills. He had assumed Lu Jing's cultivation was mediocre. Only now did he realize that the other had long concealed his true strength. Lu Jing cast a faint glance at Shenzai's face, now flushed blue and red, then lifted his eyes to meet Chun An's gaze directly. His voice was calm, yet brimming with confidence. Senior brother Chun, and you should understand the rules of Yusho sect better than I. Private combat between disciples is strictly forbidden. Now that I have broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining, I already possess the qualifications to be promoted to the outer sect. I trust senior brother will not knowingly violate the sect's rules and tarnish its regulations, will you? Chun An's face darkened to an iron blue. He had come this time merely out of regard for their shared surname, plus the lure of a Huangya Dan that Shenzai had promised him. Bullying a menial disciple was an easy favor. Of facing half an outer sect disciple, however, was entirely not worth the risk. Humph. Chun let out a heavy snort, casting a vicious glare at Shenzai, who had accomplished nothing but ruined. With a flick of his sleeve, a green-feathered crane, its entire body of vivid jade hue, flew out from within. Chun tapped the tip of his foot against the ground and leapt onto the crane's back. The green-feathered crane beat its wings and soared into the air, vanishing into the mountains and forests in the blink of an eye. With his backing gone, Shenzai was left utterly disgraced. His face flushed a deep crimson, a mix of shame and fury, yet he did not dare utter even a single threat. He could only flee in panic, running away in complete embarrassment. Lu Jing watched the direction in which the two had departed and slowly let out a breath, murmuring under his breath, Xingyu crane, a first-tier low-grade spirit bird used for travel. Its rider has no real background and is a coward at heart. The nerves that had been taut within him finally relaxed. Only then did Air Mao at his side release a long breath of his own, his eyes filled with shock and excitement as he looked at Lu Jing. He had never imagined that the senior brother Lu, who usually joked and played around with him, had already without a sound broken through to the fourth layer of qi refining. From this day forward, with Lu Jing promoted to the outer sect and possessing a formal status on Qingyao Peak, no one would dare casually bully Lu Air Mao again. Not that anyone had been bullying him in the first place. As the rising sun spilled its first light across the land, a chorus of birdsong rose and fell in the distance. Lu Jing slowly exhaled a long, turbid breath, completely withdrawing from his meditative state. Joy could not be concealed between his brows. Even the corners of his eyes and lips were touched by a quiet smile. It was merely a breakthrough to the fourth level of qi refining, hardly something that required deliberate stabilization of his cultivation. In truth, he had simply been too excited last night, and had tossed and turned sleepless until dawn. Once a menial disciple broke through to the fourth level of qi refining, he gained the right to apply to the sect for promotion to a formal outer disciple. The benefits and treatment enjoyed by outer disciples were far beyond anything a gray-robed menial could ever compare to. Each month alone, outer disciples were issued 30 low-grade spirit stones as a regular stipend, an extravagance that left one speechless. Outside the sect, there were loose cultivators at the qi refining stage who could only train using fragments of shattered spirit stones. The gap between them was evident at a glance. Beyond that, an outer disciple could personally choose a spirit beast to form a contract with, gaining a dedicated spirit beast companion, and another beast half granted as a simple mount. Beast taming sect, standing firm in the southern region of Tiannan, was a top-tier great sect. In the arts of subduing demon beasts and cultivating bloodlines, they had long since reached the pinnacle of mastery. Who could possibly refuse a spirit beast companion whose heart resonated with theirs and who accompanied them day and night? Thinking of this, Lu Jing swiftly straightened his clothes, then leaped forth toward the back mountain in a wild sprint. His sudden dash startled flocks of red-feathered chickens along the way, chickens flapping and dogs barking in a lively uproar. Uncle, are you home? Before he even reached the wooden hut's door, Lu Jing raised his voice, calling out loudly. At some point, 2 plump geese with smooth, glossy feathers had already been grabbed and were hanging from his hands. Their plumage was thick and lush, with single glance made it clear they were no ordinary mundane animals. What are you howling for? I could hear you from far off. I already knew you'd broken through. Within the sect, you must abide by rules, address people by their official positions. A middle-aged man slowly walked out from the wooden hut at the foot of the mountain. His clothes were slightly shabby, his brows and eyes carrying a hint of laziness and decadence. Lifting his gaze toward Lu Jing, his tone held a trace of half-mocking reproach. All right then, Officer Zhang. Nothing escapes your eyes. Lu Jing grinned. By the way, yesterday, I ran into that Shinin. Does he have some powerful backing behind him? Lu Jing, long familiar with the place, pulled over a stool and sat down, pouring himself a cup of hot tea, as if it were his own home, casually probing for inside information. What kind of backing could he have, eh? If he truly had a deep and powerful family background, would he be riding a green-feathered crane? That thing within the intersect is nothing more than snack-sized meat that the Elder's spirit beasts can peck at whenever they please, hardly worth mentioning. Zhang Zhongyi's face was full of disdain as his gaze fell upon the 2 geese in Lu Jing's hands, and surprise flickered across his features. I know you have quite the knack for tending spirit beasts, but there's no need to be this extravagant. These are Han Yu Honghu first-tier high-grade spirit birds, the core ingredient in the sect's spirit cuisine pavilion's signature dish, Cloud Cauldron Frost-Plucked Plume. They are extremely difficult to breed and maintain. My own cultivation has been stuck at the 9th level of chi refining for years, and even I can't bear to slaughter 2 at once just to enjoy them. Listen to yourself. Why bring up such formalities between us? They're just 2 Han Yu Honghu. How could they compare to the favor you've shown me by looking after me all these years? We are blood kin flowing with the lineage of the same ancestors. Lu Jing spoke boldly and freely. Finding the tea too bland, he simply reached out and opened Zhang Zhongyi's treasured tea cabinet, grabbing generous handfuls of precious Yunwu tea and tossing them into the pot. Watching from the side, Zhang Zhongyi's mouth twitched uncontrollably, his heart aching with each leaf. You little rascal, if you've got something to say, just say it. Don't squander my treasured tea. Zhang Zhongyi strode forward, snatching the teapot from his hands, eyes full of distress as he inspected the leaves, shooting Lu Jing a fierce glare. I'm about to be promoted to an outer disciple, so I came specially to ask you, Officer Zhang, how the promotion process works and what taboos and rules there are within the sect, so I don't make a fool of myself or offend anyone when I first enter the outer sect. Once he spoke of serious matters, Lu Jing finally dispelled his roguish air, his expression becoming much more solemn. You've come to the right person. Others will just nag you with useless nonsense. I'll personally take you through the entire process later and see it handled smoothly. Zhang Zhongyi stroked his beard, a proud look spreading across his face. Then what are we waiting for? No day is better than today. Let's go now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Jing grabbed Zhang Zhongyi by the robe and tugged him toward the door. Rolling his eyes helplessly, Zhang Zhongyi did not struggle free. Instead, he raised a hand to open his beast-taming pouch, from which a gale-rending falcon with long slender wings burst forth, beating its wings wide. The spirit beast let out a long piercing cry and carried the 2 of them through the skies at breakneck speed. The gale-rending falcon was a late first-tier spirit beast, its swiftness unmatched. In just a short while they arrived at a mountain peak, bustling with voices. On the mountaintop, outer disciples in green robes could be seen everywhere, while people dressed like Lu Jing in gray menial garb were few and far between. What surprised Lu Jing even more was that the usually slovenly and listless Uncle Zhang suddenly became someone who could greet everyone left and right, here exchanging smiles and small talk with whoever he met, his connections remarkably broad. When they reached the entrance of the mission hall, Zhang Zhongyi raised his voice to a shout, as if afraid those inside would miss the commotion. Fat Lu, old Lu. Your father has come calling. Aren't you going to come out and greet me? His booming voice drew every gaze inside the hall. Shortly afterward, a middle-aged man with a round belly strode out, snapping back with clear irritation. You bastard, if you're going to show up, then show up. But must you make such a racket as if you're terrified people won't know you're here? Enough nonsense, I don't have time to bicker with you. This is my nephew Lu Jing. He's just successfully broken through to the 4th level of chi refining. Hurry up and help him process his outer disciple status credentials. Dispensing with any detours, Zhang Zhongyi slapped Lu Jing's identity jade plaque onto the table, urging the other man to get to work. Steward Lu looked the 2 of them over, suspicion stirring in his heart. He doesn't carry the Zhang surname. How could he be your nephew? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he finished examining Lu Jing's spiritual roots, drawing in a sharp breath as shock flooded his features. 5 spiritual aptitude, and he has been in the sect for a full 5 years, yet has already cultivated to the 4th level of chi refining. At this pace, he is no slower than 3 spiritual disciples. Relying on hard, bitter cultivation alone could never achieve such a standard. His father and I are cousins. Calling him my nephew is hardly an exaggeration. I suspect this boy possesses a special spiritual constitution, otherwise I wouldn't have come specifically to ask you to handle this. Zhang Zhongyi spoke openly. He and Fat Lu had entered the sect in the same year, and had shared many years of solid friendship. Only because of this did he feel at ease in trusting the matter to him. Steward Lu suddenly understood. No wonder you were on the verge of attaining that higher position back then, yet chose instead to request a transfer to serve as manager at the menial yard. So you had already planned to watch over this child. I can help you suppress the news for now. But if he truly awakens a special constitution, and the commotion becomes too great, I won't be able to keep it under wraps. You can rest easy. Once his constitution reveals itself, I'll have no need for you to conceal it. Our beast-taming sect is upright in its bearing. We have always devoted ourselves to nurturing disciples of exceptional talent, and never indulge in suppression or tricks like possession and seizing bodies. Zhang Zhongyi gestured casually, utterly unbothered. Soon all the formalities were completed. Steward Lu handed the items to Lu Jing, smiling as he said, "For the sake of old Zhang's years of friendship, I won't fob you off with a green-feathered crane, Such a mount can't even appear on a proper stage. The Beast Taming Hall just delivered a batch of purple cloud geese, first tier mid-grade. I don't have much use for them myself, so I'll gift one to you as a meeting present. It will be more than enough for your current needs as a mount. Before Lu Jing could open his mouth to decline, the beast taming pouch containing the purple cloud goose was shoved directly into his arms along with the outer sect's green robe, his identity, token, and the codex of sect rules. Many thanks for your generosity, Uncle Lu. Well-versed in human relationships, Lu Jing immediately bent in a formal bow, his attitude humble and proper. When connections and opportunities were delivered to one's door, only a fool would turn them away. Steward Lu burst into hearty laughter, his eyes full of appreciation. You're far more sensible than this old rascal. Let me remind you of one more thing: the rules for outer disciples must not be neglected. Every 3 years you are required to complete a short-term sect mission, and every 10 years you must participate in a long-term training mission. My term of office still has a full 10 years remaining. In future, whenever you wish to choose missions, come to me. I'll make sure to arrange assignments that are steady and suitable for you. Then I'll thank you in advance for your care, Uncle Lu. Lu Jing's brows and eyes were suffused with a faint smile as he offered his sincere thanks. On the broad spiritual wings of the purple cloud goose, the mountain breeze rustled through the robes. Zhang Zhongyi glanced sideways at Lu Jing, watching the youth's lips curl into a wild smile, his eyes squinting with delight. The look of smugness was utterly unrestrained, making it hard to watch. He immediately cleared his throat, twice deliberately straightening his face to remind him, can you stop smiling? What's there to be proud of just for being an outer disciple? Look at you grinning like a fool, your lips nearly reaching the back of your head, laughing, as if you're competing with the stupid donkey on our back mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing not only didn't rein it in, but instead spun around joyfully on the goose's back, his brand new outer disciple robe fluttering in the wind. He raised his hand to tug at the collar, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he boasted to Zhang Zhongyi, Uncle, look. Doesn't this sect robe look especially good on me? Zhang Zhongyi rolled his eyes, dramatically sizing him up with a smirk that couldn't hide his amusement, and leisurely commented, it looks good, really good. Almost absurdly good. Your grandma once said you and your father both have the face of a trickster. He clicked his tongue, secretly agreeing with his own words. To be fair, Lu Jing's appearance was strikingly similar to that of his youthful cousin, in his memories handsome and dazzling. As his aunt would say, both father and son were naturally suited to living off others. Even without his connection as a cultivator thrown into the mundane world, with just this face he could thrive and live. Suppressing his playful demeanor, Zhang Zongyi's expression grew serious as he earnestly advised, Lu Patzi and the sect is a true friend who has shared life and death experiences with me. His character is reliable and absolutely trustworthy. If I'm in seclusion and you encounter uncertainty, feel free to consult him. He raised his hand to pull out a thin booklet from his sleeve, handing it to Lu Jing, while pointing at the cover. All the rules and taboos of the sect are recorded in this. Don't underestimate this booklet. While every outer disciple has one, yours is the result of Lu Patzi's years of hard work, painstakingly compiled. His cultivation talent may not be at the top of the sect, but he is smooth and perceptive, well connected with disciples from various peaks and outer sect elders. The interpersonal relationships, invisible rules, and absolute taboos within the sect are all meticulously documented. You should read it often. We don't fear trouble when we act, but we must avoid carelessly stumbling into calamities that could bring about unwarranted disasters. Lu Jing immediately wiped the playful grin off his face, accepted the booklet with both hands, seriously nodded earnestly, and said, I understand, Uncle. I will remember everything. He was well aware that as a newcomer to the sect in an unfamiliar territory, the seemingly trivial information that others overlooked was the foundation for survival. Uncle and nephew stood side by side on the back of the purple cloud goose, the long wind brushing their faces as clouds and mist slowly drifted by. Looking up, rows of elegant and serene courtyards were layered among the lush green mountains and waters, creating a particular... Didn't you mention before that you liked living by the water? Zhang Zhongyi raised his chin, gazing at the shimmering lotus lake before them, a hint of self-satisfaction on his face as he spoke with a slight boast. This lotus lake courtyard is where I used to live. Within the courtyard lies a first-grade, high-quality water, spiritual, vein nourishing, and soothing. While it may not be the #1 treasure in the outer sect, it is definitely among the top residences. As he spoke, he raised his hand to form a seal, and a flicker of spiritual light appeared at his fingertips as he casually disabled the protective barrier around the courtyard. You used to live here. Where have you moved to now? Lu Jing asked, curiously, momentarily stunned. Zhang Zhongyi raised his chin even higher, looking triumphant, his eyes brimming with vigor. I won't be needing this place very soon. Lu Jing's pupils slightly constricted as he quickly sized up Zhang Zhongyi, noticing that his complexion looked fine, yet he couldn't resist letting his imagination run wild, cautiously probing. Could it be? Your lifespan is up. Bah. Nonsense. What are you talking about, you brat? Zhang Zongyi's face instantly darkened as he scolded, lifting his hand to pat the back of Lu Jing's head, both amused and exasperated. Even if I don't cultivate, I'm only 46 this year, just a few years older than your father. Where's the nearing end of my lifespan? You little brat really can't spit out anything decent. After scolding, he took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger, and said with a more serious tone, I'm preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment stage. If I succeed in one go, I'll be able to move to the exclusive residence for inner disciples. If I fail. Haha. He didn't continue the latter part of his sentence, a hint of subtle gravity flashing in his eyes. While failing to establish a foundation doesn't mean instant death, it will greatly reduce my lifespan, leaving me with little time to live. Establishing a foundation. Is that for real? Lu Jing's face was full of shock, his eyes wide. An incredulous uncle, have you prepared the foundation establishment pills? He was fully aware of the sect's rules. The foundation establishment pill is the core treasure for cultivators at this stage, with the sect's supply being extremely limited and far from meeting demand. Even if he drained a massive amount of sect contribution points to exchange for one, it would still be a cost that could be described as astronomical. In his memory, his uncle was so lazy that he was almost like a magpie with maggots. He would rather lie down than sit, and usually couldn't be bothered to do a single sect task. Definitely a sloth. How could he possibly save up enough resources to exchange for a foundation establishment pill? Have you lost your mind, you little brat? Zhang Zhongyi was annoyed by his suspicion, glaring angrily. I have 3 spiritual roots, and among them my water spiritual root is top-notch. I cultivate the orthodox Shan Hai Yuling Jing of our Beastmaster sect, and am also a legitimate first-grade talisman master. What do you think, I can only be a poor and lazy bum in your eyes? Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Jing awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. He couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder the high-grade spirit pills in his hands were as easy to consume as candy. He always thought it was because old Zhang was frugal. Now he realized this fellow was actually a hidden wealthy man. I can't be bothered to waste breath on you, blind brat. Zhang Zhongyi waved his hand, not wanting to argue further, and with a serious expression, he warned, I'm about to enter the sect's purification room for seclusion. It'll be at least 3 to 5 years, or even longer before I come out. You need to behave in the sect, don't go stirring up trouble everywhere. He knew Lu Jing too well. While he looked honest and obedient deep down, he wasn't really the type to abide by rules. I've prepared spirit beasts and spirit stones for your cultivation in advance. Train hard, and don't get yourself into trouble. By the time I come out of seclusion and break through to the foundation establishment, you'll have solid backing in the sect. With that, he tossed a primitive storage bag, which accurately landed in Lu Jing's arms. Immediately a flicker of spiritual light appeared at his fingertips, summoning the wind-splitting falcon, and he leaped into the air, transforming into a swift streak of light, vanishing into the cloud sea. Lu Jing stood quietly at the entrance of the courtyard, watching Zhang Zongyi's receding figure, warmth flooding his heart, lost in thought for a long time. Worried. How could he not worry? Although they were uncle and nephew, Zhang Zhongyi treated him with more care than kin. Even a biological father might not show such heartfelt affection and consideration. He steadied his thoughts, raised his hand to unseal the storage bag, and as he looked inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. The bag contained over 300 round, plump, lower-grade spirit stones, exuding a rich spiritual light. In addition, there were several dozen bottles of Huanya Dan and Buqi Dan suitable for cultivators in the late stage of Qi, refining their quantity, quite abundant. At the bottom there was a thick stack of talismans, prominently featuring a dozen intermediate talismans alongside 3 extremely precious high-grade talismans, most of which were defensive talismans for life preservation. Such a bountiful fortune was something that even many latest-stage Qi refining seniors in the sect might not possess. Lu Jing couldn't help but sigh inwardly throughout history, which transmigrator could start off as wealthy and well-off as he was. It was simply outrageous. He continued, searching, his gaze sweeping to the bottom of the storage bag, where a thick black egg lay quietly, its shell adorned with ancient patterns faintly glowing with earthy spiritual light. What is this? Lu Jing leaned forward slightly, gently touching the eggshell, his tone uncertain. A Xianjia. He was puzzled. The Xianjia turtle was merely a mid-level earth attribute spirit beast known for its clumsiness and slow movements, and its cultivation speed was notoriously sluggish. Its only merit was its decent defense. Given his close relationship with Zhang Zhongyi, why would he specifically gift him a plain and ordinary Xianjia turtle egg? Just as he was filled with confusion, his gaze caught a small note pressed against the egg, where the word mutation stood out vividly. Lu Jing's body shook, freezing in place, his pupils dilating. He knew all too well how rare and precious mutated spirit beasts were. Ordinary spirit beasts are limited by their inherent talents and confined within the shackles of their species, but any mutated spirit beast can surpass the original species' cultivation limits. In other words, this mutated Xianjia turtle egg, when hatched, would guarantee that the spirit turtle would reach at least the late stage of Qi refining, and those with exceptional talent could easily break through to even higher realms. Mutated spirit beasts are already treasures that are 1 in a million and often priceless. Only a major sect like the Beastmaster sect, which is based on spirit beasts, could have a wealth of spirit beast resources, yet each mutated spirit beast is tightly kept. He never expected that before Zhang Zhongyi left he would leave him such an invaluable trump card. Lu Jing suppressed the surging emotions within him, his mind racing as the spiritual light around him flickered. In an instant, both he and the Xianjia turtle egg vanished from the spot, stepping into an unfamiliar space. This space was rich in spiritual energy, far surpassing the outside world, with lush vegetation on the mountains, the air filled with spirals of spiritual energy. A flock of red-feathered chickens scurried through the forest, lively and energetic. Over a clear spiritual lake, several graceful water birds glided leisurely, the most eye-catching being a completely snow-white swan. No, wait. It was a Hanyu Honghu. One of the large white swans, nearly the height of a person, noticed Lu Jing's appearance, at once flapping its wide wings joyfully, leaping out of the water and flying quickly to him. The gentle long neck bent slightly, affectionately rubbing against Lu Jing's arm, looking particularly clingy. All right, big, white, wait patiently. Oh, I'll come play with you once I'm done. With a smile, Lu Jing gently pushed away the cuddly big white and hurried towards the central area of the secret realm, a high platform resembling an ancient altar made of blue stone. He carefully placed the Xianjia turtle egg he was holding in the center of the altar. In the next moment, a heavy yellow spiritual light burst forth from the altar's patterns, the radiance expanding layer upon layer, soaring into the sky. Amidst the swirling spiritual light, an immensely large turtle shadow slowly emerged in the void. The giant turtle bore towering mountains on its back, its limbs covered with fierce, sharp-boned spurs. It raised its head and opened its mouth, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, echoing explosively. The roar reverberated throughout the realm, causing the mountains to shake and the winds to churn, a vast oppressive force sweeping through the entire space like a natural disaster. Moments later, the overwhelming might gradually subsided, and the majestic turtle shadow transformed into a myriad of golden divine lights, all retreating back into the turtle egg. The surface of the egg slowly revealed countless intricate ancient golden characters as Lu Jing looked down to see the inscriptions, and he could no longer hold back, throwing his head back in joyous laughter, his hearty voice echoing throughout the space, filled with delight. "Ah! Oh my dear, my little treasure, you truly are the apple of your master's eye." Muma Muma. Lu Jing hugged a turtle egg the size of a human head, rubbing it against his cheek, while showering it with sweet words, repeatedly kissing the shell with affection. Beside him, the ever-affectionate Dabai suddenly turned away, pretending not to see his face full of disdain as he stretched his neck and quacked noisily, gossiping with a group of little followers behind him. "Gaga gaga, if you keep showing off to your little minions, I'll throw you into the pot and stew you just like your relatives." Lu Jing, startled by the ruckus, snapped back to reality, threateningly speaking to a bunch of silly geese that dared to mock him. "Gaga, what's so great about that?" Dabai looked at his master with disdain and scorn. "What do you know? This is a genuine ancestral bloodline nurtured with care. Once matured, it will be a fourth-tier Fushan turtle possessing nascent soul-level combat power. Even our sect master would want to taste." Lu Jing was both amused and exasperated, casually ruffling Dabei's head, rolling his eyes in resignation. Dabai was the king of the Han Yu Hong, who clan that Lu Jing had personally nurtured, and it was also a mutated beast, making it a long-time companion he had raised. Its appearance was no different from an ordinary Han Yu Hong, who yet had inherited none of the ice attributes. Instead, it possessed immense brute strength, able to face off against land beasts of the same tier, even without sharp claws or a beak. With a robust and overwhelming vitality, it resembled a flying body cultivator. Currently, it was only at the third layer of chi refining, yet its size was astonishingly large. During playful scuffles, it could easily toss Lu Jing into the air, often causing his blood to surge. Due to its strange and unique mutated constitution, Lu Jing dared not recklessly release it from the Wanling Tower and could only keep it safely within. Had it not been for the exceptional bloodline of the Xianjia turtle, Dabai would undoubtedly be his best choice at the moment. Dabai elegantly spun in place, glancing sideways at the turtle egg with a proud disdain, flaring its large wings and leading a group of companions as they flapped into the lake to frolic. Lu Jing was unbothered by his old companion's little temper. He carefully cradled the turtle egg and gently placed it in the spiritual pool at the center of the altar. The dark blue spiritual liquid slowly enveloped the entire egg, and the originally silent shell began to shimmer with a soft glow. The spiritual energy in the entire space surged like a tide, converging towards the turtle egg. Suddenly, a burst of vitality erupted, and in an instant, sharp and tender claws broke through the hard shell. A pitch-black little turtle slowly emerged, its round eyes affectionately sticking to Lu Jing, unwilling to move an inch. Aside from the slightly raised shell and dense bone spines, it doesn't look much different from an ordinary Xianjia turtle. Lu Jing gently stroked the soft spines on the little turtle's back, murmuring to himself, "From now on, I'll call you Little Mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, he bit his palms without hesitation, allowing warm blood to drip down. With swift movements of his fingers, he performed the profound incantation, and intricate runes materialized in the air, merging into the blood and ultimately imprinting firmly on Little Mountain's forehead. Little Mountain instinctively struggled with its limbs, but as soon as its pitch-black eyes met Lu Jing's gaze, it promptly settled down, obediently lying on the ground and allowing him to complete the contract ritual. In a brief moment, a bond akin to a bloodline connection was firmly established between the two. The mountain and river spirit control scripture is the fundamental method of the Beast Tamer sect, filled with profound mysteries. As long as the soul's foundation is sufficiently strong, one can establish an unlimited number of spirit-beast contracts. The contracts are divided into 3 tiers: ordinary contracts, bloodline contracts, and life contracts. An ordinary contract merely allows the beast to fight in battle, and if the spirit beast falls, it won't backlash against the master. The purple cloud goose gifted to him by Elder Lu was of this type. Although bloodline contracts do not compare to life contracts, which share life and fortune, they allow spirit beasts to provide nourishment to their masters when they break through realms, aiding their cultivation. With Little Mountain bearing a 4th-tier ancient bloodline and the potential for ancestral return, Lu Jing naturally wanted to hold on to this exceptional asset tightly. After playing with Little Mountain affectionately for a moment, he instructed Dabai to help watch over the young turtle, his figure swaying as he instantly exited the space, returning to the Lotus Flower Courtyard. As a transmigrator, Lu Jing naturally came equipped with a golden finger. Since his rebirth and awakening, a 90-year stone tower had been floating in his mind. Similar to the adventures of countless predecessors, this tower was an ordinary stone ornament he had bought at an antique shop in his past life, unexpectedly crossing worlds alongside him. Only after joining the Beast Tamer sect and breaking through to the first layer of Qi refining did he successfully unlock the usage of this treasure. The tower named Wanling contains its own independent realm with a 90-year body unlocking layer by layer. With his current cultivation, he could only access the first layer. The concentration of spiritual energy inside the tower is 10 times that of the outside world, and the growth rate of spirit beasts is also 10 times faster. Jing knew that it was not due to any special spiritual body that he had managed to cultivate steadily until now, but rather the abundant spiritual energy of the Wanling Tower. In such a uniquely favorable, nurturing environment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even a pig could become a spirit beast here regardless of its 5-element root qualities. Moreover, the Wanling Tower has uses beyond this. At its center stands a giant altar capable of tracing the source bloodlines of spirit beasts and deriving optimal nurturing plans for them. Behind the altar is a spiritual pool specifically designed for hatching beast eggs. As long as the egg has not completely lost its life force, even if its breath is weak and on the verge of death, it can supplement its source and successfully hatch. Injured young beasts can also heal and recover here. The power of the spiritual pool originates from the jewel at its bottom, which can produce 3 types of spiritual liquid every few days. He affectionately named it the 3 light divine water. Regardless of whether that's accurate, the naming rights belong to him, so whatever he says goes. Among them, the golden liquid refines the body, the silver liquid nourishes the soul, and both Jing and Bai frequently use them for supplementation. This is also the reason why Bai is smarter than its kin. The purple liquid, however, he has always been cautious about sealing away. After multiple deductions, he concluded that this type of liquid is mostly used to modify and purify the bloodlines of spirit beasts. However, due to his own low cultivation and lack of a strong backing in the sect, he has always refrained from using the spiritual liquid to modify spirit beasts. Even in raising the Chiyu chicken, his uncle repeatedly warned him to avoid drawing attention to himself. Yet the current situation is vastly different. News of Zhang Zongyi's seclusion to break through his realm will inevitably spread to the outer sect. As the only apparent heir, even if someone secretly harbors ulterior motives, they would not dare to target him during such a sensitive time. Before the farce could begin, the protective barriers outside the courtyard suddenly shimmered with waves of disturbance. Here would be the starting point for him to establish himself in the Beast Tamer sect and rise step by step. He waved his hand, releasing several Han Yuhong Hus and a nest of Chi Yuling chickens leaning with interest against the corridor, ready to watch the antics of the chickens and ducks. Before the farce could begin, the protective barriers outside the courtyard suddenly shimmered with waves of disturbance. He turned to look outside, curious about who would visit at this time. Outside the Lotus Hermitage, an outer sect disciple clad in azure robes paced back and forth, plump and round as a steamed bun. "Senior brother, you've lingered at the gate for quite some time. Do you have business?" Jing pushed open the door and peered out, his gaze settling upon the visitor with quiet scrutiny. The man's face was enveloped by soft, plump contours, compressing his features into a compact center, barely revealing his eyes, nose, and mouth. Jing mused inwardly. Cultivators typically prized refined physiques and dignified bearing, save for certain demonic sect practitioners. Most maintained upright stances and striking countenances. Unremarkable in appearance would be generous. Yet even that phrase felt like flattery when applied to this man. At the sound, the portly figure's eyes lit up instantly. He hurried forward with eager steps, his face wreathed in effusive warmth. "You must be junior brother Jing, truly celestial in bearing and noble in aura, a paragon among peers." Jing instinctively retreated half a step, his expression guarded. Flattery flowed freely, but hearts remained inscrutable. He dared not lower his guard. "Senior brother knows me. I am Qian Duodua, residing just nearby. We are in fact neighbors." The plump man squinted amiably, his grin disarmingly guileless. His jowls trembled faintly with each chuckle. "I've long benefited from senior brother Zhang's kindness. Hearing you've taken residence here, I came specially to pay my respects and forge acquaintance. Ah, senior brother Qian, my sincerest regards." Jing bowed formally, his smile now warmer, more genuine. He had heard of Qian Duoduo before, even when Jing himself served as a menial disciple. Qian's name already carried weight among the outer sect. Shrewd-minded and adept at managing affairs, Qian possessed exceptional insight, smooth diplomacy, and an expansive network. "I've long admired your broad-mindedness, keen intellect, and extraordinary rapport with others. Today's meeting confirms every word." Qian Duoduo beamed, his eyes crinkling nearly shut with delight. Usually he was the one offering deferential smiles to others. This was the first time he'd received such sincere praise, filling him with profound ease and lightening his very footsteps. Alas, junior brother so young yet promoted to the outer sect. A true prodigy of the beast-taming sect. Golden core cultivation surely lies within your grasp. Qian Duoduo replied, laughter dancing in his voice. Though newly acquainted, they clicked instantly. Bantering, flattering, teasing one another with effortless charm, their rapport, so warm it resembled decades of friendship, nearly culminating in sworn brotherhood on the spot. After a leisurely exchange, they exchanged knowing glances, gradually softening their mirth into solemnity. Jing stepped aside, drawing the courtyard gate wide open. "We've been lost in idle chatter, nearly forgetting our purpose. Might I ask, senior brother, what pressing matter brings you here today?" Anything within my capacity, I shall render wholehearted assistance. His unspoken corollary hung clear: if beyond my means, do not press me. Not quite urgent. Qian Duoduo lifted his gaze toward the spacious pond within the courtyard, his eyes gleaming with quiet intent as he stepped across the threshold. When senior brother Zhang dwelled here, this pool teemed with vibrant life. Truly a flourishing sanctuary. Now that you've assumed stewardship, junior brother, do you have plans for its cultivation? It would be a pity to let such fertile waters lie fallow. Lu Jing followed his gaze to the pond, and instantly divined Qian's true intent. He would reside here for years to come, leaving such a vast pond untended would be wasteful. With thoughtful aquaculture and cultivation of spirit herbs or spirit creatures, it could yield steady, reliable returns. A soft sigh escaped him, laced with resignation. Having only just arrived, I know little of this place. And having devoted myself wholly to cultivation, I remain ignorant of which spirit creatures or herbs suit this pond. No difficulty at all. Qian Duoduo brightened, immediately thumping his chest with confidence. Beneath this courtyard flows a grade 1 superior water vein, rich in spiritual energy and nourishing soil, ideal for spirit creature cultivation. For sheer value, cold-tail fish and azure spirit fish rank highest. For volume and ease, the common bighead fish requires minimal care, though its spiritual energy is faint, lending flavor superior only to ordinary chi-dispelling pills, thus commanding little market price. He paused, then continued: water ripple clams and moon-gazing eels may also be co-cultivated harmoniously. Senior brother Zhang once planted grade 1 mid-tier jade bamboo lotus rhizomes here. Even after prolonged neglect, dormant tubers surely remain submerged, destined to flourish and yield substantial profit in due course. Many thanks for your meticulous guidance, senior brother. Lu Jing bowed respectfully, then feigned mild distress. Yet I devote myself solely to cultivation. I know nothing of spirit fish husbandry. Though eager to tend this pond, I fear my capability falls short. Might you offer further instruction? Instruction? Hardly. Truth be told, I've come today, seeking a small favor from you, junior brother. Qian Duoduo scratched the back of his head, his expression tinged with bashfulness. Lu Jing's brows lifted slightly. Speak freely, senior brother. I have a friend named Li Fu who entered the sect along. Qian Duoduo spoke slowly. His cultivation aptitude is unexceptional. After decades, he remains at Qi refinement level 3. Long resigned to worldly pursuits, he married, raised a son, and now devotes himself entirely to family. He possesses no extraordinary talents, except mastery over spirit pond management and spirit fish breeding. Thus I venture to recommend him. I see. Lu Jing acknowledged with clarity. Your goodwill is evident. Yet tell me, how shall remuneration be arranged? Let us settle accounts clearly now to ensure harmony later. Rest assured, junior brother. Qian Duoduo slapped his chest, brimming with conviction. 10 low-grade spirit stones per month. Li Fu works diligently and meticulously. I guarantee flawless stewardship. My reputation stands behind this promise. Since senior brother vouches for him, I entrust the matter to you. Lu Jing nodded firmly. Having newly arrived, I lack channels to procure spirit goods. Please also handle the acquisition of fish stock. Consider it done. Qian Duoduo responded heartily, his grin deepening. I know every alley and stall in the markets. My prices will beat those at Qingyun Market hands down. Lu Jing relaxed, then recited his requirements. Then please procure 50 azure spirit fish, 20 cold-tail fish, 5 moon-gazing eels, and 2 water ripple clam mothers. Straightforward, junior brother. I'll spare you needless haggling. Azure spirit fish are grade 1 inferior. Juveniles are inexpensive. 1 spirit stone buys 5. Adults cost 1 spirit stone apiece, and mature within a year. Cold-tail fish are grade 1 mid-tier. 5 spirit stones per specimen, maturing in 2 years. He paused, then added: moon-gazing eels fortify blood and chi. Though also grade 1 mid-tier, they're highly sought after, especially by body cultivators. They fetch 12 spirit stones externally. I'll charge you 10. As for water ripple clam mothers, their pearls gently nurture the divine sense. You know well such treasures command premium prices. 30 spirit stones for 2 mothers is the absolute floor. Lu Jing mentally tallied the sum. Though recognizing fairness, he winced inwardly. Of the 300 spirit stones gifted by senior brother Zhang, over 200 vanished in this single transaction. He withdrew the spirit stones and extended them to Qian Duodua. Senior brother, please verify the count. These are all. Qian Duodua's grin stretched ear, brighter, broader, even more absurd than the donkey grazing behind Lu Jing's mountain retreat. Junior brother's generosity moves me. I'll sponsor the spiritrice for feeding the fish. Should you need anything else, pray remember me first. Absolutely, without fail. Lu Jing replied, sincerity now coloring his tone. Spiritrice was costly, and if Qian Duoduo could secure bottom-tier pricing that reflected his own acumen, one couldn't reasonably expect him to subsidize their partnership. I'll deliver everything within 3 days. By the way, a minor trade fair for outer sect disciples convenes 1 month hence. You might attend and browse. You never know what useful finds await. Qian Duoduo spoke with earnest sincerity. Many thanks for the invitation, senior brother. Lu Jing's eyes sparkled. Such fairs held genuine appeal. He didn't seek windfalls, merely wished to broaden his circle. Within the sect, genuine camaraderie outweighed intrigue. Every new friend forged a potential path forward. After bidding farewell to the cheerful Qian Duodua, the lotus flower courtyard instantly returned to its serene tranquility. Lu Jing gazed at the empty and peaceful courtyard, his heart filled with anticipation for the small external sect trading event a month later, hoping to meet fellow disciples and acquire some practical cultivation materials, while clearly distinguishing between priorities. The most pressing matter at hand was not to join in on the excitement, but rather to quickly address his own shortcomings, solidify his skills, and arm himself adequately. He leaped gracefully, landing on the broad back of the Ziyun goose. The Ziyun goose flapped its wings lightly, stirring a gentle breeze taking to the sky as it soared through the vast expanse, hastening toward the grand hall of cultivation techniques beside the sect's main peak. The Beastmaster sect had clear rules. All newly admitted outer sect disciples had one chance to select 3 free techniques for the chi refinement stage. Such foundational techniques needed to be recorded and registered using an exclusive outer sect token as dictated by the sect's established rules. Even his somewhat influential uncle had no way to intervene. He could only come in person to make his selections. Moments later, the Ziyun goose landed steadily at the steps of the Hall of Cultivation Techniques. Jing lightly jumped down, raised his hand to store this precious treasure into his beast-taming pouch, and then stepped onto the bluestone steps, entering the ancient and solemn hall. At the entrance of the hall sat an elderly guardian. The old man had graying hair and beard with loose wrinkles covering his entire face. His gray robe was washed to a faded hue, swaying slightly in the wind, emanating an air of transcendence and an otherworldly demeanor. Jing's gaze swept over him, and he instantly felt a strong sense of certainty in his heart. In both the novels he had read in his previous life and the immortal fantasy dramas, this appearance of an old man was unmistakably that of a top-tier expert hidden within the sect, concealed and discreet. Either an ancestor of the sect in seclusion enjoying retirement, or an unfathomably deep recluse, all were profoundly mysterious with terrifying backgrounds. With this thought in mind, Jing quickly collected himself, standing straight and respectful, bowing and clasping his hands, just about to perform a grand gesture of respect. Oh, no, stop. The scene he had anticipated, where the old man would calmly accept his gesture of respect, didn't. The old man suddenly sprang up from his seated position, moving so nimbly it was hard to believe he was an elderly man. He raised his hand repeatedly, directly interrupting Jing's act of respect, his expression devoid of any demeanor of a high-level figure, leaving only a look of helplessness. Kid, don't bother with those meaningless formalities. He waved his hand casually, his tone down to earth and devoid of any aloofness. I have no extraordinary abilities, and I'm certainly not a reclusive expert. I'm just a useless old disciple stuck at the peak of chi refinement, unable to break through to foundation establishment, passing time here. With that, before Jing could react, the old man, as if already accustomed to this, accurately listed the areas of the hall dedicated to techniques, his tone as flat as if he were recounting everyday affairs, without a ripple of emotion, for techniques that help conceal one's presence and develop inconspicuously. Turn left upon entering. For swift movement techniques and escape arts, turn left again. The most prominent area of jade slips is right there. If you want to learn some tricky techniques for surprise attacks, walk straight and turn right. I guarantee a full selection. The entire spiel flowed effortlessly, evidently repeated countless times, day after day, year after year, to one new batch of disciples after another. Jing stood frozen in place, his gesture of respect still not retracted, his expression of reverence instantly stiffening, his eyes reflecting shock and embarrassment. This was completely different from the script he had imagined for a top expert. He silently withdrew his hand, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, quickly suppressing the absurdity in his heart, and sincerely bowed, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." With that, he walked briskly into the depths of the hall, his steps quick, yet somewhat awkward. Behind him, the guardian elder watched his hurried departure with a familiar motion, pulling out an old bamboo rocking chair from his dirty storage pouch. With a creak, he lay back, stretching comfortably and squinting his eyes to bask in the soft light filtering through the hall, unable to help but lament inwardly, what a pity. How many generations of disciples have been fooled by rumors now? I wonder which irresponsible brats spread the gossip that the guardian elder, dozing in the Hall of Techniques, is a hidden expert of the sect, a nascent soul powerhouse. Is that expert really that free? For cultivators, longevity is precious. They would rather split every moment to meditate and cultivate, fearing their lifespan might run out and their path might end. Who has the time to squat here every day playing house with a group of chi refinement disciples? Inside the hall, Jing walked further, in the awkward aftertaste still lingering in his heart, his cheeks slightly flushed. He took a deep breath, forcibly dispelling the absurd thoughts in his mind, and raised his eyes to the dazzling array of jade slips on both sides of the hall. Rows of jade slips were neatly displayed on the jade racks, their spiritual light swirling, their colors warm and rich, documenting various techniques for the chi refinement stage, dazzling the eyes. Suppressing his distractions, he followed the old man's directions, heading directly toward the area for the breath concealing. As his gaze swept over the jade slips on the racks, several lines of large characters clearly entered his view. Tortoise snake breath concealment technique, heavenly silkworm breath concealment technique. He then recalled the old man's earlier mention of the tricky surprise attack techniques, and looking at the grand library of the esteemed Beastmaster sect, it was surprising to see that techniques for stealth, rapid escape, and surprise attacks were categorized and separated, placed right in the most obvious spot. Jing's pupils trembled slightly, unable to suppress the inner commentary within him. Is this right? Can this be right? Isn't the Beastmaster sect a righteous and prestigious sect? The style of this library seems more comprehensive than that of heretical sects, with all sorts of underhanded and treacherous techniques included. He shook his head helplessly, feeling a sudden clarity in his heart. It seems that the cultivation world is much deeper than he had imagined. There are many who know how to hide their abilities by their time and hold back their hands, and he is not the only one. All disciples who can cultivate steadily and progress step by step harbor their own little schemes. Alright, Lu Jing murmured to himself, his gaze pausing slightly between two breath concealment jade slips, and ultimately, he decisively reached out and took down the jade slip for tortoise snake breath concealment technique. This tortoise snake breath concealment technique had a very low cultivation threshold, the method simple and easy to understand, requiring no special physique. It was particularly practical, capable of perfectly concealing. This tortoise snake breath concealment technique had a very low cultivation threshold, the method simple and easy to understand, requiring no special physique. It was particularly practical, capable of perfectly concealing one's presence and evading detection from cultivators several small realms above himself. The only clear drawback was that once encountered with a foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense probing, it would completely fail, leaving no room for escape. For Lu Jing at this stage, it was already more than sufficient. After securing the first jade slip, he turned and walked toward the innermost area dedicated to escape techniques. Spiral 9 Shadows, Phantom 9 Transformations, Wind Riding Shadow Technique. A series of exquisite and swift flying techniques and shadow escape arts came into view, each one filled with effects and endless utility. However, Lu Jing merely glanced over them, showing no inclination whatsoever. He already had the Ziyun Goose for flying, which was more than reliable. In the 10,000 Spirits Tower, there was also the mutated White Beast Station, meaning he had no shortage of means for flight and escape. After weighing the pros and cons, he shifted his gaze, skipping over all the flying techniques, and directly selected a plain first stage Earth Escape technique. The Earth Escape technique allows one to conceal their form and traverse through soil and rocks, suitable for stealthy surprise attacks or desperate escapes, its applicability far surpassing flashy flying techniques, being low-key yet practical. As for the underhanded surprise attack techniques on the right side of the hall, Lu Jing completely bypassed them, showing not the slightest. Although such heretical techniques can be surprising and deadly, most harbor hidden dangers, either consuming the soul or harming the origin, leaving behind cultivation sequelae, making them not worth the risk. Having selected two techniques, already Lu Jing's final target was clear: body refining techniques. He had previously been thoroughly tempered by the Golden Sun divine water, his physical strength, body resilience, and explosive power far exceeding those of all other disciples at the same stage. If he wasted this innate talent, it would indeed be a great pity. He stepped into the body refining techniques area, carefully sifting through and repeatedly comparing dozens of first-stage body refining techniques. Sampi body refining formula, Flowing Cloud soft body technique, Mighty Bull body refining technique. Moments later, Lu Jing's fingertip moved steadily, selecting a jade slip imbued with rich spiritual light, Jiao Snake body refining technique. This technique had a clear upper limit, only cultivatable to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, with no further techniques to connect to foundation establishment. However, among all first-stage Qi refinement body refining techniques, it was undoubtedly one of the most formidable, capable of tempering the body powerfully and offering high cost-effectiveness. With all three techniques selected, Lu Jing held the 3 jade slips and turned to walk toward the entrance of the hall to register. The guardian elder lazily opened his eyes, glancing at the jade slips in Lu Jing's hands. The moment he saw the last slip for the Jiao Snake body refining technique, the originally languid expression in his eyes brightened a few degrees, involuntarily expressing a hint of admiration. Jiao Snake body refining technique, indeed a discerning young man. Lu Jing paused at his words, his eyes filled with surprise, and clasped his hands to ask, "Senior, brother, you know of this technique? Wasn't he just an ordinary retired outer sect disciple passing time?" To think he could recognize the technique at first glance, and his words seemed quite knowledgeable, hinting at a depth of understanding. The old man yawned slowly, sitting up straight from the rocking chair, his tone a bit nostalgic. "Naturally, I know. Though this technique appears to be of ordinary grade, the actual difficulty of cultivation is extremely high, and the process of tempering the body is painfully excruciating and arduous. Also, because of this, most outer sect disciples fear hardship and fatigue, and very few are willing to choose this self-imposed suffering technique." He looked Lu Jing up and down, his gaze resting on his tall and firm figure, which concealed a strong foundation. He nodded slightly and continued, "However, anyone who can grit their teeth and master this technique, having tempered their bones and sinews, would be among the best in the entire outer sect. In my younger years, I heard that this technique is not incomplete. The complete subsequent advancement techniques are in the hands of the sect's higher-ups. You have an excellent physical foundation far beyond the norm, and your temperament is steady. If you're willing to diligently practice this technique, you will surely achieve remarkable results." With that, the old man said no more, raised his hand to take the jade slip, and skillfully helped Lu Jing register the technique. Lu Jing's heart filled with joy. He originally thought this technique was merely practical and formidable, but unexpectedly, there was also a subsequent advancement inheritance, which was a delightful surprise. Since his experienced senior brother said this is a good thing, he naturally prioritized it, fondly rubbing it with both hands. With these 3 complete techniques inherited, Lu Jing's current shortcomings were somewhat compensated. After completing the registration procedures, Lu Jing thanked the elder guarding the hall, and stepped out of the grand hall, with 3 warm jade slips of techniques in hand, his steps light and swift. Ziyun Yin obediently waited at the bottom of the stairs. Upon seeing her master emerge, she immediately chirped affectionately, gently rubbing her fluffy wings against Lu Jing's arm. Lu Jing, cold and aloof like a scoundrel, casually patted Xian Yan's head, then mounted her back, soaring into the wind, and soon returning to the serene and elegant lotus flower courtyard. As soon as he landed, he eagerly dismissed distracting thoughts, sitting cross-legged on the courtyard stone floor, ready to thoroughly comprehend the 3 new techniques he had just obtained. This is an art of techniques. Who could possibly resist? As a being with a background, he had devoted himself to cultivation during the early stages of qi refining. He hadn't even learned the basic cloud and rain technique that most ordinary disciples knew. This was his true initiation into the arts of techniques. He first picked up the jade slip for the turtle and snake breath-holding technique, pressing his fingertip against its warm surface and probing his divine sense into it. The breath-holding technique is not difficult. Naturally, the turtle and snake breath-holding technique as a common item would not be too challenging. Typically, a newly promoted outer sect disciple would have a tender and weak divine sense to comprehend a basic breath-holding technique. They would need at least 3 to 5 days of refinement, repeatedly inhaling and exhaling, to barely grasp the rudiments of concealing their aura. But Lu Jing was entirely different. As a time traveler, his divine sense far surpassed that of local cultivators, being solid, vast, and pure, far exceeding those of his peers. Moreover, the silver moonlight divine water he had consumed previously silently nourished and strengthened the foundation of his divine sense, elevating his comprehension and perception to an extraordinarily terrifying level. As his divine sense entered the jade slip, the entire text of the technique, the methods of operation, and the trajectory of spiritual energy circulation around the body were vividly and clearly imprinted in his mind, each word and phrase easily comprehensible with no obscurity. Following the method, Lu Jing slowly adjusted his breathing, guiding the spiritual energy around him to retract and lie dormant. In just 3 breaths, the spiritual energy fluctuations that had been clearly radiating around him instantly vanished without a trace. If he were to close his eyes and concentrate, not to mention fellow disciples, even a peak cultivator at the 9th layer of qi refining standing before him would only perceive an ordinary piece of unremarkable stone, entirely unable to detect any hint of a cultivator's presence. Is it really this simple? Lu Jing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had prepared himself for a gradual, focused cultivation over half a day, yet it turned out to be nothing more than a warm-up, directly achieving mastery on the spot. Damn it, I'm a genius. Forget about those useless ones. I knew it. How could a time traveler with a background be useless? He suppressed his astonishment and picked up the jade slip for the first-level earth escape technique to continue his comprehension. The result was even more absurd. The methods of manipulating earth element spiritual energy, the secrets of traversing through soil and stone, and the techniques for harmonizing the physical body with the earth's spiritual energy all merged seamlessly in his mind. A complete pathway for the escape technique was instantly constructed, and his theoretical knowledge reached its peak. He mobilized the spiritual power within his body according to the established route and the hand seals. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lu Jing's entire body sank into the ground, leaving only his head peeking out, looking around anxiously. Damn! Lu Jing exclaimed, hurriedly channeling his spiritual power and readjusting. He was literally squeezed out of the ground as smooth as if it were a blessing for countless constipated individuals. In the span of a single tea break, he completely mastered 2 techniques. Although there were some hiccups with the earth escape technique, it was still astonishing. Old Zhang has harmed me. If I had been introduced to the arts of techniques earlier, I would have chosen some difficult and powerful. He felt embarrassed to scold himself, but was unable to express his frustration. After thinking it over, he could only vent about Uncle Zhang, who was in seclusion. He wondered if old Zhang's ears would turn red during his seclusion. Lu Jing stood up and tried to concentrate his thoughts. His aura instantly converged into his body, causing his entire presence to drop to 0. The spiritual energy beneath his feet slightly trembled, and as his figure swayed, he subtly merged with the stone surface beneath him. His aura vanished without a trace, silent and tranquil. This is only the beginning. If I reach the proficient stage, who knows if I can even ambush powerful foundation establishment experts in the future? Lu Jing thought to himself, nearly drooling in excitement, but he quickly reined in his emotions. Still thinking too far ahead. The child hasn't even started school yet, and he's already dreaming of being pursued by a wealthy beauty after graduation, desperately wanting to be her son-in-law. It was somewhat unrealistic. However, he had originally planned to diligently refine his techniques and solidify his weaknesses, but now he had taken a giant leap forward. Having thoroughly grasped 2 techniques, only the final key technique, Jiao and snake body refining technique, remained. Lu Jing squeezed the last jade slip in his hand, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The elder guarding the hall had specifically mentioned that this technique was extremely arduous, challenging, yet held great potential, with unknown subsequent inheritances perfectly suited to his already tempered formidable physique. He was just about to sit down cross-legged, focusing his mind to delve into the body refining technique, when suddenly a hurried and brisk sound of footsteps approached from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a loud, enthusiastic voice that was unmistakably recognizable. Open the door. Open the door. I know you're home. Without needing to see the person, just hearing the booming celebratory voice, Lu Jing knew it was Qian Duodua, who had just left not long ago and had returned. His previously collected demeanor instantly crumbled, and he turned helplessly to look at the courtyard door. He saw Qian Duodua dressed in fine clothing, waddling in with 2 bulging storage bags, panting heavily. Her face, slightly flushed beads of sweat dotted her forehead, yet she showed no signs of fatigue. Her round eyes sparkled with zeal for business, and her dedication was palpable. As soon as Qian Duo entered the courtyard, she immediately stopped, instinctively stepping closer, blinking her eyes, as she looked Lu Jing up and down, unable to resist rolling her eyes. Junior brother, our sect disciples know a bit of the breath-holding technique, but with your cultivation being this low, if you keep holding your breath, you might be sent back to the servant courtyard. Qian Duo, being part of the group with ulterior motives, felt it necessary to give a little advice to the generous junior brother. To be honest, the proficiency of this technique truly surprised her, but considering Lu Jing's background, she didn't ask too much. Lu Jing awkwardly waved his hand. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. My thoughts are clear, and I just made a breakthrough in the breath-holding technique. I hope I haven't embarrassed you, senior brother. However, senior brother, your efficiency is commendable. I thought I would have to wait a day or two, but I didn't expect it to arrive so quick. Upon hearing the praise, Qian Duo immediately straightened her back, proudly patting her chest, her chubby hands making a loud clapping sound, her face beaming with pride. Of course. We work in the sect as couriers, and speed and reliability are what we value most. While other senior brothers are busy stocking and comparing prices, I, Qian Duo, never dawdle in business, focusing on fairness and rapid delivery. Besides, junior brother, since you generously provided the spirit stones, if I were to delay the delivery, wouldn't that tarnish my own rep? Saying this, she immediately handed the 2 heavy storage bags to Lu Jing, her smile widening, her eyes filled with anticipation, resembling a small shopkeeper waiting for customer approval. Junior brother, the quantities of the Qingling fish and Hanwei fish you requested are abundant. I'm bringing them to you first. They are juvenile specimens, so you needn't worry about their survival rate. The remaining Wangyue eel and water pattern mother shell will be delivered at the latest the day after tomorrow. Lu Jing reached out to take the heavy, beast-controlling bags, feeling a coolness, clearly sensing the abundant water element spiritual energy within. He looked at the small, earnest, hard-working chubby girl before him, unable to suppress a smile. This Qian Duo truly had the essence of a businessman ingrained in her bones. Barely leaving with a smile, she returned without delay to prepare and deliver goods, wasting not a moment, making her the most driven person in the sect, genuinely enthusiastic about making money. As Lu Jing opened the storage bag to count the supplies, he chuckled and teased, "Senior brother, with your dedication, it's no wonder you have a wide network and successful business. You truly deserve to earn spirit stones." Lu Jing smiled as he counted 2 bags of water spirit fish fry, casually tossing the fry from the storage bag into the water, while politely reassuring the eager Qian Duo. After a round of mutual flattery, the plump Qian Duo was beaming with joy, his eyes bright and rosy, walking with a lively spirit as he cheerfully waved goodbye and left the Lotus Blossom courtyard, truly a top-tier master of the sect. Before leaving, Qian Duo left behind 2 large Beastmaster bags. These were somewhat valuable in the outside world, but within the Beastmaster sect, they were just average. As he watched the figure of the hefty man completely disappear at the end of the mountain path, the courtyard returned to its tranquil state, and the smile on Lu Jing's face gradually faded. Recently, he had been extravagantly spending spirit stones buying spirit fish stocking supplies and maintaining the courtyard, causing his spirit stones to flow out like water, and his pockets had visibly shrunk. It was not his style to eat up everything without replenishing. It was time to actively go out and recover his losses. He looked up at the clear blue sky, noticing the obedient Ziyun goose resting at the corner of the courtyard, which he temporarily set aside. Riding the Ziyun goose every day was too conspicuous. Today, he planned to keep a low profile and change his mode of transportation. With a thought, spiritual light flickered within the Wanling Tower, and a completely snow-white spirit bird with fluffy wings like clouds and an elegant posture flew out of the air, landing steadily on the bluestone in the courtyard. It was the mutated Han Yuhong, who Dabai. Dabai affectionately tilted its head and rubbed against Lu Jing's sleeve, its glass-like eyes twinkling with gentleness and obedience. Dabai, it's time to work. Take me out of the mountain gate. Lu Jing stepped steadily onto Dabai's broad back, settling into place as he softly commanded. Dabai let out a soft chirp, spreading its wings without a sound, its form as light as a wisp of white clouds soaring upward along the mountain currents of the sect, silently gliding toward the outside of the Beastmaster sect. The entire journey was slow and restrained. Compared to the ostentatious Ziyun goose, it was much more subdued. Lu Jing reclined slightly on the back of the goose, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the mountain paths and clouds around him, while his spiritual sense quietly spread out, meticulously probing the surroundings for any signs of movement. After repeatedly confirming that there were no hidden presences following him and no fellow disciples spying on him, he finally felt completely at ease. His destination was quite clear: the Qingyan market. This market was one of the 14 lower-tier markets under the jurisdiction of the Beastmaster sect, not far from the sect, with relaxed rules, a bustling crowd, and a mix of people, making it ideal for low-key activities. It was also the only cultivation market he was familiar with. Riding with the wind for only a brief moment, the imposing gate of the bustling market came into view, with a steady stream of cultivators coming and going, the sounds of haggling and chatter rising and falling filled with the essence of life. Lu Jing did not bother with any unnecessary disguises. He neither deliberately wore black clothing to obscure his form, nor donned a hat to hide his face. Walking openly in broad daylight in the market, the more ordinary and inconspicuous he appeared, the better he could hide. Deliberately concealing oneself would instead draw suspicion. He could not fathom how many nascent soul ancestors the Beastmaster sect had. As far as he knew, there were quite a few golden core true persons, so his goods were not particularly eye-catching. He allowed the aura of his chi refining stage cultivation to naturally emanate, wearing the most ordinary outer sect disciples' clothing, walking slowly with the crowd into the market, heading straight for the core of the market, the Gathering Treasure Tower. The Gathering Treasure Tower specialized in collecting all types of goods and trading treasures, boasting a solid reputation and a wide customer base. It was the most reliable trading pavilion in the entire Qingyun market. As he stepped into the elegantly decorated hall of the tower, a warm and rich spiritual energy rushed forth, the interior clean and elegant, filled with all sorts of spiritual materials and treasures, with guests coming and going in an orderly manner. A maid dressed in a simple blue dress with a delicate appearance quickly approached her, manner gentle and polite, showing no signs of arrogance or negligence, as she slightly bowed and smiled, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guest, to the Gathering Treasure Tower. May I ask if you are here to purchase spiritual materials, exchange treasures, or perhaps consign some precious items?" Jing glanced around the hall, his tone plain and straightforward as he asked, "Do you accept living spirit birds at your gathering?" The maid was momentarily taken aback. Most outer sect disciples came to purchase low-grade spiritual materials, charms, or medicinal pills, and it was rare for anyone to come with living spirit birds to sell. After a brief contemplation, she did not dare to make a decision on her own, and softly replied, "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. The purchase of spirit birds requires the shopkeeper's personal verification and appraisal. I will inform him right away." After speaking, the maid turned and hurried toward the inner hall. Moments later, a middle-aged shopkeeper dressed in a brocade robe with a kind face and keen eyes walked out slowly. He looked Jing up and down, assessing his clothing and cultivation level, his expression calm and composed, showing no hint of condescension or disdain, only the poise and fairness typical of a businessman. The shopkeeper clasped his hands and smiled warmly. "I heard that you have spirit birds for sale. May I ask what grade they are and how many? Please feel free to show me." Jing did not delay, his mind stirred slightly as he directly released a lively red-feathered chicken from his storage ring. The red-feathered chicken, vibrant and full of life, landed on the ground, clucking energetically. "This is a low-grade spirit bird, the red-feathered chicken," Jing said calmly. "I have quite a few, and I wish to sell them in bulk." The shopkeeper looked down at the fine-looking, robust red-feathered chicken at his feet, a hint of understanding flickering in his eyes. The red-feathered chicken is the most basic low-grade spirit bird, its flesh carrying a trace of spiritual energy, making it the most common food supplement for cultivation families. Most low-level cultivators buy them to nourish their children and younger generations, besides that they have little other use, making their market quite limited. If sold to the Spirit Meal Workshop, they could fetch a decent price. He smiled and explained slowly, "So it's a red-feathered chicken. This is the most basic low-grade spirit bird with limited uses. The market retail price is 3 low-grade spirit stones each. If young friend sells them to our Gathering Treasure Tower in bulk, the purchase price will naturally be lower." After pondering for a moment, the shopkeeper offered a price. "Your chickens are of good quality, full of spiritual energy. I will give you 2.5 low-grade spirit stones each, which is fair and honest, with no deceit to the young or old." Jing raised an eyebrow at this, quickly calculating in his mind. 2.5 spirit stones each compared to the market retail price did seem a bit low at first glance. But he quickly realized the underlying reasons. The Gathering Treasure Tower needed manpower space and had to bear the risks of unsold inventory. The purchase price could not possibly match the retail price. What business would operate at a loss? Selling in bulk would save time and effort, avoiding the need to set up a stall, and would allow him to quickly cash out and recover, making it a guaranteed profit. Understanding the pros and cons, Jing nodded readily. "That's reasonable. Oh, let's go with the shopkeeper's price." The shopkeeper, seeing him so straightforward and untroubled by minor price differences, smiled even broader, and his eyes showed a bit more approval. "You are quite forthright, my friend. May I ask how many red-feathered chickens you have?" "More than 200, Jing casually replied with a number. The shopkeeper was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary outer disciple to have such a large batch of low-grade spirit birds, and immediately responded, "No problem. No matter how many there are, our Gathering Treasure Tower can take them. We can count and settle the spirit stones right here." Both parties acted quickly, counting and verifying in one go as low-grade spirit stones were deposited, instantly replenishing Jing's depleted wallet. Just when the shopkeeper thought this transaction was concluded and was preparing to politely see Jing off, Jing's mind stirred again as he calmly said, "Wait, the red-feathered chickens are just some small items I'm getting rid of, while I have a batch of real good goods here." As soon as the words fell, dozens of clear and ethereal crane calls suddenly rang out. Streams of cool, shimmering spiritual energy surged forth from the storage ring as one by one spirit birds with wings as white as snow, long and elegant bodies and bright, lively eyes appeared in succession, gracefully landing on the hall floor, their postures erect and surrounded by an aura of immortality. It was the Han Yuhonghu, a first-tier, upper-grade spirit bird. Compared to the commonly seen, easily raised red-feathered chickens, the Han Yuhong, who was entirely in a different dimension. This bird inherently carried cold-type spiritual energy. Not only could its wings be used to refine low-grade magical tools, and its feathers could be used to make talismans, but those with a pure bloodline even possessed a slight wind control talent, far surpassing ordinary low-grade spirit birds in potential. Most importantly, the Han Yuhong, who was inherently delicate and extremely difficult to breed, requiring strict conditions for spiritual energy, water temperature, and environment, leading to a very low survival rate. It was already quite rare for ordinary sect disciples to keep one or two alive. It was always in short supply in the market, often priced, but rarely available. The shopkeeper, who had appeared calm, suddenly narrowed his pupils, his eyes gleaming, as if he had seen a rare treasure, and his previously steady demeanor crumbled. He hurriedly stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the group of Han Yuhong, who that were in excellent condition, healthy, and brimming with spiritual energy, his tone filled with emotion. So it is the Han Yuhong who. And they are such high-quality semi-adult Hong who. The shopkeeper completely lost his composure, exclaiming repeatedly, a first-tier upper-grade spirit bird, extremely difficult to cultivate, always scarce in the market. I never expected a young friend to have such a large stock. It truly exceeds my expectations. After decades in the business dealing with countless spiritual materials and treasures, it was indeed quite rare to encounter so many well-conditioned Han Yuhong who at once. Lu Jing remained calm and composed, showing no signs of surprise. Not many, just 10. They are all carefully bred purebreds with pure bloodlines, full of vitality, and without any injuries or defects. The shopkeeper's heart raced at this, his gaze becoming even hotter as he quickly collected himself, seriously walking around to verify the Han Yuhong who. He carefully examined each one's spiritual energy concentration and bloodline condition, becoming increasingly satisfied, unable to suppress the smile on his face. After verification, he looked at Lu Jing seriously, no longer treating him like an ordinary outer disciple, but with a bit more gravity. This batch of Han Yuhong, who is top-notch, in excellent condition, and is a rare upper-grade spirit bird that is extremely difficult to cultivate. I absolutely will not undercut you. After pondering for a moment, he offered a very sincere price. No matter how precious a first-tier upper-grade spirit bird is, it cannot be compared to combat spirit beasts. The market retail price for the Han Yuhong, who is 150 low-grade spirit stones each, but for bulk purchase, I will give you 140 spirit stones each. I will take them all and settle the payment on the spot. This price was extremely generous, nearly matching the retail price, clearly reflecting the excellent condition, concentrated quantity, and scarce demand for this batch of Hong Hu. Lu Jing secretly nodded, feeling quite pleased. Compared to the somewhat useless red-feathered chickens, this batch of Han Yuhong, who was the real highlight of his cashing out, the shopkeeper's keen eye and sincere offer were without any tricks. Okay, it's a deal, Lu Jing replied straightforwardly. He had around 40 of these Han Yuhong, who usually he didn't even feed them spirit beast pills, let alone spirit rice. They mainly just ate bread. Otherwise, given the time flow in the Wanling Tower, they would have likely reached the first-tier upper grade long ago. With this larger deal quickly finalized, a massive influx of spirit stones filled Lu Jing's storage ring, completely freeing him from the embarrassment of being financially strained. After the transaction was completed, Lu Jing did not immediately turn to leave. Instead, he looked at the ecstatic shopkeeper and leisurely spoke, throwing his longer-term business proposal. Shopkeeper, with the spirit bird transaction concluded, I have a long-term big order and would like to reserve some supplies with you. The shopkeeper, in a great mood, quickly straightened his posture, smiling broadly and becoming even more respectful. Please go ahead, young friend. As long as we have it at the Gathering Treasure Tower, the prices will definitely be the best in the market. For long-term cooperation, I can offer you additional discounts. Lu Jing slowly began, his tone firm. I need a large quantity of Qing Ling fish eggs and Hanwei fish eggs, selecting the best varieties with the highest survival rates with no upper limit on quantity. I want to make a long-term large order. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper instantly understood, a flash of brilliance in his eyes. This large-scale procurement of fish eggs clearly indicated plans for large-scale cultivation of spirit fish, deeply developing the spirit water business, making Lu Jing a definite long-term stable customer. Instantly, the shopkeeper was overwhelmed with joy. Spirit beast pills and similar elixirs had been soaring in price these past 2 years. Not all disciples could afford them. The Qingling fish and Hanwei fish were just what outer disciples needed to feed their spirit beasts, consistently popular and never in short supply. Securing such a fixed major client was undoubtedly a good deal for the Gathering Treasure Tower. The shopkeeper's smile instantly became broad, his eyes shining with uncontainable joy, his tone especially enthusiastic. No problem. Absolutely no problem. You can rest assured. I will immediately have someone filter the top-quality fish eggs, ensuring maximum survival rates. For any quantity in the future, we will supply as you order, locking in the lowest prices with no markup, and provide long-term supplies. Lu Jing watched the energetic shopkeeper, secretly chuckling to himself. The spirit fish fry he raised in the Lotus Blossom Courtyard were merely a surface-level pretense, a cover to obscure his true intentions, pretending to nurture them for leisure. The real backup and source of income was this massive order of fish eggs. Once the large-scale breeding was established, the steady stream of finished spirit fish could quietly flow into the market, becoming his stable source of spirit stones, a steady trickle of income. With the completion of 2 substantial transactions, a heap of low-grade spirit stones clattered into the storage ring, the heavy feeling instantly alleviating Lu Jing's earlier financial strain. What is the first thing to do when you have money? Of course, it's to forget your roots. It's not his style to endure hardship without enjoying the fruits. He glanced at the respectful shopkeeper beside him and casually instructed, bring me another batch of first-tier spirit beast pills, start with 5 bottles, and choose the best quality. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at his words, quickly responding without a hint of delay. Previously he thought this Dao friend merely dealt in a small spirit bird breeding business, but now with an order for 50 spirit beast pills, he was definitely a hidden big shot. He had deftly retrieved the well-packaged spirit beast pills from the inner room. The rich and thick pill fragrance exuded a pure and condensed spiritual energy, representing the top quality of the market. Jing confirmed everything was in order, happily settled the payment with spirit stones, and stored a full box of spirit beast pills in his storage ring. With a small mountain of resources, he naturally intended to nurture it well, as the growth of this small mountain was closely tied to his own cultivation progress. This was not the time to be like the cold feathered swan, merely indulging in food wouldn't do. Bidding farewell to the smiling shopkeeper of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Jing leisurely strolled out of the building, his previously low-key demeanor completely transformed his steps lightning. Qingyan Market was already bustling with voices, with stalls lining the streets, showcasing a dazzling array of spirit materials, oddities, miscellaneous talismans, and niche spirit beast cubs. Many scattered cultivators were selling unique items, their shouts ringing out rich with the aroma of life. Earlier, when he had been financially constrained, he had passed by these stalls with averted eyes, not pausing for a moment. Now that fortune had smiled upon him, he naturally wanted to take a thorough stroll, broaden his horizons, and seize a wave. With his hands behind his back, Jing strolled casually along the street, his gaze wandering over the stalls, checking out the peculiarities and oddities. When he found something interesting, he would stop to examine it, embodying the leisurely demeanor of a wealthy disciple. After exploring half the street, an old small stall filled with earth-type spirit beasts caught his attention. The stall owner was an elderly man with grizzled hair and a coarse linen robe. The stall was devoid of precious spirit pets, only featuring down-to-earth earth-type creatures, the most noticeable being a bucket of active jet black, plump burrowing loach. These loaches had weak spiritual energy, barely qualifying as first-tier low-level spirit beasts, and were the kind of neglected goods that ordinary cultivators would overlook. Only some spirit farmers would come to take a look. However, a glimmer of light flashed in Jing's eyes. These wild burrowing loaches grew from roots in the soil and stones inherently carrying earth-type essence. Not only were they soft and glutinous in texture, but consuming them in moderation could also subtly nourish earth-type spiritual roots, helping to solidify the foundation for the small mountain and deepen its understanding of earth principles, making them the perfect snack. Elder, how much for these loaches? Jing leaned down and poked at the lively loaches in the bucket. The old man, seeing someone inquiring, quickly smiled and said, "Friend, you have a good eye? These are wild burrowing loaches from the deep mountains with pure spiritual energy, 4 loaches for 1 low-grade spirit stone." The price is already low, and Jing couldn't be bothered with lengthy negotiations, directly tossing out 10 low-grade spirit stones. "Give me 40, pick the most active and robust ones." The old man was overjoyed, swiftly selecting 40 plump and lively burrowing loaches, carefully wrapping them in special leaves before handing them to Jing. Jing accepted the items, nodding in satisfaction. The small mountain now had its exclusive snacks. He continued to stroll leisurely, and soon a quiet stall at the corner caught his eye once again. This stall was eerily quiet, with no one stopping by. In the corner of the stall, a palm-sized snow cloud fox was curled up in a wooden cage. The little creature had fluffy white fur, delicate and charming in appearance, naturally exuding a hint of ethereal aura, yet at this moment its condition was extremely poor. Its limbs were slightly curled, eyelids drooping, its breath faint to the point of near extinction, with weak rises and falls in its chest, appearing as if it could pass away at any moment, likely just born a few days prior. The stall owner was also an elderly man. Upon seeing Jing stop, he quickly began to promote, "Friend, take a look at this. A first-tier mid-grade spirit pet with excellent features, pure fur color, a popular choice in the market for ornamental spirit foxes. It would be quite impressive to take it out. If you have a beloved junior sister, gifting it to her could lead to a bond soon. 400 low-grade spirit stones, I'll let it go for that." He raised an eyebrow, giving a lewd glance that any man would understand. Jing saw through the act at once, and thought to himself, impressive. What a joke, this thing is on the verge of dying. This snow cloud fox was not injured or ill, but rather had an innate defect, born weak and unable to retain spiritual energy, its vitality gradually fading. Even for fur production, it was deemed insufficiently smooth. Clearly this old man was trying to fleece an easy target. Jing immediately entered bargaining mode, speaking frankly and harshly, "I don't have 400 spirit stones, only 40. 40? Do you think this is meat? Even selling meat doesn't cost this much. This is a snow cloud fox. There's no way I can sell it for less than 380 spirit stones." The old man looked at Jing in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. "I absolutely won't buy for more than 40. Whether it can survive is one thing, but forming a bond, you might as well be asking for trouble." Jing persisted. Was he a fool? At least add a bit to the price. Even with innate flaws, it shouldn't be sold like this. Seeing the outer sect disciple robe on Jing, the old man realized he couldn't fool him, but still spoke reluctantly. "In a couple of days, if you try to sell it as meat, probably no one will buy it. Whether it can survive is a question. I'm just thinking to give it to my spirit beast as a snack because of its tender meat. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste my time haggling with you. Rather than let it rot, I'd prefer to sell it to you at a low price." The old man, having his scheme exposed, instantly froze, his smiling face turning helpless. In this territory of the Beastmaster sect, he had set up shop for 3 days, with everyone seeing the issue and no one willing to buy. If he continued to wait, he would definitely lose everything. After several rounds of negotiating, the old man finally couldn't hold out against Jing's persistence, reluctantly agreeing to the deal. Lu Jing took advantage of the opportunity and bought the nearly dying snow cloud fox at a very low price. Taking the warm little wooden cage and looking at the wilted weak little white fox inside, Lu Jing couldn't help but smile with a sense of confidence. Just because others couldn't keep it alive didn't mean he couldn't. He had the miraculous Wanling Tower capable of nourishing all things, repairing foundations, and condensing vitality. This little innate flaw was nothing serious. Just tossing it into the Wanling Tower for a few days of nurturing would surely restore this near-death little creature to full vitality. Moreover, the snow cloud fox was already a popular ornamental spirit pet in the cultivation world with appealing looks and high demand. Though it was a first-tier mid-grade, its exceptional appearance allowed it to command a market price far exceeding that of many first-tier high-grade spirit pets. Once fully nurtured back to health, it could serve as a highlight among the treasures for future sect trading events, both showcasing prestige and easily convertible to cash, ensuring profit. Having acquired the snow cloud fox, Lu Jing felt he had thoroughly enjoyed his outing. Over the course of the afternoon, he had traversed every nook and cranny of Qingyun Market, gathering a pile of miscellaneous materials, and niche spirit beast snacks, stuffing his storage ring to the brim with bountiful rewards. Content and satisfied, Lu Jing no longer lingered, turning leisurely towards the market exit, preparing to return to the... However, he did not notice that at the moment he turned to leave, 3 figures dressed in black with shadowy auras had quietly fixed their gazes on his, retreating back from a dark alley in the corner of the market. One of the tall, thin cultivators squinted at Lu Jing's ordinary outer sect disciple attire, whispering ominously, "Big brother, it's this kid." He had just spent a large sum at the treasure-gathering pavilion, purchasing a significant amount of cold-feathered swans, and with so many spirit stones in hand, he was definitely a fat target. "Are you sure he's an outer sect disciple?" asked the burly black-clad cultivator, a gleam of greed flashing in his eyes as his fingers lightly rubbed together, harboring malicious intent. "Absolutely. His aura is distinctly that of a Qi refinement stage cultivator, and his attire is the plainest outer sect version, clearly just a simpleton focused on breeding alone and defenseless." The tall, thin cultivator quickly confirmed. The burly cultivator's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he said in a low voice, "Big brother, we can't miss this opportunity. Let's act directly and take him down. All the spirit stones and resources will be ours, easy profit." However, the leader of the black-clad group slightly raised his hand, stopping the other two's movements. He gazed intently towards the direction of the Beastmaster Sect's mountain gate, a shadow of apprehension passing through his eyes as he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Hold on. This is Qingyun Market, under the jurisdiction of the Beastmaster Sect, with surveillance patterns throughout and protective formations surrounding it. Attacking a disciple of our sect in broad daylight on our territory, if we are exposed, we would have no way to escape. It's not worth risking our lives for a handful of spirit stones." The group greedily eyed Lu Jing's carefree retreating figure, filled with reluctance, yet ultimately daunted by the pressure of the Beastmaster Sect's rules. They dared not act rashly, only watching as this piece of fat meat slowly walked away, suppressing their murderous impulses and greed. At this moment, Lu Jing was completely oblivious. Even if he knew, he would probably just scoff. He leisurely exited the market gate, his mind stirring above the mist stirred slightly, and the entirely white cold-feathered swan Dabai silently swooped down, landing steadily in the open space before him. Dabai affectionately shook its fluffy wings, lowered its head to nuzzle Lu Jing's shoulder, gentle and obedient. Lu Jing smoothly mounted onto its broad back softly, saying Dabai back to the mountain. Dabai let out a soft cry, its wings spreading like clouds swirling in the wind. Without a sound, its form light and graceful, transforming into a streak of white light that pierced through the sky, soaring with the evening breeze towards the majestic mountain gate of the Beastmaster Sect. Riding the winds atop a great goose, Lu Jing returned to the mountain. He landed at the entrance of his small lotus courtyard, gracefully dismounting from the crane's back, and gently patted the smooth white feathers of Dabai. "You've worked hard running this errand. I rest assured your rewards will not be lacking later." Dabai let out a low, clear cry, nuzzling against his palm, exhibiting an endearing clinginess. Being clever, Dabai could sense the alluring sense emanating from his master. Even the proud goose had to lower its standards when faced with good things. Lu Jing quickly set a simple warning barrier, and his mind sank into the Danshan's sea of consciousness. With the thought, the ailing snow cloud fox in the cage, along with the abundant drilling mud loaches and spirit fish seedlings, were all moved into the space of the 10,000 Spirits Tower. Inside the tower, the spiritual energy was thick like fog. The spirit spring flowed gently, exuding a warm vitality that was far purer than the spiritual energy outside. The snow cloud fox, with its innate foundation flawed, was immediately enveloped by the rich spiritual energy upon landing, and its previously weak and fluctuating chest stabilized significantly. Its 4 slender little paws instinctively clawed at the moist soil, its nose twitching as it waddled toward the spirit spring, testingly extending its pink little tongue to lick and drink the spring water. Lu Jing, feeling lazy, directly pressed the fox's head into the pool of water. The little fox struggled symbolically for a moment, but after a few gulps of the spirit spring water, its eyes, which had initially drooped into thin lines, slowly began to lift slightly. The fluffy Snow White fur no longer looked dry and messy, subtly revealing a layer of lustrous sheen. The visibly better color of its health still showed that the innate damaged foundation within had not yet been restored. To fully recover, it would need to rest and nourish itself in the tower for some time. Lu Jing sat cross-legged in the air beside the tower, propping his arms in interest as he observed it, calculating clearly in his mind there is indeed a reason for high prices. This little creature was indeed charming, and no wonder so many female cultivators were drawn to it. Whether in this life or his past, making money from women was truly a given. Purchased for 40 low-grade spirit stones after nurturing it for a couple of days, selling it for 400 spirit stones would be no problem. With a tenfold profit margin, Lu Jing, if not a fool, would never refuse. From the beginning, he had never intended to raise this little thing himself. The 10,000 spirits tower had not given any hints indicating its mediocre talent. Even if it recovered completely, it would merely be a beautiful ornament. At home, one good-looking creature was enough for him. There was no need to go through the trouble of getting another fox, especially a male one. On the other side, the round little tortoise sensed Lu Jing's arrival, twisting its shell and quickly crawling over with its pair of small black bean-like eyes fixated on the bundle of drilling mud loaches. The little creature became anxious, digging into the soil and splattering dirt everywhere. Lu Jing smiled as he unwrapped layer upon layer of spiritual leaves, letting the plump, dark, and lively drilling mud loaches tumble onto the ground, wriggling and scurrying in all directions. The little tortoise immediately perked up its head, thrusting forward as it opened its mouth to snap up a loach, crunching and swallowing, indifferent to the muddy taste. After finishing one, it immediately buried its head, chasing after the loaches that were scurrying about its shell, bumping against the dirt and stones with a thud resembling a little glutton who was eating recklessly. Slow down, there's no one competing with you for food. Lu Jing chuckled and shook his head, casually taking out 5 bottles of first-tier spirit beast pills, uncorking them, and pouring out half, creating a small mound of round pills. Your special snacks are plentiful. From now on, consider spirit beast pills as both meals and snacks. Make sure to solidify your earth-based foundation and don't just grow your appetite without gaining skills. The little tortoise seemed to understand, lifting its head high and shaking it before burying its head back down to eat, mixing loaches with the pills. With a balanced diet, it was enjoying itself thoroughly, its little belly gradually swelling, and the earth-based essence surrounding its body became thicker and more refined. Watching Dubai, who was glaring at him sideways, Lu Jing did not show favoritism. He took out an entire bottle of spirit beast pills, stepping out of the 10,000 spirits tower, and dropped a pill into his palm to offer to Dubai. Dubai immediately lowered its head, leisurely pecking at the pill, its snow-white wings gently folding, occasionally glancing at Lu Jing. It seemed to say, "You have good taste," as it proudly rubbed its wings against Lu Jing. After all, Lu Jing had raised Dubai himself. He had never regarded it as just another cold-feathered swan or a source of food. Regarding Dubai's mutation, he was still unclear, so he could only set it aside for now. Having settled the 3 little ones, Lu Jing contemplated whether to enter the 10,000 spirits tower again to meditate and gradually advance his chi refining stage. Suddenly, a gentle knocking sound came from the courtyard door, accompanied by a somewhat cheerful and enthusiastic voice. "Lu Jing, senior brother, are you home? It's your junior brother Kong Jiafu here to pay a visit." Lu Jing was slightly taken aback. He had only recently moved to the Lotus Courtyard, and most of the surrounding courtyards were empty. He had heard yesterday that a fellow disciple had moved in next door, but he didn't expect a visit so soon. He raised his hand to remove the courtyard's barrier and opened the door to find a somewhat thin young male cultivator standing outside, dressed neatly in outer sect disciple robes, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Are you the new arrival? Please come in." Lu Jing stepped aside and gestured for him to enter. Kong Jiafu dashed into the courtyard in a few quick steps, unable to suppress a wide smile as he puffed out his chest slightly, deliberately, exuding a more stable aura of spiritual energy, proudly stating, "I am Kong Jiafu. I just broke through to the 4th level of chi refining and moved here a few days ago. I came to visit yesterday, but you were not home. I just heard some noise and took the liberty to come by." Lu Jing played along, feigning surprise. "Congratulations on your promotion to outer sect disciple, how delightful." He inwardly chuckled. First he met Qian Duodua, then Li Fu, and now here was Kong Jiafu. They all had meanings related to not lacking money. It was just luck. Kong Jiafu was unaware of Lu Jing's thoughts, humbly speaking while his corners of his mouth stretched towards his ears, rubbing his hands as he got to the point. "Junior brother, I just broke through and heard that elderly Changchun from the Preaching Peak is giving a lecture this afternoon. He will analyze the bottlenecks of chi refining cultivation and share tips on the operation of spiritual energy. Many disciples from the outer sect are planning to attend. I thought since we are neighbors we might as well go together for companionship on the road to avoid the dullness of traveling alone. Does our sect have such activities?" Lu Jing was astonished. He had never heard of such a thing before. He usually focused on his cultivation, even the chickens were tended to by Air Mao, and he hadn't really heard about any lectures. "A senior brother, haven't you ever attended before?" Kong Jiafu was somewhat surprised, then took a moment to scan Lu Jing up and down, wondering if he was some young master from a subsidiary family. Lectures occurred once or twice every month. Not just outer sect disciples, even the miscellaneous disciples would be eager. If someone hadn't attended, they either looked down on it or were considered mentally unwell. This senior brother did not seem like a fool. Lu Jing pondered briefly. Since he had nothing else to do, listening to the elders of the sect speak could offer no harm. Perhaps he could gain some insights into his cultivation. He nodded in agreement. "I have been busy with my training and haven't attended, so please wait a moment while I tidy up and we can set off." Kong Jiafu nodded cheerfully, feeling the abundant spiritual energy in the courtyard, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the gracefully postured cold-feathered swan, revealing a hint of envy in his eyes. Lu Jing casually adjusted the blue robe of the outer sect disciple and patted his storage bag, while Zun Yin quietly crouched on the ground. Its light purple feathers nourished by the spiritual spring water gleamed with a sleek luster as it stood on the bluestone steps, exuding a celestial aura. Zun Yin was assigned by the sect. Although it was significantly better than the common Qing Ukraine, he had no intention of nurturing it. Providing it with some spiritual spring water was already the extent of his capabilities. Kong Jiafu's gaze was glued to Zun Yin, unable to look away. His throat involuntarily rolled twice as he felt a surge of envy in his heart. Goodness, both being outer sect disciples, while others ride a mid-grade spiritual bird, I have to rely on a half-demon, beast the wind donkey for travel. After such difficulty in acquiring a Qing Ukraine, I even had to exchange spirit stones to obtain it. No wonder the brothers from the servants' hall say the gap between people is wider than between myself and my donkey. Senior brother, this Zun Yin is truly extraordinary. It must have come from a prominent family with a substantial background. Kong Jiafu leaned closer, his fingertips itching to touch Zun Yan's wings, yet fearing the spirit beast's temperament, he hesitated to reach out and could only rub his hands and chuckle awkwardly. Lu Jing waved his hand lightly. It's just an ordinary bird raised at home, not worth mentioning. Although they were neighbors, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal everything. Zun Yin seemed to understand the compliment, gently tilted its head and lightly tapped Kong Jiafu's shoulder with its wing, as if casually greeting him before obediently bowing down, indicating Lu Jing to climb onto its back. Its clingy demeanor that only recognized its master further convinced Kong Jiafu that Lu Jing must be the young master of a family backed by influential elders in the sect. The two set off with Lu Jing riding Zun Yin as it flew low, while Kong Jiafu kept pace on the ground, using a low-level wind walking technique, making their way along the path to the transmission peak. Along the way, many disciples traveling saw the extraordinary Zun Yin in the air and turned their heads in admiration. A mid-grade spiritual bird isn't particularly outstanding among outer sect disciples, but those with some connections knew that this batch of Zun Yin was only prepared for a select few disciples with backgrounds. Kong Jiafu, walking below, could hear everything clearly and couldn't stop exclaiming, "Senior brother, look at the gazes of others who wouldn't look up to you with this spirit bird." Gasping for breath, Kong Jiafu caught up to Lu Jing, flying in midair, looking pitiful. "I saved up spirit stones for 3 months just to barely exchange for a wind walking technique, but I haven't learned it well, so please don't laugh at me, senior brother." Lu Jing glanced down at his gasping figure, but said nothing, merely lowering Zun Yan's speed. He didn't say much, only responding perfunctorily to Kong Jiafu's attempts at probing and inquiries, keeping his answers simple. After about half an incense stick's time, the plaza of the transmission peak came into view. The entire open training ground was paved with smooth bluestone slabs densely covered with cushions, and outer and servant disciples sat together in small groups, quietly discussing cultivation difficulties. No one was making a ruckus. The order was well maintained. At the front of the plaza, a high platform held an ancient lectern which bore spiritual tea and jade slips surrounded by swirling mist. Lu Jing put away Zun Yin and led Kong Jiafu to find an empty cushion in the back row to sit down. As soon as Kong Jiafu settled, he began to look around with wide eyes, occasionally poking Lu Jing's arm to chat. After a moment, a wave of warm and long-lasting spiritual energy swept across the entire plaza from the high platform, instantly silencing the previously noisy training ground. A middle-aged cultivator dressed in a gray robe with a gentle demeanor slowly walked onto the high platform. It was elderly Changchun of the transmission peak. Elderly raised his hand gently, and his calm voice echoed throughout the plaza, clear and unhurried. "Today's lecture is open to all, regardless of whether you are an outer sect disciple or a servant. Any aspiring cultivator may listen. The core of our beast-taming sect does not merely lie in taming spirit beasts, breeding beasts, purifying bloodlines, matching with spiritual plants and medicinal pills, and employing formations to feed spirits are all essential areas of study, diverse and plentiful. Today I will focus on the key points and elaborate for you." As his words fell, the disciples below straightened their backs. Even those who had been distracted moments earlier gathered their attention, listening intently. Elderly began discussing the bottlenecks in spiritual energy operation during the chi refining stage, breaking down common issues such as meridian stagnation and spirit beast contract backlash, with each sentence relatable to the current cultivation situation of the lower-level disciples, making it easy to understand. From time to time, someone in the audience raised their hand to ask questions, and the elder showed no airs, patiently and meticulously answering each inquiry. From the basic ratios of spiritual herbs used in daily feeding of spirit beasts to avoiding dangers when searching for beasts in secret realms, even discussing alchemy, talisman crafting, and beast taming techniques, he shared many practical tips, causing the crowd to nod in agreement frequently. When discussing the grading of spirit beast bloodlines, the elder's tone suddenly became solemn, and the audience quieted significantly. Spirit beasts are classified into 5 major bloodline categories when scaled for feather and insect, with bloodline ratings ranging from 1 to 9 distinctly defined. Above the 5th level of bloodlines, the spirit beasts achieve full intelligence and can speak. If a bloodline reaches the 7th level, they possess exceptional talents and can transform autonomously in their youth, sparing them the arduous process of training for transformation. Such top-tier spirit companions are rare and hard to come by. As these words were spoken, a suppressed gasp of astonishment arose in the training ground. Kong Jiafu clenched his fist, his eyes filled with longing, muttering softly, "A 7th level bloodline. I would be satisfied in this life if I could contract just a 5th level spirit beast." However, I can only think about this. It is said that the sect's spirit beasts are only at the 5th level. Some golden core ancestors would do anything to contract a spirit beast with a 3rd level bloodline as their life spirit beast. Lu Jing was somewhat curious. He wasn't in a hurry about Xiaoshan. The 4th level bloodline was already quite decent. But Dabai was different. Even though it had consumed some moonlight divine water, it was simply too intelligent. So intelligent that it was somewhat excessive. On the high platform, Elder Li shifted topics, discussing the 5 major core techniques of the beast-taming sect: Heavenly Ape Transformation, 10,000 Phenomena, True Understanding, Illusion, Butterfly, True Classic. He explained each in detail, matching them with physical attributes and cultivation focuses, sharing many insights from his own cultivation experiences. When discussing the foundational methods of Heavenly Ape Transformation, Kong Jiafu suddenly trembled, his eyes lighting up, his back straightening, as he gripped his sleeves, trembling with excitement. Every insight from the elder precisely hit the bottlenecks he faced in his cultivation, like rain after a long drought. As the elder paused, Kong Jiafu immediately turned his head, eagerly leaning toward Lu Jing, lowering his voice to ask, "Senior brother Lu Jing, may I ask which technique you usually cultivate? If you also practice the Heavenly Ape Transformation, we could discuss it occasionally." "Hey, brother, are you being too familiar with? Is this something you can casually inquire about?" But thinking back, I have never worried about techniques before, so I simply answered honestly, I practice the Mountain and Sea Spirit Master Classic. Just those 7 words caused Kong Jiafu's excitement to freeze, his mouth slightly agape, unable to close for a long time, as if he had heard some world-shocking secret, finally, gasping in awe. Mountain and Sea Spirit Master Classic. This technique is exclusively suitable for those with naturally strong souls, being a core technique of the sect. Ordinary disciples would never even touch it. Lu Jing blinked, looking utterly indifferent. Is there a significant difference between various techniques? I haven't really come into contact with them. Kong Jiafu, seeing Lu Jing's obliviousness, nearly slapped his thigh in frustration, lowering his voice incredulously. "Senior brother, do you truly know nothing about the underlying principles? Disciples who join the sect from outside cultivate only basic techniques. Only by breaking through to the mid-chi refining stage can they choose techniques suited to themselves. Whether one can access the core techniques of the sect depends entirely on talent and aptitude. Among 1,000 disciples, there may not even be one who succeeds. The majority cultivate only ordinary techniques." At this moment, Kong Jiafu was even more convinced that Lu Jing must have an extraordinary background within the inner sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so oblivious to such fundamental information. "Is my soul naturally strong? This was chosen by my family's elders." Lu Jing was somewhat surprised. His identity was considered direct lineage in the beast-taming sect, at the very least a born child, allowing him opportunities to learn the sect's techniques, even while serving as a servant. However, he hadn't thought that old Zhang's care for him had reached such an extent. It made him worry not at all about techniques. Kong Jiafu suddenly understood, his gaze towards Lu Jing more certain, nodding repeatedly. "I see. I said senior brother has an extraordinary demeanor, and with Ziyun as a companion, it must be that elders in your family hold important positions in the sect. Only then could you hold a core technique from the moment you entered the sect." Hearing this, Lu Jing was both amused and exasperated. He wanted to explain, but seeing Kong Jiafu's expression of "I fully understand, no need to conceal anything," he decided to leave it be, quietly turning back to continue listening to the elder's lecture. Riding the purple cloud goose back to the small courtyard from the Dao Peak, Lu Jing's mind was filled with the valuable insights on bloodlines and techniques shared by Elder Li, bringing him a sense of clarity. After sending the wealthy member of the Kong family who had almost stuck to him back, he decisively returned to the quiet room. On ordinary days, while practicing qi and meditating, he had never slacked off on the Mountain and Sea Spirit Control True Scripture. Now that he held the Jiao Shi body refinement technique in his hands, he naturally could not let it sit idle, so he entered the Wanling Tower to comprehend it further. He sat cross-legged, took out the technique jade slip from his storage bag, and with a flick of his fingertips, spiritual light unfolded 3 body refinement diagrams. Initially, he felt quite confident, thinking that with plenty of spirit stones and a mountain of healing pills, he could easily practice this body technique without any trouble. However, as his gaze swept over the twisted and bizarre forms in the diagrams, Lu Jing's calm demeanor began to crack, his brows furrowing into a knot and the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This was not a body refinement technique at all. It was clearly a self-torture manual. The first move, reverse spine, required the entire spine to bend and pull in the opposite direction, looking as if it would break bones. The second move twisted the limbs, dislocating the shoulders and hips, stretching the flesh and tendons as if they were being torn apart. The third move curled and twisted the body, causing the meridians to tighten like bowstrings, and a slight misstep could leave him bedridden for half a month. The entire set of movements imitated the muscle and bone mechanics of the deep-sea Jiao Shi, forcibly prying open the limits of a mortal body through excruciating pain. Lu Jing held the jade slip, forcing a bitter smile, as regret surged within him. Earlier, I was too focused on acquiring techniques, and didn't carefully examine the training requirements. It was truly reckless. No wonder so few can successfully cultivate it. Despite his complaints, cultivation could not afford to be half-hearted. Lu Jing took a deep breath, adjusted his posture according to the diagram's instructions, and assumed the first move of reverse spine. In the next moment, the excruciating pain of tearing muscles and bones engulfed his entire body. His spine was forcibly stretched and reversed. The muscles in his waist and abdomen trembled violently, and every inch of skin conveyed sharp, piercing pain, as if countless fine needles were stabbing into his meridians, drilling up his spine to the crown of his head. Lu Jing's body suddenly stiffened, his jaws clenched tight, and large beads of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, dripping down his jawline and hitting the bluestone floor. His shoulders trembled uncontrollably, his 10 fingers curled in spasms, and his lower back ached to the point of near numbness. He gritted his teeth, refusing to ease the tension, his eyes reddening with pain, muttering incoherent curses under his breath. Which fool of a bastard created this broken technique? Can it be a little gentler? To refine the body, why must it involve breaking bones? It's sheer torture. Once I reach a higher cultivation level, I will definitely find this technique's creator to have a word with him, damn it. Damn it. You motherf. Despite his incessant curses, his body remained as steady as a rock, holding the pose. He understood very well that in body cultivation the most taboo thing was to ease off halfway. Once he relaxed, the muscles and bones that had been pulled apart would accumulate stagnant energy, harming his foundation instead. Not far away, Bai and Xiaoshan were already peering through the light screen, watching intently, not daring to breathe. Xiaoshan poked its head out, its small black eyes fixed on Lu Jing, who was drenched in cold sweat. Its 4 short paws uneasily scratched at the ground of the tower, wanting to speak to comfort him, but forcing itself to hold back, gently rubbing its shell against Bai, filled with anxiety. Bai, with its fan-like goose feet, stepped directly onto Xiaoshan's back shell. The once lively and bright beast eyes were now glistening, watching its master tremble and endure the pain, softly whimpering in sympathy. Regardless of its proud demeanor, Lu Jing had watched it grow up. How could it possibly remain indifferent? The 3 of them, separated by a layer of light screen, silently accompanied Lu Jing through this suffering. The torment lasted a full incense stick's worth of time, and the extreme pain gradually faded, replaced by a warm flow circulating through his relaxed meridians and limbs. Lu Jing slowly relaxed his strength, gradually straightening his bent back, raising his hands to loosen his muscles and bones, and the joints throughout his body popped in a series of crisp cracks. The previously tense and taut skin loosened completely, and the accumulated soreness and stiffness throughout his body vanished, replaced by a wave of soothing comfort that swept through him, as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden, feeling light and unencumbered. He stood upright, shaking his aching arms and rubbing his lower back, and the frown of pain that had previously occupied his face completely disappeared, his brows and eyes relaxing as he sighed in comfort. Whatever pain he had felt earlier was now matched by the immense relief. The relaxation after unblocking his bones made him feel invigorated. Even the stagnant barriers in his body during chi cultivation had loosened somewhat. No wonder it's said that body cultivation is bitter first and sweet later. This comfort is truly worth it. Lu Jing maintained a serious facade while internally cursing wildly. Worth a damn. I've never suffered such agony in my life. He raised a hand to wipe away the cold sweat on his face, his gaze falling back on the 3 diagrams of brutal body refinement techniques. The resentment in his eyes was about to spill over, but the undeniable surge of muscle strength and the transparent light state of his body could not deceive him. Instead, he felt a hint of anticipation growing within. Lu Jing turned to the 2 little creatures, watching anxiously, feigning ease as he raised his chin confidently. Don't worry, this little pain, and it's your master can handle it. Once I gather the blood of the Jiao Shi and fully comprehend the remaining 2 moves, my physical power will surely increase drastically. Inside the spirit control tower, Xiaoshan slowly poked its entire little head out, its small black eyes carefully scrutinizing Lu Jing. Seeing him indeed vibrant and in excellent condition, the tension that had hung for a long time finally eased, and it settled back down comfortably. In contrast, Bai's demeanor was completely different. It slightly tilted its snowy white head, its clear beast eyes fixed intently on Lu Jing, the expression in its gaze full of disdain, as if to say only a fool would endure such suffering, waiting in silence to watch the show. That condescending and calm look in its eyes was a direct hit to Lu Jing's pride, causing him to widen his eyes in shock and declare defiantly, "What are you looking at? Wait until my body refinement is perfected and my physical form is unparalleled. Just you wait and see if I won't take you down." He spoke fiercely, but his heart was filled with grievances. He was desperately honing his body not only to solidify his foundation and become immensely stronger, but also with a touch of personal motive, seeking revenge. As a proud master of spirit beasts, having been casually flicked away and rubbed into the ground by multiple times, he had to uphold his dignity. This grudge he had held onto for a long time. Ga. Bai glanced at him arrogantly, lazily flapping its wings twice with an attitude that screamed confidence and indifference, as if to say, "Go ahead, I'm waiting to see if you can do it." It had a completely unconcerned demeanor, as if saying it didn't mind how much he struggled. Lu Jing found it amusing and decided to play around with the turtle and bird for a while, also kindly feeding them fresh and tender loaches. After calming down the 2 little creatures, he finally reined in his playful thoughts and once again immersed himself in the state of cultivation. His foundation in chi cultivation was already exceptionally solid, and with the sunlight, divine water subtly influencing him day and night, cleansing his marrow and veins, combined with sufficient healing pills and spirit stones, he was not worried about injuries from body cultivation, understanding well the principle of pushing forward in cultivation. The only regret was that he had hastily begun his training this time, without preparing the Jiao Shi's blood to nourish his muscles and meridians. If he had the blood to assist in alleviating the pain and purifying his muscles, his training progress over the past half-month could have surged by at least another tier. Even so, Lu Jing persisted day after day, unwavering through wind and rain. The days of arduous training passed in the blink of an eye, and more than half a month had gone by. That afternoon, the serene atmosphere of the Lotus Courtyard was suddenly shattered by a crisp and urgent warning sound from the sect. Buzz! The clear call of a message crane echoed throughout the courtyard, and a small, elegantly shaped purple cloud goose flew into the courtyard, its movements graceful, with an ancient sound transmission jade slip tied around its neck. In the next moment, the jade slip shimmered with spiritual light, and Qianduoduo's distinct, enthusiastic voice slowly emerged, full of penetrating clarity. Junior brother Lu Jing. The trading fair is about to begin tomorrow evening at Yunxia Peak, Qingzhou Courtyard. Don't miss it. Make sure not to be. In the evening, the setting sun descended behind the western mountains, casting a golden glow that bathed the entire Yunxia Peak. The evening breeze carried the fragrance of bamboo from the mountains, gentle and tranquil. Lu Jing tidied himself up, donning a clean plain blue shirt, and leisurely rode the purple cloud goose straight towards the Qingzhou Courtyard of Yunxia Peak. He arrived a good quarter of an hour early, partly to be punctual, and partly to see if he could find something worthwhile at this Setting aside other matters, the most pressing need at the moment was the blood of the flood dragon. After enduring the grueling half-month of training without any buffs, he was thoroughly fed up and eager to avoid any more. The purple cloud goose landed gracefully, its wings lightly brushing away the delicate glow of the sunset. Just as Lu Jing steadied himself, a familiar, enthusiastic figure approached briskly from a path beside the bamboo forest. It was none other than Qianduoduo, who had been waiting here early. Dressed in a brocade robe of an outer sect disciple, Qianduoduo wore his signature smooth smile, his eyes brightening as he scanned Lu Jing up and down, his mouth moving like it was coated in honey, effortlessly exchanging pleasantries. Finally, junior brother Lu Jing has arrived. It's been just a few days, yet you've become even more handsome and poised, standing out prominently in the crowd. Moreover, I noticed that the spiritual energy around you is more concentrated and your foundation even more solid. It seems you've made significant progress in your cultivation, truly an extraordinary talent, a model for our generation. Lu Jing had long grown accustomed to this brother Qian's flattery, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he returned the gesture. Brother Qian gests. Your aura has become increasingly refined lately as well, and your progress is also commendable, truly a role model for us all. With a few mutual compliments, the atmosphere instantly warmed and became more familiar. As for such flattering words, Lu Jing felt nothing but two words he loved hearing them. Qianduoduo stepped a little closer, casually chatting about common matters. By the way, junior brother, how reliable is that fish cultivating errand worker Li Fu whom I recommended to you a while back? If he's clumsy or lazy, just let me know and I'll switch him out immediately. Lu Jing genuinely approved of Li Fu, nodding repeatedly. Anyone recommended by brother Qian is bound to be good. He's truly excellent. He may look simple and unassuming, not one to speak much, but he's truly diligent and responsible in his work. Every day he arrives on time to feed the spirit fish and clean the spirit pond, taking care of everything meticulously, never lingering or prying into private matters, acting in a proper and reliable manner. There was not a word of exaggeration there. He was indeed an honest and straightforward man, going in early every day to feed the fish and only leaving after checking the seedlings. He particularly favored such hard-working individuals who didn't gossip or seek connections, as opposed to the talkative and prying types like Kang Jiafu, which was simply 100 times more reassuring. Qianduoduo laughed heartily at this, patting his sleeves. That's great, that's great. I have a good eye for people. This fellow is reliable and steady, perfectly suited for managing courtyard chores. As long as you're comfortable using him, that's all that matters. With that, he stepped aside and gestured invitingly. Come on, junior brother, everyone in the courtyard has arrived. We're just waiting for your new face to join us. The two of them walked side by side through the lush bamboo forest, entering deeper into the Qingzhou courtyard. The courtyard was elegant and serene, with stone tables and benches neatly arranged. The evening breeze rustled through the bamboo, and the glow of the sunset filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting dappled light and shadow. At this moment, 5 figures were already seated in the courtyard, each exuding a remarkable presence and distinct aura. As they heard the sound, they all turned their heads in unison, their gazes landing squarely on Lu Jing. Qianduoduo immediately stepped forward, enthusiastically introducing each person, his voice clear and organ. Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, this is junior brother Lu Jing, whom I often mention to everyone. He possesses outstanding talent and a profound foundation, joining us for the first time in our small gathering today. I hope everyone will look after him. With that, he turned to introduce Lu Jing to everyone present. Junior brother, allow me to introduce you. This beautiful sister with an extraordinary appearance and gentle demeanor is the initiator of our gathering, Sister Yunming. Lu Jing raised his eyes to see a young girl about 18 years old sitting at the head of the stone table. She wore a moon-white celestial dress with her hair loosely tied up and a few strands of hair falling across her cheeks. Her brows and eyes were delicate and gentle, her skin as white as jade, and her lips always held a faint smile. Surrounded by a mist of spiritual energy that seemed soft and harmless, yet was unfathomable, it was evident that her cultivation level far surpassed those present, a true hidden gem. While she was indeed beautiful, Lu Jing still felt that he was more handsome than her. Sister Yunming gazed softly at Lu Jing, nodding slightly, smiling gently, her voice as soothing as flowing spring water. Junior brother Lu Jing, you are quite accomplished at a young age. I've heard much about your reputation. There's no need to be formal, feel free to come by often. Thank you, Sister Yunming. Lu Jing returned a respectful greeting, his demeanor humble and courteous. Next, Qian Duo pointed to a tall, broad-shouldered man, beside him clad in sturdy attire, whose muscular lines were taut, with strong and rugged features, exuding a fierce and sharp aura. This is senior brother Hisu, a physically strong cultivator, specializing in physical training with formidable combat. Hisu, with a cheerful and bold personality, grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, raising his fists openly. Junior brother, you look solidly grounded, not bad at all. If you wish to delve into physical training in the future, feel free to ask me anything. Thank you, senior brother He. Subsequently, Qian Duo pointed to a scholarly-looking man in a blue shirt sitting to one side. This person had a refined appearance, holding a thin jade slip, exuding an elegant and cultured aura, clearly contrasting sharply with the forthright Hisu. This is senior brother Qi Kuan, an expert in the analysis of techniques and the derivation of talismans. Qi Kuan smiled gently, his demeanor warm as he cupped his hands in greeting. Junior brother, you're too polite. We merely share knowledge and exchange ideas. Feel free to inform me if you need any talismans. Shifting his gaze again, it landed on a plain-looking girl dressed in simple clothing. She wore a gray disciple's robe, her face free of makeup with no outstanding features that made her easy to overlook in the crowd. However, what caught the eye was the azure sword slung diagonally across her back, the sword tassel hanging lightly, concealing its sharpness. The Beastmaster sect focused on beast taming, breeding, and training disciples who practiced swordsmanship were rare, making it an extremely niche path. This is junior sister Li Jing, specializing in the rare art of sword taming, pure in heart and swift in movement, with formidable strength. Li Jing had a cold and taciturn demeanor, merely lifting her gaze slightly to nod in acknowledgement. Though she spoke little, she emanated a crisp and cold aura. Lastly, Qian Duo turned to a small and not very tall boy in the corner. The boy looked very young, thin, but his eyes were particularly sharp and lively, glinting with a cunning intelligence. This is junior brother Chen Qingfeng, whose movements are elusive and proficient in treasure hunting and identifying objects, possessing a keen eye. The small-statured Chen Qingfeng grinned widely, revealing two small fangs, winking playfully at Lu Jing and cupping his hands with a grin. Welcome, welcome, new junior brother. Everyone in our little circle is talented, and we absolutely won't cheat our own people. With all introductions complete, everyone was now familiar. Sister Yunming raised her hand to gently smooth out her sleeves, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, her tone warm, yet carrying a hint of authority. Everyone is here. Since it's junior brother Lu Jing's first time joining, I'll repeat the old rules once more. Today's gathering has no distinctions of rank or sect. Everyone brings their own opportunities, treasures, elixirs, and spiritual materials for equivalent exchanges or spirit stone transactions, and bartering is also allowed for mutual benefit. The only rule is voluntary trading, no coercion or deceit, and fair dealings only. With that, she lightly raised her hand to signal. All right, everyone, let the trading commence today. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They straightened their postures, their faces full of anticipation. Lu Jing also felt a stir in his heart, discreetly scanning the crowd, silently calculating the blood of the flood dragon, the blood of the flood dragon. Today, he must score some essential goods. The moment Sister Yunming's voice fell, the serene Qingzhou courtyard became lively. The few people who were originally sitting quietly raised their eyes, their expressions filled with rich anticipation, each sitting up straight, resembling stall owners waiting for customers. As the initiator of this private trading event, Yunming took the lead, raising her hand, and softly, starting her voice gentle and pleasant, let me throw out a brick to attract jade. As she spoke, her slender pale hand flicked lightly, and 3 items floated into the air above the stone table, shimmering with spiritual light, exceptionally beautiful. The most eye-catching was a long sword entirely crimson, with faint fire patterns swirling around its blade, radiating warmth. Even from a distance, one could feel a slight burning spiritual energy. Yunming lightly tapped the sword's blade with her fingertip, her tone laced with casual disdain. However, my cultivation leans towards the water and wood paths. Yunming lightly tapped the sword's blade with her fingertip, her tone laced with casual disdain. However, my cultivation leans towards the water and wood paths, and this fire sword's attribute clashes with mine, so it just sits in my storage bag gathering dust, not useful at all. Then she revealed 2 more treasures, a drop of round, translucent liquid exuding pure vitality, suspended in midair, and an egg with faint blue patterns emanating a gentle aura. 3 drops of earth milk essence nourishing the meridians and enhancing one's cultivation, and a 4-winged wind falcon beast egg which can hatch into a low-speed spirit bird, docile and easy to tame. After speaking, she raised her gaze to survey the crowd, her brows arched in a gentle smile, as she expressed her exchange needs. I'm not asking for high prices in spirit stones, just a few core materials for foundation establishment pills, and equal exchange will suffice. As her words settled, a moment of silence enveloped the Qingzhou courtyard. The people present exchanged glances, and the next second they all shook their heads in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if rehearsed. Hisu scratched the back of his head, looking earnest. Sister Yunming, it's not that we don't want to help, but the materials for foundation establishment pills are too precious. Those are hard currency that ties to the lifeline of foundation establishment cultivators. Anyone who possesses them keeps them for ascending their realm. They simply can't bear to trade them away. Qi Kuan also gently nodded in agreement, saying indeed the materials for foundation establishment are rare and precious, mostly distributed by sect quotas. Not to mention that there aren't any available. Even if there were, one wouldn't want to part with them. Even Chen Qingfeng, who loved to join in the fun, wore a disappointed expression and waved his hand. What a pity, sister. These 3 items are all great treasures, but unfortunately, they don't fit our immediate needs. The reactions of the crowd fell into Yunmeng's eyes, and her expectations gradually faded, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, as she sighed softly, raising her hand to return the treasures to her storage bag, her tone filled with helplessness. It seems my opportunity hasn't arrived yet. Let's move to the next person. Seeing the first round of trading fall through, the burly Hisu immediately leaned forward half an inch, taking the initiative to speak, his coarse voice breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Then let me go. I have some items suitable for body refinement. Let's see if any brothers or sisters need them. Hisu waved his hand, and 3 items landed steadily on the stone table, plain and unadorned. A block of deep green stone, hard and tough, a bright red spiritual flower that burned with a gentle fragrance, and a small pile of gray-brown insect eggs, with faint life signs flickering weakly. Green pattern stone, a first-tier high-grade main material for refining, excellent for crafting defensive spiritual treasures. Chihua flower, a first-tier mid-grade fire attribute spiritual flower, can be used for medicine to enhance body refinement and nourish chi and blood. Pointing at the last small pile of wilting insect eggs, he scratched his head a bit sheepishly. These are unknown insect eggs. Their aura belongs to a first-tier high-grade, but their vitality isn't robust. There are quite a few, but whether they can hatch depends on luck. I'm willing to trade as fate allows. He then straightforwardly stated his needs, simple and direct. I only want 2 items, either a body refining specific nurturing pulse pill, or a first-tier high-grade diamond talismans. I won't consider anything else. Upon hearing this, Yunmeng's eyes flickered slightly as she reached for the bright red Chihua flower, gently caressing its petals, her smile warm. I'll take the Chihua flower. My little sister specializes in fire path body refinement. This is perfectly suited for her. She lacked for pills and talismans. She merely thought this spiritual flower should be put to good use, not wasting an opportunity, and thus readily agreed to the trade. Lu Jing's gaze immediately locked onto the pile of half-dead unknown beast eggs on the table, his eyes lighting up in an instant. His ultimate goal for attending this trading event was to pick up a bargain and meet immediate needs. He didn't currently lack pills or talismans. Instead, this unknown beast egg might hold surprises, and its value was directly increased. Lu Jing's heart raced with excitement, but outwardly, he feigned calmness, his fingertips rubbing against a talisman in his sleeve as he pondered for 2 breaths. He still had several first-tier high-grade diamond talismans left, given to him by old Zhang, before he entered seclusion, with top-notch defensive capabilities that would last him a while. For others, purchasing was a gamble, but with the Wanling Tower, hatching an insect egg was not something he couldn't manage. Considering this, Lu Jing no longer hesitated, raising his hand to take out the lowest quality talisman neatly inscribed and gently place it on the stone table. Brother Hisu, I'll trade you this first-tier high-grade diamond talisman for those insect eggs. Buzz. The golden spiritual light trembled slightly, pure defensive spiritual energy rushing forth. The talisman's quality was slightly inferior, but it was a genuine first-tier high-grade spiritual talisman. The few people in the courtyard were suddenly all looking at Lu Jing, their expressions filled with surprise. One must know a first-tier high-grade diamond talisman was quite valuable, and ordinary outer sect disciples wouldn't dare to trade them casually. It was absolutely hard currency. Chen Qingfeng widened his eyes, clicking his tongue. Twice good guy. Junior brother Lu Jing is quite the hidden gem. Now, that's some financial power. Of course, my junior brother Lu Jing's talent and financial power are second to none. Qian Duo smiled brightly, a smug look on his face. Hisu was even more delighted, swiftly stowing away the diamond talisman, grinning from ear to ear. Awesome. Thank you, junior brother Lu. This trade is a huge profit for you. You won't regret it. With one hand exchanging the talisman and the other taking the eggs, the trade was swiftly concluded, clean and efficient. Next up was the refined and gentle Qi Kuan. He leisurely took out a thick stack of talismans from his storage bag, neatly arranged on the stone table, a wide variety of them dazzling to behold. These are all talismans I've drawn in my spare time, including Gale Conceal and Low-Tier Fireball. Most are mid-grade, with a few low-grade sufficient in quantity, willing to trade for spirit stones or ordinary spiritual materials. Each talisman flickered with spiritual light, appearing very well regulated enough to show his solid foundation in talisman drawing. However, Lu Jing glanced over and immediately lost interest. Low-grade talismans were useless, and he had more mid-grade talismans in his storage bag than this, so he didn't find them appealing. On the other side, Qian Duo's eyes lit up. As someone who loved to trade and resell, he immediately sensed an opportunity, rushing over to pick and choose, trading for most of the stack of talismans, planning to resell them later for guaranteed profit. After Qi Kuan finished trading, it was the reticent and cold Li Jing's turn. Throughout the process, she spoke very little, silently taking out a scroll of ancient and yellowed martial arts, gently placing it on the table. The edges of the scroll were slightly damaged with spiritual energy, flickering intermittently, clearly a defective version. Defective swordsmanship technique can supplement basic sword moves. Li Jing spoke sparingly, and after finishing she lowered her gaze and sat quietly, saying no more. Lu Jing glanced at it casually and instantly lost interest. He had no family inheritance and was a direct descendant of the beast control sect, making it unnecessary to waste resources on a defective technique, which would simply be wasting an opportunity. He immediately withdrew his gaze and patiently awaited the next person. Next up was the small-statured Chen Qingfeng. He grinned widely, pulling out a cloak that was as black as ink and as thin as feathers, its fabric shimmering with an undercurrent of excellent quality. A high-grade night flying cloak conceals aura and enhances gliding speed, great for travel, exploring secret realms, or evading pursuers. This treasure would undoubtedly be a hot commodity if traded to others. However, Lu Jing merely cast a sidelong glance, not even wanting to look at it for another second. He had the Ziyun goose for transportation, which was fast and required no effort from him. This cloak was purely a burden, entirely unappealing. After everyone finished trading, it finally came to Lu Jing's turn. Everyone's eyes converged, curiously wondering what good treasure this financially well-off newcomer could offer. Lu Jing didn't drag his feet, maintaining a decisive attitude as he waved his hand. A ball of snow-white spiritual light, a soft and tender fox cry echoed, and a snow-white fluffy snow cloud fox curled up in his palm, its ears pink, its eyes watery, its tail gently swaying, looking exceedingly adorable. The snow cloud fox was full of spirit. As soon as it appeared, a faint pure spiritual energy spread out, both its beauty and spirit on display. Lu Jing was inwardly confident it was a sure thing. Sister Yunmeng is gentle and loves beauty. Li Jing is cold and aloof, favoring exquisite and rare beasts. This high-value snow cloud fox would surely be a hit with the girls, definitely a sought-after item. However, the next second the scene completely overturned his expectations. Sister Yunmeng merely glanced at it lightly before withdrawing her gaze, utterly unfazed. Li Jing, sitting nearby, didn't even lift her eyelids, remaining as silent as ever, showing no interest whatsoever. The two female cultivators ignored it entirely, while on the other hand, Qianduo's pupils suddenly brightened, his eyes sparkling, as if he had seen a rare treasure, his body lunging forward, almost leaping from the stone bench. Holy crap! Snow cloud fox! A purebred spirit fox! Qianduo exclaimed excitedly, his voice cracking, staring longingly at the small fox in Lu Jing's palm, unable to tear his gaze away. He quickly approached Lu Jing, his face full of eagerness, rubbing his hands as he circled around Lu Jing, looking as though he had seen a mountain of shiny spirit stones. Junior brother, my good junior brother, beloved junior brother, are you trading this snow cloud fox? Qianduo's face was filled with enthusiasm, almost desperate to snatch it away, his tone dripping with desire. This is a top-quality pet spirit fox. It's gentle and adorable, stunningly beautiful, perfect for gifting to sisters or for impressing others. Junior brother, I want it. I absolutely want it. Looking at Qianduo's impatient and clingy demeanor, and then at the two aloof female cultivators who ignored him, Lu Jing couldn't help but laugh and cry. It turned out that his accurate prediction of the two female cultivators' preferences had completely missed the mark. The beautiful sister wasn't fond of cute pets, but the chubby guy was interested. Lu Jing shook his head, helplessly suppressing the laughter in his heart, and got straight to the point, heading towards his ultimate need. If you want it, you can have it. I only want snake blood, 3 bottles. Pausing briefly, he added a crucial condition, his gaze serious. It must be high-grade snake blood containing dragon bloodline, and I am not picky about the species. As soon as these words were spoken, Qianduo, who had just been excited, suddenly froze and placed the joy on his face, abruptly solidifying his smile, gradually fading. Ordinary snake blood could be obtained from common beasts, not rare, but blood containing dragon bloodline was indeed scarce. Dragon bloodline beasts are already rare, and extracting their blood is time-consuming and labor-intensive, far more valuable than ordinary snake blood, making it a true rarity one could only hope to find. Qianduo furrowed his brows, rubbing his chin in hesitation, his brows nodding into a frown as he began weighing the pros and cons with a pained expression. On one side was the high-value snow cloud fox, which could guarantee profit. On the other was the hard-to-find dragon snake blood. Conflicted, pained, and reluctant, 3 emotions flickered across his face, creating a captivating spectacle. The others in the courtyard also looked toward Qianduo, waiting for his decision. After a few seconds, Qianduo suddenly gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes, and slammed his thigh. Imin, you can't catch a wolf without parting with a kid. This seems like a huge loss, but the resale value of the snow cloud fox is absolutely worth the risk. He looked up at Lu Jing, his tone filled with reluctance and pain. Junior brother. Deal. 3 bottles of dragon snake blood with dragon bloodline. I will find a way to gather them and deliver them to you in 3 days. This snow cloud fox belongs to me. As the trading event at the Qingzhou courtyard concluded, everyone dispersed, each harboring their own gains. Qianduo closely followed Lu Jing, hands cradling the snow cloud fox, his plump body slightly hunched, resembling a walking spirit stone god of wealth, his face adorned with layers of cheerful fat. As they stepped out of the dense bamboo grove, just after bypassing a few fellow disciples, Qianduo casually hooked his arm around Lu Jing's shoulder, exerting just the right amount of force, as if eager to share some juicy gossip. Junior brother, I will be smiling in my dreams about today's deal. Once I flip this spirit fox, I'll treat you to a meal, senior brother. Qianduo shook his round head, his eyes sparkling with business savvy. Lu Jing helplessly turned his head and initiated a conversation. Senior brother, the few seniors in the courtyard earlier all seemed to have different airs about them. I assume their backgrounds are not ordinary, right? This question struck a chord with Qianduo, who immediately released Lu Jing, cleared his throat, and pretended to stroke an imaginary long beard, lowering his voice and leaning in mysteriously. Need I even say? Although our gathering appears modest, every single one of us is a formidable character hiding their true strength. Just pulling one out would intimidate ordinary outer disciples with their background. Lu Jing's interest was piqued, and he stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with curiosity. Let's start with the leader, senior. Qianduo raised a chubby finger, his tone serious. She looks gentle and kind, but in truth she is the pinnacle of our group, a 9th level Qi refining cultivator, just a step away from opening the foundation establishment. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow in surprise, admiring her exceptional talent, but Qian Duoduo quickly dropped a bombshell that left him stunned, his pupils dilating. Moreover, she is no ordinary sect disciple. She is the true princess of the Outcloud Kingdom. A princess of the dynasty. Lu Jing widened his mouth slightly, his face incredulous as he rapidly recalled Yunming's calm, elegant demeanor, each action exuding royal grace, finally realizing why her poise surpassed others. Didn't see that coming, did you? Qian Duoduo grinned widely, his face filled with the pride of someone who sees through everything. The Yun family has deep roots and great ambitions. Within their clan, they support a formidable foundation establishment cultivator, and among their peers Yunming is the most outstanding, with the entire family's resources funneled towards her. And that's not all, her master is even more impressive. Qian Duoduo leaned closer to Lu Jing, lowering his voice further, tinged with envy. She is the golden core ancestor of our Beastmaster sect. However, the ancestor has been in seclusion for years, and no one knows exactly who that powerful figure is, making it a secret within the sect. Upon reaching this point, he lowered his eyelids, clicking his tongue in regret. It's a pity there's no way to gain favor, otherwise navigating the sect would be a breeze. Lu Jing's heart trembled. With 3 powerful backers, it was no wonder Yunming could casually produce spirit treasures and high-grade spiritual materials without a care, clearly not lacking in resources. He promptly followed up with another question. That shouldn't be the case. A disciple of a golden core real person shouldn't lack foundation establishment pills, right? Junior brother, you don't understand this. While the senior sister's foundation establishment pills are provided by her golden core master, what about the Yun family? Their ancestor is on the verge of transcending, and the younger generation is all but useless. Naturally, she must plan for herself. And of course, even as a disciple of a golden core real person, she cannot simply ask for foundation establishment pills, which are strategic resources. Qian Duoduo raised his eyebrows, speaking seriously. The remaining few must have impressive backgrounds as well. Lu Jing, enlightened, quickly followed up with another question. Each one is formidable. Qian Duoduo began counting on his chubby fingers, detailing each like a treasure. Senior brother, Hisu, though he appears tall and sturdy, is a straightforward body cultivator with an 8th level Qi refining cultivation. His physical strength is astonishing, and no one dares to take a hit from him in duels, crushing his peers effortlessly. Qi Kuan, though mild-mannered and uninterested in competition, is a rare genius in talismans, already a mid-grade talisman master at this age, creating excellent talismans that never lack buyers. His advancement to a high-grade master is a sure thing, with a bright future ahead. The hardest to provoke is Li Jing, who always wears a cold face and speaks little. His talent in swordsmanship is top-notch among peers, and with a 7th level Qi refining cultivation, he can fight above his rank, striking swiftly and fiercely, making him someone no one dares to provoke easily. Then there's Chun Qingfeng, who is carefree and loves to join in on the fun. Though he seems to be muddling through life, his older brother is an inner sect foundation establishment disciple, holding considerable influence within the inner circle, and ordinary disciples do not dare to offend him in the slightest. After this detailed account, Lu Jing was left utterly stunned. This private trading event was clearly not a simple exchange of odds and ends among ordinary disciples, but rather a gathering of a group of well-connected second-generation sect members. He felt like a loser amidst a crowd of elite second-generation disciples, completely out of place. Turning to his calculating companion Qian Duoduo, Lu Jing felt a wave of doubt arise, and asked directly, Senior brother, you are usually so astute and never engage in unprofitable ventures. Why do you place such importance on me and actively seek to befriend me? Qian Duoduo showed no signs of embarrassment at being called out. Instead, he confidently patted Lu Jing's shoulder, looking like someone who had been through it all. Junior brother, speaking like that is quite improper. He laughed heartily, his gaze straightforward. On the path of cultivation, relying solely on sincerity cannot uphold relationships. Mixing in some mutual benefit actually makes interactions more lasting and stable. Lu Jing was slightly taken aback by the bluntness of his words. Before he could ponder further, Qian Duoduo decisively pointed out, his eyes filled with certainty. You are practicing the Jiaoshi body refining technique, am I correct? Lu Jing was startled, his eyes widening in surprise. How did you figure that out, senior brother? What's so hard to guess about? Qian Duoduo lifted his chin, wearing an expression of understanding. The Jiaoshi body refining technique is notoriously difficult to practice, famous throughout the outer and inner sects. The pain of tempering the body is excruciating, and the progress is slow. Out of 10 practitioners, 9 give up midway, making it a hellish level body refinement technique. Your practice time is still short, yet your technique has already firmly taken root. Your physical aura is condensed and solid, showing no signs of weakness, which is enough to prove that your talent, temperament, and tenacity are all among the best of your peers. Qian Duoduo dropped his playful demeanor, his tone becoming serious. I only befriend those with potential. I do not associate with mediocre individuals. He added, plus with an elder on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment, having such a promising junior brother, I naturally want to establish a good relationship early on. His words were sincere, without a hint of insincerity or flattery. After hearing this, Lu Jing felt not only no aversion, but instead a hint of relief crept up his lips, dissipating the lingering doubts he had held. He despised the hypocrisy of others who acted one way in front of him and another behind his back. Qian Duoduo's straightforward admission of valuing his potential and wanting to form a mutually beneficial friendship seemed pragmatic, yet refreshingly simple, requiring no effort to decipher hidden calculations. Since senior brother is so forthright, I shall thank you for your high regard, Lu Jing replied with a calm and open tone. What is there to be polite about? Qian Duo waved his hand grandly, instantly returning to his usual playful demeanor, his little schemes clacking away. You just focus on your cultivation. When you achieve great success in the future, if you can help senior brother a bit, I would be eternally grateful. By the way, I have memorized those 3 vials of high-grade Jiaoshi blood. I will definitely gather them within 3 days, and will not give you any inferior products. As the sunset filtered through the bamboo forest branches, casting broken golden light on the ground, the 2 figures, one fat and one thin, walked side by side, leisurely conversing as they made their way towards the outer sect residence. Watching Lu Jing's disappearing figure, Qian Duo's expression was inexplicable as he murmured softly, Senior brother Zhang, with a golden core real person backing you, and promising juniors striving for excellence, I envy you. Waving goodbye to Qian Duo, Lu Jing walked briskly back to his solitary courtyard. After closing the gate and setting up a simple isolation array ensuring there were no prying eyes around, he focused his mind and directly entered the internal space of the Wanling Tower. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and waved, throwing all the weak and unpromising insect eggs he acquired from the trading conference into the central spiritual spring pool. The originally clear and warm spiritual pool infused with spiritual energy instantly rippled the moment the insect eggs touched the water. Visible to the naked eye, those previously lifeless and nearly dead gray-brown insect eggs were visibly shedding theirs. A thick, dark red malevolent aura surged from the cracks in the eggshells, wrapping around each insect egg, intertwining with the pure spiritual energy of the pool, appearing both sinister and domineering. Boom. In the next moment, the ancient altar at the center of the Wanling Tower suddenly stirred. The entire sky of the secret realm was instantly filled with a dark golden radiance, and ancient mottled obscure runes appeared out of thin air, swirling and twisting in midair, slowly rotating. Lu Jing's gaze sharpened as he concentrated on the information about the insects that simultaneously appeared in his mind from the Wanling Tower. He immediately understood everything. The golden-eating locust. Ranked 2,927th on the Heaven and Earth Strange Insect list, it barely made the cut, classified as a genuine top-grade first-tier spiritual insect. In terms of rank, it could only be considered at the bottom level among countless strange insects unable to enter the top tier, almost a marginal low-income household on the insect list. However, in terms of rarity, the golden-eating locust was truly unique. It hadn't been heard of for several hundred years. This insect is a naturally mutated species with a hard body that is difficult to cut with blades or penetrate with spiritual energy, and its most extraordinary talent is the ability to transform into various forms. A large swarm of insects can morph into weapons like swords, shields, and spears, providing both offense and defense, making it exceedingly practical. The Heaven and Earth Strange Insect list was painstakingly compiled by an ancient master of the insect path, encompassing over 3,000 types of spiritual insects. It detailed the habits, talents, weaknesses, and exclusive cultivation methods of all strange insects, with rankings that are neither exaggerated nor inflated, but rather precise and objective. To his astonishment, this pile of worthless eggs, regarded as trash by Hisu and overlooked by the entire sect, actually concealed an entire lineage of ancient strange insects. Indeed, picking up bargains at the trading conference is always a gamble on one's vision, not luck. With the pure spiritual energy of the Wanling Tower backing him up, along with the secret realm's exclusive cultivation buff, the hatching speed was astonishingly fast. In just a few breaths, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed continuously. One by one, the insect eggs cracked open, and a golden-eating locust with a dark golden body, shiny exoskeleton, and agile limbs burst forth, its black bean-like compound eyes shimmering with lively light. Just born, it was full of vitality, bouncing and crawling around the edge of the spiritual pool. One in particular stood out, its size a whole circle larger than the ordinary golden-eating locust, with even deeper and more intricate dark golden patterns, and its aura far exceeding that of its kin. It was clearly the royal insect of the group. Just as the entire swarm of golden-eating locusts successfully hatched, a massive white figure swooped in with a loud squawk. It was none other than the top overlord of the Wanling Tower, Dabai. This plump swan-like goose flapped its large wings as it landed, making rapid footsteps, stretching its long neck, and staring with its round bulging eyes fixed on the swarm of crawling golden-eating locusts, letting out urgent squawking sounds as drool nearly dripped to the ground. As a seasoned foodie of the Wanling Tower, Dabai had never been able to resist the temptation of fresh spiritual insect. Looking at the densely packed golden-eating locusts brimming with spiritual energy to it, they were not ancient strange insects, but clearly the finest little snacks sizzling with oil. Get away, get away. Lu Jing reacted quickly, stepping forward to restrain the agitated Dabai, chuckling as he lowered his voice to scold. Gagaga. Dabai immediately protested, flapping its wings wildly, raising its neck, and squawking increasingly urgently, as if arguing its case. Its expression was extremely animated, clearly translating to stingy. Tightwad. Not even letting me eat these insects. You dare to talk back? I haven't even settled the score with you for last time when you snuck a bite of the spiritual fish from the pool. What do you think that golden-edged beak is for treating ancient spiritual insects as snacks? Lu Jing pushed the greedy big guy aside with all his strength, using one hand to hold down Dabei's plump neck. The Qingling fish matures once a year. After a month in the Wanling Tower, which operates at 10 times the normal time flow, it should be nearly ready. Dabai had certainly stolen plenty of bites with Xiaoshan while he was cultivating. Just as he settled Dabase, craving a heavy and muffled crawling sound echoed from the ground. Thud thud thud. The burdened mountain turtle Xiaoshan slowly crawled out from a corner of the secret realm. Its round turtle eyes locked onto the swarm of golden-eating locusts, head held high, with its limbs firmly planted on the ground, its entire being tense. With a predatory gaze it prepared to pounce, treating this new group of insects as its new toys and food reserves. Go away, are you also here to join the fun? Lu Jing waved his hand helplessly, genuinely amused. A greedy goose and a playful turtle here, he was trying to cultivate some strange insects while these two clowns acted like starving ghosts reincarnated. After sending Xiaoshan away, Lu Jing's gaze sharpened, locking firmly onto the robust, intricately patterned golden-eating locust king. He knew exactly what he was doing. The golden-eating locust swarm has a particularly unique tribe bond characteristic, contracting the insect king ruling the entire clan. As long as he formed a blood contract with the insect king, all the golden-eating locusts of the entire swarm would automatically acknowledge him as their master without needing to form contracts individually, saving time and effort, effectively acquiring a whole team of spiritual treasure battle insects. Such a windfall that falls from the sky would be missed only by a fool. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Jing forced out a drop of pure blood, the bright red blood floating in midair, carrying the essence of a cultivator. He performed the simple blood contract technique and exclaimed, blood contract form. With a swoosh, the blood transformed into a scarlet stream of light, precisely enveloping the dark golden insect king. The insect king submissively lay on the ground, its black bean-like compound eyes shedding their wildness, taking on a layer of Lu Jing's unique contract luster, while ancient contract patterns rapidly spread across its body, firmly binding the master-servant connection. Buzz. In the instant the contract was formed, all the crawling golden-eating locusts simultaneously froze, uniformly bowing towards Lu Jing, their postures respectful, all acknowledging him as their master. Dabai, who was preparing to steal fish nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. It flapped its wings, hovering in midair, its massive goose head slightly tilted, round eyes wide open in disbelief, completely taken aback. Gagaga. Ga. Something was off. Too off. It was clearly the founding hero of the Wanling Tower, the #1 pet, the only boss. Previously, when Xiaoshan came in, it had to endure losing its territory and sharing its spiritual spring. It had put up with that. But now a bunch of mere insects actually cut in line to become the master's direct spiritual beasts before it. Dabase's mindset instantly exploded. Git squawked incessantly, its voice filled with grievances, defiance, and jealousy, as its massive wings flapped against the ground, kicking up dust like a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Seeing this, Xiaoshan, the burdened mountain turtle, slowly moved its hefty body over to Dabase's side. It gently swayed its shell, emitting a low, soothing buzzing sound, and lightly rubbed its head against Dabase's wings, seemingly trying to comfort the jealous goose, while silently advising, stop causing a fuss. The master has his arrangements. Lu Jing couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at the amusing sight of a goose and a turtle, one still, one moving, one causing a scene, while the dark golden-eating locusts laid submissively on the ground. With this group of golden-eating locusts whose physical bodies rivaled spiritual treasures and could transform into myriad weapons, his upcoming cultivation battles and treasure hunting were thoroughly secured. Within the secret realm of the Wanling Tower, spiritual energy wafted gently the ground, covered with orderly, dark, golden-patterned, food-greedy locusts. Suddenly a cheerful and familiar voice called out from outside the small courtyard. Lu Shidi, are you home? It was the voice of Qian Duoduo. Lu Jing's divine sense swept over, and he caught sight of the plump figure outside the courtyard wearing a warm and honest smile. He raised his hand to dispel the barrier formation and opened the courtyard door. Qian Shixiang is indeed swift. You've prepared everything so quickly. Qian Duoduo chuckled and strode into the courtyard, unceremoniously placing 2 bulging cloth bags onto the stone table. The bags landed with a dull thud, heavy with weight. How could I delay the matter you entrusted to me, Lu Shidi? He rubbed his plump hands, speaking with a hint of pride. Yesterday, a senior brother hunted a Xianlin python. That beast had a cultivation level in the late stage of qi refinement, and its bloodline contained that of the Baishui Jiao. I arrived just in time to trade for some. Additionally, the beast blood and flesh you asked me to find yesterday are here as well. It's the leftover meat from the kitchen. Although its value is not high, the spiritual energy is abundant. Also, the first-grade low-grade Shui Chen Yin is here. Shidi, you can take a look. Qian Duoduo emptied the contents of the storage bag, speaking with some pride. A glimmer of brightness flashed in Lu Jing's eyes. It must be said that Qian Fatty indeed handles matters swiftly. The blood of the Jiao snake goes without saying, that was arranged in advance. However, the beast blood and flesh along with the first-grade low-grade Shui Chen Yin were things he had notified him about only the night before. He didn't expect them to be delivered so early today. A jar of clear reddish Jiao snake blood was rich in spiritual energy, pure and thick, without any impurities. The nearby beast blood and flesh were fresh and firm. Although they were just scraps, they were plentiful in spiritual power. A pile of silver-gray metal ores had clear edges carrying a heavy metallic spiritual energy. Thank you, Shixiang. Lately I've spent almost all my money, so this Chi-Yu chicken, Shixiang, take it back and try it. They are all maiden chickens that haven't laid eggs, and I guarantee you won't be disappointed. This little gesture shouldn't have you so polite, it's making me a bit uncomfortable. Lu Jing said with a smile, casually handing over 2 already tied up Chiyu chickens. However shitty are you using this blood and flesh to cultivate the spiritual insect from yesterday? Qian Duo asked tentatively. That's right, whether it can be hatched or not still depends on fate. Lu Jing feigned a bitter expression, speaking somewhat discontentedly. It's nothing, we have plenty of time ahead. Qian Duo, not suspecting anything, smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, exchanged a few pleasantries, and left with a bow. After sending off Qian Duo, Lu Jing closed the courtyard door and stepped back into the secret realm of the Wanling Tower, dumping a full pile of supplies onto the open ground beside the spirit pool. With a crash, the oars rolled and collided, producing a crisp clanging sound, while large pieces of beast blood and flesh spread out, filling the secret realm with a rich metallic scent and thick blood energy. The next moment, the food-greedy locusts that had been obediently lying in wait suddenly became restless. The dense swarm of dark golden little insects raised their heads in unison, their black bean-like compound eyes suddenly brightening, their previously docile demeanor turning wild. Previously, Lu Jing only knew that food-greedy locusts fed on refined iron. Today, he discovered that this group of little creatures was actually not picky at all. They could gnaw on metal, but they loved blood and flesh even more. At Lu Jing's command, with a hum, the entire swarm of food-greedy locusts surged forward, half of them pouncing onto the mountain of metal ores, their small mouths working quickly to gnaw the hard shui, Chin visibly dissolving and thinning. The other half clung tightly to the beast blood and flesh, their tiny mandibles writhing rapidly, and in no time large pieces of flesh were indented. The noise of the swarm feeding grew louder, the sound of their gnawing becoming dense and overwhelming, giving one goosebumps. At this moment, a flurry of panicked clucking came from a corner of the secret realm. A group of Chiyu chickens, which had been leisurely strolling and pecking at spirit grass in the woods, were thoroughly startled. The newly hatched little Chiyu chickens had never encountered such a scene. Flapping their wings, they fled in all directions, feathers flying, huddling in a corner of the woods, their clucking cries echoing, resembling pitiful refugees whose homes had been raided. Lu Jing watched this comical scene, secretly feeling a headache. This was not cultivating spiritual insects. This was clearly introducing a group of secret realm bandits. At this rate of consumption, let alone occasionally wandering off to peck at grass in the future, they would probably not even be able to protect the spirit plants in the secret realm, and these Chiyu chickens would live in fear every day, inevitably becoming malnourished. Just as he was pondering how to organize the order of the locust swarm, a large white figure slowly approached. The Honghu goose that had been sulking and throwing tantrums moments ago had completely retracted all its hostility. It no longer flapped its wings in a huff, nor did it squawk in grievance. It merely lowered its large head slightly, its round black eyes staring unwaveringly at Lu Jing. Those goose eyes, usually greedy and proud, were now moist and bright, with long goose eyelashes trembling slightly, occasionally rubbing against Lu Jing's sleeve in a gentle manner, exuding an aura of utmost docility and submission. It was quiet and unassuming, not drooling over the food-greedy locusts or snatching snacks, just standing quietly to the side, appearing pitiful and obedient, like a little creature desperately seeking refuge and attention. Lu Jing caught a glimpse of its demeanor out of the corner of his eye, and instantly saw through its little thoughts. Ever since the entire food-greedy locust clan had acknowledged its master, Dabai had completely lost its balance. Originally, it was the founding elder and top overlord of the Wanling Tower, the only direct pet beast, but unexpectedly a swarm of insects had climbed over its head. This proud and jealous big goose could not endure such a stark contrast. Seeing Lu Jing look over, Dabai immediately seized the perfect opportunity to softly emit 2 gentle ga calls. Gone was the previous agitation, its head was lowered, wings slightly folded, even its usually proud neck was submissively drooping, appearing cautious, as if afraid of being rejected. It was like an apology, or perhaps a plea for something. Lu Jing gazed at Dabei's innocent and pitiful demeanor, unable to suppress a smile, as the turmoil in his heart completely dissipated. To be honest, although Dabai was gluttonous and proud, often sneaking fish and mischief with Xiaoshan, its nature was purely loyal and devoted, never harboring any ulterior motives. The delay in forming a contract was merely due to the uncertainty regarding its future mutation direction. The Hanyu Honghu was inherently a first-grade high-quality spirit bird. After mutation, Dabei's lower limit was at least in the foundation establishment stage. If one were to compare, it was indeed higher than the food-greedy locusts. You little rascal, I've never seen you so lowly obedient before, Lu Jing said with a chuckle. Dabai did not make a sound, merely continuing to rub its fluffy head against him. Seeing its demeanor, Lu Jing finally made up his mind, shaking his head with a smile. Alright, I really can't do anything with you, you jealous goose. As his words fell, he no longer hesitated, gathering a strand of pure fresh red blood at his fingertips. The blood floated in midair, glowing warm, carrying a pure aura. Lu Jing raised his hands, skillfully performing the blood contract technique, the spiritual light flowing at his fingertips. Whoosh! The crimson blood instantly transformed into a gentle stream of light, enveloping the plump Dabai. Dabei's snow-white wings trembled violently, a golden contract spiritual light flashing in its clear goose eyes, ancient and intricate contract patterns spreading rapidly across its wings, neck, and body like gilded threads. Buzz! A gentle buzzing of spiritual power resonated, and the contract was completely established. In an instant, Lu Jing felt a gentle and pure bond sensation in his mind, a connection of hearts allowing him to clearly perceive Dabe's joy and dependence. Dabe's aura suddenly surged, its originally pure spirit bird power becoming even more refined, enveloped in a faint layer of snow-white spiritual light, its rank instantly elevated. Jie. Dabai abruptly raised its head, emitting a clear and cheerful long cry, no longer the previous pitiful and spoiled Jie sounds, but a transparent bright voice filled with exhilaration. It excitedly flapped its large wings and placed its plump body tumbling in midair, scattering tiny spiritual energy, its previously docile demeanor completely unraveled, radiating an overwhelming sense of pride and joy. Now this was good. It was no longer the free-range goose of the Wanling Tower, without supervision. It was the master's legitimate, recognized, and contracted spirit beast, no longer needing to envy that group of stinky insects. Its status was firmly secured, still the #1 pet of the little mountain turtle. Fushan, resting nearby, slightly raised its head, watching the excitedly bouncing Dabai, leisurely shaking its shell, letting out a low, Buddhist-like murmur, as if celebrating for its big brother. Time flows like fine water through one's fingers, quietly passing an entire year. The mystic realm's spiritual pond nourishes the fertile soil with spiritual energy lingering throughout the year, while the blue spiritual fish and cold-tailed fish mature wave after wave. The fish's tail swayed gently, carrying a hint of pure spiritual power year after year, maturing, reproducing, and thriving. There is no need to be as cautious as when living in the servant quarters. Here Lu Jing can even live directly in the Wanling Tower, self-sufficient. A whole year of rich nourishment has fed the few living ancestors in the mystic realm until they are all plump and robust, filled with spiritual energy. The proud dove by the laid-back Xiao Shan, and the swarm of food-crazy golden locusts. Every day, apart from gnawing on spiritual or feasting on spiritual fish and devouring spiritual grass, they lazily absorb the mystic realm's spiritual energy, living a life so pleasant that even Lu Jing feels envious. The three little ones already possess extraordinary bloodlines and exceptional talent, and with the unique environment of the Wanling Tower and the continuous feeding of spiritual beast blood and flesh, their growth rate is astonishing, rapidly advancing in cultivation. Ever since forming a blood contract with Lu Jing last year and securing the position of the top direct lineage spiritual beast in the Wanling Tower, Dabai has completely raised its head and transformed into a champion. With diligent training day and night, it has forcefully advanced from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to firmly establish itself at the 6th level with an astonishing foundation. To be fair, eating buns truly lacks nutrition. Building up strength is what led to a faster breakthrough. Although Xiao Shan, who is laid back and unmotivated, does not like to move much, its impressive bloodline and extraordinary foundation combined with a massive supply of spiritual food have allowed it to steadily break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, its shell becoming thicker and sturdier with spiritual light contained within. As for the golden locusts, they have collectively leveled up. The entire clan frantically devours water-sunken silver ore and the flesh of demonic beasts, with all members advancing in cultivation. Except for the Locust King, the overall cultivation level is firmly at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, and the swarm's momentum is more ferocious than it was a year ago, with their dark gold armored wings shining and sharp, exuding a menacing aura. As the master of these exceptional spiritual beasts, Lu Jing is constantly nourished by the mystic realm's spiritual energy and enjoys the reciprocal benefits of the 3 spiritual beasts' bloodlines and cultivation. After a year of cultivation, his own cultivation has naturally advanced from the 4th level of Qi refinement to the 5th. With abundant spiritual power surrounding him and an incredibly solid foundation, he believes it won't be long before he steps into the 6th level of Qi refinement, and his progress among the younger disciples of the Beastmaster sect is comparable to some core disciples. It should be noted that disciples of the Beastmaster sect consume the most resources in their training and are especially wary of being greedy. For ordinary low-tier disciples, contracting even a single spiritual beast with decent qualifications is already a stroke of luck, and they would never dare to contract more. Firstly, it is difficult to find a spiritual pet with an extraordinary bloodline. Secondly, they simply cannot afford it. Each spiritual beast is a gold-guzzling creature, and having one more means an increase in resource consumption, which ordinary cultivators simply cannot bear. However, these 2 major problems pose no pressure to Lu Jing, who possesses the Wanling Tower. While others meticulously manage their resources for spiritual beasts, he feeds them in bulk and extravagantly. Raising a group of spiritual pets to be plump and powerful is indeed a level of extravagance taken to the extreme. On this day, the mystic realm is clear and serene with a gentle breeze of spiritual energy. The open space by the spiritual pond is an excellent place for practice and sparring. Lu Jing, dressed in simple attire, stands at the flat green stone ground, hands behind his back, his expression calm, and the spiritual power around him flows steadily and robustly. Dabai, hurry up and come out. I've told you that cultivating the moonlight eel is not easy. Did you sneak a bite again? Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson. As soon as Lu Jing's voice fell, a plump snow-white figure came flapping down from the sky, landing with a gust of wind. Now Dabai still looks like an innocent white goose, plump and with feathers as white as snow, fluffy and clean, appearing soft and harmless, lacking any intimidation. But upon closer inspection, one can see that it has undergone a complete transformation, entirely different from ordinary geese or common cold-feathered swans. While the cold-feathered swans have decent quality, their size barely reaches half a person high, but now Dabai is nearly a yard tall. Just standing there gives off an immense sense of oppression. Moreover, its beak is no longer the round and soft beak of a common goose, but is sharp and hard with a faint cold light, its edges sharp, resembling that of forged fine iron, capable of breaking stones and splitting wood with its peck. At this moment it stands quietly, its snow-white wings hiding immense physical explosive power. It looks adorably silly, yet it harbors ferocity within. Quack! I didn't steal it was that stinky turtle who did. Dabai puffed out its chest, giving a clear and bright call full of spirit, but its voice was filled with grievance. What are you pretending for? I know you too well. Lu Jing chuckled, actually amused because he had set up a little surprise for him. With a flick of his hand, the locust swarm that was watching the show instantly transformed into a dark golden long sword rush. Quack, quack, quack. Dabai's fighting spirit surged, its dark eyes sparkling with excitement, appearing defiantly, as if to say, you may accuse me, but I'm not afraid of you. Flapping its wings, it charged directly at Lu Jing. The wide wings that were usually folded out spread suddenly. Long white feathered giant wings flapped fiercely. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept across the flat ground, the strong gust blowing the surrounding spiritual grass to bow and sending stones rolling. The plump goose body shot out like a cannonball, its seemingly clumsy form moving with astonishing speed akin to a white lightning bolt rushing towards Lu Jing. With pecks, flaps, crashes, and a series of ancestral goose-style combo moves, it executed them skillfully, simply, and brutally, without any consideration. In the final moment, Dabei's neck suddenly tensed, its long neck springing forward, locking onto Lu Jing, and it pecked fiercely, the speed so fast that it left only a white shadow. This peck carried a powerful force, enveloping the spiritual power of the 5th level of Qi refinement. If it struck the green stone, it would surely carve out a deep hole instantly. Not bad in strength, and the speed is also impressive. Lu Jing smiled, unhurried, lightly tapping his foot with spiritual power, slightly shifting his body, effortlessly dodging this powerful peck. Whoosh! Dabei's beak brushed past his clothing, the powerful wind making his sleeves flutter, nearly hitting him. With the attack missing, Dabai remained unfazed. Its combat experience far exceeded that of ordinary spiritual beasts. It continued forward with inertia, its wide wings suddenly slapping down against the ground, its massive body flipping in midair, using the momentum to turn both wings, sweeping out simultaneously like two giant white fans, bringing a howling wind crashing towards Lu Jing's side. The goose-style signature skill, consecutive flaps. This move is usually used to deal with pesky insects, stealing fish, and troublesome red-feathered chickens, proving effective countless times with immense force. Seeing this, Lu Jing no longer relied solely on evasion. The long sword in his hand transformed into a heavy dark golden shield enveloping him. In the next moment, the snow-white wings slammed fiercely against the shield. Boom! A heavy sound erupted and spiritual energy surged, creating visible shockwaves. The fierce wind hit Lu Jing's face, but he stood as steady as a mountain, only feeling a slight tingle in his arm, secretly nodding in his heart. This silly goose's physical strength is truly solid, and if a cultivator of the same level were to take this hit, they would definitely stagger and spit blood on the spot. In contrast, Dabai, after hitting the shield, was knocked back a few steps by the rebound force. Its two webbed feet left shallow imprints on the green stone, its fluffy white feathers slightly disheveled, and its round body swayed before it barely managed to steady itself. Quack, quack. Dabai tilted its head, looking at Lu Jing with a face full of dissatisfaction. It raised its neck and quacked repeatedly at Lu Jing, as if protesting, "Master is cheating." How did it become a two-known fight with the master against a smelly bug? That pitiful, yet proud, silly look instantly turned the tense spar into a comical scene. Even relying solely on physical strength, I can crush you. Lu Jing chuckled, dismissing the swarm of golden locusts, raising an eyebrow, and saying, "Come again." Upon receiving the master's hint for a fair duel, Dabai instantly became spirited, brushing off its grievances, and its fighting spirit surged again. Still employing the ancestral Dabai goose charge tactics, its stout webbed feet slammed against the ground, its plump body exploding with tremendous power. In a flash, it dashed close to Lu Jing, its long neck springing forward, its sharp beak aiming for Lu Jing's shoulder, the speed swift as an arrow with a chilling gleam. Lu Jing lightly shifted his steps, relying on the robust foundation of the 5th level of Qi refinement, his body nimble, as he deftly dodged the beak. With the attack missing, Dabai had already prepared to counter, its wings sweeping horizontally, with force wrapping the gust of wind, the power heavy. If it hit a person, it would easily break bones or worse. Lu Jing raised his arm, meeting this flap with his own arm. Boom! The wings collided with his arm, the heavy force booming through, and Lu Jing stood firm like a mountain, with fine dark scales flashing on his arm, the power of the dragon snake body, refining, art fully activated, only his sleeves being lifted by the wind. In contrast, Dabai was knocked back by the recoil of its own strength, staggering back 2 steps, its webbed feet leaving 2 shallow marks on the stone slab, swaying for a while before managing to stand steady. Dabai was stunned, tilting its head to stare at Lu Jing's arm, utterly confused. How could its full-strength flap not shake its master even a little? Unwilling to accept defeat, it became increasingly crafty in its attacks, employing all the crafty essence of goose. Sometimes diving low to peck at ankles, the other times leaping into the air, crashing down with its heavy body, occasionally even sidestepping to launch surprise attacks at the waist, both crafty and hard to deal with. Lu Jing danced around to evade, occasionally raising his hand to block or sidestepping to deflect the force, moving leisurely. He would sometimes intentionally leave an opening waiting for Dabai to rush in excitedly before gently flicking its beak with his fingertip. With a light sound pop, Dabai instantly felt pain retracting its neck, sharply covering its beak and retreating repeatedly, looking aggrieved and calling out, its round eyes glistening, resembling one who had been bullied. Not bad in strength, but your aim is too poor, Lu Jing chuckled. That last peck missed by 3 inches. If you were facing an enemy, you would have been subdued long ago. Angered by having its weakness pointed out, Dabai decided to go all out, its entire body surging with spiritual power, its wings swirling to create a howling wind, condensing all its strength into its sharp beak, transforming into a white blur, launching a powerful finishing peck. This strike represented its peak combat strength at this stage, with the wind bending all nearby spiritual grass, and even the nearby golden locusts were slightly nudged by the wind. Lu Jing ceased playing around, focusing his energy and blood, gathering hidden power in his palm, and steadily pressed out a hand to meet the incoming beak. When the palm collided with the beak, a muffled sound erupted and shockwaves spread out. The powerful impact traveled through Dabei's body, causing it to immediately lose control of its form. The plump body flew straight back, flapping its wings frantically in the air for several moments before barely landing, staggering back 5 or 6 steps, its feathers disheveled, breathing slightly hurried. It let its wings droop, keeping its proud neck high, appearing downcast, yet its eyes still held a stubborn glint, clearly unwilling to admit defeat. Lu Jing walked over slowly, reaching out to ruffle its fluffy head feathers. To achieve this level of combat strength at the 5th level of Qi refinement is already considered top tier among spiritual beasts of the same rank. But you must understand, brute strength is merely the foundation. Combat requires understanding of restraint and adaptability. With the master's affirmation, Dabai instantly shook off its dejection, rubbing against Lu Jing's palm and proudly raising its neck. It proudly flapped its wings, circling around Lu Jing, as if the earlier incident of being knocked away had never happened at all. Xiao Shan on the stone platform lazily poked its head out, yawning slowly, and continued to bask in the sun. Below, the golden locusts finished their meal, all turning their heads in unison, once again fiercely gnawing on the water-sunken silver, or the sound of their gnawing dense and continuous, continuing to serve as the mystic realm's diligent food army. Lu Jing looked at the lively and humorous scene before him, a broad smile spreading across his face. Dabai approached Lu Jing's feet, nudging his pant leg with its head, then quacking towards the spiritual pond twice, clearly indicating that the spar was over, and asking for the spoils, wanting to enjoy the juicy cold-tailed fish. What's the rush? There's plenty for you, Lu Jing joked. Only those who win get rewards. Next time, if you can actually hit me, the fattest cold-tailed fish in the pond will be all yours. Dabai immediately perked up, raising its head and letting out a loud, spirited call. Stepping out of the mystic tower, Lu Jing leisurely emerged from the purification chamber, feeling the gentle breeze that dispersed the faint impurities accumulated during his year-long seclusion. Looking up, he saw the lotus lake in front of the courtyard, its azure waves rippling crystal clear to the bottom, with layers of gentle ripples swaying softly. Schools of Qingling fish and Hanwei fish swam freely, their scales glistening under the sunlight, each robust and plump, clearly marking another season of maturity. Standing by the lake, he gazed at this familiar scene, feeling a sense of serene nostalgia arise within him. Over the past year, the mystic tower had flourished, its spiritual energy abundant. The fish in the pond had bred year after year, thriving and nurturing a multitude of spiritual beasts that had all broken through to new levels, growing astonishingly. Even the notoriously difficult to cultivate moonwatch eel, which had an exceptionally long growth cycle, had thrived in the unique environment of the secret realm, with him feeding and nurturing them, having consumed several batches. Yet in this lotus courtyard, even the Hanwei fish were still a ways from maturity. With his thoughts collecting, Lu Jing lifted his gaze towards the outside of the courtyard. Li Fu, who was responsible for feeding the fish, happened to pass by. Seeing Lu Jing emerge from seclusion, he appeared This strange employer had been generous, showing him immense trust. Aside from the day the Qingling fish reached maturity, and he took away a batch of fully grown fish, he had scarcely seen this individual. Lu Jing's temperament was amiable. He nodded slightly, and raised his hand with a smile as a gesture of greeting, his expression calm, devoid of any superiority. He afforded ample respect to capable and honest individuals. He strolled leisurely through the courtyard of blue stones, savoring the sights within. The grass grew lushly, and the trees were vibrant as a gentle breeze carried delicate spiritual energy through the branches, filling the scene with life. A purple cloud goose with wings resembling pale purple clouds rested lazily on the wooden frame under the corridor, preening its smooth feathers in a relaxed manner. Lu Jing approached, gently stroking its soft, shiny wings with his fingertips, a hint of helpless teasing in his eyes, as he murmured to himself, during my absence you've been living too comfortably, feasting daily on spiritual grains and drinking spiritual spring water, yet not a peep from you. After all, you are a flying spirit beast. Even if your aptitude is ordinary, laying a few spirit eggs to sell at the market would be a guaranteed source of income, far better than just eating and doing nothing every day. The purple cloud goose seemed to understand the complaint, tilting its head to rub against Lu Jing's fingertip, then turning away, uninterested in him, adopting a lazy posture, resolutely refusing to lay eggs, which left Lu Jing both amused and exasperated. At that moment, a cheerful shout rang from outside the courtyard, clear and bright. Lu Jing's senior brother, are you home? Before the words fell, a figure of a young man in a blue robe hurriedly entered. It was Kong Jiafu, who lived next door. Kong Jiafu was extroverted and lively. Before entering, he peeked around and spotted Lu Jing, who had just emerged from seclusion, immediately putting on a warm smile as he strode forward. Have you finished your seclusion, senior brother? Look at your complexion, rich in spiritual energy and vibrant spirit. Your cultivation must have greatly improved this time. Kong Jiafu examined Lu Jing up and down, his eyes filled with sincere admiration. Lu Jing withdrew his gaze from the purple cloud goose, chuckling as he nodded. Just a bit of luck, with some minor improvements, nothing worth mentioning. The two sat down by the stone table in the courtyard, casually chatting about recent happenings, discussing the daily affairs of the sect, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. After a moment of idle chatter, Kong Jiafu shifted the topic, looking at Lu Jing with seriousness, as he asked, senior brother, in half a month, there will be a small competition for the outer disciples of the sect, and all eligible disciples will participate. I wonder if you have any interest in entering the competition. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing did not hesitate at all, shaking his head lightly and decisively refusing. No, I won't participate. In his heart, he had a clear plan, completely untroubled. Firstly, he currently had the Mystic Tower's secret realm at his disposal, his cultivation steadily skyrocketing. He did not lack the meager rewards and sect gifts from such a small competition. There was no need to hustle for trivial gains. Secondly, his speed of cultivation was astonishing. Having just ascended to an outer disciple, he had broken through again within a year, and every spiritual beast he raised boasted explosive combat power. If he were to compete and casually reveal some of his strength, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. He understood better than anyone the principle that the tall tree attracts the wind. At this stage, the best course of action was to remain low-key, develop quietly, and grow stronger in silence. Lastly, he had already learned that this outer competition held little value. It was merely a routine event for the sect to temper the lower-tier outer disciples and hone their practical experience. With mediocre rewards and worthless rankings that offered neither rare spiritual materials nor special cultivation opportunities, it was purely a waste of time. Instead of going up to perform for others, it was better to stay in the Mystic Tower's secret realm, focusing on nurturing spiritual beasts and honing his cultivation. Kong Jiafu was taken aback by his firm and decisive refusal, not pressing further, and smiled as he reflected, true senior brother has a deep foundation. Ordinary outer competitions indeed cannot catch your eye. It's probably best not to go. Lu Jing then took the opportunity to speak, looking at Kong Jiafu and inquiring about what he was truly concerned about. By the way, junior brother, I happen to have something I want to ask you. You joined the sect before me and have traveled to many places, familiar with various parts of the sect. Do you know where we can learn the myriad arts of cultivation? Although the Beastmaster sect is famous for its path of beast taming throughout the Tian-Nan cultivation world, it maintains an open-minded atmosphere and does not restrict itself to just one art. It holds an inclusive attitude towards alchemy, refining tools, talismans, formations, and various other cultivation skills, allowing disciples to study freely as they wish. Upon hearing this, Kong Jiafu's spirits lifted instantly, his eyes brightening as he quickly nodded in response. I actually know. Are you planning to study the myriad arts of cultivation, senior brother? Do you have a particular focus in mind? Lu Jing slightly lowered his gaze, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The myriad arts of cultivation encompass a wide range, but fundamentally, the most popular, practical, and lucrative always revolve around the four core classes: pills, tools, talismans, and formations. As the saying goes, wealth partners methods, and land wealth takes precedence in cultivation, and abundant resources are the foundation of all cultivation. He was naturally gifted with a powerful soul and perceived the world far beyond ordinary cultivators. In terms of talent, he had the confidence to enter all four core classes. It was not a difficult feat. However, after careful consideration, he chose to directly abandon the path of formations first. Formations were intricate and obscure, requiring precise calculations and interconnections, testing one's logical reasoning and attention to detail. During his past life, he had always struggled with math and school, panicking during exams. Looking at the dense array of formulas and calculations, he feared he would become dizzy and confused after just half a moment, suggesting he likely had no affinity for this skill. As for the skills of refining tools and crafting talismans, while they were not difficult to begin, they could also generate spirit stones. However, the cost-effectiveness was still not high for him. His greatest trump card and core advantage had always been the Mystic Tower's secret realm, along with the continuously growing and evolving spiritual beasts. Refining tools and crafting talismans would only serve as embellishments, providing limited benefits for nurturing spiritual beasts, advancing bloodlines, and enhancing combat power. After a brief reflection, Lu Jing reached a conclusion in his mind and looked up with certainty, saying, I want to learn alchemy. Upon hearing this, Kong Jiafu immediately clapped his thigh, his face full of agreement, eyes shining brightly. Senior brother, among the four major arts, alchemy is undoubtedly the best choice. However, what you may not know is that there are very few elders proficient in the way of pills in the sect, and they rarely openly teach the profound principles of alchemy. Ordinary outer disciples have no chance to access the core knowledge. However, there is an excellent opportunity. Sister Qin Xing from Tianhu Peak is a direct disciple of Elder Sun Peng, possessing extraordinary talent in alchemy, and her skills are among the best among outer disciples. A few years ago, she had just broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement and was already able to refine first-tier high-grade pills. Moreover, Sister Qin Xing has a gentle and kind personality, and she holds open lectures on Tianhu Peak every month, freely explaining various alchemical knowledge, spirit herb identification, and basic refining techniques with a very low threshold accessible to all outer disciples. Moreover, the most crucial point is that if you demonstrate outstanding talent in alchemy during the lectures and catch the attention of Sister Qing or elder son Peng, there's a chance to join Tianhu Peak ahead of time, specializing in the way of pills, ensuring a continuous supply of resources and an unlimited future. After saying this, he looked at Lu Jing with a smile. Senior brother's talent is extraordinary. If you go to learn alchemy, you will surely grasp it quickly and stand out. Lu Jing felt enlightened upon hearing this, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Learning alchemy allows for the creation of pills, self-sufficiency in nourishing one's cultivation and tempering the body, as well as nurturing spirit herbs and refining advancement pills for spiritual beasts, fully supporting the growth of Da by Xiao Shan and the Food Gold Locust clan, perfectly aligning with his developmental path. Lu Jing was always a decisive action taker. Having made up his mind to learn alchemy, he wasted no time. He first treated Kong Jiafu to a lavish feast at the sect's dining hall to express his gratitude for the guidance received. After sending off the satisfied and repeatedly thanking Kong Jiafu, Lu Jing wasted no time and swiftly leapt onto the lazily resting Ziyun Yan. Stop lounging around, let's get to work. He gently patted Ziyun Yan's round body. This lazy creature had just been lying there like a salted fish, refusing to budge. With a reluctant flap of its lavender wings, Ziyun Yan took to the skies, carrying Lu Jing as they soared towards the direction of Qingyun Fangshi. Qingyun Fangshi was bustling with voices and surrounded by spiritual energy, a favored trading market for nearby cultivators. Within it, the renowned Jubao building was a well-established shop known for its excellent reputation and comprehensive stock. Lu Jing landed skillfully and walked directly into the shop. The old shopkeeper at the counter looked up and, seeing him, immediately broke into a warm smile, his wrinkled face radiating enthusiasm. "Ah, it's you, my friend. It's been a long time. Your cultivation has deepened and your demeanor surpasses what it once was. Truly impressive for one so young." Lu Jing gave a faint smile, bypassing pleasantries and getting straight to the point. He tossed a heavy beast-controlling bag onto the pearwood table with a thud, the bag's opening shimmering with a subtle light. The old shopkeeper, seeing this, quickly extended a thread of divine sense to probe inside. The next moment, his previously gentle expression froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was well known throughout the cultivation world that disciples of the beast-controlling sect excelled at nurturing spirit beasts. Raising healthy and robust spirit beasts was hardly a rarity. However, the sight within this beast-controlling bag truly redefined his understanding. There were plump, vibrant Qingling fish and Hanwei fish, their scales glistening with moisture, exuding a rich and pure spiritual energy that indicated they had been raised to an exceptional quality. There were also several exceptionally fine Han Yu Honghu with pristine wings and abundant spiritual energy, looking incredibly impressive. The old shopkeeper could not help but exclaim in astonishment, nodding repeatedly in praise. "Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I've handled countless spirit beast products from disciples of the beast-controlling sect, but this is the first time I've seen such a level of nurturing. With the same species of spirit beast, others can only manage to raise them adequately, while yours are of the finest quality. Your skills are simply extraordinary." After such sincere praise, the old shopkeeper recognized Lu Jing as a top-tier client, and quickly composed himself, bowing and smiling as he asked, "Are you here today to sell something? Or is there something you need me to procure for you? Feel free to speak up." As he spoke, he deftly brewed a pot of treasured high-grade spiritual tea, the boiling water releasing fragrant steam, and cautiously poured a full cup for Lu Jing, demonstrating utmost hospitality. Lu Jing took a sip of the tea. Its sweet aroma flowed down his throat, and the spiritual energy circulated through his limbs and bones, bringing him great comfort. He then got straight to the point, speaking plainly. "Shopkeeper, do you have any alchemy furnaces for sale?" "An alchemy furnace?" The old shopkeeper's eyes lit up, instantly invigorated as he raised his hand to guide Lu Jing's gaze to a side rack in the shop, eagerly introducing the items. "You've come to the right place. Our Jubao building offers the most comprehensive selection of alchemy furnaces. Look at these models. They are all the most popular first-grade furnaces on the market. This fire-gathering cauldron can draw surrounding spiritual energy to assist in controlling the flames. This gathering pill furnace is enhanced with array patterns to slightly increase pill yield. The best is this earth fire cauldron, which has built-in earth fire patterns, eliminating the need for cultivators to expend their own spiritual energy to control the flames, making it worry-free and labor-efficient with exceptional value." The old shopkeeper passionately recommended each item, his words sincere. However, when Lu Jing followed his pointing finger and glanced at the price list nearby, he froze and placed the lingering taste of the spiritual tea he just swallowed vanishing instantly, leaving only one thought in his mind: it's expensive. He widened his eyes, checking the price, 3 times afraid that after a year of seclusion, he had misread the market. How could an ordinary first-grade low-quality alchemy furnace possibly be priced at 600 low-grade spirit stones? Lu Jing felt numb, mentally cursing. A Shuian fox of good quality only sold for 400 low-grade spirit stones. How could this broken copper furnace be more expensive than a first-grade, mid-quality spirit beast? Absurd. It was utterly ridiculous. The old shopkeeper, noticing Lu Jing's shocked and pained expression, quickly guessed his thoughts and smiled wryly, explaining, "My friend, don't be alarmed. I'm not trying to overcharge you. Alchemy tools are inherently expensive. This is the standard market price for the entire Tiannan Fangshi. Our Jubao building operates on thin margins, and I wouldn't dare inflate the prices." Hearing this, Lu Jing couldn't help but click his tongue, reluctantly accepting the outrageous market price. To learn alchemy and raise spirit beasts, this expense was unavoidable. He patiently sifted through the various furnaces repeatedly comparing their merits, and after much deliberation, he finally gritted his teeth and settled on the earth heart cauldron, which was the best one the old shopkeeper had mentioned. With its built-in earth fire, it wouldn't require him to expend his own spiritual energy, making it a necessity for novice alchemists. However, the moment he settled the payment, Jing felt a sharp pain in his chest. A total of 650 low-grade spirit stones. The majority of his hard-earned savings from selling spirit beasts and fish was instantly leaving his wallet nearly empty, as if he had returned to square one overnight. After paying the spirit stones, Jing stored the heavy earth heart cauldron in his storage bag. Despite the pain, he remembered to inquire about important matters. Having learned from the previous experience with the overpriced furnace, he spoke extra cautiously this time. "Shopkeeper, do you have a complete first-grade alchemy inheritance?" Yes, we do. We absolutely have." The old shopkeeper's eyes sparkled at his words, his smile growing wider as he eagerly nodded. "Alchemy inheritances come in various grades. Oh, what level and price are you looking for?" Jing was slightly taken aback, genuinely surprised. "You can choose the price for the inheritance." "Of course." The old shopkeeper explained patiently, his tone particularly considerate. "Basic inheritances only teach fundamental flame control and herb identification, with simple contents and low prices. A complete inheritance not only includes drug analysis, alchemical techniques, and flame control methods, but also comes with universal pill recipes. The value is vastly different, and naturally the prices vary." Upon hearing this, Jing's eyes lit up. He intended to learn alchemy for self-sufficiency, nurturing spirit beasts, and improving his strength, so he naturally wanted the most comprehensive and unabridged first-grade alchemy inheritance. He immediately asked, "What is the price for the most complete and unabridged first-grade alchemy inheritance?" The old shopkeeper held up a hand, speaking firmly. "Fixed price, 43,000 low-grade spirit stones." At this, Jing, who had just taken a sip of high-grade spiritual tea, sputtered it all out, splattering tea everywhere, and nearly toppling the stone table before him. 43,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even robbers wouldn't be this fast. His entire fortune didn't even add up to that much. For a first-grade alchemy inheritance, he was being quoted an astronomical price. At that moment, Jing lost all thoughts of studying alchemy and self-sufficiency, with only the urge to flee left in his heart. Without a second thought, he turned and prepared to leave. "Wait, don't rush off." The old shopkeeper was quick to react, stepping forward to block him, genuinely concerned about losing this major client, and sincerely trying to persuade him. "Please don't think it's expensive. You get what you pay for. There's a reason it's costly. Ordinary cultivators and small to medium-sized cultivation families can pass down this inheritance for generations, allowing for self-sufficient alchemy. This investment guarantees stability and prosperity for the family for hundreds of years. It's undoubtedly worthwhile. Moreover, there's even the method for refining second-grade foundation establishment pills in there. Just think about how much one foundation establishment pill costs. Refining a dozen batches would cover your costs directly." Seeing Jing's face still filled with rejection and the thought of being ripped off, the old shopkeeper quickly adjusted his approach, becoming a considerate advisor thinking of Jing's interests. "Besides, you are a distinguished disciple of the beast-controlling sect. The sect already provides fundamental alchemy instruction and techniques, so there's no need for you to spend extra money on the basics. Why spend over 10,000 spirit stones on the full inheritance, which is a complete waste? If you need specific pill recipes or advanced techniques, you can buy them piecemeal. Little by little, the expenses will hardly amount to anything. Why not?" This reasoning struck a chord with Jing. He was already a frugal person focused on low-key development, never spending a single spirit stone unnecessarily. The old shopkeeper's practical advice immediately dispelled his thoughts of fleeing. Jing halted and nodded, slightly acknowledging this perspective. He then calmed down and began to carefully select various practical pill recipes. The pill recipes sold in the market were indeed not cheap. Each basic recipe cost dozens to hundreds of spirit stones. Adding them up, it was still a considerable expenditure. He meticulously filtered out the flashy and impractical recipes, ultimately settling on 3 essential ones. The first was the feeding spirit pill recipe. This recipe was a necessity for beast-controlling cultivators. Whether for high-tier spirit beasts or low-tier young beasts, surviving solely on spirit fish, spirit insects, and spirit herbs led to nutritional imbalance over time. The feeding spirit pill is gentle and balanced, capable of comprehensively replenishing the nutrients lacking in spirit beasts, nourishing their foundations, and stabilizing their bloodlines, making it a universal supplement for all low-tier spirit beasts. This item was never in short supply in the beast-controlling sect. The second recipe was the pulse-guarding pill recipe. Cultivators frequently broke through, and spirit beasts often advanced, inevitably causing minor injuries to their meridians and bloodlines, which could become hidden dangers over time. The pulse-guarding pill could nurture the meridians, heal hidden injuries, and stabilize cultivation. Whether used for oneself or to adjust a spirit beast's condition, it was an indispensable pill. The third was the detoxification pill recipe. In the world of cultivation, poisons and sinister miasmas are widespread, and one is bound to encounter them during outings and explorations. Having the detoxification pill at hand would ensure one could face common toxins without fear, providing an essential means of survival for both home and travel in the cultivation world. All 3 pill recipes were cost-effective and useful for a lifetime, with no waste at all. After completing his selections, Jing was about to check out, when his gaze suddenly fell on an old single recipe in the corner of the counter, and his eyes flickered slightly. I'll take all 3 of these, but you have to give me the Bigu pill recipe for free. The old shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, then his face showed a look of difficulty. My friend, the Bigu pill itself has very low profit margins. This recipe is worth quite a bit. Then I won't take it. Saying this, Lu Jing directly placed the alchemy furnace and recipes he had just selected down. Wait. I'll give it to you. Seeing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly pulled Lu Jing back, speaking anxiously. This was his golden goose. He had never seen anyone so kind to him, not even his own ancestors. If he lost such a customer over a single Bigu pill recipe, he would surely cry himself to sleep that night. With a pained yet resigned expression, he ultimately and generously handed over the Bigu pill recipe as well. Lu Jing, carrying the newly purchased Earth Core Cauldron and 4 pill formulas, walked out of the Gathering Treasure Tower with a light step. As for the medicinal materials, only a fool would buy them here. It would be much more cost-effective to exchange them with fellow disciples. As soon as he stepped out of the shop, the bustling sounds of the market rushed towards him, the spiritual energy mingling with the scents of various spiritual herbs and the blood of magical beasts, creating a vibrant atmosphere. He casually weighed the heavy storage bag in his hand, feeling the pain of losing more than half of his spirit stones, while also feeling quite pleased with his calculations. Spending over 1,000 spirit stones was indeed painful, but with the cauldron and the essential formulas, he could refine pills, raise beasts, and strengthen his body all by himself in the future. In the long run, it was not a loss. Just when Lu Jing was lost in thought about his future wealth, his sharp spiritual sense had already quietly given him a warning. 3 vague malicious gazes like a lingering curse had been tightly glued to his back since the moment he stepped out of the Gathering Treasure Tower, impossible to shake off. Lu Jing did not stop his steps, maintaining an indifferent expression, though a trace of playful amusement flashed in his eyes. Well, just after spending so much, someone is rushing to deliver warmth and refill my wallet, huh? He leisurely turned into a quiet tree-lined path on the outskirts of the market. This place was far from the bustling crowds rarely visited by cultivators, making it ideal for some undefeatable dealings. It was practically a robber's haven. Once he reached the center of the path, Lu Jing slowly halted, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a lazy yet mocking tone. 3 friends, you've been following me the whole way. Oh, aren't your legs tired? Why hide and murmur? Come out and chat. The bushes on both sides of the path suddenly shook violently. 3 figures in black dashed out, each with a grim expression and greedy eyes, exuding an unmistakable aura of banditry, clearly seasoned rogues who had been preying on cultivators for years. The 3 quickly formed a triangular formation around Lu Jing. The leader, a tall and thin man with a face full of scars, scanned Lu Jing's simple outer sect disciple attire with a mix of disdain and greed. He turned his head, lowering his voice to confer with his 2 subordinates beside him, his tone tinged with caution. Are you sure you? The short and chubby subordinate immediately nodded and said with certainty, Big brother, there's no mistake. I watched him enter the Gathering Treasure Tower without any fellow disciples or seniors accompanying him, nor any high-level cultivators as guards. He's just a solitary outer sect disciple. Moreover, this kid spent quite a bit in the store just now. The shopkeeper at the Gathering Treasure Tower almost smiled his face off when he saw him leave. He definitely made a fortune. The Beastmaster sect is known for its protective stance, but that's only for inner sect geniuses and core disciples. Who would bother to pay attention to an outer sect kid? The black-clad leader's eyes flashed with fierce light as he coldly sneered, let's do it. After this score, we'll grab his storage bag and immediately return to the Xian sect to lay low. He's alone with no witnesses to his demise. The Beastmaster sect is too large to fuss over one ordinary outer sect disciple. Exactly. This kid looks young, but he made the Gathering Treasure Tower shopkeeper smile so widely he must be hiding quite a few good things. Either he has saved up spirit stones for years, or he has raised some rare spiritual beasts. It's a sure profit, let's go for it. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, their murderous intent solidified. The way they looked at Lu Jing was as if they were eyeing a moving treasure trove of spirit stones, a fat sheep ready for slaughter. The atmosphere instantly tightened, laden with killing intent. Lu Jing watched the 3 with their shifty eyes and whispered schemes, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. Robbers these days have such low standards. Now he could understand why the sect placed the concealment technique in such a prominent. There's no helping it, the fools outside are truly foolish. Finished whispering. Lu Jing raised his eyes, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Stop dilly-dallying like a girl embroidering. If you're going to rob me, hurry up. I'm in a rush to get back for dinner. The black-clad leader was enraged by his arrogant demeanor, his face darkening as he shouted, arrogant brat, kill him quickly. Before the words fell, he stomped the ground, dust swirling as the power of his 6th layer of chi burst forth, directly charging at Lu Jing. The 2 subordinates followed closely behind, flanking him from both sides, their 5th layer of chi swirling around them, their killing intent palpable. To them, 3 against 1 with their levels overwhelmingly superior, capturing an ordinary 4th layer outer sect disciple was merely a matter of a flick of their hands. But the next second a sudden change occurred. Before the 3 could even get close, Lu Jing flicked his wrist lightly, his movements flowing like water without a hint of panic. A brilliant first-grade advanced water wave talisman shot out instantly. The blue light erupted, a raging wave surged forth, engulfing the black-clad leader with a violent force of spiritual energy. The leader had never imagined that a seemingly ordinary outer sect disciple would strike with such decisiveness and ruthlessness without uttering a single word of nonsense, directly launching an attack. He didn't even have time to activate his defensive artifact, his eyes widening in shock as his body was instantly swallowed by the protective spiritual energy shattered inch by inch, and he was directly blown apart by the brute force generated by the talisman, his blood exploding, unable to even scream as his body was torn into pieces. One strike to kill. Clean and neat. The remaining two fifth-layer disciples' pupils dilated suddenly, their minds blank, their bodies covered in cold sweat, terrified to the point of nearly losing their souls. Big Brother is gone. Their own sixth-layer Big Brother was actually killed by a single talisman from the opponent. And if they weren't mistaken, that should be a first-grade superior spiritual talisman. What did their leader do to deserve being treated this way by a first-grade superior spiritual talisman? The two felt their hearts racing, their legs trembling uncontrollably, their earlier arrogance turned into sheer terror, instinctively wanting to turn and flee. Wanna run? It's too late. Lu Jing chuckled lightly, not giving the two a chance to escape. With a slight movement of his mind, 3 beams of spiritual light suddenly burst forth from his body. Time to work. Virum. The large white figure flashed, a tremendous amount of spiritual energy surged forth, bringing with it the suppressive aura of a high-level spiritual beast, firmly blocking one of the escape routes. The burdened mountain turtle thudded to the ground, its thick shell trembling the earth, steadily blocking the side, and sealing off all dodging angles. The golden cold glinting gold-eating locust king took to the air, its delicate wing beats creating a deafening sound, nimble as a ghost, instantly locking onto the last 2 robbers. The 2 surviving robbers were completely panicked, their souls nearly leaving their bodies, their survival instincts kicking in. One of them gritted his teeth and roared, forcibly suppressing his fear as he summoned his magical beast, a mottled 4-patterned leopard. The leopard was over a meter long, with sharp claws reaching the 3rd layer of chi cultivation, its ferocious glare aimed at the gold-eating locust, attempting to fight its way out desperately. But as soon as it charged half a step forward, it found itself in a dead end. The gold-eating locust king, appearing to only be at the 3rd layer of chi cultivation, was a top-notch expert at fighting, above its level, best at dealing with numbers and ambushing. The golden locust darted swiftly, flying up and down its sharp mouthparts, biting fiercely, ruthlessly, and without any. The leopard's claws struck against the locust king's shell, only sparking a few sparks, leaving no marks whatsoever. In contrast, the gold-eating locust was able to tear open a bloody wound with every attack. In just a moment, the originally fierce leopard was completely entangled, unable to dodge or defend, only letting out a miserable wail as it was completely crushed and killed with no power to fight back. Meanwhile, the last black-clad robber was utterly terrified, knowing that with the spiritual beast blocking the way, he had no chance of winning, and simply abandoned his magical beast. Holding a first-grade mid-tier iron spike artifact, he gritted his teeth, pouring all his spiritual energy into the artifact, charging forward desperately, trying to carve out a path to survival. Break for me. The metal spike shot through the air with a sharp sound, aimed straight at Lu Jing's heart with great force. Faced with the rapidly approaching lethal artifact, Lu Jing's expression remained calm, without even a thought of dodging. Having practiced the serpent dragon body refining technique for a long time, his body was tempered to be as tough as fine steel, making him invincible among those of the same realm. Splat! The iron spike stabbed fiercely into his clothing and body, but the expected penetrating injury did not occur. It merely tore through the outer layer of fabric, leaving several varying white marks on his tight skin, without even breaking the skin. The robber's pupils dilated, his face filled with utter disbelief, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. Is this a first-grade mid-tier artifact powered with full force from the 5th layer of chi? Couldn't even scratch the opponent's body. Old 3 run. He's a hidden body cultivator. He shouted in panic while Lu Jing let out a cold laugh, the earthy yellow spiritual light swirling as his figure suddenly flashed from beneath the ground, the earth escape technique, perfectly executed, appearing right in front of the robber. At the same time, the large white figure had also swooped in from above, wings creating a gust of wind, blocking all retreat routes. The situation was set for a deadly ambush. Lu Jing raised his hand, unleashing all his brute force, looking at the trembling robber before him, a relaxed smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This level of skill is worse than the pig trotters my grandmother stews, and you dare to rob me. At the moment his voice fell, Lu Jing surged forward, enveloped in the weighty earth attribute spiritual power. The remaining 5th layer chi refinement bandit was already quaking in fear, his legs weak, and facing Lu Jing, who was suddenly in his face, he almost lost the courage to raise his hands in resistance. His earlier attack with a magical artifact had barely scratched the bandit's oily skin. Now facing the close combat of a body cultivator, it was like a nightmare descending. The terror of body cultivators had always been their unmatchable dominance in close combat. Don't come any close. The bandit's voice trembled in fear, his spiritual energy in chaos, and he quickly formed hand seals to activate his protective spell, panic written all over his face as he approached the brink of collapse. But to Lu Jing, this little flurry of confusion was akin to a child's play. Just then the ground trembled slightly. The little mountain turtle, which had been quietly assisting, finally found the opportunity, pressing its heavy shell against the ground, its limbs firmly rooted, and its round turtle face serious as it suddenly activated its technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp yellow earth spikes erupted from beneath the bandit's feet, striking brutally at his ankles and knees. Though the little mountain's cultivation was only at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, slightly weaker than the bandit before him, it knew the art of sly harassment. If it couldn't output damage, it was absolutely professional at annoying people. The bandit, already in a state of disarray, stumbled as he was suddenly attacked, his protective spiritual energy revealing a huge flaw, and he wobbled on the spot. Now is the time. Lu Jing's eyes narrowed, and he closed in with a swift and decisive punch. No flashy techniques, no accumulation of spiritual energy, just pure physical force unleashed. Bang! The dull sound of flesh striking flesh echoed. The bandit didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before his head burst like a smashed watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. His spiritual energy instantly dissipated, his whole body softening as he flew backward, crashing hard to the ground. After struggling a couple of times, he completely lost the strength to resist, collapsing on the ground, barely breathing. On the other side of the battlefield, the situation was a one-sided massacre. The graceful figure of the white snow-clad woman soared through the air, elegant, yet exuding an extreme dominance. Facing another fifth-layer chi refinement bandit, she gave him no chance to catch his breath or escape. Every move was fierce, each step closing in. The bandit originally wanted to barely hold on using his techniques, but facing such a flying body cultivator, he could only panic and defend. With each flap of her wings, the strong winds forced him to retreat, repeatedly dodging in a flustered manner. In just a few breaths, the bandit was beaten to a pulp, his spiritual energy depleted, his protective aura completely dimmed and shattered, forced to cover his head and dodge, utterly powerless to fight back, the scene overwhelming yet relieving. As for the already defeated four-pattern flower leopard, its fate was even more tragic. The golden locust king led a swarm of locusts surrounding the severely injured leopard like a tide. Crunch, crunch. The sound of gnawing was incessant and piercing, making one's scalp tingle. Each of these little creatures had a huge appetite, with sharp teeth specifically targeting the blood and flesh of demon beasts. In just a moment, the once fierce four-pattern flower leopard was completely gnawed to the bone, even its skull mostly devoured, reduced to a meal for the swarm. In less than 10 breaths, the previously tense forest path was utterly peaceful. The three bandits from the Xianyin sect, one dead, two incapacitated, were entirely wiped out. Lu Jing dusted off non-existent dirt from his hands, his expression calm, as if he had just casually swatted away 3 bothersome flies without a ripple of disturbance. Clean up the aftermath, it's time to eat. He casually ordered, and the swarm of golden locusts quickly cleared away the remnants of the demon beasts and bandit corpses, leaving not a single scrap behind, perfectly adhering to the principle of wasting no resources. The white figure landed gently beside Lu Jing, lazily nuzzling his neck, looking obedient and docile. The little mountain turtle then slowly retracted its earth spikes, waddling back to Lu Jing's feet, its head held high in a proud manner, seeking praise. Lu Jing chuckled and shook his head, reaching out to ruffle the fluffy fur of the white figure, then lightly patting the turtle's shell. Good job, I'll make sure to add extra food for you later. After settling the spirit beast, Lu Jing bent down to pick up the 3 scattered storage bags, sweeping his fingers over them to unseal them all. Next came the most anticipated prize-drawing segment. He first opened the storage bags of the 2 bandits, his soul scanning through them, instantly left speechless, his mouth twitching wildly. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. How could bandits lack strength and yet have the audacity to rob others? Similarly, if they were going to be bandits, how could they be this poor? He couldn't comprehend. Altogether, there were barely over 80 low-grade spirit stones, a few incomplete low-tier magical artifacts, and a few packets of nearly expired low-quality healing pills. Other than that, it was completely empty. Are bandits this poor these days, eh? Lu Jing couldn't help but complain, disdainfully rummaging through the items they come out to rob without saving up some resources in advance. This is truly a disgrace to the profession. Everyone talks about killing and setting fires for gold belts, and I was prepared for a windfall only to end up nearly empty-handed. He held onto the last shred of hope and opened the storage bag of the 6th-layer chi refinement boss. The moment his divine sense probed in Lu Jing's heart, which was suspended, fell back down, and he let out a long sigh of relief, his face instantly brightening. Fortunately, the boss was indeed the leader, and his resources were significantly better. There were 300 spirit stones alone in the storage bag, not to mention the first-tier high-grade talisman lying quietly inside. Flame Dragon Talisman. Just this one talisman was worth 300 low-grade spirit stones, effectively recouping a small portion of the losses from the pill furnace and pill formula he had just bought. This is not a loss. Now he was definitely not at a loss. Lu Jing's eyes sparkled as he continued to rummage through the bag, soon pulling out an ancient book bound with yellowed paper with clear writing on the cover. First-tier, high-grade, Meteor Fire Rain. It turned out to be a first-tier high-grade offensive spell. This is a huge profit. He had been relying on his physical body and spirit beasts for combat, and this book of Meteor Fire Rain was just what he needed. In the corner of the storage bag there lay a completely black token engraved with sinister and eerie patterns, feeling ice cold to the touch, exuding a faint murderous aura. Xianyin token. Lu Jing immediately recognized the origin of this item. Xianyin sect, a renowned demonic sect in the Tiannan region, is known for its ruthless and domineering actions, with a terrible reputation. However, this sect was unfortunate, as it was suppressed by the nearby Beastmaster sect. The Beastmaster sect, with countless spirit beasts and immense combat power, consistently kept the Xianyin sect at bay, forcing them to hide in remote areas, unable to run rampant. No wonder these 3 guys were sneaking around secretly robbing. They were remnants of the Xianyin sect, afraid of being encountered and directly wiped out by the disciples of the Beastmaster sect. To dare rob at the edge of the Beastmaster sect's territory is truly laughably foolish. Lu Jing played with the black token in his hand, scoffing as he casually stored the token, the spell book, and the spirit stones away. After clearing up all the spoils, he leapt onto the already waiting soaring purple cloud goose. Let's go back to the purple cloud goose let out a gentle cry, not daring to slack off, raising a sea of purple clouds and radiance, carrying Lu Jing as it soared into the sky, sweeping over the bustling Qingyun market, heading steadily towards the majestic gates of the Beastmaster sect. Riding the wind back to the sect, the Yusho sect's clouds surged, and spiritual peaks towered, surrounded by swirling mists. Lu Jing stood on the back of a goose, gazing at the familiar scenery of the sect, his mind completely unfazed by the previous incident of being ambushed by the robbers. How could 3 impoverished robbers who couldn't even scrape together a few hundred spirit stones occupy his thoughts? Bah! Lu the young master was not so idle. At this stage he had only one priority: alchemy, to make money, to be self-sufficient. After settling down, Lu Jing dove straight into the sect's scripture repository. For an entire month thereafter, Lu Jing completely transformed into a master of scrolls. While others entered the scripture repository to select high-level techniques and rare secret arts, he stubbornly delved into various foundational alchemical texts, from the compendium of spiritual herbs to true fire control, an overview of first-order alchemy, mastering them thoroughly. Starting from scratch, he progressed step by step, clearly understanding every process of alchemy, selecting materials, refining, controlling fire, condensing pills, and collecting them. The more he studied, the clearer it became that alchemy, while seemingly simple, was fraught with pitfalls. Even if one understood all the theories, being unbeatable in theory meant nothing when practiced. It was likely to end in chaos. This was akin to the vague terms a little or a small amount in Chinese cuisine. A slight miscalculation could lead to vastly different outcomes. Quality degradation was one thing, but if the effects clashed and a toxic pill was produced, then whoever consumed it would perish. Once he clarified all the basic knowledge, Lu Jing, with the alchemical formulas in hand, headed straight to the sect's resource point and found the steward Zhao, who was in charge of distributing external medicinal materials. Steward Zhao was a serious and earnest person, his gaze towards Lu Jing filled with scrutiny. Steward Zhao, I need a batch of the main and auxiliary materials required for the pill of absence of grains, all proportioned correctly. You plan to learn alchemy? Steward Zhao glanced at him, rubbing his hands with a smile. I must clarify that materials cannot be provided on credit. However, I can offer some degree of discount as support, and if you succeed in your studies, the sect will consider purchasing from you first, and it'll remember your contribution points. Of course, Lu Jing replied straightforwardly, not wanting to waste words. Only a fool would refuse a discount. For him, selling was just selling, and the sect's contribution points could be exchanged for internal sect items, which were far more suitable than those outside. He was well aware that the materials for the spirit-nourishing pill, vitality-preserving pill, and detoxifying pill were exorbitantly priced. For a novice, attempting to refine high-level pills was merely a waste of money. The pill of absence of grains was different. The materials were inexpensive, the proportions simple, and the waste extremely low, making it the perfect practice pill for beginners. Taking it slow, progressing step by step, he would first master fire control and techniques before tackling high-level formulas. After a painful settlement, Lu Jing reluctantly took out 40 low-grade spirit stones, exchanging them for 20 sets of materials for the pill of absence of grains. Carrying the heavy bag of materials back to his cave residence, Lu Jing's journey into alchemy officially began. Within the cave, the earth fire cauldron was firmly set down, its ancient body faintly glowing with intricate patterns. The earth fire patterns transformed into flames that only needed spiritual energy to ignite, providing a constant temperature fire source. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jing followed the process in the texts, cleaning the spiritual herbs, categorizing them, and adding them to the cauldron in proportion. Step 1. Warm the furnace, soften the herbs. Steady. Lu Jing focused intently, his mind taut, believing that his process was perfect and his technique standard. With his theoretical knowledge at its peak this time, he would surely succeed in producing a pill. After a stick of incense had burned, thick black smoke poured from the cauldron, and the acrid smell of burnt herbs quickly filled the entire cave. The once fine spiritual herbs were burnt to a blackened charcoal, completely ruined. Lu Jing. All right, a rookie mistake, that's normal. It was within reason. No panic. He forced himself to calm down, clean the debris, and prepared to restart. The second, third, fourth times. All 8 sets of materials were completely wasted. Either the fire was too strong, burning everything, or it was too weak, failing to fuse the medicinal properties, or the timing was slightly off, causing the liquid to separate and completely ruining the pill. The most fatal mistake was the 9th attempt. Just as he managed to control the fire and the liquid was about to condense into a pill, the flames within the furnace suddenly became chaotic. Boom! A loud noise shook the entire courtyard. The earth fire cauldron violently shook, and the lid was blown high into the air by the shockwave. Medicinal powder and charred debris splattered everywhere, covering Lu Jing from head to toe. The cauldron exploded. Thick smoke billowed, creating a mess. Lu Jing, covered in black ash, stood frozen, his previous calm confidence completely vanished. After 3 seconds of silence. Damn! The suppressed emotions erupted. Lu Jing broke down, cursing loudly. What a broken cauldron. What a broken alchemy. I've memorized the theories, followed the procedures to the letter, and you blow up on. Is this damn earth fire somehow on drugs? It fluctuates wildly, deliberately going against me. I spent 650 spirit stones on this earth fire cauldron. It's so expensive. Does it have any use besides being a bit sturdy? No wonder that old shopkeeper highly recommended it. Turns out I bought a defective product from a cauldron explosion specialist. Heartless merchants. Scammers. Sooner or later I'm going to tear down their treasure-gathering pavilion. Jing was so furious that he was practically pacing back and forth, his heart pained yet enraged. This was materials bought with real spirit stones. All the sets had burned away. A complete waste. Thankfully this earth fire cauldron was genuinely top-notch. Despite multiple explosions it remained intact, though the interior was chaotic. Had it been an ordinary cauldron it would have long turned to scrap metal. In the corner the three spirit beasts dared not even breathe. The big white one curled into a ball, tucking its neck under its wings, obediently crouching in the corner, pretending to be dead, afraid Jing would vent his frustration on it. The little mountain turtle shrank its entire head into its heavy shell, pretending to be a lifeless stone, remaining completely still, masterfully avoiding detection and cursing. The most absurd were the golden-eating locusts, whose previously restless buzzing had completely vanished. They clung tightly to the wall, all frozen, not even daring to twitch their antennae, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. The entire courtyard was deathly silent, with only Jing angrily muttering his complaints. Whoever wants to practice alchemy can do it. This broken task is simply inhumane. Cursing aside, he had already invested spirit stones, so he couldn't give up halfway. Jing rubbed his face hard, wiped off the ash, and forced himself to calm down. After 9 failed attempts, there were still 11 sets of materials left. He reviewed all his mistakes and realized understanding theories was one thing, but controlling fire on the spot, timing it just right, and adjusting spiritual energy were all experiential skills that books simply couldn't teach. Many subtle changes in fire intensity and signs of liquid fusion couldn't be grasped without a master's guidance. One novice would be completely lost. It was a waste of materials and spirit stones to try and learn in isolation. Having grasped the key, Jing instantly calmed down. He tidied up the messy cave, dusted off his robe, tucked the alchemical formulas and a jade slip filled with his mistakes into his storage, and turned to head straight for Tianhu Peak. It was time to meet that so-called alchemical genius, senior sister Qing. After receiving the news from the Kong family, he had been busy learning alchemy, occasionally attending lectures just to become familiar. Now for the sake of alchemical endeavors, he truly needed to pay her a visit. Tianhu Peak was picturesque, with spiritual flowers blooming everywhere and rich spiritual energy. When Jing arrived, Qing was sitting under a spiritual tree, carefully selecting spiritual herbs. Her demeanor was gentle and her aura serene. Upon hearing footsteps, she raised her gaze, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Junior brother, what brings you here? Over the past month, she had often seen this junior brother diligently visiting the scripture repository, undeterred by rain or shine, very industrious, and occasionally spotted him at Tianhu Peak. It was evident that he was quite dedicated to alchemy, but they had never spoken alone, so she was curious about his purpose this time. Jing immediately concealed his previous furious demeanor and instantly switched to a humble and eager-tolerant expression, his attitude earnest and sincere. Senior sister Qin, I am a novice in alchemy, and having repeatedly blown up furnaces while experimenting in isolation, I really can't grasp the nuances of fire control. I humbly come to ask for your guidance. He adopted an extremely low posture, presenting the jade slip and alchemical formulas with both hands, his gaze sincere, embodying the diligent and eager-tolerant junior disciple. Qin, seeing his obedient demeanor, couldn't help but smile gently. Verbal instructions are ultimately insufficient. How about you personally practice a bit? Qin, having some free time, was curious whether this junior brother truly had talent. Oh, thank you, senior sister. Jing was somewhat surprised, then immediately disregarded his surroundings, directly taking out the earth fire cauldron to practice. He earnestly followed the process, even multitasking to explain to Qin about his every mistake and the reasons for the. You made a mistake here. The earth fire cauldron has a stable flame, but before the liquid condenses into a pill you need to actively reduce the fire by 1/3. Your fire was too strong, hence the explosion. And for refining the spiritual herbs, you can't just forcefully scrub them, you need to gently wash along the spiritual veins. Otherwise a large portion of the medicinal properties will be lost, making it impossible to condense into a pill. Qin was somewhat surprised by Jing's powerful focus, able to multitask. Even in the simplest processes his talent was apparent. Noticing the key points, she slightly frowned, speaking gently and addressing every critical blind spot. Jing nodded repeatedly as if enlightened. All the previously confusing obstacles suddenly became clear. Details. It was all about details. The practical techniques that books wouldn't cover were precisely pinpointed by Qin. Jing listened attentively, occasionally nodding in thanks, humbly asking questions, his attitude extremely modest. A few words of guidance from Qin pierced through the veil that had been blocking Jing's path. The difficulties that had plagued him for an entire month, which had wasted 9 sets of medicinal materials and driven him to the brink of frustration with traditional practices, dissipated in an instant. Concepts like overheating, loss of medicinal potency, and disordered spiritual energy were all practical details that the books would never elaborate on. Jing was suddenly enlightened, his eyes shining brightly. He quickly cupped his hands in a bow, his sincerity almost overwhelming. Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. Now that junior brother is completely enlightened, I shall surely refine a pill today, living up to the teachings of my senior sister. In her eyes, Jing's ability to quickly grasp the key points and replay his mistakes showed that his temperament had already far surpassed that of an ordinary novice cultivator, yet alchemy ultimately depended on talent and feel. Even if one understood all the nuances, successfully condensing a pill on the first try and producing a lower-grade pill of bypass would already be an outstanding standard for a novice. Striving for better was nearly impossible. But in the next moment, Lu Jing's actions completely overturned her understanding. Lu Jing skillfully laid out the prepared spiritual herbs, arranging them neatly by category. With a flick of his fingers, the ground fire ignited instantly, the temperature just right, steadily enveloping the bottom of the alchemical furnace. His expression was focused and meticulous, yet his mouth was constantly chattering, creating an absurd yet relatable scene. Step 1. Preheat the furnace. Use a low flame to gently bake. You can't use a fierce fire, or it will burn directly. He gently stirred the spiritual herbs, washing away impurities along the spiritual veins, murmuring to himself, "You have to be gentle when washing the herbs, like kneading dough. If you use brute force, the medicinal potency will all be lost. It's just a waste of effort." Qin, standing by, was left speechless. The grand art of alchemy was unexpectedly described in a way that made it sound like cooking in a roadside kitchen. Terms like kneading dough and low-flame baking made her eyebrows twitch, and she couldn't help but curl her lips in a wry smile, feeling both amused and exasperated. Having practiced alchemy for many years, she had seen countless alchemists, each one composed and serious, almost holding their breath in fear of disturbing the medicinal potency within the furnace. Only Lu Jing was an anomaly. His movements were precise and exquisite, yet his chatter was unending, creating a jarring sense of incongruity. As the temperature in the furnace steadily rose, the spiritual herbs gradually melted into a clear medicinal juice, swirling and merging. Lu Jing's gaze sharpened, and with a slight adjustment of his spiritual energy, he suddenly called out, "The heat is just about right. Shut off the fire and concentrate the medicinal juice, slow cook to lock in the potency." Qin's shoulder trembled slightly, barely suppressing her laughter. Concentrating the juice. She felt she had gained new insight. For the first time, she realized that alchemy could be described in such terms. Time flowed slowly, and Lu Jing maintained perfect control throughout, avoiding all previous mistakes, controlling the fire, adjusting the strength, timing each step to perfection. There was no chaotic fluctuation of flames, no mistakes leading to separation of the medicinal liquid, and no ominous signs of an exploding furnace. The fragrance of the medicinal herbs wafted out in delicate strands, sweet and rich, filling the entire stone courtyard, bringing immense comfort to the heart and mind. After half a stick of incense, Lu Jing's eyes suddenly brightened. He swiftly gathered his spiritual energy and shouted, "Final step, condense the pill. Shape it and finish." Buzz, a faint sound of pill resonance came from within the furnace, clear and melodious. Lu Jing deftly lifted the furnace cover. In an instant, wisps of white mist rose up, revealing 5 plump and smooth pills of bypass, lying quietly at the bottom of the furnace, their surfaces gleaming with a soft luster, faintly radiating spiritual light with an excellent appearance. Lu Jing stared at the 3 pills, stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly slapped his thigh, his face breaking into a brilliant smile, completely losing his previous calm and studious demeanor, like a child who scored full marks, joyous and proud. "Ah, I did it. I've finally refined a pill." His face was filled with joy as he leaned over the furnace, examining it from left to right, unable to part with it, his eyes shining brightly. From the despair of a blown furnace to successfully condensing a pill in one go, the contrast filled him with an overwhelming sense of achievement. Meanwhile, Qin's calm demeanor had completely vanished, her eyes wide with disbelief and shock. She hurried forward, bending down to carefully examine the pills in the furnace, lightly brushing her fingers over them, sensing the rich and even medicinal potency within. A middle-grade pill of bypass. A genuine middle-grade quality. One must know that although the pill of bypass is the most basic medicinal pill, over 90% of novices produce pills with numerous flaws on their first attempt. Achieving a perfect lower-grade pill is already a display of extraordinary talent. But Lu Jing, he succeeded in his first practical attempt and directly produced a middle-grade pill of bypass. This was no ordinary novice. He was clearly a hidden talent in alchemy. Quick analysis, high comprehension, excellent feel, and exceptional situational control. This level of alchemical talent was unmatched among the outer sect, and even rare among newly initiated inner sect disciples. Qin was lost in thought for a long time, her gaze toward Lu Jing completely changed, filled with appreciation for talent, her tone carrying a hint of astonishment. "Junior brother truly possesses extraordinary talent. To refine a middle-grade pill on the first attempt is something I have never seen before." Lu Jing gathered his excitement, touched his nose, and humbly smiled. "It was all thanks to senior sister's precise guidance. Otherwise I'd still be blowing up furnaces and burning medicinal materials every day. Thank you, senior sister, for your generous teaching. I cannot express my gratitude enough." He was already overjoyed in his heart, secretly thinking that he indeed had extraordinary talent. As long as someone pointed him in the right direction, he could soar. "No need for thanks." Qin gently shook her head, her eyes warm, genuinely appreciating the talent. "Your comprehension is exceptional. You grasp concepts immediately. It is due to your own solid foundation. In the future, if you encounter difficulties in alchemy, feel free to come to Tianhu Peak to seek me out. No need to be polite." "Thank you, senior sister." Lu Jing was overjoyed, quickly collecting the 3 hard-won middle-grade pills of bypass, carefully placing them into a jade bottle and securing them close to him. After bidding farewell to Qin, he walked down the mountain with a light step, humming a tune filled with dreams of refining pills and making money. Under the spiritual tree at Tianhu Peak, the previously gentle and serene Qin watched Lu Jing's tall figure disappear in the distance, her eyes still filled with a mix of amazement and sentiment, unable to withdraw her gaze for a long time. So entranced is Qin, taken by this kid's talent. At that moment, an old teasing voice echoed unexpectedly through the woods, carrying a sense of knowing everything. As the voice fell, a gray-robed elder with half-white hair slowly walked out from behind the spiritual tree. It was Qin's master, the renowned third-level alchemist of the sect Golden Core, real person Sun Peng. Sun Peng had his hands clasped behind his back, squinting his old eyes, curiously observing the direction Lu Jing had. Qin returned to her senses, slightly nodding, speaking directly, and frankly her eyes filled with approval. Master, this junior brother Lu Jing indeed possesses extraordinary talent. With no prior foundation, strong replayability, and producing a middle-grade pill on the first attempt. This level of alchemical aptitude is rare in 1,000 years. However, I find him rather unremarkable. I wonder what background he has to hide such talent. She truly felt a desire to cultivate such a promising seed. With proper guidance, he could undoubtedly become a top alchemist in the sect in the future. Upon hearing this, Sun Peng stroked his grizzled beard and said, "This kid is not simple at all. Oh, just find out." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his fingertip and a silver sound transmission talisman shot out into the sky, disappearing with a whoosh. Within moments, a blue phoenix phantom soared from the sky, its wings fluttering gently as it landed on a branch, dropping an ancient jade slip before flapping away into the distance. Sun Peng reached out to catch the jade slip, and after scanning it with his divine sense, his face instantly turned colorful, wanting to say something, but hesitating before finally coughing awkwardly and silently putting away the jade slip. Forget it, let's find another." Qin was taken aback, her face full of confusion. "Master? What do you mean?" Her master was a top-level third-level alchemist of the Beastmaster sect, and even the sect leader and peak masters had to show him respect. He was known for being casual and domineering. To put it bluntly, even a garbage truck would have to endure a taste of his salty egg. Why was he so reluctant today? Seeing his disciple's astonished expression, Sun Peng smiled bitterly as he explained, "This kid has already been pre-booked by someone. We at Tianhu Peak cannot compete, nor do we dare." Pre-booked? Qin's brows furrowed slightly, growing more puzzled. Who in our sect could be more suitable than master to teach alchemical disciples? Sun Peng sighed deeply, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Do you know who his elder is?" "It is the famously stubborn Zhang. This kid is already considered part of Zhang Zongyi's faction. You should also know the person above that stubborn mule. Ooh, I certainly don't want to clash with him over a disciple. That would be asking for trouble." Upon hearing this, Qin was completely stunned. No wonder such extraordinary talent remained obscure in the outer sect. It turned out there was Zhang Zhongyi backing him. No wonder no one had approached him early. He had already been firmly reserved. As the spiritual wind blew and the spiritual flowers swayed, Qin gazed at the path where Lu Jing had disappeared, her heart filled with regret. Such a rare alchemical genius would ultimately be destined to have no connection with Tianhu Peak. However, just because he couldn't be recruited didn't mean they couldn't befriend him. Ever since returning from Tianhu Peak with great success, Lu Jing had completely opened up the meridians of alchemy and was no longer faced with the embarrassment of explosive failures. Upon returning to his tranquil and secluded meditation chamber, he immediately entered a frenzied mode of alchemical refinement to accumulate wealth. Inside the chamber, the ground fire burned continuously, and the alchemy furnace maintained a constant temperature day and night. While others approached alchemy with a tense concentration akin to facing a formidable enemy, often resorting to fasting, bathing, and praying for good fortune. Lu Jing, however, remained relaxed throughout the process, skillfully controlling the fire, dividing the medicinal ingredients, and condensing the pills, all while humming a leisurely tune, his hands moving fluidly, precise, as if etched into his very bones. The benefits of his powerful spirit manifested at this moment. Days and nights of alchemy had solidified his foundational skills to an exceptional level. When he ran out of spiritual energy, he would sit down to absorb spirit stones, and when his spirit waned, he would take a drop of moonlight divine water. With talent and hard work, after a full 6 months of intense practical training, Lu Jing's alchemical skills underwent a qualitative leap, transforming entirely. The mid-grade pill of abstinence that he could barely refine at first had now become his baseline standard. His success rate in refining the pill of abstinence was astonishingly high, with 9 out of 10 furnaces yielding results, and over half were of superior quality, their pill bodies pure and flawless, with rich spiritual energy nearly overflowing. Not only that, but he also applied his understanding to draw connections and unlock 2 other essential beginner pills, feeding spirit pill and detoxification pill. These 2 pills were slightly more difficult to refine than the pill of abstinence, yet even so, Lu Jing's performance remained impressively steady. Each batch of 5 pills he refined was guaranteed to be of at least inferior quality, and with a bit of luck, he could produce a mid-grade spirit pill, or 2, far surpassing the products of novice alchemists of the same rank in their sect. Though the term mid-grade may not sound particularly impressive, the alchemical products in the entire Yusho sect had already formed rigid tier levels with clear distinctions. The scattered pills circulated among rogue cultivators were mostly inferior quality, mixed with minor flaws and toxins. Pills of acceptable mid-grade quality were generally only supplied internally, tightly controlled by direct disciples of the sect and various prominent cultivation families, making them hard to find outside. As for pills of superior quality, they were even scarcer, almost non-existent in regular shops, appearing only occasionally at small internal sect trading events or auctions where they would be snatched up immediately. The legendary flawless supreme pills were the ultimate pursuit of all alchemists, free of toxins and pure in potency. Even seasoned alchemy masters would keep such pills for themselves, reluctant to part with even a single one. With a stable output of mid to superior quality pills, Jing gradually made quite a name for himself among the outer sect and even the newly inducted inner disciples. Countless disciples inquired privately, all aware that a mysterious alchemical prodigy had emerged in the outer sect, producing pills with rich potency and excellent effects far exceeding common market offerings. Everyone praised his work. Even if it was just the pill of abstinence, who would want to consume inferior ones when they could have something better? Disciples flocked to him seeking pills and connections, nearly trampling the threshold of his cave, and some even sought to be his apprentices. Jing found it unbearable. Although he enjoyed a leisurely life of alchemical refining and cultivation, being disturbed daily by persistent visitors was truly vexing. After much thought, he decided to delegate all external sales and order taking of his pills to a well-known go-getter in the outer sect, Qian Duoduo. Ever since taking on Jing's lucrative contract, the chubby senior brother Qian Duoduo was overjoyed, his round face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude towards Jing. Everyone understood that holding the agency for Jing's pills meant possessing a never-ending money tree sufficient for him to thrive in the outer sect without worry for his livelihood. From then on, Jing lived a life of alchemical refinement and waiting for wealth to accumulate, leading a carefree and comfortable existence. Time passed swiftly, and 6 months flew by. Having rare free time, Jing turned off the ground fire and stopped refining pills, leisurely lounging in a pavilion by the lake and pondering whether to save enough spirit stones for a better alchemy furnace, when suddenly a gentle knock sounded at his door. "Brother Jing, may I ask if this is Jing?" A respectful yet unfamiliar youthful voice came from outside, sounding like that of a servant disciple. Jing was slightly taken aback, casually wiping the light soot from his face, his disheveled grayish-black hair making him look perplexed as he raised a hand to unlock the restrictions of his cave. With a creak, the stone door slowly opened. Standing outside was a young disciple dressed in gray servant robes, looking nervous and respectful. Upon seeing Jing, he quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Brother Lu. Steward Lu sent me to deliver a message requesting you to meet him in Changxing Courtyard for a discussion." "Steward Lu?" Jing raised an eyebrow, filled with confusion. He had been completely focused on alchemical refinement and wealth accumulation for the past 6 months, rarely leaving his cave and never involving himself in sect affairs. Steward Liu's sudden request was genuinely puzzling. Though he felt confused, he remembered that Steward Lu had a good relationship with his mentor Zhang, and he had been looked after, so Jing did not dawdle, casually taking out a bottle of treasured first-grade spirit wine, drunken flowing clouds, from his storage bag, carefully tucking it into his clothes. He lifted his feet and summoned Ziyunyan, riding the spiritual bird as he leisurely flew towards the Merit Peak. Moments later at Changxing Courtyard, Steward Lu was seated at a desk reviewing documents. Upon catching sight of Jing entering, he immediately set down the book in his hands, raising his eyebrows in feigned displeasure, and said with familiarity and a hint of reproach, "You rascal. You've been here so long without even checking in on me. What do you really treat your Uncle Lu as a stranger?" Jing chuckled at this, quickly approaching with a thick skin and an overly sweet tongue, bowing and showering him with flattery. "Uncle Lu, how could you say that? I sincerely admire you and wouldn't dare to disturb you. Besides, I recently inadvertently awakened my talent for alchemy and have been completely engrossed in refining pills. I borrowed some medicinal materials, and Steward Zhao from the Pill Pavilion has been chasing me every day for pills and elixirs. I've been so busy I couldn't find a moment to visit you. Please don't hold it against me." As he spoke, he deftly took out the spirit wine from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. The wine bottle emitted a faint glow, and the aroma of the wine was elegant and lingering. Drunken flowing clouds of first-grade spirit wine was something ordinary disciples could hardly bear to give away. Steward Liu's gaze fell on the wine bottle, and a glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes, though he pretended to be casual. "You rascal, just coming here isn't enough. You have to play this game with your Uncle Lu too." He looked Jing up and down, noting his refreshed appearance and increasingly composed demeanor, and couldn't help but nod in praise. "You really are impressive for your age. I had no idea you had such talent for alchemy. If old Zhang knew that you had this kind of ability, he would surely be grinning from ear to ear during his closed-door training." Saying this, he became increasingly friendly, waving his hand generously. "Don't worry, you don't have to concern yourself with the Pill Pavilion. If Steward Zhao rushes you to refine pills, feel free to refine at your own pace. If you don't want to just slack off, it's fine to take a year or more. If he dares to cause you trouble or say a word of nonsense, just mention your Uncle Lu's name, and I'll handle everything for you here in the Merit Tower." Steward Lu's words were sincere. Although he often joked about Jing not visiting him, Jing had never neglected to show respect over the past 2 years, frequently bringing him high-quality spirit birds like Chiyu Chicken and Hanyu Swan. Thoughtful and understanding, he had long regarded this clever junior as his own family, feeling protective towards him. The two exchanged pleasantries and laughter for a while, and the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Seeing Steward Liu's smile fade and his expression gradually become serious, Jing stopped joking and proactively asked, "Uncle Lu, you specifically sent someone to find me today. It must be for an important matter, right?" He understood Steward Liu's character well. He wouldn't summon disciples without a reason, which indicated that something unusual had occurred. Steward Liu, hearing this, stopped beating around the bush, shaking his head helplessly while tapping Lu Jing's forehead with his finger, and said with a wry smile, "You rascal, have you been so absorbed in refining pills and cultivating that you've become completely out of touch with the outside world? While other disciples are concerned about sect missions and accumulating merit, you on the other hand have forgotten all about it." Lu Jing instantly looked bewildered, blinking with a confused expression. "Huh? Missions? That can't be right, Uncle Lu. I remember the sect's regulations clearly. Outer sect regular tasks are taken every 3 years and long-term tasks every 10 years. I have yet to complete 2 years in the outer sect. How could it be time to take on missions?" When he initially joined the sect, he thoroughly understood the rules, and under normal circumstances he was still within a safe period to leisurely slack off with no urgency to take on tasks. Observing his bewildered yet confident demeanor, Steward Liu put away his joking expression, leaning slightly forward, lowering his voice, his brow furrowed with an unusual seriousness. "Under normal circumstances it wouldn't be your turn. But recently our Qingyun Yusho sect has been anything but peaceful." He continued, "Just a few days ago the sect investigated inner disciples and uncovered a long-hidden spy from the Xianin sect. This matter is far-reaching, disturbing many elders and peak masters within the sect, and the higher-ups are thoroughly enraged. At this rate it won't be long before the sect takes major action." A spy from the Xianin sect. Lu Jing's pupils contracted slightly, and the playful smile on his face instantly vanished, his heart growing serious. The Xianin sect had been a long-standing nemesis of their Yusho sect, with the two sects competing openly and secretly for decades, with conflicts never ceasing. Just half a year ago, he had even taken care of a few impoverished members of the Xianin sect. However, logically speaking, since their bones had been devoured by the golden locust, it shouldn't have anything to do with him. Feigning confusion, Lu Jing scratched his head and said, "Uncle Lu, the disputes and conflicts between the two sects are matters for the higher-ups and core disciples of the inner sect. How could a task for an outer sect disciple possibly be related? You rascal, when you're clever you're sharp as a tack. When you're foolish you really don't get it." Steward Liu sighed in exasperation, shooting him an annoyed glance, and patiently explained, "The clashes between large sects never begin with outright war. They often start with covert probing, planting spies, collecting intelligence, and subtle power struggles for many years if not decades. For the past few years, and even over a decade, it has all been about these hidden currents of conflict and contention. I came specifically to find you because I noticed that you have never taken on any sect missions and your record is clean. I intend to arrange a stable long-term task for you before the storm fully erupts. By having a formal long-term task when the conflict between the two sects escalates and the sect calls upon disciples for battle, you can justifiably remain at your post, avoiding being forcibly summoned to the front lines and escaping a calamity." Elder Lu looked at Lu Jing, who wore a troubled expression and seemed to be calculating something in his mind, unable to suppress a chuckle as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a soft sound. He examined the young man before him with a hint of regret and warmth in his tone. "How could your uncle harm you? If I truly wanted to harm you, I would have directly pushed you onto the battlefield. But by then I fear that old Zhang would come at me with his butcher's knife. That being said, if I had a nephew like you, gifted in alchemy and also talented in physical cultivation, I would probably wake up laughing in my dreams." Lu Jing was taken aback upon hearing this, his eyes filled with astonishment as he instinctively straightened his back, his face displaying disbelief. "Uncle Lu, you know that I practice physical cultivation." He thought it was absurd. He had kept his practice of the Jiaoshi body refinement technique completely under wraps, not let in the entire outer sect. Only Qian Duodua, who purchased Jiaoshi blood, had vaguely guessed it, and no one else knew. He had thought this would be his deepest hidden trump card, yet it was seen through by Elder Lu at a glance. Seeing Lu Jing's shocked expression, Elder Lu couldn't help but laugh, tilting his head back with a chuckle, his eyes gleaming with a sense of self-satisfaction. "Of course. Your uncle has been scrapping by in the merit hall for over a decade. My insight into people and matters is sharper than the way you young." Leaning slightly back in his chair with his hands crossed over his abdomen, he looked directly at Lu Jing, his tone utterly confident. "Not only do I know that you've been secretly practicing physical cultivation, but I also know that you are training with the most grueling and demanding Jiaoshi body refinement technique." Now Lu Jing was completely unsettled, his mouth twitching slightly as he internally muttered, "It's over." My low-key persona almost collapsed. Is there really no secret left in the sect? Before he could ponder further, Elder Lu sighed, suppressing his teasing demeanor, and continued earnestly, "Logically, with your foundation in physical cultivation, the most suitable long-term task for you in the sect would be to guard the outskirts of Qingyun Mountain and engage in combat training with the beast within. Physical cultivators indeed grow through combat. More practical experience and battles are essential for quickly honing the body, breaking through realms, and conveniently gathering materials and resources from beasts, making it a sought-after position. However, to return to the point, that place is exceedingly dangerous. The mountains are home to unpredictable beasts, and there are also hidden second-tier beasts lurking about. One misstep could lead to injury or death. If I were to send you into danger, I would feel guilty, and when old Zhang emerges from his retreat, he would surely flay me alive. I cannot bear that responsibility." Lu Jing felt warmth in his heart as he nodded vigorously, cupping his hands sincerely, and saying, "Uncle Lu, you see through everything. To be honest, I am naturally afraid of death. I have no enthusiasm for fighting and the life of risking it all. I just want to focus on alchemy and diligently cultivate, saving some spirit stones to live a stable life. The life of fighting and risking my life is truly not suitable for me." His words were earnest, and he projected an image of being non-competitive and well-behaved. "You coward." Elder Lu was amused by his laid-back demeanor, laughing and scolding him, yet there was no trace of blame on his face, rather an increasing admiration. He had seen too many young disciples in the sect full of bravado, eager for competition, always wanting to rely on their cultivation to battle and seize opportunities only to end up early demise and waste their lives. In contrast, Lu Jing's clear-headedness, lack of desire for glory and pursuit of stability, though seemingly lazy and unfazed, truly understood how to preserve his life, often allowing him to go further and live more freely. Thinking of this, Elder Lu waved his hand, smiling as he remarked, "You young lad are quite insightful. In the cultivation world, there are not many fated protagonists who reverse their destinies and turn misfortune into fortune. The vast majority of cultivators live ordinary lives of hard work. Being able to avoid danger, steadily accumulate resources, and gradually improve one's cultivation is already a tremendous blessing. Since you are not fond of fighting, then let's skip the tasks involving combat training." Elder Lu ceased his teasing, adopting a serious tone as he began discussing business, raising his hand to retrieve a yellowed leather map from his storage ring and spreading it out on the table. The map was clear, densely marked with the distribution of the mountains, water veins, and stationed areas of the Qingyun beast taming sect, along with the danger levels and guarding duties of each area, all laid bare. Excluding all the high-risk combat, mountain exploration, and patrol tasks, the only long-term duties suitable for your current cultivation level are the water vein guarding tasks of the sect. He slowly slid his finger across the map, patiently explaining to Lu Jing, "These tasks are the most stable, permanent duties in the sect. There is no need to go down the mountain for danger, nor engage in battles with beasts. Your only responsibility is to guard the water veins, manage the stationed area, and protect the sect's property. It's quite peaceful. The only drawback is that it requires a long-term commitment and involves numerous trivial matters necessitating you to remain stationed and not leave your post at will. Compared to your current life, it will be more restrictive, but it is still relatively free and will not hinder your alchemy practice." Lu Jing's eyes lit up upon hearing this, eagerly leaning forward, stretching his neck to look closely at the map. No fighting, no risks, just guarding and slacking off. This was essentially a tailor-made divine task for him. Currently, there are 3 vacant water vein guarding positions in the sect. You can choose any one that you find appealing. Elder Lu pointed to 3 marked spots on the map, introducing them one by one. The first is the outer sect's back mountains, 3 water veins with ordinary spiritual energy, only raising some common spiritual herbs. The task is relaxed, but offers little merit. The second is the west stream's 2 water veins with decent spiritual energy, needing care for the spiritual shrimp breeding farm, with quite a few chores. The third. Elder Liu's finger landed on a clear water area marked at the bottom of the map. Lu Jing's gaze followed the fingertip down, and as he recognized the marked spot, his eyes suddenly sparkled, filled with the expression of "I want this." Without waiting for Elder Lu to finish, he immediately slapped the table with determination, saying, "This one. I choose the third." Elder Lu looked at his impatient and eager expression, bursting into laughter, wearing an expression of having anticipated this, and raised an eyebrow. "I knew you would definitely choose this one. This black water lake is close to your home, with serene mountains and water's abundant spiritual energy. It's the place you are most familiar with." Lu Jing chuckled, not hiding his intentions, nodding with a proud look, as if he had found treasure. Elder Lu pointed to the water area on the map, seriously explaining the detailed task contents. "Blackwater Lake is one of the many first-tier, high-grade water veins of our sect, with rich and mild spiritual energy, extremely suitable for the growth of aquatic spiritual creatures. The sect has specifically established a breeding pool for spiritual fish here, cultivating a first-tier high-grade spiritual fish, the tigerhead fish. This spiritual fish is a key cultivation resource for the sect, with flesh containing spiritual energy. Both the fish oil and fish gall can be used in medicine and alchemy, with a wide range of applications. If the Fish King accumulates enough, there is even a possibility of breaking through to the second tier. It is highly treasured throughout the sect. However, the tigerhead fish is fierce and combative. It needs attention to manage due to interspecies conflict and territorial defense. If you are confident in raising this batch of spiritual fish, well, this guarding task will belong to you." Tigerhead fish. Lu Jing's pupils shook slightly, a look of clear surprise on his face as he blurted out, "Is this the spiritual fish rumored to possess a trace of ancient tiger and dragon blood? It is said that adult tigerhead fish have condensed spiritual energy and a robust physique, far surpassing ordinary first-tier spiritual beasts." He had come across records of such spiritual fish by chance, considering them top tier among low-grade spiritual creatures. Seeing him so astonished, Elder Lu waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of indifference, sneering, "Don't listen to those exaggerated tales from the streets. If it truly had a tiger-dragon bloodline, it would start off as a third-tier spiritual beast. How could it be left here for outer sect disciples to guard? It merely bears a trace of a thin bloodline, making it slightly superior to ordinary spiritual fish. It doesn't count as a rare species, but among first-tier spiritual fish, it is already top-notch." Lu Jing nodded in realization. The rumors had been embellished, but even so, a first-tier high-grade tigerhead fish was still a coveted prize. "All right, this is the task. I promise to raise them plump and healthy, and there won't be a single mistake." Lu Jing patted his chest, brimming with confidence. Seeing him settle on his decision, Elder Liu's expression grew slightly serious, as he proposed an even greater benefit. Regular water vein guarding tasks uniformly last 3 to 5 years, and upon completion, you must rotate and hand over. However, if you can truly raise this batch of tiger head fish to excellence with survival and growth rates far exceeding previous years, and stable output starting from the second year, I can help you report to the sect to extend your guarding term to a full 10 years. After 10 years, even if the battles become intense, your alchemy skills will suffice to prevent you from needing to go deep into a 10-year fixed stable position without rotation, without transfers, and without participating in sect calls. You can peacefully slack off and cultivate making alchemy and earning money. This treatment is unmatched in the entire outer sect. Lu Jing felt ecstatic, almost laughing out loud. He quickly cupped his hands and saluted, his attitude extremely sincere. Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your guidance. I will definitely give my all and not let you down. With everything settled, the dust had finally settled. Elder Lu was in high spirits, looking at the bottle of Zue Luyun spirit wine on the table, his smile bright. You young lad are thoughtful, and the spirit wine you brought is exactly to my liking. Having completed the business at hand, let's have a proper drink together. With that, he raised his hand to remove the cork from the wine bottle, and the elegant and lingering aroma of the wine instantly spread throughout the quiet room, the spirit wine shimmering and refreshing. The two of them each held a cup, filling it with spirit wine, sharing casual conversations and delightful anecdotes. The spirit wine was warm and rich as it went down with an exquisite taste. They exchanged words and laughter, and the atmosphere was lively, enjoying their little drink immensely. Lu Jing and Steward Lu raised their cups, exchanging pleasantries. Each cup of the warm and rich drunken flow of clouds flowed into their bellies, and warmth spread through their limbs, leaving them feeling utterly comfortable. The more Lu looked at Lu Jing, the more pleasing he found him. He kept patting Lu Jing's shoulder while reminding him of various sect rules and guarding details, also imparting a few pieces of old wisdom about survival in the sect. Lu Jing nodded repeatedly, sweet-talking with flattering words that made Steward Lu beam with joy. He was well aware that Lu secretly helped him avoid a sect disaster and secured a stable position, which was a substantial Such internal risk avoidance news should not see the light of day. Liu's discreet assistance was a kindness, and if Lu Jing were to boast about it, making it known to everyone, it would not be gratitude, but a blatant betrayal. This was his most reliable connection within the sect, and Lu Jing cherished it greatly. Those who squander genuine loyalty deserve to swallow 1,000 needles, and he certainly did not want to suffer that fate. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes, the two parted ways in high spirits. Lu Jing bid farewell to Steward Lu, clutching the cold and heavy golden guard token in his hand, his steps unusually light, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Upon returning to his secluded cave residence, he dared not delay and immediately entered a rapid packing mode. He checked and emptied his storage bag and storage ring, in turn organizing alchemy furnaces, spiritual herb seeds, spirit stones, spiritual wines, and various cultivation supplies item by item. The wealth he had accumulated over the past 6 months was extremely abundant, and with piles of various pills he meticulously sorted and categorized, taking away everything he would need for daily use. He also called over Li Fu, a disciple who usually helped manage the cave's chores and looked after the occasional spiritual fish, and gave him detailed instructions for quite a while. The cave would remain, and the spirit stones would be paid as usual. From the care of the spiritual fish to the maintenance of the jade lotus, and all subsequent matters of guarding, he made clear instructions to avoid any oversight. Then he took out a communication jade talisman, leaving a detailed message for Qian Duodua, the #1 agent of the outer. The message was simple and straightforward. He would be going out to long-term guard the sect's water vein station, and from now on all matters regarding pill order sales and client connections would still be the sole responsibility of Qian Duodua. The profit sharing would remain unchanged, and he could handle matters flexibly without needing to report everything. After sending the message, he had completely settled the sect's back-end affairs. With a full half-month before officially taking up his post, he had ample time and didn't need to rush to the water vein station. Lu Jing rubbed the token, feeling a stir in his heart. Since he joined the beast control sect in his youth, he had devoted himself to cultivation and closed-door alchemy, and it had been 6 or 7 years since he last returned home. Now that he had a rare break, it was a perfect opportunity to return to his hometown and see his family. With the spiritual bird spreading its wings, a gust of fresh wind arose, carrying him into the sky, speeding along the official road leading down the Qingyun mountain range. The journey was calm and smooth, almost absurdly so. Not to mention encountering road robbers or troublesome beasts, he didn't even come across any rogue cultivators trying to scam. Lu Jing observed the stable mountain road conditions along the way and understood. The recently uncovered undercover from the Xianyin sect was now facing a storm of panic within the realm of the beast control sect. The sect's higher-ups were furious and were actively cleansing and inspecting suspicious personnel and lurking spies within. Those rogue cultivators who usually roamed the forests and made a living by robbing others had long been scared into hiding, and no one dared to show their faces during this storm. The road was smooth, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The magnificent outline of Luo and city finally came into view. The purple cloud swan slowed its speed and gradually descended. The ancient blue brick paths crisscrossed beneath, and the city was bustling with voices and the aroma of food, presenting a scene of a prosperous mundane city. As soon as the common folk on the street caught sight of Lu Jing descending from the sky, they all showed respectful expressions, lowering their heads and cupping their hands, quietly referring to him as immortal master. Luoan City was not far from the beast control sect, and the legends of cultivating immortality had long been ingrained in the people's hearts. Ordinary folk were accustomed to seeing cultivators come and go filled with awe, and when encountering cultivators they were all respectful, not daring to show any rudeness. The Lu family in Luoan City was undoubtedly a prestigious family, an absolute top-tier privileged household. Within 3 generations 2 descendants with cultivating talent had entered major sects who wouldn't envy that. The city lord's mansion also offered many privileges, tax reductions, countless territorial perks, and their wealth was substantial. The finest brothel in Luoan City, Lingyun Pavilion, was owned by the Lu family. However, as soon as Lu Jing stepped through the vermilion gate of Lingyun Pavilion, before he could greet the shopkeeper, a large shadow, accompanied by a piercing scream, came rushing out. With a loud bang, a burly man flew out from the hall of the tavern. His stout body crashed heavily onto the bluestone ground outside, kicking up dust, and leaving him groaning, unable to get up. Lu Jing paused his steps, raising an eyebrow, slightly a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Goodness, he hadn't returned in years. Could it be that someone dared to come to the Lu family's territory, right at the doorstep of Lingyun Pavilion, to cause trouble? Wasn't this asking for death? Just as he wanted to step forward to check, a slightly lean, but imposing young figure strode out of the hall. The young man, only about 17 or 18 years old, had a still immature frame, but an extremely sharp gaze, dressed in tight-fitting clothes. With one hand on his hip and his chin slightly raised, his defiant eyes locked onto the groaning, burly man on the ground, he began to hurl insults, his voice crisp, yet powerful. With your pathetic skills you dare to come to my grandpa Lu's territory to collect protection fees. Don't you even inquire whose property Lingyun Pavilion belongs to. If I don't knock out all your rotten teeth today, I won't consider myself to have grown up. The young man's imposing aura immediately silenced the burly man, crushing his arrogance in an instant. After berating, the young man casually brushed the dust off his sleeves, preparing to step forward to clean up the mess, but his gaze inadvertently swept over to Lu Jing, who stood tall and had an extraordinary aura. In an instant he froze in place. The fierce and domineering gaze that he had just displayed became blank, his eyes widening as he stared at Lu Jing, frozen for a full 3 breaths. In the next moment, extreme joy erupted in his eyes, the defiant look on his face vanishing, replaced by overwhelming excitement, his voice trembling as he blurted out, "Big brother. Big brother, is that really you?" This lean yet spirited youth was none other than Lu Jing's younger brother Luan. Lu Jing looked at his brother, who had grown quite a bit since he last saw him, shedding his childishness and exuding a neat and spirited demeanor. A warm smile appeared in his eyes as he slowly walked forward, teasingly, saying, "Shaoan, it's been years since we last met. You've grown quite a bit, but your temper hasn't changed at all, still so kind-hearted." This left Luan dumbfounded, scratching his head in confusion. "Huh? Big brother, when have I been kind-hearted?" Looking at the bruised and battered burly man, Luan felt somewhat embarrassed. Lu Jing smiled without answering, his gaze casually sweeping over the burly man who was still trying to crawl away. To dare to come to the Lu family's tavern to cause trouble and extort money was pure folly. With a light flick of his finger, a thread of condensed, intense fire flew out, silently landing on the burly man. Over the past 6 months, he had not forgotten to practice his only offensive skill, meteor fire rain, but he had been busy with alchemy, so his learning was indeed lacking. However, to burn a mere mortal, that was certainly more than enough. Boom. The barely perceptible flames suddenly erupted, yet there was not even a hint of burning sound, and the victim couldn't even let out a single scream. In just a brief moment, the burly man who had been causing a ruckus just moments ago was completely refined by the true fire, leaving only a wisp of thin black ash behind, which scattered away with the wind, completely evaporating. Clean, swift, and without any hesitation, Luan stood aside, his eyes wide and his pupils trembling. He only knew his brother was a powerful cultivator from a major sect, but he never expected him to be this extraordinarily strong. The methods of an immortal truly exceeded common understanding. A gentle breeze swept through the doorway, scattering the remnants of black ash on the ground, as if the ruckus caused by the burly man had never occurred. Luan stood there in a daze, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes filled with shock. After a long moment, he swallowed hard, and his gaze towards Lu Jing had completely changed. To kill without bloodshed, to burn without leaving a trace, fluid and graceful, utterly carefree. "B brother. This is too outrageous." Luan leaned closer, his face full of admiration, circling around Lu Jing like a curious child. "Is this the power of a great sect's cultivator? Before you mortals are not even worth comparing to ants." Lu Jing raised his hand and ruffled his brother's hair, looking at his young and exuberant brother with warm affection in his eyes. He casually downplayed it. Just a small scene, merely the most basic techniques of the sect, nothing worth mentioning. As the two brothers were joking, hurried footsteps echoed from within the tavern, followed by the gentle, yet urgent voice of a woman. With such a commotion outside, filled with screams and loud bangs, "You weren't hurt, were you?" Before she finished speaking, a middle-aged woman dressed in a simple, yet elegant skirt, with a gentle and dignified demeanor, hurried out. It was Lu's mother. Lu's mother had originally been resting in the backyard checking accounts. Hearing the commotion in the front hall, she feared her youngest son might get into trouble and rushed out. But as her gaze swept over and landed on Lu Jing, who stood tall and exuded an ethereal aura, she froze in place. In the next moment, warmth filled her eyes, and she smiled brightly, hurrying forward to examine Lu Jing closely, her tone filled with love and joy. "Eldest. My son, you finally returned." Lu's mother reached out gently to stroke his sleeve, touching his arm, and the more she looked, the more her heart ached, repeatedly murmuring, "You've lost weight. You must have endured a lot while cultivating out there. Look at your face, you've become much thinner since you left home. The sex food must be less delicious than what we have at home. Lu Jing, having lived 2 lives, could hardly withstand his mother's endless concern. He obediently stood still, his expression gentle, allowing her to scrutinize him, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, responding softly, "Mother, I eat well and sleep soundly at the sect. I haven't endured any hardship, just grown a bit taller." "What do you mean taller? You've just lost weight." Lu's mother retorted, playfully glaring at him, her palm gently stroking the back of his hand, her eyes filled with affection. "You've finally come back, you must eat well at home." Following Lu's mother, a middle-aged man with a dignified posture and steady demeanor stepped out. It was Lu's father. Lu's father, who had been managing the family business for years, usually calm and composed, now couldn't hide his pride and joy at the sight of his eldest son returning home after a long absence. He first glanced at the clean, unmarked ground outside, then looked at the composed Lu Jing. Clearing his throat and putting on a steady demeanor as the head of the family, he couldn't help but proclaim a very straightforward compliment. "Not bad, you truly are the offspring of the Lu family." After pausing for 2 seconds, his eyes brightened, and he sincerely exclaimed, "My son has made a name for himself. He can even kill people now." Lu Jing. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a bit flushed with embarrassment at that moment, awkwardly clearing his throat. He had thoroughly grasped his father's way of thinking. To be praised for killing made him feel embarrassed. Indeed, his father's bias was at maximum level. Meanwhile, Luan was shaking with suppressed laughter, wanting to chuckle, but not daring to. He could only stifle it, sneaking glances at Lu Jing with a face full of suppressed mirth. "Stop standing at the door getting blown by the wind." Lu's mother quickly pulled on Lu Jing's wrist, warmly and affectionately urging him, "Hurry up and close the door, we won't be doing business today. My son is home, no matter how big the matter is, it can wait." The tavern staff also shared in the joy, laughing as they promptly responded, quickly closing the Lingyun Pavilion's doors, taking down the sign, and wrapping things up efficiently. The family did not linger, stepping side by side through the bustling streets and heading straight towards the Lu family's courtyard within Luan City. The courtyard was serene and elegant, with a tidy yard, a small bridge over flowing water, and lush flowers and trees. Truly a tranquil residence. Before long, a table full of steaming home-cooked dishes was set before them. Braised pork, steamed fish, chicken soup, and stir-fried vegetables, all of which were Lu Jing's favorite dishes from his childhood. Surrounded by the dining table, the warm yellow light illuminated the atmosphere, filled with the scent of home-cooked meals. Lu's mother never paused, her chopsticks continuously serving Lu Jing, filling his bowl to the brim. "Eat more. This is good for your body. Try this chicken, but home-raised. The meat is the most tender. Your favorite braised pork when you were small. Oh, I specially made it for you." Lu Jing looked down at his bowl filled to the brim with food, and warmth surged in his heart. Now a cultivator, his body was tempered and protected by spiritual energy. Ordinary meals could only add some turbidity to his body, yet he didn't mind. Does skipping this meal affect his ascension to immortality? Why ruin his mother's enthusiasm? He had no shortage of spiritual dishes, spiritual fruits, and spiritual meals, any one of which was thousands of times more exquisite than ordinary cuisine. Yet he dared not bring any of it out. The overwhelming and refined spiritual energy was too potent for the fragile mortal body to endure. Eating it recklessly would not only fail to nourish, but instead harm the internal organs, leading to disaster. Thus he could only sit quietly eating the home-cooked meals in small bites, savoring the rare warmth of human affection. During the meal, the family chatted casually, the atmosphere warm and lively. The elderly couple reminisced, sharing stories of his childhood mischief, tales of the 2 brothers' youthful antics, and discussing the trivial matters of the household over the years. Mundane, yet particularly heartwarming. In a lull in the conversation, Lu's father set down his chopsticks and looked at Lu Jing, asking, "Now that you're back, how long can you stay home? How is Uncle Zhongyi doing these days?" Mentioning Uncle Zhong, Lu Jing's expression softened as he replied gently, "I have a long-term task assigned by the sect. I have about half a month of free time and can stay home for about 10 days. Uncle is doing well. He is currently in seclusion for hard training. He has taken care of me a lot during these years in the sect and never let me suffer any grievances." Hearing that their nephew was well, the elderly couple sighed in relief, nodding repeatedly, expressing their admiration for Uncle Zhongyi's loyalty. From the moment they first laid eyes on their precious son, they knew their nephew must have taken great care of Lu Jing. One can see whether someone has endured hardships from their gaze. Seeing his parents looking inexplicably relieved, Lu Jing took the initiative to bring up serious matters. "By the way, Mom and Dad, I returned this time to take on a long-term guarding task from the sect. I will be stationed at the Heishui Lake's water vein for a long time." Heishui Lake. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother's cheerful expression instantly tightened, and Lu's father's brow furrowed, his eyes becoming more serious. "That place is not safe at all," Lu's mother said worriedly, quickly asking, "Who in Luan City doesn't know that Heishui Lake is a well-known dangerous area in the suburbs? The waters are deep and the forests dense, with monsters lurking year-round. It's exceedingly perilous." Seeing his parents' worried expressions, Lu Jing felt warmth in his heart and quickly smiled to reassure them. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I am now a cultivator. What seems dangerous to you is quite ordinary for me. This is just a leisurely guarding task with no danger at all." With a relaxed tone, he explained the benefits of the task, being stable with no need for combat, allowing him to cultivate peacefully over the long term. The elderly couple listened earnestly, and after confirming there was no danger, their anxious hearts gradually eased, their tense expressions slowly relaxing. That's good. Stability is the most important thing. Lu's mother continued to murmur. As the atmosphere relaxed again, Lu's mother seemed to suddenly remember something, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Lu In, who was quietly eating, then turned to Lu Jing with a smile. By the way, eldest, your timing is perfect for coming back. Can you stay at home for a few more days? Lu Jing was slightly taken aback, raising his eyes in confusion. Has something happened? It's a joyous event. A huge, joyous event. Lu's mother said with a joyful tone, her eyes sparkling. Your brother Lu In is engaged. In a few days it will be the wedding date. We're getting ready for the happy occasion. Lu Jing's pupils shook in disbelief as he turned to look at Lu In beside him. He was dumbfounded. Lu In was only a year younger than him. While he was still lounging around in the cultivation world, living leisurely with not even a hint of romance, this kid was already getting married first. Lu An's face flushed under Lu Jing's gaze, scratching his head, smiling shyly, losing the swagger he had displayed while intimidating people on the street, revealing a rare youthful shyness. Lu Jing regained his composure and couldn't help but chuckle, genuinely clasping his hands in jest. Well done, little brother. You sure are quick. Congratulations. The family filled the air with laughter and joy. After the laughter faded, Lu's mother looked at her tall, ethereal son filled with expectation, and after much hesitation, she couldn't help but speak up, opening the age-old parental dilemma. Son, your brother is starting a family now. You have been away from us for so long, and we can't help you with anything, nor can we arrange your marriage. Now that your future is bright, and you're not getting any younger, do you have any plans for marriage? As soon as she spoke, the dining table fell silent for a moment. Lu's father, hearing this, pretended to be serious as he cleared his throat, seemingly trying to dissuade, yet his curious gaze was also examining Lu Jing, slowly saying, don't ask him about that, wife. The eldest is destined for the path of immortality and the grand Dao. Oh, how can a cultivator be tangled up in mundane marriage customs? Though he said this, the anticipation in his eyes was unmistakably waiting for Lu Jing's response. Lu Jing. He was utterly speechless, his lips twitching slightly, feeling both helpless and amused. He never, having crossed into the world of cultivation, treading the path of longevity and the supreme way of immortals, he had evaded sect rivalries, escaped life and death battles, and avoided conscription into wars. In the end, he still couldn't escape marriage proposals. Looking at his parents' earnest and hopeful expressions, Lu Jing's cheeks flushed slightly. He could only helplessly clasp his hands, soothing them gently. Mom and Dad, don't worry, fate will be determined by heaven. When I find someone who resonates with me, I will certainly bring them home at the first opportunity for you to meet, and then we can get married. His gentle and reassuring response finally put his parents' marriage concerns at ease for the moment. The warm light illuminated the family, laughter echoed in the courtyard. At that moment, there were no sect conflicts, no perilous paths of cultivation, and no busy alchemical pursuits. Only the most ordinary warm and healing human warmth. Time flew by, and the grand wedding banquet came to a perfect conclusion. Lu An's bride was gentle and submissive, treating others with humility and courtesy. After entering the household, she diligently managed everything, keeping the home in perfect order, and was exceptionally filial and considerate towards her in-laws. Lu Jing observed for a few days and finally felt at ease. To be honest, he was a bit worried that the newly arrived daughter-in-law might bully his mother. However, after some careful thought, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if the daughter-in-law had a fiery and assertive personality, it wasn't something he needed to fret about. His grandmother, who was also Zhang Zongyi's aunt, had once shouldered the family pressure and raised her nephew with an iron fist. She was a fierce character who wouldn't hesitate to kick even a passing dog. His mother had inherited his grandmother's fierce spirit, and in her prime, she was even more formidable. There was a time when she went to the enemy's ancestral grave in the dead of night and cursed for an entire night. She had made her old rival so furious that he spat blood. Lu Jing had never seen her lose a debate. With such a mother, he couldn't believe she would suffer any injustice. After Lu In got married, his sister-in-law noticed his restraint. He in turn was afraid of disturbing the newlyweds, so he planned to leave after just a few days. The paths of immortals and mortals were different. It was ultimately inappropriate to linger too long in earthly reunions. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Lu Jing quietly took out a porcelain bottle neatly filled with dozens of low-grade who doesn't have mundane family members. These pills, while not capable of extending life, were sufficient to eliminate the accumulated fatigue and old ailments of ordinary people. He secretly placed the porcelain bottle in his mother's room and left behind a substantial amount of silver and supplies, settling everything at home before preparing to depart for Heishui Lake for his new assignment. Before leaving, he deliberately took a detour to the residence of the Lord of Luan City. Standing at the entrance, he summoned Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan had ancestral blood, and although he was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he stood tall, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure just by standing there. Xiaoshan raised his head proudly and let out a resounding roar towards the gate of the city lord's mansion, the sound echoing through the streets, causing the windows in the mansion to tremble slightly. Throughout the encounter, there was no exchange of words, yet the intimidation was self-evident. The astute city lord understood that the Lu family now had cultivators backing them, and it was wise not to provoke them in the slightest. He couldn't comprehend it. 2 cultivators in one family, one of whom was already on the verge of foundation establishment. Even the ruler of the dynasty had to be cautious. How could a city lord's mansion afford to be careless in managing the Lu family? He couldn't wrap his head around it. After finishing this matter, Lu Jing leaped onto the broad back of the Ziyunyan. The spiritual goose flapped its wings and soared into the sky, racing towards the nearby Heishui Lake. Heishui Lake was not far from Luan City. With the speed of the Ziyun Yin, it reached its destination in less than half. Looking out, the entire lake was as black as ink, with mist rising from the surface year-round, giving it an eerie and mysterious appearance that hinted at danger for any who might approach. Just as Lu Jing guided the Ziyun Yin to land on an open space by the lake, the surface of the water suddenly surged, creating towering waves. A spirit beast resembling a tiger-headed fish burst forth from the water, baring its fangs and roaring fiercely as it lunged towards him, the foul-smelling mist assaulting his senses with a vicious onslaught. As Lu Jing raised his hand ready to suppress it with ease, a purple whip crackling with electricity suddenly tore through the air, striking the tiger-headed fish's head with lightning speed and precision. Bang! Under the intense pain, the tiger-headed fish let out a wail, its massive body uncontrollably flying back, crashing heavily into the inky waters and splashing a great deal of water, hurriedly submerging into the depths without daring to show its face. A young man in a blue robe stepped out from the lakeside, holding the purple lightning whip with a hint of apology on his face as he cupped his hands and spoke politely. "I sincerely apologize, junior brother. This tiger-headed fish is inherently ferocious and violent. Only my purple lightning whip can restrain it a little. I hope you can forgive me for almost hurting you." As he spoke words of apology, the young man's gaze was constantly scrutinizing Lu Jing's outer sect disciple robe and the disciple token hanging at his waist, his eyes harboring curiosity. Lu Jing took note of the purple lightning whip in the other's hand, calmly retrieved the token from his waist, and presented it with a humble demeanor. "It was my oversight in intruding, senior brother. Please verify my token." The young man smiled and waved his hand, returning the token. "It's not impertinent at all. The sect has already sent a letter informing us that a junior brother would be arriving soon for the transfer of duties. I have been waiting for quite some time." As they exchanged pleasantries, the blue-robed senior brother's mind was clearly elsewhere, his eyes filled with a sense of urgency, eager to return to the sect at once. He glanced at Lu Jing with a hint of embarrassment, quickly diving into the main topic and swiftly explaining the key points of managing and nurturing the tiger-headed fish. The sect's letter mentioned that junior brother is skilled at taming various spirit fish and spirit birds, even being able to care for the delicate and difficult hordes Hanyu Honghu. Thus, managing the tiger-headed fish should be a piece of cake for you. However, senior brother must remind you earnestly that this tiger-headed fish is vastly different from docile spirit birds. It is essentially a wild beast with inherent ferocity. I am unsure of your true cultivation level, so you must not be negligent while on duty. This purple lightning whip is key to restraining the tiger-headed fish. You should patrol around the lake often and use the whip to intimidate and restrain it to prevent major troubles. He fundamentally did not believe the cultivation level of Lu Jing that was being presented as that of the 4th level of Qi refinement. Could someone at the 4th level of Qi refinement even handle such a task? Using a breath-concealing technique to suppress one's own aura was already a tradition in the sect. He himself only displayed a level of Qi refinement at the 6th level. If it weren't for his urgency to return to the sect for seclusion and to break through to Foundation establishment, he would never have been willing to hand over such a leisurely task at Heishui Lake. Lu Jing saw through the other's eagerness to leave and casually responded to a couple of questions, but before he could ask for the blue-robed senior brother directly tossed the purple lightning whip into his arms, immediately summoned a long sword as a magical tool, and flew off, vanishing into the distance in a flash. Looking at the empty lake's surface, Lu Jing stood there for a moment, scratching his head in bewilderment, unable to contain a wry smile. Goodness, he left in such a hurry. Could it be that he received some news and had to rush back to catch someone in the act? Lu Jing was puzzled and couldn't be bothered. Just as he was about to wander around the lakeside cabin, the tiger-headed fish that had just suffered from the purple lightning whip could no longer contain its ferocity, thrashing back and forth in the depths of the lake, constantly flicking its tail to stir up dark currents lurking beneath the surface as it waited for another opportunity to strike. Lu Jing looked at the agitated Heishui Lake, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. This mere ferocious tiger-headed fish is just right to pass the time during my idle duty. For such ferocious spirit beasts that live in groups, the best breeding method is to tame the kingfish among them. To govern fish with fish is the true way of kings. With this thought, he looked at the tiger-headed fish in Heishui Lake, revealing a mischievous smile. The surface of Blackwater Lake roiled with dark currents, the inky waters bubbling restlessly as the ferocious creatures lurking beneath could no longer contain their agitation. Lu Jing stood at the lakeside with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the entire lake, silently replaying the information left by the runaway senior brother in his mind. The entire Blackwater Lake was home to a staggering 300 tiger-headed fish, most at the 5th level of Qi refinement, with a few at the 4th level, their numbers vast, and their temperaments fierce. As long as they were provided with ample blood and spiritual energy, their growth rate was terrifyingly fast. If push came to shove, even the same clan could be consumed. In 3 years they would likely reach the 7th level of Qi refinement. Now, with his senior brother hurrying to leave, he found himself with an excellent opportunity to subdue them. If he waited another 2 years, this group of tiger-headed fish would undoubtedly experience explosive growth in cultivation as they reproduced. By then, not only would it be easy to subdue the Fish King and dominate the school of fish, but it was also possible that this group of large creatures would evolve collectively, leaving him surrounded and beaten by them, a true case of losing more than he gained. 300 spirit fish, the sect's evaluation in 3 years is secured. Lu Jing's lips curled into a confident smirk, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. while others guarding Blackwater Lake were filled with anxiety, vigilantly preventing the tiger-headed fish from devouring each other, fearful that any mistake would hinder their cultivation. He was different. Possessing the Wanling Tower, cultivating these creatures, was merely a matter of grasping the reins. If he wished for excellent evaluations, he could either breed a number far beyond the limit or cultivate quality that surpassed all others. The two tasks that were difficult for ordinary cultivators were simply a walk in the park for him with the Wanling Tower. With his thoughts settled, Lu Jing's expression turned serious as he called out in a clear voice, "Dabai, it's time to get to work." With a soft hum, a flash of spiritual light appeared, and Dabai stepped out of the contract space, with light, graceful strides, head held high. It was none other than Lu Jing's #1 general. As soon as Dabai landed, it stretched its long neck and flapped its two pairs of broad snowy wings, feathers fluttering, exuding an impressive aura. Its round goose-like eyes surveyed the surroundings, emanating a natural air of dominance. Its physical strength was comparable to top-tier body cultivators of the same realm, overpowering spiritual beasts of the same level in close combat, and it had never lost a single battle. "Did you see that troublesome fish in the lake?" Lu Jing pointed towards the dark lake surface, his tone lazy yet teasing. "The one that just ambushed me is that one. Go take care of it, no need to hold back, just make it submit." Upon hearing this, Dabai raised its goose head and let out a clear and sharp honk. "Ga." The sound was incredibly penetrating, echoing across Blackwater Lake, filled with battle intent, showcasing the true demeanor of a general. Deep in the lake, the tiger-headed fish king, just struck by the purple lightning whip and filled with rage, was already seeking revenge. Hearing the provocation of the honk, its anger surged to the maximum. Boom. The giant fishtail, measuring over 10 feet in length, slammed down violently on the lake's surface, causing the dark waters to surge and explode once more. The tiger-headed fish king leaped into the air again, its fearsome head displaying an intimidating expression, its body covered in dark, hard scales glinting coldly under the dim light. Its two pairs of eyes were as red as blood, filled with sharp fangs gleaming ominously, exuding a fierce aura. It fixed its gaze on the small Dabai on the shore, as if it had suffered a great humiliation. A mere goose dares to provoke the overlord of Blackwater Lake. Seeking death. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the tiger-headed fish wasted no time. It opened its mouth and spat out 3 fierce water arrows, black as water columns, slicing through the air towards Dabai with blinding speed. These water arrows contained the sinister power of the lake, possessing immense penetrating ability. A typical 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator struck by them would suffer severe injuries instantly. On the shore, Lu Jing watched with his arms crossed, thoroughly entertained, without a hint of worry. He knew his Dabai too well. While it might lack in other areas, it was a professional when it came to taking hits. And sure enough, facing the oncoming water arrows, Dabai remained completely unfazed, even too lazy to dodge. It simply folded its wings tightly, its white feathers taut, and its body tense to the extreme. Bang! 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 The 3 water arrows struck Dabai, fiercely exploding into a mist of water. As the smoke cleared, Dabai's feathers were a bit ruffled, yet it bore no injuries. It merely staggered back a couple of steps, firmly grounding itself. Equivalent defense maxed out. Ga. Having taken a small hit from the ambush, Dabai was thoroughly enraged, its goose eyes wide with fury, the ferocity fully ignited. It kicked off the ground with its powerful legs, its snowy body shooting like a white lightning bolt towards the tiger-headed fish in midair. A goose nearly 2 meters tall against a fierce tiger-headed fish over 10 feet long, the size difference was both bizarre. Seeing this, the tiger-headed fish king let out a disdainful roar. Its massive body swung its tail, its hard scales crashing towards Dabai, intending to use its size advantage to swat this audacious goose away in one blow. Bang! A colossal sound akin to metal clashing erupted in the air. The dull thud of flesh colliding spread out, splashing water in all directions as the shockwave rolled. At that moment, the goose and fish were locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to back down. Dabai relied on its formidable physical strength, engaging in a flurry of peck slaps and kicks in close combat, while the tiger-headed fish king endured, with its hard scales occasionally spitting water arrows to attack sneakily and swinging its massive tail in fierce attacks. The battle was intensely stalemated, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Lu Jing watched intently, silently critiquing. "Not bad, that defense is impressive. Dabai is having a tough time." This duel had no outright crushing victory. It was all about hard hits and extreme endurance. After exchanging blows for a full 100 moves, the situation gradually became clearer. Dabai, being a bird-type spirit beast, had its weaknesses in prolonged battles. Its feathers were damp and disheveled, with several shallow wounds added to its body, and its breath slightly disordered. The tiger-headed fish king fared worse. Although its defense appeared maxed out, it had actually lost many scales to Dabai's relentless close combat attacks, its body now covered in a myriad of peck marks. Blood mixed with the dark water, and its vitality visibly waned, its fierce aura dissipating completely. After all, no matter how strong its defense was, it couldn't withstand the sustained onslaught of a body cultivator. Finally, with a powerful kick, Dabai struck the tiger-headed fish king right on its head. Ow! The tiger-headed fish king let out a pathetic wail. Its massive body lost control and plunged heavily into the lake. After struggling several times, it was utterly exhausted and heavily injured, forced to linger in the shallow waters, unable to raise any more waves. Perfect. Lu Jing's eyes lit up as he immediately flashed to the surface of the lake. Taking advantage of the tiger-headed fish king's weakened state, he gathered a gentle contract spiritual light at his fingertip without any domineering blood contract restraints. Instead, he used the same symbiotic equal contract as with Ziyunyan. The faint spiritual light gently landed on the tiger-headed fish king's forehead, slowly merging into its soul. In a moment, the contract was established. From now on, they would coexist as master and servant, cultivating together, mutually beneficial, stable, and secure. The tiger-headed fish king, lying by the water's edge, was dumbfounded. It had just been struck by a whip from a human, not even having time to heal and turn the tables, and now it had inexplicably been beaten by a goose and contracted as a subordinate by a human. A wave of immense humiliation surged within it, causing the tiger-headed fish to thrash wildly, glaring at Lu Jing, its red fish eyes filled with defiance. It turned its head away, tightly closed its eyes, striking a posture of defiance, completely entering a state of sulking, refusing to acknowledge Lu Jing. Seeing its deadpan demeanor, Lu Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Throwing a tantrum with me. Sulking. He had no habit of indulging spirit beasts. Still not convinced, Lu Jing raised an eyebrow, his tone casual, yet carrying an undeniable authority, as he directly grabbed the tiger-headed fish king's fin. He forcefully pulled the large creature out of the water and slammed it heavily onto the muddy shore. Before it could struggle, Lu Jing seized its tail and swung it around, slamming it from side to side. Slap, slap, slap. The rhythm was even, the force precise, primarily focused on physical education and patient taming. I won't kill you or ruin your cultivation, but if you don't submit, I'll beat you until you do. The tiger-headed fish, already heavily injured, was now under precise hits, causing scales to fall off and its fins to tremble. Yet with its foundation intact and cultivation undamaged, it could only endure the punishment, completely frustrated. After a round of precise education, the tiger-headed fish was utterly wilted, its pride, anger, and defiance completely ground down, leaving only a sense of lethargy and docility, no longer daring to show any defiance to Lu Jing. Seeing the timing was right, Lu Jing finally ceased his actions, casually taking out a warm healing spirit pill and tossing it accurately into the fish king's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, its pure and gentle medicinal power rapidly spreading throughout its body, quickly healing its injuries and nourishing the damaged flesh. There was certainly no question of abuse. After all, this was his key tool for dominating 300 fish and achieving an excellent evaluation, his golden opportunity. But its arrogance needed to be suppressed, and its temper tempered. Otherwise, how could it help him manage the entire fish population of Blackwater Lake? A combination of grace and intimidation was the way of the beast master. From now on, your name will be Tigerhead. Lu Jing looked at the obediently lying fish king, healing and not daring to move, casually assigning a name with an extremely relaxed tone. Take care of your injuries, and once you're healed, help me manage all the tiger-headed fish in the lake, be well-behaved, and cultivate diligently. If you perform well, the pills will be plentiful, and it'll help you rapidly improve your cultivation. I dare to cause trouble or sulk, and you'll have Dabai accompanying you for special training every day. Hearing this, the tiger head, which had just begun to recover from its injuries, stiffened all over, instinctively looking at the side, where Dabai was preening its feathers, its gaze unfriendly, instantly trembling, in fear, completely subdued. Lu Jing observed the fish school at the lake surface, quietly lying in wait, and not daring to cause trouble, then glanced at the obedient tiger head beneath him, a light smile forming at the corners of his mouth. This could work. There was potential. With some more nurturing, it wouldn't be long before he could dominate the entire fish school. With Tigerhead in place, and the Wanling Tower assisting in cultivation, both the breeding numbers and the quality of spirit beasts would be secured. After capturing the Tigerhead, Lu Jing was too lazy to waste time by the Blackwater Lake. With a casual wave of his hand, a gentle spiritual light enveloped the heavily injured and weak tiger head, directly tossing it into the inner space of the Wanling Tower. Inside the Wanling Tower, the spiritual energy was so dense, it was almost liquefied, with mist swirling all around. Compared to the murky, sinister waters of the Blackwater Lake, this place was truly a top-tier paradise. Lu Jing was well-versed in the art of beast taming. If he were to raise a beast, he would raise it to the extreme. Spirit-feeding pills, spirit beast pills, and pure spirit liquids were thrown into the tiger head's mouth, as if they were worthless. There was no gradual feeding or moderation, it was all about a forceful, intensive cultivation. The tiger head, just physically disciplined, and still holding on to its pride, initially resisted, tightly closing its fish eyes and twisting its massive fish body in defiance. It bore a stubborn expression of, I would rather starve to death than take even a bite from you. However, once the pills were ingested, the pure and gentle medicinal power instantly swept through its body, quickly soothing its wounds and nourishing its damaged scales and bones. The initial resistance crumbled in less than 3 breaths. It was truly delightful. The tiger head suddenly opened its crimson fish eyes wide, frantically gulping down the scattered pills, its large fish tail joyfully thrashing in the mist, completely devoid of any pride. While devouring the pills, it couldn't help but exclaim internally, "My God, is this what life is like for humans? No, wait, is this what life is like for fish?" Recalling its past days in the Blackwater Lake, immersed in the cold, sinister waters where it either fought with its kin for food or gnawed on filthy flesh to fill its belly. Fighting for scraps and suffering injuries meant it could only endure and heal itself, living in a state of deep suffering. Now, looking at the present, the spiritual energy was flowing effortlessly into its body. With an abundance of pills and unlimited spirit liquids, it could steadily increase its cultivation just by lying down. This was truly the life of a top-tier fish. The profound sense of disparity caused the tiger head to sink into complete indulgence. The humiliation from its previous beating was instantly cast aside, leaving only pure comfort and satisfaction. Lu Jing never held high expectations for the tiger head fish. The tiger head fish had a short growth cycle, a low potential ceiling, and a tragically short lifespan, making it a typical fast-growing tool beast. Since it was a tool fish, there was no need for meticulous refinement or gradual nurturing. The most cost-effective farming method was to pile on resources violently, rapidly increase its cultivation, and extract all its value. In the next 2 months, Lu Jing adopted an extreme free-range, intensive feeding model. The 2 months inside the Wanling Tower were almost equivalent to 2 years outside. Without any restrictions, and with an overflow of resources, the tiger head's cultivation skyrocketed as if it were riding a rocket. In just 2 short months, it broke through its shackles and steadily reached the 7th layer of chi refinement. Its size also increased dramatically, with its original fish body, which was about 10 feet long, now stretching to over 20 feet. Its pitch-black scales were polished to be shiny and hard, resembling black iron glinting with a cold gleam. The most noticeable change was the emergence of a white horn about an inch long sprouting from the center of its previously bare tiger head. The lines were sharp, glistening, appearing delicate, while concealing a keen edge. The fully developed tiger head was completely elated, its confidence swelling to the extreme. Relying on its profound cultivation and strong physique, as soon as it returned to the Blackwater Lake, it immediately established its position as the Fish King, leading a group of tiger head fish as they rampaged through the lake. All day long they chased and played in the lake, engaging in mutual competition and slaughter, creating a chaotic scene in the tower's lake. Lu Jing casually glanced over and saw this group of arrogant and tyrannical fish, and his brows furrowed slightly, feeling quite displeased. Is the Blackwater Lake unable to accommodate you anymore? And now they were causing trouble for me. Feeling too lazy to waste words, he focused his mind and directly moved all the tiger head fish from the Blackwater Lake into the Wanling Tower. In an instant, the once notorious Blackwater Lake became completely empty. The lake water was clear and calm, devoid of any sinister aura or traces of spirit beasts, transforming into a clean and empty lake. With the Wanling Tower's astounding enhancement and the endless supply of flesh and blood resources, the tiger head fish inside entered a frenzied breeding mode. In just a few days, thousands of crystal-clear fish eggs floated in the lake, layered and covering the lakebed, with newborn fish constantly breaking free from their eggs, their numbers increasing exponentially. The explosive growth of the fish population brought about a massive consumption of food. Fortunately, Lu Jing was not. The Qingling fish, which he had carefully nurtured, had completely fallen out of favor and had become the exclusive food source for the Qingling fish he had accumulated in the sect had already reached an absurd number, far exceeding the limit. However, taking them all out at once would be too shocking and raise suspicion, so he had not found a suitable way to deal with them. Now, using them to feed the rapidly proliferating tiger head fish was a perfect example of waste utilization, just right. For a time, the lake in the Wanling Tower had completely turned into a paradise for the tiger head fish. Countless tiger head fish devoured the Qingling fish daily, and after feasting they fought among themselves, preying on weaker kin, competing for survival and resources, each growing plump and robust, steadily increasing their cultivation. Lu Jing observed coldly from the sidelines, precisely controlling the rhythm. When the number of fish surged to over 5,000, he decisively took action, directly sealing the breeding capabilities of most of the fish. Too many would instead be difficult to manage and would spread resources too thin. 5,000 premium tiger head fish were just right for him to challenge the sect's highest evaluation. More than that would be a burden. After stabilizing the fish population, Lu Jing refined a batch of exceptionally high-quality, mid-grade spirit-feeding pills, the faint glow of alchemical fire swirling at his fingertips, putting him in a particularly good mood. He suddenly flashed and walked to the divine water altar deep within the Wanling Tower. In the center of the altar, the 3-light divine water pool floated quietly, with the pool water shimmering with spiritual light, extraordinary and mystical. However, a closer look revealed that the sunlight and moonlight divine waters were both dim in color. This was quite normal. Since obtaining the 3-light divine water, he and the others had all broken through and advanced, relying on the nourishment of sunlight divine water for their physical bodies, while he consumed moonlight divine water for cultivation techniques, pill, formula derivation, spell comprehension, and honing his spiritual sense over the years. In just 2 years, he managed to raise his body, refining cultivation to the 5th layer of chi refinement through sheer effort, and the contributions of the sunlight and moonlight divine waters were undeniably significant, making their consumption enormous and unavoidable. The only exception was the most unique starlight divine water, which continued to swirl with a deep, rich purple light in the pool, sparkling and condensed with spiritual energy, incredibly mystical. However, looking at this unused starlight divine water, Lu Jing couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation, his face filled with conflict. The generation of starlight divine water required the condensation of spirit beast bloodlines. However, looking at this unused starlight divine water, Lu Jing couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation, his face filled with conflict. The generation of starlight, the initial effect was excellent. That red feather chicken's physique surged, and its strength increased with its bloodline subtly evolving, seemingly on the brink of awakening its ice talent and completing its evolution. However, at a critical moment, the red feather chicken suddenly could not withstand the bloodline conflict, resulting in its bloodline exploding, leading to its utterly tragic demise. Since then, due to the extremely high risk of failure, Jing completely set aside the starlight divine water, unwilling to attempt it lightly. Later, upon careful review and deduction, he determined the core reason for the failure: conflicting bloodline attributes and species category. The cold feather Honghu had a cold attribute, while the red feather chicken had a fire attribute, and these two bloodlines were inherently mutually exclusive, forcing them to merge would surely lead to explosion. If conflicting attributes didn't work, then cross-species conflicts wouldn't work either. What if it was melding within the same species? Upon this thought, Jing's eyes suddenly brightened, a bold idea rapidly taking shape in his mind. He suddenly turned his head, looking intently at the center of the lake, his gaze filled with mischief. During this time, many tiger-head fish had perished from fighting in the Wanling Tower, yielding a considerable amount of starlight divine water. Looking around, the tiger head, having just gorged on food, floated lazily on the water's surface, its plump fish body basking in the sun, its tail gently swaying, utterly relaxed, perfectly embodying the posture of a laid-back fish. Suddenly sensing its master's meaningful and calculating gaze upon it, the tiger head's scales tightened, an inexplicable chill running down its spine, and its previously leisurely swaying tail abruptly froze in the water. Its fish instincts screamed in alarm. Danger! Super danger! It felt a jolt in its heart, quickly retracting its lazy posture, carefully maneuvering its body, trying to stealthily slip into deeper waters away from this unsettling master. But in the next moment, an invisible contract power enveloped its entire body, firmly locking it in place. From head to tail, it could not escape. It couldn't even twitch its fins or move its tail an inch, forced to remain frozen in place. Jing looked at its trembling, forced calm appearance, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly spoke, his tone excessively gentle. Tiger head, don't run, come here. I have something good for you, let me take good care of you. The tiger head's crimson fish eyes widened, its face filled with grievance and fear, its mouth slightly agape, silently screaming, I don't want it. I don't care for your affection. Yet bound by the contract, resistance was futile. Jing ignored its inner turmoil and gently beckoned with his fingers. A drop of pure, brilliant purple starlight divine water flew forth, precisely landing in the tiger head's slightly open mouth. The cold, rich liquid, filled with endless mysterious power, slid down its throat and into its belly. At first, the tiger head resisted fiercely, desperately trying to spit out the divine water. But in the next instant, a vast and gentle, purer power than any pill or spirit liquid exploded within it, sweeping through its limbs, flesh, and spirit. The warm and comforting power soaked through its entire body, making every inch of its scales, every fiber of its flesh, and every vein rejoice in ecstasy. The ultimate sensation of comfort instantly dispelled all fear, and the tiger head's eyes widened, its massive body trembling involuntarily, as faint ethereal spiritual light enveloped it, the whole fish shrouded in a purple halo, exuding an otherworldly aura. This is promising. It really is promising. Jing leaned in closely, his eyes shining brightly, and his heart filled with immense joy. There was no bloodline rejection, no violent backlash. It was a perfect match. He no longer hesitated, his hands moving rapidly, continuously extracting pure starlight divine water and pouring it into the tiger head's body. A massive influx of starlight power surged forth, washing and refining the tiger head's bloodline and body. A visible transformation was unfolding at a frenzied pace on the tiger head. Its colossal fish body, originally 2 yards long, continued to elongate and expand, the dark scales shedding layer by layer, and new scales emerging, increasingly dense and hard, glimmering with a faint purple gold sheen. The once ordinary outline of the tiger head grew increasingly fierce and domineering, with the inch-long horn on its forehead rapidly growing, soon reaching a foot in length, sharp and straight, surrounded by purple light, exuding authority. Most astonishingly, 2 solid flesh bulges slowly formed on either side of its abdomen, new veins and bones developing, clearly indicating the early stages of claw-like limbs being birthed. The fish's transformation, the bloodline's evolution. Jing stared intently at the changes in the tiger head, his heart pounding wildly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It worked. Just as I thought. I never expected the tiger head fish to truly possess the bloodline of the tiger jiao. He suddenly had a clear plan in his mind, overwhelmed with joy. The tiger head fish originally possessed a spirit fish bloodline, but now through the starlight divine water and melding with its kin, it was breaking through the limitations of its species, evolving towards the bloodline of the tiger jiao. Even if it eventually formed, it would only be the most basic golden core-level tiger jiao bloodline, not a top-tier potential, which would hardly catch Jing's attention. But the value within this was astonishing. This meant he had completely grasped the method of melding the starlight divine water with its kin and purifying bloodlines across levels. As long as he later found spirit fish or spirit snakes containing the bloodline of the jiao, he could breed them in bulk and purify them into high-grade jiao blood. The jiao is a dragon species with a shared bloodline. The same principle applies. As long as he accumulates enough pure blood jiao, refining and melding them step by step, it wouldn't be a fantasy to cultivate a true pure blood dragon. One must know that the true dragon bloodline dominates the heavens, standing proud among all clans. Even in a world teeming with powerful individuals and prodigies, it is a top-tier and potent bloodline with unparalleled potential and heritage. With this thought, Lu Jing gazed at the tiger head, which was still undergoing a wild transformation, its body surrounded by purple light, his eyes blazing with fervor. This was not just a profit, it was an incredible windfall. The tool fish he casually raised for the assessment had unexpectedly led to an extraordinary opportunity for dragon transformation. The tiger's head was surrounded by swirling purple light. The manifestation of bloodline transformation lasted for the duration of an incense stick before gradually stabilizing. A Tuzhanglong dark green-scaled fish quietly hung in the center of the spiritual lake. The sharp horn on its forehead, a foot long, shimmered with radiant light, while the embryonic form of dragon-like feet beneath its belly subtly swelled. The bloodline pressure it radiated had already left ordinary tiger-headed fish far behind. This earth-shattering transformation was witnessed in its entirety by 3 venerable spirit beasts inside the Wanling Tower, causing quite a stir among the other spirit beasts. In midair, a completely snow-white giant bird fluttered, its broad wings hovering above with round, glistening eyes wide open, its face reflecting utter astonishment. In its eyes, everything was unfair. The little mountain was born with the ancestral bloodline of the returning ancestor tortoise, possessing an extraordinary heritage, so it acknowledged its inferiority. The ugly, unremarkable bug known as the gold-eating locust, though seemingly inconspicuous, could gnaw through gold and iron, breaking arrays and overcoming obstacles. Its diverse functionalities made it a focus of its master's training, which it could understand. But what was the tiger head? Just a stinky fish from the Blackwater Lake. Just a few days ago, it was a foolish tool fish that was pinned down and beaten by its master, pitifully flaunting its pills. In just 2 months, it had rocketed in cultivation, and now it could even complete a leap in its most precious bloodline, evolving towards the tiger dragon. Why should that be? The more the giant bird thought, the more aggrieved it felt. With a powerful flap of its broad wings, it transformed into a streak of white light, diving down, heading straight for Lu Jing. Its long snow-white neck kept rubbing against Lu Jing's arm and shoulder, its fluffy head nudging incessantly, emitting a series of whiny chirps, high-pitched and soft, resembling a jealous little vixen vying for attention. The posture it struck could be translated as "Master is biased. Don't you love me anymore?" Next to it, the little mountain lying on the green stone by the lake was also unusually out of character. Usually this lazy turtle would prefer to remain tucked inside its shell, playing dead, even if the sky were to fall. It was completely laid back. But today it begrudgingly lifted its heavy head, its thick, heavy shell brushed the ground, producing a muted, grinding sound, while a low growl rolled from its throat, not loud, but filled with grievance and reluctance. Its turtle eyes narrowed into slits, secretly glancing at the flourishing tiger head in the spiritual lake, then looking pitifully at Lu Jing, wearing an expression that read, "I want preferential treatment too." With 2 major spirit beasts collectively throwing tantrums, the air was thick with jealousy. Lu Jing looked at the comical scene of the goose and turtle vying for affection, unable to help but shake his head in helplessness. He reached out to rub the fluffy, soft feathers on the top of the giant bird's head, then gently patted the heavily armored back of the little mountain, patiently speaking to soothe him. "You two are just being jealous for no reason." The tiger head's bloodline transformation was due to the sacrifice of its kin, lifting the entire clan's bloodline, condensing the essence of so many tiger-headed fish to create such a unique opportunity for transformation. This was a stroke of luck. If you two are willing to sacrifice your entire clan for refinement, I could also grant you a top-tier bloodline leap. Want to give it a go? The giant bird's pupils instantly trembled, its feathers fluffed up, and it hurriedly flapped its wings, retreating 2 steps, shaking its head like a rattle. Let it betray its own kin. That was absolutely impossible. Yet moments later it reluctantly tilted its head, pointing its long beak towards the edge of the Wanling Tower's water area. There dozens of gentle, cold-feathered swans were leisurely swimming in the spiritual mist, their wings glistening with spiritual light, looking gentle and docile. The giant bird chirped incessantly, its eyes full of stubbornness, as if arguing, "I have kin too. I can also refine my bloodline. Why can the tiger head do it, and I can't?" Lu Jing saw through its little thoughts at a glance, smirking as he pierced through. "Do you still have the face to mention your kin? Look at those cold-feathered swans, small in size, and with ordinary bloodlines. Their maximum potential barely reaches the late stage of chi refinement. Now look at you, born with a mutated bloodline, your size comparable to 3 or 4 adult kin, your potential far exceeding theirs by an unknown number of times. If I were to refine you using their bloodline, it might seem like an upgrade, but in reality, it would be a shackle. It would forcibly lock your mutated heritage within a low-tier bloodline, a loss outweighing the gain. Do you want a temporary surge in bloodline at the cost of your future? Or do you want to steadily progress, reaching for the heavens and transforming into a true divine bird?" With these words, the giant bird immediately wilted. Its proud head drooped, its wings hung listlessly at its sides, and its round bird-like eyes filled with disappointment, no longer daring to cause a ruckus. Indeed, picking a low-tier bloodline for a shortcut was purely self-sabotage. It wasn't foolish. The giant bird felt a bit down, but soon after its heavy wings pointed towards the little mountain beside it, as if making a decision for its little brother. "The little mountain doesn't need your concern. Oh, it has a returning ancestor bloodline, and even the burden-bearing turtle has at least a level 4 bloodline. It would be irresponsible to merge any advanced bloodline into it." Lu Jing comfortingly stroked the little mountain's back. The current little mountain still resembled a mysterious armored turtle with some menacing spikes growing on its back, but he believed that as long as it received sufficient nutrients, it would naturally grow into the form of a burden-bearing turtle. Despite this, the jealousy in the giant bird's heart had not dissipated. It turned its head and flapped its wings again, pointing to the gold-eating locust which was nestled in a stone crevice munching on refined iron, chirping incessantly, as if demanding an explanation. Lu Jing followed its gaze to the gold-eating locust, and was momentarily speechless. The locust was busy crunching on refined iron, oblivious to the fact that the giant bird had brought it up as a complaint. To be honest, he currently did not have a complete and clear plan for the future bloodline evolution route of the gold-eating locust. But as its master, he couldn't lose his aura. Clearing his throat, Lu Jing forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor, and stated firmly, "You don't need to worry about the gold-eating locust. The insect clan has the lowest threshold for bloodline transformation, and the most variations with extremely strong adaptability. I will have a specialized nurturing plan for it, and it will definitely not be wronged." The giant bird tilted its head to scrutinize him, and upon seeing her master speak with such conviction and confidence, even though it still felt somewhat unconvinced, it could only completely give up. Yet when it looked again at the tiger head in the spiritual lake, vibrant and fully purple golden, its eyes were still filled. The little mountain, having understood human speech, slowly ceased its grievance growls, and obediently lay in place, waiting for nourishment and training, completely settling down. Seeing this, Lu Jing let out a sigh of relief, finally managing to pacify this group of jealous little ones. After calming all the spirit beasts, peace returned to the Wanling Tower. In the days that followed, Lu Jing completely focused his mind, entering a stable period of cultivation. During the day, he tempered his body and refined his bones, solidifying the foundation for the fifth layer of qi refinement, relying on the residual spiritual power of the divine water. At night, he secluded himself to refine pills, skillfully concocting medium-grade spirit-nourishing pills and spirit beast pills, accumulating vast amounts of cultivation resources. The time in the tower was serene and stable, progressing steadily day by day. Just as this peaceful time continued for several days, a sudden sound of breaking air abruptly shattered the tranquility outside the Wanling Tower. Whoosh! A sharp, swift wind howled, and the defensive barriers set up outside the Wanling Tower were instantly triggered. A layer of pale golden light suddenly illuminating, enveloping the entire area above the Blackwater Lake. Lu Jing's eyes suddenly opened, a flash of sharp light glimmering in his gaze as he ended his meditation. In an instant, he stepped out of the Wanling Tower and landed by the Blackwater Lake. Looking up, he saw a four-winged wind falcon, its wings sharp and speed extraordinarily fast, firmly trapped by the barrier's spiritual light, hovering in midair, struggling and flapping its wings while emitting urgent chirps. This four-winged wind falcon was a latest-stage first-tier spirit bird, its speed unparalleled among low-tier spirit beasts, and very few could easily command it. Lu Jing's gaze shifted downwards, landing on the falcon's slender claws where a neatly folded sound transmission paper was tied. He raised an eyebrow, filled with confusion. Very few people knew that he resided at the Blackwater Lake. Who could it be that specifically sent a message? With a thought, he raised his hand and gently waved the spiritual light, carefully removing the paper from the falcon's claw, and infused a bit of spiritual power into it with his fingertip. In the next moment, a familiar voice accompanied by a faint aura of the sect slowly echoed in his ears. A gentle, ethereal female voice slowly flowed into his ears, warm and familiar, carrying the unique, gentle demeanor of a senior sister from the sect. "Junior brother Lu Jing, I heard that you've been cultivating diligently at Heishui Lake recently. Just so happens I am dealing with some matters around Heishui Lake. In a month's time, I will invite several fellow disciples to hold a small private trading meeting at a nearby villa. If you are free, you can come and join us." As her voice faded, the spiritual light gradually dissipated, leaving behind the sound inscription paper, which transformed into glimmers of light scattered by the wind. So it was senior sister Yunming. Lu Jing raised his brows and smiled, instantly understanding. He thought that Yunming's situation should be similar to his own, as she also had a background and naturally understood the conflict between the sect and the Xianin sect. More or less, she was also sent out. He just didn't expect it to be so close. Last time he obtained a food gold locust at the fellow disciples trading meeting, so he was somewhat looking forward to this gathering. Anyway, he had no pressing matters for the next month, and could progress in his cultivation gradually. There was no need to seclude himself and grind hard. Attending the trading meeting to seek opportunities and join the lively atmosphere was also a good way to pass the time. "Alright then, I shall attend the meeting." Lu Jing casually agreed, raising his hand to gently wave, releasing the binding restriction with soft spiritual power. The four-winged wind hawk, previously trapped in midair, regained its freedom and immediately flapped its wings, circling twice before letting out a crisp chirp, changing direction and transforming into a swift shadow, vanishing at the edge of the sky to report back. After sending off the messenger spiritual bird, Lu Jing's gaze swept over the calm surface of Heishui Lake, then looked towards the bustling group of spirit beasts within the Wanling Tower. Big White was still occasionally stealing glances at the transformed tiger head, with envy almost overflowing from its eyes. Little Mountain lay lazily by the lakeside, basking in the spiritual mist, adopting a laid-back attitude, while the food gold locust was buried, still actively eating. The tiger head was swimming freely in the lake, flaunting its newly born majestic appearance, exuding an impressive aura. This group of little guys had resources and playmates in the tower, so he didn't need to worry at all. Since I'm free, why not go out for a stroll? Lu Jing thought to himself, taking out the sect's simple topographic map and infusing it with spiritual power to examine it closely. Heishui Lake was located on the outskirts of the sect in a remote position, and the nearest cultivation marketplace was the Kanglan Market, 100 miles to the south. The marketplace had always been a hotspot for finding opportunities, and attending the trading meeting without bringing something would not do. It was just right for him to replenish a batch of valuable items he could put on the table. Let's go to Kanglan Market and try our luck. Lu Jing no longer hesitated, leaping into the air, stepping onto the void with the purple cloud goose carrying him straight towards the southern Kanglan Market. There weren't even any flies in the lake now, and he had taken away the tiger head fish, so he was not worried about any losses. As for the issue of leaving the spirit vein damaged, that would mean incurring an irreconcilable feud with the Beastmaster sect. Even the Xianyin sect would not do such a thing. After all, if you dare to do that today, I would dare to do the same tomorrow. After 1,000 years, would there still be good places in the cultivation world? The 100-mile journey was merely a moment's work for the purple cloud goose. Soon a marketplace filled with swirling spiritual energy and bustling crowds came into view. The entrance of the marketplace was set with barrier restrictions specifically to accommodate incoming cultivators, and one had to pay a low-grade spirit stone as a toll to enter. Lu Jing casually took out a spirit stone and handed it over as the restriction's spiritual light flickered slightly, allowing him to pass. As soon as he stepped through the entrance of the marketplace, a childish, clear voice immediately approached him. A little guide boy sporting twin buns and dressed in a clean short coat was looking at Lu Jing with bright, curious eyes. Seeing him with a calm aura and extraordinary demeanor, it was evident that he was a cultivator who had been in seclusion for a long time and was visiting for the first time. The boy immediately smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "This senior looks unfamiliar. Is it your first time at our Kanglan Market?" Lu Jing slightly nodded, his tone calm. "Yes, it is my first time here." "What a coincidence." The boy's eyes lit up as he eagerly introduced himself. "I am the exclusive guide of the marketplace, and I know all the shop's hidden stalls and treasure spots inside the marketplace. If you are unfamiliar with the roads, I can guide you the whole way." Lu Jing had no intention of wandering around or asking for directions. Having a local guide would be more efficient and worry-free. He decisively took out a crystal-clear low-grade spirit stone, flicked it with his fingertip, and it landed precisely in the boy's hand. "Lead the way to the area where beast and spirit beast seedlings are sold in the marketplace." "Thank you, senior. You're so generous." The boy clutched the spirit stone with joy, his smile growing brighter as he quickly bowed and led the way, walking briskly while enthusiastically introducing, "You have come to the right place. Our Kanglan Market is backed by the Beastmaster sect, and the spirit beast business is booming. There are dozens of shops dealing in spirit beasts throughout the marketplace, among which the best in reputation and the most comprehensive in inventory are the Baisho Pavilion and the Qianbei Tower. Baisho Pavilion specializes in terrestrial beasts, scaly insects, snake, fish, and turtle-type spirit beasts with the widest variety. Qianbei Tower focuses on flying spirits and exotic winged species. If you are looking for scaly demon beasts, Baisho Pavilion is definitely the right place." The little boy with his nimble tongue chatted nonstop, and soon led Lu Jing to a magnificent and elegant two-story pavilion. The plaque of the pavilion was gilded, inscribed with the sturdy characters, "Baisho Pavilion." At the entrance, people came and went, spiritual energy swirling around, bustling with activity, clearly a long-established high-end shop. As soon as they reached the entrance, a sharp-eyed attendant in green immediately stepped forward with extreme respect. "Welcome, senior, to Baisho Pavilion. What kind of spirit beast seedlings or demon beast eggs would you like to see? Our shop has a complete range of aquatic, terrestrial, and aerial beasts, with both mortal and spirit-grade seedlings available for you to choose freely." Lu Jing replied coolly, "I want all kinds of aquatic spirit snakes and swamp snake demon beasts, pairs of males and females of different types. Bring them all for me to see." His goal was very clear: to gather snakes for subsequent unified breeding in the Wanling Tower, using starlight, divine water, to purify the bloodlines and replicate the transformation path of the Tiger Geo. He was confident he could raise a true Jiao dragon. The attendant felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. Someone daring to select spirit beast seedlings in bulk was undoubtedly a seasoned beast master and a major client. He didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly bowed, saying, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the best quality snake seedlings for you." Before long, the attendant returned hurriedly with several spirit wooden beast cages, each containing various spirit snakes, including water spiritual azure scale snakes, marsh black pattern snakes, and ink water fine scale snakes, with a rich variety and excellent quality, brimming with spiritual energy. Lu Jing bent down to examine them one by one, his gaze precise as he selected several pairs of male and female exotic spirit snakes, all of good quality and aptitude, making them most suitable for bulk breeding. After a round of selection, there were more than 10 pairs of snake seedlings in the cages. The shopkeeper of Baisho Pavilion, who had been secretly observing from behind the counter, saw Lu Jing's decisive actions and keen eye for quality, immediately determining that he was a rare top-tier client. He put down the accounts in hand, smiling as he quickly approached to personally attend to him. "I am the shopkeeper of Baisho Pavilion. It is an honor to meet you, fellow cultivator. Seeing your expertise in beast mastery and your discerning eye, you truly are a talented youth." The shopkeeper wore a face full of enthusiastic smiles, and after exchanging pleasantries, noticed that Lu Jing had finished selecting the snake seedlings, but appeared uninterested, his gaze indifferent, clearly lacking the interest to continue choosing. This immediately sparked his thoughts. If a major client wasn't fully satisfied, that would be his chance to expand the business. He slightly turned his eyes and approached with a smile, speaking mysteriously, "If you find that the usual spirit beast seedlings are too common and lack novelty, then you might miss out on our shop's latest activity." Lu Jing raised his gaze towards him, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Oh, what activity?" Seeing Lu Jing's interest, the shopkeeper smiled even more warmly as he slowly explained, our shop has recently launched a new game involving gambling on beast eggs. These are unknown beast eggs collected from various remote mountains and deep cold waters with diverse origins and unclear types. No one knows whether they contain ordinary mortal beasts or hidden exotic spirit fetuses. The rules are simple, with a uniform price of 300 low-grade spirit stones per beast egg. If you are lucky, you might hatch a high-level exotic species or rare spirit beast and earn a fortune. If you are unlucky, it will just be a common useless egg, but at least it's for fun. The attendant quickly added, Senior, this is the most popular gamble in the marketplace. Everyone knows that out of 10 eggs, 8 or 9 are common useless eggs, but 3 years ago there was a senior who, using the spirit-nurturing liquid unique to the Beastmaster sect, hatched a Jiao dragon that even reached the 3rd stage when fully grown, causing a sensation at the time. 300 spirit stones for one egg is quite a considerable expense for ordinary cultivators, and the gamble carries a high risk. It's purely based on luck. But for Lu Jing, who possessed the incredible breeding ability of the Wanling Tower, it was entirely negligible. While others gambled on the innate qualifications and categories, he was gambling on the raw materials. As long as the egg still had life force, he was confident he could hatch it into a Kumping. As for the sect's spirit-nurturing liquid, he thought better of it. That stuff costs several thousand low-grade spirit stones per bottle, even more expensive than Foundation establishment pills. Only some elders and peak masters in the sect could afford it, but its effects were far inferior to the spiritual liquid in the Wanling Tower. Lu Jing's interest was piqued, a playful smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. I really want to see what the rules are. Lu Jing looked at the neatly arranged dozens of colorful spirit snakes at his feet and lightly tapped his storage bag, causing a pile of low-grade spirit stones to clatter onto the counter. The spirit stones shimmered with a radiant glow, forming a small hill that barely covered the cost of this batch of snake seedlings. However, when his fingers probed into the storage bag again, after searching for a while, he could no longer find even a single extra spirit stone. He scratched his nose with a hand, a hint of just the right amount of embarrassment showing on his face. Raising his eyes to the grinning shopkeeper who was waiting for him to spend more, he spoke in a calm and sincere tone. Shopkeeper, I must admit, I have just run out of low-grade spirit stones I brought with me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the shopkeeper's eager smile froze for a moment, and the expectation in his eyes visibly faded. He silently muttered to himself, Goodness, I thought he was a top-tier customer who would spend lavishly, but it turns out he only makes a one-time purchase. Just as the shopkeeper was secretly regretting and preparing to withdraw from the prior conversation, a flash of spiritual light appeared at Lu Jing's fingertips, and a simple white jade porcelain bottle landed steadily on the counter. I don't have any spirit stones left, but I have a bottle of mid-grade feeding spirit pill, an exclusive elixir of the Beastmaster sect. Can I exchange it for 2 chances to gamble for beast eggs? This simple statement was like a thunderclap on a clear day, causing the shopkeeper, who was originally disinterested, to suddenly widen his eyes, leaning forward, intently fixating on the white jade porcelain bottle with a shocked expression. Having run the Beast Pavilion for decades, he had seen all kinds of treasures and elixirs, from regular healing pills to chi-gathering pills and body-refining pills. No matter how high the quality, he wouldn't even bat an eye. After all, he was just a shopkeeper in a market and did not accept elixir exchanges, so ordinary pills were of no use to him. But the feeding spirit pill was different. And it was a genuine mid-grade feeding spirit pill. This was an essential divine medicine for Beastmaster cultivators. Common low-grade feeding spirit pills can steadily nurture the physical strength of spirit beasts and refine their basic chi and blood. However, a mid-grade feeding spirit pill can directly adjust the foundation of a spirit beast, significantly enhancing the appearance of a regular ornamental spirit beast by 2 grades. If used on a developing spirit beast, its value would be immeasurable. The shopkeeper instinctively rubbed his hands, the stiffness on his face dissipating, instantly replaced by extreme eagerness, and his tone became more respectful and humble. So you're a direct disciple of the Beastmaster sect. It seems I have failed to recognize your greatness. My apologies. He hurriedly pressed down on the porcelain bottle, his face full of wrinkles from smiling, and waved his hand eagerly. Let's make the exchange. It must be exchanged. Just this whole bottle of high-quality mid-grade feeding spirit pill is worth more than 2 chances. I will make an exception for you and give you 3 chances to choose. Choose freely, all the beast eggs in the shop are at your disposal. In the Tiannan cultivation world, apart from the core disciples of the Beastmaster sect, no one would carry such a niche essential elixir like the feeding spirit pill. The shopkeeper had already determined in his heart that this young man before him was undoubtedly a direct disciple, with abundant resources and a significant background, someone he could not afford to offend. Lu Jing watched the drastic change in the shopkeeper's demeanor with amusement in his eyes, too lazy to explain further. He slightly nodded, his gaze directly sweeping over the counter and landing on a row of neatly arranged beast eggs behind it. The beast eggs were of various sizes with different surface patterns. Some were surrounded by spiritual energy, while others appeared lifeless, displayed unevenly on the spirit jade shelf, cloaked in an air of mysterious unknown. He felt a subtle shift in his spirit, and quietly connected with the Wanling Tower, a faint and formless perception spreading out, gently enveloping all the beast eggs. As a high disciple of the Beastmaster sect who had diligently practiced for many years, he was well versed in the theoretical and practical aspects, making it easy for him to discern the quality, vitality, and type of ordinary spirit beast eggs at a glance. With the support of the Wanling Tower, the details of these gambling eggs appeared almost naked before his eyes. Lu Jing's gaze slowly swept across the rows of beast eggs, his expression calm. Though it seemed he was casually inspecting them, he had already conducted a precise screening. After a moment, his gaze abruptly fixed on a corner where a gray, entirely blackened, shriveled snake egg sat pausing. This egg appeared devoid of spiritual energy, with a dry and dark surface and numerous fine cracks. Any cultivator with a bit of knowledge would easily conclude that it was an egg that had long lost its vitality and was completely useless. With his professional eye, he discerned that the contours and patterns of the eggshell subtly hinted at the characteristics of a second-tier Xianxing Jiao snake. However, the inner vitality was so weak that it was nearly extinguished. A cultivator with shallow cultivation could not perceive any trace of spiritual energy, and the chances of hatching were extremely slim, making it a complete dud that everyone would avoid. The shopkeeper, keenly observing, noticed Lu Jing staring intently at this unwanted dud egg, and immediately seized the opportunity to promote it, vigorously praising it, while secretly reveling in joy. This broken snake egg had been in stock for over half a year. Initially, it had been acquired to ride the wave of the Jiao dragon hatching craze, but the excitement had long faded, leaving a pile of beast eggs unsold in the shop. If left any longer, they would truly spoil and be worthless. Now that someone was interested in this unwanted dud egg, he was simply overjoyed. "You have a keen eye, my friend." The shopkeeper gave a thumbs up, confidently praising. "This egg comes from the deep waters of Luoxiao Mountain, personally collected by my ancestor. It seems to be a rare Tianyin snake egg. Once successfully hatched, it has great potential. You will definitely profit today." Listening to this unconvincing praise, Lu Jing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but on the surface he remained expressionless, casually responding, "He'll take it." The shopkeeper was overjoyed but still maintained a serious expression, nodding repeatedly. What great insight. What a wonderful opportunity. With the first beast egg decided, Lu Jing continued to raise his hand, lightly tapping the remaining beast eggs, using the perception from the Wanling Tower to inspect each one. Most were ordinary eggs with mediocre vitality and low-grade spirit eggs of no cultivation value. Until his finger brushed over a beast egg the size of a head, a deep emerald green color, when his heart suddenly stirred. On the seemingly unremarkable eggshell, a very faint green mist swirled, almost undetectable to the naked eye. Strangely, the Wanling Tower that connected to his spirit slightly trembled. A good find. And it's a tremendous opportunity. Lu Jing felt enlightened, yet his expression remained calm and unruffled as he casually pointed, "He'll take this one too." His movements were casual, as if he were merely selecting at random, not placing any importance on this special beast egg. The shopkeeper, focused on his excitement of making a sale, did not notice anything unusual, eagerly responding. For the last selection, Lu Jing casually scanned around and picked a moderately spirited ordinary beast egg, treating it as a filler, remaining calm throughout. All three beast eggs were selected. The shopkeeper looked at the three gambling eggs that were successfully sold, especially pleased to have cleared out a dud egg, his mouth almost reaching his ears, smiling with a lewd yet enthusiastic expression. He was secretly convinced this was definitely a rich second generation from a family that lacked resources, merely here for the fun of it. In order to thoroughly befriend this promising disciple of the Beastmaster sect, and to take a chance on luck. What if this esteemed guest hatches a rare spirit beast? The reputation of the Beast Pavilion would surely soar in the Kanglan market. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth, feigning a pained expression, and smiled warmly. "Your luck is extraordinary. The shop happens to have a public hatching spirit platform that gathers spirit and nurtures energy, stabilizing the beast egg's vitality and assisting spirit beasts in hatching. You can try it for free. Why not hatch it on the spot and see how this opportunity unfolds, eh?" Lu Jing saw through his little scheme, knowing he merely wanted to ride the wave of hatching excitement and butter up to himself. He was indifferent to this and wanted to see the specifics of this special blue egg for himself, nodding immediately. "All right, let's give it a try." After saying this, he casually handed over the three beast eggs. The shopkeeper received them as if they were treasures, quickly walking to the spirit jade hatching platform in the center of the shop, performing a simple nurturing spell. In an instant, a warm blue spiritual light rose from the spirit platform, slowly enveloping the beast egg, continuously infusing spiritual energy into the shell, nourishing the inner vitality. Moments later, a crisp cracking sound echoed. The vibrant green, mysterious blue egg shattered, and a small deer the size of a palm and covered in soft green fur with slender limbs stumbled out. The little deer had wet eyes, looking confused and scared as it timidly gazed around, emitting soft and delicate yo-yo sounds, appearing exceptionally cute. This scene left the young attendant in green clothing standing nearby dumbfounded. He widened his eyes in disbelief and blurted out, "The egg. An egg hatched a deer. Shopkeeper, this isn't right. How can a beast egg hatch a terrestrial creature?" "Shut up." The shopkeeper's face darkened quickly, turning to glare at the attendant, harshly reprimanding him in a low voice, embarrassed enough to want to dig a hole. Clueless fool, does he have no common sense? The matters of spirit beasts cannot be measured by the logic of wild beasts. After scolding the attendant, the shopkeeper instantly switched to a flattering smile, turning to Lu Jing to congratulate him with immense excitement. "Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations, my friend. This is a Qingwen deer. A standard first-tier mid-grade spirit beast, gentle in nature, possessing innate with spiritual energy, and extremely suitable for cultivators to raise." Hearing this, Lu Jing's lips curled into a faint smile, but he remained silent. Others thought this was a common first-tier mid-grade Qingwen deer, but only he noticed the faint, almost imperceptible ancient golden patterns on the little deer's back, his eyes glinting with realization and delight. Ordinary Qingwen deer would never have such patterns. This little creature was far more than just a first-tier mid-grade. He remained composed, waving his hand, gently wrapping the bewildered little green deer in gentle spiritual power, smoothly storing it in his waist pouch. His actions were calm and natural. The shopkeeper was even more delighted, having completely set his mind at ease. To him, this young man was simply here for fun, and he had not only avoided a loss, but also gained a bottle of mid-grade feeding spirit pill, which was a huge profit. He immediately began another round of flattery and congratulations, overflowing with enthusiasm. Lu Jing was too lazy to listen to his polite compliments, neatly organizing the spirit beast in his pouch, his expression calm, nodding slightly, as he turned and walked out of the beast pavilion. As he stepped out of the building, the bustling market, filled with spiritual energy, surrounded him. In an instant, the calmness in Lu Jing's eyes completely faded, replaced by a sense of anticipation. This trip to the Kanglan market was a huge profit. Lu Jing strode forth with composure, his pockets brimming with hard-won spoils. The 3 spirit beast eggs he had just acquired at the 100 Beasts Pavilion, especially the fawn with azure markings harboring a profound secret, could wait. He felt no urgency to unravel its mystery. With the myriad spirit pagoda in his possession, could such a fawn possibly vanish? He sauntered leisurely out of the pavilion and remerged into the bustling throng of the Kanglan market. The entire street roared with clamor. The hawkers' cries, customers' grumbles, and heated quarrels all tangled together, while the scent of earthly vitality mingled with faint spiritual energy, creating an almost overwhelming vibrancy. Freshly forged Grade 1 Supreme Tier magical artifacts. Shatter mountains, cleave stone, defend the self, repel enemies. Unmatched value for coin. First come, first serve. A vendor at a corner armory bellowed, spittle flying as he lured passing cultivators. Lu Jing casually glanced sideways and instantly burst into quiet laughter. That so-called supreme tier longsword on display bore a conspicuous crescent-shaped notch along its blade edge, its surface rough and uneven, convincing enough to suggest it had just struck solid rock. A passing rogue cultivator could bear it no longer and openly challenged him. "Master, did you wake up blind this morning?" Called it a freshly forged supreme tier artifact. A supreme tier blade with a notch. More likely a refurbished reject. The vendor, unfazed and unblinking, slammed his palm onto the hilt and declared with unshakable conviction, "Nonsense. Don't you know the principle of heaven's envy toward treasured weapons? This artifact's refinement is too flawless, its spiritual energy too abundant. Its forging summoned even a faint celestial tribulation. That notch is heaven's own mark upon it. Have you never heard that when a vessel overflows it invites calamity? When abundance ripens, jealousy follows? Layman, keep your opinions to yourselves." This absurd yet audacious logic left the rogue cultivator speechless, while surrounding cultivators erupted in roaring laughter, the quintessential spectacle of daily market life. No sooner had he taken 2 steps than the insistent cry of a nearby pill stall pierced the air, drawing passers-by to pause and linger. "Don't walk past. Don't miss out. Immortal elixir of unfailing vigor. Fortifies the foundation, nourishes essence, strengthens chi, and sustains the body. Indispensable for solitary cultivation, travel, or quiet retreat." The vendor was a wiry, sly old man with narrow, slanted eyes and a sparse goatee he stroked with knowing amusement. His grin held unmistakable innuendo, his sharp gaze betraying cunning beneath the facade. Around his stall swirled a dense crowd of curious, gossip-hungry cultivators. Someone finally stepped forward to inquire, "Old man, at your age, why peddle such pills? And what's your price?" With 3 bony fingers raised, he replied, brimming with confidence, "Not expensive. Not expensive at all. 30 low-grade spirit stones per pill. Order today and receive, exclusively, a single page from an ancient manual on dual cultivation. An unparalleled bargain." As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd exploded in uproar, voices rising in rapid succession. 30 spirit stones. Did your wife's menstrual blood flood your brain? Such pills are common even among mortals. You dare charge this? Exactly. Are you selling these as if they were the dragon-strengthening tiger vigor pills of the Harmony sect? Do you take us all for fools? Dual cultivation manuals. More likely a nonsense text you scribbled yourself. Amid the cacophony of criticism, most vendors would have faltered, but the old man stood unmoved, radiating disdainful condescension toward those who failed to recognize true value. Just as the crowd began shaking their heads and preparing to disperse, a thunderous voice boomed. Brash, commanding, unyielding. "Clear out. Clear out." At the sound, bystanders instinctively parted like waves. Through the gap strode a formidable woman, broad-shouldered, thick-waisted, her face a tapestry of coarse features. As she muscled her way forward, slamming her palm onto the stall's tabletop, rattling bottles and jars. Eyes blazing, aura commanding, she declared, "I'll test this immortal elixir myself today. See just what miraculous effects it holds. Should its power fail to match its price, I'll overturn this wretched stall myself." The old man's face lit up instantly. Bowing low, he hurried to pack the pills, his obsequiousness a stark contrast to his earlier aloofness. Lu Jing's eye twitched involuntarily, a slow, amused smile spread across his lips. The old man's face lit up instantly. Bowing low, he hurried to pack the pills, his obsequiousness a stark contrast to his earlier aloofness. Lu Jing's eye twitched involuntarily. Lu Jing had no desire to linger further through this farcical drama. Chuckling softly, he shook his head and strolled over to a nearby hardware stall, where he paid, without hesitation, for 10 heavy ingots of black-veined iron, treats for his golden-eating locusts. As he settled the payment and prepared to depart, his gaze drifted idly, then froze upon a small, conspicuously desolate stall tucked into a distant street corner. That stall stood in stark contrast to the surrounding fervor. No loud hawking, no flashy ornaments, not even a glimpse of its proprietor, who sat cloaked entirely in thick black robes, face obscured by deep shadow, emanating an aura of icy, impenetrable solitude. Only a few unassuming items rested upon the stall, yet as Lu Jing's eyes swept across them, he instantly recognized their authenticity, genuine treasures leagues beyond ordinary market fare. Intrigued, he approached slowly, his attention drawn to a cluster of grape-sized jet-black insect eggs resting at the stall's center, glossy, cold, and faintly luminous. His pulse quickened, he spoke cautiously. "What kind of eggs are these?" The figure in black remained motionless. His voice emerged dry and rasping, devoid of inflection, concise, to the point of austerity. "Black absolute spider eggs." 5 words, clean, final. Proof enough that the vendor knew his wares. Deception was futile. A spark flared in Lu Jing's eyes, calculations surged through his mind. Black absolute spiders, grade 1 supreme tier spirit beasts. Their physical resilience ranked merely average among peers, lacking the thick hides and hardened flesh of other spirit beasts. Yet they excelled in uncanny agility, lethal venom, and elusive movement, making them peerless in ambush and protracted combat. Within the grade 1 supreme tier, they occupied the absolute vanguard, exceptionally cost-effective. With the upcoming exchange fair drawing near, a mature high-rank spirit beast paled beside a young one of exceptional bloodline. Gazing upon the dense cluster of spider eggs, Lu Jing's mind ignited with a bold vision. The myriad spirit pagoda specialized in refining, purifying, and fusing bloodlines. What if he extracted the scattered bloodline essences from all these eggs, layered, refined, and condensed them into unity, then poured the entire amalgam into a single egg? Might he not forge by sheer artifice a mutated black absolute spider sovereign? A juvenile spider sovereign bearing foundation establishment potential, presented at the exchange fair, would ignite frenzy among sect disciples and aristocratic prodigies alike. The thought flashed and crystallized. Without hesitation, Lu Jing cut straight to the point, voice firm and resolute. "How many spirit stones?" "I'll take the entire lot." The black-robed figure remained bowed, his reply cold and unyielding, breaking convention outright. "No spirit stones. Only healing pills accepted in exchange." Lu Jing paused, eyebrows subtly furrowing. "Healing pills only, no universal spirit stones." Ordinary street vendors sought wealth, only bought cultivators. Those perpetually scarred by battle, burdened by chronic injuries, desperate to fortify flesh and stabilize meridians, clung so fiercely to rare healing elixirs. He focused his senses, and indeed detected it, a dense, concentrated aura of corporeal vitality, swirling around the cloaked figure, layered with the chilling, razor-edged aura of countless life-or-death clashes. "You're a bota cultivator?" Lu Jing ventured. No reply came. Then from the folds of the black robes, threads of frigid, blood-tinged, killing intent seeped forth, chilling the very air, freezing it into stillness. It was the savage, battle-forged aura of one who had slaughtered countless demonic beasts, seasoned by 100 wars. "Without healing pills, please leave," the cloaked figure stated, tone implacable. Dismissal absolute. A fleeting pang of regret flickered across Lu Jing's expression. He clenched his teeth and proposed, "I carry no healing pills, but 2 mid-grade meridian-protecting pills. Will you trade your entire clutch of spider eggs for them?" At those words, the otherwise stoic figure trembled, imperceptibly yet unmistakably. Beneath the shadowed hood, a pair of eyes blazed awake, alight with raw, incredulous elation. "Meridian-protecting pills, and mid-grade ones. For bota cultivators whose flesh endured constant trauma and meridians wore thin with strain, such pills were legendary, rare beyond measure. These were reserved exclusively for elite sects and paramount immortal clans. Outside their walls, even wealthy rogue cultivators rarely glimpsed one, let alone 2 at once." "Truly?" The cloaked figure's voice betrayed urgent disbelief. "Absolutely no deception," Lu Jing affirmed with a firm nod. "Agreed." The figure accepted instantly, no hesitation. He knew full well, though black absolute spider eggs seemed scarce, they were in truth nearly worthless on the open market. Wild-spawned eggs possessed abysmal survival rates. Human cultivators lacked knowledge of arachnid incubation, ignorant of temperature control, meridian nurturing, or guided embryonic shaping. 10 rogue cultivators attempting hatching would yield 9 dead eggs, and the 10th would produce only a feeble subpar specimen. Only disciples of the beast-taming sect, masters of spirit-beast husbandry, valued them highly. To trade a pile of neglected duds for 2 mid-grade meridian-protecting pills was nothing short of windfall fortune. Lu Jing wasted no time. With a graceful gesture, he produced 2 pristine white jade vials, each containing a perfectly rounded, richly aromatic pill, and placed them steadily upon the stall. The cloaked figure seized them swiftly, his fingertips brushed the vials with reverent care, terrified of even the slightest chip or scratch. Then he slid the entire basket of black absolute spider eggs toward Lu Jing. Transaction complete. With a casual sweep of his hand, Lu Jing enveloped them in shimmering spiritual light and sealed them into his storage pouch, fluid, effortless. Lu Jing sensed clearly this man's aura of slaughter ran deep. He hunted demons deep in mountain wilds, his resource networks vast and untapped. Such talent was rare, irreplaceable. Lu Jing immediately withdrew a translucent communication jade token and extended it, voice easy and sincere. This is my communication token. Should you ever hunt down rare spirit beasts, or uncover exceptional high bloodline eggs, or juveniles, I welcome your contact. My offer will always satisfy. The cloaked figure gripped the token tightly, fell silent for a breath, and gave a slight solemn nod. Lu Jing offered no further words, turned, and strode decisively from the Kanglan market. Beyond the market gates, mist coiled among the peaks, spirit birds soared across the sky. Lu Jing raised a hand and whistled, a clear piercing note. From the clouds above, a slender purple-tinged spirit crane descended in swift graceful arcs, landing before him and bowing its head submissively. He vaulted onto its back. Wings unfurled, the purple cloud crane surged skyward, cleaving the heavens as it sped toward the distant mist-shrouded expanse of Blackwater Lake. Wind howled past his ears, the market's din receded into silence behind him. Leaning against the crane's back, Lu Jing sank his consciousness inward, connecting quietly with the myriad spirit pagoda nestled deep within his dantian, his eyes gleaming with quiet anticipation. That enigmatic azure-marked fawn, and this entire clutch of black absolute spider eggs. His journey through the Kanglan market had not merely yielded profit, it had delivered abundance beyond measure. The purple cloud goose folded its wings and landed steadily on the bank of the Blackwater pool. Lu Jing flipped off and landed casually, stroking the goose's neck as a reward before storing it back in the spirit beast pouch, his steps light as he directly entered the Wanling Tower. Inside the tower, misty spiritual fog swirled, and the central refining pool was filled with a luminous, white liquid so thick with spiritual energy that it nearly solidified. Without hesitation, Lu Jing poured a large handful of black absolute spider eggs into the pool. As soon as the eggshell touched the liquid, the previously lifeless eggs burst forth with vitality, trembling slightly as fine cracks rapidly spread across their surface. Before long, tiny spiders the size of palms broke out of their shells. Their bodies were pitch black and glossy, covered in strange dark green patterns, with sharp mouthparts continuously opening and closing, their small claws frantically scrambling in the pool, looking both fierce and delicate. Lu Jing squinted and scanned the area casually, plucking out a well-proportioned and energetic young spider to place on the stone platform by the pool, while the remaining swarm of tiny black spiders was swiftly pressed back into the depths of the liquid. In an instant, circles of pale golden runes lit up on the pool's walls, intricate patterns flickering back and forth on the stone, and a gentle halo enveloped all the young spiders. The tiny spiders in the pool suddenly let out shrill and sharp cries, their bodies visibly dissolving into wisps of purple spiritual resonance merging into the liquid. A vast amount of scattered bloodline essence continuously gathered and purified, causing the entire spirit pool to radiate a rich purple light. Everything was ready. Lu Jing showed no remorse as he poured the starry divine water infused with black absolute spider essence into the body of the lone young spider on the stone platform. The young spider's body trembled violently, its soft fine hair rapidly hardening into sharp jet black barbs. Its forelegs elongated and thickened as hard as iron spears, its eyes visibly swelling, surrounded by a faintly toxic aura, having completed its bloodline transformation, now resembling a juvenile spider king. It's done. I am undoubtedly the chosen beastmaster. My judgment has never been wrong. Lu Jing exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh and laughing with his head thrown back, prideful to the point his tail nearly shot up to the sky. Before his laughter faded, a buzzing sound of flapping wings echoed from above as the golden-eating locust king, accompanied by numerous little brethren, swooped down in a swarm of dark golden locusts, their large compound eyes fixated hungrily on the newly emerged spider king. It rubbed its head against Lu Jing's sleeve, its expression clearly indicating, "Master, is this new creature our feast? You're quite bold, wanting to eat a spider king larva with potential for foundation establishment. Have you gone mad from hunger?" Lu Jing flicked the locust king on the head, retorting in annoyance. The golden-eating locust king immediately drooped its head, its antennae hanging low, begrudgingly returning to its crystalline lair, with its little followers looking quite pitiful. Not far away, the mount turtle lazily rested on a rock with its eyes closed, while the big white immediately perked up, incessantly cawing and laughing at the locust swarm. Covering its mouth with its white wings, it clearly mocked the locusts for trying to feast and failing, reveling in their misfortune. Lu Jing chuckled at the two lively creatures, his mind calculating clearly. The method of bloodline fusion and devouring did not work on the big white and mount turtle, but the golden-eating locusts naturally possessed the ability to devour and refine, theoretically allowing them to follow that path. However, all the locusts were currently in their juvenile stage, and the swarm could not reproduce. Losing one would mean one less, making it impossible to hastily expend them, so refusal was inevitable. He bent down and gently stroked the cool back of the Spider King, softly encouraging, "Little one, train hard and grow stronger quickly. The upcoming trading event will depend entirely on your performance to amaze everyone and secure top-tier resources." After instructing the Spider King, Lu Jing turned to remind the three spirit beasts, warning them repeatedly not to bully the petite little deer that appeared was shyly curled up to the side, its ears drooping slightly, looking very timid. But after a short while, the little one completely let go of its guard, prancing around Lu Jing with delicate hooves, occasionally rubbing its head against his palm, being exceedingly affectionate. "From now on, your name will be Little Ching." You are parentless, so for now you'll have to settle for the golden tiger's milk to fill your belly. Lu Jing gently stroked the soft fur of the little deer and handed it a handful of tender low-grade spiritual grass Qingju, leaves jokingly saying, "Little Qing, your treatment is top-notch." Back when Big White first arrived, it could only nibble on ordinary grains, not to mention eating spiritual grass freely. Compared to that, shouldn't you thank me? At this, Big White immediately voiced its discontent with a caw twisting its large backside, as if to say, "How dare." The Spirit Tower had long completed the bloodline assessment, and this was no ordinary first-level Qingwen deer, but a fourth-level spirit beast, the 9-leaf Qingming deer, which had suffered a decline in its innate level due to unforeseen circumstances. It had merely encountered a setback, and with careful nurturing it could absolutely return to its peak. Compared to the bloodline reversion of Mount Turtle, it was even purer. Little Qing let out a joyful yo-yo, and a warm, gentle light fell upon the Qingju leaves at hand. The previously somewhat withered leaves instantly became lush and dripping with vitality. The decayed roots revitalized, and its innate talent became evident. Lu Jing's eyes lit up, exclaiming in wonder, "Goodness, this nurturing technique is even more powerful than that of top-tier spirit farmers. From now on, the spirit herb garden within the tower will be entirely entrusted to you." He originally planned to establish a medicinal garden, as a pill refiner without their own garden would undoubtedly be inadequate. Little Qing immediately spun joyfully, as if to say its abilities were far beyond this, and then it released another wave of green soft light, slowly enveloping Lu Jing's entire body. A warm current coursed through his limbs and bones, rapidly dissipating the subtle injuries accumulated from daily cultivation and replenishing the energy expended from his recent ventures in the market, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Lu Jing was both amazed and delighted, directly pulling the little one into his embrace and showering kisses on the little deer's head. "My precious, I've struck gold. Moo-ma, moo-ma." This healing technique was critically important for body cultivators. Although the protective pulse pill was good, it had pill toxicity. Even he, before refining the pure pill, was not prepared to consume much. With this in mind, Lu Jing immediately decided to form a life-bound bloodline contract with Little Qing. He pressed out a drop of boiling hot blood from his fingertip, slowly transferring it to the little deer. After forming contracts with Big White Mount Turtle and the Golden Eating Locust, he was now attempting to bind a fourth spirit beast, causing his divine sense and blood essence to be slightly overloaded. His complexion visibly paled, beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead. Even though his divine sense far surpassed that of cultivators of the same level, he could not escape the heavy burden at this moment. Little Qing lowered its head, obediently showing no signs of resistance throughout the entire process, cooperating with the contract formation. The 4 spirit beast contracts firmly took root in his soul, and Lu Jing let out a long breath, looking at the various spirit beasts in the tower performing their duties, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Wanling Tower, the various spirit beasts had grown robust, each fulfilling their duties, while the black absolute spider king languidly settled its bloodlines, spending its days in a deep slumber, oblivious to the passage of time. The 9-leaf Qingming deer Shaoqing tended to the medicinal garden within the tower, thriving with life, while the gold-eating locust clan remained quietly in their meditative state, everything in perfect order. Stepping out of the Yuling Tower, Lu Jing packed his resources and leaped onto the soaring purple cloud goose. The goose's call rang clear, slicing through the sea of clouds as it swiftly carried him towards the picturesque Luoxiao Mountain within the borders of the Chuyun Kingdom. From afar, Luoxiao Mountain stretched for hundreds of miles, with a mid-grade spirit vein meandering through the mountains, its spiritual energy rising in wisps far richer than the black water pool that merely caught the droppings of birds. The fire maple forest sprawled across the mountains, its crimson leaves unfurling like a sea of red clouds, flowing and shimmering, creating a breathtaking vista. To reside in such a place abundant with spiritual energy and stunning surroundings could indeed be considered a divine task. However, upon flying to the mountain peak and reading the inscription on the boundary stone, Lu Jing found himself both amused and bewildered, rubbing his eyes to confirm it 3 times. To his surprise, Luoxiao Mountain was actually within the borders of the Chuyun Kingdom. Suddenly, everything became clear. He remembered that the true identity of that sister Yunming was the princess of the Chuyun Kingdom. This was no mere assignment, it was clearly a vacation in her own backyard. Compared to her, his duty at the black water pool was. The purple cloud goose descended steadily, folding its wings and stirring a gentle breeze. As Lu Jing landed, he had little time to take in the surroundings before a warm figure swiftly approached. The newcomer was a young, white-faced cultivator dressed in a neat blue robe, wearing a well-measured, kind smile, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. He clasped his hands politely and said, "You must be Senior Lu Jing, right? My sister is waiting for guests in the front hall and specifically asked me to come greet you. Senior, you must be tired from your journey. Please come inside with me. Thank you for your trouble, fellow cultivator." Lu Jing smiled and returned the gesture with ease, following the young man towards the mountain hall. As they walked, Lu Jing observed discreetly. The residence at Luoxiao Mountain was not cold and ethereal like ordinary celestial mountains, but rather extravagantly, with white jade paving, vermilion columns, intricately carved halls, and golden-tiled roofs shimmering in the sunlight. The place was adorned with precious spirit flowers and rare stones, every brick and tile exuding an air of opulence, unmistakably royal in design. Upon entering the spacious and magnificent reception hall, a graceful figure immediately stood up to greet him. Yunming was clad in a pure white celestial dress, her brows and eyes warm, shedding the icy aloofness from their first meeting, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as she warmly said, "Junior brother Lu Jing, it's been a while, I hope you have been well." A hint of understanding flickered in Lu Jing's eyes, yet his demeanor remained calm as he smiled, and replied, "Sister, you are even more radiant than before." Yunming's enthusiasm was genuine. The undercurrents and conflicts between the sects had her rushing back to avoid trouble, with even her master needing to alert her to the situation. Although her master held a prominent position in the sect as a disciple of a Golden Core elder, her weight in the grand scheme of things, before leaving she had inquired thoroughly and found out that this junior brother had actually arrived to guard the sect before her. Moreover, the exceptional quality of the pills Lu Jing had casually produced allowed Qian Duo to profit immensely, broadening his network, and the unusual circumstances were enough for Yunming to speculate about his remarkable background. Yet despite her previous subtle inquiries being skillfully sidestepped by Qian Duo, she had yet to grasp any details, and her current enthusiasm was merely a means to probe further. As the two exchanged pleasantries, all eyes in the hall turned to Lu Jing. He scanned the room and immediately recognized a familiar face. He saw the sturdy body cultivator. In addition, 3 unfamiliar cultivators sat at the table, each exuding a different aura. Yunming stepped forward at the right moment, smiling as she introduced them one by one. "Junior brother, let me introduce you to some individuals. This is my uncle from the Yun clan, Yun Song. This is the head of the Li family, a local faction in the Chuyun kingdom, Li Wanshan, who has attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, a seasoned powerhouse from a long-standing cultivation family. This is Madame Su Wanrong, another esteemed elder, who has cultivated locally for many years." Lu Jing's gaze fell upon the beautiful woman. Su Wanrong, dressed elegantly in a moon-white gown, had delicate features exuding a mature and refined aura with every graceful gesture, yet her eyes concealed a hint of shrewdness. "Greetings to all fellow cultivators." Lu Jing's attitude was humble as he bowed to each of them. They all returned the gesture with smiles, their eyes filled with curiosity and respect. Before anyone could speak, the cheerful Hisu was the first to rise, striding forward and clapping Lu Jing on the shoulder. His smile particularly warm. "Junior brother Lu, I don't think I need to introduce myself. I've been waiting for you. It's been a long time, and your cultivation seems even more so." He was genuinely grateful to Lu Jing. The diamond talisman he had exchanged last time had saved him from a lethal strike during a recent battle with a beast, proving to be a life-saving treasure. If he had the chance to exchange for more good items this time, he would certainly want to trade with Lu Jing again. The quality is far superior to what you find at the treasure-gathering pavilion. "You're too kind, senior brother." Lu Jing smiled and waved his hand. With a fiery gaze, Hisu eagerly asked, "By the way, junior brother, the insect eggs you exchanged last time must have hatched smoothly. What kind of insect did you get?" Lu Jing feigned helplessness, chuckling as he replied, "It's not that easy. High-ear exotic insects take considerable time and effort to hatch, though I did gain some results." "Ha ha ha, no rush, no rush." Hisu laughed heartily, his tone filled with certainty. "Junior brother, you are blessed with good fortune. Such a spirit creature will surely hatch perfectly. I don't want what you traded, but I am very curious, so you must show it to me when the time comes. With your good wishes, I will certainly clarify any doubts for you then." Lu Jing accepted the blessing with composure, a hint of suppressed pride lurking in his eyes. Not only had he succeeded in hatching, but the gold-eating Locust King was also on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement soon. Revealing this would likely drop jaws. Everyone took their seats, and the atmosphere was friendly and relaxed. Yunming was the first to raise her hand, prompting a maid to step forward and display a table full of cultivation resources. Talisman papers, pills, low-grade magical artifacts, spirit materials, and even 3 fluffy, first-tier spirit beast cubs were laid out, a dazzling array, far more abundant than during their last trade. As usual, Yunming looked up at Lu Jing with a warm smile. "This time, I still prioritize purchasing foundation establishment pills or the complete main and auxiliary materials for refining them. Other high-tier resources are also open to exchange." Seeing this, both Yun Song and Li Wanshan perked up, instantly rising to present all of their treasured resources on the. Both were heads of secular cultivation families affiliated with the sect, having lived for many years, and their minds were exceptionally clear. The fact that this young man could make Yunming, his niece, value him so highly meant he was certainly more than just good looks. Such a hidden gem from a grand sect possessed treasures that ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to. In order to seize opportunities and gain benefits, neither of them held back, displaying everything from practical spirit materials and cultivation pills to long-saved hidden treasures, fearing that too few items would fail to catch Lu Jing's eye. Su Wanrong also took out several boxes of treasured spirit herbs and pills, watching the situation with a smile, calm and unhurried. The table was filled with an overwhelming variety of resources, dazzling to behold. Lu Jing maintained a composed demeanor, not in a hurry. This free selection trading model spared him the trouble of introducing and selling each item, making it both easy and efficient. He smiled lightly and waved his hand. 2 exquisite white jade pill bottles flew out, landing steadily in the center of the table. 2 mid-grade spirit feeding pills and 2 bottles of mid-grade pulse protection pills. Everyone can assess their quality. As the lids of the bottles opened, the rich and pure aroma of the pills instantly enveloped the entire hall, with spiritual energy pouring forth, refreshing to the senses. The eyes of everyone present lit up, their heads leaning forward in awe. Most of the circulating pills on the market were filled with impurities and had a thin aroma, but the pills Lu Jing presented were round in color and concentrated in potency, clearly crafted by a top-tier alchemist, a premium product. As the murmurs of admiration began to arise before anyone could savor them, Lu Jing raised his hand once more. A small pitch-black figure accompanied by a faint aura of toxic energy quietly landed on the smooth white jade table. The creature, entirely black and glossy, shimmered with a cold light. Its abdomen and back bore dark green mysterious patterns that glimmered faintly, with sharp black spines covering its small frame, exuding an intense pressure. It was the fully metamorphosed black absolute spider king larva. In an instant, the once bustling hall fell into a profound silence. The sounds of wind, breath, and discussion vanished as if a needle could be heard dropping. Yun Song and Li Wanshan's eyes widened, their pupils constricting suddenly, their bodies freezing in place, unable to move, their smiles completely frozen, mouths agape in sheer astonishment, as if they had been struck by a spell of paralysis. As leaders of families affiliated with the beast-taming sect, they had delved deeply into the path of beast-taming for many years, their vision far surpassing that of ordinary secular cultivators, and they immediately recognized the formidable nature of this tiny spider. The faint pressure of a Foundation establishment-level bloodline, though seemingly weak, was extremely pure and domineering, far beyond an ordinary first-tier spirit beast. After a long moment, Li Wanshan finally managed to swallow hard, his voice dry and trembling, laden with incredulity. Could it be the black absolute spider? At that moment, even the composed Su Wanrong had lost her smile, her beautiful eyes widening as she leaned slightly forward, fixated on the small spider on the table, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Even Yunmeng and Su, who had been mentally prepared, were momentarily stunned, their faces displaying shock. They had anticipated that Lu Jing had an impressive background, but they never expected him to present such a remarkable item. They were acutely aware that the small spider before them was no ordinary black absolute spider, but a true spider king larva. This was a bona fide second-tier spirit beast. Even they might not be able to casually produce such a precious young beast. In the midst of the silence, Lu Jing slightly raised an eyebrow, a hint of calm, yet proud smile gracing his lips, his tone nonchalant, brimming with a sense of Versailles. The black absolute spider king, definitely a second-tier spirit beast, will be able to contend with Foundation establishment upon maturity, making it an excellent choice for either a spirit pet or for family cultivation. The dead silence in the hall lingered for a full 3 breaths, as if the air itself had solidified. The first to crack was Yun Song, his body slightly leaning forward, his murky eyes tightly fixed on the black absolute spider king in the center of the table, his whiskers trembling with excitement, his chest rising and falling violently, the desire in his gaze almost spilling over. As an old foundation-building family in the Outcloud Kingdom, the Yun family had long become a hollow shell, with the ancestral patriarch's lifespan gradually depleting and the younger generations within the clan lacking cohesion. The only genius Yun Mingyuan had joined the sect, leaving behind local disciples who couldn't even manage stable foundation establishment, causing the reputation of the foundation-building family to waver at risk of becoming a third-rate fire-finding clan. If they could cultivate this second-tier Spider King juvenile into a guardian spirit beast, once it matured, it could confront foundation establishment practitioners heat-in. With such a trump card, the Yun family could enjoy decades of peace and stability with great hopes for revival. Li Wanshan beside him was even more envious, his skin flushing with heat, his hands rubbing incessantly, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. The Li family had always been dependent on the Yun family, acting as a marriage-affiliated vassal, constantly having to read others' expressions, with resources and territory limited, forever overshadowed by the Yun family in the local cultivation circle. If they could acquire the second-tier Spider King, it would be equivalent to holding a foundation establishment combat power out of thin air, immediately allowing them to stand tall and completely shake off their vassal status, standing on equal footing with the Yun family. Goodness, what a grand gesture, junior brother Liu. Su clapped his thigh, his hearty voice breaking the silence filled with admiration. His own innate bloodline spirit beast already bore foundation-building potential, and he didn't mind adding one more spider to his already top-tier opportunity as a fire-finding practitioner. While others ventured into perilous secret realms, risking their lives to hunt ferocious beasts, they might never catch a glimpse of a second-tier juvenile beast. Yet Lu Jing casually placed one on the table, truly frustrating for those who compared themselves to others. He was even more certain of Lu Jing's connections. Lu Jing sat leisurely at his seat, his expression relaxed and unperturbed, his heart devoid of waves, even secretly feeling pleased. This thing from purchase to hatching took him less than a day. If he could sell them in bulk, he couldn't even imagine how wealthy he would become. At this moment, Yun Song could no longer contain himself, cupping his hands and bowing, speaking urgently and earnestly. Young friend Lu, I am willing to offer 100 pounds of first-tier fine iron along with 300-year-old blood ginseng in exchange for this Spider King juvenile. Oh, I hope you will grant this request. Before his words fell, Li Wanshan immediately rushed to raise the price, fearing he would miss out on the treasure. Friend Lu, my Li family will add a shallow first-tier spirit stone vein along with a complete set of high-grade first-tier refining materials worth far more than these herbs and iron. Su Wanrong also slightly moved her eyebrows, her gentle face taking on a more serious demeanor, softly offering, friend, I have a 7th-layer breaking obstacles pill plus 5 high-grade first-tier spirit herbs which I can offer for exchange. Yunmeng stepped forward confidently, her clear voice firmly silencing all bids. Junior brother, I offer a complete formula for the cleansing marrow pill plus a finished cleansing marrow flower exclusively for the Black Absolute Spider King. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent, all faces changed in unison, revealing expressions of pain. All present were seasoned finding practitioners fully aware of the significance of the cleansing marrow pill. Practitioners who had long consumed pills for cultivation would continuously accumulate pill toxins and mortal impurities. The closer one got to foundation establishment, the more deadly the hidden dangers became. Without the cleansing marrow pill to refine the body and clarify spiritual power, foundation establishment would easily have a shaky foundation. At best one would struggle with cultivation, and at worst be permanently stuck in finding, completely severing the path ahead. The finished cleansing marrow pill was already a rare find, and with the complete formula and main material of the cleansing marrow flower, it was truly something of great value, far exceeding the total worth of all the ores and herbs on the table. The crowd sighed faintly, dejectedly returning to their seats, completely dispelling the thought of competing for it. Li Wanshan clenched his fist, his face full of helplessness, inwardly lamenting Yun Meng's offer was simply too harsh. This bargaining chip was impossible to counter. Su Wanrong also gently shook her head, smiling and giving up, knowing well the disparity in their bargaining chips. Everyone felt unwilling, yet could only watch as the opportunity fell into Yun Meng's hands. Yun Meng let out a long sigh of relief, her tense shoulders completely relaxing, her brows and eyes filled with joy. This transaction seemed like a huge sacrifice, but in reality it was a sure gain. Being a member of the Yun clan, having the Spider King in her possession equated to owning the entire Yun family, which could not only stabilize the family foundation, but also serve as a powerful trump card for her future foundation establishment. Junior brother, then this Spider King shall belong to me. Only right. Lu Jing replied casually, his demeanor relaxed, as if he were merely exchanging a common weed rather than a second-tier spirit beast juvenile. With the Spider King trade settled, everyone's gaze simultaneously locked onto the 2 bottles of mid-grade pills on the table, igniting a new round of competition. His eyes sparkled, his gaze firmly glued to the 2 bottles of pulse-guarding pills, his entire being becoming invigorated. He practiced body cultivation, his training method far more violent and reckless than ordinary practitioners, enduring the assaults of ferocious beasts year-round, refining his body. His meridians were filled with hidden injuries, and spiritual energy often surged painfully. The pulse-guarding pill was a mid-grade first-tier pill. A low-grade pulse-guarding pill was useless to him, while Lu Jing's condensed mid-grade pulse-guarding pill could repair his meridian injuries and stabilize his energy, making it more precious to him than a spirit beast. He stepped forward, boldly fearing being intercepted, his voice booming. Junior brother Lu, he'll take all the pulse-guarding pills. I will exchange them with sincere goods. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately opened his jade box, revealing a dozen gleaming purple jade spirit bee eggs quietly lying inside, filled with the essence of bee spirits. All first-tier mid-grade purple jade spirit bee eggs. With both offensive and defensive capabilities adept at both honey collection and combat, I'll use them to exchange for these 2 bottles of pulse-guarding pills. It's definitely a bargain. Lu Jing glanced at the bee eggs, feeling quite pleased. The honey produced by the purple jade spirit bees was often used in the refining of first-tier pills. His stock was low, and putting them in the Wanling Tower for cultivation would be perfect, so he readily agreed. Deal. Hisu was overjoyed, carefully storing the pulse-guarding pills, as if they were a treasure, unable to contain his smile. The remaining spirit-nourishing pills instantly became a new hot commodity, an effective pill for nourishing spirit beasts and accelerating growth, sought after by all beast tamers. Yun Meng was the first to act decisively, stating, I'll offer a golden lotus spirit flower which can nourish the spirit beast soul in exchange for 5 spirit-nourishing pills. Li Wanshan, unwilling to be outdone, quickly took out 3 fresh, plump, and spiritually rich Qingling bamboo shoots. I'll trade 3 Qingling bamboo shoots for the remaining spirit-nourishing pills. Lu Jing calmly accepted both items, smoothly dividing the pills, all transactions flowing seamlessly. By the end of the trading session, only Su Wanrong had not yet gained anything. She remained calm and unhurried, turning to smile at Yun Meng. Friend Yun, I would like to exchange a high-grade purple monkey flower for 2 first-tier high-grade talismans. Would that be acceptable? The purple monkey flower was a core material for refining the purple melody pill, highly practical. Yun Meng readily agreed, retrieving the talismans to complete the exchange. In a short while, all materials were traded, and everyone left with their arms full, all wearing smiles. The crowd selected and exchanged some useful items among themselves, making the atmosphere even more harmonious than before. Lu Jing maintained his composure throughout, trading some detoxification pills for some rudimentary spells to pass the time. As the trading session concluded, Li Wanshan, the head of the Li family, quietly conveyed a message to him. If any second-tier spirit beasts were found, the Li family would definitely offer something that would satisfy Lu Jing. The trading event at Luoxia Mountain has completely come to an end, and the crowd has dispersed. The lingering spiritual energy in the courtyard gradually dissipates, leaving behind the warmth and laughter that lingered after the transactions. Yun Meng held a jade box containing the sapling of the Black Absolute Spider King, her fingertips gently stroking the surface of the box, with a look of delight in her eyes that lingered. Second uncle, I will leave this Black Absolute Spider King sapling in the clan for you to take full care of. Yun Meng solemnly handed over the jade box, her tone clear and structured. You must immediately allocate the best spirit fields in the clan to nurture it with spiritual energy, exhaust all resources to cultivate the promising young members of our clan, and ensure that we quickly present a clan member at the 9th level of chi refinement to uphold our reputation. I will also hurry to gather all the main materials for foundation establishment pills, striving to add another foundation establishment combatant to the Yun family in the short term and solidify our foundation. Yin Song received the jade box with both hands, looking at the dormant Spider King, sapling with excitement, his entire body tensed, nodding repeatedly, his face filled with exhilaration. He then seemed to remember something, gazing in the direction where Lu Jing had left, curiosity filling his murky eyes. Minger, this Lu Jing is not simple. At such a young age, he casually produced the second-tier spirit beast mid-grade pills and top-tier talismans. His wealth is astonishingly excessive. Our Yun family has never heard of such a genius from the sect. Do you know his background? Yun Ming gently shook her head, her expression solemn, yet somewhat certain. Let alone you. If it weren't for Qian Duo's introduction last time, I wouldn't have met him. This person's background is unfathomable. He is certainly not an ordinary cultivator that we can probe into. She paused, her tone growing more serious. We only need to maintain a good relationship and treat him sincerely. That is the greatest opportunity for the Yun family. Reckless inquiries will only lead to disaster. Yun Song, having lived for most of his life, understood the implications instantly, immediately suppressing all curiosity and completely dismissing the idea of probing. Following this, Yun Ming methodically arranged the subsequent matters, instructing the servants, select a group of diligent and tight-lipped mortals, prepare a full set of living supplies and cultivation resources, and immediately send them to Heishui Lake. Her thoughts were clear and well considered. Although Heishui Lake is rich in spiritual energy and suitable for spirit beasts to reside and cultivate, it is remote and desolate, with harsh living conditions and numerous trivial chores. In her view, a mysterious and powerful expert like Lu Jing would hardly need to personally manage mundane tasks like sweeping, organizing his cave, or taking care of the spiritual land. By proactively arranging everything for him, it would demonstrate the Yun family's sincerity in building a relationship. Meanwhile, clouds drifted across the sky. Lu Jing rode on the docile purple cloud goose, leisurely flying towards the direction of Heishui Lake, with the evening breeze brushing against his face, feeling exceptionally comfortable. He was contemplating that after returning, he would throw all the exchanged purple jade spirit bee eggs and green spirit bamboo shoots into the Wanling Tower for cultivation, eagerly awaiting a surge in resources, feeling quite pleased. However, just a few miles away from Heishui Lake, the food golden locust that had been lingering by his side like a personal bodyguard suddenly became agitated. Several food golden locusts flapped their transparent wings, circling around Lu Jing in a hurry, their tiny insect heads constantly pointing towards the dense forest ahead, emitting fragmented and anxious buzzing sounds filled with vigilance and unease. Lu Jing's lazy demeanor instantly vanished, the nonchalant smile in his eyes fading, his back straightening slightly. There is something going on. Although the food golden locust is not particularly gifted in stealth, it is still on the list of exotic insects, and it is quite clear about malicious intent. Moreover, the atmosphere in this forest is abnormally silent, hiding a murderous intent, clearly indicating that someone had laid an ambush in advance. Lu Jing remained unfazed, calmly uttering, "Come out. Stop hiding, it's tiring to watch." As soon as he finished speaking, the dense forest on both sides suddenly shook. Two figures in black clothing emerged, landing steadily in midair among the trees, directly blocking the way ahead, exuding an unmistakable aura of malice. Lu Jing couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. With a thought, a flash of white light appeared, and a massive white figure instantly landed in front of him. Caw-caw. The large white bird stood tall and proud, its wide wings suddenly spreading, its fluffy white feathers bristling, its neck held high, and its round, fierce eyes glaring at the two figures, displaying a fierce posture ready to charge into battle. The two robbers looked over quickly, first landing their gaze on the docile spirit goose, full of spiritual energy. After giving Lu Jing, who appeared young and had modest cultivation, a quick once-over, their eyes instantly filled with intense greed. The leading robber was thin and tall, his spirit power thick and stable, his aura firmly locked at the 8th level of Chi refinement, a genuine veteran, high-level Chi refinement cultivator. He grinned, revealing yellowed teeth, and sinisterly laughed. "Haha, today is my lucky day. Just arrived in this area, and I unexpectedly caught a fat sheep traveling alone. And he even brought a spirit goose of decent quality. He must have plenty of treasures on him." The companion beside him was somewhat weaker, his spirit power fluctuating barely at the 7th level of Chi refinement, but his hands were covered in calluses, and his eyes were fierce, clearly a ruthless character with blood on his hands. The 7th level robber licked his lips, cracking his knuckles, his tone both mocking and arrogant. At such a young age, having a personal spirit bird for transportation, and wearing clothes of fine material, even if he is not from the Beastmaster sect, he is definitely a rich young cultivator. Kid, be smart and hand over all your spirit stones, pills, and spirit beasts. We will leave you a whole corpse. The two grew more and more satisfied, for in their eyes Lu Jing seemed harmless. With his cultivation barely at the 4th level of Chi refinement, he was clearly a walking treasure trove, easily manageable. Facing the blockade of two high-level Chi refinement cultivators, Lu Jing displayed no fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. "Here we go again with the robbers. Does he have some kind of bad luck physique? You want to rob me? That depends on whether you can handle it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jing's fingertips lit up with spiritual light, directly crushing two first-tier upper-grade talismans. Buzz. Scarlet flames soared to the sky, and a majestic illusion of a flame dragon roared into existence, its dragon might sweeping across the entire forest. Following this, a sharp golden sword aura sliced through the air, the power of metal striking with unparalleled sharpness, tearing the air apart. First-tier upper-grade flame dragon talismans. First-tier upper-grade metal sword talismans. Two exceptional spells were unleashed with a thunderous boom, intertwining flames and golden light, creating an imposing spectacle. Before the two robbers could even react, or their pupils could constrict, Lu Jing raised his hand and unleashed another spell. Meteor fire rainfall. Boom. Countless sparks exploded from the void, raining down like a fiery storm, densely covering the entire area of the ambush, sealing off all escape routes for the two. The entire series of moves flowed like water, smooth as silk, without a single unnecessary action. Among them, the flame dragon talismans were spoils taken from a previous encounter with robbers. This is called using bandits to deal with bandits. The two robbers who initially thought victory was in their grasp were instantly shaken, their minds going blank, and the arrogance on their faces froze, replaced with expressions of sheer terror. They could never have imagined that this seemingly easy dominage, little fat sheep, would strike so ruthlessly. He opened with two precious upper-grade talismans, even gifting them a wide area suppression spell. Not good. Quickly defend. The two were terrified, their hearts racing, not daring to be careless, and poured all their spirit power into activating their protective spells. The leader at the 8th level of Chi refinement reacted swiftly, instantly summoning a thick, dark, turtle shell shield, its spiritual light bursting forth, a solid protective barrier, firmly holding up. This was a genuine first-tier, upper-grade defensive spiritual treasure, extremely strong in defense. The 7th level robber, next to him, hurriedly gathered all his spirit power, erecting a heavy spiritual barrier to desperately withstand the oncoming storm of fire. Thunderous explosions rang out one after another as flames burned, golden blades sliced, and firestones struck, echoing throughout the forest. Smoke and dust rolled high, and the heat wave ravaged all around. As the residual force of the spell gradually dissipated and the smoke began to clear, the situation became evident. The upper-grade turtle shell shield was covered in countless cracks, its spiritual light, dimmed by more than half, nearly destroyed. Meanwhile, the slightly weaker 7th level robber was in a dire state, his black clothing charred and torn, his hair singed unevenly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his spirit power in disarray. His chest heaved violently, severely injured by the residual force, his breath instantly dwindling to its lowest point. What kind of fat sheep is this? The fat sheep didn't get eaten, but instead it broke their teeth. Just as the smoke cleared, the large white bird became agitated, its bright eyes sparkling, eagerly flapping its wings and calling out at the two robbers ahead. It nodded fervently, raising its claws to gesture, fully brimming with combat spirit, clearly asking Lu Jing, "Master, let me take them down. They're injured." Seeing the large white bird eager to fight, Lu Jing remained exceptionally clear-headed, reaching out to press down the excited bird's head, his tone exceedingly pragmatic. "Don't be reckless, we can't win. A retreat is the best option." He was well aware and had no desire for unnecessary battles. With dual cultivation methods, he could crush a 6th level Chi refinement cultivator and barely hold his own against a 7th level one. However, the leader facing him was a solid 8th level Chi refinement cultivator, still holding a nearly depleted but defensively capable first-tier upper-grade spiritual treasure. Engaging in a heated clash would undoubtedly be unwise. If a real fight broke out, it was highly likely he would suffer a loss. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. If he can develop, he will not fight heated. With clear thoughts, Lu Jing directly retracted the gentle and slow purple cloud goose straddling the broad back of the large white bird. "Big white, fly faster. Caw-caw." The large white bird, though regretful for not being able to fight and seize resources, absolutely obeyed Lu Jing's command. In the next second, it forcefully flapped its wings. Whoosh! A flash of snowy light shot up into the sky. As an exotic spirit bird, Big White's speed was maximized, soaring through the air much faster than ordinary spirit birds, more than double the leisurely pace of the purple cloud goose. The strong wind howled past as Big White carried Lu Jing, not looking back, racing towards Heishui Lake at full speed, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. The two disheveled robbers watched the rapidly retreating white figure, their faces turning ashen, filled with both anger and anxiety, utterly frustrated. Having been severely wounded by their prey's top-tier combo, they were left watching helplessly as the target escaped, experiencing the greatest humiliation since their debut. "Chase! Kill him!" The leading robber gritted his teeth and roared, suppressing the surging blood within him, forcing his injured companion to mobilize their spirit power, madly pursuing the direction the large white goose had fled. Above the vast sky, the white wind tore through the flowing clouds. At this moment, Dubai completely unleashed its speed, its wings flapping wildly, splitting the fierce wind into two waves, carrying Lu Jing as he raced close to the ground, his posture both arrogant and graceful. Lu Jing lay steadily on Dubai's back, glancing back at the two relentless shadows chasing after him, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, showing no signs of impatience. "Want to chase him? In your dreams." He raised his hand, unleashing his spiritual power, casually opting not to launch any grand attacks, focusing instead on low-cost harassment and torment. Swish, swish, swish. Along the route, he manipulated scattered stones, dead branches, and sparks carelessly, sending a shower of tiny fiery rain and chaotic wind blades flying back towards his pursuers without a care. There was no grand show of force, but the relentless barrage was overwhelming, specifically targeting the pursuers' eyes, meridians, and vulnerable wounds with harassment. The talismans conserved spiritual energy, but just now he had fully utilized 2 first-grade superior talismans and 1 first-grade superior spell, which despite being a 5-element root, still consumed quite a bit. Such low-level spells were perfectly suited for harassment. The 2 bandits behind were left with their scalps tingling, suffering immensely from this unscrupulous tactic. The bandit at the 7th level of chi refinement, already heavily injured, was forced to run while suppressing his wounds and could hardly withstand such continuous, exhausting harassment. The countless tiny fire fragments kept scraping against his protective spiritual light, the wind blades cutting into his skin, while the chaotic spiritual energy rampaged wildly within him. His already crumbling barrier of spiritual power had developed more and more cracks, his meridians ached and tingled, and a metallic taste surged in his throat. Cough. Phew. A mouthful of hot blood surged out instantly, turning his face as pale as paper, his breath completely collapsing, his steps staggering, and his speed visibly plummeting. Hold on. Don't fall behind. We're almost there. The leader of the bandits ahead gritted his teeth and roared, his mindset already in shambles. Chasing a younger generation while eating their exhaust fumes only to be tormented by the small spells thrown casually by the target was infuriating enough to make their insides boil. 1 person and 1 goose rushed ahead at full speed, while 2 heavily injured pursuers clung tightly behind. This absurd chase spanned hundreds of miles. Ahead, the lake's surface shimmered, the mist rising. They had finally arrived at the territory of the Blackwater Lake. Upon stepping into his home turf, Lu Jing's mindset instantly shifted from running for survival to returning home to slack off. I finally made it home, and you still dare to chase me. But just then an unexpected change occurred. A deep hum resounded. A perfectly condensed black arrow suddenly shot out from the dense fog of the lakeside forest. Its speed was so extreme, silent, and unseen that it tore through the air, leaving only a shadow behind. The heavily injured bandit at the 7th level of chi refinement had no chance to react, his head pierced directly by the black arrow. Blood splattered, his body stiffened, and collapsed into the grass, dead on the spot, utterly beyond recovery. The entire scene fell into a moment of silence. The bandit leader's pupils dilated, his body covered in cold sweat, first stunned, then an overwhelming rage surged to the top of his head. He abruptly turned his head, staring fiercely at the lakeside forest, then glared at Lu Jing, who was suspended above the lake, his eyes nearly bursting with fury, and he roared hoarsely, Who dares to ambush me? You brat. And you too. Today I will surely make you into mincemeat, pulverize your bones into ashes. I will kill you all. His furious roar shook the surface of the lake, making the waters ripple violently, while his spiritual power surged uncontrollably, his clothes flapping wildly, and he had completely lost his sanity. Lu Jing looked in the direction from which the black arrow had come. There in the depths of the forest by Blackwater Lake, a figure stood quietly, shrouded in thick black mist. The face was indistinguishable, and the aura could not be discerned, only a pair of deep cold eyes pierced through the layers of black mist, burning intensely upon the battlefield, coldly observing everything before them. This person exuded an aloof demeanor from beginning to end, neither part of the pursuers, nor showing any intention to aid Lu Jing, purely a mysterious third party, watching the drama unfold. Lu Jing was well aware. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily a friend, but they are definitely not on the same side. The current situation was clearly a standoff among 3 parties. However, for now it seemed that they were ultimately not on the same side as that bandit, which could be considered good news. With your pitiful state you still dare to threaten me, eh? Lu Jing put his hands on his hips and yelled at the bandit, his mind moving as terrifying figures silently emerged from the Wanling Tower in Blackwater Lake, Tiger Head. It's time to receive guests. Splash. The lake water suddenly surged violently, and a colossal fish with a muscular build, tiger stripes on its head, and a fierce aura burst through the lake's surface, kicking up a storm of water mist. Now, after being nurtured by the Wanling Tower, Tiger Head had firmly entered the 8th level of chi refinement. Its scales glimmered coldly, and its fierce teeth gleamed menacingly, dominating the lake's surface with an imposing presence. As soon as Tiger Head emerged, it viciously stared at the bandit leader on the shore, releasing a deep, resonant roar of water pressure, clearly displeased by the invasion of its territory. Kill him. At Lu Jing's command, Tiger Head, relying on the water currents of Blackwater Lake, fully utilized its home field advantage, manipulating the water, freely sending forth waves and blades of water in abundance. With fierce and domineering attacks, each strike carried the heavy force imbued by the Blackwater domain. Dao also soared in the air, moving nimbly, avoiding direct confrontation, picking out openings to disrupt the opponent. Every now and then it would dive down, delivering sharp slaps with its webbed feet and flapping its wings to unleash fierce gusts, catching the bandit off guard. Meanwhile, Lu Jing himself transformed into a long-range mage, standing in a safe position, casually hurling fireballs and wind blades, launching waves of harassment attacks, with small fireballs from time to time. The collaboration between a person and 2 pets was nothing short of perfect, employing a strategy that was both cunning and efficient. With Tiger Head pressing down from the front by executing guerrilla strikes from the air, and Lu Jing providing unlimited firepower from a distance. The originally furious and arrogant bandit leader was instantly subdued, crying out in misery and appearing utterly disheveled. He had just endured a frenzied chase, suffered burns from spells, witnessed his companion's death, and was now in disarray, his protective spiritual shield completely shattered. At this moment, facing the Fish King of the same level fighting on its home turf, he simply could not withstand the pressure. He couldn't attend to his head or his feet. His clothes were soon soaked by the lake water and charred by the flames, leaving them tattered and ragged. His hair was singed and disheveled, covered with numerous small wounds, and his spiritual power was being suppressed, wildly retreating step by step. The previous arrogance had been completely obliterated, leaving only a face full of frustration and terror. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure in black on the shore remained quietly shrouded in mist, motionless, neither assisting nor attacking. Those deep, penetrating eyes remained locked on the battlefield, silently observing the chaotic fight, resembling a stranger watching the spectacle with unknown calculations in their mind. With your half-baked, pitiful self, how dare you speak of dismembering corpses? Lu Jing stood on the broad white wings, looking down from the sky at the flustered leader of the robbers on the shore, his eyes filled with mocking derision, his tone infuriatingly arrogant. I advise you to hurry to the graves of your relatives and dig around, see if you can unearth a move or two worth showing before you come to challenge your Grandpa Lu. After a chase that spanned hundreds of miles, Lu Jing's depleted spiritual power had already begun to replenish through his meridians, returning him to his peak condition. Previously, he had been cautious of the talismans and spells that consumed too much energy, thus he had been using only minor techniques to wear down his opponent. Now, with his spiritual energy restored, his patience was completely worn out, and he couldn't be bothered to drag out the fight with this nearly defeated opponent. The robber leader, already seething with rage and on the brink of losing control, was provoked to the extreme by Lu Jing's cutting remarks, his remaining spiritual energy erupting violently. How dare you, wretch? His hair stood on end, his eyes blood red, as the remaining spiritual energy around him wildly concentrated and compressed the tattered clothes on his body, rustling violently in the fierce winds, emanating an overwhelming aura of malice. Having been toyed with by the young one, witnessing his companions perish before his eyes, and being persistently harassed and suppressed, the pent-up frustration and anger shattered his sanity. If I cannot turn this boy into ashes today, my Dao heart will be forever shattered. Insha Boneblade. The robber leader roared, his voice echoing across the wilderness as he quickly formed hand seals, unleashing all his remaining spiritual energy without reservation. The pitch-black, cold, malevolent energy surged in his palm, weaving into a fearsome black blade over a meter long. The blade swirled with strands of vicious black energy, its whistling through the air piercingly sharp as it slashed down toward the tiger head on the lake's surface. Boom. The explosive sound shook the surface of the Blackwater Lake violently, sending towering waves into the sky. The tiger head, which had been held at bay for a long time, had no time to evade, and its massive body was struck directly by this lethal move. The stout body crashed into the lake's depths like a cannonball struck by a boulder. The surface of the lake erupted in huge waves, splashing water everywhere, and a muffled collision could be heard from below. After a long while, the tiger head broke through the water, a deep gash appearing on its large head with several scales shattered. It thrashed its massive wet body, its tiger-striped eyes glaring fiercely at the robber leader on the shore, a fierce light surging within its throat, emitting a suppressed growl. The robber leader fixed his gaze on the suspended Lu Jing, his face twisted in a grimace, every word dripping with venom as he spat. You brat. I will crush your bones one by one. You shall experience all the pain in the world. Lu Jing, however, was unfazed, letting out a sneer, his expression calm and arrogant, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Let's talk about it in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy he had been gathering explosively erupted. All along, he had been enduring and accumulating power, waiting for this decisive moment. Boom. The clear sky above the Blackwater Lake suddenly became turbulent with clouds as scorching spiritual energy surged madly, countless red fire sparks coalescing in the air, and within moments a massive rain of fire was formed. The sky was filled with meteor-like fire rain, enveloping the area in scorching heat, like falling stars igniting the earth, crashing down upon the robber leader below. Meanwhile, Lu Jing's mind activated, and all the tiger-headed fish underwater began to orderly gather spiritual. Countless water vapor quickly condensed into numerous slender and sharp black water arrows densely hidden beneath the surface of the lake, aiming at the airborne enemy, ready to unleash. In the next second, whoosh, countless cold water arrows shot up from the lake, piercing through the surface with a ferocious intensity. Above there was the searing meteor fire rain, inescapably scorching, below the bone-chilling water arrows sharp and cunning, sealing off all escape routes. With the dual forces of water and fire closing in, the robber leader's pupils constricted, his furious expression swiftly replaced by sheer terror. Exhausted of spiritual energy and severely injured, his protective spiritual light had long since shattered, leaving him with no strength to withstand this dual assault. The flimsy malice barrier he hastily gathered was as fragile as paper against the overwhelming onslaught of water and fire. Crack. Boom. The forces of water and fire collided violently, unleashing layers of explosive power that locked him in place in midair. The searing flames burned his flesh while the cold water penetrated his meridians, a double wave of agony sweeping through him. His scream was only half released before it was drowned out by the roaring chaos. In an instant, the notorious robber leader was utterly obliterated, his body crushed to pieces by the combined forces of water and fire, leaving no complete corpse behind. As the waves on the lake gradually calmed, the rain of fire and water arrows dissipated completely. Lu Jing lightly patted the wings of the great white and slowly descended onto the lake's surface, his expression calm and collected, as if he had merely crushed a couple of bothersome ants. All done, time to wrap it up. He muttered casually, his gaze sweeping over the two broken bodies of the robbers on the shore, his mind stirring slightly. The small dark golden insect quickly scuttled along the two corpses, its tiny mouthparts swiftly gnawing and devouring the residual flesh, malice, and scattered spiritual energy. The gold-eating locust was a professional at cleaning up battlefields, erasing traces, and absorbing residual spiritual energy. The entire process was seamless and efficient, leaving not a scrap of waste for nature. Just as the gold-eating locust was engrossed in its work, a cool, indifferent voice suddenly broke the silence of the battlefield, slowly emerging from the black mist on the shore. Your style of action is decisive and clean, adept at using circumstances to encircle and annihilate, erasing all traces. You hardly resemble a disciple of the Beast Tamer sect. You seem more like someone from the Xianin sect. The black mist slowly swirled as the mysterious figure who had stood for a long time finally took a half step forward. The dense black energy around them receded slightly, revealing a vague outline, while their face remained obscured in shadows, indistinct. Alarm bells rang in Lu Jing's mind, yet he remained outwardly casual, adopting an air of laziness. He explained lightly, his tone nonchalant and transparent, "I can't help it. I am naturally averse to trouble. Leaving behind corpses and clues, if these two robbers have any relatives or sect elders, they might trace the clues back to seek revenge, and I would be restless every day. Moreover, it would be a pity to waste good spiritual energy and physical resources. It's better to let my little ones consume them for a mutually beneficial outcome, isn't it?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and precisely retrieved the storage bag left by the robber at the 7th layer of Qi, refining, confirming that the items inside were intact with a flick of his finger, and then tossed the storage bag towards the black-clad figure on the shore. "This black arrow saved me earlier, so consider it a favor I'm repaying. This is your spoils of war. I won't take advantage of you." The black-clad figure raised a hand to catch the storage bag, steadily rubbing the bag with their fingertips, shaking their head slightly, their tone carrying an unusual seriousness. "You don't have to be so polite, nor do you need to worry about future troubles. This person is a direct descendant of the Feng family, a foundational family under the Xianin sect. The Feng family suffered a devastating calamity 6 months ago, and it is rumored that only he and a young cousin have survived. He has no kin or allies, and nobody would come seeking revenge for a desperate robber." Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's brows furrowed tightly, the nonchalance in his eyes fading, replaced by a hint of seriousness. The Xianin sect is thousands of miles away, yet this person is well informed about the secrets of the Xianin sect's affiliated families, knowing the details better than he himself. This is definitely not something an ordinary rogue cultivator could achieve. "Who exactly are you?" Lu Jing's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the black-clad figure, his muscles subtly tensing as he quietly summoned his spiritual energy, ready to call forth his spirit beast for defense. The black-clad figure seemed to see through his vigilance, a hint of coldness lacing her calm voice, carrying a long-suppressed malice. "You need not be tense. I have no connection with the Xianin sect, only a deep-seated blood feud." She paused, her eyes hidden beneath the black mist glinting slightly, a complex glimmer flashing by her tone, carrying a hint of certainty. "It turns out we have crossed paths before." "Crossed paths before? How come I don't remember?" Lu Jing's pupils narrowed slightly, his mind racing to dig through his memories, his gaze lockingly scrutinizing the faint malice surrounding the figure. This aura, unique yet familiar. In the next moment, a long-buried memory surged to the forefront of his mind, and he opened his eyes wide, his tone carrying a mix of shock and confirmation. "It's you. I finally recognize you. A month ago you were that mysterious merchant selling black absolute spiders in Kanglan Square. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the beginning. How did you find your way to my Blackwater Lake territory?" Lu Jing's heart grew increasingly wary, unable to suppress his shock. Blackwater Lake is located in a remote area, typically hidden and undisturbed, yet this person managed to track him down silently. With the transaction settled, this person has come looking for him again. He wouldn't be foolish enough to think they were here for after-sales service. They clearly have their sights set on him. Unfazed by his caution, the black-clad figure chuckled softly, and a flash of spiritual light enveloped her body. A small palm-sized creature shimmering gold, and with sleek shiny fur, silently appeared on her shoulder, its small eyes darting around, brimming with spiritual energy. The little one twitched its nose slightly, continuously sniffing the surrounding air, lively and alert. "Scent-seeking mouse." Lu Jing recognized this rare spirit beast at a glance, his eyes filled with surprise. The scent-seeking mouse is endowed with extraordinary talents, able to track the scent of any creature even after months or thousands of miles, pinpointing the exact location as long as there is a trace of smell, making it a top-tier tracking spirit beast. Such spirit beasts are extremely difficult to tame, with high breeding costs beyond the means of ordinary rogue cultivators. In an instant he grasped the key, helplessly sneering, "You followed the trail of the Ziyun Yin all the way here. The Ziyun Yin may not be of high quality, but it seldom appears outside the Beast Tamer sect." The Ziyun Yin tilted its head in midair, seemingly understanding the conversation, flapping its wings innocently. The man in black remained non-committal, cutting straight to the chase with a crisp tone, not beating around the bush. "I seek you for one matter." The whom I Dan you sold me previously is running low. Low. Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, his expression filled with incredulity as he retorted, "That's a whom I Dan. Do you think it's candy? If it were consumed that quickly, he wouldn't even have enough for himself, let alone sell it to others." The man in black hearing this revealed a rare, helpless smile, as his aura momentarily, if it were consumed that quickly, he wouldn't even have enough for himself, let alone sell it to others. The man in black hearing this revealed a rare, helpless smile, as his aura momentarily surged, no longer deliberately suppressing his cultivation. A wave of slightly ethereal, yet undeniably profound spiritual energy erupted. Foundation Establishment Level 9. His realm was firmly at the peak of Foundation Establishment, yet his aura fluctuated erratically, revealing signs of forced breakthrough and injury. Damn, I can't win. Lu Jing instantly retracted all his teasing, secretly weighing the odds in his heart. The opponent was indeed at Foundation Establishment Level 9, and even with injuries his strength far surpassed his own. The tiger head had already been heavily injured at the hands of that robber, and was unable to fight. If a confrontation were to occur, their chances of victory would be slim. Having seen the opponent's strength, Lu Jing still couldn't resist the urge to taunt, his tone unchanged. "If you're injured, just take a healing pill. What's the point of obsessing over whom I Dan? It's pure waste." The man in black let out a light sigh, a hint of barely detectable fatigue flickering in his eyes. "I bear old wounds, and am secretly pursued and targeted by enemies. The healing pills outside are too straightforward and pure in potency, making their aura easily recognizable. Once used, it's easy for my enemies to trace the source and track me down. The whom I Dan has a gentle and restrained potency with a concealed aura that makes it difficult to expose my whereabouts. It's the only pill I dare to use at the moment." Upon hearing this, Lu Jing instantly understood, rolling his eyes dramatically as he clicked his tongue. "Great, another person with a troublesome constitution. Guess I'm out of luck." He pondered briefly, quickly weighing the pros and cons. The Blackwater Lake was the publicly recognized territory of the Beast Control sect, relatively safe. Although this person had profound strength and a mysterious background, he currently bore no malice, and had even helped him rather than directly antagonizing and creating a strong enemy at Foundation Establishment Level 9, it might be better to maintain a temporary good relationship. Having made up his mind, Lu Jing waved his hand and spoke casually. "Alright, seeing as you just helped me, I'll temporarily take you in for a while. You can find a place to settle by the lake, don't wander around and cause trouble. I can't refine healing pills, but I have some stock, and can help you refine a batch of whom I Dan." The man in black breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He knew full well how presumptuous it was for him to come here. Had it not been for the accidental destruction of the sound transmission talisman left by this person, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. He suppressed the aura emanating from his Foundation Establishment Level 9, and the black mist around him slightly dissipated. His frail form returned to the robust appearance he had in Kanglan Square City, though his face remained shrouded in shadow, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Rest assured, I won't bring you unnecessary trouble. I can settle in the forest by the lake." Lu Jing landed on the broad back of the tiger, head casually calling back the golden-eating locust that had been devouring the corpse. The dark golden swarm vanished in a flash, leaving the ground spotless without a trace. The big white bird swooped down, folding its wings, tilting its head to examine the man in black, giving a light peck at its wing, a mix of vigilance and curiosity on its face. "I can refine pills, but the payment for the pills must be genuine. I accept spirit stones, monster inner cores, and rare spiritual herbs, but don't bring me worthless junk to fool me." The tiger head in the water let out a low grunt, splashing the water with its tail, as if in agreement with its master's words, exuding an aura befitting a water domain ruler. The man in black chuckled softly, his laughter cold. "I naturally understand the rules of the trade, and won't use inferior items to deceive an alchemist. However, I am currently in a hasty escape, and my possessions are few. I will gradually make up for the compensation later." "Gradually making up won't do. You need to pay a deposit first." Lu Jing refused to budge, his eyes shifting to the scent-seeking mouse on the man's shoulder, joking. "Otherwise, how about using this scent-seeking mouse as collateral? This spirit beast has unparalleled tracking ability, and is worth a pretty penny in the market. With me keeping it safe, you needn't worry about me defaulting on payment." The scent-seeking mouse seemed to understand, immediately fluffing up its golden fur and squeaking at Lu Jing, its little paws tugging at the man in black's clothing filled with resistance. "It's my only reliance for escape. Ooh, I absolutely cannot use it as collateral." The man in black's tone turned slightly serious as he took out a small jade vial from his pocket and tossed it over. "Inside are 3 body-refining spiritual fruits. They should be enough as a deposit, right? Alright, I'll get to work on refining the pills once I have all the materials. Ooh, I should be able to produce a batch of whom I Dan in about half a day." He then shifted the topic, casually probing. "What kind of enemies are chasing you that you have to hide so desperately?" "Alright, I'll get to work on refining the pills once I have all the materials. Ooh, I should be able to produce a batch of whom I Dan in about half a day." He then shifted the topic, casually probing. "What kind of enemies are chasing you that you have to hide so desperately? To the point where you can't even dare to use healing pills to force a Foundation Establishment Level 9 expert to flee in such a state? They must have some weight behind them." The man in black's expression suddenly turned colder, a surge of murderous intent rippling around him, causing the scent-seeking mouse on his shoulder to immediately settle down, withdrawing its head in fear. After a moment of silence, he spoke lightly. "They are all minions of the Xian Yin sect. The involvement runs too deep, and knowing too much won't benefit you. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to elaborate, Lu Jing wisely refrained from probing further. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since the enemy of the other party was the Xian'in sect, it was not a bad thing for him, as it was against the interests of his own beast control sect. Alright, I won't pry into your personal matters. Lu Jing waved his hand and jumped onto the shore. You can settle down in the forest. If you need water or firewood, just let me know. Just don't enter my alchemy hut without permission. As soon as his words fell, the tiger head dove back into the depths of Blackwater Lake to patrol, while the big white bird landed beside Lu Jing, guarding him, one fish and one goose on either side, providing a great sense of security. The man in black walked slowly towards the nearby forest, his steps light and silent, his concealment technique top-notch. The moment he entered the thicket, his figure melded with the black mist of the forest. Unless one paid careful attention, it was nearly impossible to detect his presence. Only a faint voice floated back. Thank you for taking me in. Just call me when the pills are ready. Once the person completely disappeared, Lu Jing let out a sigh of relief, stroking his chin and deep in thought. An old acquaintance from Kanglan Square City, bearing a blood feud with the Xian'in sect, heavily injured at Foundation Establishment Level 9, relying on the sin-seeking mouse to track the aura of Zi Yunyan to this place. This person is a mystery wrapped in enigmas, but for now their interests align. Staying here outweighs the drawbacks, and if the Xian'in sect's pursuers come, it would add a powerful ally. Big White, guard the entrance by the lake. If you sense any strangers, call for me immediately. Tiger Head, stay alert underwater, watch out for any sneak attacks from the water. The two spirit beasts acknowledged the command and took their positions. Lu Jing turned to head towards the bamboo hut he had built at the lake's edge, preparing to check the medicinal materials and begin refining the Humai Dan. However, before that he needed to see just how much wealth that Feng family robber had. His intuition told him that this time his gains would likely exceed his expectations. Lu Jing stepped lightly into the bamboo hut, shutting the wooden door behind him to block out the sounds of the outside world. Excitement filled his eyes as he deftly retrieved the storage pouch of the bandit from the Feng family he had just slain. His fingers brushed against the thin fabric of the pouch, and he scoffed, already having made his predictions. In the line of work of a bandit, where one licks blood from the blade and roams without a care, what good items could one possibly gather? Most likely they were dirt poor, otherwise what kind of good cultivator would risk being hunted just to rob others? With a thought, he emptied the storage pouch directly. With a rustling sound, a pile of scattered items fell onto the wooden table. A few low-grade spirit stones, 2 or 3 bottles of the most inferior body-refining pills, several worn-out and damaged low-grade magical artifacts, along with a heap of worthless low-grade monster bones and ordinary spiritual herbs. A glance revealed an overwhelming aura of poverty. Lu Jing spread his hands, a look of resigned inevitability on his face as he smirked and remarked, "Tisk, this is really pitiful. Even worse off than me, a mere outer disciple just starting out. No wonder he took such risks to rob. He must have been driven mad by poverty." He casually pushed aside a pile of junk, initially expecting no more than a few scraps, but as his gaze swept over a few inconspicuous items at the edge of the table, his eyes suddenly sharpened. He quickly cleared the clutter and precisely picked out an ancient gray jade slip. This doesn't look like trash. Lu Jing pressed his fingertip against the jade slip, allowing his divine sense to probe, and in the next instant a torrent of intricate cultivation patterns and formulas surged into his mind, clear and complete, far from the incomplete superficial trinkets available on the market. Moments later he withdrew his divine sense, his eyes gleaming slightly, a look of surprise appearing on his face. The Withered Wood Fire Lotus Sutra. A firewood dual attribute technique that can actually be cultivated all the way to the Foundation Establishment stage. Lu Jing smacked his lips, weighing the discovery in his heart. Possessing top-tier sect techniques, his standards were high, and while he hadn't seen many Foundation Establishment techniques, he could still clearly distinguish good from bad. This scripture had a solid foundation balanced in offense and defense with fire and wood nurturing each other, exhibiting great resilience. Compared to the ordinary Foundation Establishment techniques circulated by the Beastmaster sect, its quality surpassed by a notch. Unfortunately, although the technique was good, it didn't truly catch his fancy. However, he felt no disappointment. Instead, he continued to peruse, quickly locking onto 2 exclusive spells attached at the end of the jade slip. His eyes lit up in an instant, exclaiming, "What a jackpot." The first spell, Green Vine Binding, is a wood attribute binding technique. Unlike the superficial binding techniques that every low-level cultivator knows, this spell condenses the green vine, which is incredibly tough, and doubles the binding power, while also carrying the effect of entangling spiritual energy. Once it binds the opponent, it can suppress their spiritual energy flow, making it a godly control technique among opponents of the same level. The second spell, Forest Shadow Escape, is a top-tier second-level wood attribute evasion technique. It allows the user to transform into a streak of green light using the power of plants, their form flickering in and out of existence, with incredible speed and excellent concealment effects. Even when pursued, one can vanish into the trees and grass in an instant, boasting a perfect escapability. Wow, what a treasure. It's small but has everything. Lu Jing exclaimed, his face glowing with delight. Though he currently couldn't control a second-level evasion technique, due to his cultivation at the Qi refinement stage, good things are still good, and having them in hand is tangible support. Once his cultivation catches up, he can use them at any time. Even if he doesn't, trading them would fetch a fortune. He carefully wiped the jade slip clean, secured it properly, and gently placed it into the Wanling Tower. His gaze returned to the remaining scattered items on the table, filled with anticipation. For a poverty-stricken bandit, to hide a complete foundation establishment technique and top-tier second-level spells, there must be more surprises among the rest. His fingers brushed through the clutter, revealing a yellowed, thread-bound booklet that caught his eye. The cover displayed 4 ancient characters that were elegant and clear. Feng Family Brewing Classics. Feng Family Brewing Classics. Is this a brewing inheritance? Lu Jing's pupils slightly contracted, and he instantly perked up, leaning forward as he eagerly snatched the booklet and began to read it closely. The more he read, the more his smile grew, his lips curling wildly until they reached his ears, his expression one of ecstatic. What a windfall. This is truly a windfall. Such a family-level inheritance, while it may seem inferior to powerful techniques or artifacts, is in reality invaluable. For ordinary small to medium-sized chi refinement families, as long as they possess a complete brewing inheritance, they can sustain themselves through generations, becoming self-sufficient and firmly establishing themselves in the cultivation world for centuries. The brewing classics detailed 3 unique spirit wines and several common spirit wines, including their brewing secrets and complete processes. Some common wines like Celestial Drunkenness Qingyun Brew and Qingling Rice Wine, while having good taste, provide little else in terms of effects. However, the 3 unique wine recipes were indeed extraordinary. The Green Bamboo Morning Dew Brew can nourish meridians and rapidly heal physical injuries. Light wounds recover with just 1 cup, while moderate injuries gradually mend. Its cost-effectiveness far exceeds that of ordinary healing pills. The Red Plum Forest Fruit Wine focuses on warming and nurturing chi and blood, solidifying the foundation of cultivation. Prolonged consumption can subtly improve a cultivator's physique and reduce the pitfalls of superficial cultivation. As for the 10,000 Beasts Blood Wine, it is brewed with the essence blood of various beasts, its effects wild and domineering, making it perfect for body cultivators to refine their physical forms and dramatically increase their strength. Lu Jing's interest grew stronger as he read on, his mind becoming exceedingly clear. The most extraordinary aspect of the spirit wine inheritance lies in the fact that there is no fixed grade limit. It all depends on the brewing materials and the years of storage. Wine brewed with the essence blood of ordinary locusts is the lowest grade, while that brewed with the blood of true dragons or ancient beasts yields vastly different effects. The simplest Qingling rice wine brewed with common materials may only be the lowest grade spirit wine, but if sealed and stored for several hundred years rich in the spiritual energy of time, it can transform into a top-tier second-level spirit wine. I've struck it rich. Lu Jing rubbed his hands, beaming with joy as a brilliant light sparkled in his eyes. The foundation establishment techniques and spells he could not use himself, coupled with this complete family inheritance, would surely become hot commodities at a marketplace auction. An established family with resources wouldn't mind adding an inheritance to expand their wealth and enrich their sex assets, while a small family without roots would regard this as a miraculous stepping stone, willing to spend heavily to compete for it. He mused silently, quickly piecing together the sequence of events. The remnants of the Feng family are in such dire straits, yet still possess a foundation establishment technique. Likely the family did this to preserve their inheritance, sending a few individuals to disperse and escape. After all, in the unchanging truth of the cultivation world, one must never put all their eggs in one basket. Large family inheritances are always stored in separate places, and what this kid holds is probably just a fragment of what the Feng family has scattered outside. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Jing was cheerfully preparing to tidy up the remaining junk when his gaze accidentally fell on a nondescript dark red jade stone at the corner of the table. The jade was entirely dark red, with a faint blood-colored glow flowing within its outward appearance, unremarkable, blending in with the rock debris. But in the instant his gaze touched it, all the joy on Lu Jing's face abruptly froze, his pupils constricting sharply as he held his breath. He suddenly reached out to grab the blood-colored jade stone. It felt cool and smooth, and a pure domineering spiritual energy surged from his fingertips into his body, nourishing him silently, yet its depth was extraordinarily profound. This is blood jade, a third-tier heavenly material, an earth treasure, the supreme treasure for purging bloodlines. Lu Jing swallowed hard, disbelief written all over his face, his entire being momentarily frozen. Even if he wasn't particularly well-versed, he had heard the renowned reputation of the blood jade. A third-tier blood jade help. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators may go a lifetime without encountering one, while the lofty golden core masters, especially those who walk the demonic path or seek rapid advancement, would consider it a heavenly opportunity. Demonic cultivation techniques boast unparalleled speed in cultivation, but they come with significant drawbacks, easily accumulating impurities in the bloodline and inner demons, leading to a shaky foundation and numerous constraints. However, the blood jade's most incredible effect is purging impurities from the bloodline and transforming one's physical foundation. Holding a blood jade and focusing on cultivation can immensely increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. 2 chances. Though they may seem trivial in the eyes of high-level cultivators, this is capital for defying fate. Countless gifted golden core masters have been stuck at the nascent soul threshold for their entire lives, unable to make progress, wasting their lives away and dying of old age. Let alone 2 chances, even half a chance or a sliver would be enough to incite countless golden core cultivators to fight fiercely, shedding blood and causing chaos. Lu Jing clutched the blood jade tightly, his palm slightly sweating. All the small surprises he had found before paled in comparison to this treasure. After a moment, he took a deep breath, his mind rapidly connecting all the clues. A commoner has no fault, but possessing treasures brings trouble. This is the real reason behind the Feng family's massacre. Good grief. This isn't just a poor bandit I killed, I've stumbled upon a shocking bombshell. Jing held the blood jade, feeling a mix of amazement and joy, his scalp tingling. This thing is too hot to handle. Its value is astonishing, once word gets out, let alone the pursuers from the Xianyin sect, even the Golden Core ancestors from the surrounding sects would be unable to resist coming personally to seize it. But in an instant, excitement and ambition ignited in his eyes once more. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. With this blood jade, whether for refining his foundation or purging his bloodline, or keeping it as a trump card for trade to obtain top-tier resources, it is an invaluable treasure. Blood jade foundation establishment techniques, second level evasion, spells complete, brewing inheritance. Jing counted his gains one by one, a proud smile spreading across his face. This is a massive profit, killing one person and enriching 3 generations. His consciousness returned to the Wanling Tower, where he looked at the bandit whose bones had already been half-eaten. If it weren't for how unsightly the scene was right now, he would have gladly hugged the corpse and given it a few kisses. Encountering one bandit made him rich, now he even somewhat looked forward to meeting a few more. Just saying. The gentle breeze swept through the gaps in the forest, caressing the tranquil bamboo cottage, carrying with it a faint fragrance of grass and wood. Jing strolled out of the bamboo building dressed in a casual green robe, showing no signs of the restless excitement one might expect after acquiring a treasure. Nonsense, even if he had it, he couldn't let anyone see it. He raised his hand to summon the ancient heavy earth core cauldron, which landed steadily by the lakeside, the cauldron's body shimmering with a soft glow as warm fire chi gently spread out. Alchemy outdoors is indeed a kind of enjoyment. He had long mastered the crafting of the pulse protection pill, able to gauge the fire's intensity even with his eyes closed. The spiritual fire danced lightly at his fingertips, precisely falling into the bottom of the cauldron, the heat neither hurried nor slow, perfectly controlled. Jing stood casually with his hands behind his back, his posture relaxed, completely devoid of the tense demeanor that other cultivators exhibited when refining pills, as if he were merely out for a stroll to enjoy the scenery, while casually engaging in alchemy. He casually flipped his hand and produced a handful of dried spirit melon seeds, from who knows where, the crisp sound of cracking echoing as he cracked them open. The seeds' shells flew, accurately landing on a small patch of clear ground at his feet, effortlessly balancing both alchemy and leisure, utterly content. By the black water lake, a figure in black had just refined a healing pill, witnessing this absurd scene with wide eyes, completely bewildered. Shouldn't alchemy be the most mentally taxing sacred art, allowing for no mistakes? The corner of the black-clad man's mouth twitched violently as he turned to the fluffy white creature squatting not far away, licking its downy feathers. His voice filled with disbelief as he muttered softly, Has he always refined pills like this? Eating seeds while refining pills? The fluffy white creature raised its eyes at the words, its round pupils glancing at the black-clad man, its head tilted as it let out 2 lazy caws. That gaze and that call straightforwardly conveyed 4 characters, rare and strange. It didn't understand how those delicious sugar beans were refined, but this scene was something it had long grown accustomed to. In fact, Jing had indeed been serious when he first started refining pills, closely monitoring the fire and controlling every detail of the medicinal materials, not daring to slack off in the slightest. However, his soul far exceeded that of others at the same level, and with his astounding comprehension, after repeating the same formula a few times, it had long been ingrained in his instincts. Now, when refining the pulse protection pill, he required no mental effort whatsoever. It was entirely automatic muscle. Spiritual fire, medicinal materials, melting, condensing pills. Every step was executed with utmost precision, allowing any excess energy to be directed entirely towards cracking seeds. By the black water lake, the breeze was light, and the clouds sparse, the aroma of the pills in the cauldron growing stronger. Jing finished the last seed, casually brushed away the fragments from his palms, and without lifting his eyelids, he sensed through his spiritual sense that the pills were nearly completed. Moments later, the earth core cauldron flashed with spiritual light, and 5 round, plump, pure white pulse protection pills slowly floated out, their medicinal properties rich, and their spiritual energy abundant. He raised his hand and collected all the pills into a jade vial, his movements flowing like water, casually done to the point of carelessness. The black-clad man nearby had already been completely awestruck, his mind left with nothing but amazement. Having completed a batch of pulse protection pills, Jing showed no signs of stopping. He adjusted the heat, changed the medicinal materials, and began a new round of refining. This time he focused on the low-grade spirit-feeding pill. The spirit-feeding pill was simple. All the outer disciples of the Beastmaster sect were using it. It was not of high grade, and had a singular effect specifically used to nourish spirit beasts and accelerate their cultivation. However, the difficulty in condensing the spirit-feeding pill was slightly higher. After diligently practicing for several days, he could normally produce 5 pills in a batch. Now, with some luck, he occasionally succeeded in condensing 2 high-quality spirit-feeding pills, marking a small breakthrough. However, high quality was not his goal. What he sought was the truly pure pill. At that time, even the Foundation establishment masters would be unable to resist coming to trade with him. After all, their spirit beasts were not born at the Foundation establishment stage, they needed to grow. Why is the alchemist consistently at the top of the myriad arts of cultivation? Besides making money from alchemy, it is also because alchemists can continually build networks. He has been living smoothly in the Beastmaster sect, greatly benefiting from the dividends of networking. Old Zhang may be in seclusion, but his life is still filled with traces of Old Zhang. The black-clad man had already recovered quite a bit from Lu Jing's healing pills. He accepted the few pulse protection pills that Lu Jing tossed over from a distance. Worn out and injured, he wasted no time and simply tossed the pills into his mouth. The pills dissolved upon entry, their warm and rich medicinal power instantly spreading through his limbs, repairing damaged meridians and stabilizing his chaotic inner breath. The injuries were merely that with the recovery ability of a body cultivator, he had already healed quite well. His primary issue still lay with the damage caused by forcibly breaking through. After taking the pulse protection pills within the short span of half an incense stick, his previously wavering aura was stabilized and his complexion improved significantly. Lu Jing caught a glimpse of him finishing his breath adjustment with a stable aura, finally putting away his relaxed demeanor, crossing his arms, and raising an eyebrow slightly, his tone flat, yet filled with a hint of assertive street savvy. Hey, your injuries should be mostly healed now, right? The black-clad man opened his eyes and stood up, cupping his hands and speaking in a low voice. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for the pills that healed my wounds. No need for thanks. Lu Jing waved his hand, his eyes straightforward and realistic. There's no such thing as free pills in this world. My pulse protection pills didn't come from the wind. The essence fruit isn't enough for you to occupy my territory. As for consuming my pills, the rental period is up, and it's time to pay the rent and rewards. The black-clad man was silent for a moment, seemingly having anticipated this. Having intruded recklessly into another's territory and being saved by the other party, he felt a heavy debt he had never intended to take advantage. He waved his hand, and a plain, unadorned jade slip slowly floated out, landing in his palm, which he extended towards Lu Jing with a calm expression. I cannot see through your depths. You possess a strong method of concealment. But this technique will surely be useful to you. Consider it my payment for healing your wounds, along with an apology for intruding into your mountain. Lu Jing casually reached out to take the jade slip, his gaze wandering downwards. The moment his eyes landed on the slip, his previously casual expression suddenly sharpened. The art of concealment of all things. 5 ancient seal characters entered his view, archaic and weighty, subtly hinting at the profound art of concealment. He placed his fingertip on the jade slip, and his divine sense instantly penetrated a vast array of cultivation mantras and secrets of concealment, flooding into his mind. The more he looked, the more Lu Jing's heart trembled. The casualness in his eyes vanished, completely replaced by intense astonishment. This was a top-tier disguise technique. It could not only alter one's appearance and figure, but even change one's aura and cultivation level. When cultivated to the peak realm, one's form and looks could change at will, and one's aura could be thoroughly disguised. Even a foundation establishment master probing with divine sense would absolutely not detect a single flaw. It was a top-tier technique for fleeing, lurking, spying, and committing acts of murder and arson. Lu Jing suddenly withdrew his divine sense, raising his gaze to look at the black-clad man, his face filled with disbelief and a hint of incredulity in his tone. You really just gave this to me? He was completely stunned. Those few bottles of pulse protection pills were indeed worth a lot, but this art of concealment of all things was undeniably an invaluable secret technique. In terms of preciousness, it far surpassed ordinary pills, a complete blood profit. The black-clad man's expression remained indifferent, his brows and eyes without a ripple, his tone extremely simple. A promised item is never a mere word, it is enough to repay your kindness for the pills. Seeing the other party's generous and unrestrained demeanor, Lu Jing felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his nose, suppressing his naked joy at having taken advantage and pretending to be magnanimous. Since you are so generous, I cannot be stingy. I allow you to stay by the Blackwater Lake for a while longer to rest and heal your injuries peacefully. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man simply responded with a single word, good. Still as sparse with words as ever, he showed no sign of feeling at a loss. Lu Jing didn't mind the other's coolness, his heart was already filled with joy. Considering the other's generosity, he thought it wouldn't matter if the man were cold and spoke little. Even if he were to beat him up, what of it? He had always been this realistic. As long as benefits are in place, everything is negotiable. Running his fingers over the jade slip of the art of concealment of all things, Lu Jing couldn't help but smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He glanced at the black mist still enveloping the black-clad man, imagining what the true appearance behind the mist might be. If it were a beauty delicate and charming with eyes like flowing water, graceful and exquisite, captivating enough to bring nations to ruin, then he wouldn't mind giving her a couple of sincere kisses to express his heartfelt gratitude. Time flows like the water of Blackwater Lake, silently drifting through dawn and dusk, day and night. The tranquil bamboo cottage remains perpetually caressed by the gentle breeze, while cicadas sing in the woods year after year. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have swiftly passed. Over the past 2 years, Lu Jing and the figure in black have maintained a light and comfortable relationship without excessive formalities or deliberate attempts to get close. Most of the time, they occupy their own spaces, devoting themselves to their practices, each tending to their own affairs. In the vast and desolate Blackwater Lake, only the whispers of the wind and the gentle flow of the water remain, creating an emptiness that tugs at the heart. However, ever since another person took residence here, the overwhelming solitude has been significantly alleviated. There is no need to meet and converse every day, just knowing that another living being exists here brings a sense of satisfaction. Lu Jing is not one who enjoys liveliness, yet he cannot endure loneliness. In his past life, even tidying up a room required an engaging drama to accompany him, The content did not matter, but there had to be some noise from his phone. During this time, the Yun family sent several mortals to traverse mountains and rivers, bringing various exquisite household items and spirit rice ingredients, intending to manage the small courtyard and assist with daily needs. He stared at the lifeless egg, and the faint curiosity that had just risen in his heart was extinguished once more. No matter how wondrous its origin, if it could not be hatched, it was meaningless. The special bloodlines of the spirit beasts around him, along with the mysterious figure in black residing here, were all matters that could not be made public. With many eyes around, only a fool would invite trouble upon themselves. Life for the two of them has been fulfilling. Most of the time he has been by the lakeside refining pills, the earth core cauldron, working day and night, producing batch after batch of pulse-nourishing pills and spirit-feeding pills. With skilled techniques, his mind operates on autopilot while his hands instinctively perform the tasks. In between alchemy, he enjoys sunflower seeds, admires the lake view, and allows his thoughts to wander. During his spare time, he manages both ends by either firmly standing in horse stance to earnestly practice the Jiaoshi body refinement technique, strengthening his physique, or experimenting with various spells in the open space. After 2 years of honing the several spells he learned have undergone a complete transformation. The meteor, fire, rain, and earth escape technique have reached a level of mastery no longer requiring intricate hand seals or incantations. With a thought, the spiritual energy around him surged instantly, the earth beneath his feet transforming into quicksand in an instant, and as he leaped into the air, a rain of starry fire fell spontaneous and seamless. Even the newly acquired green vine binding technique has steadily progressed through his daily practice, becoming increasingly refined and powerful. In the open space by the lakeside, a low rumble of spiritual energy reverberated. Lu Jing stood with his hands clasped behind him, a slight frown on his brow, his expression serious, lightly guiding the spiritual energy with his fingertips. Crack! The ground trembled as a thick, dark green spirit vine covered in rough thorns shot out, propelled by raw strength, fiercely rapping and striking forward. The hard, gloomy wood ahead was instantly ensnared by the spirit vine, which tightened and twisted forcefully, sending wood chips flying and splinters scattering as the sturdy wooden body shattered into a pile of debris. The entire sequence of actions was grand and powerful, an impressive display of brute force. Not far away, the figure in black sat cross-legged, quietly observing the entire scene. The faint black mist swirling around him shifted slightly, obscuring his expression, but his mouth twitched uncontrollably several times, filled with a sense of absurdity that left him speechless. He slowly turned his head to look at the lakeside, where a large white goose flapped its snow-white wings, carefully grooming its fluffy feathers. This goose, so large it was almost exaggerated, moved with an unhurried elegance. The figure in black lowered his voice, filled with confusion, and murmured softly, "Is this how he usually practices his spell?" Lu Jing glanced in his direction, unsure if it was due to some past event, or if this character was inherently reclusive, preferring to talk to his spirit beasts more than to himself. This made him seem somewhat inhumane. The big white goose suddenly raised its round head, its dark round eyes glancing at the figure in black. With a proud stretch of its neck and a flap of its wings, it emitted 2 lazy and haughty quack calls. Its demeanor and call conveyed a single message: none of your business. The figure in black was momentarily at a loss for words, silent for a long time, as he watched Lu Jing, who remained furrowed in thought over his spells, seemingly still troubled by insufficient strength, ultimately unable to resist the urge to step forward. "Do you always practice your spells like this?" Lu Jing, upon hearing this, withdrew his spiritual energy, and the spirit vine instantly transformed into specks of green light, dissipating into the forest. Frowning slightly with a hint of irritation from encountering obstacles in his practice, he turned to the figure in black, his tone somewhat defiant. "Is there a problem? As long as it can hit and restrain the enemy, isn't that enough?" In his view, as long as a spell had enough power to defeat the enemy, there was no need for all the intricate details. The figure in black shook his head gently, his eyes filled with helplessness, and replied directly, "There is a significant problem. In the way of spells, it is essential to follow the rules, progressing step by step with utmost emphasis on the principles of spiritual energy flow. Your method of practice relies entirely on the overwhelming power of your spirit and innate talent, forcibly pushing spells with brute force. While it appears powerful, in reality the spiritual energy is scattered and superficial, and the principles of binding and restraining are completely flawed, relying solely on raw strength without finesse. If you encounter a practitioner of the same level, they could easily exert their spiritual energy to break free, rendering your restraints utterly useless." Lu Jing was taken aback by these words, a rare curiosity appearing on his face. "If you could offer some guidance, I'll give you 2 detox pills." He was not someone who couldn't understand good or bad advice. If someone was willing to guide him, he naturally welcomed it. In his early years as a miscellaneous disciple at the beast-taming sect, his days were too comfortable and special. Other miscellaneous disciples toiled daily in the fields, diligently tending to the spirit rice, practicing the rain art to prevent droughts, and refining the golden spirit finger to eliminate pests, solidly honing their foundations in spellcasting. Only he was tasked with watching over the sect's spirit chickens, with most chores being handled by the clever Air Mao, allowing him to focus on rigorous training without ever engaging with foundational spells. By the time he was promoted to an outer disciple, others had already laid solid foundations, while he had barely received 2 introductory spells, the breath-concealing technique and the earth escape technique, starting significantly behind. Moreover, the beast taming sect prioritized beast taming over spellcasting, and the core training system of the sect has always relied on the abilities of spirit beasts and talismans to combat enemies, with very few disciples investing effort in exploring the intricacies of spells. As a result, his foundation in spellcasting had become thoroughly fragmented, relying entirely on talent to hold it together. The figure in black, unaware of Lu Jing's past, patiently guided him on the principles of spiritual energy, flow, the essence of control, and the core of binding spells. Lu Jing listened intently, and with his terrifyingly superior spirit, his comprehension skyrocketed. Previously, he only understood how to pour in spiritual energy and forcefully activate spells. Now, with guidance, he felt as if a veil had been lifted. He grasped how spiritual energy flows through meridians, how to condense and gather strength, how to lock and control forms, and how to align with the essence of spells, resolving all his doubts. In just half a day's time, his understanding of spells underwent a transformative metamorphosis with progress that was astonishingly rapid. The figure in black, observing his swift advancement, was unable to suppress his astonishment and inwardly gasped in awe. Such a monstrous comprehension and learning speed were simply unheard of. The foundational skills that took others years to refine, he was able to grasp in half a day, or indeed the world of geniuses cannot be measured by ordinary standards. However, looking at the several exaggerated spirit beasts, he could only remain silent despite all the emotions. The enormous goose, which could not even be named, spreading its wings 3 yards wide, along with the turtle pretending to be a rock, and the incessant chirping of insects from the grass, all fell out of place. While humans can conceal their cultivation, spirit beasts cannot. Even he could clearly sense the enhancements in these. Almost every day he could distinctly feel the changes in these spirit beasts, especially that silly goose, which almost brought him a sense of pressure. Seeing the somewhat bewildered figure in black, Lu Jing couldn't help but stifle a laugh in a corner where he was unseen. Thanks to the tenfold time flow rate of the 10,000 spirits tower, all the spirit beasts had improved, becoming plump and robust. The big white goose had firmly grounded itself in training, treating high-grade spirit feeding pills like candy, making its breakthrough to the 7th layer of chi refinement a natural progression. The golden locust king exhibited a growth rate that was nothing short of astonishing, thriving on copious amounts of blood and flesh from the tigerhead fish, and a continuous supply of spiritual energy, catching up to the big white goose, also breaking through to the 7th layer of chi refinement. Its dark golden insect shell became increasingly hard and sharp, glimmering coldly, exuding an incredibly fierce aura. Even the newly contracted little Qing had completely shed its previous weaknesses, steadily breaking through to the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Despite its inherent deficiencies, it ultimately had a 4th-tier bloodline foundation. With adequate resources and a suitable environment, its cultivation speed was not slow, and its form became increasingly agile. The spirit bamboo planted in the 10,000 spirits tower was almost completely devoured by him. Only the old veteran, the burly mountain turtle, was stuck at the 6th layer of chi refinement. It was not that Lu Jing treated it with less care. On the contrary, he consistently provided the best and most abundant resources to Xiaoshan. However, due to Xiaoshan's ancestral bloodline, the vast majority of spiritual energy and resources were consumed in refining its bloodline, naturally slowing its advancement. Yet the seemingly lowest strength Xiaoshan possessed terrifying battle power. With a height of 1 yard, its dark back armor was as heavy as a mountain, the spines on its shell sharp and menacing, exuding an aura of rugged strength. That extreme defensive power was as solid as a fortress. Even a full-force assault from a practitioner of the same realm could hardly shake it, making it the undisputed strongest meat shield of the group. With all the spirit beasts making progress, Lu Jing, as their master, naturally reaped immense benefits. He shared in the spiritual energy feedback from their cultivation, and after 2 years of nurturing and dedicated practice, he smoothly stepped into the 7th layer of chi refinement. When he left the beast-taming sect, his cultivation was already on the verge of the 6th layer of chi refinement, just a step away. Now, with 2 years of accumulation, his foundation was exceptionally solid, making the breakthrough a natural progression. A gentle breeze swept across the Blackwater Lake, and spiritual energy flowed abundantly. Lu Jing stretched his limbs, feeling the rich and flowing spiritual energy. Within him, his eyes filled with contented smiles. The Wanling Tower, in stark contrast to its desolate appearance 2 years ago, when it was merely a patch of water above ground, now teems with life. The Qingling bamboo traded from the falling Sunset Mountain has successfully taken root here. The entire bamboo forest is lush and green, with tall Qingling bamboo rising from the ground, its leaves glistening with dew rustling softly in the gentle breeze. Although a small part has been nibbled unevenly by the greedy little Qing. However, the little Qing has actually saved more than it has consumed. Oh, unlike the other debt-collecting little beasts, this one is willing to work hard. The little creature is slender and agile, its greenish-blue fur smooth and shiny, with delicate little deer antlers on its head radiating a faint spiritual light. It munches on tender bamboo shoots while occasionally lifting its head to release strands of vibrant green spiritual energy that fall beside the nibbled bamboo roots. In an instant, the bare bamboo shoots sprout again, quickly shooting up new bamboo seedlings which it replants. This bamboo forest owes much of its scale to the efforts of the little Qing. Moreover, with the healing abilities of the emu's spiritual light, even the latest addition to the group has become quite popular among the various spirit beasts. At the edge of the vast bamboo forest, the grand white goose stands proudly, its fluffy white wings taking up the entire clearing. This oversized goose has long shed the bulkiness of its early training days, its wings stretch, 3 zhang wide shimmering white exuding a commanding presence. At this moment it is idly preening its feathers with its hard beak, then turns to tease the little Jing beside it. One moment it flaps its wings to gently blow away the bamboo leaves near the little deer, and the next it deliberately rubs its neck against the little Jing's antlers, causing the obedient little deer to jump around, emitting delightful bleats. Lu Jing sits cross-legged on the edge of the spirit herb field not far away, his hands behind his head, leisurely watching the scene with great interest. There's nothing to be done. With the Wanling Tower's time flow 10 times faster, while only a brief moment passes outside, much time has already passed within the tower. With time to spare from alchemy, his greatest joy each day is to observe his peculiar spirit beasts in their various endeavors. The entire tower area is clearly divided. The realm of the King of Golden Locusts can be dubbed the meat slaughterhouse, filled with an abundance of materials that Lu Jing cannot use, but are specifically for nourishing and breeding it. Fatty cold-tailed fish, lively qingling fish, and firm-bodied tiger-headed fish are stacked layer upon layer, all exuding a rich spiritual energy. Dense dark golden locusts cover the entire area, their shells gleaming coldly, appearing exceedingly fierce. The Locust King sits at the center, spending its days either feasting or reproducing wildly, with its offspring spreading everywhere, creating a massive army of locusts. Lu Jing remains completely nonchalant about this, as there is no shortage of food. The more these little creatures multiply, the greater the assistance they will provide him in the future, making it a guaranteed win. In a corner among the pile of stones, the burdened mountain turtle maintains its classic lazy posture. This creature with a shell as heavy as a mountain exhibits a dark color and sharp-boned spurs exuding a wild pressure, yet it is extremely lazy, retracting its 4 legs and burying its head, embedding itself in the stone crevice to disguise itself as a hill, entering a mode of continuous slumber. Despite the buzzing of locusts and the playful antics of the goose and deer nearby, not a sound can awaken it. Only the thick spiritual energy flowing around it silently indicates that it is continuously tempering its ancestral bloodline, without any slack. Not far away, the spirit stream garden presents another breathtaking view. A sea of vibrant spirit flowers blooms with glimmers of spiritual light swirling among the blossoms. The purple jade bees, resembling purple crystals, dance gracefully in the air, their translucent wings vibrating, producing soft, melodious, buzzing sounds. The mature purple jade queen bee occupies the center of the flower, its body resplendently purple and full of spiritual energy, diligently laying eggs day after day, leading the swarm to gather spiritual nectar from the flowers, gradually accumulating full jars of pure spiritual honey. The honey is crystal clear as purple jade, serves as one of the important materials for refining healing pills, yet he lacks. However, having some honey water each morning is still quite enjoyable. In the clear central spirit lake, tiger-headed fish swim freely, their forms agile. The leading tiger-headed fish king still firmly occupies the peak of the 8th level of chi refinement. The number of fish is kept in check, and the excess, apart from being fed to the golden locust, is all processed into starlight divine water by Lu Jing. Soaking in the divine water, the bloodline of the tiger-headed fish is continuously tempered day and night, becoming thicker and purer, with sharp tiger claws growing beneath its belly, and even its body elongated slightly. It is becoming more and more like a dragon. At the edge of the spirit lake, Lu Jing has specifically opened a spirit snake pond. The originally clean and tidy ground has been meticulously transformed by him, with the pond's water filled with spiritual energy, where black-striped snakes, qingling snakes, and fine-scaled snakes dwell, over 80 spirit snakes of various sizes weaving through gracefully. Lu Jing maintains strict control, deliberately suppressing the breeding speed of the snake population to prevent it from getting. Every mature snake that gives birth is precisely scooped out and thrown into the divine water, which will gradually strip away the impurities of its old bloodline. The purest essence of the bloodline will then be rain-fused into the snake eggs by Lu Jing. Through this repeated purification over generations, the bloodline quality of the newly born spirit snakes gets stronger with each generation. Now more than 10 spirit snakes with a faint draconic aura have been born in the snake pond. Although their draconic bloodline is still thin and faint, they have firmly stepped into the ranks of high-quality bloodlines. This is a significant improvement over the low-quality bloodline they had when purchased. Therefore, breeding is indeed promising. However, Lu Jing has no intention of formalizing this. In essence, these spirit snakes are a batch of bloodline tools he has raised specifically for the continuous purification of the draconic bloodline to prepare for his future cultivation of a true dragon. What he truly desires is still the Qingxian dragon python egg obtained from the earlier gamble. Unfortunately, this snake egg has been deficient in innate vitality, lying dormant at the bottom of the spirit pond for 2 years, unable to hatch successfully, although he can faintly sense its vitality gradually strengthening. Lu Jing leisurely sits on a recliner, his gaze sweeping across the entire Wanling Tower, where expansive fields of qingling bamboo undulate. The 2 initial washing marrow flowers have long since multiplied into a small flower field, with various spirit herbs used for feeding and detoxifying flourishing abundantly. With spirit materials, spirit honey, spirit fish, spirit meat, and bloodline materials all in abundance, he has completely realized a closed loop of self-production and self-sales. Lu Jing stretches lazily, a look of paternal satisfaction filling his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Comfortable. This is how a cultivator's life should be lived. In this day and age, who cares about fighting and killing anymore? Rarely able to relax, Jing took a deep afternoon nap, freeing his thoughts. Upon waking, he stepped out of the Wanling Tower, instantly returning to the shores of the Blackwater Lake. The evening breeze is gentle, the lake's surface ripples softly, and the coolness of the lake water brushes against him. Yet as he looks around, the area is empty and quiet, completely devoid of his old neighbor's figure. Jing's content smile instantly fades, his brow furrowing slightly, and an inexplicable sense of surprise arises in his heart. After 2 years of interaction, he has long grasped the pattern of this neighbor. This person often goes out alone, never staying long, always returning the same day, without ever spending the night. Moreover, each time they return, their condition is never very good. Either their robes are dusty with light injuries, or their spiritual energy is unstable, clearly having experienced tough battles outside. However, their interactions have always been casual and unassuming with no interference. The neighbor never inquires about his alchemy, cultivation, or spirit beast rearing secrets, and he has never been curious about the black-clad person's outings or the secrets they carry. In essence, they have the most straightforward, cooperative relationship of landlord and tenant. The black-clad person is a genuinely high-quality tenant, reliable and generous. Not only do they frequently bring rare alchemical materials and offer free guidance to correct his foundational techniques, helping him fill in years of shortcomings, but they also remain quiet and unobtrusive, causing no trouble. There's no deep emotional bond, but the tangible benefits have never ceased. However, it is already completely dark now. The afterglow of the setting sun has faded, the night gradually envelopes the world, and the evening breeze by the lake is growing cooler, yet this neighbor still has not returned. Jing stands by the lake with his hands behind his back, stroking his chin, his eyes holding a hint of coldness. Something is off. A good long-term tenant like this must not encounter any mishaps. Who the hell took my excellent partner? Jing couldn't help but curse inwardly, yet his face showed no sign of disturbance, his feet rooted to the ground, unmoving. He had a clear understanding of his own positioning. He was not some hot-headed fool rushing to do heroic deeds. The black-clad neighbor's prolonged absence could mean only two things. Either he was delayed by unforeseen circumstances, or he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle and had fallen. That guy was a genuine master at the 9th level of chi refinement, his cultivation far surpassing Jing's current state. To be able to hold back, or even eliminate such a formidable person, the opponent's strength was undoubtedly considerable. They could either be an established powerhouse at the peak of chi refinement, or a group of individuals banding together to hunt, outnumbering their prey. Regardless of the situation, getting involved would only lead to trouble. Only a fool would willingly wade into such murky waters. Jing's eyes darted quickly, his mind racing as he covertly mobilized the combat power of the Wanling Tower. 300 ferocious tiger-headed fish silently surged into the Heishui River, hiding beneath the dark, deep waters. He had carefully selected these fish, all at least at the 6th level of chi refinement, known for their fierce and violent nature, ready to ambush at a moment's notice. Shortly after, a faint rustling sound came from the depths of the grass, the food-gold locust king, flapping its wings softly, leading a dense horde of locusts into the shadows of the wild grass. The pitch-black insect armor pressed close to the ground, cold light hidden, and elusive, countless tiny compound eyes fixed intently on all directions, a dense sense of oppression concealed beneath the silence. After completing his preparations, Jing immediately activated the turtle snake concealment technique. All the spiritual energy, aura, and vitality around him converged, even his heartbeat suppressed to the utmost, stripping away all sense of existence. He flashed and silently landed atop a robust 1,000-year-old cedar tree by the lake, securely hidden among the. Leaning lazily against the trunk, he slightly closed his eyes, appearing to be resting idly, while in reality, all his senses were heightened, absorbing the movements within several miles of the Heishui Lake. It was impossible for him to go looking for trouble. If that guy's enemies came after him, he couldn't be unprepared. As the night deepened, a cold moon hung high among the branches, casting its chilling light on the dark lake, shimmering with ripples. Just as everything fell into silence, a sudden series of faint, yet urgent breaking sounds echoed from the sky, sharp and piercing, instantly shattering the tranquility of the deep night. Jing's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp as an eagle fixed on the night sky. There at the edge of the night, he saw a figure wrapped in thick black mist, riding a sword and rushing toward him. The black robe billowed in the night wind, his figure staggering and unsteady, his spiritual energy disordered and scattered, clearly gravely injured and at the end of his strength. It was none other than the missing black-clad man. Behind him, a fierce figure in white relentlessly pursued, soaring through the air with incredible speed, surrounded by an aura of chilling cold, a menacing presence radiating a murderous intent. Qin Feng, you have betrayed your sect, defied your master, and slaughtered your fellow disciples. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, at the ends of the earth, no one can save you. You are doomed to die. The voice was cold and bitter, carrying the power of a cultivator, shaking the very air around them. This person had a face like a jade crown, his brows sharp and menacing, dressed in pristine white, standing tall, his spiritual energy dense and profound, clearly at the peak of the 9th level of chi refinement. His profound yin technique circulated the cold air, penetrating to the bone. Judging by his aura, he seemed even stronger than the black-clad man. Is your name Qin Feng? Indeed, one cannot trust the novels of the past. I expected a diminutive figure with overwhelming enmity, perhaps a lowly with a youthful face and extraordinary talents. Jing's eyes brightened, secretly muttering to himself as he shrank his shadow further behind the tree. Upon thinking of this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly, cursing again. What was there to hide about such an ordinary name? If you were named Yi Fan or Sure How, then perhaps I would avoid your brilliance. But with such a mundane name, what's the point of pretending to be profound? As for the identity of the person from the Xianyin sect, to be honest, I had suspected it long ago. The Xianyin sect has many techniques. Strictly speaking, they have more varieties than our beast tamer sect, but they all share one characteristic: they exude cold air. Before we interacted, that bit of bloody aura could still be concealed, but after spending 2 years together, how could I have not noticed? I had just pretended not to see it and never inquired. In midair, Qin Feng suddenly halted his escape, staggering to turn around, the black robe rustling loudly, dark red blood foams spilling from the corners of his mouth, his complexion as pale as a sheet, his breath in tatters. But there was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only overwhelming hatred and boundless madness. Betray the sect. Qin Feng scoffed softly, his laughter hoarse and desolate, filled with sarcasm. That old bastard is hypocritical and cold-blooded. He harmed my entire family, seized my opportunities, and slaughtered my loved ones. Such deep-seated hatred, if I were to endure and survive, what kind of son would I be? He fixed a fierce gaze on Li Kanglin, his eyes sharp as knives. Li Kanglin, you are willing to be a loyal dog for that old bastard, assisting him in his cruelty. If I am destined to die today, then you shall accompany me to the grave. Stubborn and unyielding. Li Kanglin's complexion suddenly turned cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his tone dripping with disdain and contempt. You have been poisoned by my Xianyin poison palm. The venom has invaded your meridians and bones. Your cultivation is crumbling inch by inch, and your dantian is on the verge of collapse. You are already out of options. A mere remains of a person dares to speak so boldly before me. Before his words could finish, Li Kanglin had already grasped with 5 fingers a mass of pitch-black cold mist instantly surged from his palm, swirling and writhing, transforming into 5 sharp, bone-chilling black claw shadows, carrying the terrifying cold that could corrode flesh and freeze spiritual energy, tearing through the air straight for Qin Feng's heart. Xianyin bone-splitting claw. Before the claws arrived, the bone-chilling cold had already engulfed the entire area. The surrounding grass and trees instantly frosted, the ripples on the lake's surface frozen solid, the oppressive cold overwhelming. Qin Feng had already prepared, enduring the toxic surges within and the excruciating pain in his meridians. He did not retreat, but instead advanced. With a flash of black light in his hand, a short blade covered in fine cracks shot out, its blade swirling with a dark crimson hue. Clanged. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing exploded in the night sky. The pitch-black blade shadow collided fiercely with the 5 icy claw shadows, and the violent wave of spiritual energy erupted instantly, sweeping in all directions. The stones by the lake were all blown away, the surrounding grass and trees snapped in half, and the air surged. Qin Feng, already heavily injured and with an unstable foundation, could not withstand this blow. His blood surged, and he coughed up another mouthful, his body staggering backward and flying several zhang. Yet his eyes gleamed with even greater ferocity. Using the backward momentum, his figure suddenly transformed, darting out like a ghost, his movements eerie and agile, completely unlike that of an injured person. The Xianyin sect's mysterious technique, phantom escape. The night became his best cover, his figure splitting into 3 indistinguishable shadows. At the same time, he raised his hand to form seals, the black light in his palm surging wildly as countless thin black poison needles shot through the air, densely packed, covering the entire space, sealing off all of Li Kanglin's escape routes. A futile struggle. Li Kanglin's expression was indifferent, utterly unafraid. His white robe swelled, deep spiritual energy bursting forth, instantly forming a thick shield of Xianyin cold air around him, pure white and chilling. The countless poison needles struck the shield, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound, black mist rising everywhere, yet not a single crack was left. They were all dissolved by the cold air. In the next moment, Li Kanglin stepped into the air, his figure suddenly accelerating, closing the distance in an instant. With both palms pushed forward, 2 even denser and more powerful waves of black cold energy were unleashed, the cold energy condensing into substantial palm prints, carrying the terrifying power to shatter spiritual energy and freeze bones, crashing down towards Qin Feng's chest. Xianyin poison palm, second strike. Where the palm wind passed, the air froze entirely, the void rippling with layers of chilling waves, the venomous aura sending shivers down one's spine. In midair, with no way to evade, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and fought to the end, letting out a roar as all the remaining spiritual energy in his body erupted, disregarding the excruciating pain in his meridians. The short blade slashing horizontally, the black blade light surging several feet, fiercely clashing with the 2 palms. Another deafening explosion rang out. This time Qin Feng could no longer hold on. The violent wave of spiritual energy directly slammed him down, his body crashing heavily onto the bluestone ground by the Heishui Lake, sending dust flying. The short blade in his hand buzzed and trembled, its spiritual light dimming to the brink of collapse, and he collapsed onto the ground, his meridians in agonizing pain, nearly exhausting all his strength to lift his hand. On top of the tree crown, Lu Jing, who had been watching the whole time, felt his pupils constrict, sharply marveling in his heart, unable to restrain himself from clicking his tongue. My goodness, is this the combat of a genuine sect genius? He couldn't be considered a genius himself, nor had he sparred with his peers. The only experiences he had were encountering 2 waves of tribulation cultivators, both of whom were mediocre and foolish. Looking at how ruthless and deadly the techniques of this demonic sect were, all were hard-hitting, with no embellishments, striking with lethal intent. Even at the 9th level of Qi refinement, Qin Feng, while heavily injured, could still retaliate. His movements eerie and techniques fierce, his combat power far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators of the same stage. Li Kanglin was even more outrageous. His cultivation was extraordinarily solid, his spiritual energy rich and lengthy, blending offense and defense, exuding an overwhelming presence. Lu Jing stroked his chin, watching with great interest, his eyes filled with the thrill of watching a performance. This was 100 times more exciting than the commotion in the Wanling Tower. Yet it was a bit concerning. My top-tier tenant, please do not perish just like this. On the lakeside, the dusty ground was kicked up as Qin Feng collapsed, completely drained of strength, as if all vitality had been siphoned from his body. His chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by a tearing pain, blood oozing continuously from the corners of his mouth, and his originally sharp eyes were now bloodshot, their focus beginning to fade. The dark dagger that had accompanied him through countless battles lay fallen on the stone ground, its spiritual light dimmed, covered in cracks, completely devoid of its former ferocity. High above, Li Kanglin stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes fluttering in the wind, exuding an elegant and ethereal grace, yet the cold, killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. He looked down from his vantage point at the pitiful Qin Feng below, as if observing a dying ant, his tone indifferent, yet laced with extreme mockery. What does it matter if you master both sword and blade? A traitor of the sect is still a traitor. Without your cultivation, your so-called deep-seated vendetta is nothing but a laughable delusion. With that, he slowly raised his hand, once again condensing a thick, dark, cold poison in his palm, the strands of chilling air cascading down, enveloping the entire lakeside in a deathly chill. This strike would be a definitive fatal blow. On the treetops, Lu Jing watched without blinking, his instincts telling him that Qin Feng must have a hidden card. Isn't it beautiful? You've never seen anything like it, have you? Just as Lu Jing was on edge, a light, sudden voice appeared in his ear, as if whispering right beside him. Suddenly, Lu Jing's body was covered in goosebumps. His scalp tingled, his heart skipped a beat, nearly causing him to fall. At this moment, his turtle snake concealment technique had reached its peak, masking all traces of breath, vitality, and spiritual energy, making him a master of stealth. Not only him, but the locust army lurking beneath the trees and the tiger-headed fish hiding in the water showed no signs of movement. Even the most perceptive bug king and fish king failed to detect the presence of an outsider. What did this imply? It meant that the visitor's cultivation far surpassed his understanding. Lu Jing abruptly turned his head, his muscles tensed, ready to summon the power of the Wanling Tower. But the moment he turned, his tense body froze instantly, vigilance evaporating from his eyes, replaced by sheer astonishment. Behind him, an imposing figure had appeared, calmly leaning against the tree trunk. The man wore a snow-white robe exclusive to the inner disciples of the Beastmaster sect, the fabric luxurious, with faint patterns glowing with spiritual light, tall and slender, his gaze warm, yet holding a hint of mockery. Familiar eyes and a familiar aura. It was Zhang Zhongyi, who had been in seclusion for 3 years without a word. Old Zhang. Lu Jing blurted out, his tone filled with disbelief. Just as he became an outer disciple, old Zhang had entered seclusion to break through to foundation establishment, and that seclusion had lasted over 3 years. Recently, he had specifically inquired with Li Fu, and the information he received was always that old Zhang was still in seclusion with no news at all. How can you call him old Zhang? You're being disrespectful. Zhang Zongyi's smile instantly faded, and he raised his hand to lightly tap Lu Jing's head, his eyes filled with familiar helplessness. He was his uncle, yet this kid casually called him old Zhang. Lu Jing quickly composed himself, rubbed his hands, and obediently changed the subject. Uncle, did you successfully break through? And why did you suddenly come here? You were so quiet. Could he not come? Zhang Zongyi's expression slightly hardened, the mockery disappearing from his face, replaced by a serious demeanor. He lowered his voice and said solemnly, "If I didn't come, you would have been forced to get involved in the sect's battle tonight, and you might not even know how you ended up in that situation." Huh. Lu Jing was taken aback, his face filled with confusion. Is the situation already this tense? Are we going to war outside? On stage, the host was stunned, almost suspecting she had misheard. Only when Lan Ling's cool gaze swept toward Zhang Zhongyi, shot him a glance, his gaze piercing through the layers of branches, focusing on the 2 figures below at the lakeside, his tone serious, as he explained. Though the Xianyin sect is a demonic faction, we are not to be trifled with. Do they think they can step into the territory of my Beastmaster sect just to hunt down a traitor? Why don't they just fly up to the sky? Now that Li Kanglin dares to openly kill on our territory, it clearly indicates that the balance between the 2 sects has completely loosened, and the signs of war can no longer be hidden. Suddenly, Lu Jing's curiosity piqued, his eyes shining as he stared at the white-robed cultivator below, relentlessly asking, "Uncle, do you know this person? This Li Kanglin. Do I know him? More than just know him." Zhang Zongyi's eyes darkened slightly, his tone carrying a hint of nostalgia. Who in the Xianyin sect doesn't know Li Kanglin, the young master of Xian poison? Along with the sword and blade master Qin Feng on the ground, both are the 9 unmatched outer disciples of the Xianyin sect, ranked 6th and 9th, both direct disciples of the Golden Core Realm's demon lord Wuxin. He turned to look at the bewildered Lu Jing, his face filled with confusion. "I was going to ask you, how did a straight-laced person like you, hiding in the Blackwater Lake raising tiger-headed fish, get involved with this Xianyin sect disciple?" Zhang Zhongyi looked at his nephew with interest, having heard nothing about him making any good connections during his time as a handyman. When he opened his mouth, his words were so toxic that he could probably poison himself. When he was a handyman disciple, everyone knew that he had this steward as his backing, but in the entire handyman courtyard, he was merely a nobody. The only one he could associate with was a local who was hopelessly bad at cultivating while the others would rather stay far away from him. He didn't look like someone who could befriend a disciple of the Xianyin sect at all. After hearing Zhang Zongyi's words, Lu Jing's pupils trembled, his mouth slightly agape, his face filled with disbelief. What? He's that impressive? He suddenly looked down at the seriously injured and bloody Qin Feng, his worldview completely. No wonder this neighbor is so outrageously wealthy, casually gifting rare spiritual materials and offering free guidance on techniques. No wonder despite being at the 9th level of Qi refinement, his combat power crushes others of the same level. Turns out he is actually a renowned genius of the Xianyin sect, a direct disciple of a golden core powerhouse. Previously he had secretly complained about how ordinary his looks and how simplistic his name was, but now he realized that it was his own narrow-mindedness. This is no ordinary tenet. He is undoubtedly a fallen top-tier powerhouse. Uncle, then why did he betray? Does that mean he's considered one of us? Lu Jing eagerly pressed on, the curious interest in his eyes completely replaced by tension. Not quite one of us at best, he is an enemy of our enemy. Zhang Zhongyi replied lightly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed the restlessness in Lu Jing's eyes, instantly seeing through his thoughts, raising an eyebrow and asking, by your expression, are you planning to take action to save him? Without hesitation, Lu Jing's eyes were resolute, his tone firm. Let's do it. We have to. Regardless of relations, just considering the stance, they had to take down this so-called Li Kanglin. Who knows, it might yield a golden core. Seeing Lu Jing's eager expression of, I must take action, Zhang Zhongyi quickly placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping the restless youth, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. Don't rush in. He lowered his voice, a glint of shrewd calculation in his eyes, to secure a position among the 9 unmatched disciples and be a direct genius who doesn't have a hidden trump card for survival. Even if he is severely injured, a desperate strike is still enough to threaten a foundation establishment cultivator. Let's hold off on revealing ourselves and continue to watch the show. Leaning against the tree trunk, Zhang Zhongyi completely relaxed his posture, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned spectator, leisurely saying, let them exhaust themselves completely, then we'll step in to reap the rewards. A surround and kill of a genius from the Xianyin sect will definitely yield rewards beyond imagination from the sect. In an instant, Lu Jing understood. Old foxes are the best. For a moment, atop the 1,000-year-old cedar tree, 2 disciples of the Beastmaster sect, one big and one small, concealed themselves side by side. They held their breaths, their eyes fixed on the life and death duel below, entering the mode of double enjoyment while waiting to pick up the spoils. Meanwhile, below, the unsuspecting Li Kanglin had already raised his hand to condense the fatal cold poison, preparing to thoroughly end Qin Feng's life. The cold wind howled by the lakeside, and the pitch-black sinister cold poison surged down like a vast dark fog, locking all of Qin Feng's escape routes with a bone-chilling aura. In the high sky, Li Kanglin, clad in white, looked frostbitten, his fingertips swirling with cold poison, preparing to deliver a deadly strike that would crush the last flicker of life in this former comrade as soon as he landed. Qin Feng collapsed beneath the trees, suddenly brightened with a glimmer of determination in his once dull eyes, shedding much of his near-death appearance. With a sudden push against the stone-strewn ground, he sprang up, his previously weak and trembling arm firmly grasping the cracked dark dagger beside him, while the excruciating pain in his chest and abdomen seemed to dissipate, allowing his movements to become ethereal like a ghost. You want to kill me? Li Kanglin, you are far too confident. His hoarse voice carried a hint of bloodshed's chill, showing none of the weakness he had just exhibited. He deftly dodged the descending cold poison fog, which grazed his clothing and swept past, corroding the stone ground behind him, causing it to sizzle and emit smoke as fragments turned to black powder. Above in the tree canopy, Lu Jing, holding his breath to watch, widened his eyes in shock, nearly sliding off the branch as he whispered incredulously, he really has a trump card. This kid can really act. Just a moment ago, I almost thought he was going to ascend to the heavens. Indeed, a typical operation. Zhang Zhongyi leaned against the trunk, his arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed on the battle below as he commented casually. Anyone who can make it to the 9 absolutes of the Xianyin sect is a true actor. If they don't pretend to be dead and gain sympathy, how can they trick their opponents into lowering their guard? Watch closely, it's about to get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle below erupted. Qin Feng employed a peculiar footwork weaving through the chilly winds, and with the broken dagger in hand, he unleashed a streak of dark blade energy, fierce and powerful, aimed straight at Li Kanglin's face. Li Kanglin's eyes turned cold midair as he sneered, casually conjuring a cold poison barrier to block. The blade energy collided with the barrier, shattering into a violent explosion, sending waves of spiritual energy that stirred up dust along the lakeside. Is that all? Heavily injured and on the brink of death, and still wants to turn the tide. Such wishful thinking. Li Kanglin's tone dripped with sarcasm as he flicked his wrist, conjuring a myriad of condensed cold poison needles, densely packed and sharply shot. Qin Feng dodged to the side, struggling to avoid the onslaught, blocking with his dagger as he braved the storm of attacks. Lu Jing watched with rapt attention, shaking his head in critique. This move barely makes the grade. The style is flashy, but the mental energy consumption is too high, missing the mark by at least 3 inches. A moderately agile cultivator would hardly be hit. Exactly, purely relying on a strong foundation. The spiritual energy is severely depleted, each move draining the base. It's a typical case of injuring 800 enemies while losing 1,500 of your own. Below, the duel raged on, both fighters exchanging blows in a fierce life-and-death struggle. The cold blade light and poison intertwined, sharp winds swept away countless leaves along the lakeside, and the stone ground was riddled with cracks, the entire Blackwater lake bubbling with murderous intent. Li Kanglan moved gracefully, his poison-laden strikes lethal and vicious, targeting the weaknesses in Qin Feng's old injuries. Drawing on years of combat experience, Qin Feng tangled with the broken dagger, balancing offense and defense, enduring several waves of lethal attacks. As another round of heavy clashes concluded, the two retreated, both breathing heavily and noticeably disordered. Qin Feng's lips bled once more, his complexion growing ever paler, the depletion of his spiritual energy immense. Meanwhile, Li Kanglan, towering above, had his white robe stained with flecks of blood, his impatience growing more pronounced. In that last confrontation, Qin Feng had forcefully unleashed a counterblade strike powerful enough, but failing to breach the opponent's defenses, wasting most of his remaining spiritual energy. Jing immediately grimaced, expressing his disdain. Poor review. That move was terrible. A pure waste of the remaining spiritual energy. Clearly he could have flanked for a sneak attack, but chose to face off heat-in, relying solely on brute force. Right. They're both getting desperate now, Zhang Zhongyi observed, his gaze sharpening. Qin Feng can't hold on much longer, and Li Kanglan has lost face battling a traitorous junior disciple for so long, his patience is completely exhausted. Just as he predicted, Li Kanglan below gradually withdrew his mocking demeanor, his eyes icy with killing intent, as he looked down and shouted, Qin Feng, you've lingered on the brink for this long, you must have some skill. Since you insist on seeking death, your senior brother will no longer play with you. As his words fell, the sinister cold poison around him surged violently, the temperature of the world plummeting to freezing point, a pressure sweeping over the area, locking down all of Qin Feng's avenues of escape, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. On the opposite side, Qin Feng took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, knowing that if he continued to exhaust himself, defeat was inevitable. A flash of resolve crossed his eyes as he reached back to retrieve a round, lustrous pill that glimmered with brilliant spiritual light. The pill was densely packed with rich and potent spiritual energy, far beyond that of ordinary healing pills, hinting at a heavy and domineering sword intent. Jing's eyes lit up instantly, a hidden trump card. If it can restore injuries, he should have used it long ago. However, Jing thought he would swallow the pill to heal and restore his spiritual energy, but unexpectedly Qin Feng flicked his wrist sharply, showing no intention of swallowing it, and instead hurled the pill violently toward Li Kanglan in midair. With a buzz, the pill exploded in midair, releasing no healing properties, but instead instantly coalescing into a finely honed dark gold blade energy. The blade energy shot into the sky, its sharpness tearing through the surrounding cold winds, unleashing a terrifying pressure equivalent to that of a golden core level attack. Even an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator facing this blow would be severely injured, their body shattered. A golden core sword pill. What a ruthless trump card. Zhang Zhongyi instantly sat up straight, his face filled with sword pills are similar to talismans and require a golden core cultivator's life treasure to refine. Mere bonds of master and disciple are insufficient, as they are typically gifted by family elders to their descendants for protection. In the air, facing the sudden deadly sword, intently, Kanglan showed no signs of panic, instead curling his lips into a cold smile, his tone dripping with mocking certainty. Qin Feng, your little trump card has long been figured out by your senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of spiritual light flickered at his fingertips, and an ancient, thick blue talisman inscribed with intricate Xian-yin patterns hovered before him. The moment the talisman unfurled, a layer of heavy solid glass-like defensive barrier instantly expanded, firmly enveloping a 3-foot radius around him. Boom! The dazzling and domineering golden core sword intent crashed down onto the defensive barrier. The earth-shattering roar echoed around the lakeside as the terrifying blade energy wreaked havoc, reducing stones and vegetation to dust, and fierce winds swept through relentlessly. Yet no matter how violently the sword pill attacked, that layer of defensive barrier remained unfazed, solid as a fortress, dissipating all the lethal force. The sword pill's spiritual light dimmed, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. A third-grade glass diamond talisman. How extravagant. Truly extravagant. Jing gasped, his eyes nearly popping out. Ever since he learned that old Zhang was a talisman master, he had acquired a lot of talisman knowledge and instantly recognized it. Zhang Zongyi's eyes gleamed with insight, his figure straightening quietly. As a knowing smile crept onto his lips, he whispered, an opportunity. Though the third-grade talisman defense is strong, it consumes a great deal of energy. This moment is precisely when it is most depleted, and the old force has just dissipated while the new force has yet to build. Then let's strike. Jing lowered his voice and suddenly erupted. The Tigerhead Fish Legion, hidden at the bottom of the Blackwater Lake and waiting for a long time, instantly responded to the command. Crash! The previously silent and calm surface of the Blackwater Lake suddenly erupted, and hundreds of precisely formed cold, dark ice arrows shot out from the water. Thickly packed and overwhelming, carrying an intense coldness, they viciously shot toward the completely unprepared Li Kanglan. The lake churned, the cold air surged, and the sky was filled with ice arrows, sealing all avenues of escape. The assault, so dense it made one's scalp tingle. Jing's fingertips ignited with flames, ready to unleash a meteor shower, launching a dual blast of ice and fire. Yet before he could bring down the prepared flames, the skies suddenly changed. A low thunderous roar that shook the mountains erupted, reverberating in people's ears. A colossal snow-white beast tore through the void, swirling with ice and frost appearing above the lakeside. The beast's form was long and agile, its scales snowy white and glistening, covered in a light frost, with a pair of spiraled sharp horns atop its head, fierce and imposing, resembling neither a crocodile nor a dragon, yet exuding an overwhelming pressure of a dragon's bloodline, the intense cold sweeping in all directions. A Jiao dragon. Lu Jing's pupils constricted, instinctively gasping. Not a Jiao dragon, it's a heavenly frost crocodile, Jiao. Zhang Zhongyi interjected calmly, his tone casual, yet tinged with pride. The heavenly frost crocodile Jiao moved with incredible speed, its massive claws wielding the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. Without hesitation, it slammed directly down toward Li Kanglin. Bang! A deep, horrifying sound reverberated. Li Kanglin, who had not yet stabilized his form from the sword pill's impact, and had just dissipated the defensive talisman, was utterly unprepared and was struck squarely by this terrifying claw. The protective spiritual energy shattered in an instant, the sound of bones cracking clear and audible. Before he could fall, the heavenly frost crocodile Jiao pressed the attack, its claws striking in rapid succession, overwhelming beastly force bearing down, while its massive mouth opened, unleashing a torrent of chilling frost that instantly encased Li Kanglin, freezing him in place. The howling winds roared, the frost surged. In just a few breaths, this renowned genius of the Xian'in sect, a Golden Core Master's direct disciple Li Kanglin, was utterly crushed. Not a shred of hope for a comeback remained. The lakeside fell into a momentary silence. The howling wind ceased, the cold poison dissipated, and the swirling dust gradually settled. Qin Feng, on the brink of death and prepared to end himself, stood frozen in place, holding the broken blade, staring in astonishment at the heavenly frost crocodile Jiao, which was slowly retracting its pressure, utterly bewildered. Lu Jing was equally dazed, his brain short-circuiting. Regardless of the timing of the attack or the rhythm of the battle, old Zhang displayed exceptional prowess. Above in the tree canopy, Zhang Zhongyi retracted, his beast-controlling spiritual energy appearing relaxed and unfazed, casually brushing off his sleeves as he spoke leisurely, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. Back to reality. A Foundation establishment realm spirit beast against a peak chi refining cultivator is hardly shocking. The cold frost by the lake gradually melted, and the stillness among the scattered rubble slowly dissipated. Lu Jing leaped down from the branch, landing steadily on the ground. He gazed at Li Kanglin, who was frozen in midair and completely lifeless, unable to suppress his astonishment, his expression one of exaggerated shock. What the hell, Lao Zhang? Your attack was really ruthless. He leaned forward, peering at the frozen surface with curiosity, clicking his tongue incessantly. A distinguished genius disciple of the Xian'in sect, a direct disciple of a Golden Core real person, and you didn't even get the chance to retaliate. You were crushed and silenced by your family's giant crocodile, without leaving a shred of dignity. Zhang Zhongyi leisurely descended, brushing off the dust from his sleeves with elegance, yet his eyes bore a hint of arrogance as he spoke calmly. What does he deserve? Why should we give him any face? As cultivators who follow the path of beast taming, we thrive on overwhelming force. Lingering in drawn-out fights is a waste of time. He glanced sideways at Lu Jing, a pleased smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. But you kid aren't too bad either. If I hadn't made a move, that meteor shower you conjured would have likely ended with the bugs hiding in the grass. Lu Jing straightened his chest upon hearing this, hands behind his back, wearing a smug expression. We complement each other perfectly. You deliver the big moves while I come in for the finish. It's a flawless collaboration. Zhang Zhongyi looked at his smug demeanor, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about this kid suffering losses. Barely managing, but at least you have some insight. It wasn't in vain following me around. Lu Jing waved his hand, but he couldn't hide the grin on his face. What can I say? It's all about talent. If our lineage is simply superior. The two of them complimented each other, enjoying the exchange immensely, each feeling elated, creating a hilariously amusing. Once they had praised each other enough, they both turned to focus on Qin Feng, who was standing dumbfounded nearby, and cast a glance at the ice sculpture of Li Kanglin on the ground. At this moment, Qin Feng had yet to fully regain his composure, gripping the cracked short blade tightly in his hand, his expression exceedingly complex. Just a moment ago, he had wagered all his cards, fighting desperately, prepared to perish by the lake, but in the next instant the tide of battle was abruptly turned by a colossal beast descending from the heavens, a twist more outrageous than his own self-destructing sword talisman. Zhang Zhongyi cleared his throat, putting away his joking demeanor, and spoke seriously with his arms crossed. Qin Feng, your life was saved by me and Lu Jing. I saved you purely because you share enmity with the Xian'in sect, considering you a half-comrade. He pointed at Li Kanglin's corpse, his tone straightforward and pragmatic. As for all the spoils this time, naturally you have no share. However, seeing your serious injuries and the cold poison within you, if you have any healing pills in your storage bag, you'll prioritize leaving them for you. That wouldn't be too unreasonable, would it? You are. Zhang Zhongyi. Qin Feng suddenly snapped back to reality, staring intently at Zhang Zhongyi, his gaze lingering for a moment on the neatly worn sect's white robes. In shock, he looked at the relaxed Lu Jing beside him, his brow furrowing tightly, an expression of sudden realization flashing in his eyes. You know my uncle? Upon hearing this, Lu Jing was instantly bewildered, his face filled with confusion. When did Lao Zhang have any relatives out there? Or does this old man have hidden depths with such a reputation that even the disciples of the Xian'in sect recognize him? Lu Jing's curiosity flared, staring eagerly at Zhang Zhongyi. The implication was clear. Give me an explanation. Cough, cough. Enough of these irrelevant matters. Let's get to the point. Do you agree with this arrangement? Zhang Zongyi's figure stiffened slightly, he coughed lightly, and quickly changed the subject, his expression serious. Lu Jing's gaze instantly turned suspicious, scrutinizing Zhang Zhongyi up and down, his heart racing. Something's too off. Old Zhang is definitely hiding something from me. Just as he was about to ask about the connection, Zhang Zhongyi gave him no chance, swiftly moving to Li Kanglin's frozen corpse, raising his hand to sweep his spiritual power, directly removing the storage bag from the opponent's waist. Let's check the spoils first. As spiritual energy flowed into the storage bag, it flashed with light and various objects clattered to the ground, covering the area. Zhang Zhongyi squatted down, casually rummaging through the items, muttering to himself, offering unrelenting critiques. Qingming Needle first tier, top grade, great for ambushing, not bad, passable. Shadow Shoes first tier, mid grade, useless junk. The speed boost is mediocre, completely worthless. As soon as he finished speaking, he pinched a round, faintly glowing pill between his fingers, his eyes suddenly brightening, his tone rising a few notches, no longer able to remain calm. What the hell? Chonghua pill. The second tier Chonghua pill that can nourish the soul and enhance divine consciousness. In the cultivation world, spiritual herbs and pills are numerous, many capable of boosting realms or replenishing spiritual energy, readily available in decent quantities. But pills that nourish the soul are eternally scarce, truly a case of having a price, but no market. Even inner disciples of a sect would need to accumulate merits for over a decade to obtain a Chonghua pill. How could Li Kanglin, a disciple, not even at foundation establishment, carry such a treasure? Qin Feng, witnessing this, also slightly shifted, pressing his lips together, clearly aware of the pill's preciousness, yet ultimately said nothing more. Zhang Zhongyi continued sifting through the items, rows of high-quality toxic herbs coming into view. Heartbreak, Grassbone, Corrupting Flower, Blood Snake, Lotus. All first-tier upper-grade poison herbs with full appearances and pure medicinal properties. Did Li Kanglin bring his entire toxic stock with him? Lu Jing squatted beside, watching the array of rare toxic herbs with slightly shining eyes, genuinely feeling a bit. In the next moment, Zhang Zongyi's fingers brushed against a frost-covered purplured berry, and he gasped again. Second-tier spiritual herb. Frost Snake Berry. He instantly beamed with joy, his face alight with excitement. This is a good find. An extremely cold attribute spiritual herb, perfect for nourishing and refining the bloodline of the heavenly frost crocodile, condensing cold spiritual energy. It's practically a tailor-made treasure. This is it. Lu Jing waved his hand nonchalantly, appearing utterly indifferent, not even glancing at the pills or herb. Take what you like. I don't have any cold attribute spirit beasts, nor do I need them. You can also take the Chonghua pill. Your soul is far behind mine in terms of realm. I wouldn't want it. His attention had long been captured by a row of round radiant beast eggs hidden in the corner, his eyes sparkling, fixated. Blackwood scorpion egg, coldwing centipede egg, blood withered mantis egg, colorful poison butterfly egg, ghostface spider egg. All first-tier upper-grade poisonous insect eggs with pure bloodlines and substantial potential. Even unhatched, they would be highly sought after. In Lu Jing's eyes, these eggs that could hatch spirit beasts and cultivate combat power were the true top treasures among the spoils. He turned to Qin Feng beside him, his gaze extremely earnest, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Be honest, are all the inner disciples of the Xian'an sect this wealthy, carrying around soul-nourishing pills, second-tier spiritual herbs, and a pile of top-notch beast eggs? If the disciples of the sect all have this kind of setup, then I absolutely must get involved in the Xian'an sect's battlefield. It's definitely a sure bet. Qin Feng was somewhat amused by his greedy demeanor, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he explained. You're overthinking it. Not everyone is that rich. Li Kanglin practiced the 10,000 poisons blood-dissolving art. All these toxic herbs and beast eggs were prepared in advance for his foundation establishment breakthrough. Moreover, he is a direct disciple of the heartless old demon, extremely favored. Rare items like the Chonghua pill were most likely specially bestowed by the old demon, so it was a VIP treatment exclusive to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's face immediately fell, filled with regret, suddenly feeling that the treasures in his hands had lost their luster. He thought he had stumbled upon a rich mine within the sect, only to find it was a personal welfare. Zhang Zhongyi swiftly sorted through the spoils decisively. Now a foundation establishment cultivator, he had little use for first-tier pills, spiritual herbs, or magical artifacts, only selecting the frost snake berry and Chonghua pill that were useful to him, while pushing all other items, beast eggs, and pills entirely onto Lu Jing. I have no need for them, they're all yours. After gathering everything, Zhang Zongyi's playful demeanor vanished, his expression becoming serious and solemn. He took out 2 white jade porcelain bottles from his storage bag and handed them to Qin Feng, speaking earnestly. These contain high-tier antidote pills and top-grade healing pills sufficient to resolve the Xian'an cold poison in you and stabilize your severe injuries. But now the situation has completely changed. With Li Kanglin dead in the Blackwater Lake, the heartless old demon will definitely take notice. It's not safe to linger here. Once you've recuperated, leave immediately, the sooner the better. Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback, looking at Zhang Zhongyi with confusion. Then he still had a guarding task. The matter wasn't finished yet, and he couldn't leave, as abandoning his post was a serious issue. Zhang Zhongyi turned to gaze at the lake's surface, observing the clusters of tiger-head fish lying in wait, and said solemnly, Your fish are well cared for, but danger is afoot. If the heartless old demon pursues, none of us will escape. We must return to the sect immediately. At this, Qin Feng slowly stood upright, circulating his spiritual energy to recuperate for a moment the chaotic blood and energy within him gradually stabilizing. He looked at the two with utmost seriousness, his expression sincere. The gratitude for your life-saving grace, Qin Feng, will remember forever. After saying this, he took out a small ancient storage bag and extended it towards Lu Jing, his attitude genuine. A meager token of thanks, not enough to express my appreciation. I hope you both will accept it. Lu Jing, not wanting to be overly courteous, readily accepted it, tucking it into his pocket without inspecting it on the spot. The area was fraught with danger, staying a second longer meant an additional risk. The three stopped wasting words, quickly setting up several communication talismans as a backup, and each circulated their spiritual energy, carefully erasing their auras and traces of battle to eliminate any chances of being tracked. The long winds howled fiercely, the sharp gales whistling between the high clouds. The four-winged wind falcon soared its broad wings, slicing through the sea of clouds, stirring up gusts of powerful wind. On the back of the bird, Lu Jing and Zhang Zhongyi stood shoulder to shoulder, their robes rustling wildly in the fierce wind. Lu Jing casually pressed down the wind-tousled strands of hair with one hand, while the other rested on his waist leisurely, like a carefree traveler, showing no sign of the tension from the recent life-and-death struggle. He recalled the inexplicable battle by the lake, still puzzled, and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. In the end, how did we suddenly end up clashing with the people of the Xianyin sect? He tilted his head, a look of utter confusion on his face, his tone laced with a strong sense of bewilderment and mockery. Isn't it just a matter of sects infiltrating each other with spies? Isn't this a common practice for major sects in the cultivation world? Which rival sect doesn't have a few of the other side's secret cards? Is it really necessary to escalate things to this level? Zhang Zhongyi cast a sidelong glance at him, looking at this kid with a clueless expression, and rolled his eyes in annoyance. He raised his hand, and a gentle barrier of spiritual energy enveloped the two of them, shielding them from the bone-chilling winds high above, and his expression grew somewhat serious. You kid are simply out of touch, cooped up at Heishui Lake, completely unaware that outside chaos has already erupted, and you're still in the dark. Zhang Zhongyi took a deep breath, slowing his speech as he revealed the stakes. Our sect stands at the border with the Xianyin sect, and we've discovered a large-scale Tier 3 Skyfall mine. This Skyfall ore is a core material for refining high-grade magical artifacts, and is of immense value. For a long time, the mine has been under the sole control of our Beastmaster sect. However, 2 years ago, the Xianyin sect secretly launched a surprise attack and occupied the mine. A golden core cultivator guarding the mine from our sect perished on the spot, and the entire Tier 3 mine was completely seized by them. This incident alarmed the higher-ups of the sect, and it has already escalated into a deadly territorial conflict. Lu Jing's pupils slightly constricted, the casual demeanor on his face fading, and he instinctively stood up straighter. Is it really that serious? A golden core expert died. Do you think the battlefield is a joke? Zhang Zhongyi shot him a glance and continued to explain. Since last year, the sect has been sending qi refining disciples to the border battlefield for training and combat experience. Do you think you could stay comfortably at Heishui Lake without anyone calling you to join the fight? Thanks to old Lu quietly helping you suppress your tasks and keeping your name off the sect roster, you've managed to fish around peacefully until now. He patted Lu Jing on the shoulder with a tone that mixed relief and subtle intimidation. If it weren't for my recent successful breakthrough in Foundation establishment, stabilizing my position, and controlling the situation, your comfortable fishing days would have ended long ago. Lu Jing frowned slightly, a hint of fear surfacing in his heart, then he couldn't help but click his tongue. While so, I've been under special protection all along. Of course. Zhang Zhongyi crossed his arms, his expression serious, exuding the steady aura of an elder. Only our lineage enjoys special privileges within the sect. Had it been any other ordinary inner or outer sect disciples, even if they were the direct descendants of a golden core cultivator, they would have to follow the rules and head to the border battlefield without any exceptions. This concerns the core interests of the sect, and it is a critical assessment of a disciple's loyalty, character, and combat strength. Anyone who dares to engage in favoritism will be severely punished according to sect rules. As his words fell, Lu Jing's curiosity immediately overshadowed his earlier fear. He looked over Zhang Zhongyi, who feigned calmness, but occasionally liked to show off, scanning him back and forth with eyes full of inquiry, as if he were meeting this person for the first time. Previously, he had only sensed that old Zhang had an impressive background, but now it seemed he was truly hiding his capability. Lu Jing leaned in a step forward, a face full of gossiping curiosity, lowering his voice to ask, "Uncle, I'm really curious, what exactly is our lineage's background? You never told me which peak you belong to, or which elder you are under. The more I look, the more it feels off. Be honest, did you secretly take a super big shot as your backing?" Zhang Zhongyi stiffened at his questioning, immediately glaring back in rebuttal, pretending to be displeased. "Can you speak properly? What do you mean by taking a mountain? We are a righteous sect cultivating and seeking the Dao with integrity, not like some earthly bandits." "That sounds terrible." Lu Jing waved his hand, showing a face of dismissive impatience, urging, All right, I get it, a righteous sect, no mountain affiliations. Don't steer off topic, just tell me. Which lineage are you cultivating in?" Seeing Lu Jing's eager eyes filled with curiosity, Zhang Zhongyi sighed, helplessly fell silent for a moment, then spoke 3 words. Tianlong Peak. Tianlong Peak. Lu Jing's eyes suddenly widened, his mouth slightly agape, his face filled with disbelief, his pupils shaking intensely as he gasped. "That is the legendary supreme peak of the Beastmaster sect. The strongest cultivators, the core inheritance, and the most scarce resources of the entire sect are all gathered at Tianlong Peak. Ordinary inner sect disciples might not even qualify to set foot at the base of the mountain in their entire lives. Old Zhang is actually from Tianlong Peak. Just as he was about to inquire about more astonishing secrets, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Zongyi's cold voice. Stop! Zhang Zongyi's expression suddenly turned serious, his gaze incredibly stern, devoid of any joking tone. Just hearing this is enough. Do not ask further, and do not spread it outside. You are not yet in foundation establishment, and your cultivation level is insufficient. Strictly speaking, you are not yet considered part of Tianlong Peak. Knowing too much is not a good thing if it will only lead to trouble. Lu Jing immediately recognized the hint, and shut his mouth, raising his hand to gesture for silence, nodding obediently. Understood. I'll keep a low profile and prioritize safety, though I won't ask anymore. He quickly changed the subject, rubbing his hands together, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he asked, so what is my task? Am I supposed to head to the battlefield to slay enemies and earn contribution points? Although he usually loved to slack off and enjoy leisure, he was never afraid of battles. The Beastmaster sect mobilizes a vast number of disciples to the battlefield, relying not on hollow sect loyalty, but on tangible, tempting benefits. The heads of Xianyin sect disciples and their possessions can all be exchanged for a large number of sect contribution points. And these contribution points can be exchanged for rare materials, high-tier pills, and resources for advancing spirit beasts, boasting a cost-effectiveness far superior to those on the market. It's a genuine shortcut to wealth. Having witnessed firsthand the ruthless tactics of Li Kanglin and the strange combat powers of Xianyin sect, disciples, Lu Jing's desire to grow stronger had intensified. However, the next moment Zhang Zhongyi poured cold water over his enthusiasm. Going to the battlefield to kill enemies. Don't even think about it. Zhang Zhongyi looked at him sideways, his tone firm with no room for negotiation. The Lu family has had generations of mortals, and you are the only seedling, the sole cultivator of the Lu family. Until you achieve golden core and truly establish yourself in the cultivation world, don't even think about venturing to the border battlefield for risks. Lu Jing's face instantly fell, a look of despair crossing his features as he wailed, what? Then what am I supposed to do every day at the sect? Just sit around and do nothing. You're not a golden core cultivator, so you can't suppress me either. Seeing his complaining expression, Zhang Zhongyi couldn't help but chuckle, then calmly outlined his designated task. I've heard that you have a bit of a reputation for your alchemy skills among the outer sect, so you will take on specialized alchemy tasks from the sect and stay in the sect to refine pills. Currently the sect is in dire need of alchemists, talismans, and equipment refining cultivators. With your skills you are a rare logistical talent and are not required to rush to the front lines. Your task is simply to refine pills and fish around peacefully. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing immediately waved his hands frantically, a face of panic and humility, afraid the sect had overestimated him. No, uncle, please don't elevate me so highly. He drooped his head, candidly self-deprecating, his demeanor extremely humble. Just look at your handsome and charming nephew. I know my own level. I can only refine the most basic spirit-feeding pills, pulse-protecting pills, and detoxification pills, and the quality is questionable, not even reaching the threshold for the purity of the Wugo pill. I'm merely an amateur alchemist. How can I be considered a talent in alchemy? Zhang Zhongyi fell silent at this self-deprecating remark. He stared at Lu Jing with a complex expression, inwardly critiquing this kid for being ungrateful after taking advantage. Having practiced for hundreds of years, he was fortunate to have received a few Wugo pills as a reward from his master during his Wugo pill possesses pure quality concentrated medicinal power and is free of impurities. Being a top-tier pill, it is extremely rare, and an ordinary alchemist might not even be able to refine one in years of hard work. Yet this kid casually said, I can't even reach the quality of Wugo pill, as if it were something commonplace. Zhang Zhongyi took a deep breath, suppressing his speechlessness, and replied in annoyance. Listen to yourself, is this how a person speaks? If high-quality Wugo pills could be mass-produced, the sect's alchemy elders would have enshrined you. Don't be unaware of the blessings you are in. Honestly accept your tasks and refine pills, steadily accumulate contribution points for cultivation and spirit beast rearing. It's 1,000 times better than going to the battlefield and risking your life. Lu Jing rubbed his nose, forcing a dry laugh, but in his heart he had already calculated everything clearly. Not having to fight desperately while also earning contribution points through alchemy, not only could he cultivate and grow stronger, but also peacefully nurture spirit beasts. How is this a punishment? It is clearly a divine task for fishing around. The long wind gradually dispersed, and the four-winged wind falcon folded its giant wings, landing steadily in the square of the Beastmaster sect. Lu Jing followed Zhang Zhongyi and leaped down from the bird's back, his feet touching the familiar bluestone ground, instantly feeling a sense of grounding, as if he had taken root from the heights amidst the wild winds. The two hurried side by side towards the sect's task hall. As soon as they stepped through the hall's entrance, the atmosphere that greeted them was entirely different from before. The usually lively and relaxed task hall was now filled with a heavy and tense ambience. Outer disciples rushed back and forth with hurried steps. There was no laughter or playful banter. Everyone's clothes bore bloodstains to varying degrees, and a thick, chilling aura of bloodlust surrounded them. That was the fierce aura forged through real battles at the borders, shaped by life and death struggles, something that could not be compared to the sparring matches within the sect. Some had their heads lowered, fists clenched, their brows furrowed with the sorrow and anger of defeat, Others had a fiery battle intent in their eyes, their blood surging, filled with excitement and enthusiasm after achieving victories. On everyone's faces, the hardships and tension left by the border battles were etched deeply. Old Lu, grandfather, I'm back. Come out and greet me. Let me hear you call me Master Uncle. Zhang Zhongyi, scanning the hall with a glance, did not pay attention to the busy disciples, but instead raised his voice with gusto, calling out loudly enough to penetrate the low murmurs within the hall. As soon as he finished speaking, a round figure staggered out from behind the counter inside the hall. Chief Lu, with his bulging belly, wore a tightly stretched managing robe and had a displeased expression on his dark face, his eyes glaring like two round copper bells. He shot back from afar. Shut your trap, you shameless old fool. He quickly walked up, raised his hand, and pretended to swat Zhang Zongyi's shoulder, the force neither too heavy nor too light, filled with the familiarity of old friends teasing each other. Just because you broke through the foundation establishment stage, you think you can float in the air? Have you forgotten who used to follow behind me, mooching off my pills and tasks? You still want me to call you Master Uncle? Don't forget we are brothers from different parents. According to seniority, you should call me brother. Zhang Zhongyi didn't mind his teasing, smiling proudly, and gave a heavy pat on Chief Liu's broad shoulder, using enough force to make Liu sway slightly. Stop bringing up old grievances. A true hero does not speak of past glories. No more nonsense. Get to work. First settle this task for my little Jing. Saying this, he pulled Lu Jing over, pushing him toward the counter, showing a protective stance. Lu Jing slightly bowed, smiling with his eyes, his posture polite and well-mannered, sweetly saying, Uncle Lu, it's been a while since we last met. You look even better, as charming as ever and more composed. Without delay, he raised his hand and took out 2 spirit beast bags, placing the specialized bag for raising the tiger-head fish king along with the long-forgotten purple lightning whip on the counter. Ever since he subdued the tiger-head fish king, this broken thing had been of no use. Chief Lu raised his hand, summoned a gentle wisp of divine sense, and lightly scanned the spirit beast bags. He instantly understood the conditions within, and his originally tense expression immediately relaxed, eyes brimming with astonishment and satisfaction. Not bad, kid. He widened his eyes, nodding repeatedly, his tone filled with admiration. The spirit fish inside the bag are all plump and healthy, abundant in spiritual energy, and rich in bloodlines in outstanding condition. If it weren't for the sudden border conflict disrupting plans, raising spirit beasts at Blackwater Lake would have been the perfect job, tailored just for you. Retracting his gaze, Chief Lu supported himself on the counter, kindly looking at Lu Jing, adopting the posture of favoring. So tell me, what task do you want to take on this time? Considering old Jing's face, as long as it's not an outrageous task beyond your abilities, Uncle Lu will make all the arrangements for you, prioritizing your benefits. While saying this, he secretly gave Zhang Zhongyi a glance, his eyebrows subtly moving. The underlying message was clear. How about that? Isn't this enough face for you? Zhang Zhongyi caught the glance, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, nodding slightly, a look of pride, as if to say, you know what's good for you. Lu Jing, seeing this, didn't beat around the bush, wearing a humble smile, and spoke frankly, without holding back. Uncle Lu, you know that I usually have little to do, and I love to study alchemy. Currently, I can consistently produce high-quality feeding spirit pills and detox pills with a very good success rate. The pulse-guarding pill is slightly inferior, but I can still produce high-quality ones from time to time, just enough to get by. He said this while feigning helplessness, spreading his hands with a distressed expression. It's just that my pockets are truly empty. With very few pill formulas in hand, I lack the resources to improve my alchemy skills and nurture spirit beasts, which is quite embarrassing. Lu Jing was well aware that in this chaotic time, skilled cultivators were in high demand. He had no thoughts of betraying the sect. Rather than hide his skills, it was better to showcase his value. The more the sect valued him, the more resources and privileges he could obtain, ensuring a stable path to quietly grow stronger. As he spoke, the previously relaxed and composed expression of Chief Lu froze in an instant. He widened his eyes abruptly, the calmness on his face vanishing, his pupils slightly narrowing as he stared at Lu Jing in disbelief, instinctively turning to Zhang Zhongyi beside him, urgently seeking confirmation. Old Zhang, is what he said true? High-quality first-grade pills, and he can consistently produce them? Chief Lu was utterly shocked. He knew Lu Jing had impressive alchemical talent. Before he left, he could skillfully refine middle-grade pills and had a small reputation among the outer disciples. But high-quality pills and middle-grade pills were completely worlds apart. Even the most basic first-grade pills had extremely few impurities, minimal pill poison, and concentrated medicinal power. They were exclusive pills for core disciples of the sect, and the demand always exceeded supply. In the entire outer and inner sect, very few individuals could consistently produce high-quality, first-grade pills, and each one was a precious talent prioritized by the sect. He had thought Zhang Zhongyi merely wanted to help Lu Jing find a leisurely task, but he never expected this kid had such great abilities hidden away. Zhang Zhongyi watched his old friend's surprised expression, calmly raised an eyebrow, wearing a knowing semblance of composure, and lightly nodded, tacitly acknowledging everything. Lu Jing touched his nose, looking innocent and helpless. Uncle Lu, how could I deceive you? It's just a high-quality pill, not a flawless one. There's really no need to be so shocked. His words floated out so casually that they nearly caused Chief Lu to choke on the spot. What do you mean just? A high-quality first-grade pill in the outer sect would be enough to make alchemists from the Tianhu Peak fight over it. Chief Lu took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and the way he looked at Lu Jing completely changed, as if he were staring at a piece of rare shining jade, his eyes filled with eagerness, afraid to lose this scarce talent. You really have been hiding deep. He slapped his round belly, his tone urgent and enthusiastic, his face filled with admiration for talent. With this ability, you should have said it earlier. Just the stable production of pulse-guarding pills is enough for you to become the coveted darling of our sect's body refinement lineage. All the elders would fight to take you in. As for the pill formula resources, you don't need to worry at all. Chief Lu smiled with his eyes crescent-shaped, speaking very happily. The market outside has expensive pill formulas and tricky materials. There's no need to spend that unnecessary money. Now during this special time for the sect, the policies are very generous and the benefits are directly maximized. Lu Jing's ears perked up instantly, his eyes flashing with excitement, eagerly asking, "Is there such a good thing in the sect? I previously inquired, and both pill formulas and materials require high contributions to exchange. It wasn't this. He hadn't done any inquiries before. Ordinary disciples faced many restrictions in exchanging pill formulas and materials, with stringent requirements for contributions. Previously, when he applied for a small supply of materials, the Zhao's steward chased him down, as if afraid he would take advantage of the sect. This is a special benefit during wartime." Chief Lu spoke slowly, his tone firm, meticulously explaining the ins and outs. Right now, the border conflict with the Xianyin sect is tense, with constant casualties among the frontline disciples. The consumption of healing pills, pulse-guarding pills, and barrier-breaking pills is astronomical, and the sect's inventory has long since hit rock bottom. The new rule from the sect states that as long as a pill refiner can produce high-quality pills with a success rate of over 50%, they can unlock various pill formula permissions in advance. The sect will provide the necessary materials for free. You don't need to spend a single contribution point or spirit stone. You only need to deliver a set amount of pills on time. A 50% success rate for high-quality pills. This threshold isn't low. Only a handful of young cultivators in the entire sect could meet it, and because of this, those who qualify can enjoy top-tier resource allocations. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's eyes instantly lit up, his heart filled with joy, nearly unable to suppress a grin. Wouldn't this be another top-notch position to obtain zero-cost resources and rapidly accumulate contributions? If he could unlock more pill formulas, even touching upon the methods for refining foundation establishment pills, then his path to cultivation would be completely unobstructed. His thoughts quickened, eyes filled with anticipation. Foundation establishment pills are the core pills for outer disciples to break through the foundation establishment stage, incredibly valuable, extremely hard to come by in the market, and they easily attract covetous glances. If he could use the excuse of the sect's wartime alchemy tasks to legitimately obtain pill formulas and study them in private, who knows when he might be able to refine them. Chief Lu, seeing the sparkle in his eyes, thought he was excited about the sect's benefits and pressed on to persuade him, speaking even more straightforwardly, "Don't underestimate this treatment. With your talent for high-quality alchemy, you can completely secure the entire set of first-grade alchemy inheritance. All first-grade pill formulas will be yours to learn. As long as you can touch and refine foundation establishment pills in the future with your talent." He grew increasingly excited about to spill the secret benefits of promotion to Tianlong Peak. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly caught sight of Zhang Zhongyi beside him. At that moment, Zhang Zhongyi's expression was calm and unperturbed, his eyes cold and solemn, and his aura instantly sank, a silent warning coming forth. Chief Liu's heart skipped a beat, instantly coming back to his senses, abruptly shutting his mouth, swallowing the words Tianlong Peak back down, and hurriedly reining in his words, offering Zhang Zhongyi an apologetic smirk, not daring to say another word about the secret. Zhang Zhongyi's expression remained unchanged, giving him a faint glance, not speaking to reprimand, but clearly indicating that the topic should end here. Lu Jing was completely immersed in the immense benefits of free pill formulas and unlimited materials, filled with happiness, entirely oblivious to the brief exchange of glances between the two. All he knew was that he was thoroughly secured now. Without the need to rush to dangerous battlefields, enjoying the sect's top-tier logistical benefits, he could casually refine pills and accumulate contributions, while peacefully nurturing spirit beasts and quietly cultivating to grow stronger. This life was simply delightful. Lu Jing immediately grinned, his tone bright and sincere. "Thank you so much, Uncle Lu. I'll take this task." With a clear goal in mind, Lu Jing bid farewell to Lao Zhang and steward Lu, completely bypassing the tranquil and leisurely lotus courtyard, unwilling to waste a moment. The wings of the purple cloud goose spread wide as it soared into the wind, carrying him over the myriad halls of the sect, heading towards the misty, spiritually rich Tianhu Peak. Each peak of the beast-taming sect has its own specialties, and the exclusive venue for the alchemy assessment is located at Tianhu Peak, known for its beauty and strict etiquette. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that Tianhu Peak accommodates the most outer disciples. Year-round clouds swirl around and spiritual flowers and herbs flourish everywhere. One can often see female disciples in light pink and white skirts scattered throughout the mountains, exuding a refined, yet somewhat exclusive air. In the past, outer disciples wishing to attend alchemical lectures would often receive cold glares, but those with innate alchemical talent would be treated with special privileges and exceptional kindness. When he previously attended lectures, he had experienced both disdain and warmth. As Lu Jing landed on the stone steps of the peak gate, a crisp and melodious female voice called out from behind, tinged with hesitation and surprise. "You are Junior Brother Lu." A female disciple from Tianhu Peak, carrying a medicinal basket and possessing delicate features, stopped in her tracks and scrutinized Lu Jing, her eyes filled with surprise. "It has been a while since I last saw you at the peak. What brings you to Tianhu Peak today? Could it be to audit the alchemical class?" Lu Jing turned around wearing a warm and pleasant smile, clasping his hands and greeting his tone friendly. Greetings, senior sister. I specially ascended the peak today to participate in the sect's alchemist assessment, I would appreciate it if you could relay that message. Upon hearing this, the female disciple instantly retracted her previous aloofness, her face breaking into a warm smile as she nodded repeatedly. So you are here for the alchemist assessment. You arrived just in time. Today's assessment is hosted by senior sister Qing herself. She is in the side peak's grand hall. Follow me. With that, she took the lead, walking briskly while subtly glancing at Lu Jing along the way. The disciples of Tianhu Peak were accustomed to seeing various earnest and unsmiling alchemists, yet they were particularly impressed by this junior brother Lu, rumored to possess extraordinary talent. Of course, looking handsome was also a notable characteristic. They climbed the steps, arriving at the Grand Alchemy Hall. The hall was filled with fragrant sandalwood smoke, and the residual warmth of the alchemical fires lingered, with several ancient bronze alchemy furnaces standing solemnly in the center. Beside the main seat of the hall stood a striking figure in a bright red dress. The woman wore a fiery red top, her figure slender with bright and passionate eyes, and her fair skin radiated an aura of competence and coolness. At her feet lay a spirit fox with a completely crimson coat and sleek fur, its fiery eyes sharp and lively, its tail lazily sweeping the ground, exuding a subtle majesty of a spirit beast. It was none other than the renowned alchemy genius of Tianhu Peak, Qing. Upon seeing Lu Jing enter, Qing's bright eyes instantly lit up, shedding some of her previous aloofness, and a familiar faint smile appeared at the corners of her lips. Junior brother Lu, I knew you would eventually come to participate in the assessment. After a long period of secluded cultivation, you really kept it under wraps. Senior sister Qing, you have remained as radiant as ever, your charm surpassing the past. It truly makes one envious. Lu Jing began with sincere compliments, his words sweet and effortless. Qing felt her cheeks warm from his words, lightly nodding, her tone turning serious. Let's get to the point. You should know the rules of the assessment. Choose a furnace and begin refining. I will observe throughout. I will follow senior sister's instructions. Lu Jing clasped his hands in response and walked confidently to the only standard new alchemy furnace in the center of the hall. He skillfully raised his hand to brush over the furnace's body, his fingertips feeling the cool heaviness, meticulously sensing the furnace's patterns and ventilation openings, silently grumbling within. Prepare the furnace, heat it, preheat the spiritual temperature. Proper alchemy. A series of fundamental processes flowed smoothly, his actions standard and practiced, every subtlety of temperature control and airflow adjustment executed flawlessly. Qing, standing off to the side to observe, nodded subtly in approval. Outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders see the essence. Lu Jing's foundational skills in furnace preparation and preheating were solid, leaving no room for criticism, far exceeding the average outer disciples, calm and experienced. The hall was filled with the soft crackling of the alchemical fire, creating a solemn and quiet atmosphere. Just as Qing thought Lu Jing would concentrate entirely on alchemy like every other alchemist, he suddenly spoke slowly, his tone casual, as if chatting in a courtyard. Senior sister, has the alchemical coursework at Tianhu Peak been busy lately? Is your daily cultivation going smoothly? Qing was slightly taken aback, momentarily dumbfounded. Having overseen the alchemist assessments for many years, she had seen countless alchemists. Everyone who approached the furnace was highly focused, afraid to even breathe too loudly lest they distract themselves and ruin the alchemical process. Not to mention casual conversations, even their gazes were kept in check. This was the first time she had seen someone control the fire while calmly chatting. Qing froze for a moment before she stammered a response. It's been all right. The coursework is as usual, not too busy. Just as her words fell, Lu Jing leisurely spoke again, his fingertips still steadily controlling the spiritual fire within the furnace, the rhythm of refining the medicinal materials unchanged. That's good. By the way, senior sister, I have always had a question for you. Please go ahead, junior brother. Qing instinctively replied, her gaze fixated on the alchemy furnace, fearing he might lose focus and cause an explosion. Does our sect's alchemy library contain the recipe for the beauty pill? As Lu Jing accurately purified the impurities within the medicinal materials, he feigned a troubled expression, lightly touching the smooth corner of his eye, appearing to sigh. This alchemy work is indeed a hard task. With all the smoke and heat, I feel like I might develop fine lines and wrinkles around my eyes at such a young age. I'm almost turning into an old cultivator. At this, Qing was utterly speechless. In the prestigious alchemist assessment of the sect, everyone strives to produce the finest pills, aiming only to pass smoothly and gain preferential treatment from the sect. Yet here was Lu Jing, while being assessed, also worrying about beauty and skincare. She opened her mouth, unsure how to respond, and could only nod stiffly. Yes. There is. The first-tier beauty pill belongs to the basic secret recipe, and with enough merit it can be exchanged. If you need it, I can inform you of the exchange conditions after the assessment. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Jing smiled, with his eyes curving, thanking her, while seamlessly performing the entire process of refining, purifying, and condensing without a single mistake. Qing watched this scene, her heart already in turmoil. To be able to engage in casual conversation without hindering the alchemical process requires a level of concentration that only cultivators with exceptional spiritual awareness and mastery of alchemy can achieve. This was no mere outer disciple striving to improve, this was clearly the foundation of a seasoned alchemist. Time passed slowly, the afterglow of the setting sun faded, and the night quietly enveloped the mountaintop with fragments of moonlight filtering through the hall's windows. Within the silent alchemy furnace, wisps of elegant and lingering medicinal fragrance gradually emerged, dispersing throughout the grand hall, refreshing to the senses. The previously stable furnace temperature suddenly converged, and the spiritual energy condensed sharply. Lu Jing's eyes brightened as he called out, "It's done." At that moment, he precisely lifted the heavy furnace lid. Whoosh! A beam of pure white light accompanied by rich medicinal fragrance shot up into the sky. 5 plump, round, and glossy guardian pills, each displaying clear and flowing patterns, were neatly arranged at the bottom of the furnace, brimming with spiritual energy and of excellent quality. Qing instinctively stepped forward, gazing closely as her pupils suddenly constricted, her previous calm demeanor shattering completely. 5 guardian pills. A complete batch, a 100 success rate. What was even more outrageous was that among the 5 pills, 3 had intricate patterns with pure medicinal properties, truly qualifying as high-quality guardian pills. The remaining 2 were also mid-grade, just a breath away from entering the high-quality category. Qing stared blankly at the pills in the furnace, then abruptly lifted her gaze to the seemingly indifferent Lu Jing, her mind buzzing, completely stunned. She had seen geniuses before, but never one as absurd as this. 4 ordinary outer disciples achieving a stable output of 5 mid-grade pills would be considered qualified, with 1 high-quality pill out of 10 being an exceptional talent. Yet here, he was chatting casually, while effortlessly refining, producing a full batch of high-quality pills. Before Qing could regain her composure, Lu Jing humbly scratched his head, his tone sincerely filled with feigned helplessness, exuding an air of grandeur. "Senior sister, please forgive me. This is truly my first time using Tianhu Peak's standard alchemy furnace, and my feel is a bit off the control of the heat. It's just average, so it's not perfect. Just make do with it." Qing. Clumsy. Imperfect. Just making do. She looked at the 3 beautifully crafted high-quality guardian pills that could cause a frenzy among the outer disciples specializing in body cultivation. Recalling her own initial assessment years ago where she had ruined 3 batches of medicinal materials producing only 2 mid-grade pills, her sense of superiority crumbled instantly. She took several deep breaths, barely suppressing her shock, looking at the seemingly unassuming youth before her, her heart left with only one thought: no wonder he is the candidate disciple approved by Tianlong Peak. He is truly outrageous. The fragrance of medicine lingered in the grand hall for a long time. Qing stood frozen in place, for a while barely recovering from the immense shock of chatting while refining 3 high-grade pulse protection pills. Her gaze towards Lu Jing had completely changed. She raised her hand to rub her throbbing temples, tentatively asking junior brother Lu, "Which elder of the sect did you learn alchemy from?" She suspected that perhaps the big shots from Tianlong Peak had already noticed this junior brother's talent and were personally Lu Jing maintained a humble and harmless smile, shrugging his shoulders. "Sister, you jest. I'm just a country bumpkin. Who could teach me? The only guidance I've received is from you, and that's merely due to practice making perfect and a bit of luck. Can mere familiarity lead to a 100% pill success rate? Can practice alone allow him to mass-produce high-grade pills?" Qing's lips twitched violently, completely unwilling to pursue this topic any further, fearing for her Dao heart. "I have recorded the assessment results with a recording stone. You fully qualify for the special treatment of a sect-level alchemist." She collected her thoughts, spoke seriously, and took out a blue jade token engraved with fox patterns, handing it to Lu Jing. "With this token you can access the Dan Library at Tianhu Peak, where you can freely retrieve all first-level pill formulas and corresponding medicinal materials." Lu Jing's eyes instantly brightened. He quickly reached out to take the jade token, feeling its smoothness and weight, clearly a top-tier welfare item. "Thank you, sister." After expressing his gratitude, he wasted no time and turned to dash towards the Dan Library, moving swiftly, as if afraid the sect would retract the welfare in the next moment. Qing watched his hurried figure, shaking her head helplessly, and could only follow him to supervise. Upon arriving at the vast Dan Library of Tianhu Peak, rows of neatly arranged jade shelves came into view, filled with a dazzling array of rare medicinal materials and well-preserved pill formula jade books, overwhelming to the eyes. Lu Jing was not polite, fully embracing the opportunity, and showed no hesitation. He didn't need the formulas for spirit-feeding pills, detoxification pills, or pulse protection pills, as he could supply those himself. He merely glanced at them and moved on. Then with a wave of his hand he collected all kinds of practical first-level pill formulas. Healing and speed-enhancing bone-healing pills, detoxifying, clearing toxic pills, breakthrough-assisting barrier-breaking pills, and foundational-strengthening foundation pills. He even remembered the beauty-enhancing beauty pills formula he had casually inquired about, and tucked it into his storage bag. Since ancient times, women's money has been the easiest to earn, and female cultivators are no exception. Within the first-level category, practical cultivation, breakthrough, and beauty formulas were all seized without missing a single one, thoroughly cleaned out. After finishing with the formulas, it was time for the medicinal materials. Spirit ginseng condensed, Du Lingji purple rhythmic grass, heart-calming flower red root grass. Various first-level main and auxiliary materials were directly packed and stockpiled by Lu Jing according to the ratios for bulk pill, refining, forming little mountains of spiritual materials on the counter. Qing, who had been silently observing the entire process, could no longer suppress the twitching of her eyelids. While others took medicinal materials as needed, usually 3 to 5 at a time, sufficient for refining one batch, this one was like restocking supplies, fearing there wouldn't be enough resources in the future, almost emptying half of the Dan Library. When Lu Jing finally stopped, patted his bulging storage bag, and wore a look of satisfaction, Qin couldn't help but remind him, her tone tinged with helplessness. Junior brother, while the benefits are great, you must also remember the rules. During wartime, the sect provides pill formulas and medicinal materials for free, but you are required to submit 200 first-level pills of medium quality or above every month. If they are high-grade pills, it cannot be less than 50. If you fail to meet the standard for 2 consecutive months, this privilege will be revoked immediately. The number of medicinal materials and formulas Lu Jing received was too much. The sect could not possibly allow him to use so many materials for pill refining, making his task load the highest among all outer sect alchemists. When she finished speaking, she thought Lu Jing would look serious and take it to heart. Instead, Lu Jing casually waved his hand, his expression as relaxed as if discussing the pleasant weather. 200 medium grade. Or 50 high grade. He chuckled lightly, confidence radiating from him, as if he were flaunting his success. Sister, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. He calculated this requirement was indeed not low. If only medium-grade pills were involved, it would mean he could retain 2 pills of each type per batch. If they were all high-grade, he could even make a considerable profit. Qin. She was completely numb. She decided not to dwell on the tasks anymore, and instead engaged Lu Jing in a discussion about alchemical techniques. From the subtlety of fire control techniques to the secrets of purifying medicinal materials and the tricks of refining and locking patterns in pills, Lu Jing spoke with composure, offering unique insights and key points that even Qin had never delved into deeply. After an engaging conversation, Qin gained a lot, and her gaze towards Lu Jing grew increasingly respectful, fully acknowledging this young junior brother with exceptional alchemical skills. Feeling satisfied, Lu Jing stood up to take his leave, bidding farewell to Qin, stepping out of Tianhu Peak and leisurely flying towards his residence Lian Courtyard on his purple cloud goose. After 2 years apart, he had finally returned. Lian Courtyard still bore the tranquil and serene appearance from his memories, with the small lake in the courtyard crystal clear, rippling gently, and a soft breeze brushing over the lake's surface, creating layers of delicate ripples. In the lake, a group of lively cold-tailed fish swam, with their silver-gray tails playfully darting about in schools, full of vigor and vitality, frolicking among the aquatic plants. Lu Jing stopped by the lake, looking down and chuckling softly. This batch was already the second batch of cold-tailed fish. The first batch of cold-tailed fish had grown exceptionally well, brimming with spiritual energy and decent quality. Back then, while he was far away in Blackwater Lake, he couldn't be bothered to sell them, so he entrusted the chore's disciple Li Fu to handle it, exchanging it for a steady profit in spirit stones, making it a source of passive income. As his gaze swept across the lake, Lu Jing soon discovered an even greater surprise. In the shallow waters of the Lotus Lake, palm-sized white shells were half buried in the soft sand, and aquatic plants opening and closing with faint shimmering lights flowing within. These were the water pattern shells he had released earlier. Water pattern shells naturally possess the effect of gathering spiritual energy and nurturing the spirit, and the pearls they produce can nourish the soul and stabilize the sea of consciousness. They have an excellent auxiliary effect for cultivators, training, stabilizing the mind, and enhancing spiritual strength, making them extremely rare. He hadn't bought many of these little creatures himself and had entrusted them to Li Fu for care, not expecting much. Unexpectedly, after 2 years, this batch of water pattern shells had fully matured. Each shell opening and closing inhaled the pure spiritual energy from the lake, and the soul pearls cultivated within had already taken shape, translucent and radiant, concealing pure spiritual power. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lu Jing's eyes. Perhaps he could have some fresh oysters tonight. He stood by the lake, hands behind his back, the evening breeze rustling his robes, a look of contentment on his face. A breeze threaded the courtyard, lifting the Lotus Courtyard's faint herbal scent. Lu Jing strolled to the stone table, poured a cup of warm tea, and the clear infusion trembled with tiny glints of light. He raised the cup and took a light sip, his gaze sweeping the tranquil, elegant courtyard with a hush of wistfulness. Amusingly, since his promotion to an outer sect disciple, the total time he had properly lived in this Lotus Courtyard did not amount to 2 full years. Either he was holed up in Wanling Tower laboring over cultivation and taming spirit beasts, or he was bent over the furnace refining pills. His days had been relentlessly compact. He had barely had time to savor a few days of peace before being dispatched to Heishui Lake again. In truth, the idle days he spent loafing at Heishui Lake had even exceeded the time in his own residence. The long-missed quiet courtyard bore no lake gloom, no clamor of spirit beasts. Its stillness felt almost unfamiliar. Lu Jing made no effort to inventory formulas or ingredients, nor did he rush to kindle the alchemical furnace. He leaned against the stone chair, cradling his tea and tasting it at leisure, the very picture of repose. He knew full well that with his return, and having secured the privileges of a supreme pillmaster, the news would spread through the outer sect in less than half a day, how someone would certainly come sniffing around and arrive right on cue. Sure enough, within the span of half an incense stick, hurried, yet somewhat ungainly footsteps sounded outside the gate, accompanied by a boisterous, exuberant voice that conveyed a sense of familiarity even through the courtyard wall. Lu, junior brother, congratulations on your return. What great joy. As the voice fell, a round, plump figure swept aside the curtain and entered, the pill dealer Qian Duoduo from the outer sect. 2 years apart, Qian Duoduo had grown noticeably prosperous. His brocade disciple robes strained at the seams, his belly stood out high, and his walk carried a pronounced sway. His round face was fair and smooth, his eyes curved in amiable lines, the appearance of someone well-nurtured and comfortably supplied. Lu Jing appraised him, set his teacup down, and with a teasing smile, let slip a sharp observation. Long time no see. Senior brother Qian, you have become ever more plump and affluent. These past 2 years have treated you well. Qian Duoduo took the jest without embarrassment, rubbing his round belly with pleased, slightly sheepish delight. He waved his hands and insisted, "Oh, it's all thanks to junior brother. Truly, all thanks to you." He sidled up to the stone table and sat as if they had always been intimate, eyes earnest and warm. "To be honest, the connections and income one enjoy today are all because of you, junior brother. The pills and Hanwei fish you entrusted me to sell yielded handsome returns, and more importantly were of top quality. Many intersect seniors and peak senior uncles have come to rely on my channels. The favors and spirit stones I have accumulated these 2 years surpass those of previous years combined. Truly, I must properly thank you, my benefactor." Lu Jing smiled faintly at this, unsurprised. His alchemical wares had always been of fine quality, demand was never lacking. Qian Duoduo was quick-witted, silver-tongued, and well-connected, the perfect middleman. Their partnership was mutually advantageous, a straightforward win-win. "You flatter me, senior brother. We merely trade to meet each other's needs." Lu Jing poured him another cup of tea, and the two fell into an easy conversation about the sect's changes over the past 2 years. Outer sect disciples had turned over in numbers. Many old acquaintances had either secluded themselves to break into the inner sect or gone out to gain experience. The rules on the major peaks had been subtly adjusted, and they delighted in swapping these little scraps of news. Qian Duoduo had originally been on the roster for outer sect skirmishes, but somehow had crossed paths with a badly wounded inner sect disciple from Xianin sect. From the refining Qi realm, he managed to strike down that foundation establishment disciple, an absurd, damnable streak of luck. His conspicuous contribution earned him exemption from the campaign against Xianin sect and a comfortable place within the sect. As they talked, Lu Jing kept glancing at him. One could not deny that this rotund fellow had been blessed by fortune. After a spell of small talk, Lu Jing shifted the subject, adopting a casual air as he asked, "By the way, senior brother Qian, are there cultivators in our sect who specialize in raising and collecting venomous or exotic insects?" At the question, Qian's eyes lit up. He slapped the stone table and blurted, "Oh, there are plenty. Junior brother, you've asked." He leaned forward, confidence in his posture, and explained with practiced expertise, "Our Yusho sect, as the name suggests, is founded on commanding and taming beasts, be they birds, beasts, or scaled and armored creatures. So long as they possess spirit and aptitude, no disciple is uninterested. Those who are obsessed with venomous or exotic insects are especially abundant." He continued, "Particularly the senior uncles of Chichong Peak, each a veritable insect fanatic, devoting their lives to insect spirit beasts. They favor specimens with bizarre forms or exceptional aptitude. Ordinary spirit beasts hold little appeal for them. They covet the rare and niche." Lu Jing nodded, slightly calculation glinting in his eyes as he hesitated. "But the insects I have are only first-rank venom beasts. Their grade isn't top tier. Intersect senior uncles are highly accomplished and widely traveled. I'm afraid they might disdain such small things. The named main peaks are where intersect disciples reside. If they were second-rank insects, he would not have needed to ask Qian. Junior brother, you really are out of touch." Qian waved his hand, adopting an air of insider knowledge, and spoke animatedly. "You don't understand our sect's rules or the minds of these elders. Foundation establishment spirit beasts they already possess themselves. But what they lack are the rare and the unique. Specimens seldom seen on the market that possess special secret techniques and wholly singular appearances and qualities." He squinted and lowered his voice into a knowing hush. "Besides, which of these senior uncles doesn't have nephews, juniors, or close disciples? High-rank spirit beasts are precious and scarce, though elders are reluctant to entrust them to juniors. A rare first-rank venom insect, however, is different, attractive in appearance, endowed with peculiar secret techniques and innate sinister lethality, perfect for a younger disciple as a close guardian for protection and defense. If your insects are rare and distinctive, not only ordinary senior uncles, but even the elders on the peaks will be delighted to acquire them. There will be no worry about selling them." Each point hit home, and Lu Jing felt a flush of excitement. The brood of venomous insects he had hatched on his return was by no means the commonplace sort found on the market. They were foundation materials painstakingly sought out by Li Kanglin to be paired with a foundation pill. Though ostensibly first-rank, their bloodlines were enigmatically strange, and their secret techniques cunning. Their lethality and rarity far exceeded ordinary first-rank spirit beasts by orders of magnitude. To call them the pinnacle among first-rank insects would not be an exaggeration. Rare enough, peculiar enough, definitely valuable goods. Lu Jing said, a sure profit smile lifting his lips. He looked up at Qian Duoduo and probed, "If that's so, why not seize the opportunity now?" He was truly impatient. Eager to convert his resources to spirit stones to build up his capital, then settle into seclusion, to refine pills, raise spirit beasts, and brew spirit wine. He was truly impatient. Eager to convert his resources to spirit stones to build up his capital, then settle into seclusion, to refine pills, raise spirit beasts, and brew spirit. Business is about striking while the iron is hot. Let's go now? They'll take you to Chichong Peak and guarantee you'll fetch a good price. With that, he let out a sharp whistle. Beyond the courtyard, a clumsy, heavy flapping sounded with gusts of wind. A round, plump flying beast descended leisurely into the courtyard, mirroring Qian Duoduo in shape, entirely rotund and pudgy. Its short coat was pale gray, its limbs were short and stout, its wings broad and thick, as if flying taxed it. It was in every respect a pig-like flying beast that had acquired spirit. The creature was truly fat. Its neck nearly vanished, and its belly nearly brushed the ground. Each beat of its wings set its rolls of fat trembling a comical, yet honest presence. But Lu Jing's gaze narrowed though the chubby pig appeared clumsy. Its hide was tough, and its flesh concealed firm muscle. A dense, steady spiritual aura enveloped it, far surpassing that of an ordinary first-rank spirit beast. Beneath its endearing clumsiness lay the pedigree of a Foundation establishment spirit beast. Its bloodline was uncommon, and its defenses ranked among the best of its tier. It was a thoroughly rugged, take-a-beating, reliable mount and shield. No wonder Qian rode it through the sect every day. Unafraid of falls or blows, steady in flight, it supplied an overwhelming sense of security. Junior brother, get on. Qian Duo nimbly vaulted onto the flying pig's broad back. His plump frame settled just so, as if Lu Jing smiled lightly, sprang up and landed steadily in the vacant space on the pig's back. Let's go. At Qian's low call, the fat pig snorted. Its heavy wings lashed out, stirring a gust as it hauled two round figures, rocking but steady, into the air and hurtled toward Chichong Peak. Wind brushed his face as Lu Jing sat atop the fat pig, watching the sect's pavilions and halls retreat beneath them. A bright, contented smile shone in his eyes. A gentle breeze caressed the bluestone path of Chichong Peak. Ancient trees towered on either side. Spirit nurseries for nurturing insectal spirit beasts dotted the slopes. The air was laced with the fresh, peculiar tang of spirit herbs and insects, livelier and more vibrant than the lotus courtyard below. Even from the foot of the mountain, the clear trills of insect song could be faintly heard. Lu Jing followed Qian Duo as they rode the plump flying pig to a steady landing. His boots had barely met the bluestone when before he could take in his surroundings or decide whether to seek a discreet spot to set up, or ask to be introduced to the senior uncles of Chichong Peak. Qian Duo had already let himself go entirely. Qian Duo drew a great breath, his round belly swelled, and then he opened his throat. A booming, resonant shout tore down the mountain path, its projection so powerful that several small insects roosting on a nearby spirit tree flapped into a startled whirl. Brothers and uncles of Chichong Peak. Passing by, don't miss this. First-rank supreme spirit larvae, rare venomous strains, treasures extinct in the markets. Only here, only now. His loud cry buzzed through the valley. Lu Jing froze on the spot, his eyelid twitched, and the calm on his face. He hastily withdrew freshly hatched spirit larvae from his storage pouch, arranging them in specially made translucent jade boxes: blackwood scorpion, frostwing, centipede, bloodwither mantis, prismatic venom, butterfly, ghostface spider. Each juvenile gleamed with a translucent sheen and precise markings. Though still in their larval states, an eerie, sinister vigor emanated from them. Clearly no ordinary specimens. Having finished, Lu Jing stood stupefied as he watched the ebullient, larger-than-life man beside him. He was utterly unprepared for such unabashed showmanship. He had imagined countless ways to conduct a doorstep trade. Humble visits, low-key stalls, introductions through acquaintances. Yet never expected this brokerly tycoon would hawk their wares publicly along the path, like a common market vendor. Qian Duo's throat had gone raw from shouting. Seeing Lu Jing frozen and bewildered, he wore an expression of half resentment, half exasperation. He patted Lu Jing's arm and urged in a lowered voice, "What are you standing there for, junior brother? Shout a couple of times. Business favors the bold. If you don't advertise, how will anyone know you have good things? Who will step forward of their own accord?" Lu Jing's mouth twitched, half amused, half helpless. He countered, "Senior brother, did you really build your entire sect network and clientele by shouting like this?" "Of course I did." Qian Duo puffed out his round belly with righteous pride, his eyes alight with smug satisfaction, the very portrait of a man who had mastered the art of commerce. "You just don't understand how the world works, junior brother. Fine wine still fears a deep alley. We're mere outer disciples coming to the inner peaks to trade. Standing here unnoticed won't do us any good. If you don't make a fuss, who will spare you a glance? A little shamelessness, a little more resources. Calling out a few lines isn't shameful. If it brings cultivation resources, then that is true skill." With that, he turned back, eyes sweeping over the jade boxes and the excellent specimens within. His pupils brightened as if glazed with spiritual light, his hawking grew even more vigorous, and his tone rose several degrees. "Come see and choose. Blackwood scorpion, frostwing, centipede, bloodwither mantis, prismatic venom, butterfly, ghostface spider. Rare bloodlines, cunning natures, peerless at their rank. Perfect for protection and cultivation. The larvae are easy to raise and brim with potential. Miss them today, and you will not find them at such a price." His resonant cries continued for a time, and the effect was immediate. Inner disciples tending spirit nurseries and senior uncles at Foundation establishment who had been quietly cultivating along the path were drawn over in twos and threes. A few figures in plain white Dao robes gathered in a circle, their gazes fixed on the jade boxes atop the stone platform, astonishment plain in their eyes. At the front of the crowd, a middle-aged cultivator with flecks of white in his beard and bright, keen eyes leaned forward to peer at a dark red specimen, the bloodwither mantis, its scythe-like forelegs glinting with cold. He shone with delight and could not help but murmur, "A bloodwither mantis. This rare venomous strain has nearly vanished. I haven't seen one in a century. Young nephew, where did you obtain such a—" No sooner had he spoken than a young cultivator in cyan robes at his side laughed and teased in a familiar tone, "Uncle Zhang Liang, your old habit is back again. When our sect juniors set up stalls, if someone wants it they haggle. Why pry into the source? Nonsense." Zhang Liang's face reddened. He glared at his companion and retorted with full indignation, "A touch chop. I simply fancy it." My manga kuhua needs blood wither venom to temper its physique. This blood wither mantis is spoken for. Do not try to snatch it from me. The rule is highest bidder wins. Oh, why should fondness secure your claim? The cyan-robed youth replied with an arched brow teasing. Their barbed banter was affectionate. Beneath the sparring lay the easy camaraderie of old friends. Lu Jing watched their playful quarrel and stepped forward with calm courtesy, bowing slightly. His tone was even and candid. Rest assured, esteemed uncles, there is no cause for concern. These spirit larvae were all taken from disciples of the Xianin sect. Their provenance is clean and open. There is no hidden danger. At once the expressions of those watching shifted, the previously plain looks on their faces gained measures of approval, and the Xianin sect was an entrenched enemy of their own. Slaying Xianin disciples and seizing such rare venomous strains proved that this young outer disciple before them possessed notable ability and resolute temperament. The circle of Foundation establishment cultivators lowered their demeanors, none looked down from their stations. Zhang Liang, taking the lead, softened his voice and asked gently, I see. The young nephew shows promise. Commendable. What do you wish to accept in exchange for these creatures? Spirit stones, pills, spirit materials. Anything available on our Chichong Peak may be discussed. Lu Jing inclined his head slightly and answered plainly, I am not short of spirit stones for now. If the honored uncles find it convenient, I would prefer spirit herb seeds of medicinal plants or various spirit beast eggs. Then you've come to the right place. Zhang Liang laughed heartily, eyes brightening. Chichong Peak may lack many things, but spirit eggs and spirit materials we have in abundance. Only my brood are set and not yet ready to lay eggs. Allow me. This violet monkey blossom for your blackwood scorpion and blood wither mantis young nephew. How does that sound? As he spoke, a flash of spirit light appeared in his palm, a plant of lustrous purple, its bloom shaped like a crouching spirit monkey. Its fragrance was pure and sharp, its spiritual aura rich. Roots clung to moist spirit soil, clearly a fresh transplantable superior spirit plant. Lu Jing's gaze brightened at once. Without hesitation he replied, done. The violet monkey blossom was genuine first-rate Foundation material, a top-tier spirit herb of considerable value. Madame Su of Luoxiao Mountain had once traded a blossom of equal quality for 2 first-rank talismans from Yunming. Its worth was self-evident. More importantly, the flower came with native spirit soil, greatly increasing the chance of successful transplantation, an almost guaranteed profit. Zhang Liang accepted the jade box containing the 2 venomous larvae with care, stowed them away, and handed Lu Jing the violet monkey blossom. He smiled satisfied and turned to leave. With the first successful exchange concluded, the crowd's reservations evaporated. Many stepped forward to select their desired specimens. For a time the mountain path rang with bargaining and praise, lively and boisterous. Before long most of the spirit larvae had been exchanged. Just as the stall was nearly cleared, a clear, gentle, melodious female voice suddenly rose from the rear of the crowd, cutting through the clamor with crystalline clarity. They'll take that prismatic venom butterfly. I will exchange it for 1 second-rank lower-grade ghost face owl egg. The crowd grew quiet. People instinctively made way, parting to create a spacious path. Lu Jing looked up and saw a woman in a flowing 7-colored immortal dress walking over with composed grace. She appeared to be only at the chi refinement stage, young and ethereally beautiful, without a trace of domineering pressure. Yet every Foundation establishment senior uncle around her deferred with palpable reverence. Her presence was commanding. Qian Duodua, who had been cheerfully helping Lu Jing tally exchanged spirit materials, froze as though struck by a spell. His face flushed bright crimson. He lowered his breath and adopted an expression of utter reverence, like one in the presence of a top-tier exalted figure. Lu Jing's eyes settled on the dingy egg. A casual sweep of his spiritual sense revealed its true nature. His expression remained steady as he said coolly, not enough. Inwardly he scorned. The ghost face owl egg looked presentable, but was in fact unfertilized. Nothing but a worthless. Not only could it not hatch a second-rank spirit bird, even immersion in the sect's special spirit-nurturing elixirs would not coax it to life. At best it might serve as an ingredient, the only value being its flavor when made into a spirit bird medicinal dish, fetching a few petty spirit stones. High-rank beast eggs in the cultivation world seldom hatch. The higher the bloodline, the greater the difficulty. Without exclusive secret methods or nourishing spirit elixirs, over 90% are wasted efforts. Even inner disciples rarely pay top price for unfertilized high-rank beast eggs. It is a losing proposition. The woman in the variegated dress frowned slightly and considered. After a moment she spoke again, her tone still gentle, then ill at a first-rank mid-grade bisui peach tree. Will that suffice? Done. Lu Jing's demeanor remained composed, feigning indifference. He confirmed the trade without hesitation. The bisui peach tree bears fruit every 3 years. Its spirit peaches are sweet, juicy, and rich with spiritual energy. Excellent both for daily cultivation nourishment and for entertaining fellow disciples. Even better, time within the Wanling Tower flows 100-fold faster. 3 years outside pass as only 3 months inside, so one need not fear prolonged cultivation time. It was a sure and steady profit. The woman nodded slightly, offered the peach tree, and the egg took the jade box holding the prismatic venom butterfly and drifted away like a breeze, her figure light and suffused with an aura of immortality. With that, all the rare venomous larvae had been exchanged. Lu Jing briskly packed away the spirit material seeds and beast eggs and closed up his stall with efficient, decisive movements. Only after the woman's figure vanished into the mountains and did Qian Duodua, who had been frozen for some time, finally recover. He exhaled in a shaky breath, his face still pale and awed. Leaning close to Lu Jing, he dropped his voice, my Lu junior brother. Do you know who that was, eh? Lu Jing casually brushed dust from his sleeve, raised an eyebrow, and teased with ease, who was she? Your lover. Look how red your face is. Ha ha ha. Don't joke about that. It's dangerous. Qian Duoduo waved his hands in alarm, his face drained of color as he hurried to stop the jibe. He became solemn, his tone full of admiration and awe. That was one of the famed Yusho 7. Senior sister Katie, ranked 6th. One of the sect's brightest young stars. When she reaches the seed stage of golden core, even some inner uncles will give her face. Oh, Lu Jing replied lightly, his expression utterly unperturbed, revealing no surprise or envy. He knew well the renown of the Yusho 7. 7 prodigies the sect had selected for their singular talents and boundless potential, celebrated and envied by all. But to him the so-called prodigy lists and rankings were merely hollow honors bestowed by others, bright plaques that painted a target on one's back and invited trouble. He lacked neither resources nor protection from elders. Such empty fame mattered little in his eyes. Qian Duoduo watched the youth's unruffled, unambitious bearing and paused, letting out a deep, involuntary sigh. Ordinary outer disciples, upon seeing a top prodigy like senior sister Katie, would be nervous, obsequious, eager to ingratiate themselves. Yet this Lu junior brother met such honors with composure, negotiated without shame or flattery, and remained calm throughout. Truly the nephew of Zhang Zhongyi possessed that kind of arrogance. Lu Jing and the satisfied Qian Duoduo piloted the plump flying pig, swaying gently as they flew back to the tranquil and elegant lotus courtyard. After landing, the plump flying pig shook its chubby bottom, let out a loud burp, and lazily lay down under the shade of a tree, its small eyes slyly surveying the surroundings. Today's trip to the strange insect peak was entirely thanks to Qian Duoduo, the top social butterfly, who opened the scene and saved Lu Jing a lot of trouble. Lu Jing felt grateful for his efforts and lightly flipped his wrist, causing a translucent white jade porcelain bottle to appear in his palm, its body warm and faintly surrounded by a sweet honey fragrance. Thank you, senior brother, for your efforts today, helping me avoid a lot of trouble. Here's a small token of appreciation. Lu Jing smiled as he stepped forward and handed over the porcelain bottle. The bottle was not yet opened, but a rich and pure sweet fragrance wafted out, which was the spiritual honey brewed from the essence of the purple jade bee, warm and thick in spiritual energy, perfect for daily infusion to nourish qi and meridians. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo quickly waved his hands, his round face filled with embarrassment, yet his eyes were honestly glued to the white jade porcelain bottle, almost sticking to it, while he frantically declined. No, junior brother, you are being too polite. He retreated a step, his round belly sticking out, waving his hands with an embarrassed expression, looking both honest and somewhat mercenary. I just shouted a few times on the mountain path today, expending nothing but a bit of saliva and effort, and I didn't contribute anything. This purple jade bee spiritual honey is a good thing, worth at least a dozen low-grade spirit stones. How can I accept such a generous gift for free? Qian Duoduo was sharp and perceptive, understanding the nuances of relationships. He was never vague when it came to seeking profit, but could distinguish the gravity of favors and the rules of engagement. Today's entire process was Lu Jing negotiating and pricing the goods. He was merely acting as a free shout-out laborer. If he were to accept this generous gift, he would feel quite guilty. Seeing this, Lu Jing smiled, helplessly stepped forward and firmly placed the warm porcelain bottle into Qian Duoduo's embrace, applying just the right amount of pressure so that he could hold it securely. If you keep refusing, senior brother, you really will treat me as an outsider. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of familiar seriousness. In the future, when I conduct business and exchange resources in the sect, I will surely trouble you, senior brother, for connections and information. If you won't accept this token of appreciation today, how can I ever ask you for help again? His words were logical, leaving Qian Duoduo unsure how to refuse. He looked down at the exquisite jade bottle in his arms, the alluring honey fragrance lingering at his nose, and his reservations crumbled instantly, his conflicted expression slowly transforming into a smile. He rubbed his chubby hands together, chuckled awkwardly, and no longer declined, carefully stowing the white jade porcelain bottle into the most secure storage bag, treating it as if it were a priceless treasure, moving cautiously to avoid any bumps. Then I shall shamelessly accept it, senior brother. Qian Duoduo patted his chest, full of bravado, his eyes earnest. Rest assured, junior brother. In the future, for any trivial matters in the sect, whether inside or outside trading or seeking information, just call on me, and I will be there without hesitation. I will ensure everything is handled properly. He felt enlightened. The value of this bottle of spiritual honey was minor, but Lu Jing's generosity and sincere nature were truly rare. Doing business with such a junior brother was above all a source of comfort. Business is never a smooth sail, and among numerous tricky characters, encountering a junior brother who was genuinely sincere made him feel grateful. Seeing him so full of enthusiasm, Lu Jing smiled even more and proceeded to the main topic. While I won't go as far as to say I'll do anything, there is indeed something I need to trouble senior brother with right now. He brushed his sleeve, his tone relaxed and casual. For a while I plan to stay in the sect, no longer taking on external combat missions, focusing on refining pills in the Lotus Courtyard to supply the fellow disciples fighting on the front lines with medicinal resources. Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo's eyes instantly brightened, looking at Lu Jing with envy, nodding repeatedly, admiration written all over his face. That's great, junior brother. This is the best kind of job. He leaned closer, lowering his voice, appearing knowledgeable as he ran. Alchemists are the most sought after in the sect. They don't have to endure hardships in dangerous places, don't have to fight fiercely against beasts, and don't have to go to the battlefield to fight. They have a stable and respected position, and crucially alchemists never lack spirit stone resources. If only I had that talent, otherwise I would have shamelessly clung to you to learn some experience. Despite his envy, he understood that alchemy was heavily reliant on talent and temperament, and those qualified to take on wartime tasks were the cream of the crop. If you have the guts, you should go and cling to senior sister Qin at Tianhu Peak. I have no such interest. Lu Jing teased. Get out, you're talking nonsense. Qian Duo shot him an exasperated glare. Only this junior brother would dare to say such things. If this were outside, it would surely provoke the followers of that senior sister to come after him. With his plump figure, he probably wouldn't even be enough to produce oil for that group. Lu Jing smiled, and did not respond, instead reaching into his storage to pull out all the spoils he had collected from the Xianins. With a flash of spiritual light, a pile of assorted items instantly spread across the bluestone floor. There were first-grade superior Qingming needles, first-grade mid-grade shadow shoes, first-grade low-grade broken chisels, several bags of dried poisonous herbs, and the only mid-grade foundation establishment technique, the withered wood fire lotus sutra, all haphazardly piled up. Junior brother, I guarded the Blackwater Lake, and didn't slack off, though I conveniently dealt with a few Xianin sect cultivators, and gathered these miscellaneous items. Lu Jing pointed at the scattered items, and said directly, these things are useless to me, taking up space in my storage bag, and I want to exchange all of them for resources. I urgently need a first-grade superior alchemy furnace, so I trouble senior brother to help me find a reliable outlet. Qian Duo immediately put away his joking demeanor, squatting down, his chubby fingers rummaging through the pile of items, meticulously counting and identifying them, his expression extremely serious, not daring to be careless. After a long time of sorting, he moved aside the useless scraps and remnants, and only when he picked up the foundation establishment technique jade book and the Qingming needle did he flip through them a few times and ponder for a moment before slowly speaking. Junior brother, to be honest, your batch of goods has a decent foundation, but its limitations are quite significant. He stood up, dusted off his hands, and began to analyze clearly. These poisonous herbs and broken magic tools are common goods available throughout the sect, and would fetch hardly any price among our beast control sect members. Only this foundation establishment technique and Qingming needle can be considered solid goods, but our sect does not lack orthodox foundation establishment techniques, though every inner disciple has their own exclusive cultivation methods, so they are rather unremarkable within the sect, and wouldn't fetch a high price. At this point he shifted his tone, offering two reliable options. Now there are two paths to choose from. First, I can immediately contact the disciples from influential families within the sect. They love to gather various techniques and secret texts to enrich their family heritage. They act quickly with zero risk, but the price will be a bit lower. Secondly, if you're not in a hurry, I can send them to a small black market auction house at the boundary of the sect. By stepping outside the sect, these miscellaneous items could sell for 30% more than the internal price, definitely a lucrative. However, he slightly frowned and seriously reminded, the only issue is that the border war has just begun and the situation at the frontier is unstable. The black market is full of mixed characters and the risks are significantly higher. After saying this, he confidently patted his chest and assured, but don't worry, no matter which path you choose, gathering enough resources for a first-grade superior alchemy furnace will be more than sufficient. It's very secure. After hearing this, Lu Jing already had a decision in mind, speaking calmly. Let's prioritize our sect's disciples. The highest bidder wins. What I lack now is time. I need to retreat to refine pills soon, and I really don't have the patience to deal with everything one by one. Task, one master. Qian Duo has connections and knows many people, so he didn't want to waste time. If there are any surplus spirit stone resources after selling senior brother, please help me gather some ingredients and spiritual plant, spirit fruits, spirit bamboo, dragon tooth rice, and various high-grade spirit materials that can nourish spiritual energy. The higher the grade, the better. If resources are insufficient, senior brother, come back to find me anytime, and I will provide you with more resources. After sending off Qian Duo, Lu Jing returned to the Lotus Courtyard room. With a flick of his fingers, a layer upon layer of soundproofing barrier instantly enveloped the entire room. With a thought, Lu Jing's figure blurred, and he swiftly stepped into the Wanling Tower. The lake shimmered with rippling waves, and the great white bird was stretching its snow-white wings, leisurely grooming its feathers on a giant rock in the lake, each plume meticulously preened to a glossy sheen, exuding a strong sense of cleanliness. Not far away on the Flesh Mountain, a dense swarm of golden-eating locusts covered the mountainside, each one diligently working, frantically devouring the remnants of demon beast flesh, industriously reproducing their kind, truly the model workers within the Wanling Tower. As for the simple little mountain, it remained in its unyielding sleeping posture, curled up in the thickest corner of the spiritual soil, sound asleep, indifferent to the commotion within the tower. After taking just 2 steps, a slender and lively blue shadow rushed in with a gust of fresh wind. It was Shaoqi. The little one was nimble on its feet, its delicate budding antlers glowing with a faint blue light, its fluffy little head rubbing against Lu Jing's palm and arm. Soft and gentle yo-yo deer calls echoed continuously, its eyes glistening with moisture, clingy and adorable, a perfect little pestering companion. Alright, I know you miss me. Lu Jing's eyes shimmered with a gentle smile as he gently stroked Shaoqing's smooth deer fur, his fingers gliding over its tender antlers, engaging in a slow, playful tussle. Gah. The great white bird on the rock nearby noticed this and immediately halted its feathered grooming, casting a sideways glance with its round eyes filled with blatant disdain and jealousy. It raised its head and cawed twice in the direction of the parrot's tone, filled with both disdain and sorrow. If a spirit beast translator were present, it would surely be able to precisely translate its inner complaints. Humans are indeed fickle, favoring deer over geese, utterly hypocritical. Every time Lu Jing tended to the medicinal fields, he had to praise Shaoqing a few times. In contrast, this old battle pet of his felt neglected. Recently the great white bird had been increasingly displeased with Shaoqing, its nose scrunching up jealousy, practically spilling over the lake. Noticing the great white's sour expression from the corner of his eye, Lu Jing suppressed a chuckle and gently rubbed Shaoqing's head, softly cooing. No more fussing, our Shaoqing is the most well-behaved and capable. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and tossed 2 strands of spiritual light to the ground, carefully transplanting the spirit peach sapling and purple monkey flower seedling into the core medicinal field of the Wanling Tower, where the spiritual energy was most abundant and the soil most fertile. As the 2 spirit plants were just planted, they still bore signs of wilting from being transplanted from the outside, their leaves drooping. Shaoqing immediately understood, raising its head to emit a clear deer call, and blue light suddenly burst forth around its strands of pure plant nurturing, divine light pouring forth, gently enveloping the entire medicinal field. As the faint light flowed, the originally wilted and dry branches of the peach tree rapidly stretched out its gray-brown trunk, rejuvenating, with tender green shoots sprouting eagerly. The stems and leaves of the purple monkey flower also stood tall and straight, with flower buds visibly gathering strength, firmly rooting themselves within mere moments, lively and vibrant spiritual energy swirling around the spirit field. Shaoqing is indeed the most reliable, hard-working, and uncomplaining, far superior to this group of lazy creatures that only know how to eat and sleep. Lu Jing felt warmth in his heart, joyfully leaning down to gently nuzzle the little one's dear head, his tone filled with affection. Ga. Biased. So biased. Incapable too. The great white bird by the lake could no longer tolerate it, flapping its massive wings over 2 meters long, abruptly leaping from the rocks, spiraling in the air, while letting out a sharp and aggrieved cry, a perfect scene of jealousy. Lu Jing looked up at its puffed-up, erratic flight, and couldn't help but chuckle, deliberately raising his eyebrows and teasing. Alright, I won't neglect you, great white, come here, and I'll give you a kiss too. As he said this, he exaggeratedly stretched his neck, pretending to lean in for a kiss, his expression slightly playful. In an instant, the great white's pupils shook. Its massive body halted abruptly, its wings flapping to a stop in midair, its eyes filled with utter disdain, hurriedly flapping its wings to retreat. It lowered its head and picked up a plump tiger-head fish that had just jumped out of the water, its wings flapping fiercely, creating a gust of wind as it flew towards the bamboo forest, without looking back, resisting with all its might. It could calmly accept any praises from its master, but as for kisses, not necessary. Watching the great white's haughty retreat, Lu Jing chuckled, his shoulders shaking lightly. He turned back, just about to continue checking on the growth of the medicinal plants, when Shaoqing suddenly became restless. The originally docile and clingy little one was now circling around his feet, with rapid fragmented yo-yo sounds. Its little hooves gently scratched the spiritual soil, its antlers occasionally rubbing against Lu Jing's sleeve, eyes filled with urgency, as if it had something important to show or demand. Lu Jing was momentarily stunned, helplessly raising his hand to rub its head. What's wrong, little one? You just got praised, and now you're acting spoiled. I've already given you all the spirit fruits and snacks I have, there's nothing more to feed you. Yet Shaoqing still refused to leave, anxiously rubbing against his wrist, its calls becoming increasingly urgent, its gaze fixated directly on the location of Lu Jing's storage bag. Seeing its persistence, Lu Jing frowned slightly, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. He recalled the ancient storage bag that Qin Feng had gifted him when they parted, which he had not thoroughly examined since returning. He immediately raised his hand and waved, taking out the storage bag, and his divine sense unreservedly probed inside. In the next moment, Lu Jing's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils constricting sharply, and he stood there in shock. Deep within the empty storage bag there lay a rich and profound spiritual light. What is this? Lu Jing's breath caught, slightly unable to mask his shock. A brilliant azure golden spiritual light shot up into the sky, instantly covering the entire medicinal field of the Wanling Tower, and a spirit tree standing 10 feet tall, with lush branches and leaves, appeared out of thin air before him. The trunk was tall and delicate, the leaves of vibrant green with golden edges, and every leaf shimmered with fine golden patterns. A faint yet pure medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, bringing comfort to one's meridians and enhancing spiritual power with just a single breath. Shaoqing instantly leaped with joy, wagging its little tail and hopping around the spirit fruit tree, its cheerful deer calls crisp and melodious, eyes filled with delight. Second tier, lower grade. Heavenly spirit fruit tree. As Lu Jing clearly saw the spirit tree, he couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with disbelief and elation. Having seen plenty of ordinary spirit flowers, spirit trees, and rare treasures, he was already accustomed to them. But this heavenly spirit fruit tree was entirely different. It was the core and irreplaceable main ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills. For an ordinary cultivator to obtain a single heavenly spirit fruit was already a tremendous opportunity, enough to incite countless lower-tier cultivators to fight over it. And what Qin Feng had gifted him was not just a fruit, but an entire continuously fruit-bearing heavenly spirit fruit tree. This favor was indeed extraordinarily significant. He had known that Qin Feng was deeply knowledgeable and generous, but he never expected him to be this extravagant. Even in a major sect like the Beastmaster sect with profound foundations and countless secret realms, heavenly spirit fruits were still extremely scarce resources, and it was unlikely to find more than a few within the entire sect treated as treasured plants to be carefully nurtured. Lu Jing suppressed the surging emotions within him, lowering his head to solemnly stroke Shaoqing's tender antlers, his tone serious, yet somewhat excited. Shaoqing, this time we owe it all to you. From now on, this heavenly spirit fruit tree will be the top priority of our Wanling Tower. Your nurturing divine light and plant essence will be prioritized for it, ensuring that it matures and bears fruit as soon as possible. This would be the foundation for him to mass-produce foundation establishment pills, accumulate vast resources, and solidify his own and Shaoqing's foundations. Shaoqing seemed to understand the importance of the task, immediately settling down from its playful demeanor, nodding its little head, obediently standing by the spirit tree, slowly emanating a faint blue light, actively beginning to nourish the spirit tree dutifully. Just as the pair focused on caring for the spirit tree, a sudden flurry of wing flapping sounds came rushing in. The great white bird that had previously fled in a panic, who knew when it had hurriedly returned, landed steadily not far from the spirit tree, its round eyes fixed intently on the second-tier heavenly spirit fruit tree, its pupils slightly trembling, filled with urgency and unease. Ga. It tilted its head, scrutinizing for a moment, then began to call out to Lu Jing incessantly, its voice quick and frantic. The great white knew exactly what was going on. Its cultivation talent was unique with strong combat power, but its cultivation progress was steady, unlike Shaoqing, which could swiftly advance day by day with the Wanling Tower's plant essence. Now that Shaoqing held the authority to care for the second-tier spirit tree, continuously absorbing the high-tier spiritual energy that spilled from the tree, it wouldn't be long before its cultivation surged, possibly easily surpassing the old leader of the Wanling Tower. This made the proud and competitive great white unable to endure. The sense of crisis was at an all-time high. Lu Jing looked at its flustered appearance as if afraid of being overtaken, instantly seeing through its thoughts. He couldn't help but chuckle and shrugged helplessly, saying, "I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Improving cultivation can take time, but if you want to evolve your bloodline, I truly don't have any high-tier bloodline resources suited for you. We can't just go out and snatch them, can we?" Now the great white had long shed its initial petite form, standing as tall as a foot, its wings spread majestically. Lu Jing could barely reach its neck, only managing to pat its thick and sturdy chest to comfort it. Ga. The great white shook its large head, slightly drooping its wings with a pitiful and aggrieved expression accompanied by obvious disbelief, its black eyes staring directly at Lu Jing, its face clearly showing, "I don't believe you, you're biased, you're not helping me." Its pitiful and resentful little appearance looked just like a child who had suffered a great injustice. Lu Jing's heart softened at its gaze. Just as he was about to comfort it again, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and his eyes brightened. That's right. He still had a treasure he had just acquired, the egg of the ghost owl that couldn't hatch. The ghost owl was originally a second-tier fierce bird with a mysterious bloodline, not an ordinary spirit bird encountered frequently, but the egg had never been fertilized and couldn't hatch. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for the great white? With this thought, Lu Jing no longer hesitated, stepping straight towards the central gathering spirit altar of the Wanling Tower. With a flash of spiritual light in his palm, the gray-black ghost owl egg landed steadily in the spirit pond. As soon as the hard and heavy shell of the egg touched the spiritual energy of the spirit pond, it began to dissolve and disintegrate at a visible speed, turning into specks of gray light that completely vanished. A thread of dark and profound, overwhelmingly fierce bird bloodline power slowly peeled away from the egg and rose formless, yet carrying a daunting pressure. This exceptionally pure ghost owl bloodline power gradually drifted and finally stabilized, merging into the newly birthed purple starlight divine water at the bottom of the pond. As the two merged, the purple halo instantly surged, radiating colorful brilliance with strands of top-tier spiritual energy and bloodline essence spreading freely. The great white, who had hurriedly followed, stared in astonishment at the anomaly in the spirit pond, its massive body slightly tensed, its eyes suddenly shining with expectation and excitement, instinctively easing its breath as it fixated on the spirit water infused with ghost owl bloodline. In the center of the spiritual pool, the purple starry divine water infused with the bloodline of the ghostly owl flowed quietly, its dark and profound black radiance intermingled with tiny golden specks subtly emanating an eerie and oppressive aura. Lu Jing stared at the indistinguishable goodness and evil of the spiritual water, brow slightly furrowed. Turning to the anxious Dabai beside him, he seriously confirmed, "Dabai, have you thought this through? The ghostly owl is only a second-tier beast, but that thing is wicked and can devour ghosts. Who knows if there are deep ancestral bloodlines that are completely opposite to your Han Yuhong, who forcibly merging carries great risks, and it could injure your origin." His words were not mere alarmism. He clearly remembered how the Chi Yu chicken exploded when it fused with the bloodline of the Han. Furthermore, Dabai originally possessed a mutated bloodline, having completely abandoned its clan's proud eyes talent, choosing instead to pursue an extreme physical route. Usually, aside from eating a lot, growing strong, being jealous, and loving to show off, it had no inclination towards ice attributes or any other attributes at all. Now forcibly grafting the bloodline of a sinister beast was akin to a gentle giant being forcibly stuffed with the techniques of the Azura path, posing significant dangers. Gagh. Dub stood tall beside the spiritual pool, its massive bird, head bobbing vigorously, as its round bead-like eyes fixed firmly on the starry divine water in the pool, gaze unwavering and resolute. It calculated the situation with great clarity, more astutely than the most competitive swarm of golden-eating locusts in the Wanling Tower. The small mountain at the tower's base appeared to be a slothful god of sleep curled up in the spirit soil, unbothered by anything, yet Lu Jing had never stopped its high-tier spiritual nourishment. That guy's bloodline was constantly boiling and settling in the dark. The day it awoke, it would undergo a transformation, breaking through to the 4th tier and becoming a truly formidable creature. Looking at Xiaoqing, which seemed soft and clingy, it actually had an extraordinary talent. Its true form was a top-tier 4th-tier spiritual beast, and its cultivation was soaring, as if it had ridden a rocket soon to surpass up by effortlessly. Even the seemingly silly golden-eating locusts, which were frantically gorging on flesh and competing for food, appeared to have low bloodlines and only knew how to devour flesh and refine remnants, yet Bai had already sensed something amiss. Among those insects, the Locust King was undoubtedly the clever one. The other locusts only knew how to bury themselves in eating and reproducing, but that Locust King would quietly raise its eyes every few days, its gaze fixated on the blood jade atop the spirit-gathering altar, its eyes deep and harboring ulterior motives. Intuition told Bai that the blood jade was a tremendous fortune. Once the Locust King took the opportunity to transform the entire swarm, would undoubtedly see a surge in power. There cannot be 3 tigers on one mountain. One tower cannot accommodate too many competitors. As Lu Jing's first captured old-school spiritual beast, and the first-generation leader of the Wanling Tower, how could Bai tolerate being surpassed by deer insects, or even the sleepy little mountain one by one? It had to compete. Even if it meant taking risks, it absolutely could not fall behind. Alright. Lu Jing looked at its determined, proud demeanor, smiled helplessly, and sighed, his eyes filled with indulgence. Since you've made up your mind, I will fully support you, and we will share the blessings and misfortunes together. With that, he no longer hesitated, raising his hand to summon spiritual light, gently enveloping Bai's body with the entirety of the starry divine water infused with the ghostly owl's bloodline. Buzz! The intertwining purple-black spiritual light instantly wrapped around Bai's massive body. The dark and tyrannical bloodline of the sinister bird surged like a rushing black river, wildly flooding into its limbs, bones, and blood vessels. Jie! The next moment, a shrill hoarse cry suddenly erupted. Completely different from its usual crisp and annoying cawing, this piercing cry was sharp and grating, filled with heart-wrenching pain, penetrating through the entire Wanling Tower realm. A massive spiritual energy storm swept wildly from the spirit-gathering altar, instantly startling all the spiritual beasts inside the tower that were loafing around. Xiaoqing, who was tidying up tender shoots by the lake, suddenly looked up, its crisp deer call abruptly halted, blinking its big, wet eyes curiously and anxiously gazing in the direction of the altar. The little mountain, deep in slumber, was jolted awake and rolled over, rubbing its drowsy stone head, mumbling to continue sleeping, insisting that even if the sky fell, it wouldn't affect its rest. The swarm of golden-eating locusts, which was frantically competing and gorging on flesh, immediately fell silent. All the insect heads turned towards the altar in unison, dark and silent, quietly observing the evolution of their leader. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Bai's proud snowy feathers began to shed in patches. The pure white fluffy feathers flew everywhere, covering the entire altar, and the once graceful and fastidious beautiful goose had suddenly lost more than half of its feathers. The tender pink flesh was directly exposed to the air, looking both comical and tragic. Lu Jing watched this scene, feeling both heartbroken and stifled with laughter, his lips curling up uncontrollably. Those who understand will understand. Bai's greatest obsession in this life, besides vying for attention and status, is an extreme love for beauty. Usually losing a single fluff would require half a day of grooming. It was exquisitely fastidious. Now it had directly turned into a bald goose on the spot, and its heart must have collapsed to the extreme. The intense pain continued as Bai's body underwent a complete transformation. Its bones constantly emitted subtle cracking sounds, old bones shattered, new bones reborn, while the tyrannical ghostly owl's bloodline forcibly washed, tempered, and compressed its flesh and blood vessels. Its massive body visibly shed excess bulk, becoming increasingly tight and lean. Its size appeared to shrink, yet the refined quality of its flesh was several times stronger than before. The spiritual energy around the Wanling Tower was frantically plundered and devoured by it, forming a visible vortex of spiritual energy. Fearing a lack of spiritual energy would delay its evolution, Lu Jing raised his hand and directly pulled out an entire bottle of precious spirit-feeding pills, pouring them all over the spirit stone platform in front of Bai. Eat freely. There's enough spiritual energy, don't worry about waste. The fragrance of the pills wafted in the air, and Bai trembled all over in pain, yet instinctively opened its mouth to swallow the pills, using the overwhelming medicinal power to stabilize itself, enduring the agonizing pain of its bloodline reshaping. The transformation continued. Its once sharp beak gradually elongated and curved, forming a sharp hook that gleamed with a cold light, far sharper than before. The broad webbed feet, originally suited for swimming, completely degenerated, transforming into 3 long slender sharp claws, as black as ink resembling black sickles that reaped lives exuding an imposing aura. It took a good half an incense stick's worth of time for the heart-wrenching pain to slowly fade. As the storm calmed, the completely bald and pink Dao of Beasts stood frozen in place, drooping its bare wings, slightly retracting its massive body pitifully, tilting its head to rub against Lu Jing's sleeve with its remaining few feathers. A hoarse and weak "Ga" sounded filled with grievances, as if it was about to cry out. "I've become ugly and bald, am not handsome anymore, I can't face the beasts." Lu Jing stared at this entirely featherless goose, suppressing his laughter and feigning seriousness. "What's wrong? Did the pain make you silly? This is just a little change in the body." But as soon as he finished speaking, Dao of Beasts suddenly raised its head, letting out a sharp and high-pitched cry that pierced the clouds. Boom! Suddenly layers of translucent black flames surged up from its bare, tender flesh. The black flames were eerie and dark, not like ordinary flames that were scorching and blinding, but exuded a chilling pressure that devoured spiritual energy and extinguished life, fiercely enveloping its entire body. Amidst the surging flames, a miracle quietly occurred. New feathers shining black began to grow rapidly and cover its entire body at a visible speed. The feather bones were as hard as iron. The black feathers glimmered like ink, layered upon layer, covering its body, giving it a chilling and high-quality texture, exuding an aura of killing intent. Moments later, as the flames gradually receded, a completely renewed and majestic spiritual bird stood proudly upon the spirit-gathering altar. Its entire body was covered in sleek, sharp black feathers, its black claws gleaming coldly, and the originally dark bird eyes now held flecks of light golden sheen, cold and imposing, shedding all semblance of clumsiness and youth. Its demeanor transformed from that of a clumsy, jealous, home-loving goose to that of a fierce and commanding dark knight. Lu Jing looked it up and down, scanning it several times, ultimately unable to hold back and bursting into laughter. "Well, you can no longer be called Dao of Beasts. Let's just rename you Dao." He focused intently on probing Dao of Beasts' current bloodline and spiritual root, but the more he probed, the more puzzled he became. This new form was entirely beyond all the types of spiritual beasts he knew, and even the original goose form was completely unrecognizable. Not bad, although the color has changed, it's not ugly." Lu Jing nodded in satisfaction, curiosity shining in his eyes as he asked, "Dao, now that you've just evolved, have you unlocked any new skills? Show me your skills." Upon hearing this, the newly transformed black divine bird raised its head and flapped its wings, the broad black feathers creating a chilling gust of wind as it looked down at Lu Jing, then let out another soft call, "Ga." This call was not loud, even gentle. But the moment the sound reached Lu Jing's ears, his mind went blank. In an instant, the world spun around him. His soul seemed to be struck by 1,000 heavy hammers, leaving his mind empty, his consciousness hazy and scattered, as he stood frozen in place, eyes dazed, his entire spiritual power momentarily stilled. The sounds of the wind, the movements of the spiritual beasts, the flow of spiritual energy were all isolated from him, leaving only endless dizziness and heaviness. This was not an ordinary call. It was a soul attack that directly targeted the essence. After being dazed for 3 to 5 minutes, Lu Jing suddenly snapped back to reality, gasping in shock, his eyes bursting with ecstatic joy. A soul attack. It's actually an extremely rare soul-type divine ability. His heart raced wildly, excitement overwhelming him. Injuries to the physical body and losses in spiritual power could be treated with medicine and methods, but soul damage has always been the most difficult to heal and the most perilous injury in the cultivation world. Ordinary spiritual beast attacks might only hurt skin and bones, draining one's spiritual power, but Dao of Beasts called directly attacked the soul. If facing an enemy, one cry would leave them dazed, losing combat effectiveness before the battle even began. This was simply an unbeatable divine skill. Lu Jing's eyes burned with intensity, staring fixedly at Dao, unable to contain his impatience as he asked, "Are there any other abilities? Can that black fire attack? Show me again." Dao tilted its black head, its golden eyes blinking, then gently shook its head, letting out a few low, hoarse Ga sounds. Through the bond of their bloodline contract, Lu Jing instantly understood its meaning. With its current strength, the black fire could only be used once in a short time, capable of burning the enemy's soul, eerie and dangerous. Even with just this one skill, it was already an unbeatable trump card. Lu Jing was instantly ecstatic, unable to keep his composure. He rushed forward, disregarding Dao's imposing aura of black feathers, directly leaping up to hug its massive neck and planting 2 loud kisses on its handsome bird head. "I've struck it rich. I really struck it rich." Lu Jing laughed until he couldn't close his mouth, his heart screaming wildly, with a domineering declaration echoing in his mind. "The heavens did not give birth to me, Lu Jing. The great Dao is eternal like the long night. What luck and heavenly pride, what destined child. With my Dao, by having this unbeatable soul-killing technique, no one can challenge me. I am the true destined protagonist." Xiaoqing bounced over, gently rubbing against Dao's wings, filled with curiosity and admiration. The golden-eating locust swarm in the distance was completely stunned, collectively frozen on the flesh mountain, instantly more competitive. Even their leader was desperately evolving to increase its power. This group of lowly insects would completely fall behind if they didn't make an effort. Only the little mountain, just waking up, rolled over and continued to sleep perfectly, missing the miraculous transformation of its companion, still the most laid-back king of the Wanling Tower. Meanwhile, Dahei, taken by surprise by its owner's sudden kisses, slightly stiffened, a hint of shyness flashing through its golden pupils before proudly raising its head and soaring high into the sky. Though still proud, the dark spiritual energy flowing around it had already proclaimed, Dabai remains the strongest. Why are you so unwilling to change? What difference could there be between Dahei and Dabai? Can you please stop making a fuss? In the Wanling Tower, Dabai listened to Lu Jing's teasing voice. Dahei, which was soaring in the sky, suddenly braked sharply, its dark wings flapping fiercely, stirring up a chilling breeze as it landed directly in front of Lu Jing. At this moment it was adorned in glossy black feathers, its golden eyes cold and piercing, radiating an intense aura of menace. Truly the epitome of a high-cold, fierce bird. Gah! I refuse. Dabai puffed up its bird head, staring at Lu Jing with its round golden eyes, displaying an arrogant demeanor of, if you dare to change my name, I will make a fuss with you to the end, with its wings awkwardly held at its sides, resembling a little girl. Thinking of the Honghu clan, which was often rumored to have same-sex relationships, Lu Jing couldn't help but feel a bit worried. With such a large and straight goose at home, how could it become more feminine? No, this inappropriate trend must be curbed. As for what to name it, that has become less important now. Beside them, Shaoqing shook its soft, sticky deer hooves, nudging Dabei's black wings, and a clear deer call gently rang out, as if it was softly mediating the quarrel. If you like Dabai, then let's call it Dabai, but you must swear to me that from now on you won't make a fuss about this anymore. Lu Jing looked at Dabai with a serious expression. This inappropriate trend must not appear in the Wanling Tower. Gah! Dabai looked at Lu Jing with confusion, unsure of what had suddenly gotten into him. Ahem, it's fine from now on, you just need to act a bit more masculine. If you continue to be so feminine, you can forget about eating any pills in the future. After thinking for a while, Lu Jing wasn't sure how to explain, so he could only speak vaguely. Gah! Dabai, upon receiving a satisfactory answer, immediately spread its wings, lifting its head high, the grievances in its golden eyes wiped away, replaced with a sense of pride. It didn't understand what its master was suddenly thinking, but retaining its name was already achieving its goal. It strode proudly in place, fully displaying its aura, as if it had just won a monumental victory. In the distance, the swarm of golden-eating locusts on the Flesh Mountain watched the whole scene, their numerous insect heads nodding in unison as the Locust King somewhat lazily let out a low hum, continuing to drift in and out of sleep. The little mountain continued to sleep soundly, ignoring all the commotion around it, even snoring away. However, anyone who got close could feel the hot flow of blood within its body. Lu Jing smiled and shook his head, raised his hand, and waved gently, dispersing the soothing spiritual light to calm the restless spirit beasts in the tower, who were eager to watch the excitement. Then he carefully collected the white feathers one by one. He had been eyeing Dabei's feathers for a long time. Unlike other spirit birds that occasionally shed a few feathers, Da, by being a body cultivator, continuously refined its feathers and treated them as treasures. Now that he had finally managed to collect some of its leg feathers, he planned to ask the senior sisters at Han, Can Peak, to make himself a set of feather clothes. With his own heroic demeanor, it would surely shame some of the less favorable members in the sect. As for those soft inner down feathers, he could just pretend to keep them, sending them back to his mother. Not only would they keep her warm, but the contained spiritual energy could also nourish her body. After fussing over Dabei's bloodline evolution, tranquility finally returned to the Wanling Tower. Lu Jing also set aside his playful thoughts, preparing to delve deeply into the art of alchemy. During his 2 years at the Blackwater Lake, he worked hard to improve his cultivation and repeatedly honed his basic skills. By the second year, he had successfully refined a cleansing marrow pill, firmly stepping into the ranks of first-tier high-grade alchemists. Being able to refine a first-tier high-grade pill at the 7th level of chi refinement, even within the sect, was considered. It is important to note that even some alchemists breaking through to foundation establishment were not guaranteed to succeed in refining first-tier high-grade pills. Facing completely unfamiliar pill formulas provided by the sect, ordinary cultivators might take several days to refine them. However, for him, refining first-tier mid-grade and low-grade pills posed no difficulty whatsoever. It was merely a matter of familiarizing himself with the properties of the herbs and controlling the heat. Lu Jing's fingertips glimmered with spiritual light as 2 yellowed ancient pill formulas floated in midair, precisely depicting the refining patterns for the revival pill and the rejuvenation pill. Both of these pills are first-tier mid-grade, not considered top-tier, but they are the most popular pills within the sect. The revival pill quickly replenishes spiritual power, while the rejuvenation pill specializes in treating external injuries. As long as sect disciples possess these pills in battle, it is equivalent to having an extra life. Imagine the enemy has exhausted their spiritual power, while with a single pill in his stomach he returns to full strength. The despair of the enemy must be immense. Having severely injured the enemy only to have them heal completely with a single pill, how frustrating would that be? He meticulously scanned each line of annotations and every crucial point on the pill formulas. The content recorded in the pill formulas is not very detailed. The basic steps are written rather generically. However, for Lu Jing, these foundational rules were already deeply ingrained, almost second nature, making it unnecessary to study word for word. In the next moment, he activated his incredible ability for dual focus, keeping his gaze on the pill formulas to memorize all the refining details, while another part of his spiritual force quietly sank down, precisely activating the ground fire furnace. With a soft hum, the crimson flames quietly flickered, slowly flowing along the patterns on the furnace, thoroughly preheating the ancient pill furnace. The furnace body maintained a uniform and stable temperature with the heat perfectly controlled. Lu Jing casually took out the prepared materials including the raw bone flower dewgrass and spirit pattern root, letting his fingertips lightly brush over them. His extraordinary spiritual consciousness functioned like a precise instrument, meticulously stripping away the impurities from each herb, accurately capturing the purest properties of the materials methodically and efficiently decomposing and refining them. Ordinary alchemists need to carefully control the fire and slowly extract the properties, or a moment's negligence could cause the medicinal power to dissipate and the materials to be ruined. Yet Lu Jing completely bypassed this cumbersome process. As his spiritual consciousness swept over the herbs, the impurities were eliminated and the medicinal properties refined in one seamless motion. In an instant, several complete herbs transformed into drops of clear, pure medicinal liquid quietly floating in the pill furnace. Various colored medicinal liquids flowed according to the furnace's trajectory, gently colliding and perfectly blending with not a hint of medicinal power conflict. The entire process was smooth and fluid, not at all sluggish. The furnace fire quietly refined the mixture with the medicinal power continuously merging without the turbulence of an explosion or the anxiety of failure, only a stable and smooth phenomenon of alchemy. After just 2 hours, the previously tightly closed pill furnace suddenly trembled gently. A rich and elegant medicinal fragrance instantly burst forth, permeating the entire Wanling Tower. The sweet aroma mingled with dense spiritual energy, extraordinarily pleasant. It worked. Lu Jing raised his hand to extinguish the furnace fire, using his fingers to draw on the spiritual light, gently lifting the lid of the furnace. 5 round plump pills lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace, glistening and translucent, the medicinal patterns clearly swirling, full of spiritual energy. 5 pills, each perfectly formed with a rich medicinal fragrance. What was even more eye-catching was that one of the pills was transparent with condensed medicinal patterns, its quality directly surpassing the ordinary standard, reaching the level of mid-grade. Lu Jing raised his hand to levitate the pills, pinching the round rejuvenation pill between his fingers, a hint of pride evident in his eyes as he pretended to be calm and muttered to himself, "Not bad, not bad. The first time refining a new formula, 0 failures, and produced a mid-grade quality pill. This is decent enough, fitting for my alchemical talent." Even as he claimed it was decent, he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes, his arrogant attitude fully on display. With such talent, why shouldn't he be proud? Leaving aside the quality, just the speed of refining pills would make completing sect tasks feel like child's play. In order to accurately test the healing effect of the rejuvenation pill, Lu Jing planned to test it personally. His gaze swept over the swarm of golden-eating locusts on the flesh mountain, which were frantically devouring food. With a flick of his fingers, a small locust was pulled into his palm from a distance. "Little bug, help me out, and I'll reward you with high-grade spiritual scraps." As Lu Jing finished speaking, he directly the small locust, having received the order, wasted no time, and adhering to the excellent tradition of hard work within the locust swarm, opened its tiny mandibles and bit down hard on Lu Jing's arm. With a soft sizzle, Lu Jing practiced the Jiaoshi body forging technique. His body was far more resilient than cultivators of the same rank, with faint scales instinctively appearing on his surface, maximizing his defense. The small locust's hard mandibles nearly shattered against him. Lu Jing, feeling a bit apologetic, gathered his spiritual power within and encouraged the little creature. The little locust did not let him down. After several efforts to bite, Lu Jing's arm was left with torn flesh and blood seeping out, the painful stinging sensation clearly transmitted, making the wound look quite messy. "That's enough." Lu Jing raised his hand to release the little locust. The little creature shook its head and flew back to the swarm, just about to show off when, under the gaze of the locust king, it quietly crawled on the ground. Lu Jing took out a feeding spirit pill and placed it on the locust's antenna, then immediately swallowed a freshly made rejuvenation pill in one go. The pill was smooth and rich, its potent medicinal power instantly flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his body and rushing toward the injured spot on his arm. The previously mangled and reddened wound visibly healed, scabbing and smoothing out at an observable pace, the damaged flesh quickly regenerating with all traces of blood disappearing. Within just a few breaths, the skin on his arm returned to its original state, smooth and delicate, with not even a faint scar left. The medicinal effect was immediate. It tastes good and the recovery speed is extremely fast, but the heat was a bit too high and there were some issues with the integration of the Lingji grass and bloodvine flowers' medicinal effects. Next time I absolutely must not make the same mistake. Looking at his perfectly fine arm, Lu Jing could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and broke into a wide grin, his eyes brimming with soaring confidence. "I'm indeed a ancien millennium alchemy genius." In the Wanling Tower there were no outsiders. Lu Jing was never stingy with self-praise. Moreover, the most important thing was that his speed of refining pills far surpassed that of ordinary alchemists, undoubtedly saving him a lot of time. If he could maintain this pace and tighten the control over the quality of the pills at most within 10 days to half a month, he could complete a month's worth of sect tasks. He could even do so without affecting his own cultivation. Within the Lotus Courtyard, there was a profound silence. For the next 3 months, the Wanling Tower completely transformed into Lu Jing's personal alchemy workshop. He entered a frenzied state of relentless dedication where each day began with alchemy and ended with pondering the timing, leading to a monotonous yet extreme lifestyle. When his spiritual energy was depleted, he would casually grab a recovery pill and swallow it, instantly flooding his limbs with immense spiritual power. If his soul felt sore and fatigued, he would draw a drop of moonlight divine water to nourish his spirit, dispelling the heat and drowsiness, restoring clarity to his mind. Such an intense round-the-clock alchemical rhythm would have left an ordinary alchemist's soul drained, their body poisoned by elixirs, completely incapacitated. Only Lu Jing, possessing a divine soul and moonlight divine water, could endure the relentless refining day and night. The high-intensity effort resulted in terrifyingly visible progress. In just 3 short months, Lu Jing's alchemy skills made a qualitative leap. All first-grade low-quality and medium-quality elixirs were now perfected in his hands, guaranteed to be of top quality with few defects. The rich and lingering fragrance of the elixirs wafted day and night, filling the entire Wanling Tower. The spiritual energy wrapped in the aroma of the medicines spread everywhere, making the tower a unique haven for cultivation. The state of the spiritual beasts in the tower also became particularly lively alongside the pervasive fragrance of the elixirs. The once slothful king of laziness, Little Mountain, who would sleep endlessly, completely broke his sleeping vows. At this moment, the hefty spirit-soiled giant turtle lay sprawled not far from Lu Jing, its large mouth wide open, drooling profusely, while its dazed stone-like eyes were fixed intently on the alchemy furnace, not blinking even once. Its pitiful appearance resembled a begging husky, and if it weren't for its lack of agility, Lu Jing would have worried it might crawl into the furnace. Lu Jing teased Little Mountain as one would a puppy, occasionally flicking his fingers to send over the slightly flawed elixirs he had previously refined. Each time, Little Mountain would instantly perk up, stretching its head out to catch the elixir accurately, happily swallowing it down with a mouthful of deliciousness. Lu Jing had never been stingy with this little fellow. Human cultivators were wary of the elixir poison accumulating in their bodies, hindering their cultivation. But spiritual beasts were different. They were tough-skinned and strong-bodied, naturally immune to poisons. This slight elixir poison was insignificant to them. Little Mountain's bloodline had returned to its roots. As long as it contained spiritual energy, it could probably even eat poop. However, its obsequious demeanor was somewhat unsightly. Can you imagine a rockery acting like a puppy to please you? However, only Little Mountain had such a craving. The other spiritual beasts were completely unfazed by the elixir fragrance. The newly transformed Big White remained proudly aloof, its long dark wings sharp and chilling, patrolling high in the sky, each day its aura cold and intimidating. Despite the tower being filled with the fragrance of elixirs, and Little Mountain's clumsy begging, it always held its head high, its golden eyes surveying the surroundings, refusing to adopt the humble posture of begging. Big White relied on its strength to stand firm, never resorting to cuteness to gain elixirs. Of course, this did not include the water-patterned clam pearl used to nourish its divine soul. Now his physical body was strong, and his divine soul even stronger. In the entire Wanling Tower, only he and Little Qing were qualified to absorb sunlight divine water and moonlight divine water. Little Qing consumed it to compensate for its innate deficiencies, while he indulged solely because of Lu Jing's favoritism. The soft and adorable Little Qing showed no interest in elixirs, preferring to munch on the tender buds of the spiritual trees daily, absorbing pure plant essence, obediently sitting aside and watching the commotion, serene and well-behaved. The most puzzling aspect for Lu Jing was the king of golden-eating locusts deep within the Flesh Mountain. For 3 whole months, the entire horde of locusts was still frantically devouring flesh and multiplying, yet the Locust King remained withdrawn, completely trapped in deep sleep, without a hint of movement. However, through the bond of the bloodline contract, Lu Jing could distinctly sense that this seemingly dormant little creature was undergoing a silent and tremendous transformation within, with its bloodline rapidly consolidating. Lu Jing could only secretly rejoice at this. It was indeed the bloodline of an ancient wonder insect. There was no need to feed it resources or nurture it, as it was rolling in its own transformation, enjoying the benefits without any effort. Such a good thing was almost dreamlike. However, he did not realize that at the core of the Flesh Mountain a rich crimson hue had appeared at some unknown time, and the Insect King was sleeping within that scarlet. The days quietly passed by in the routine of alchemy and observing the spiritual beasts. After 3 months of seclusion, Lu Jing raised his hand to wipe the grime off his face, looking at his hands filled with the fruits of his alchemical skills, and he stretched out in satisfaction. Then he summoned the spiritual spring to thoroughly cleanse himself within the Wanling Tower, washing away the medicinal and smoky scents, and changed into a clean outer disciple's green robe. Only then did he leisurely step out of the Wanling Tower, sit in the courtyard, and pour himself a cup of tea, preparing to enjoy the rare leisure time. But just as he steadied his teacup, and before he could savor the fragrance of the tea, a hurried figure rushed in. "Lu Shidi, I finally found you." It was Qian Duodua, looking anxious and hurried. Seeing Lu Jing leisurely sipping tea, he couldn't help but feel amused yet bewildered. "How can you be so calm on such an important day? At this time, shouldn't we be leaving?" Lu Jing paused, his hand holding the teacup, looking confused as he raised his eyes. "Leave? Where to? I have no tasks or trials recently, why should I leave?" Now it was Qian Duoduo's turn to be puzzled. He widened his eyes, staring at Lu Jing's innocent face in disbelief, saying, "Of course we're going to the Foundation Establishment Feast. Senior brother Zhang Zhongyi has successfully established his foundation today and is throwing a banquet for fellow disciples. Who in the outer sect doesn't know? You've been hiding here oblivious to everything." "Old Zhang. Foundation Establishment Feast." Lu Jing was completely stunned, filled with confusion. "No one told me, and no one sent me an invitation. Are you kidding me? Qian Duo exclaimed incredulously, for senior brother Zhang's foundation establishment feast. Maybe others aren't qualified, but you definitely can't be left out. You are his nephew, how could he not invite you? Lu Jing finally realized, feeling both amused and helpless. Ever since he came out of the Merit Tower last time, old Zhang rushed back to break through to foundation establishment, and before he left he only shoved a block of ancient token engraved with dragon patterns into Lu Jing's hand, without mentioning a word about the banquet. Let alone the time and place of the feast, he didn't even know where Zhang Zhongyi lived, making him a complete outsider. Could it be that senior brother Zhang was so excited about his breakthrough that he forgot? Qian Duo observed Lu Jing's genuinely puzzled expression, confirming that he wasn't making excuses, and scratched his head. After a brief thought, he gritted his teeth and grabbed Lu Jing's arm. Whether he forgot or not, you absolutely can't miss this lively banquet and networking opportunity. Given your relationship with senior brother Zhang, it would only be natural for you to attend. He wouldn't dare to throw you out in public. Hurry. If we delay, we'll miss the main event. Hey, Qian Shixiang, don't rush me. I just settled down here. Lu Jing stumbled a step as he was forcefully pulled, internally surprised. After these days of diligently practicing the Jiaoshi body refining art, and being nourished by sunlight, divine water, and protection pills, his physical strength far surpassed that of other cultivators of the same rank. Usually no one could pull him, yet unexpectedly Qian Duo, looking plump and amiable, had such surprising strength, clearly a hidden expert. Stop chattering. Hurry up. Qian Duo briskly dragged him out, while straightforwardly explaining, wearing a look of concern for Lu Jing, I know you well. You spend all day in seclusion refining pills and cultivating without understanding the ways of the sect. This foundation establishment feast is the best networking event. Many brothers and sisters from both outer and inner sects will be present. Familiarizing yourself with them will make it much easier for you in future sect tasks, resource applications, and dealings. Uncle Zhang is related to you, which opens up more avenues for you. Who knows, it might provide you with an extra path in the future. Lu Jing couldn't help but smile wryly. Fair enough, that reasoning made sense, and he was indeed somewhat curious about what old Zhang's foundation establishment feast would be like. Alright, stop pulling me. I'll go. He raised his hand to break free from Qian Duo's grip, focusing his mind to summon Big White. Last time riding with Qian Duo on a flying pig was stable, but that pig, while having decent bloodlines and a gentle nature, was simply lacking in appearance. Occasionally riding it was still somewhat novel, but doing so repeatedly was quite the eyesore. If word got out, it might be misunderstood that he had a peculiar taste, and he couldn't afford to lose face. Buzz! A gust of dark cold wind swept by, and a pitch-black flowing light suddenly flashed. Big White landed gracefully, its sleek black feathers glistening. Its entire body shimmered like ink, with cold golden eyes containing a fierce presence. Surrounding it was a faint aura of killing intent, majestic and powerful, exuding an air far beyond that of ordinary spiritual beasts. Qian Duo, who was about to mount his flying pig, instantly widened his pupils, staring at Big White with a look of astonishment, his gaze darting back and forth, filled with incredulity. He was a merchant, a qualified one at that. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had seen countless beasts. Not only could he recognize many spiritual beasts from the outer sect, but he could also identify the types and backgrounds of many inner sect disciples' beasts. Yet the pitch-black divine bird before him, with its uniquely fierce demeanor and strange pressure, left him utterly perplexed. As he racked his brain for any recollection from the spiritual beast tomes, he couldn't find a match for it, not a hint of its origin. A mutated spiritual bird. No, this bloodline aura far exceeds that of ordinary mutated beasts. A ferocious beast. No, that's not right. A ferocious beast can't be domesticated. Qian Duo muttered to himself, his eyes wide with amazement. Lu Jing merely smiled faintly, not intentionally explaining the secret of Big White's bloodline transformation, casually waving his hand. Senior brother, please lead the way. With that, he leaped gracefully and landed firmly on Big White's broad black-feathered back. Big White raised its head and flapped its wings, a cold, fierce wind swirling up as its dark silhouette shot into the sky, displaying a majestic and grand demeanor. Suppressing his intense curiosity, Qian Duo no longer asked questions. He climbed onto his sturdy flying pig, urging the spiritual beast to follow closely, and they sped toward the sect square where the banquet was held. Two figures, one clad in black and the other in gray, sliced through the sky and landed steadily before the majestic entrance of Tianlong Peak. The entire Tianlong Peak was infused with spiritual energy, devoid of the eerie insect cries from the Bug Peak or the enticing fragrance from the Fox Peak. The whole expanse was pristine, weighed down by a solemn grandeur. Mingyang Palace was extraordinarily impressive, with white jade steps, golden beams, and glazed tiles reflecting brilliant rays of light under the sky. Inside the hall, dragon carvings wrapped around the pillars and auspicious clouds hung from the ceiling, exuding a sense of magnificence and grandeur. Tianlong Peak held a unique status, and ordinary outer sect disciples might never set foot here in their lifetime. Today, taking advantage of Zhang Zongyi's foundation establishment banquet, a group of disciples was granted special access, each one stretching their necks like country bumpkins in a grand garden, their eyes darting around, voicing whispers of amazement. Many raised their hands to touch the cool, smooth white jade railings, or gazed up at the vividly carved dragon patterns on the ceiling, their faces filled with curiosity, fearful of missing any sight. Old Zhang has quite the character. I can't believe so many came to support him. Lu Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the continuous stream of guests, and he couldn't help but exclaim softly. After 3 months of closed-door alchemy, he had grown accustomed to the tranquility of the Wanling Tower, and suddenly encountering such a lively scene left him feeling somewhat out of place. Qian Duoduo raised his hand to collect the flying pig, his chubby palm shaking as he produced a folding fan from seemingly nowhere. With a swift motion, he opened it, revealing a landscape painted in ink flowing across the fan's surface. He deliberately straightened his back and pretended to be profound, fanning himself with an air of someone well-connected and worldly. Junior brother, you just don't understand. Master Zhang is straightforward and kind, never putting on airs, and he is well regarded among both the outer and inner sects. Now that he has successfully established his foundation, those willing to come and support him naturally number countless. The two stepped into the inner hall of Ningyang Palace, which was already filled with guests, bustling with noise. Various disciples gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing, exchanging cultivation insights, or discussing trivial matters of the sect. The atmosphere was originally lively and harmonious. Lu Jing had been in seclusion for 3 months, almost severing all connections with the sect. Looking around, he saw many unfamiliar faces and obediently followed behind Qian Duodua, becoming a little psychic throughout. Qian Duoduo was quite diligent, practically a walking encyclopedia of sect connections, his eyes darting quickly around the venue as he lowered his voice to explain each person. Do you see that man in the green robe over there? He is Master Luo from the White Tiger Peak, a solid foundation establishment cultivator who broke through 2 years ago. He is generous and righteous and has a great relationship with your uncle, so you can be close to him when you meet him. And that senior brother in gray robes in the corner is Wang, a genius of the Divine Camel Peak, a master in artifact crafting, one of the top artifact makers in the outer sect, and many inner sect brothers wish to befriend him. Lu Jing silently nodded, secretly astonished. The Beastmaster sect truly lived up to its reputation as the premier sect of the southern region, with a terrifying depth. In the outside world, geniuses with 3 spirit roots valued as foundation establishment seeds by cultivation families were hard to come by, yet here they were in abundance. A foundation establishment cultivators were not scarce at all, truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. As he pondered silently, a familiar, slightly plump figure came into view. Uncle Lu. Lu Jing's eyes lit up as in the crowd Elder Lu turned at the sound, and upon seeing Lu Jing, his round face suddenly stiffened, his pupils slightly contracted, and his expression quickly filled with astonishment. Then his brow furrowed tightly, revealing a complex look. Xiao Jing, what are you doing here? This reaction was not quite right. Lu Jing paused, a sense of unease rising in his heart, and he asked in confusion, Uncle Lu, why can't I come? Old Zhang's foundation establishment is a great joy, though it's only natural for me to come to congratulate him. He wore an innocent expression, completely oblivious to any issues. Beside him, Qian Duod was still fanning himself, suddenly froze. The folding fan snapped shut with a clap, the calm demeanor on his face vanished, and he scratched his head, awkwardly realizing from Lu Jing's expression that there must be more to this matter. Elder Lu looked at the bewildered Lu Jing, then at the evasive and guilty expression of Qian Duoduo. He couldn't help but chuckle and walked over, rubbing his forehead in a tone filled with helplessness and bitterness. Silly child, Zhang Zhongyi specifically chose the day you were in closed-door cultivation for the banquet just to avoid you. He turned and shot an annoyed glare at Qian Duoduo. It must have been you meddling that brought him here. I advised you long ago not to tell Lu Jing about this, you just wouldn't listen. Qian Duoduo's face turned guilty, rubbing his hands awkwardly, and repeatedly bowed in apology to Lu Jing. I'm sorry, junior brother. I was reckless, I truly didn't know there was something more to this. Lu Jing was completely baffled, full of confusion. Avoid me. Old Zhang's foundation establishment is a monumental event, why would he want to dodge me? Am I going to ruin his banquet or something? He questioned himself, believing he had a good relationship with Zhang Zhongyi, who treated him warmly and kindly. He couldn't fathom why Zhang would choose to hold the banquet secretly while he was in seclusion, as if trying to evade disaster. Elder Lu waved his hand, his expression cryptic, not directly explaining the reason, but gazing at the main seat of the banquet with a sigh. You'll find out soon enough, just wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp, cold voice echoed through the bustling Mingyang Palace. It instantly drowned out the sounds of conversation, rendering the enormous hall eerily silent. Everyone here today has come to congratulate Zhang Zhongyi on his successful foundation establishment, but I see that Zhang Shixiang is rather arrogant, not placing us fellow disciples in his eyes, is he? Turning to look, they saw a well-dressed young man stepping out from the top position in the hall. This person was handsome with delicate features, but his long, narrow eyes were sinister, filled with a sense of arrogance, and he exuded an aura that kept people at bay. It was none other than Li Chang'an, a prominent figure within the inner sect. He cast a disdainful glance over the gathered guests, a smirk curving his lips, his voice not loud, but resonant enough to reach every corner. As the host, having broken through to foundation establishment, you throw a grand banquet to invite everyone, yet not a single one of us has seen you from start to finish. In this grand banquet of foundation establishment, there was no music or dance to entertain, nor were there exquisite delicacies to treat the guests. The tables were filled only with ordinary spirit fruits and plain tea. This meager offering is meant to send off fellow disciples who came to congratulate. Zhang Shixiang's ambition is indeed too small and too dismissive of everyone present. Every word carried a provocative tone aimed squarely at the newly successful Zhang Zhongyi, filled with tension. All the guests, being cultivators, were perceptive enough to recognize that he was deliberately stirring trouble, fanning the flames. The crowd exchanged glances, no one dared to respond. The atmosphere in the grand hall suddenly grew thick, with an undercurrent surging, all eyes fixated on Li Chang'an waiting for the ensuing drama. In that moment of suffocating silence, a fierce wild beast's roar suddenly exploded from outside the hall. Roar! It shook the palace's golden tiles and made the candle flames flicker. Following the beast's roar was a coarse, unrestrained scolding that crashed into everyone's ears. Li Chang'an, with that pitiful gift you sent, do you think you can critique us here? If you truly want to see some excitement, why not dig up your old mother buried in the ground to dance in a funeral gown for you, giving you a The voice was domineering and fierce, instantly shattering the oppressive atmosphere in the hall. All present suddenly widened their eyes, turning to look toward the entrance, their faces filled with shock. Boom! A deafening, earth-shaking explosion crashed down, sending a fine layer of dust cascading from the glazed tiles of Mingyang Palace. Before the crowd could recover from that ferocious, unbridled curse, a colossal snow-white beast surged into view, its massive form eclipsing the light at the palace gate as it landed with thunderous force. It was an aberrant crocodiliangio hybrid, defying all mortal conceptions of form, its entire body sheathed in overlapping snow-white scales that gleamed with a cold, jade-like chill, jagged dragon-like spines arrayed with precise symmetry along its spine, sharp, menacing, and primordial. Spiraling horns erupted from its crown. Towering, grotesquely ornate, and fiercely dominant, its limbs were thick and powerfully muscled, its tail long, sinewy, and whipcord taut, having long shed the clumsy, sluggish bulk of ordinary crocodiles. Its posture was lithe, regal, exuding the innate majesty of a geodragon soaring through mist-laden clouds. Spiraling horns erupted from its crown. Towering, grotesquely ornate, and fiercely dominant, its limbs were thick and powerfully muscled, its tail long, sinewy, and whipcord taut, having long shed the clumsy, sluggish bulk of ordinary crocodiles. An overwhelming aura of primeval savagery surged across the hall, a crushing bestial pressure that made several outer sect disciples, their cultivation shallow, gasp for breath and instinctively shrink back, necks drawn tight. Upon the broad snow-white back of the crocodiliangio stood a figure clad in white. Zhang Zhongyi wore a simple, pristine sect robe embroidered with silken motifs, his sleeves billowed fiercely in the wind. The gentle, affable face he usually wore had vanished, replaced by sharp, commanding features and an upright, unbending stance like a pine tree piercing the mountain mist. His entire being radiated the confidence and authority of a foundation establishment cultivator. Zhang Zhongyi, dare you threaten me? You, a mere newly ascended foundation establishment cultivator, truly believe one step has elevated you to dominion over me? Li Chang'an froze rigid on the spot. His refined, handsome face twisted instantly, the arrogance in his eyes dissolving into stunned disbelief. That disbelief lasted barely half a breath before erupting into pure, incandescent fury and madness. Is this the first time I've cursed you? Humph. Zhang Zhongyi scoffed, his expression utterly unruffled, disdain spilling so openly from his gaze it seemed almost theatrical. Arrogant, yet deeply satisfying. I've simply chosen not to dignify your noise with attention before. Your shrillness grates, your pettiness is beneath contempt. What? Must I consult the almanac before cursing you? Today marks my foundation establishment celebration, and you dare arrive to provoke. Do you truly think Zhang Zhongyi lacks temper? You wretched bastard. You really think I fear you? Li Chang'an exploded, his composure as the cultivated young master shattered entirely. A roar ripped from his throat, raw and unfiltered. His foundation establishment cultivation erupted outward, a torrent of golden spiritual energy surging around him like churning tides, whipping his embroidered robes into violent flaps. In the next instant he flicked his wide azure sleeve, whereupon a blinding golden light shot forth. SSSS. A clear, domineering geodragon's cry pierced the hall, shaking the candle flames into frantic tremors. A golden geodragon thick as an adult's forearm coiled into view. Its scales burnished gold, gleaming brilliantly, its eyes emerald green like polished jade, its whiskers drifting gracefully. Pure, potent golden chi swirled about its form as it settled upon Li Chang'an's shoulder. Head held high, fangs bared, glaring fiercely at the white crocodiliangio across the hall, roaring defiant challenges while unleashing waves of overwhelming bloodline authority. Disciples well-versed in arcane lore drew sharp breaths, shock blazing in their eyes. No one failed to recognize this spirit beast. This was no common Jai serpent. It was a genuine juvenile dragon. Across the entire cultivation world, dragon bloodline inheritances ranked among the rarest and most supreme lineages, beginning at Tier 3, without exception innately superior to all beasts and scaled creatures, and virtually unmatched within its cultivation level, a truly irreplaceable elite spirit companion. At once every guest grew solemn. All understood Li Chang'an's wrath was genuine. He intended to leverage his spirit beast dominance and humiliate Zhang Zhongyi publicly at his own foundation establishment banquet. Afraid of you? Huh. A cast-off runt, scavenged from a dragon's den, barely clinging to life, dares strut before me. The white crocodiliangio, far from recoiling, lifted its massive head, its maw lined with serrated fangs yawning wide as it unleashed a deafening savage roar. Its bellow was deep, sovereign, and saturated with the terrifying aura of a primordial spirit beast, overpowering even the golden geodragon's cry, violently agitating the golden chi swirling within the hall. Two peerless bloodline auras collided violently at the hall's center, clashing with titanic force, rattling tables and chairs, making fruits and teacups tremble upon their stands. The very air inside Mingyang Palace turned glacial and razor-edged, tension coiled like drawn steel, so thick, so suffocating that none dared draw breath. As the two Foundation establishment spirit beasts bristled for battle, war hung suspended, mere instants from ignition. At that hair-trigger moment, when tension reached its unbearable apex, a languid, unhurried male voice drifted calmly across the hall, neither loud nor soft, yet piercing effortlessly through both monstrous roars, settling with crystalline clarity in every ear. Zhongyi, today is your Foundation establishment celebration. Shall outsiders witness the shame of Tianlong Peak? From among the guests stepped Luo Shirshu of Xinhu Peak, relaxed in posture, serene in expression, his eyes carrying a faint, effortless nonchalance. He neither activated his cultivation nor summoned any spirit beast, no oppressive aura leaked from his frame, appearing utterly ordinary, like a casual observer merely enjoying the spectacle. Yet that single weightless sentence carried an invisible, profound gravitas, silencing the entire hall. Zhang Zhongyi's brow furrowed slightly, his murderous aura vanished in a flash, his turbulent spiritual energy retreating inward as he suppressed his urge to strike. Li Chang'an, still towering with golden Jia-dragon perched defiantly upon his shoulder, stiffened abruptly. The wildfire of madness in his chest cooled sharply, his fierce aura forcibly reined in. They locked eyes, cold electric sparks still crackling between them, yet neither dared escalate further. With identical contemptuous snorts, they each withdrew, stepping back in unison. The assembled crowd exchanged odd glances. No wonder he was called Luo the Tiger of Baihu Peak. Such quiet, effortless authority dwarfed anything a newly ascended Foundation establishment cultivator could muster. Zhang Zhongyi strode back to the banquet's central seat and slammed down heavily, his gaze locking onto Li Chang'an below with venomous intensity, as if etching a lifelong grudge into memory. His voice, gritted and seething, echoed through the hall. Li Chang'an, you orphan cur. You've ruined my banquet, and I'll remember this debt. Don't let me catch you alone. I'll beat your bowels out if you're lucky to keep them intact. That brutally candid, earthy threat instantly dissolved the lethal tension. Many disciples stifled nervous chuckles, shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Yet Li Chang'an showed no fear. In fact, he seized the moment like a perfect opening, laughing aloud with biting mocking. He smoothed his robe, ruffled by surging spiritual energy, then tilted his head upward, meeting Zhang Zhongyi's glare from the central seat with open provocation. His voice, sharp and piercing, rang across the hall. Strike me. Zhang Zhongyi, do you even qualify? His tone shifted abruptly, cutting precise, each word honed like a blade. Tianlong Peak enforces strictest discipline. Its disciples are selected sparingly, each a prodigy, meticulously chosen from thousands. You've barely secured your Foundation establishment position, and already you issue exclusive Tianlong Peak tokens, reserving internal quotas without authorization. Who do you think you are? A mere new Foundation establishment cultivator. Dare you presume yourself Peak Master wielding absolute authority? A collective gasp rippled through the hall. All eyes darted instantly toward Lu Jing, standing near the entrance. Curious, probing, astonished, all converging upon him like arrows finding their mark. Lu Jing stood rooted, utterly bewildered, like a man suddenly thrust on a stage without script or cue. He'd been quietly observing, munching metaphorical melon seeds. How had the firestorm circled back and inexplicably engulfed him? Before he could process it, Li Chang'an grinned triumphantly, swiveling sideways and yanking forward a tiny figure. All eyes focused, and interest surged. A child no older than 6 or 7, dressed in an exquisite miniature azure Taoist robe. Delicate features, porcelain fair skin, eyes wide and innocent. Yanked forth so abruptly by his master, the boy flinched helplessly. Small hands twisting together, ears burning crimson, cheeks flushed hot, head bowed low, gaze skittering nervously, utterly mortified, trapped in the cruelest spotlight of childhood social terror. That pitiful, bashful demeanor stirred amused smiles among many onlookers. Li Chang'an ignored his disciple's distress entirely, standing tall, voice booming with unshakable conviction. This is my disciple. Exceptionally gifted, possessing peerless bone structure. Already qualified for the main peak. You refuse. Then bring forth your whelp. Let us see whose bowels remain cleaner. Instantly murmurs exploded across the hall. Every gaze riveted upon Lu Jing, anticipation crackling like live current. Qian Duo shrank back half a step, swallowing hard, too terrified to utter a sound. Master Lu, the sect steward, sighed helplessly, turning to glare at Lu Jing, who remained blank-faced and baffled, and muttered under his breath, equal parts exasperated and amused. See for yourself. All this commotion, was it ever truly aimed at Zhang Zhongyi? From beginning to end, this entire storm was engineered for you. Lu Jing blinked slowly, his face a canvas of pure, unadulterated confusion, brows knit, expression guileless and perplexed. Directed at me, over just that token. It looked utterly ordinary. I pocketed it without a second thought. He was genuinely dumbfounded. To him, the token had been nothing more than a commemorative gift, ornamental, perhaps pleasing to the eye, but holding no deeper significance. He never imagined it could ignite open confrontation between two Foundation establishment cultivators, or draw such relentless scrutiny upon himself. Seeing his bewilderment, Master Lu rubbed his temples, wearing an expression torn between despair and reluctant admiration, as he leaned and voice lowered, patiently unpacking the truth. You've stumbled upon unimaginable fortune and remained blissfully unaware. Pure, unvarnished ignorance of your own privilege. Our Yusho sect comprises 108 peaks, 36 main peaks, and 72 subpeaks. By sect decree exceptional talents. Those with outstanding bone structure and extraordinary aptitude are never relegated to menial peaks to waste their years. From the moment they enter, they are fiercely contested and claimed in advance by peak elders and core disciples. The 36 main peaks possess profound legacies and unparalleled resources. The higher the rank, the richer the opportunities, superior techniques, rare cultivation manuals, and elite spirit beast nurturing facilities. And Tianlong Peak. It stands among the very apex of those 36. Master Lu's eyes gleamed with envy, his voice intensifying. Tianlong Peak is famed across southern heaven for taming draconic hybrids and cultivating supreme scaled spirit beasts. Its legacy boundless, its prestige legendary. Most crucially, its disciple selection criteria are excruciatingly stringent, bordering on fanaticism. Each cohort of outer sect disciples sees no more than 3 recruits accepted, only those who excel simultaneously in talent, temperament, and insight. To be chosen is rarer than 1 in 10,000. The previous 2 cohorts' quotas were claimed entirely by top-tier sect prodigies. No openings remained. This year Zhang Zhongyi oversees the selection process. With that token in hand, you bypass all trials entirely. You are guaranteed a place among Tianlong Peak's disciples this cycle. Here Master Lu fixed Lu Jing with a look both incredulous and fond. Still don't grasp it. Your uncle appears gentle and righteous, but he's fiercely protective, absurdly biased, and has already secured your position in advance. I won't speculate on your constitution, but clearly your 5-element root foundation fails to impress those beneath you. Lu Jing absorbed these words, and froze, pupils contracting in stunned revelation. So that trivial trinket he'd dismissed as mere decoration was in fact the ultimate prize, coveted, fought over, unattainable by countless outer sect disciples. Brother, it's my fault. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. Let's slip away quietly, better to prosper silently. Qian Duo finally edged close, whispering with tearful, rueful embarrassment. Qian Duo was devastated, knowing full well he'd unwittingly ensnared Lu Jing. Lu Jing remained motionless, lips twitching faintly, ignoring Qian Duo. Glancing ahead, he murmured, "That child is already at Qi refinement level 8, so gifted. Couldn't they simply allocate another slot? They're from the same peak. Why escalate to this?" "Bah, you fools speak freely while standing untouched. Even on a main peak, resources are fiercely contested. Do you know what accompanies becoming a Tianlong Peak disciple? A dragon egg, gifted outright. How many disciples Tianlong Peak admits isn't decided by the peak master. It's dictated solely by how many dragon eggs remain. Those dragons, they lounge about like imperial lords, arrogant beyond measure. Though dragon nature is lustful, pure-blood Jia-dragon offspring are exceedingly difficult to produce." Master Lu spoke with exasperated candor. "A dragon egg? Then we must compete for it." Lu Jing's previously placid expression transformed instantly, eyes alight with sudden radiant hunger. Raising Jia-dragons proved extraordinarily arduous within the myriad spirit pagoda, where time flowed tenfold. Serpent broods infused with draconic blood rarely surpassed Tier 2 in cultivation strength. If that were true, then competition became imperative. At the hall's center, Li Chang'an saw Lu Jing's expression shift, and immediately seized the advantage, advancing step-by-step, voice ringing out to compel universal attention. "Lu Jing, is that your name? Since Brother Zhang holds you in such esteem, breaking protocol to grant you a Tianlong Peak slot, step forward. My disciple stands here, prodigious in talent, disciplined in practice. Let us settle this openly. Master versus master, disciple versus disciple. The victor earns the Tianlong Peak slot. The loser withdraws honor intact. Do you dare accept?" The young disciple, shoved helplessly to the fore by his master, paled further, hanging his head lower still, enduring the ordeal in silent, helpless humiliation. Every pair of eyes in the hall locked onto Lu Jing, waiting breathless for his answer. "Don't go. Absolutely don't go. What are you doing here, little one? As long as you don't show yourself, old Zhang will be able to play." Lu the steward's eyelids twitched violently, his hand like a vice tightly gripping Lu Jing's sleeve, his face a portrait of anxiety, lowering his voice as if he might grind his teeth to dust. He knew Zhang Zhongyi's temperament all too well. Today was his foundation establishment celebration feast. If Lu Jing rashly stepped onto the stage and had a spar with Li Chang'an's disciple, even a minor scrape would provoke Zhang Zhongyi, who was notoriously protective. He might just overturn the entire Mingyang palace on the spot. Be good, stay put, and watch the show, don't get impulsive. Lu the steward pulled him back with all his strength, earnestly advising that Li Jiajun is no ordinary disciple. He's solidly at the 8th level of Qi refinement. You've only entered the outer sect for a little over 4 years with 5 spiritual roots. At most you can reach the 6th level of Qi refinement, but the chasm between the mid and late stages of Qi refinement cannot be bridged by mere cleverness. Going up would only mean hardship. Lu Jing was being pulled to the point where his arms felt sore with an expression of helpless amusement. His eyes darted around, and he casually replied, Got it. Uncle, don't worry. Oh, a fairy. He suddenly exclaimed, feigning surprise as if he were genuinely amazed. Lu the steward instinctively narrowed his eyes, turning around, without thinking where. Where did the fairy come from? Did they invite a female cultivator from Tianhu Peak to the feast? In that brief moment, Lu Jing seized the opportunity to jerk his sleeve back, his figure darting forward like a leaf in the breeze, as in the blink of an eye he leaped to the central arena of the great hall, standing firmly and elegantly. Lu the steward turned back only to find empty air. He stood frozen, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, thinking only one thing: it's over. This little rascal is too good at deceiving. At the main seat, Zhang Zhongyi, who had been feigning ignorance with his hands tucked away, caught a glimpse of that familiar figure in white, and he froze, his eyes widening in shock. He was utterly stunned. Despite his numerous precautions, he feared Lu Jing would act impulsively, yet this kid was even more reckless than he had imagined. In the center of the hall, Lu Jing stood tall in his flowing white robes, slightly cupping his hands toward the seated Zhang Zhongyi, and the opposing Li Chang'an, his demeanor composed and courteous, exuding the charm of a refined gentleman and gentle junior. I am Lu Jing, wishing to inquire about my senior brother's esteemed skills. His voice rang clear and respectful, echoing throughout the great hall. Li Jiejun, who had been pushed forward, appeared somewhat dazed, his small face still bearing the remnants of embarrassment. He hurriedly raised his hand to return the greeting, his voice soft, yet proper. Junior brother Lu Jing, it's an honor to meet you. The young man was slender with youthful features, yet he stood tall and composed. Lu Jing was as gentle as jade, calm and collected. As the two stood firm, one tall and one short, one relaxed and one steady, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, and the murmurs that had filled the air quieted significantly as all ears perked up to watch the spectacle. Lu Jing was in no hurry to strike, surveying the orderly young man before him with a kind smile and an exceptionally sincere tone. Despite your youth, senior brother, your cultivation is impressively deep. You truly possess exceptional talent. Might I ask how many years you have been under your master's guidance, and at what age did you start? Li Jiejun, being quite honest, replied earnestly, I am 20 this year, and have been a disciple for exactly 3 years. 20. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow, slightly secretly startled. He had thought the other was a 14 or 15-year-old genius prodigy, yet this seemingly naive young lad turned out to be the same age as him. Moreover, at 20 years old, to have reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Such a cultivation speed is indeed outrageous. No wonder Li Chang'an was so proud and arrogant. A hint of cunning flashed in Lu Jing's eyes, but his tone remained gentle as he switched to full persuasion mode. In just 3 short years to achieve such mastery, senior brother, your aptitude is truly unparalleled among your peers. It's just a pity that you followed the wrong person. As soon as this was said, the hall fell silent instantly. Li Jiejun looked bewildered, blinking his clear eyes in confusion, completely unable to comprehend the deeper meaning behind the words. Seizing the moment, Lu Jing earnestly continued. Look at today's banquet host, Master Zhang Zhongyi, who has just entered Foundation establishment. He is strong, handsome, and treats others with kindness, especially skilled in nurturing spirit beasts, making quite a name in the sect. Now look at your master. Lu Jing glanced at Li Chang'an, whose face was ashen, and with a hint of appropriate regret in his tone, he said, your master's looks are rather random, and his temper is even more volatile and narrow-minded. In times of trouble, he only pushes his disciples to the forefront. With your extraordinary talent, staying with him would only mean your gifts are wasted. It would be better to switch allegiances and join Master Zhang, whose future is bound to be limitless. You little bastard. At the upper seat, Li Chang'an's face instantly darkened, his anger boiling to the point where smoke seemed to rise from his head, nearly jumping up to curse. He had lived this long without ever encountering someone so adept at turning black and white upside down, trying to undermine his direct disciple in front of all the guests. Jiejun, don't listen to his nonsense. What's there to waste words on? Hurry up and strike him. Li Chang'an oh. Li Jiejun was startled by his master's furious shout, snapping back to reality, the naivety in his eyes rapidly fading as a fierce glint emerged, his spiritual energy suddenly surging. Junior brother, I have no plans to switch allegiances for now, pardon me. The young man bowed in a proper manner, and in the next moment his figure lunged forward, the winds of his fist howling, his physical prowess robust and forceful, charging directly at Lu Jing. He was an extreme body cultivator. In close combat, he was the most aggressive and swift. Very polite, just a sparring match. Lu Jing smiled faintly, his expression calm and unhurried. Before his words faded, his fingertips stirred with spiritual power. There was no incantation or indication of gathering strength. Boom. In an instant, the great hall's air rippled with swirling winds. Countless fragmented flames of spiritual energy suddenly coalesced, a dense array of fiery meteors raining down from the sky, accompanied by scorching gusts crashing down with a resounding crackle. It was the meteor fire rain, and it was instantaneous. Li Jiejun had just taken half a step forward, his fist barely lifted, and before he could even complete his battle stance, the sky above was already filled with fireballs. Flames filled the sky, waves of heat surged. His pupils trembled in shock, and he stumbled, unable to get close in time. He could only awkwardly dodge to the side in a state of utter disarray. Little bastard. You ambushed me. At the upper seat, Li Chang'an shouted in rage, his face turning ashen. The guests in the hall were completely astounded, the sound of gasps rising and falling. No incantation, instantaneous spell. 8th level of qi refinement. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yet this instantaneous meteor fire rain directly overturned everyone's understanding. Disciples of the Beastmaster sect rarely focus on spell technique, and those capable of instantaneous casting are. Lu, the steward among the crowd, was utterly stunned, his eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, with a look of sheer disbelief, mumbling to himself, This is what they call 5 spiritual roots. Which family with 5 spiritual roots could cast high-level spells instantaneously? The refinement and control of spiritual energy are even more outrageous than that of a top-tier 3 spiritual roots. Zhang Zhongyi at the main seat was first taken aback, then his eyes lit up with wild joy, his mouth curling into a manic grin, feeling exhilarated. Yes. Truly worthy of being my grandnephew. He has hidden his talents so deeply. In the center of the great hall the battle was. Lu Jing moved with ease, lightly stepping on the ground as he quietly employed the earth escape technique, his figure flickering unpredictably, as if walking on the wind, perfectly dodging all of Li Jiejun's close-range attacks. At the same time he moved his hands continuously, his fingertips channeling spiritual energy, and a series of green vines burst forth from the ground, winding and spreading rapidly, precisely binding Li Jiejun's legs and arms. With the green vines restraining and the fire rain suppressing, the double spells took turns attacking, smoothly connected, casting instantly, without any pause. The air was filled with spells densely packed, making it difficult for Li Jiejun to advance, leaving him in a somewhat awkward position. Yet this little guy's physical body was shockingly strong. Even when struck by the fire rain and ensnared by the vines, he only felt a slight warmth in his arms with a few spots of black ash, and with a forceful tug, he could easily break the vines, shattering the fireballs coming his way with a single punch. His physical defense was terrifyingly formidable. Body cultivators indeed counterspell cultivators, it's no false claim. Li Jiejun's physical talent is too high. At the 8th level of Qi refinement, he shows no fear against ordinary spell attacks. If this continues, junior brother Lu's spiritual energy will eventually be exhausted, and once he gets close he will undoubtedly lose. The guests were discussing, the battle seemed tense, yet anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Jiejun held an absolute physical advantage. On the divine tiger peak, Luo Ning stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes glowing with a faint amber hue, watching the battlefield with a smile, nodding slightly. Two young prodigies, each with their strengths. These two junior brothers have promising prospects. Hearing this, Li Chang'an instantly regained his confidence, proudly raising his voice, his face full of pride. Senior brother Luo, you flatter me. My Jiejun's physical prowess is unmatched. A body cultivators inherently counterspell cultivators. He just needs to close in for a moment, and junior brother Lu will be drained of spiritual energy, undoubtedly losing. Stop talking nonsense. Are you not afraid of choking on your own words? Zhang Zhongyi scoffed back, immediately brutally unyielding in his words, yet a hint of worry lurked in his eyes. A level 7 against level 8, the disparity in realms was evident. Even if Lu Jing's talent was extraordinary, there would always be a difference in spiritual energy reserves. He wasn't afraid of Lu Jing losing, he was afraid of Lu Jing getting hurt in a hard fight. Li Chang'an looked at Zhang Zhongyi, speaking coldly. Choke. Then dare you to bet. If your little bastard loses, you'll leave the token behind. Let's bet, but I wonder what this old bastard can offer. Zhang Zhongyi did not back down. Li Chang'an, brimming with confidence, scoffed. If my disciple loses, I'll give you a second tier, by Shui Jiao Mang egg one, that is guaranteed to hatch. Just that. Zhang Zhongyi made a face of disdain, sneering, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are you really going to bet that shabby Jiao Mang egg? A Mang is a Mang, yet it dares to compare with a genuine Jiao Long egg. Save it for yourself when you need a proper burial, but don't bring it out to embarrass yourself. His words left Li Chang'an's face a mix of green and white. Zhang Zhongyi lightly tapped the jade table with his fingers, his gaze sharp, hinting, I know Li Jiejun's background all too well. He's half-demon lineage, a hybrid of a shape-shifting Jiao Long and a human. He doesn't lack a Jiao Long in his background. What you're really fighting for isn't a Jiao Long egg, but the identity, resources, and inheritance of a core disciple of Tianlong. If we are to bet, let's bet big. If your disciple loses, the Bai Shui Xin Jiao egg is mine. Ooh, I'll personally go to the Peak Master and exchange it for a recruitment slot for you. No losses. Li Chang'an's pupils constricted, his expression changing drastically. Bai Shui Jiao. You dare to demand such a high price? Why would I not dare? Zhang Zhongyi raised his eyes boldly, his aura radiating his foundation, establishment, cultivation, faintly vibrating, unyielding, and protective, arrogantly declaring the token is in Lu Jing's hands. Even if my nephew truly suffers a loss today, I won't acknowledge it, and I'll forcibly protect him. What can you do about it? I, Zhang Zhongyi, protect my own. Ooh, I never play by the rules. This was a direct and domineering statement, utterly unmasked in its unreasonable nature, instantly striking everyone's comedic nerve. The guests in the hall could no longer hold back, bursting into low laughter. He being protective was so brazen, it was truly unparalleled. Li Chang'an was left speechless, his face ashen and grim, yet he had no rebuttal, only glaring fiercely at the battlefield, gritting his teeth desperately, hoping his disciple would quickly defeat Lu Jing and restore his pride. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Li Jiejun, under the pressure of a barrage of spells, finally found an opening and surged forward, intending to forcefully close in and turn the tide. Seeing this, Lu Jing's lips curled into a calm smile. The battle in the center of the grand hall had already become the focal point of the entire venue, with everyone's gaze firmly glued to the two figures holding their breath instinctively. Lu Jing's fighting style was absurdly simple, repeating just 3 techniques over and over. With his earth escape technique flowing like the wind beneath his feet, his figure slipped away, nimbly, always managing to evade Li Jiejun's powerful close-range punches. His rhythm remained unaffected, with a flick of his fingers unleashing a shower of fiery meteors, scorching fireballs crashing down like rain, forcing his opponent to retreat repeatedly. Just as the opponent steadied himself, the ground immediately erupted with dense green vines entwining and binding, locking his feet and hands layers upon layers, tightly constricting his body. The three techniques cycled repeatedly, unadorned and devoid of flashy displays, yet exceptionally difficult to counter, keeping the mixed blood prodigy of the 8th layer of Qi refinement firmly rooted in place, unable to approach. Li Jiajun was already sweating from this shameless fighting style, his immense physical strength repeatedly failing to land a hit, feeling frustrated and stifled. Lu Shitty, you keep using these same few techniques, you've run out of tricks, haven't you? He shattered 7 or 8 vines that had wrapped around him, sidestepping a fireball that came straight at him, his handsome face showing seriousness mixed with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, many disciples in the hall nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's just fire rain, green vines, and earth escape back and forth. There are no new tricks here. With only the 7th layer of Qi refinement, the limited spiritual power can't sustain this for long. Li Jiajun's physical strength is too formidable, his techniques can't break through his defenses, and if this continues, Lu Jing will surely lose. Listening to the discussions around him, Lu Jing continued his earth escape, his figure slightly tilting amid the firelights after images, a casual smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his tone relaxed yet infuriating. It doesn't matter if the techniques are few as long as they work. Fighting isn't about who has more tricks. A winning technique is a good technique. Li Jiajun was taken aback by these words, then gently ground his teeth. Deep down he disliked this drawn-out tug-of-war. Continuing to be passively worn down would only waste spiritual power, failing to determine a winner. In the next instant, a sharp glint suddenly surged in his eyes. The thick spiritual energy around him erupted violently, his bones crackling with a series of sharp sounds. His muscles instantly tensed, the lines beneath his robes bulging, a torrent of violent physical power sweeping outward. The manticore mountain-crushing fist. His body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, suddenly accelerating, breaking through the rain of fireballs, shattering all the entangling vines, lowering his body, his fists enveloped in a whirlwind of brute force, charging straight at Lu Jing. The speed was astonishing, and the momentum was fierce, causing the hearts of everyone in the hall to constrict. Here it comes. The strongest close-range attack from a physical cultivator. It's over. A physical cultivator gets too close to a magical cultivator, and there's basically no chance of winning. With the 7th layer of Qi refinement, facing the explosive state of an 8th layer physical cultivator, Lu Shitty is done for. Li Chang'an, sitting in the foremost position, finally relaxed, his tense expression a little, a proud and cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he mocked loudly, "Kid, my Jiajun has gotten serious. Approaching a physical cultivator is just asking for trouble. Oh, let's see how you evade." As he drew near, Li Jiajun restrained some of his strength, still adhering to the protocols of intersect, sparring, his brow furrowing seriously. Lu Shitty, admit defeat. This sparring session should come to an end. And Lu Jing chuckled lightly at these words, his eyes showing no hint of panic, instead flickering with a crafty glow. Just as Li Jiajun's fist was about to land on his robe, a layer of fine shimmering light blue scale patterns suddenly illuminated Lu Jing's body. The scales flowed closely against his skin, layered and tight, resembling a coiled dragon covering his body. They appeared thin, but offered an astonishing level of defense. Bang! The muffled sound of their bodies colliding erupted suddenly. Li Jiajun's powerful punch slammed heavily against the scales, and the anticipated heavy injury and retreat did not occur. Instead, he felt a hard shock, the tremendous rebound, making his fist numb and his body staggered. Lu Jing, using the force, retreated several steps. It looked awkward, but he had steadily absorbed all the impact, the scales shimmering faintly, completely unharmed. In the astonished and shocked gazes of everyone present, he suddenly lifted his head, a sharp light bursting from his eyes, and a low shout resounded throughout the hall. Who said that magical cultivators cannot engage in close combat? Who isn't a dual cultivating master anymore? As he finished speaking, Lu Jing's hands twisted slightly, his fingers elongated and sharpened, covered with faint ink-colored scales, transforming into a pair of fierce and sharp dragon claws, an overwhelming aura surging instantly. The hall fell into a moment of dead silence, then erupted into an uproar. Scale patterns? Is this a body refining technique? Above the crowd, Luo Ning from the Divine Tiger Peak narrowed her pupils, her amber eyes filled with astonishment as she stood up, abruptly speaking in a deep voice. This is the dragon serpent body refining technique. A top-tier physical cultivation technique. Upon hearing this, the entire hall was in shock. Among them were elite disciples and senior stewards of the sect. No one was unaware of the name of this technique. The dragon serpent body refining technique is incredibly domineering, considered top-notch among body refining techniques of the same level, but the suffering during cultivation is something ordinary people can hardly bear. The process of tempering bones and reshaping flesh is akin to being devoured by countless snakes and burned by raging fires. Over 90% of cultivators give up in pain right at the beginning, with only a few able to persist in their training. Zhang Zhongyi, sitting in the main seat, was completely stunned, his eyes wide, nearly dropping the teacup in his hand onto the... He had thought Lu Jing was merely gifted in magical techniques, using special means to fight above his level, never expecting that this kid had secretly practiced such a torturous top-tier body refining technique. A 5-element root waste. If he had known this kid had such talent, he wouldn't have made him a servant, he would have brought him back to Tianlong Peak long ago. This rascal. How many more trump cards is he hiding from me? Zhang Zhongyi muttered to himself, unable to suppress his ecstatic expression, his mouth almost stretching to the back of his head. The battle situation had completely reversed. Lu Jing, with his hands transformed into dragon claws, boldly launched an attack, no longer merely evading, but actively engaging in close combat with Li Jejun. Claw shadows flew, fists howled, and the two youthful figures collided fiercely in the center of the grand hall, the explosive sounds of their physical clashes echoing continuously, shaking the air around them. Lu Jing's foundation was exceptionally solid, having consumed the sunlight divine water for years to refine his body. Combined with the dragon serpent body refining technique, his physical foundation far surpassed that of an ordinary 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. However, Li Jejun, being a mixed blood of human and dragon, naturally possessed advantages with the dragon bloodline inherent in his body, making his physical scales and claws far purer and stronger than Lu Jing's acquired training. Additionally, with the 8th layer of Qi refinement imposing a solid suppression, it wasn't long before Lu Jing gradually fell into a disadvantage. Bang! 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 After several hard collisions, Lu Jing's arms went numb, his blood surging, his robe torn in several places by the force of Li Jejun's punches, appearing quite battered with disheveled hair and a forehead covered in fine sweat. In contrast, Li Jejun remained calm and composed, his body almost unscathed, though his breath was slightly disordered. After retracting his fist, the boy looked at Lu Jing, whose clothes were in tatters, his expression still serious, his red lips and white teeth paired with a solemn tone, exuding an inexplicable air of comical innocence. Lu Shidi, you truly are impressive. Among the same rank, no one can match you. But my master has said that my bloodline talent is exceptional, and in today's spar, I will surely defeat you. Upon hearing this, the panting Lu Jing suddenly chuckled lightly, his eyes devoid of any defeat or panic, instead filled with calm confidence. Oh really? Your master is so ugly, so what he says doesn't count. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Jing raised his hand to form a very simple seal, then shouted lightly, get him. Boom. The ground of the grand hall suddenly trembled, dust flying everywhere. A gigantic beast resembling a small mountain appeared suddenly before Lu Jing, its heavy shell covering its entire body, and its 4 legs stomped on the ground, causing the tiles to crack, its massive frame exuding an overwhelming presence. As everyone focused, they were immediately shocked. The mountain turtle, it can't be that weak, it must be a subspecies. Lu Jing actually hid such a top-tier spirit beast. Seeing the giant beast appear, Li Jejun's expression became entirely grave, his body tensed as he raised his hand to summon his own spirit beast, preparing to face the final showdown seriously. His small face was solemn as he spoke in a deep voice, since my junior brother has summoned his spirit beast, I will no longer hold back from here on out. Suddenly his words came to a halt. At the moment Li Jejun was concentrating on summoning his beast, a hoarse, deep, and penetrating cry echoed sharply in his sea of consciousness. The sound was not loud, but carried an extraordinary soul-shattering impact, precisely locking onto his soul. It was the soul attack of the great white, the shattered soul cry. In the next second, Li Jejun's eyes went instantly vacant and devoid of spirit. His entire Buddhist spiritual energy abruptly stagnated, freezing in place, maintaining the pose of raising his hand to summon the beast, resembling a lifelike statue, completely losing consciousness and unable to move. The crowd had yet to comprehend what had happened, all looking bewildered. Now, the mutated mountain turtle roared heavenward, a deafening sound. Around it, the earth's spiritual power wildly surged and coalesced. Heavy blocks of earth and stone rose into the air, layered and rapidly condensing, in an instant forming a towering pitch-black mountain atop the giant turtle's head. The mountain was majestic and heavy, exerting overwhelming pressure. Lu Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, seizing this fleeting perfect opportunity, and shouted loudly, throw the mountain. He leaped into the air, his claws covered in dragon scales gripping tightly to the peak of the black mountain, his entire spiritual energy flooding into his arms, his muscles tensed to the extreme, forcefully hurling the entire black mountain down toward the motionless Li Jejun. The black mountain broke through the air, carrying an overwhelming force, the fierce wind howling, shrouding the sky and blocking out the sun. This strike was heavy and domineering. Once it landed, there would be no chance for Li Jejun, not even if he were a dragon of the same realm. Even he would be crushed to pieces, severely injured, or even perish on the spot. The audience's pupils constricted in shock, freezing in place, unable to even gasp in horror. Stop! On the high platform, Li Chang'an, who had been pretending to be calm, suddenly turned pale, his soul fleeing in terror, no longer caring about his dignity, roaring as he dashed forward. His entire foundation establishment's spiritual power erupted, golden light roaring and sweeping over, instantly enveloping the entire black mountain. Boom! The earth-shattering sound exploded. Under the overwhelming golden light, the heavy black mountain cracked inch by inch, turning into a storm of debris, scattering and dissipating. The impending crisis instantly resolved. As the dust gradually settled, the atmosphere in the hall fell into an extreme silence. Li Chang'an landed at the spot, his breath in disarray, his face ashen and dark, looking quite terrible, clenching his fists tightly, his nails almost embedding into his palms, filled with anger and shame, his heart bursting with frustration, with no outlet. He looked at his own disciple, who was still standing dazed and just beginning to regain his senses, then at Lu Jing, who landed gracefully, slightly panting, yet standing tall, and felt a burning pain on his face. Today was Zhang Zongyi's foundation establishment banquet, where he publicly flaunted his might, mocking Zhongyi, convinced of victory. In the end, he was toyed with, pressured, and ultimately forced to act to save his disciple. The outcome had long been determined. Continuing to fight would only be self-humiliation. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse and suffocated. We concede. After saying this, he could no longer bear to stay grabbing the still bewildered Li Jiejun, his figure flashing disappearing in a flurry from the hall. The guests in the hall exchanged glances, and after a few seconds gasps and low exclamations erupted completely. Zhang Zhongyi, sitting in the main seat, looked at the empty battlefield, then at Lu Jing, who stood tall and noble despite his disheveled white robes, and after a long struggle, to suppress his laughter finally burst into a hearty laugh, feeling utterly refreshed and elated. So satisfying. Absolutely satisfying. Huh. As expected of my nephew. I'm awesome. The main hall was brimming with guests and murmurs. The revelry of the Foundation establishment banquet had not diminished, yet the two figures who should have been the center of attention, newly Foundation established Zhang Zhongyi and the prodigy vanquishing Lu Jing, had already slipped away without a trace. Guests leaned in and whispered, reliving the bewildering spar and quietly conjecturing about the mystery of this uncanny uncle and nephew. Unknown to them all, within the sect's highest secret chamber, a grandstanding criticism session was playing out. The sealed stone room shut out every sound from the outside. Rather than solemnity, the air inside crackled with the tension of gunpowder about to ignite. Zhang Zhongyi stood in the center of the stone chamber with his hands behind his back, his face as dark as burnt iron, cheeks puffed and chest heaving, clearly at the end of his tether. He extended a finger as thick as a carrot and jabbed Lu Jing on the forehead again and again, neither light nor brutal, but driven by the maddening impatience of one who bitterly regrets unfulfilled potential. Lu Jing, are you some sort of firecracker? You explode at the slightest spark. Zhang Zhongyi began a rapid torrent of reproach, part anger, part helplessness, his scolding skills deployed, without mercy. Do you think you'll die if you don't seek the limelight? I suspect that even at a funeral you dig the deceased up just to jump into the coffin yourself. You weren't even invited, and yet you shamelessly came. Couldn't you have sat calmly and eaten your fill? You had to provoke a fight and gouge a hole in the sky to feel satisfied, didn't you? I told you to be low and restrained, but you won't listen a single word. Facing Zhang's spit-flecked tirade, Lu Jing showed not the slightest sign of feeling chastised. He stood upright, his outer disciple's blue robe rumpled and unrepaired, his face composed and indifferent. He tilted his head to study the ancient carvings on the stone wall, then brushed at a jade pedestal by the side, peering here and there and touching this and that with languid ease, as if he had slipped out for a carefree stroll rather than undergoing a reprimand. Lu Jing, I'm talking to you. Zhang Zhongyi saw his words sliding in one ear and out the other, and felt his teeth itch with anger. A sharp pain pressed under his ribs, as if he might burst from fury. Can you at least pay attention? Show some seriousness. Do you realize how reckless you were today? Only then did Lu Jing slowly withdraw his meddling hand, glancing at the ruffled Zhang Zhongyi with an expression of innocent exasperation and a defiant curl of the mouth. Old Zhang, how could I hold back in a scene like that? At that moment they were openly trampling my face, mocking and suppressing me while coveting my position. If I cowered and let them play me, what dignity would we have left? If I swallowed it, in no time the whole sect would be whispering that we're craven cowards. He mumbled softly, his voice clear and youthful with stubborn loyalty. I won't let him speak of you that way. That simple sentence struck Zhang Zhongyi straight in the heart. The anger that had filled him burst like a pricked balloon and evaporated, leaving a warm glow in its place. This brat, flippant and defiant on the surface, was in truth the fiercest guardian of his own. Zhang Zhongyi exhaled softly, his taut expression softened considerably, and he stopped harping on the earlier incident. Instead he fixed Lu Jing with a probing gaze, his eyes full of curiosity. All right, you have a point. Now be honest. How many trump cards are you hiding? The Jiaosha body tempering art, the over-leveled spells, that strange movement technique, and that soul strike just now. Your cultivation speed is absurd. Even a 3-root cultivator would struggle to keep up. And how many spirit beasts have you? Lu Jing smiled casually and waved a hand with breezy indifference. Curious. Look for yourself. At his words a flash of spiritual light answered. Two enormous silhouettes filled the cramped chamber in an instant. First came a mutated burden mount, turtle the size of a hill, with a heavy shell bulging like an artificial rock. Its forelegs struck the ground, and the chamber's stone floor trembled beneath it. Close behind it a figure of deep black cut through the air. Dabai unfolded vast white wings, a graceful handsome form suspended in midair, its feathers shone like snow, its eyes cold and proud. Around it drifted the faint pressure of a spiritual soul attack, an arrogant aura of power. The tiny chamber suddenly felt crowded. If it were not a space specially reinforced by the sect, an ordinary room would have been burst apart by the two great beasts. Zhang Zhongyi's eyes widened. He first swept over the sturdy, placid Xiaoshan prostrate on the floor, then fixed on Dabai in midair. His pupils contracted as astonishment spread across his face. He reached out tentatively to stroke Dabai's sleek feathers, but the proud bird cocked its head and slipped away in a feathered blink, allowing not even the smallest caress. Even when Zhang Zhongyi pinched out a superior healing pill and waved it temptingly, the haughty bird did not so much as lift. What kind of bird is this? Zhang Zhongyi asked in bewilderment. In all his years he had seen countless spirit birds, yet never one so statuesque and endowed with soul arts. Was it this creature that shrieked the soul splinter cry in the main hall and struck Li Jiejun so precisely? Lu Jing nodded lightly and shrugged with a smile. Dabai is a mutated spirit bird. Its predecessor was the cold-feathered Honghu. After successive evolutions, it's become something of its own. I couldn't tell you its exact classification now, but soul attacks are its birthright, perfect for shadowing and ambush. Well, impressive indeed. Zhang Zhongyi exclaimed again and again, equal parts surprise and delight, then slapped his thigh with a rueful look. You're just too impatient, kid. Such a supreme soul strike technique is a perfect trump card. Save secretly, it could turn the tide in secret realms and upset higher ranks. Yet you insisted on displaying it in public. Now everyone among the sect's stewards and core disciples has seen it. Any attentive mind can guess your secrets. You've bartered away a card for nothing. Aren't you losing out? Lu Jing merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying. He knew well that a measured reveal could intimidate, while perpetual concealment invited unchecked bullying. Zhang Zhongyi knew the boy to be cunning and careful, always keeping a contingency. He stopped fussing, his eyes turning solemn as he flipped his hand. A soft wash of spiritual light manifested, and solid as a promise, a half-meter egg enshrouded in faint black water-like striations and dense spiritual energy settled steadily into his palm. The shell's ancient profound patterns exuded the majestic aura of Jiaolong bloodline, filling the chamber in an instant. Lu Jing's careless expression suddenly stiffened, his eyes widened, and he took 2 involuntary steps forward in disbelief. A Jiaolong egg. He remembered plainly that Zhang Zhongyi had said this chance would only be bestowed when Lu Jing formally joined Tianlong Peak and completed his initiation. He stared in astonishment. Old Zhang, was this given to me early? An exception? As if. Zhang Zhongyi rolled his eyes and replied with mock nonchalance, adopting the grand air of a senior. You imagine far too much. This is not the Tianlong Peak heirloom. It's the wager I won from that old miserly Chang'an today. A second-rate Jiaolong egg like this bores me, bits just in the way, perfect for you to tinker with. At those words, Lu Jing's pupils trembled, and he stared at his master as if he doubted everything. A Jiaolong egg, pure blood Jiaolong, was among the most coveted and scarce spirit beasts in the whole Qingyun sect. Even disciples of Tianlong Peak's main line would be hard-pressed to possess one. And yet from Zhang Zhongyi's mouth, it became a second-rate, taking up space, just for play. Lu Jing measured Zhang Zhongyi up and down with disbelief, and couldn't help teasing, old Zhang, have you lost your mind? A treasure like a Jiaolong egg. How can you say you don't need it? You can't be bothered. I seriously suspect I'm not your nephew but your son. Tell me, did you do something you shouldn't have? Nonsense. You brats spout nonsense. Zhang Zhongyi laughed at his vexation, shot him a glare, and gave his calf a light kick before patting the beast pouch at his waist. Whoosh. A pitch-black streak tore through the air. From the void burst a vast Jiaolong, all black scales and menacing armor. Its thick body coiled within the chamber, scales flashing a gloomy light. A pair of vertical pupils glinted with icy ferocity, its pressure that of a fully realized first rank, swept out like a storm, utterly domineering. The colossal form occupied most of the space, nearly knocking Lu Jing off his feet nearby. Gaga. Dubai instantly puffed up at the provocation, beating its wings in a furious flap and emitting a sharp cry. Its soul power surged, and it readied to dive and contest the black Jiaolong Bladetta Claw. Don't. Lu Jing's reflexes were quick. He seized Dubai and held it back with a word, averting a full-scale brawl. Facing the magnificent Blackwater Xian Jiaolong before him, Lu Jing fell utterly silent. So it was true, old Zhang did not lack Jiaolong at all. He already possessed a hatched Jiaolong. An unhatched egg was mere trifles to him. Fine. If old Zhang is generous, then I'll shamelessly accept. Lu Jing said, not one to make a fuss. He took the weighty Jiaolong egg with a smile, a wave of spiritual light wrapping it before he stored it safe in his holding pouch. Seeing him secure the treasure, Zhang Zhongyi's earlier playfulness fell away. His face grew grave, and he spoke earnestly. I'll tell you something important. Whatever bloodline contracts you can still sign, do not hastily invoke or casually forge a lifebind before you reach Golden Core. Your primary contract must be guarded until then. Seek steady progress. As for this Jiaolong egg, you must nurture it with heart and properly refine it. His eyes were resolute, every word heavy. The Jiaosha body tempering art you practice may seem plain, but it is the foundational secret of Tianlong Peak. The later complete method is nourished and guided by Jiaolong bloodlines. A pure blood Jiaolong will be the key for you to break the shackles of the flesh, unlock the full body tempering art, and withstand pressure beyond your rank. It will be your greatest trump card in the future. Lu Jing's expression sharpened. The old man in the Hidden Treasures Pavilion did say Tianlong Peak kept the complete Jiaosha method. So the rest truly lies within our peak. Exactly. Zhang Zhongyi nodded, smiling with frank pride. Don't go poking around. When the time is right, they will transmit it. You have all 5 spiritual roots. With cultivation and spellcraft, body and soul progressing together, your talent outstrips mine by far. Once you formally enter Tianlong Peak's gates, I will fulfill my promise and grant you an orthodox Jiaolong egg. Your starting point will be leagues ahead of where I began. Listening to old Zhang's boasting, Lu Jing privately rolled his eyes, and Zhang's words were partly for show. His own natal frost crocodile Jiaolong bore a blood purity far beyond ordinary inferior Jiaolong. It was already securely at second rank. The Blackwater Jiaolong he had just summoned was deep in its foundation, only a single step from second rank. Zhang Zhongyi had only recently foundation established. He could not possibly have contracted such beasts only now. It was obvious that back when he was still an outer disciple, this old fox already held top-tier sect resources, secretly developing and feigning weakness. A classic veteran trickster. Lu Jing did not bother exposing him. He produced 5 bottles of pure vein-nourishing pills, and 1 finely made beauty tonic, setting them gently on the nearby jade table. Here, a celebratory present from your rakish and handsome nephew on your foundation establishment. The vein-nourishing pills would bolster his meridians and stabilize his newly attained foundation establishment route. A decent, though not supreme tonic. The beauty pill was a gentle health aid, a considerate little gift. Having laid down the pills, Lu Jing wasted no more time. He waved to Zhang Zhongyi and strode away with easy grace. Stepping out of the chamber, he glanced once more at the closing stone door, warmth in his eyes. Despite old Zhang's sharp-tongued love of one-upmanship and vanity, he was genuinely protective and loyal. When Lu Jing's foundation establishment had not yet settled, he personally went to Blackwater Lake to fetch him out of menial duties. At today's banquet, he kept things hidden lest the youth's brilliance draw deadly envy. Out possessing top resources, he nonetheless poured them freely upon him. To have an uncle who was all bluster but soft at heart was truly a blessing for him. Inside the chamber, Zhang Zhongyi watched the neatly arranged fragrant pills on the table and the young man's carefree departing back. He could not help but laugh, his eyes crinkling in satisfaction. That brat, my worry for him was not wasted after all. The stone door of the secret chamber slowly closed, cutting off the warm daily life of Lao Zhang and Lu Jing. Outside, the foundation establishment banquet was still in full swing, showing no signs of cooling down despite the absence of two core figures. One must admit that Zhang Zhongyi, who usually seemed carefree and lazy, was extremely reliable when it came to getting things done. He did not put on a grand show for this foundation establishment banquet. The guests he invited were almost all top disciples and senior stewards from various peaks of the Qingyan sect. Each of them possessed genuine skills with not a single layabout among them. Lu Jing, carrying a heavy dragon egg, strolled back to the banquet hall, casually, his brows relaxed, exuding a youthful air of leisure. He had just precisely delivered a few medium-grade beauty-enhancing pills to several senior sisters of the Hankan Peak. One must say beauty is indeed a top-tier asset in the world of cultivation. Lu Jing was tall and handsome with a clean aura and a touch of youthful arrogance. With just a bit of sincerity and politeness, his charm was fully on display. Paired with the warm, nourishing, beauty-enhancing pills that worked wonders for female cultivators, he easily won over the aloof senior sisters of Hankan Peak. However, Lu Jing was also quite clear about the situation. The uncles at the intersect and steward level had high standards and extensive networks. With the class barriers firmly in place, as an outer sect disciple who had not yet officially entered a peak, approaching them for conversation would only seem like an act of trying too hard, leading to embarrassment. Therefore, he strategically positioned himself throughout only interacting with the numerous senior sisters in the chi refinement stage. His flattery was like honey, with endless praises from delicate needle techniques to beautiful fabrics, praising their extraordinary temperament and grace, making several senior sisters beam with joy. After a lively conversation, Lu Jing smoothly raised the request to commission Han Can Peak for custom-made robes. The leading senior sister Wu was delighted by his compliments and immediately agreed, not only guaranteeing excellent craftsmanship, but also generously waiving all labor fees, saying it would just be a good deed. Lu Jing was not one to delay. He cheerfully took out several top-grade feathers from a giant white creature. The feathers were lustrous and snow-white light, yet incredibly resilient, possessing a faint protective effect for the spirit, making them excellent materials for crafting high-level robes. After completing the handover, he decisively made his exit, moving smoothly and swiftly. There was no way around it. These senior sisters were simply too enthusiastic, each one surrounding him with questions and warm conversations. Staying any longer would surely lead to endless chit-chat until the banquet was over, and he simply did not have that much time to waste. As he squeezed out of the warm circle of senior sisters, Lu Jing's gaze quickly landed on Qian Duodua, who was not far away munching on a spirit fruit and watching the scene with keen interest. He quickly approached, completely ignoring the envy and jealousy bubbling in Qian Duo's eyes, leaning in close and lowering his voice. Senior brother, Qian, may I ask you something? What is Wang Hao from the Divine Camel Peak like on a daily basis? Qian Duoduo swallowed the flesh of the spirit fruit in his mouth, wiped his lips, and replied with certainty, Junior brother, you have a sharp eye. You choose to make connections with tough characters. Most weaponsmiths have pure personalities, shunning intrigue. Apart from a few eccentric and obsessive oddballs, the rest are generally straightforward, loyal, and easy to get along with. I can't guarantee for others, but you will definitely get along well with Wang Hao, and it will be a perfect match. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow, full of doubt. We've never interacted before. How can you be so sure? Qian Duoduo grinned, revealing a knowing expression. Wang Hao is a genius of the Divine Camel Peak. Not only is he outstanding in weapon crafting, but he is also a solid body cultivator, just like you. He primarily practices the Tian Yuan transformation body technique, constantly refining his physique, relying on nourishing pills that stabilize the body and strengthen the meridians. At this point, his eyes lit up as he winked deliberately. Junior brother, you hold high-grade meridian protection pills, which are top-tier currency for body cultivators. A regular disciple would be lucky to have even one, and if you have enough pills, getting Wang Hao to help you craft something won't be a problem at all. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Lu Jing suddenly felt enlightened, cupping his hands in thanks before turning decisively towards Wang Hao, not far away, walking with light steps and a clear purpose. At this moment, Wang Hao was surrounded by several disciples from various peaks, laughing and chatting. Everyone wanted to take the opportunity to befriend this top weapon crafting genius. Lu Jing had originally imagined a weapon crafting expert to be a burly man, towering and muscular, but as he got closer, his perception was completely overturned. Wang Hao had a relatively slender frame, with gentle features, appearing cultured and refined, showing no signs of the ferocity typical of a strong body cultivator. The only exception was his arms, which had firm and smooth lines, his palms calloused from years of wielding a hammer for crafting, harboring an explosive strength that was both understated and concealed. Senior brother Wang Hao, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Jing took a step forward, his demeanor humble, yet confident, his smile open and bright, immediately delivering a wave of sincere praise. I've long heard that senior brother is exceptional in weapon crafting and possesses great physical strength. Seeing you today, your extraordinary demeanor is indeed well-deserved. Wang Hao turned his head at the sound, looking at this newly acclaimed figure with admiration flashing in his eyes, smiling, as he raised his hand in return. Junior brother Lu Jing, you are too kind. I watched your spar today, and your talent is astonishing. You truly opened my eyes, and I am deeply impressed. The two exchanged pleasantries, and the atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. In a brief conversation, they became quite familiar. Lu Jing didn't beat around the bush, fully understanding the importance of efficiency, and quickly got to the point. Senior brother, I know you primarily practice the Tian Yuan transformation body technique, which requires meridian protection pills to nourish your body. To be honest, I often refine pills in my spare time, and have quite a few high-grade meridian protection pills on hand. I came here today to propose a trade with you. Oh, junior brother is also skilled in alchemy. Wang Hao's eyes brightened, his face instantly filled with surprise, his gaze locking onto the pill bottle in Lu Jing's hand, his expression eager and unhidden. For weapon crafters and body cultivators, the depletion of blood and qi is significant, making high-grade meridian protection pills an essential and precious resource that is always in high demand. I am truly humbled. At such a young age, junior brother excels in combat, body cultivation, and alchemy. Wang Hao continued to express admiration, his tone increasingly enthusiastic, eagerly asking, since you have brought pills, I assume you have something in mind for crafting. Is it a defensive armor or a protective talisman? In his view, Lu Jing had already demonstrated stunning offensive capabilities, but lacked a solid defense. To his surprise, Lu Jing shook his head lightly, his eyes sharp, and his tone resolute. What I want to craft is an offensive weapon. An offensive weapon. Wang Hao was momentarily stunned, his face filled with disbelief as he instinctively widened his eyes. Junior brother, you still lack offensive means. You crushed the other geniuses today with powerful techniques. Your combat strength far surpasses your peers. You're practically a reaper among your rank. Lu Jing helplessly spread his hands, looking exasperated, his eyes filled with seriousness. Senior brother, you only see me looking good while fighting, but you don't know the pain of being pulled from a distance by spellcasters. I can dominate in close combat, but I dread those who hide at a distance, casting spells from afar, unable to hit back or pursue. It's truly infuriating. He had long harbored this frustration, fully aware of the challenges of distance tactics in the cultivation world. He immediately stated his needs. So, I want to customize a powerful longbow specifically for body cultivators. It should match my immense strength, have an extremely long range, and high penetration power. If anyone dares to engage in long-distance harassment or consumption, I will pierce them with a single arrow, leaving them nowhere to hide. This declaration was straightforward and candid, revealing the youthful desire for victory and cunningness, leaving Wang Hao both amused and secretly impressed by its rationality. I understand. Aiming to precisely counter distance spellcasters, focusing on both close and long-range attacks. Wang Hao instantly grasped the concept and asked seriously, what requirements do you have regarding the materials and the grade of the weapon? I have no other requirements. Oh, just use the best and highest grade materials. The higher the grade, the better. Don't worry about costs. My high-grade meridian protection pills are more than enough, ensuring you won't incur any losses. This statement was bold, showcasing his financial strength, having plenty of pills allowed for freedom. Wang Hao was overjoyed to hear this, his smile instantly brightening as he nodded vigorously. Deal. With your word, I will do my utmost to craft a unique top-tier bow and arrow tailored to your physique. The two quickly reached an agreement, huddling together to discuss details from the material of the bow to its flexibility and strength to the compatibility of the arrows and the force enhancement, engaging in an enthusiastic discussion, finalizing all aspects. Meanwhile, several gazes on the high platform of the banquet were fixated on Lu Jing, taking in everything that transpired. Elder Luo Ning of the Divine Tiger Peak turned to Zhang Zhongyi beside him, his eyes filled with admiration, and sincerely remarked, Junior brother Zhongyi, your nephew is truly a rare talent. His talent, character, and vision are all top-notch. He is indeed extraordinary and a remarkable young man. Zhang Zhongyi, hearing this, quickly waved his hand in modesty, appearing calm and nonchalant, yet inside, he was immensely proud and delighted. Oh, he's just a kid, occasionally shining a bit. There's no need for you, senior brother, to praise him so highly. He was genuinely intimidated by Lu Jing's prominence today, wanting to keep a low profile to diminish his nephew's presence and avoid attracting unnecessary troubles. Looking at Zhang Zhongyi's deliberate concealment, Luo Ning shook his head helplessly, his expression becoming somewhat serious as he reminded earnestly, Junior brother, there's no need for excessive modesty. A genius' brilliance cannot be hidden. You also need to be aware that the connections and influences behind Li Chang'an are not simple. Today Li Jiejun was utterly defeated by your nephew. His mother is a transformed dragon with deep roots and high vision. Your nephew's public humiliation of Li Jiejun and slapping the Li family in the face will likely lead to troubling times ahead. He paused for a moment, speaking sincerely and offering good intentions. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles or someone targeting you, feel free to come to Divine Tiger Peak, and I will definitely assist you. Zhang Zhongyi felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this, sincerely thanking him, but his tone was very firm. Thank you, Elder Luo, for your concern and protection. But rest assured, I know Li Chang'an's character too well. Though he is protective and competitive, valuing sect resources and rankings, he has a broad mind and adheres to sect rules. He would never stoop to the level of secretly harming or suppressing juniors. The rules of Tianlong Peak have always been about healthy competition among peers privately sparring and uniting against external foes. There is still some backbone and bottom line in this regard. Luo Ning nodded, slightly fully aware of the ethos of Tianlong Peak, and upon hearing this, he did not press further. He simply gazed at Lu Jing below, who was skillfully networking and building connections filled with anticipation. This sudden rising star might truly be able to disrupt the entire power dynamic of the younger generation at Qingyan sect. At this moment, Lu Jing, who was finalizing the details of his weapon crafting with Wang Hao, remained completely unaware of this. The clamor and fireworks of the Foundation establishment banquet had long since dissolved into the night. The moment he pushed open the door, he shed the social mask he had worn so effortlessly at the banquet, his entire being relaxing at last. His storage pouch hung heavy and rustled softly at his waist. Qian Duoduo truly handled matters with meticulous care. After the banquet concluded, not only had he faithfully retrieved the Grade 1 Supreme Tier Crimson Flame Cauldron, specifically requested by Lu Jing, but he had also assembled every auxiliary ingredient and rare component required for brewing, arranged with flawless precision and not a single item missing. Inside the myriad spirit pagoda, Shaoqing sensed it the instant she laid eyes on him. The mission this time had stirred her into unusually diligent activity. 2 exceptionally refined plum spirit saplings had already taken root, a Grade 1 mid-tier 7-star plum and a Grade 1 low-tier cold-scented plum, their branches luxuriant and supple tender green buds unfurling delicately along each bough. The 2 Grade 1 spirit trees were planted side by side beside the azure water peach tree, their spiritual energies harmonizing seamlessly whenever a gentle breeze stirred. A subtle, elegant floral fragrance mingled with the peach tree's vital qi, drifting softly through the air. Once the plums bore fruit, the foundational base for Red Plum Grove liquor would be secured without further ado. Add to this the premium Longyo rice sealed within his storage pouch, and the abundant resources housed within the myriad spirit pagoda, and his long-cherished ambitions, Wanshou blood wine and Qingling rice wine, could finally advance from dream to execution. Lu Jing paid little attention to the 2 spirit trees, instead raising a hand to gently caress the newly acquired Grade 1 Supreme Tier Crimson Flame Cauldron. Its body glowed like rosy dawn, its patterns exquisitely ordered and fluid, its surface wreathed in a faint pure fire-based spiritual energy, warm yet smooth to the touch, its craftsmanship impeccable, growing more satisfying the longer he gazed upon it. Setting aside all else, its sheer size dwarfed the earth-fire cauldron entirely. The latter was scarcely deeper than his wash basin. Lu Jing could all but confirm every coin had been spent on superior materials. He cast a disdainful glance toward the shabby soot-stained Grade 1 low-tier earth-fire cauldron tucked away in the corner. His expression spoke volumes, fickle, unapologetically enamored of the new. Truly, quality commands its price, Lu Jing murmured appreciatively, then chuckled wryly. In leaner days I had no choice but to endure this wretched cauldron. Truly an indignity to my peerless alchemical mastery, which yields perfect pills without fail. Now that I possess a supreme tier pill cauldron, this scrap shall be retired, left to gather dust forevermore. Perched atop the stone railing, preening his snowy feathers, Dub rolled his eyes in utter exasperation and tilted his head, emitting 2 sharp mocking cries. His gaze was unmistakable. Must you boast? You're refining mere Grade 1 pills. Yet here you are dramatizing yourself, as though performing celestial alchemy. Caught red-handed by his own spirit beast, Lu Jing flushed faintly, then waved irritably in Dubai's direction, shooing away the mischievous bird. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Do you grasp the ancient wisdom? One must first sharpen one's tools before undertaking great work. Cease your squawking and meddling. And as for you, you're utterly disappointing. Your awakened fire affinity ought to enable alchemy, if so this task should fall to you. Not me, your master, forced to labor personally. Gaga gaga. Dubai blinked in stunned disbelief. Did you just speak human nonsense? With another eye roll, he flapped his pristine wings and lightly leapt backwards, settling into a new pose. Utterly relaxed, radiating serene indifference, clearly resolved to watch Lu Jing's antics unfold with detached amusement. Lu Jing chose not to quarrel with the willfully dim, prideful avian. Centering his mind, he raised his hand and traced a spirit sigil, channeling spiritual energy into the gleaming crimson flame cauldron. Crimson spirit flames surged upward, warm yet unruffled, enveloping the cauldron evenly and gently, a stark contrast to the volatile, chaotic blaze of the inferior earthfire cauldron stable 100-fold. Today he intended merely to recalibrate his rhythm and refine his focus. Beginning naturally with the feeding spirit pill, a Grade 1 elixir, he knew so intimately he could refine it blindfolded. Having forged countless such pills, the feeding spirit pill was for him the most fundamental and effortless of arts. Effortless, instinctive, mastered beyond reproach. Spirit herbs entered the furnace, flame temperature was calibrated with exquisite control, essence coalesced, purity locked. Each step flowed seamlessly, one graceful motion following another. Perhaps the supreme tier cauldron amplified the flame's refinement, perhaps the untroubled ease of the Foundation establishment banquet had left his heart luminous and uncluttered. Either way, his hands moved with uncanny fluency, not a trace of hesitation or resistance. 2 hours slipped away like mist. Then, a soft resonant pill chime rang out, and a rich mellow medicinal aroma erupted, instantly saturating the entire myriad spirit pagoda. As the cauldron lid lifted, 5 perfectly round golden yellow feeding spirit pills rested serenely at its base. Uniform in size, flawless in form, radiant with pristine perfection. Lu Jing plucked one up between his fingers. Its surface felt warm and velvety, distinctly different from the high-grade pills he'd crafted before. Peering closely, he saw a delicate translucent violet tandazure cloud pattern swirling just above its surface. Ethereal, tightly bound, neither dissipating nor overflowing. A hallmark of transcendent grace. Ordinary flawless pills possessed only pure, untainted potency, but cloud-patterned pills belonged solely to legend the immaculate pill. What in the nine heavens? An immaculate pill, eh? Lu Jing's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping the pill from his trembling hand. He turned it over again and again, scrutinizing it from every angle, his heart pounding wildly. Pure, unadulterated euphoria surging through him. It was real. An immaculate pill. The immaculate pill represented the zenith of alchemical artistry, its essence fused with absolute perfection, every trace of impurity and latent toxicity purged. Even mortals could consume them daily like candy, never accumulating a speck of pill residue. For cultivators and spirit beasts alike, efficacy multiplied manifold. He had heard tales. Immaculate pills demanded either peerless materials and supreme flame or profound enlightenment and breakthroughs in Dao cultivation. Conditions so stringent they occurred once in 10,000 years. Yet here he stood, having merely exchanged his cauldron and enjoyed a particularly pleasant evening, refining basic feeding spirit pills and yielding immaculate-grade results. Something is profoundly amiss. Utterly, irrevocably amiss. Clearly I was never meant to suffer hardship. After pondering fruitlessly, he waved dismissively, refusing to waste mental energy unraveling the mystery. Principle mattered less than outcome. If excellence emerged, that alone was irrefutable truth. Seizing the momentum, he reignited the furnace immediately. First batch, second, third. For then 5 successive batches of feeding spirit pills emerged, each bearing the same delicate violet tandazure cloud pattern, each achieving immaculate-grade perfection. 0 failures, 0 flaws. Consistent production of immaculate pills. Confirming his unprecedented mastery, Lu Jing's eyes lit up, and he switched formulas without hesitation. Though excellent, the feeding spirit pill remained a grade 1 spirit beast tonic. Its market limited, confined largely to internal sect circulation. But the meridian nourishing pill, that was different. A non-negotiable necessity for body cultivators, and equally coveted by scattered cultivators lacking orthodox lineages whose meridians inevitably ruptured during breakthroughs. A true pan-cultivation world commodity, scarce, indispensable, perpetually undersupplied. As spirit herbs descended into the furnace, once more crimson spirit flames blazed fiercely, while Lu Jing's focus deepened, his technique growing ever more refined and effortless. Another 2 hours passed, and the medicinal aroma swelled anew, richer and more commanding than before, suffused with the gentle meridian soothing warmth of vital chi. At the moment the lid lifted, 5 lustrous meridian nourishing pills rested in the cauldron's base, each glowing with a faint ethereal cloud pattern, each an immaculate pill. 5 pills, 5 immaculate pills. Staring at this flawless transcendent batch, Lu Jing could no longer long-suppressed elation exploded outward. He leapt wildly across the spirit grass meadow of the myriad spirit pagoda, youthful exuberance, unrestrained, and gloriously unguarded. Ascending. Truly ascending. I'm no prodigy of the alchemical realm. I am the saint of pills. Could I possibly be the reincarnation of the grand pure sage himself? Is that plausible? Who cares? As he bounded about, arms flailing, hands on hips, his triumphant grin stretched ear to ear, so ebullient, he might as well have sprouted a tail pointing straight to heaven. The watching spirit beasts fell collectively silent, their expressions uniformly dripping with disdain. Dabai tilted his head, wings draped over his face, uttering 2 hollow gagas, a sound thick with weary resignation beyond redemption. Our master has fully lost his senses. Even the placid Jinshur locust swarm, diligently gnawing blood meat and iron ore in the corner, paused mid-chew, tiny heads turning in unison toward Lu Jing, antennae twitching in synchronized dismay, their faces etched with profound wordless horror. Only Shaoqing possessed no moral compass whatsoever, and offered unrestrained ecstatic applause. Her slender emerald form darted frenetically around Lu Jing's feet, tail whipping furiously, tiny chirps of joy spilling forth in rapid succession. Her own elation so overwhelming, she seemed determined to engrave it into her very bones. Master and fawn frolicked wildly across the meadow, a scene both absurd and endearing. Only when Lu Jing had exhausted his frenzy did he rein himself in, clearing his throat twice to feign aloof composure. He slanted a sidelong glance at the deeply unimpressed Dabai, then affectionately stroked Shaoqing's head, voice thick with solemn reflection. Ahem. Modesty. Always modesty. You mundane beasts simply lack perspective. You cannot fathom the sheer incalculable value of what lies before you. From this day forward, with immaculate pills flowing freely, I need neither connections nor spirit stones, and your own growth shall accelerate exponentially. After soothing the adoring Shaoqing, Lu Jing's gaze returned to the gleaming batch of meridian-nourishing pills, his eyes blazing with sharp, calculating brilliance. Brother Hao Wang's urgent demand for body cultivator essentials. Senior sister of the cold silkworm peaks, favor owed for beauty-nourishing pills. Future expenditures on cultivation, artifact, forging, resource stockpiling. Each immaculate meridian-nourishing pill delivered the potency of several ordinary supreme-grade pills. This breakthrough secured his influence over Wang Hao, the genius artifact forger of Shun Tua Peak, and guaranteed his unimpeded ascent throughout the entire Yusho sect powered by this unparalleled alchemical mastery. Most crucially, while he had originally estimated 2 years to fulfill his sect obligations, he now confidently projected completion within 1. Though other pills had yet to reach immaculate grade refinement, his conviction remained unshaken. A sly self-assured smile curled at the corners of his lips. Ever since unlocking the astonishing ability to consistently produce the pure pill, Lu Jing has completely fallen into the joy of alchemy, utterly captivated. His passion for pill refining has intensified beyond what it was before. For the next several days, the Wanling Tower in the Lotus Academy was filled with the continuous scent of herbs and the fire of alchemy. Lu Jing pushed aside all trivial matters, wholeheartedly focused on the grand endeavor of pill refining, testing every first-grade pill formula he had stored in his spatial pouch. Revitalizing pill, cleansing spirit pill, solidifying element pill, chi gathering pill, restorative pill. He no longer limited himself to the familiar spirit-feeding pill and pulse protection pill, thoroughly understanding the pharmacological ratios of each formula, meticulously pondering the interactions of different spiritual herbs, and gradually solidifying the tactile feel of the pure pill's formation. With his top-notch talent for achieving a 100% success rate in pill formation coupled with the enhancement of a first-grade superior red fire alchemy furnace, he practiced batch after batch, achieving an absurdly high success rate, with nearly every furnace producing superior quality pills, the quality not far from that of the pure pill. In just a few days, the Wanling Tower was suffused with an intense herbal aroma, and the accumulated superior pills were piling up like a small mountain. After all the failed attempts had all been fed to the little mountain. In the throes of alchemical bliss, Lu Jing gazed at the steadily operating red fire furnace without any pressure when a sudden inspiration struck his mind. His soul was innately powerful, capable of multitasking. Wasn't it a pure waste of talent to just sit there cracking sunflower seeds? Lu Jing's eyes suddenly brightened, and his gaze locked onto the inferior earth fire furnace covered in dust and relegated to the cold palace of his workshop. Once this thought emerged, he could hardly suppress it. To do a good job, one must sharpen their tools. If my hands can crack sunflower seeds, why can't I use them to refine pills? With this thought in mind, he strode forward, lifted the dusty inferior earth fire furnace with one hand, and shook it, shaking off the carbon dust that had accumulated inside. Startled, the nearby dove flapped its wings and retreated, repeatedly expressing its disdain with loud caws, as if protesting its master's creation of dust pollution. Lu Jing paid no mind to the commotion around him, positioning the new and old alchemy furnaces on either side. On the left, the red fire alchemy furnace radiated a crimson glow with gentle spiritual energy and pure flames exuding luxury. On the right, the inferior earth fire furnace was rough and mottled, its walls still bearing the charred marks left from previous alchemical attempts. The stark contrast between the two furnaces was glaring. Today I will attempt dual furnace refining. With both hands drawing the bow, double the pills, double the wealth. With confidence overflowing, Lu Jing performed the distinct alchemical techniques for each furnace, simultaneously channeling spiritual energy to both sides as two clusters of spiritual flames rose up at once. Inside the red fire furnace, the crimson flame was docile and concentrated, steadily enveloping the furnace body with a uniform and gentle temperature. In stark contrast, the inferior earth fire furnace instantly revealed its shortcomings, with chaotic and violent flames dancing erratically, completely opposite to the obedient red fire raging like a wild horse. The differences in the medicinal properties, fire intensity, and nurturing rhythms of the two furnaces were worlds apart, causing two entirely different waves of medicinal power to collide and interfere wildly within the Wanling Tower. Lu Jing's scalp instantly tingled with unease. The once deft fire control techniques suddenly became chaotic, his soul being pulled in two directions. One half focused on stabilizing the delicate nurturing of the superior furnace, while the other half struggled to suppress the violent flames of the inferior furnace, the two forces clashing and pulling at him, making his soul buzz. Something's wrong. The rhythm is off. Lu Jing's face changed, hastily focusing to remedy the situation, his fingers flying through the alchemical techniques, trying to forcibly stabilize the balance of both furnaces. But it was too late. Boom! A dull explosion suddenly erupted. The inferior earth fire furnace could no longer withstand the chaotic medicinal power, violently shaking as a massive amount of medicinal dregs, mixed with raging spiritual energy, erupted explosively. A cloud of black-gray medicinal dregs rushed towards him, splattering all over Lu Jing's face. The fine charcoal dust entered his nostrils and corners of his mouth, catching him off guard, as he was knocked back repeatedly by the shockwaves, stumbling and in disarray. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" He raised his hand to wipe his face indiscriminately, his face covered in black dust, his handsome features transformed into that of a calico cat, with a streak of glaring blood at the corner of his mouth. The violent surge of blood and energy spread through his meridians, making his internal organs feel as if they had been brutally squeezed and needed, aching and painful, leaving him feeling blocked in the chest. No. This path is too wild, it simply won't work. Lu Jing shook his head with a bitter expression, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of the situation. While multitasking was indeed possible, the vast disparity in the fire levels and conflicting medicinal properties of the two furnaces meant this was not a case of efficiency, it was clearly self-sabotage. Dove, perched on the stone railing, stared wide-eyed, its snow-white wings covering its beak, cawing in laughter, the mockery evident in its expression. Shaoqing hurriedly scampered over, gently nudging Lu Jing's arm with its soft head, its warm deer-like eyes filled with concern, making soft cooing sounds to comfort its frustrated master. Lu Jing rubbed his sore chest with a bitter smile, taking out a plump, revitalizing pill and popping it into his mouth. The sweet pill dissolved in his throat, gradually restoring his damaged organs with its gentle medicinal power, stabilizing his turbulent energy. It was just one mishap, no big deal. It was purely an error. He stubbornly reassured himself, taking a moment to recuperate, feeling his spirits lifting again. It was just dual furnace refining after all. He, the reincarnated saint of Taiching, wouldn't be outdone by two furnaces. Lu Jing adjusted his posture, forming seals with both hands, again reigniting the spiritual flames as he prepared for a second round of dual furnace refining. This time he intentionally slowed down the rhythm, focusing intently, his soul locking onto the movements of both furnaces, making slight adjustments to the fire intensity. However, the experience of refining with fire and ice was still torturous. The superior furnace sought stability, while the inferior furnace required pressure too, completely contradictory fire control logics, causing an increasingly intense pain in his soul. In less than a quarter of an hour, bang! Another explosion rang out. The medicinal power lost balance, and the pill body shattered. The violent furnace energy surged out once more, sending Lu Jing flying again, crashing against the nearby spiritual jade wall, his back tingling. Seeing this, the I could no longer muster the energy to mock him, tilting its head and drooping its wings, appearing utterly numb and resigned, no hope left, too stubborn. Gritting his teeth, Lu Jing crawled up, wiping the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolutely stubborn. Let's do it again. The fighting spirit within him was completely ignited. He would not be defeated. Bang! The third explosion. He was sent flying. Bang! The fourth explosion. Covered in soot. Bang! The continuous sounds of explosions echoed within the Wanling Tower, becoming the only melody in this small realm. From initially stumbling back to later being adept at being blown away, layers of black dust covered his face, his robes stained with medicinal dregs, and his delicate features were utterly ruined. He occasionally bore shallow burns on his body, the blood at the corner of his mouth continually oozing and being wiped away, his internal organs repeatedly enduring the shocks of medicinal power. The sour and aching pain never ceased. The spiritual beast beside him had long since become dumbfounded. The gold-eating locusts paused their gnawing of iron, or their countless little heads, all aimed at Lu Jing, their antennae collectively swaying in a daze, as if they were watching a fierce warrior who kept battling despite repeated failures. I turned its back on Lu Jing, avoiding the sight of him, appearing as if it had laid down and given up, completely indifferent. Only Shaoqing remained steadfast, approaching Lu Jing after each failed explosion to nuzzle against him, providing gentle comfort throughout, showcasing unwavering support. Occasionally it emitted a faint green glow, aiding in his recovery, incredibly obedient. Unbeknownst to him, he had failed countless times, ruined many furnaces of spiritual herbs, and exhausted much initial grade medicinal power. Lu Jing finally could not bear it any longer, utterly exhausted, his back and waist aching, his soul faintly experiencing a wave of dizziness. He slumped down on the cold blue stone platform, gazing up at the floating spiritual clouds above the Wanling Tower, his face filled with despair as he fell into self-doubt. Strange. According to logic, my soul is steady enough, my fire control techniques flawless, my single furnace skills exceptional, and my pharmacology thoroughly understood. Why is dual furnace refining so difficult? Every time it explodes. Could it be that I am not the reincarnation of the saint of Taiching? He pondered, wondering if he was merely a disciple reincarnated, unable to handle such a basic operation. He tugged at his messy hair covered in black dust, his face filled with confusion, increasingly perplexed. Clearly every step was precise and without error, yet dual furnace operation led to irreconcilable chaos explosions, and he could not pinpoint the underlying issue. The warm and soft touch came close again as Shaoqing gently nudged his arm, its wet deer-like eyes filled with concern, its soft cooing sounds soothingly murmured, as if to gently advise him not to worry and not to be disheartened. Feeling the little one's heartfelt support, Lu Jing's aggrieved heart warmed slightly. He took a deep breath, suddenly standing up, the exhaustion in his eyes completely fading away, replaced by an indomitable spirit. I refuse to believe it. Today I must conquer dual furnace refining. After adjusting his breathing and calming his soul, Lu Jing closed his eyes for a moment, rapidly reviewing all the details of his previous failures in his mind. Finally he grasped the key issue. It wasn't about technique or soul, but rather the vast difference in the furnace levels, with the fire properties and medicinal rhythms completely mismatched. Understanding the root cause, Lu Jing ceased trying to synchronize the rhythms of both furnaces, opting instead for tailored approaches. The superior red fire furnace would use gentle heat, while the inferior earth fire furnace would apply pressure and control its intensity, managing the two rhythms separately without interference. Adjusting his mindset, techniques, and rhythm comprehensively. With the spiritual herbs entering the furnaces, the dual flames reignited. This time he focused his mind to the utmost, his eyes shining brightly, his hands dancing through the alchemical techniques, his soul perfectly splitting into two, each fulfilling its role. One gentle, one fierce, one slow, one quick. The two paths of fire control were perfectly divided with no conflicts. Time gradually flowed by, and within the Wanling Tower the aura was steady with no further chaos or tremors. After a long while, buzz. The two distinct sounds of pill formation nearly rang out simultaneously. The rich and intense dual medicinal fragrance erupted, intertwining and merging, filling the air. It worked. Lu Jing's heart surged as he eagerly lifted the lids of both furnaces. Inside the left superior red fire furnace lay 3 round and plump pure solidifying pills adorned with purple and blue cloud patterns emanating a strong spiritual energy and excellent appearance. In the right shabby earth fire furnace, although only 1 pill had formed, it was slightly smaller and the patterns faint, yet it had successfully solidified, without crumbling, its medicinal properties pure. Though few in number and far less than what could be produced in a single furnace, this was a genuine breakthrough. It worked. It really worked. In an instant, Lu Jing shook off all his fatigue, bouncing up and down like a child who had just received candy, excitement radiating from his every gesture. After all this time, and being blown up so many times, he had finally tackled the challenge of dual furnace refining. Xiao Qing instantly became excited, jumping around Lu Jing's feet, its little tail wagging quickly, its cheerful cries ringing out happier than when it had broken through itself. Dabai turned its head at the sound, glancing at the 2 furnaces, then at its wildly excited master, rolling its eyes dramatically, while cawing twice, still expressing its usual disdain, yet subtly adjusting its posture to seriously focus on the pills in the furnace, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. After being excited for a while, Lu Jing managed to suppress his overwhelming joy, cautiously pinching the 4 pure pills, feeling their smooth and delicate texture at his fingertips. He let out a long breath, adjusting his disheveled robes, forcibly adopting the aloof demeanor of a senior alchemist, clearing his throat and feigning nonchalance. See, what did I say? There is no difficult task in this world, only a lack of dedication from this alchemist. Dual furnace refining is merely a matter of practice. The previous mishaps were simply warm-ups. He turned to the disdainful Dabai, raising an eyebrow in pride. Now do you see how amazing your master is? Even a shabby furnace can produce superior pills in my hands. Who in the entire Beastmaster sect can match this skill? Hearing this, Dabai flapped its wings, turning its head away, disdainful of its boasting master. Lu Jing didn't mind holding the pills in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as his ambition ignited. Dual furnace refining has been achieved. Although the output of the inferior furnace is still concerning and the appearance slightly lacking, with more practice and rhythm refinement, he would surely be able to produce dual furnace outputs, mass-producing pure pills. Ever since Lu Jing unlocked the rare twin furnace alchemy technique, he had firmly rooted himself in the Wanling Tower. He would not endure lean days again. Having suffered in his past life, he refused to owe his sect anymore. Every day, without fail, he set the 2 furnaces to work, one soft and one stern, to master the rhythm, and his proficiency soared steadily. The superior vermilion furnace churned out flawless purity pills at a steady clip, each batch immaculate. Even the shabby low-grade earthfire furnace he had tamed into obedient service, its disastrous past of blown furnaces finally buried. Occasionally, it even coughed up an above-grade pill, maximizing his return on investment. Days spent with spirit herbs and pill furnaces were monotonous, yet fulfilling. Lu Jing's life settled into a steady cadence. When alchemy numbed his mind, he would steal a moment to loaf, and loafing became his small relief. When idle, he would tease Dabai, chase the goose around the tower, pluck a few coarse black feathers for amusement, or he would go spar with Xiaoshan, punching its thick earthen shell to loosen the stiffness from long hours of work. He had thought the 2 spirit beasts were tamed utterly, but the brood grew a rebellious streak, secretly stirring up trouble and nearly overturning the Wanling Tower's roof. Chief among them was the insufferably arrogant Dabai. At first it stole pearl fragments from water clam shells furtively and in small bites. Once it tasted sweetness, it went utterly wild and brazen. Seizing a moment when Lu Jing's head was buried in refining, it dove into a pool and swallowed an entire mature female clam, shell and all. Even within the Wanling Tower, ordinary water clams could only nurture pearl fragments and could not reproduce. A female clam capable of breeding was a scarce resource, rare even in the tower. When Lu Jing finished 1 furnace and turned, he found Dabai perched on a rock with a round, swollen belly, preening its feathers with its sharp beak in utter contentment, as if life had reached perfection. Lu Jing's pupils constricted and fury rose straight to his brow. Of all things, he had painstakingly saved resources and raised spirit beasts to cultivate them. Yet this ingrate feasted most readily upon the rarest of goods. Disregarding any alchemist's decorum, Lu Jing rolled up his sleeves, and charged man and goose erupted into a chaotic house-tilting melee within the Wanling Tower. Dabai, fully aware of its guilt, flapped enormous wings and fled in a panic, while squawking, sounding alternately like a plaintive excuse and a stubborn tantrum. Feathers scattered through the air, spiritual energy swirled askew, and the once pristine Wanling Tower courtyard was left in disarray. After dealing with the mischief of Dabai, Lu Jing's anger had not yet cooled when he discovered that the other rascal Xiaoshan had secretly wrought an even greater calamity. Xiaoshan usually appeared simple and honest, spending most of its time curled in a corner asleep, a picture of untroubled obedience seemingly easy to handle. But who could have guessed this slow-looking creature had a sly mind? He fed it all the failed pills rejected from his refining as snacks. Any other spirit beast would have repaid such kindness with gratitude and obedience. Instead, Xiaoshan acquired a taste for the waste pills, and driven by top-tier earth element perception, it tunneled about beneath the soil and precisely unearthed Lu Jing's secret stash of private wine. Pill refinement was difficult, and winemaking was no easier. That wine had been Lu Jing's labor of love, the Wansho blood wine, meticulously brewed with rare ingredients and arduous procedures. He had only managed to produce a handful of precious jars intended to be sipped slowly to temper his body. Who would have thought this supposedly honest, simple creature would surreptitiously peel back the soil, overturn the jars, and gorge itself in a drunken orgy on the ground? By the time Lu Jing arrived, several jars had been plundered, the floor running with wine that filled the air with a heady aroma. Xiao Shan was sprawled on the ground, utterly drunk, its turtle-like head lolling, and its earthy scent mingled with wine, completely spent and ruined. The beast, soaked with spiritual energy, had its body tempered and had leapt to Qi refinement 7th layer. Seeing its unparalleled defense and lack of injury, Lu Jing felt a strangling indignation. He was furious, yet helplessly mortified. If he wished to punish it, the timing was cruel. Striking a newly advanced creature seemed too heartless. If he sought retribution, poisoning it was futile. Its ironclad body made that nearly impossible. Alchemy consumed time and strength, and brewing wine required painstaking layered effort. His painstaking work had been ravaged in turn by two ungrateful brats. Gritting his teeth, Lu Jing pronounced the ultimate penalty on the spot. He would permanently cut off Xiao Shan's exclusive pill supply. Want pills? Wait and see. When I cool down, then you'll get a taste. After being enraged by both spirit beasts, Lu Jing felt utterly worn out in body and spirit. Finally, grabbing a rare day of leisure, he gave up on meticulous alchemy chores, slouched lazily in the jade seat of the courtyard, brewed tea, and allowed himself the luxury of a tranquil afternoon. A cool breeze swept through the courtyard, dispelling the heat of recent pill fires and soothing the irritation in his chest. Lu Jing's long hand lightly stroked the small figure curled upon his shoulder, his eyes soft with tenderness. This was a newly hatched Bishui Xuanjiao, azure water mystical jiao. The little creature was ink-black, its scales smooth and chill, reflecting faint scattered luminescence in sunlight. Its hornless jiao head was exquisitely sharp, its neck slender, and draped in a thin mane of dusky gray fur that fluttered with the breeze. Each of its 4 feet bore 3 talons, tips honed like long-tempered eagle claws. Though young and small, it exuded the innate majesty of the jiao lineage. Its presence was singular. Seeing it as a water jiao, Lu Jing affectionately named it a shuier. A shuier. Look at Dabai and Xiao Shan. Those two little pests cause trouble every day and are useless for real work. Lu Jing's fingertip traced the dragon's delicate scales as he scolded in the tone of an exasperated father who loved his children nonetheless. When you cultivate, you must be diligent and make me proud. Don't become lazy like those gluttons who loaf about. The azure jiao seemed to understand. Its lithe body slid obediently along his lap, its tiny head bobbed gently, and the wet vertical pupils glimmered with docile affection as it nuzzled Lu Jing's neck. Tame and sensible. Good boy. Lu Jing's gloom evaporated at once, and he nodded with satisfaction. A shuier was a complete third-rank spirit beast born with stable aptitude and capable of receiving a full-blood pact. Yet in Lu Jing's eyes, among the vast jiao clans, this little one was only an unremarkable sapling. Its innate ceiling was limited. At most it could reach the golden core stage, likely inferior to Li Chang'an's inferior golden jiao. Still, by following him, the little creature inherited ancestral blessings. Lu Jing was also cultivating the jiao breeding pool himself. Progress was slow, but any enhancement to a shuier's bloodline would depend on the mixed-blood jiao serpents one day. Man and jiao nestled together beneath warm sunlight, sipping tea in peaceful repose. But the rare calm was shattered before long by the sudden sounding of the Lotus Courtyard's restriction alarm. The clear chime of the restriction rang through the courtyard, interrupting the idle afternoon. Lu Jing did not need to look up to know that whoever could trigger the courtyard alarm without being stopped and still enter must be an acquaintance, most likely Qian Duoduo. He waved to quiet the ward, and still languid reclined in his seat, lifting his teacup for a slow sip. A hearty laugh came next as Qian Duoduo stepped into the courtyard with familiar ease, a grin plastered across his face. Junior brother, you're certainly taking it easy. Sunbathing with Dabai and sipping tea. Such a life makes senior brother more than a little envious. He showed no formality, strode to the stone table, seized an empty cup, poured himself hot tea, and drained it in one practiced motion, fluid and casual. But as his gaze casually swept over Lu Jing's shoulder, it froze. His relaxed expression tightened, eyes went round, pupils shrinking as disbelief contorted his face. Qian Duoduo stared straight at the small jet-black jiao, forgetting even to put his cup down. Thighs is a jiao, he blurted in shock. Lu Jing rolled his eyes at the display of astonishment and regarded him with thinly veiled disdain. What are you acting like? Isn't this the jiao egg I won recently? So many people were present then, why pretend you don't know? Qian Duoduo snapped back to himself, waving his hands in denial, while his gaze remained glued to a shuier, unable to look away, eyes full of wonder. I never imagined Uncle Master Zhang would actually part with such an exotic jiao egg to you. Even for a father and son, the eggs of such rare jiao bloodlines seldom change hands so easily. He inspected a shuier curiously and clicked his tongue. What's more absurd is how quickly it hatched. Normally, a jiao's incubation requires a dedicated nest and aggregation of dragon qi and months, if not years, of careful nurturing with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But yours hatched silently and whole. Simply outrageous. Lu Jing's lips twitched into a faint smile as he sipped his tea, adopting a lazy, modest tone and making a casual excuse. That's simply the advantage of having someone at your back. Old Zhang had already prepared all the groundwork and tending procedures. I merely waited and picked up the hatched result. Very convenient. At that, Qian Duoduo's face turned sour with envy. He shook his head and sighed, begrudging admiration. Clear. You truly can't compare. Junior brother, your heaven-defying fortune is beyond me. After his side Qian Duo ceased his teasing, and spoke seriously, by the way, I didn't come just to mooch tea and envy you. There's a matter of business. Lu Jing arched a brow and leaned back. Oh, do tell, what business? The bao you asked senior brother Wang how to craft is finished. I brought it by today. At that Qian Duo waved his hand, and with a flash of spirit light a grand bao materialized in his palm. The entire weapon shimmered in interlaced gold and white, its surface radiant. The bao's grain was exquisitely archaic, layered with arcane runes that pulsed with restrained brilliance. The artifact exuded a domineering aura. So fast, Lu Jing could not hide his surprise. A first-rank superior armament for body cultivators was intricate to forge. Ordinary smiths needed weeks to shape, temper, and inscribe runes. That Wang Hao had completed it so swiftly was unexpected. Forging artifacts and refining pills are not the same craft. Qian Duo cradled the Zhuyu Bao with reverent affection and explained patiently, top smiths often keep prepped cores, various high-grade blanks already tempered, so that only the final shaping and inscribing remain. With materials ready and timing right, the finishing step can proceed in one stroke, and thus be remarkably swift. Especially your Zhuyu Bao, tuned for body cultivators' close-range power and explosive strikes. Its form and attributes rank among the finest of first-rank superior arms, truly precious. As a body cultivator himself, he knew how rare and formidable such weapons were, and grew increasingly envious. In his eyes, with slight modification, the bao might even approach second-rank artifact caliber. Not everyone received Wang Hao's favor. Lu Jing had earned this treatment through his own lavish backing. A stack of superior meridian-protecting pills casually gifted sealed that favor. Among the sect's younger generation, apart from a few with fearsome backgrounds, only Lu Jing could wield such influence. Lu Jing's eyes lit with sharp light as he beheld the resplendent Zhuyu Bao. The resentment those ungrateful beasts had provoked dissolved entirely. Lu Jing's gaze was firmly locked on the Zhuyu Bao. He raised his hand, and the golden white flowing light of the Zhuyu Bao steadily landed in his palm. It felt slightly cool to the touch, with a bao body that was tough and solid, its weightiness exuding a significant presence. The runes flowing on its surface subtly trembled, aligning perfectly with the meridians of his palm, as if it were born to be wielded by a body cultivator. What a fine bao! Lu Jing praised softly, his heart overwhelmed with joy, unable to suppress the urge to test it. He casually lifted the bao, his arm muscles slightly tense as pure physical strength surged into the bao. He could sense that not only was the spiritual power within his body being drawn, but even a part of his blood essence was converging onto the bao. Buzz! The Zhuyu Bao instantly trembled in resonance, its golden white spiritual light surging violently, and its momentum suddenly erupted. Almost at the moment the bowstring was fully drawn, the vacant quiver beside him glimmered with spiritual light. An arrow entirely pure white and shimmering with silver radiance shot out into the air, accurately positioning itself and locking the bowstring in place, flowing seamlessly without the need to manually retrieve it. The entire process was executed flawlessly, extremely neat. Lu Jing's eyes narrowed as he aimed at the last remaining old parasol tree in the courtyard, and with a sudden flick of his fingertip, he released the bowstring. Whoosh! A piercingly sharp sound of slicing wind erupted. The arrow, imbued with overwhelming and fierce physical strength, transformed into a streak of light that instantaneously pierced the air, moving so fast that the naked eye could hardly catch it, and it slammed violently into the trunk of the parasol tree. In the next moment, boom! The stout and tall old parasol tree, which had flourished with branches and leaves for years, simply could not withstand the terrifying power of this high-grade magical artifact arrow, and its trunk instantly shattered and exploded. Wood chips and broken branches flew everywhere, a whirlwind of greenery mixed with wood debris scattering all around, and the entire tree was completely destroyed on the spot. The spiritual energy in the courtyard surged like a storm, a fierce wind sweeping in all directions, rattling the stone tables and teacups, and leaving fallen leaves and debris scattered across the ground. Lu Jing himself was jolted by this sudden and terrifying force, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably as he instinctively took half a step back. Beside him, Qian Duo's body stiffened, his pupils dilated, and he looked utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the swirling wood chips and leaves in the air, then glanced at the remaining half-stump of the parasol tree, his lips twitching wildly, wearing a look of sheer disbelief. After a full 2 breaths, Qian Duo abruptly came to his senses, his face filled with panic and incredulity as he looked at Lu Jing, his voice trembling. Junior brother, what have you done? This perfectly fine courtyard tree, did it provoke you? Are you planning to demolish the lotus courtyard? He was truly astonished, having never seen such a fierce person in his entire life. Shouldn't one be cautious testing the waters with a stone or an open space? But here he was directly pulling with all his might, blowing up a tree, going for sheer brute destruction. Lu Jing lightly coughed twice, pretending to be calm as he brushed the wood chips off his sleeves, wearing a serious expression, while repeatedly explaining, it was a mistake, purely a mistake. I didn't control my strength well. I didn't expect this bao to have such explosive power. Though he said this, the joy and admiration in his eyes were impossible to hide, his fingertips repeatedly caressing the smooth bao body, increasingly satisfied. This Zhuyu Bao was more than just excellent. It possessed the ability to guide arrows, requiring no preparation, shooting as soon as it was drawn, and even the accompanying arrows had stable high-grade lethality, perfectly matching his physical strength. It was truly a divine artifact tailored for him. How could it not be fierce? It is entirely forged from moonshadow iron, and even the bowstring is made from the tendons of a high-grade jiao snake. Qian Duodua, having regained his composure, looked at the mess of the courtyard and added helplessly, "Moreover, Senior Brother Wang, Hao specifically instructed me that there are plenty of arrows stocked on his side. You can use them freely, no need to conserve them." "Ha ha ha, that's generous." Lu Jing instantly beamed, his smile nearly reaching his ears, full of bravado, as expected of Senior Brother Wang. "I will remember this favor and fill him up with high-grade nourishing pills later, more than enough." After saying this, he toyed with the cool Jiyu Bao in his hand, suddenly recalling the earlier conversation. He looked at Qian Duodua, who was still secretly grieving for the parasol tree, and asked curiously, "By the way, Senior Brother, you mentioned there were two matters for coming today. One was delivering the bao, what is the other?" Qian Duodua, hearing this, put away his helpless expression, brushed off the fallen leaves from his clothes, and casually said, "It's nothing major. Recently someone from the sect discovered a cave dwelling left behind by a Foundation establishment cultivator, and some disciples are planning to go check it out. I thought I'd ask if you'd be interested in joining." "A Foundation establishment cultivator's cave dwelling?" Lu Jing raised an eyebrow at the mention, looking Qian Duoduo up and down, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "Senior Brother, are you in dire straits?" What a joke. Qian Duoduo's wealth far exceeded that of ordinary inner disciples, and he was even richer than many clan leaders of small Foundation establishment families out there. A Foundation establishment cultivator's cave dwelling sounded impressive, but in front of the resource foundation of the #1 sect in Tian, Nan, it was hardly worth mentioning. What ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would cherish as treasures for them at this level? It was likely just a pile of junk. Hearing the term bankrupt, Qian Duo's face darkened, immediately glaring at Lu Jing with annoyance, retorting, "Pa, can't you speak properly? My family is wealthy enough. Do I need to rely on digging out cave dwellings to get rich? I'm just bored with daily cultivation, alchemy, and meditation, and want to go out for a stroll merely to enjoy some excitement." Lu Jing nodded slightly, a hint of caution in his eyes. "Is it reliable? Don't tell me this is a trap set by the Xianyin sect to lure us righteous disciples into danger." He certainly hadn't forgotten the current timing. The Xianyin sect's methods were insidious, and it wouldn't be surprising if this were bait for them. They were not short on money, so there was no need to take risks at this crucial moment. "Rest assured, it's very stable." Qian Duoduo waved his hand, speaking with certainty. "The cave dwelling is located within the borders of the Chuyun Kingdom, which belongs to our Beastmaster sect. The Xianyin sect's influence doesn't reach there, so they can't play any tricks." "Chuyun Kingdom? Isn't that where Sister Yun is from?" Lu Jing instantly realized. "Exactly." Qian Duoduo nodded, casually explaining, "This cave dwelling was discovered by Sister Yun Song's uncle by chance. Sister Yun had just returned from the border battlefield not long ago. She had been unable to gather the materials needed to refine Foundation establishment pills, and with nothing else to do, planned to lead a team to explore the cave dwelling to kill time, and perhaps luck out in finding materials for Foundation establishment pills. That ancestor of theirs can't hold on much longer." Upon hearing that Sister Yunming was going to, Lu Jing immediately set aside all his concerns. Yunming was exceptionally talented and powerful. Although she couldn't match the 7 sons of Beastmaster, she was still formidable, and with her meticulous and cautious nature, everything would likely go smoothly. While playing with the Jiyu Bao in his hand, Lu Jing's interest surged, and he felt revitalized. After being cooped up all day refining pills, and being frustrated by 2 unruly children at home, he was eager to go out for a stroll to relax. "Since Sister Yun is going too, we must join the fun." Lu Jing neatly tucked away the Jiyu Bao, leaping into action, invigorated. "It's better than doing nothing. Ooh, let's tidy up," and set off immediately. Qian Duoduo immediately beamed with delight, unable to hide the joy on his face, his smile stretching from ear to ear, wearing an expression as if he had been waiting for this moment. He looked Lu Jing up and down, clicking his tongue in approval. "I knew you would be interested. Plus, with your current popularity in the sect, Sister Yun would love to have you along to make a show of it." After saying this, he felt secretly pleased. Recently, sect disciples were either busy closing off to break through or rushing to complete tasks and gather resources, each one busy and overwhelmed. Though he had many acquaintances, the only one who could remain unfazed by trivial matters and leave at a moment's notice was Lu Jing in the entire Beastmaster sect. If Lu Jing didn't go, he honestly wouldn't be interested either. Lu Jing rolled his eyes in response, waving his hand with a face of modesty and helplessness. Stop, stop, stop. Don't put a crown on my head. I'm merely a lowly chi refinement stage for cultivator, just a rookie at the bottom. Where do I get such a reputation?" To his surprise, as soon as he said this, Qian Duoduo cast him a strange look of keep pretending and laughed mischievously. "Still being modest. If you are just ordinary, then all the other disciples in the sect must be useless trash." He stepped a little closer, lowering his voice and wearing a mysterious expression as if revealing a scandal, trying to hold back his laughter as he continued to belittle. "The last time you overwhelmingly crushed your peers at Tianlong Peak, that battle has long spread throughout the inner and outer sect. Now behind the scenes, many in the sect have given you a special nickname." Lu Jing raised an eyebrow slightly. "What nickname?" Qian Duoduo pronounced each word clearly, and after finishing, he couldn't contain himself any longer, his shoulders shaking with laughter, the amusement evident in his eyes. "Others hide their cultivation, at most hiding a layer or 2, remaining low-key. But you, on the other hand, have suppressed your own pressure so tightly that you practically disguised yourself as a newbie in the chi refinement stage. Li Jiejun didn't take you seriously because of the level you displayed. You have to admit, how sneaky can you get?" "What the heck?" Lu Jing's pupils shook in shock, completely dumbfounded, his face turning completely dark. He had worked hard to remain low-key and cultivate steadily, not seeking fame or fortune, only wanting to refine pills and gather resources in peace. But unexpectedly, after being low-key for so long, he had unwittingly acquired the notorious title of Sectine Dog. He was so furious that his teeth itched, feeling utterly wronged. Who the hell spread that nickname? It's purely slanderous. Seeing Lu Jing's flustered and exasperated expression, Qian Duoduo was delighted inside. While pretending to comfort him, he patted his shoulder seriously. Calm down, junior brother, it's not a big deal. Your cultivation is your own, and your strength is yours too. Those jealous people can call you whatever they like, just don't take it to heart. However, the corners of his mouth, which couldn't stop rising, and the mischievous glint in his eyes, showed no sincerity in his comfort. He was clearly enjoying the spectacle. Lu Jing saw through this guy's poor acting, and with an annoyed swat at his hand, he harshly criticized, "Stop standing there talking," without feeling the pain. "It's not you who got called a dog." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at the plump Qian Duoduo, raising his eyebrows knowingly. "Speaking of which, senior brother, you hide deeper than I do. How dare you laugh at me?" Regarding specific realms, Lu Jing couldn't guess. Apart from the flying pig, he knew nothing about spirit beasts, but this guy's physical cultivation was definitely not inferior to his, hiding it better than anyone else. Being exposed on the spot, Qian Duoduo immediately coughed twice, his eyes wandering, and he started pretending to be innocent. No, I'm just an unremarkable little cultivator, purely ordinary talent cultivating by fate." After saying this, fearing Lu Jing would continue to dig into his background, Qian Duoduo hastily made his escape, leaping onto his personal flying pig spirit beast, giving the pig's rear a pat. Let's go. We need to hurry. If we dawdle, it will be dark in Chuyan Kingdom." The sound of the wind whooshed as the plump flying pig galloped through the air, carrying a panicked Qian Duoduo swiftly toward the distant horizon, leaving Lu Jing standing there bewildered in the wind. Having lost a Jiao dragon egg, it was hard to guess who spread that riding the wind. Lu Jing and Qian Duoduo swiftly arrived at the designated meeting peak of the sect. On the open bluestone platform, 3 familiar figures had already taken their positions. Leading them was Yunming, clad in a pure white outfit, her long hair tied high, shedding her previous gentle demeanor. A fierce aura forged from the battlefield surrounded her posture as erect as a bamboo, exuding a commanding presence. Beside her stood Li Jing, maintaining her ordinary yet attractive features, dressed in simple blue attire. Only the 3-foot-long sword slung casually across her back hinted at the hidden sharpness, hanging quietly, radiating an unintentional authority, giving her an aura of coldness and distance. The last person was Chun Qingfeng, lean and agile, his body emanating a dynamic energy. His feet were firmly planted, and as he scanned the surroundings, his gaze was alert and perceptive, clearly a seasoned veteran accustomed to traversing dangerous terrain. The group noticed the commotion and turned in unison. Lu Jing immediately restrained his aura, stepping forward with a humble demeanor and a smile, saying, "Senior brothers and sisters, it's been a long time." He discreetly glanced at the 3, secretly reflecting. Last time they met at the sect's trading conference, their temperaments were still gentle and peaceful, but now each of them was enveloped in a heavy and refined aura of killing, intense, solemn, and fierce. That was the mark of those who had truly bathed in blood and returned from the front lines, a far cry from what could be cultivated through secluded training. Yunming's brows softened slightly, shedding some of the battlefield sharpness, revealing a gentle smile as she spoke softly. "Junior brother Lu, I see you are well. After years of separation, you are now a hotshot within our Beastmaster sect. Your alchemy skills have long been renowned both inside and outside the sect. Who could say otherwise?" Chun Qingfeng chimed in, leaning slightly forward, his tone filled with genuine admiration. "Your performance at Tianlong Peak was equally impressive, maintaining a low profile while hiding your strength. With you assisting us on this expedition, we are doubly secure. Not only will we be able to search for treasures, but we could even confront any dangers hidden with ease. Indeed, junior brother possesses extraordinary talent. The younger generation is to be feared." The group exchanged sincere compliments, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. Lu Jing wore a humble smile, repeatedly waving his hands in denial, presenting an air of modesty, yet his heart was filled with confusion. Taking advantage of the idle chatter, he quickly sent a secret message to Qian Duoduo beside him, his tone filled with bewilderment. "Something feels off. I remember all 3 of you have backgrounds and resources. Why are you all on the front lines fighting? Logically, you could easily remain in the sect to cultivate safely. There's no need to endure such hardships, right?" Qian Duoduo wore a polite smile, engaging in the group's conversation, her expression unreadable, only her lips subtly moving, as she replied quietly, explaining the insider information to Lu Jing. "Do you think everyone is like you, able to win by simply lying down to refine pills? Everyone has deep roots and lives freely. Sister Yun did indeed apprentice under a golden core elder, but that elder often isolates himself, having little influence within the sect, unable to assist the younger generation significantly. Moreover, her family ancestor is nearing the end of their life and urgently needs foundation establishment pills to prolong their longevity. The sect's exchange for such pills requires a vast amount of battle achievements. If she doesn't actively participate in the border skirmishes to collect merits, she can't obtain the materials, making her situation quite helpless. As for Sister Li Jing, she is truly a powerhouse. One of the very few prodigies who dual cultivates swordsmanship, and beast-taming sword cultivators typically advocate going forward, relentlessly fighting to grow stronger. She actively volunteered for the front lines to hone her swordsmanship, becoming stronger with each battle, purely a disciplined and competitive individual. And what about Qin Xingfeng? His brother is a core talent of the sect with countless resources, yet he still has to go to the battlefield. Qin Xingfeng's background is virtually useless. Resource allocation in the sect is always realistic. Without connections or networks, one must rely on battle achievements to gather resources. If you don't fight, you can only progress slowly in your cultivation. Lu Jing understood, instantly feeling a sense of wonder in his heart. So it turns out that this team consists of individuals either struggling for their family's self-disciplined and competitive, or forced to work all with their own troubles, while he and Qian Duoduo were simply out for a leisurely stroll. As the two engaged in their secret conversation, Yunming stepped forward, her casual demeanor replaced by a serious expression. She surveyed the four present and spoke solemnly to establish the rules. Now that everyone is here, we shall set off immediately. This expedition to the cave was discovered by my uncle during a trip to the falling Sunset Mountain. The rights to the cave belong to my Yun family, thus I shall require a larger share of the core opportunities within. Other scattered resources and common treasures will be evenly divided among all. Should we encounter any demon beasts or trap crises along the way, the spoils of battle will be distributed according to effort, with those contributing more receiving more. If anyone has objections, please voice them now to avoid any discord during the treasure hunt that could harm our camaraderie. As her words fell, everyone nodded, with no one showing any signs of discontent. Sister Yun is fair, we have no objections. With the rules set, there were no more disagreements. Yunming did not delay further. With a wave of her sleeve, she leaped into the air, leading everyone toward the distant, misty, falling Sunset Mountain. They traversed mountains and valleys, delving deep into the heart of falling Sunset Mountain. This place was desolate and uninhabited, with towering ancient trees and dense forests obscuring the sky. The miasma swirled among the trees, and the wind whispered ominously with the rustling of grass and trees hiding unknown dangers. From time to time, low growls of demon beasts echoed through the woods, while poisonous insects and strange creatures lurked among the vegetation, creating a perilous environment. An average qi refining practitioner entering here would find every step fraught with danger. Qin Xingfeng led the way, his movements agile like a monkey, his steps quick and nimble as he surveyed the terrain, clearing hidden obstacles of poisonous insects, truly a professional pathfinder. The rest followed closely, alert and vigilant, not daring to relax for a moment. Lu Jing humbly blended into the middle of the group, steadily following behind. His physical strength was unrivaled among his peers, confident in direct confrontations, but he lacked experience in exploring mountains and seeking treasures, making him a typical novice in the wild. Understanding the principle of leveraging one's strengths and avoiding weaknesses, he did not show off, focusing on being steady and protective, keeping close to the main group and shielding them in front. After cautiously traversing the dense forest for half an hour, they finally reached their destination, deep within the woods. Before them, a dark and deep cave appeared beneath the cliff, its entrance shrouded in a faint ethereal glow, concealed by grass and trees, making it extremely difficult to notice without careful examination. The group paused, gathering around the cave entrance to observe. Yunming gazed at the deep cave entrance and slowly began to recount the circumstances. This is the cave left behind by a Foundation establishment practitioner. Earlier, my uncle took a group into the mountains to collect herbs and accidentally discovered this cave entrance. However, at that time, the entrance exuded a strange spiritual glow, concealing dangers. After a brief exploration, they were attacked by demon beasts, resulting in 2 casualties, and they dared not venture further, having to retreat temporarily. Afterward, upon further investigation, we discovered remnants of a second-tier array pattern at the entrance. A second-tier array. Upon hearing this, Li Jing, who had been attentively observing, suddenly frowned, her expression troubled, and she whispered in surprise, "The threshold for a second-tier array is extremely high. With our collective strength as qi refining practitioners, we have no hope of breaking it. This is troublesome." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. As the group showed hesitation, Qin Xingfeng, who had been silently observing the array patterns, suddenly spoke up, his gaze resolute, overturning their previous concerns. "No, I observe the array traces carefully. After hundreds of years of erosion, the spiritual energy of the array has diminished significantly. The prohibitions are incomplete, and their power is reduced to almost nothing." Yunming nodded slightly, taking over the conversation with certainty. "What Xingfeng says is correct. This array is merely a hollow second-tier name. Its remaining power is at most comparable to a first-tier upper-grade array. With the 5 of us working together, breaking the prohibitions should not be difficult." Before her words could finish, a clear and calm voice suddenly interrupted. "No need to work together. I can handle it alone." It was Li Jing, who had remained silent all this time. She stepped forward, standing tall, her pale fingers lightly resting on the hilt of her sword. The previously silent 3-foot-long sword suddenly hummed and trembled, a sharp silver light bursting forth from the sheath, dazzling and illuminating the dark cave entrance. Buzz! The sword rang clear, its edge exposed. The group's gaze turned to her, filled with astonishment. Compared to her presence at the trading conference years ago, Li Jing's aura was now even more refined and steady. On the surface, her cultivation appeared to be at the peak of the 8th layer of qi refining, yet her sword intent was sharp and her aura steady, far exceeding the standard of an ordinary qi refining practitioner. Lu Jing, standing at the back of the crowd, narrowed his eyes. This sister Li was definitely hiding her strength. Her true power was likely far beyond the 8th layer of qi refining. A true master adept at concealing her capabilities. As his thoughts raced, the scene before him had already unfolded. Li Jing flicked her wrist, her figure neither retreating nor dodging, and she struck out with her sword. Whoosh! An exquisitely refined silver sword light cut through the air fast as thunder, swift as lightning, without any flashy moves. Only the pure essence of swordsmanship. The brilliance flashed and vanished. The incomplete array's spiritual light couldn't sustain even a second, shattering into fragments and dissipating the prohibition patterns surrounding the cave entrance, completely collapsing. One strike broke the array. Clean, swift, and graceful. Sisterly, your swordplay is magnificent. Truly deserving of the title of swordsmanship genius. One strike to break the array. Your strength is incredible. The crowd immediately praised her, but just as they finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. At the moment the array shattered and the spiritual light dissipated, a bizarre, colorful glow suddenly flashed from the dark shadows of the cave. The radiant glow was dazzling and beautiful, seemingly enchanting, yet it carried a chilling stench and a sinister wind moving at an astonishing speed, launching a sudden attack. Be careful! Yunming and Shen Qingfeng's expressions changed drastically as they shouted in unison, warning everyone to evade. At that moment Li Jing was still recovering from her previous exertion, having just broken the array. Her figure momentarily hung in the air, leaving her no time to dodge or defend. The colorful glow accurately struck her shoulder, and the strange colored aura instantly seeped through her clothes, penetrating her skin. Yunming reacted swiftly, her figure like a fluttering butterfly, as she lightly touched the ground, instantly reaching Li Jing's side and stabilizing her as she nearly fell. As everyone focused, they instantly felt a chill run down their spines. The wound on Li Jing's shoulder was not large, just a small patch of slight redness, but the red area was visibly darkening and rotting at an alarming rate. A nauseating, pungent poison spread continuously, the rotting advancing at a terrifying speed. In just an instant the toxin was coursing through her meridians toward her neck and heart, a horrifying sight. It's the five-colored miasma B. Qian Duoduo's expression changed drastically, immediately dropping her playful facade. Her eyes were filled with extreme seriousness as she exclaimed, a second-tier spirit insect. Extremely toxic. It specializes in breaking through the protective spiritual light of practitioners. Its poison is ruthless and vicious, adept at stealth attacks, and loves to hide in the gaps of broken ancient formations. Lu Jing stood at the back, his eyelids twitching, silently lamenting. Indeed, such high-risk activities as exploring, who would have expected that beneath the array there was a hidden group of poisonous insects? Truly, it's impossible to guard against. The putrid poison continued to spread unabated along Li Jing's shoulder and neck, the blackened, rotting flesh tightening the hearts of onlookers. Lu Jing's sharp gaze discerned the crux of the matter at a glance, and he immediately exhaled in relief. Everyone need not panic. He stepped forward quickly, his tone calm and composed, not forgetting to make a casual remark. It looks intimidating, but in reality, it is all show. Although the five-colored poisonous bee is a second-tier spiritual insect, it had been trapped in this desolate cave for so long with a lack of spiritual energy and nutrients that it had not fully matured. Its toxicity had diminished by more than half, making it, at most, a subpar second-tier poison bee incapable of causing lethal harm. As he spoke, a glimmer of spiritual light appeared at Lu Jing's fingertip, revealing a round, plump, and pure white antidote pill with a rich medicinal aroma quietly resting in his palm. Without waiting for everyone to examine it closely, he raised his hand in a gesture and said in a gentle tone, Senior sister, Li, quickly take it, the remaining poison will be expelled in a moment. At this moment Li Jing felt a piercing pain in her meridians and numbness in her limbs, the discomfort from the poison flowing within her body growing more intense. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out, took the pill, and directly swallowed it. As the pill slid down her throat, it melted instantly, and a warm, powerful medicinal force began to circulate through her entire body, like a spring breeze washing away the frozen meridians. The originally rampant and strange toxin seemed to have encountered its natural nemesis, being rapidly suppressed and swiftly dissipated. The blackened, rotting flesh that had been spreading rapidly on her shoulder visibly halted its expansion, and then, at an astonishing speed, it scabbed over and peeled away, the stinging numbness in her body disappearing without a trace. In just a few breaths, Li Jing's pallid face regained its rosy color, and she completely recovered her strength. She let out a long breath, a rare look of genuine gratitude appearing in her cool brows and eyes as she solemnly cupped her hands to Lu Jing and said, Thank you, junior brother, for your timely rescue. If it weren't for you today, I would have been severely injured, and our exploration would have had to come to an abrupt halt. Shen Qingfeng, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, his eyes filled with envy. A top-grade antidote pill. To take action with high-tier pills. Indeed, having a top-notch alchemist in the team is more reliable than any defense artifacts. I've only heard of junior brother Lu's extraordinary alchemy skills. Today, I've finally witnessed them firsthand. Yunming also nodded slightly, her heart still racing, as she quietly remarked, Yes, today is truly fortunate. If it weren't for junior brother's high-grade pills suppressing the potent poison, we would have suffered severe injuries just after entering the cave, forced to retreat in a sorry state. If someone were to get into trouble during my leadership, I wouldn't know how to explain it to the sect. To put it bluntly, who here does not have the potential for foundation establishment? With so many of us exploring a foundation establishment cave, losing even one or two is disgraceful. Even getting injured would be embarrassing. Lu Jing smiled and waved his hand, his expression light and carefree. Senior sister and senior brother, you are being too polite. It was merely a small effort on my part. He had refined a large number of these top-grade antidote pills in his daily practice primarily to hone his alchemy skills. Most of them were produced in bulk stored to be sold to the seniors who dealt with poisonous insects on a daily basis, bringing him great profits. Little did he expect that on his first outing to explore a cave, he would recoup his costs on the spot, while also earning goodwill from his peers, a truly profitable venture. After this sudden ambush by the poison bee, everyone completely put away their underestimation and no longer dared to look down on this seemingly ordinary Foundation establishment cave. No one knew how many similar hidden ambushes lay in wait within this dark cave. Yunming's expression turned solemn, and she said in a deep voice, "From now on, everyone must remain fully alert and cautious with every step. We can no longer afford to let our guard down." Everyone summoned their spiritual beasts to accompany them in vigilance, each fulfilling their roles and supporting one another. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, and no one hid their capabilities any longer. They activated their spiritual powers, and the spiritual light flickered as one after another impressive spiritual beasts appeared at the cave entrance. The first to appear was Yunming's spiritual beast. A clear and melodious bird call resonated through the forest, and amidst the shimmering spiritual light, a graceful seven-star, white egret spread its wings and soared forth. Its feathers were as white as snow, with delicate starry sparkles adorning its long wings, resembling a sky full of stars. Every movement exuded an air of elegance and purity, and its cries could faintly dispel the surrounding murky miasma, making it incredibly striking. Following closely behind, Li Jing's spiritual beast emerged. With a soft buzz, a cascade of golden light shimmered through the air as an oddly shaped golden-winged snake spiraled forth. Its scales were as translucent as glass, glimmering with a fierce golden light, and a pair of thin golden wings like cicada wings grew on either side of its back. Agile and swift with cold vertical pupils, it emanated the pressure of a high-tier bloodline, clearly a decisive battle-type spiritual beast. Chen Qingfeng immediately summoned his own spiritual beast. A thick, dark fog suddenly swirled and surged, obscuring the form of his spiritual beast. Its complete appearance was hidden from view, but two bright, cunning little eyes could be vaguely seen within the mist, along with fleeting sharp claws and a nimble figure. Lu Jing's gaze slightly narrowed. He could not identify the exact type, but it seemed to be a weasel-like spiritual beast adept at stealth and detecting traps, perfectly fitting Chen Qingfeng's skills in exploration. Qian Duodua, this sly one, continued to hide his capabilities. With a comical sound of wind, a round, plump, flying pig wobbled to the ground. Its hooves pounded the wind, its chubby body swaying, and it bore a lazy and carefree demeanor mirroring its owner's personality, embodying a laid-back and leisurely attitude. Everyone was speechless, but they knew this pig indeed had some skills, so it wouldn't hold them back, and thus said nothing. When it was Lu Jing's turn, his gaze shifted slightly, and after some thought, he flickered with spiritual light at his fingertip. He did not summon the large mountain-like figure. Logically, in such an environment, a large beast would be most suitable, capable of fighting and withstanding attacks. However, the entrance to this cave was narrow and cramped, and the internal passage would surely be even smaller. The large mountain's bulky and heavy frame, if released, would likely block the entire passage, leaving everyone stuck in place, which would be purely disruptive. Only Daba, with its slim and agile form and swift movements, was most suitable for exploring such a narrow secret room. Daba coolly groomed its night sky-like feathers, appearing gentle and docile, yet the pure spiritual power hidden within its depths caused the other spiritual beasts present to instinctively restrain their aura, not daring to act recklessly. Everyone's gaze fell upon Daba, a mix of curiosity in their eyes, as they secretly assessed it. Most of them had heard the rumors about Lu Jing's spiritual beast, aware that this alchemical prodigy had strong capabilities in taming beasts, but had never seen it in person. Seeing Daba appear gentle and harmless, they were full of questions, but sensibly refrained from asking. After all, a spiritual beast that could be contracted by Lu Jing, no matter how gentle, was certainly not to be underestimated. With all the spiritual beasts in position, the alert formation was quickly established. Yunming's seven-star white egret soared high, overseeing the path ahead, and warning of poisonous gas. Chen Qingfeng's black mist spirit weasel hid in the shadows, probing ahead for traps. Li Jing's golden-winged snake roamed the flanks, ready to respond to ambushes, and Qian Duo's flying pig leisurely brought up the rear, serving as a physical shield. The division of labor was clear, each fulfilling their role with utmost caution. Yunming took a deep breath, raised her hand, and signaled everyone to proceed steadily. "Let's go, everyone, be careful." Everyone nodded, focused and vigilant, closely following the faint glow of the egret as they entered the pitch black. Inside the cave, it was cool and damp, a chilly wind blowing through mixed with the faint scent of ancient dust and decaying spiritual energy. The deeper they ventured, the dimmer and more oppressive the light became, the silence only broken by the sound of footsteps and the subtle movements of the spiritual beasts. Lu Jing blended in at the back of the group, slowly following along, while subtly conversing with Qian Duo. Beside him, his tone teasing. "I say, senior brother, isn't our lineup a bit over the top?" A team leader returning from border training, a duels wording master, and a professional cave explorer, with everyone on high alert, just to dig out an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator's lair. "Why do I feel like senior sister Yunming has never been on an adventure before? It feels a bit overly cautious." Qian Duodua, moving leisurely with the group, secretly replied with a teasing grin. "You just realized that. We're all prodigies who lacks opportunities. The elders from the sect provide them, plus the sect's treasure vault enough for us to grow. If all else fails, we can just go rob others, and no one would say anything. Is that really possible? Why has no one told me this? I've been maintaining a disposition of a righteous disciple every time Lu Jing looked at Qian Duo in disbelief. We should at least pretend a bit. Our sect is reputed to be a righteous one, but whether the righteous path acknowledges us is another matter entirely. I only learned about this last year from my master, a senior brother. Our sect's reputation isn't great in the righteous path, especially in the Eastern Hua cultivation realm. Is that so? Qian Duo boasted with a smug expression, but immediately fell silent when mentioning his master. Lu Jing did not dwell on it. Though somewhat skeptical, he recalled the most prominent cultivation techniques in the scripture repository and the matter of concealed cultivation levels among the sect members, suddenly finding it rather normal. Which prestigious sect engages in such sneaky, underhanded dealings? The narrow and dim passage of the cave gradually widened, and after taking several steps forward, the oppressive darkness before him suddenly faded. A warm ray of natural light pierced through the gap above, instantly dispelling the cold dampness within the cave. Lu Jing paused, his face filled with genuine surprise as he raised his eyes to look ahead. Where was the eerie cave dwelling or the remains of skeletons? Before him lay a secluded basin valley surrounded by mountains where the scenery was picturesque, the waters clear, and the lush vegetation thrived with spiritual energy even denser than the outside world. A faint translucent membrane of light enveloped the entire valley, its patterns faintly visible. It was the remnants of a second-tier mountain protection formation worn by time, but still powerful enough to tightly encircle the valley. He couldn't help but scratch his head, a look of naive confusion on his face. Isn't this supposed to be a cave for Foundation establishment cultivators? I thought it would really be a cave. I was even looking forward to discovering a skeleton dressed in clothes, and then we could just open their storage bag and be done with it. Qian Duo beside him was left speechless, rolling her eyes dramatically with a mocking expression, lowering her voice to retort, "My good junior brother, can't you think a little? That's a serious senior cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, not some wild man living in a cave in the deep mountains. After all, they are cultivators, who would spend their whole life squatting in a dark cave. If one can have a valley secret realm as their Dao field, who would settle for less?" Lu Jing smiled awkwardly, rubbing his nose in embarrassment. He had indeed made an assumption, equating a cave dwelling with a dark, damp, and horror-filled atmosphere full of bones. Just as the two were quietly bickering, Chen Qingfeng, who was scouting ahead, suddenly halted and exclaimed in a low voice, "We've reached the core area." Everyone immediately raised their eyes to look into the distance, where in the center of the grassy land in the valley stood a simple ancient bamboo house. Surrounded by bamboo fences with a roof of green bamboo, it was clean and elegant, exuding a tranquil atmosphere of seclusion. The tension-filled crowd's eyes lit up, their hearts relaxing a bit as they instinctively quickened their pace, preparing to invest. But before anyone could take a few steps, the wind above the entire valley suddenly intensified. Buzz! A dense, overwhelming burst of colorful mist erupted from the surrounding bamboo groves and vegetation, millions of colorful poisonous bees, buzzing in a thunderous roar, converging into colorful ribbons that surged towards the group with a deafening buzz and a nauseating stench like a tidal wave. The swarm blotted out the sky, so dense it sent shivers down one's spine. "This time I'll handle it." Having learned from a previous encounter, Li Jing's cold brows were suddenly covered with a layer of icy frost, showing no trace of her previous calmness. Her jade hand tightly gripped the hilt of her sword, her wrist flicking suddenly, as the 3-foot-long sword was drawn half an inch from its sheath, its sharp ringing echoing throughout the valley. The golden-winged snake coiling beside her immediately raised its head and let out a fierce cry, its golden wings vibrating violently, and its spiritual light surged. Swish, swish, swish. Countless fine golden sword chi erupted suddenly, spreading across the sky like a rain of pear blossoms, instantly weaving into a dazzling sword net that sealed off the entire approaching swarm. The fierce sword energy crisscrossed, exuding an unparalleled aura of slaughter. The countless colorful poisonous bees charged into the sword net one after another, showing no resistance whatsoever. Puff, puff, puff. The dense poisonous bees were instantly bisected by the sword chi, their colorful bodies raining down like drops of rain, the stench of their toxic blood splattering the ground. In just a few breaths, the front line of the swarm was almost completely annihilated. Sword chi transforms into blades. Lu Jing's gaze suddenly sharpened, surprise etched on his face as he secretly marveled. To transform sword chi into blades seemed like a basic skill for sword cultivators, appearing simple, yet with an extremely high threshold. Ordinary beast control sect disciples spent their lives focusing on taming beasts, while swordsmanship was merely a side skill. Being able to wield a sword to defend oneself was already quite an achievement, and it was impossible to achieve the mastery of condensing chi into blades or creating a rain of swords. Yet Li Jing had managed to refine her swordsmanship to such an exquisite level, it was indeed a testament to her. Beside them, Chen Qingfeng looked at the dazzling sword net, unable to help but shake his head with a sigh, his tone filled with regret. With such pure and top-tier sword talent, if placed in a proper sword sect, she would undoubtedly be a core genius and a top contender for prominence, with limitless potential. Staying in our beast control sect seems a bit like burying talent. What can be done? Everyone has their own ambitions, Qian Duo said with her arms crossed, looking indifferent and laid back. Lu Jing did not respond, his gaze fixed intently on the fierce offensive clearing the swarm ahead, but in his heart, he did not regard this group of poisonous bees as a threat. This mere group of malnourished, deluded second-tier insects, no matter how numerous, was just a facade unable to breach. What truly troubled him was another matter. He was quickly calculating in his mind this valley's spiritual energy had long dissipated, the Dao rhythm was declining, and resources were pitifully scarce. How had this group of colorful poisonous bees managed to reproduce and survive until now? Could it be that beneath this valley lies a special environment nurturing toxic attributes of rare materials? If he could find the source of the poisonous spiritual roots, perhaps he could refine some high-quality poison pills. He was adept at alchemy and playing with poisons, but he had been too busy to attend to it. The poisonous herbs he had looted from Li Kanglin were still gathering dust in the myriad spirit tower. If given the chance this time, he wouldn't mind experimenting. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Lu Jing's eyes as he began calculating treasure, hunting, and alchemy in his mind. But just as his thoughts were racing and he was pondering, a sudden extreme sense of horror erupted from deep within his heart. Hair standing on end, his spirit trembled. It was a life-threatening crisis. Not good. Lu Jing whispered, his muscles instantly tensing, his scalp prickling. In the next moment, a pitch-black blade light condensed to perfection and silent as a shadow disregarded distance and defense, and in an instant it swept toward his neck. The speed was so extreme that the crowd didn't even catch a glimpse of its afterimage. Ding! The first-tier high-grade diamond talisman that protected him instantly glowed with a faint golden spiritual light, barely managing to withstand the moment before it exploded into ash. The diamond talisman dissipated most of the force, but the remaining terrifying sharpness was still fearsome. In a critical moment, Lu Jing had no time to dodge and instinctively raised his arm to block in front of his neck. Sizzle! The sound of flesh tearing suddenly rang out. The pitch-black blade light struck fiercely against his forearm, the fierce energy instantly ripping through flesh to the bone, bright red blood gushing out and dripping onto the ground, revealing glimpses of his white bones, a horrifying sight. Lu Shitty! The crowd's faces changed drastically, exclaiming in unison, disbelief evident in their eyes. Everyone's attention had been drawn by the swarm ahead, with their spirit beasts on alert, unaware that the real enemy was not in front of them, but lurking in the blind spot, ambushing the last Lu Jing of their group. Lu Jing barely dodged the fatal blow, gazing at the horrific wound on his arm, his eyes instantly flooding with blood-red anger and fear, his chest ablaze with fury. Had it not been for the diamond talisman cushioning the impact, and if his body had not been strong enough, this strike would undoubtedly have cleanly severed his neck, killing him instantly. Damn it, you ambushed me! He cursed under his breath, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, as he swiftly formed a hand seal, flames bursting forth from his palm. A blazing fireball the size of a basin instantly took shape, carrying scalding heat, and smashed fiercely toward the pitch-black shadow to the side. The fireball exploded, flames soaring into the sky, instantly illuminating the true form of the attacker. It was a giant mantis, completely black as ink, with no trace of color. Its scythe-like forelimbs gleamed with a chilling light comparable to a top-tier magic weapon, its thin wings fluttering silently, its form elusive, and its eyes cold and black, filled with a murderous intent. Surrounded by the pressure of a genuine second-tier spirit beast, it was domineering and fierce, utterly incomparable to the malnourished poisonous bees. It's a shadow mantis. A legitimate second-tier assassination-type spirit beast. Chun Qingfeng's pupils constricted, exclaiming in a low voice, his expression instantly grave. The playful demeanor of the crowd vanished in an instant, and they all took a serious stance. The poisonous bees were merely a distracting horde, but this shadow mantis was the true guardian weapon of this Foundation establishment cave. Its innate ability was to conceal itself and perform instant assassination with speed so extreme that its movements were strange and untraceable, excelling in ambushing and killing with a single strike, far more troublesome than other spirit beasts of the same tier. No one held back any longer. Yunming, Qin Qingfeng, and Li Jing simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy with full force. The 7 stars white egret cried out in the skies, spreading starry spiritual light to dispel the surrounding shadows. The black mist spirit weasel hid in the darkness, desperately tracing the mantis movements. The golden-winged snake soared into the air, its golden scales shining brilliantly, preparing to strike. All 3 spirit beasts launched their full power, unleashing spells, secret techniques, and beast skills to envelop the entire area in a barrage of attacks. However, the speed of the shadow mantis was simply terrifying, its form transforming into a series of black afterimages, weaving through the onslaught, as if taking a leisurely stroll, evading all attacks without a single hit. Not only that, but it also took advantage of the gaps to frequently launch cunning ambushes, its sharp scythe striking out with black blade lights, each strike deadly and ruthless. Puff puff. In just a few exchanges, the crowd had sustained injuries one after another. Chen Qingfeng had a cut on his arm, his robe stained with blood. Yunming was hit on her shoulder, her clothes torn and blood seeping through. Even Li Jing, the most agile among them, received a shallow wound on her side. It seemed like the mantis was toying with them, showing no intent to kill, yet the crowd suffered greatly. Yunming covered her shoulder wound, breathing slightly heavy, her face extremely pale, as she gritted her teeth, and said, I have a second-tier Gungjin sword talisman bestowed by my master, which has immense killing power. But this shadow mantis is too fast, its trajectory unpredictable, I can't lock onto it, making it impossible to hit. No matter how powerful the sword talisman, if it misses, it's useless, leaving them completely helpless. The situation on the battlefield instantly fell into a deadlock, oppressive and perilous. Lu Jing stuffed a rejuvenation pill into his mouth, the warm medicinal energy rapidly healing the wound on his arm, while his gaze remained cold, fixated on the elusive black afterimage. Ordinary attacks, spiritual techniques, and spirit beasts surrounding it were all ineffective, conventional methods. In the next second his eyes flickered as he exchanged a glance with Da Bai, who was quietly waiting at his side. Their minds communicated. Da Bai controlled the field. Da Bai's clear eyes instantly lost their docility, replaced by a layer of indifferent authority. It flapped its wings, slightly soaring into the air, letting out a hoarse, bizarre, and grating cry. This cry lacked a thunderous force with no sharp fluctuations, yet it carried an eerie power that pierced the soul. Buzz! The invisible ripples of spiritual sense instantly swept across the entire valley. The shadow mantis, which had been darting through the air, its afterimages scattering everywhere, suddenly seemed to be pressed by its rapidly vibrating wings instantly froze, its darting form halted in midair, its sharp sides stopped all its spiritual energy movements and aura, freezing entirely, rendering it completely motionless. Even its soul and thoughts plunged into a brief void. The entire scene fell into a sudden silence. In the previous second, the second-tier assassination spirit beast had been overwhelming everyone. In an instant, it was immobilized. A deathly silence fell upon the valley. The 5 cultivators present were all peak-level disciples of Chi refinement, having witnessed countless spirit beasts, though few had faced true life-or-death combat. Yet none had ever encountered a soul strike so pure, so utterly paralyzing. Ordinary duels hinge on spiritual energy, speed, physical prowess, or beast techniques. All predictable, soul attacks alone are silent, invisible, and utterly unblockable, transcending conventional combat systems entirely. They are in essence an unfair advantage, overwhelming peers with ruthless, inescapable dominance. Moreover, the shadow mantis was inherently a spirit insect, a creature whose sole constitution was its fatal weakness. Even a pristine second-rank spirit beast stood no chance against Bai's precise, overwhelming soul suppression, frozen midair like a statue, utterly powerless to resist. The disciples stood frozen, eyes wide, minds momentarily blank, still reeling from the earlier humiliation of being toyed with by the mantis. Seeing the suppression's duration slipping away, Lu Jing watched his motionless seniors and sighed, rubbing his brow before urgently urging, "What are you waiting for? Act now, no refunds after expiry." His shout jolted them all awake. Yunming reacted first, her gaze sharpening, fingers tightening around her most treasured second-rank Gungjin sword talisman, and flung it skyward without hesitation. Hum! The talisman detonated midair, drawing in a torrent of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Instantly, a colossal golden blade, tens of zhang long, coalesced above them, its edge blazing with incandescent sharpness, rending the air as it descended with crushing sovereign might. Trapped and soul-frozen, the shadow mantis could not even twitch. Crack! Golden light fell, blade light extinct. The legendary second-rank shadow mantis, renowned for flawless assassination, was cleaved cleanly in two. Ink-black blood and fragmented limbs rained down in silence, life utterly snuffed out. The crisis dissolved in an instant. A collective sigh escaped them. Their taut nerves finally slackened, backs damp, yet their gazes remained riveted on the creature hovering midair, jet black as midnight, yet named Bai. Eyes alight with awe, curiosity, and utter bewilderment. From beginning to end, Bai had unleashed no oppressive aura, no dazzling technique. Only a single cry, effortlessly dismantling an enemy that had battered them all, inflicting wounds they could not overcome. What kind of celestial spirit beast was this? Soul attacks of such magnitude were absurd, utterly beyond defense. Lu Jing caught their stunned, gaping stares, and sounded an inner alarm. Low-profile cultivation and resource hoarding were the true path forward. Bai's soul talent was too extraordinary. Fewer witnesses meant greater safety. He cleared his throat twice, feigning nonchalance, then casually changed the subject with a wry wave. Why stare at me? The crisis is over. Let's divide the spoils. Don't gawk at me, or my spirit beast. Yunming snapped back to awareness, wonder still shimmering in her eyes. Brother disciple, your spirit beast is truly extraordinary. Even the soul arts of high-rank ghost owls lack such eerie, overwhelming force. It defies all precedent. Pure luck, just a serendipitous contract with a mutated minor spirit beast. Nothing special, hardly worth mentioning. Lu Jing replied offhandedly, embodying supreme humility and inscrutable depth. Qian Duodua, long accustomed to such marvels, stepped forward, knelt beside the mangled corpse, and poked it twice. His expression awestruck, his words smoothly diverting attention. Enough about the spirit beast. Let's examine our haul. This is a windfall. A genuine second-rank shadow mantis, the rarest assassin-type insect beast. Its flesh, vital blood, chitinous carapace, and scythe-like forelimbs are all priceless treasures. He looked up, voice confident. Such specimens are extraordinarily scarce. Even within our Yusho sect, only the Chichong Peak holds fragmented records. You'd never encounter one in ordinary secret realms. His gaze drifted across the scattered corpses of iridescent poisoned bees, then he mused aloud. In this valley, cultivating only poisoned bees and shadow insects saturated with mist and toxic miasma, it's plausible the master of this abode was an elder who left our sect generations ago. Whoever he was, death extinguishes all claims. His relics belong to whoever finds them first. Shen Qingfeng stepped forward, eyes locked on the mantis's remains, resolve blazing as he spoke plainly. I ask for nothing else. May I have the shadow mantis's corpse? Understanding dawned instantly. Shen Qingfeng's own core spirit beast, a black mist-shrouded weasel, excelled in stealth and assassination, perfectly aligned with the mantis's nature and talents. It would be ideal for nurturing his spirit beast and refining its bloodline, an exquisitely tailored top-tier supplement. Of course it may be yours. Though this mantis was subdued by brother-disciple Lu Jing's control and slain by my second-rank sword talisman, should further treasures appear, distribution will remain merit-based. For now the corpse belongs to brother Qingfeng. Yun Meng declared generously, yet her meaning was clear. This concession hinged on future gains. Thank you, senior sister Yun, and everyone else. Shen Qingfeng's eyes lit up. He bowed deeply, face radiant with joy. He would have gladly traded resources for this prize. It was his absolute priority. Meanwhile, the aloof and taciturn Li Jing silently bent down and gathered numerous intact corpses of the iridescent miasmic poison bees. Their venom and carapaces were niche materials for toxin refinement and artifact forging, modest but valuable, accumulating into meaningful returns. Having swiftly divided the spoils, they readied themselves and turned their collective gaze toward the ancient bamboo cottage nearby, stepping forward together. The closer they drew, the stronger the peculiar stench of decay and rot grew, not acrid or nauseating, yet eerily oppressive, weighing heavily upon their bodies. Before the cottage courtyard bloomed clusters of grotesque violet-black flowers, thick somber petals wreathed in faint black mist, the very source of the foul odor. Beneath the eaves hung a desiccated pitch-black giant beehive, its countless cells hollow and abandoned, the ancestral nest of those iridescent miasmic poison bees. Lu Jing surveyed the scene and declared with certainty, indeed, the corpse-rot flower. He pointed to the blossoms carpeting the ground, explaining with quiet mastery. I wondered earlier, how could this valley starved of spiritual energy sustain generations of poison bees without nourishment for spirit insects? The answer lies here. The corpse-rot flower thrives solely on yin qi from corpses and decaying malevolent energy, requiring no ambient spiritual energy, only cultivating toxic miasma. It yields a unique corpse honey, capable of warming decaying flesh and restoring withered bones. To deviant cultivators and corpse-nurturing adepts, it is a peerless, coveted resource. Shen Qingfeng nodded vigorously, fully grasping the valley's ecology. No wonder it forms a self-sustaining cycle. Corpse-rot flowers nourish poison bees accumulate toxic miasma, shadow mantises feed on the bees and absorb that miasma to cultivate. Each link reinforces the next, ceaseless, symbiotic. Only such a bizarre ecosystem could produce a second-rank shadow mantis in this spiritually barren land. While marveling at the master's uncanny artistry, they moved with swift efficiency, carefully removing the desiccated beehive, then uprooting the entire patch of corpse-rot flowers with soil intact, storing each meticulously. These esoteric toxic materials were unheard of in common secret realms, valuable for sale, pill refining, or artifact forging back at the sect. Even the smallest gain mattered. Having gathered the courtyard's treasures, they pushed open the bamboo cottage's slightly ajar door and entered. Inside, the space was stark, empty, devoid of cauldrons, artifacts, or cultivation manuals, the austerity almost unsettling. Only at the room's center rested an ancient half-person-high crystal coffin, filled to the brim with thick, viscous violet-black amber liquid, cloudy, heavy, surging with yin qi corpse honey. Within sat an elderly man, white-haired, white-beard, cross-legged in perfect stillness, his body wholly encased in the amber. His skin and features remained uncorrupted, vividly preserved, yet wreathed in an inescapable aura of chilling, malevolent energy that pressed down upon the entire chamber. That oppressive, vicious, sinister aura was unmistakably alien to orthodox cultivators. At once they chorused in grim certainty, a deviant cultivator. Lu Jing studied the elder sealed within the amber, stroking his chin and murmuring softly, is he attempting to refine himself into a corpse? Or was he deliberately cultivated here by another? Qian Duoduo leaned and peering at the elder with solemn admiration. This must be the master of this abode, having orchestrated this closed-loop ecology, posthumously entrusting poison bees and mantises as guardians. Had we not intruded today, this cave residence might have lain undisturbed for centuries more. Though not for long. The spiritual energy has already withered. The corpse-rot flowers can no longer sustain so many iridescent miasmic poison bees. Had we not arrived, the bees would likely have swarmed in and devoured him. Shen Qingfeng shrugged, his expression calm and matter-of-fact. Yun Meng suppressed her astonishment, her gaze hardening as she raised a hand in warning. Remain vigilant. Deviant cultivators' abodes are treacherous. What appears serene often conceals hidden mechanisms or lethal arrays. Do not underestimate them. They nodded in unison, eyes fixed on the amber-laden crystal coffin, wondering what dormant contingencies lay buried beneath this long, silent, malevolent cultivator's corpse. Everyone cautiously probed around the ancient crystal coffin for a long time, their fingertips repeatedly checking the surroundings. The bamboo house inside and out was silent, with not a hint of backlash from the formation or any signs of zombie mutation. With their hearts finally at ease, Yun Meng reached out cautiously to take down the ancient storage bag hanging from the side of the coffin. As the bag's mouth opened with spiritual light, the items inside were revealed, instantly captivating everyone's attention. At first glance, everyone showed a uniform expression of disappointment. At the bottom of the bag lay a few hundred low-grade spirit stones haphazardly piled together, looking exceedingly shabby. Among those present, some had ample resources from their sects, while others came from wealthy backgrounds. Even the least wealthy among them far surpassed these spirit stones in value, making them look down on it, lacking even the interest to scavenge. But in the next moment, everyone's gaze shifted, and they were instantly captivated by a large pile of dark jade slips. Fire Art Soul Shocking Technique, Ghost Claw Technique, Spiritual Embryo Birth Method, Blood Burning Technique. A row of sinister and chilling names of demonic techniques came into view, and just hearing the names exuded a whiff of wickedness. As everyone flipped through the slips one by one, their brows furrowed tighter, and their expressions grew darker. Some techniques required the constant absorption of corpse poison and miasma for cultivation, while others demanded the sacrifice of blood essence and the draining of lifespan. The most sinister, the spiritual embryo birth method, even required the use of a child's energy to refine an external spiritual embryo, which was extremely malicious and completely crossed the line of righteousness. Undeniably, these demonic techniques were ruthless and deceitful, wielding immense power and giving a significant advantage in battles against opponents of the same tier. Yet they were all orthodox disciples of the righteous path, abiding by the sect's rules, and would never touch such wicked techniques in their lifetime. Yunming closed the last jade slip with a gentle sigh, her expression just and troubled, and spoke. These techniques are too evil, though I cannot unilaterally decide to destroy them, nor do I dare to distribute them arbitrarily. I will make a complete imprint of all the jade slips for record keeping, and if any of you are curious, you may also make your own copies. But let me make it clear, the path of cultivation is most dangerous when it veers towards extremes. Anyone who dares to privately practice wicked techniques or recklessly create slaughter will face the ironclad justice of the sect with no mercy. Rest assured, senior sister. Chen Qingfeng immediately waved his hand with a bright smile, his demeanor open and clear. Our Beastmaster sect focuses on the path of beast taming and symbiotic cultivation. Who would seek suffering by delving into these demonic paths when we have our orthodox techniques to explore? It's just looking for trouble. Exactly. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions serious, making their stand. While they all spoke with righteous indignation and upheld the righteous path, each of them had their own calculations in mind. Lu Jing blended in with the crowd, appearing compliant, yet internally he felt a stir. He scoffed at the other wicked techniques, but the blood-burning technique made his eyes gleam subtly. It drained blood essence, unleashed peak battle power, fought against desperate odds, and teetered on the brink of life. Wasn't this the perfect technique for turning the tables and saving one's life? Not to be used casually or practiced regularly, but in critical moments it could be used for escape or counterattack. Simply perfect. Keeping a low profile while holding a trump card meant no one would suffer losses. The others remained unaware of Lu Jing's thoughts as they continued to examine the remaining items in the storage bag. The rest were a pile of dark blackened beast bones and tattered beast hides, exuding a faint aura of energy. The specific types were indiscernible, their quality coarse and of low value, so everyone casually set them aside, too lazy to examine them closely. Finally, all eyes fell in unison on an ancient small wooden box at the very bottom of the storage bag. This was the final treasure, the only item left that still held promise. Yunming raised her hand to gently open the wooden box, and a brilliant golden spiritual light burst forth with the rich fragrance of medicinal pills wafting over, instantly overpowering the lingering stench in the room. At the center of the box lay a perfectly round and full medicinal pill glowing with golden light, its patterns faintly visible, radiating an extraordinary aura. Is this a golden core pill? Yunming's pupils narrowed slightly, and she exclaimed in disbelief, her tone filled with incredulity. A top-tier third-grade pill specifically meant for Foundation establishment cultivators to break through to the golden core stage was a coveted opportunity for countless cultivators. As soon as these words left her mouth, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes instantly sparkling with excitement, and their breaths quickened involuntarily. Let alone these chi refinement disciples, even the sect's Foundation establishment elders would be tempted to fight over a genuine golden core pill. The previously relaxed atmosphere vanished in an instant, and the mood in the bamboo house suddenly grew tense, with everyone hiding an undeniable fervor in their eyes. Just as everyone was stirred with excitement and desire, Lu Jing slowly spoke, pouring cold water on the situation. Don't get too excited, it's fake. As a top-tier alchemist, his ability to discern the grade and essence of pills was already exceptional. Lu Jing frowned slightly, his tone calm and certain. The pill's essence is incomplete, its potency is superficial, and the spiritual energy foundation is unstable. It cannot be considered a true third-grade golden core pill. At most, it's a defective product condensed from a half-finished pill. It looks impressive, but in reality its foundation is flawed. Consuming it to break through to the golden core stage could severely damage one's Dao heart and ruin one's cultivation, making it a definite defective item. A forced breakthrough may yield a fake golden core possessing the power of a golden core, yet lacking the lifespan of a true golden core cultivator. Moreover, one would never be able to break through again in their lifetime. Fake pill, eh? The crowd was taken aback, and the fervor in their eyes instantly faded, replaced by a sense of deep regret. They exchanged glances and gradually came to terms with it. They were still young, and establishing a solid foundation was already a given. They all had the potential to strive for the golden core stage in the future, so there was no need to ruin their cultivation paths or sow hidden dangers over a flawed fake pill. Qian Duo stroked his chin, chuckling as he teased. Even if it's a fake pill, it's still valuable. There are plenty of cultivators seeking breakthrough opportunities, and some are willing to take a gamble, especially those backed by families. Senior sister Yin, aren't you even a bit tempted? Yunming gently shook her head, smiling calmly. While I'm naturally tempted, my family has no one stationed at the Golden Core stage. Even if I traded for a fake pill, there would be no one to use it. Rather than holding on to a defective pill and taking risks, it's better to sell it for reliable foundation establishment materials, which is far more practical. She was just short of a Tianyuan fruit to complete a full set of foundation establishment materials. With the battle merits from this venture along with her master's influence, she had enough to exchange for a foundation establishment pill for her family. But who wouldn't want more foundation establishment pills? After reflecting, Yunming composed herself, sweeping her gaze over everyone, and began to fairly distribute all the gains from this venture clearly and meticulously. Everything is here, so let's distribute according to merit. The spirit stones will be evenly divided among everyone, and each person will make a copy of the technique jade slips, while the originals will be kept for the sect's records. The remaining rare resources will be distributed according to contributions. The corpse flower will be divided fairly. The 5-colored miasma bees were primarily dispatched by Sister Li Jing, so the bee corpses will belong to her. The shadow mantis was slain by me, while Brother Lu's divine sense immobilized it, so the two of us contributed the most, and will take the majority. The remaining miscellaneous resources will be evenly divided. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. The crowd shook their heads in unison, fully satisfied. Just the saleable fake pill already far exceeded the usual gains from a regular exploration, making it a profitable venture. After the distribution, Li Jing turned to Lu Jing, her eyes filled with genuine gratitude, and softly said, Brother Lu, I owe my life to your high-grade detoxification pill this time. They'll take the corpses of the 5-colored miasma bees, and the hive eggs, and remaining honey will all be yours. These toxic materials were burdensome to ordinary cultivators, but everyone knew that Lu Jing was an exceptional alchemist and adept at nurturing spiritual beasts. In his hands, these toxic materials that others shunned could definitely be transformed into treasures. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Jing nodded calmly, accepting all the materials without hesitation, feeling justified. Everyone worked busily, and they also removed the second-grade formation flags that could be imprinted on the mountainside, leaving the area as bare as if locusts had passed through. Yunming then looked at Qian Duodua, the one with the widest connections and most reliable, and entrusted him. Please handle the sale of the fake pill and the broken second-grade formation rune fragments. You have a wide network and stable channels, oh, we trust you. Rest assured, senior sister. It's all on me. Qian Duo patted his round belly confidently, assuring. I guarantee the highest price, oh, I want cheat my own sect. He felt a bit guilty for not contributing much effort, but selling things was just right for him. With everything settled, the group officially looking at the room filled with sinister objects and the bodies of evil cultivators, everyone felt a surge of bad luck and showed no attachment. A spirit fire was ignited, directly incinerating the amber coffin, the corpse of the white-haired elder, and the remaining waste honey completely, with wisps of blue smoke rising, thoroughly cleansing the foul roots of the cave. Subsequently, everyone searched thoroughly through the bamboo house and the valley, even prying out the broken second-grade formation runes embedded in the mountain. No resource, no matter how small, was wasted, and everything was entrusted to Qian Duo for handling. Confirming there were no further opportunities left behind, Yunming, Li Jing, and Qin Xingfeng exchanged a few pleasantries, preparing to return. All three had tasks at the sect's borders and had only taken the opportunity to explore the cave along the way, not daring to linger outside. Thank you all for your assistance. Let's distribute the opportunities evenly and meet again if fate allows. The three clasped their fists in farewell, soared into the air, and left on their flying instruments, vanishing into the horizon of the valley in an instant. In the vast Luoxiao Valley cave, only Lu Jing and Qian Duo remained. It was empty and quiet, with the sound of the wind rustling settling into complete silence. Qian Duo turned to Lu Jing beside him, raising an eyebrow, and teasingly asked in a lowered voice, Junior brother, everyone else has left, why aren't we going? Are you up to something? Lu Jing met Qian Duo's gaze, and a sly smile flashed in both of their eyes, a silent understanding passing between them, their expressions enigmatic. Lu Jing chuckled lightly, countering with a question, Senior brother, aren't you just dawdling, and not making any move either? The valley was cool and empty, with only two sharp-eyed figures locking gazes. Lu Jing glanced sideways at the chubby man beside him, and spoke first, Senior brother, you haven't left yet. I suppose you've discovered something unusual. Qian Duo tucked his hands into his pockets, swaying lazily as he chuckled slyly. Likewise, Junior brother, aren't you also dawdling and harboring your little thoughts? First off, what problem have you noticed? Lu Jing rolled his eyes with annoyance and laid it all bare. The entire valley's closed ecological system feels far too deliberate. The corpse flower relies on the negative energy of decaying corpses to survive, to propagate such a large area, and continually nourish the poisonous bees. A single corpse of that old thing simply couldn't sustain it. There must be a large number of corpses buried below. This valley is essentially a natural graveyard for nurturing malevolent energies and poisons. Qian Duo chuckled at this, and no longer hiding his thoughts, leisurely voiced his doubts. I may not understand the ecology of flowers and plants, but I understand human nature. That old evil cultivator's storage bag was stuffed with various dark arts and sinister techniques for self-preservation, yet he didn't possess a single legitimate core cultivation method. That doesn't sit right. Even the most destitute foundation establishment cultivator should have a core technique they keep close at hand. How could it all be unorthodox methods? He raised his eyes towards the direction of the bamboo hut that had long turned to ashes, his tone resolute. And that corpse honey sealing the corpses is merely a superficial facade. If one were truly to die and dissolve here, why go through all the trouble of nurturing poisons and raising insect beasts? In plain terms, that old man is not waiting for death. He is using this place to nurture malevolent spirits plotting something grander. The two exchanged words, unraveling each other's doubts, and shared a moment of unspoken camaraderie. Senior brother, your insights are profound, and your thoughts meticulous. I admire you greatly. Lu Jing cupped his hands in respect, sincerely flattering him. Junior brother, your keen observations surpass those of ordinary men. Qian Duo responded with a satisfied expression. The two engaged in mutual compliments, their eyes sparkling with amusement, each wearing a trace of intoxication. They continued this awkward flattery for a good while before finally reining it in. So shall we split the goods below? Qian Duo asked seriously, his playful demeanor subdued. There's no objection to that, Lu Jing nodded calmly. He was well aware that when the fake golden core had appeared, the atmosphere had shifted subtly, with greed hidden in everyone. If there were truly treasures hidden below, a crowd gathering would likely lead to an awkward situation, possibly even harming the camaraderie among their fellow disciples. Wealth stirs the heart, and human nature is the hardest to gauge. He had made up his mind to maintain fewer ties with those people in the future. After observing for several years, he found Qian Duo to be reliable and possessing decent strength. Whether genuine or feigned, at the very least their current relationship was much closer than with others. Even if there were changes later, he was willing to accept it. Let's get to work, I'll dig. Lu Jing tilted his chin. All right, junior brother leads and I'll assist. Qian Duo was quite perceptive. With a thought, Lu Jing summoned forth a small mountain that instantly landed with a thud. The ground trembled slightly. The small mountain glimmered with rocky textures, and a beastly roar echoed through the valley, its spirit becoming even more formidable than before. Earth trap. Without needing further instruction from Lu Jing, the small mountain skillfully activated the technique, pouring thick earth element spiritual energy into the ground. Centered around the entire corpse flower garden, the soil quickly softened, caved in, and sank cracking into dense fissures. Qian Duo watched in astonishment, unable to suppress his admiration. Your Xuanjia turtle is truly extraordinary, a first-tier spiritual beast with skills in condensing mountains, earth spikes, and earth traps. It's more versatile than many second-tier spiritual beasts. Lu Jing glanced at him sideways, a hint of teasing in his tone. Don't just gawk, and praised. If you keep slacking off, I won't share the treasures we dig up later. No. I'll help. Qian Duo immediately dropped his idle posture and patted his beast-controlling. With a flash of spiritual light, a strange beast covered in thick scales with sharp and large claws resembling a pangolin stepped forward. Its sturdy body was filled with rich earth element spiritual energy, almost solidifying, and its bloodline pressure faintly surpassed the first tier, making it a genuine second-tier bloodline spiritual beast. A treading river beast. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow, looking at the chubby man with a hint of sarcasm. Not bad, senior brother, you've hidden it well. Usually you rely on flying pigs to slack off. Who would have thought you were hiding a top-tier earth element spiritual beast with a second-tier bloodline? Qian Duo chuckled awkwardly, neither explaining nor defending himself, maintaining a low profile. Who in the beast-taming sect didn't have some hidden cards? Unless faced with a life-or-death situation, only a fool would reveal everything. The next moment, the treading river beast struck the ground with its massive claws. Boom! Earth element spiritual energy spread out, and the entire collapsing soil instantly transformed into soft quicksand, with dirt, rubble, and debris flowing down, doubling the excavation efficiency. The two earth element spiritual beasts worked together. In just a few minutes, the thick layer of soil was completely excavated, revealing the underground scene before the two. The underground space was vast, far from a simple grave pit. It was evidently a hidden underground palace. 9 pitch-black ancient coffins were arranged neatly according to the 9 palaces, each coffin bound by thick black chains that pierced through, stretching tightly and continuously drawing in the negative energy and corpse poison from below, all converging towards the center of the palace. At the core of the palace stood a mottled ancient blood-red altar. In the center of the altar hovered a gruesome, constantly writhing and twisting mass of flesh, silently suspended in midair, with countless blood threads extending and pulsating, absorbing the endless malevolent energy congregated from the 9 coffins, chilling to the bone and sending shivers down the spine. The 9 coffins gathering malevolence formation. Qian Duo's brow furrowed, his expression darkening slightly. I said that this old thing was suspicious. He intends to use the 9 coffins' malevolent energy to refine his body and reshape his foundation, playing with the act of dying and being reborn. Lu Jing stared at the writhing mass of flesh, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he retorted, can one really be reborn after death? Senior brother, don't overestimate him too much. No sooner had he spoken than the entire palace was suddenly engulfed in a chilling gale as icy malevolence surged. A stern, hoarse voice laden with endless cold killing intent echoed through the underground, shaking the dirt and stones loose. Which young one dares to intrude upon my burial ground and disturb my slumber? The sinister pressure spread instantly, enveloping the area with a terrifying aura, as if an ancient evil spirit had opened its eyes, instilling extreme fear. Any ordinary Qi refining disciple would have already been terrified, their spirits shaken and legs trembling. But who was Lu Jing? He feared nothing and would directly confront ghosts. He wouldn't wait for the other to finish their act. His temperament was even more explosive than the opponent's aura, and he immediately shot back. Who the hell do you think you are? You're nothing but a pile of rotting flesh. As these words left his mouth, Lu Jing suddenly charged forward. Little mountain. Condense mountain. Roar. The little mountain howled wildly at the sky, its earth and rock spiritual light erupting to the extreme as the underground soil and stones frantically gathered, instantly forming a massive stone mountain the size of a zhang. Lu Jing stepped into the air, his palm filled with spiritual energy, transforming into a fierce dragon claw, tightly gripping the summit of the stone mountain. With his entire being, spiritual energy and raw strength infused within his veins bulged as he swung with all his might. Boom! The massive stone mountain, wielding earth-shattering power, broke through the chilling winds and malevolent energy, crashing down heavily upon the writhing mass of flesh on the altar. Dare to play dead and act tough? I'll send you directly to the afterlife. The thunderous crash reverberated throughout the underground palace. The stone mountain with overwhelming might slammed down onto the blood-red altar, stone chips flying and the malevolent energy exploding, causing the entire ground to shake violently. However, the anticipated crushing obliteration did not occur. Just as the stone mountain was about to touch that writhing mass of flesh, the blood-red mass suddenly swelled several times, its surface erupting with countless tiny blood-red eyes and sinister spiritual fluctuations exploding forth. There was no thunderous sound, no sharp assault, only a silent and formless soul impact sweeping across the entire palace like a tidal wave. Not good. It's a soul disturbance. Lu Jing's heart sank. This was not the precise soul confinement like the one from Dubai, but rather a crude and chaotic malevolent soul impact designed to disrupt the cultivator's sea of consciousness, disorienting their mind and causing dizziness and stagnation of spiritual energy. Beside him, Qian Duoduo's face turned pale, his steps faltering as he shook his head, feeling a heavy throbbing in his brain, nearly collapsing. What a guy! This old bastard has so many tricks up his sleeve. Trying to mess with our mindset, huh? Before the two could stabilize their minds, another anomaly occurred. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The surface of the mass of flesh erupted with countless foul-smelling blood beads, and the dark red contaminated blood splattered everywhere. Wherever it touched the ground, soil or stone, smoke instantly rose as the dense hard earth was corroded into numerous pits, showcasing terrifying corrosiveness. As the contaminated blood fell, it immediately birthed tendrils of black and red malevolence, spreading rampantly and corroding everything, filling the air with a nauseating stench of decay and sweetness. Don't get close. This contaminated blood has extreme corrosiveness. Touching it will be disastrous. Lu Jing shouted sternly, instantly halting the small mountain's intent to engage in close combat. Attack from a distance. Qian Duoduo was also instantly awakened, no longer daring to be complacent. His mind was taut. Treading river suppressed the domain. Boom. The treading river beast's heavy scales glimmered brilliantly as its four claws slammed down on the ground. Rising torrents of yellow earth element spiritual energy shot into the sky, and the originally soft and collapsing ground instantly solidified as numerous thick earth walls surged upwards, layer upon layer, forming a massive earth element barrier, firmly blocking in front of the two. At the same time, boundless thick earth spiritual energy descended and suppressed, deadening the floating malevolent energy and contaminated blood within the entire palace, drastically reducing its spread. Qian Duoduo's wide area earth element formation was impressively stable. Meteor fire rain. Lu Jing stepped into the air, and the fire rain was unleashed instantly. Having refined pills for many years, Lu Jing's mastery over the fire path had far surpassed that of his peers, allowing him to control the flames with unparalleled proficiency. The meteor fire rain had become increasingly familiar to him. The blazing hot red spiritual light swept through the air, instantly scorching the cold underground air until it became hot and dry. Boom! The rain of fire suddenly fell, a torrential downpour that indiscriminately covered the entire altar area. Fire is the bane of malevolent and foul energies. The air was filled with crackling sounds. The falling fire meteors struck the splattering contaminated blood, instantly incinerating it, as the black corrosive blood mist ignited upon contact with the flames, transforming into wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the air. The spreading malevolent energy amidst the raging sea of flames had nowhere to hide, being completely burned away, crumbling into disarray. This actually works. This old bastard was trying to scare us, junior brother, let's take action. Qian Duoduo, who had initially expected a tough battle, was instantly enlightened upon seeing this. If this was all he had up his sleeve, then don't blame Qian Grandpa for bullying you. The sky was ablaze with a torrential firestorm, the sinister aura burning and sizzling as it washed over the altar. Qian Duoduo looked at the overwhelming offensive that firmly held the ground side in relief and turned to Lu Jing with surprise and admiration in his eyes. Junior brother, did you already have a handle on this old monster's secrets? To be honest, he had truly been intimidated a moment ago. The 9 coffins gathering evil formation was notorious, a definite forbidden formation for evil cultivators, and combined with the fleshly remnants that could confuse the soul and corrode with tainted blood, it was filled with sinister tricks. If this old, evil cultivator retained even 30% of his peak foundation establishment power, the two of them together wouldn't be able to withstand a single slap from him, and they would surely fall here today. Lu Jing shot him a glare, his hand still making gestures without pause as the firestorm continued to pour down. What else do I look like? A mindless brute charging in headfirst. He continued. I could tell at first glance that this mass of flesh, despite its terrifying and oppressive appearance, was fundamentally hollow. In plain terms, it's just an empty shell relying on the residual evil energy of the formation to cling to life, looking fierce, but weak, only capable of using a couple of sinister tricks, with hardly any real power. As he spoke, Lu Jing formed a hand seal, causing spiritual vines to surge and grow wildly from his fingertips. Thick, sturdy green vines broke through the ground, bearing a binding force that was tough and domineering, rapidly spreading and entangling through the cracks of the altar, tightly constricting the writhing mass of blood and flesh, locking down its space for movement. The blood and flesh, now completely restricted in movement, instantly erupted in rage. The entire mass violently twisted and rolled a strange light red fire, igniting on its surface a fierce and cold roar echoing through the palace. You brats. You are pushing it too far. I shall ensure your souls are obliterated, never to be reborn. Burn blood, sacrifice it. Seeing this evil spell's initiation, Lu Jing's eyes instantly lit up, feeling not the least bit anxious, but rather excited, and shouted loudly, "Did you see that? It's desperate. Using the blood-burning technique to fight back means this old bastard is definitely at the end of his strength. Senior brother, you've been holding back for too long. If you don't act now, there won't be anything left to salvage. What's the rush? I'm on it." Qian Duodua, spurred by him, instantly became spirited, the lazy demeanor on his face completely replaced with battle intent. The body of the treading river beast surged with spiritual light, its size suddenly expanding several times, transforming into a heavy earth dragon lying on the ground, its scales formidable, and its aura intimidating, deeply rooted in the rock layers, firmly stabilizing the entire earth formation and preventing any backlash from the evil energy. Meanwhile, Qian Duodua leaped lightly, directly sitting atop his little chubby flying pig, soaring into the sky, perfectly avoiding all areas of tainted blood corrosion, safely outputting without getting too close. He raised his hand, revealing an unassuming plain dark red talisman that seemed ordinary, yet contained immense power. Fire Flood Dragon. With a low shout, he poured all his spiritual power into the talisman. The crimson flames erupted into the sky as the talisman transformed into a vividly scaled, fanged fire dragon. The dragon's roar shook the entire palace, carrying a domineering fiery force that enveloped the rolling heat waves, charging straight towards the mass of flesh on the altar. Lu Jing's pupils slightly constricted, surprise filling his eyes as he couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. He had known that Qian Duodua's resources were substantial and well hidden, but he hadn't expected it to be so extravagant. A second-tier beast soldier talisman, its value far exceeding an ordinary second-tier spiritual talisman, was incredibly difficult to refine, requiring fragments of second-tier spirit beast souls as ink and spirit bones as paper. Even elite disciples within the sect wouldn't have many, making it a rare hard currency. This chubby guy, who usually smiled while earning a bit of a commission, certainly kept a low profile. Boom. The blazing fire dragon crashed violently into the mass of flesh tightly bound by the green vines. The raging flames instantly engulfed the entire mass of flesh-piercing screams, echoing, shaking the eardrums of anyone who heard. "You dare! My soul shall be restored, and I will extract your souls and refine your bodies." Flesh and blood splattered, tainted blood splashed, black-red droplets fell to the ground, corroding and releasing white smoke, yet they could not withstand the fire dragon's burning power. The originally fierce and arrogant blood and flesh remnants had their aura plummet drastically, visibly withering and shrinking, the remaining sinister aura completely severed. "Junior brother, opportunity." Qian Duodua gasped for air, loudly reminding him. "No need for you to say." Lu Jing had already anticipated this, his movements incredibly swift. As he raised his hand, the crescent moon bow instantly materialized, the bowstring drawn to its utmost tension, the veins on his arm slightly bulging, sharp spiritual energy swirling at his fingertips, the bow body glimmering with the scales of dragons, the power of the wind fully charged. Whoosh! A highly condensed arrow of spiritual energy shot forth, precisely locking onto one of the dark ancient coffins within the Nine Palaces formation. Crack! Boom! A precise hit. The ancient coffin, bound in chains for years, shattered instantly, the accumulated ancient sinister aura and blood energy within surging out of control. The Nine Coffins Gathering Evil formation was originally a unified system of 9 formations, interlinked and indispensable. Now that one formation I had collapsed, the entire array instantly fell apart. Endless blood-red sinister aura surged out like a flood, breaking its dam, instantly engulfing the entire underground palace, the dark energy roiling as the world dimmed. At the moment the formation collapsed, the mass of blood and flesh, already on the verge of being burned to death, completely panicked. It dared not linger, abandoning all remaining sinister energy, condensing the last wisp of its original residual soul into a thin red streak of light, racing through the cracks of the palace, desperately fleeing outside, seeking to escape underground and preserve its life. "Junior brother, that old thing's residual soul is trying to escape." Qian Duodua saw through its ploy at a glance, urgently shouting. Lu Jing remained calm, not pursuing, but leisurely raising his hand and lightly snapping his fingers. "Jie!" A strange, hoarse, soul-piercing cry suddenly echoed through the valley's depths. It sounded like a ghostly wail of sorrow or the low chant of a fierce corpse, utterly eerie. The escaping red residual soul immediately froze in midair as if a pause button had been pressed, completely immobilized, its original soul thoroughly trapped. In the next moment, a shadow shot through the air, moving at an incredible speed. Before the residual soul could react or struggle, Dao opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole, effortlessly consuming this escaping Foundation establishment residual soul in one fluid motion. The entire process took less than a breath. Jing was left dumbfounded, his eyelids twitching, his heart racing. Dao, you glutton, why do you keep stuffing everything into your belly? Can that even be eaten? Jing scolded, anxiously wondering if it could safely consume something so tainted with corpse energy and blood energy. It could very well lead to a stomachache. He quickly waved his hand to summon Dao back, examining it closely from every angle, fearful that his spirit beast might have consumed something problematic and been tainted by evil energy. However, Dao showed no signs of discomfort, instead squinting its eyes and flapping its black wings, looking utterly satisfied. Its contented expression was as if it had just consumed a top-tier spiritual pill. Duo also hurried over, observing Da's appearance with a rare serious expression, and quietly said, "Junior brother, is your spirit beast a soul-devouring talent?" As a disciple of the beast-taming sect, he had deep knowledge of spirit beast abilities. Most righteous spirit beasts absorb spiritual energy, spiritual fruits, and the blood of demon beasts to cultivate, while abilities like soul consumption and soul devouring are extremely rare and inherently associated with demonic sects. Only demonic sects like the Xianyin sect would specifically cultivate soul-devouring spirit beasts that feed on living souls, residual souls, and evil souls to nourish their own consciousness. Only demonic sects like the Xianyin sect would specifically cultivate soul-devouring spirit beasts that feed on living souls. There are strict definitions regarding spirit beast feeding and cultivation abilities within the sect. A soul-devouring talent is too conspicuous and sensitive, and it's not an ability that a righteous spirit beast should possess. Currently, your cultivation is still shallow, and your foundation is unstable. Without absolute strength to back you up, if this talent is exposed, it will undoubtedly bring you great trouble. At that time, not to mention the sect's favoritism, the neighboring Xianyin sect will definitely target you, treating you as a key. The internal waters of the beast-taming sect are very deep, and there are plenty of prodigies and elders with profound backgrounds harboring unusual spirit beasts. But they either have extraordinary strength or formidable connections able to suppress rumors and withstand storms. With Jing's current chi refining cultivation, he simply couldn't withstand the exposure of such a heaven-defying and sensitive talent. Jing naturally understood the implications, nodded, earnestly patted Duo on the shoulder with a calm expression. "Senior brother, don't worry, I understand." He understood better than anyone the principle of quietly accumulating wealth. His soul confinement was already eye-catching enough, but adding soul devouring to the mix was purely inviting death. Such a trump card must be kept tightly hidden. It must not be revealed unless in a life-or-death situation. Rest assured, I will never let it publicly consume anything. Jing casually reminded Dao a couple of times, then turned and waved his hand, sending Dao and the little mountain to patrol the surroundings of the underground palace. After resolving all hidden dangers, the two exchanged glances, their expressions instantly shedding the previous seriousness, once again shining with golden glimmers of greed. They had done all this for the very moment. Without time to catch their breath, the two rushed into the wreckage-laden underground palace, one after the other. The formation had collapsed and the coffins had shattered, but this underground palace, painstakingly crafted by evil cultivators over many years, definitely hid many treasures. In unison, both shouted eagerly, "Hurry, hurry. Let's search for treasures. We can't let the earlier commotion ruin the goods," fearful that if they were a moment late, the opportunity would vanish. The underground palace lay in disarray, with shattered coffins and broken stones scattered across the ground, the malevolent aura gradually dissipating. The two individuals completely ignored the debris, their gazes firmly locked onto the blood-colored altar in the center. There lay a solitary ancient black storage bag, far superior to the shabby, old one from before. This one emanated a subtle spiritual light and was made of high-quality material, unmistakably a personal storage artifact of a proper cultivator. The main event is definitely here. Duo hurriedly stepped forward, his fingertips glowing with spiritual energy, as he swiftly unlocked the restrictions and poured out the contents of the bag. In an instant, the entire small space erupted with a dazzling light of treasures, various spiritual lights flashing and dazzling to the eyes, while a rich aroma of spiritual energy surged forward, overwhelming the meager spoils they had just acquired. "Oh my goodness! We hit the jackpot." Duo's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, displaying the surprise of someone who had never seen such wealth. There were dozens of neatly stacked mid-grade spirit stones, rich in spiritual energy and substantial in weight. Beneath them was a small mountain of low-grade spirit stones, densely packed and overflowing, appearing extremely solid. Just this pile of spirit stones equated to several years' worth of the average outer sect disciple's sect stipend. Jing also nodded, slightly unable to suppress the smile in his eyes. This was indeed a profitable venture. But the next moment, Duo picked up a warm reddish jade token, and the ecstatic smile on his face suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. The crimson jade was dark red, all over its surface engraved with twisted, eerie blood-red patterns, its malevolent aura subtle, undetectable at first glance. The only clear mark was a grotesque blood emblem on the front. "This is a Blood Sea Demon Sect Disciples token. Qian Duoduo murmured, tracing the jade token's patterns with his fingertips, his tone filled with confusion. How could this thing appear in our Beastmaster sect's territory? Blood Sea Demon Sect. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow at this, stepping closer to examine the jade token closely, his expression filled with uncertainty. Isn't that one of the 10 major demon sects dominating the southern sea cultivation world, able to stand toe-to-toe with the righteous Lu Yun immortal sect? That's right, it's them. Qian Duoduo nodded, gravely stating, the sect's ancient texts clearly record that the Blood Sea Demon sect has a terrifying foundation, with several nascent soul ancestors stationed. They're definitely a top-tier demon sect, with overall strength not weaker than our Beastmaster sect. It's neither close nor far. Logically speaking, their disciples rarely cross into our northern domain, let alone hide in a valley under our sect's jurisdiction, secretly practicing evil arts like the 9 coffins gathering evil. The territories of the two top sects are far apart, and demon sect disciples face significant risks when crossing realms. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't recklessly infiltrate. Everything about this feels suspicious. The two exchanged glances, seeing the doubt reflected in each other's eyes, suppressing their concerns as they continued to sift through the treasures in the storage bag. A second-tier low-grade blood transformation gourd lay quietly in the corner, its dark crimson body exuding a sinister aura that absorbed blood energy, specifically designed to condense the essence of flesh and blood after killing a wicked artifact favored by demon cultivators. Beside it lay a piece of millennia-old Een soul wood, completely black and entwined with dark energy. Goodness, this is actually second-tier Een soul wood. Lu Jing couldn't help but exclaim. This material is the top-tier ingredient for raising ghosts, refining corpses, and nurturing Een poison spirit beasts. With its grade entirely dependent on its growth years, it is extremely delicate and grows at an incredibly slow rate. It takes 100 years to reach second year, 1,000 years to attain third year, and it's common for several generations of cultivators to be spent just to accumulate a piece of 100-year-old Een soul wood, definitely a treasure of an old demon cultivator. In addition, there was a piece of exquisite fragrant blood sea agarwood, and an ancient scroll made of yellowed beast hide densely inscribed with the full method for refining the blood transformation demon blade. The piece de resistance was a second-tier upper-grade artifact, the Blood Moon Wheel. With its body as bright as the moon but wrapped in endless bloodshed aura, it excelled in both offense and defense, its value far exceeding that of several ordinary second-tier treasures. No wonder the Blood Sea Demon sect's direct disciples are so wealthy. Their resources are indeed substantial. Lu Jing couldn't help but sigh, a smile spreading across his face. That old man looked so poor and shabby, but it turns out he hid the real wealth deep within his personal storage bag. Qian Duoduo nodded repeatedly, just as he was about to smile and tally up their spoils. His gaze swept across 2 ancient jade slips, causing his pupils to suddenly constrict and his expression to change completely. The Blood Sea Devouring Heaven Sutra. The 9 Nether Devouring Soul Sutra. The two exclaimed simultaneously, and Lu Jing's expression instantly shifted from joy to solemnity. The Blood Sea Devouring Heaven Sutra makes sense. It's the fundamental true spirit technique of the Blood Sea Demon. The Blood Sea Demon sect's cultivation methods are extremely radical. They never hoard their teachings, and instead allow their techniques to flow freely, relying on their disciples to engage in mutual slaughter and devour each other to survive a harsh system that favors the strong. Even if outsiders lucked into learning it, they would be labeled as part of the demonic path by cultivators everywhere with no way to refute it. But the other jade slip is completely out of place. The 9 Nether Devouring Soul Sutra. Qian Duoduo gripped the jade slip, his fingers slightly stiffening, disbelief filling his gaze. Isn't this the fundamental secret technique of the Xian'in sect? The Xian'in sect guards this technique tighter than their lives, never sharing even a fraction of it. Only the core direct disciples, and those personally taught by them, are qualified to cultivate it. How could it appear in the storage bag of a Blood Sea Demon sect disciple? These two top demon sects have completely different cultivation systems and have long been in conflict over resources as incompatible as water and fire. Yet here is a Blood Sea Demon sect disciple harboring the core technique of the Xian'in sect. This is absurd. Brother, this is suspicious. Qian Duoduo turned to Lu Jing, his gaze flickering with implication. Lu Jing furrowed his brows tightly, his mind racing as he countered. Senior brother, do you remember the undercover agent that the sect caught during the recent purge? The one who had been infiltrating for many years. Qian Duoduo was taken aback for a moment, then immediately shuddered, realizing the implications, his face filled with horror. Are you saying that undercover agent was cultivating the 9 Nether Devouring Soul Sutra? That incident caused quite a stir in the sect. Many outer disciples heard about it. That undercover agent had lurked for years, secretly killing and refining souls, devouring the spirits of living beings using the core technique that was never to be shared, the priceless secret of the Xian'in sect. If it were just a Blood Sea Demon cultivator hiding here, it would merely count as demonic chaos. Lu Jing's gaze deepened as he slowly spoke, but he possesses core techniques from both the Blood Sea and Xian'in demon sects at the same time. And combined with the fact that the sect had reported an undercover agent from the Xian'in sect, there's something deeply sinister. Having the core techniques of 2 rival demon sects within one person means either a secret collusion between the 2 sects or that the Blood Sea Demon sect is using a Xian'in disciple to incite conflict between the 2 sects for their own gain. The implications were chilling. Qian Duoduo also dropped his playful demeanor, his expression serious. Your speculation is quite bold. There's definitely a possibility This matter is no longer something we can casually intervene in. Lu Jing nodded swiftly, suppressing the shock in his heart, speaking gravely. I can't discern the specific details. Let's return and ask old Zhang for more information. Old Zhang, being an inner sect disciple and part of the Tianlong Peak, has connections that are anything but simple. He would surely know the details of the undercover incident, and perhaps we can find key clues from him. That sounds prudent. Qian Duoduo completely agreed. Given the matter involves the sect's secrets and hidden forces, even his greed would not allow for any delays. The two did not linger on digging deeper into the clues, quickly and efficiently gathering all the treasure's jade slips and materials without daring to split them at that moment, instead packing everything together. After clearing out the treasures from the storage bag, Qian Duoduo was still unsatisfied, clinging to the blood-colored altar and refusing to budge, using both hands and feet to scrape around in the stone crevices. His chubby body pressed against the cold altar. After much effort, he finally touched a piece of ancient array plate embedded beneath, his eyes lighting up instantly as he turned to Lu Jing and shouted excitedly, "Coffin. We must take it. It could be incredibly useful, perhaps even hiding major clues of the demonic layout." Lu Jing rolled his eyes at this, a look of disdain on his face as he slowly retorted, "You really want to stuff every scrap of junk into your pockets, don't you? The 9 coffins gathering evil has already been shattered by us. All that remains is some mindless residual evil energy, no fierce corpses or vengeful spirits. A pile of empty coffins and broken array plates. What good will they do other than take up space and bring misfortune?" Despite his complaints, Lu Jing's hands did not slow down in the slightest, working efficiently and swiftly. He hurried to the coffin that had been shattered by the Ji Yubao, bending down to retrieve the spiritual arrow, his movements clean and precise. His gaze swept over the scattered decayed flesh remnants on the ground, initially intending to ignore them, but his nostrils twitched as he sensed something amiss. The anticipated stench of rotting flesh and the acrid scent of corpse poison were nowhere to be found. Instead, a faint sweet aroma lingered in the air, floating softly, strangely inviting. Lu Jing was taken aback, even doubting if he had inhaled too much of the Yin energy and lost his sense of smell. Frowning, he took a couple more deep breaths, becoming more certain that something was off, muttering to himself, "Meat smell. Sweet. How could a pile of rotten flesh have this scent?" Driven by curiosity, he raised his hand, using spiritual energy to push open an intact, pitch-black ancient coffin nearby. Creak. The coffin lid slid open, revealing no white bones, no decayed corpses, and no fierce malevolence. Inside lay a coffin full of blood-red, translucent substances resembling a meat-like crystal formed from blood-colored amber, quietly spread out within its warm luster, flowing life force subtly concealed, appearing extraordinarily strange. "This is meat tai sui." Lu Jing's pupils brightened, instantly recognizing this rare treasure, his tone filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Qian Duoduo, who had been stubbornly focused on the array plate, immediately leaped up at this, his plump body darting over, clinging to the coffin's edge with wide eyes, incredulity filling his face. "Meat tai sui. My heavens! How could this old thing, a mere foundation establishment demon cultivator, possess such a thing? And multiple coffins?" He, being well-versed in the sect, understood more than anyone the rarity and preciousness of meat tai sui. He quickly began to explain, both excited and astonished. "This is not just any natural wild tai sui. It's a top-tier earth treasure, painstakingly crafted by demon cultivators using vast resources. It is made using tai sui as the base, collecting the purest blood essence of hundreds of young men and Yin women and nurturing it in a spiritual pool of flesh and blood, extracting life essence day and night, taking years or even decades to form. Ordinarily, only seasoned golden core demon cultivators would dare to spend resources to cultivate it, using it to heal grievous injuries, significantly boost cultivation, and solidify foundations, a genuine high-grade, nourishing treasure." At this point, Qian Duoduo frowned deeply, feeling increasingly uneasy, repeatedly clicking his tongue. How could a down-and-out demon cultivator stuck at foundation establishment, relying on a remnant soul to survive, afford to raise so many meat tai sui? Something is off. Without him saying more, Lu Jing was equally aware of the peculiarity. This situation was suspicious from start to finish. The presence of 2 major demon sect techniques, cross-border infiltration, and these high-level resources was beyond what an ordinary foundation establishment demon cultivator could manage. This underground palace, these formations, these treasures were undoubtedly hiding a greater secret. Yet at this moment, compared to uncovering the hidden truths, the two were filled only with pure, unadulterated joy of sudden wealth. Lu Jing stared at the coffins full of blood-red tai sui, his eyes sparkling with schemes forming in his mind. His little Qing had congenital deficiencies. While her cultivation seemed stable, her foundation was limited. Without great fortune, she would likely remain stuck at the foundation establishment level for life, unable to progress further. These meat tai sui, brimming with pure life essence and the essence of flesh and blood, were the best remedy for fixing her physical flaws, nourishing her meridians, and foundation compensating for her congenital shortcomings. It was simply the perfect supplement tailored for her. No matter how outrageous it is, let's take everything first. Lu Jing decisively declared, his tone resolute. Damn it, the coffins are made from Yin soul wood, so we're taking them all. Not leaving a single thing behind. The two moved swiftly, packing all the tai sui into their storage bag for safekeeping. The previously disdainful empty coffins and old array plates were no longer regarded with contempt. In just a brief moment, the vast, chaotic underground palace was thoroughly ransacked, cleaner than a swarm of locusts passing through. Confirming that there were no more resources left behind, the two clapped their hands in satisfaction, their eyes filled with the joy of abundance. Finally, after taking one last deep look at the strange underground palace, they recalled their spirit beasts, and two streams of spiritual energy shot into the sky, slicing through the valley's air as they raced towards the direction of the Beastmaster sect. At the Beastmaster sect atop the Tianlong Peak, with the exclusive token of Tianlong Peak in hand, the massive black beast suppressed its fierce aura, transforming into a smooth stream of dark light that glided effortlessly, landing steadily on the white jadestone plaza in front of the Mingyang Palace. Lu Jing hurriedly approached, deliberately putting on a distressed and anxious expression, gripping the palace doorframe and shouting at the top of his lungs, his tone exaggerated and urgent. "Uncle, something terrible has happened." A steady sound of footsteps came from within the palace as Zhang Zhongyi strode out, dressed in a neat blue robe, his demeanor composed and calm. He quickly scanned Lu Jing from head to toe, noticing his clean robe and stable aura, not a hair out of place, showing no signs of injury or danger. He immediately sighed in relief, rolled his eyes with annoyance, and with his hands clasped behind his back spoke leisurely, "What kind of manner is this panicking so? Even if the sky were to fall on Tianlong Peak, I would be here to support you. What's there to panic about?" Lu Jing quickly stepped forward, composed himself, yet still wore a grave expression, recounting in detail their descent into the valley, the encounter with Foundation Establishment demon cultivators, the discovery of a blood-colored altar treasures, and the bizarre coexistence of the Blood Sea demon sect and the Xian Yin sect's top-tier demon arts, leaving nothing out. He even elaborated on the unusual points regarding the secret techniques of the two rival demon sects, revealing his own hidden suspicions without any concealment. Zhang Zongyi's expression grew increasingly serious as he listened. His previously relaxed brow slowly furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on his forearm. After Lu Jing finished speaking, he pondered for 2 seconds, looking at Lu Jing with suspicion. "This matter involves the secrets of two major demon sects fraught with danger. Why didn't Qianpengzi come with you?" Lu Jing was slightly taken aback by the question, then helplessly spread his hands, his expression one of resignation. "Uncle, have you forgotten? The threshold of Tianlong Peak is so high and the rules are so strict that no outsiders dare to simply drop by." As a named disciple of Tianlong Peak, he naturally knew about his own sect. Summing it up, the 4 words overbearing, vicious, arrogant, and exclusive perfectly encapsulated it. When outsiders came to the peak, they were mostly pulled aside by various senior brothers and uncles for sparring and guiding their cultivation. They claimed it was to support the younger generation and strengthen relationships, but in reality, it was just a way to get beaten up. Qianpengzi, being so cautious and greedy for life, would never dare to voluntarily walk into such trouble. It's one thing for others not to dare come, but he wouldn't dare either. Zhang Zhongyi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with surprise, his gaze filled with disdain, as if he saw through everything. "That fat guy is a talent registered at the Xiangui Peak. His status is somewhat similar to yours. Why wouldn't he be able to visit Tianlong Peak?" Now it was Lu Jing's turn to be completely stunned, his eyes slightly widened, mouth agape, a face full of disbelief. He had partnered with Qian Duo for quite some time, knowing only that this fat guy came from a wealthy background, had good luck, was stingy and clever. He never imagined there was a hidden identity linked to Xiangui Peak. He had truly underestimated this fat guy, hiding it too well. "You've been with him day in and day out, yet you don't even know his background, and you call him your brother." Zhang Zhongyi shot him a sideways glance, a look of disappointment on his face, scoffing, "That fat guy is shrewder than a monkey. He's afraid of taking risks, so he avoids coming here, but somehow you foolishly ran over to deliver the message. He truly knows how to scheme." Lu Jing's face flushed, slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose, forcing himself to defend his good brother, his tone unusually sincere. "Uncle, you can't say that. A gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. Although Qianpengzi is greedy for wealth and life, he is reliable in character, does things steadily, and never drops the ball at critical moments." "That is indeed true." Zhang Zhongyi nodded slightly at his words, accepting them calmly, and said lightly, "Otherwise he wouldn't have lived next to me at the beginning, and I wouldn't have tolerated him. However, this matter is too significant, far beyond our control. The two major demon sects are infiltrating and laying plans across borders, involving long-standing undercover cases within the sect. The waters here are too deep, don't mention you, even I cannot bear it." As he spoke, he raised a hand decisively, his tone leaving no room for doubt, hand over the token of the Blood Sea demon sect disciple, as well as the 2 jade slips, Blood Sea devouring heaven scripture and 9 nether devouring soul scripture. Lu Jing did not dare to hesitate, immediately rummaging through his storage bag and handing over the items. Zhang Zhongyi carefully stored the crucial evidence, instructing these items concern sect secrets and demon sect conspiracies. "I will go report to the master and investigate the details thoroughly. As for the other spirit stones, magical artifacts, and precious resources, you can keep them for now." He added, "Stay near Mingyang Palace, don't wander off, or investigate privately. This matter involves a wide range of issues and results won't come quickly. Just be patient and wait, avoid acting rashly and causing trouble." After giving all the instructions, Zhang Zhongyi said no more, his figure flickering and transforming into a stream of green light, swiftly shooting out of the palace, disappearing into the sea of clouds. The main hall instantly became empty and quiet. Lu Jing relaxed completely, the tense expression from moments ago crumbling, replaced by a gaze filled with curiosity and greed. He had long heard that the Mingyang Palace at Tianlong Peak had stunning scenery adorned with intricate beams and paintings rich in spiritual essence. The last time he rushed through a banquet he hadn't had time to look closely. Now that there were no outsiders he felt no need for restraint, leisurely strolling through the palace courtyard with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping around. The green-white, jade-carved columns were warm and smooth, the floral windows were ancient and elegant, the rare flowers and exotic grasses before the stairs flourished, and the spirit fish swam playfully in the pond, each corner suffused with pure spiritual energy, making Lu Jing feel excited. Since I'm here, it's not in my nature to leave without reaping some benefits. He unceremoniously locked onto several top-quality spirit herbs, quickly plucking them and stuffing them into his storage bag. Spotting the luminous moonlight carp in the pond, he was even more delighted, bending down and reaching out gently using his spiritual power to scoop up several plump spirit fish's movements so smooth they could be described as flowing like water. After all, old Zhang's family is wealthy and doesn't lack these small treasures. Helping him lighten his burden is merely Lu Jing, brother, why are you taking everything? Zhang Shushu will be angry. A soft, conflicted child's voice suddenly rang out from the side, offering a gentle admonition. Lu Jing's actions paused, hurriedly retracting his movements. He turned his head to see Li Jiejun with delicate features and a pure face, standing not far away under the corridor, his brows tightly knitted, a round face filled with conflict as he stared at him in shock. Li Jiejun, what are you doing here? Lu Jing exclaimed in surprise, confusion evident in his eyes. He had sensed earlier that the relationship between Zhang Zhongyi and the Li family seemed quite delicate, not exactly harmonious. Logically, they shouldn't allow the Li family juniors to freely enter Mingyang Palace, yet seeing Li Jiejun's familiar demeanor, he was clearly a regular visitor, hinting at deeper secrets. Li Jiejun puffed out his little chest, looking quite self-assured, and replied frankly, I came to play with Zhang Shushu. He promised me that today he would let me ride his Tianshuang crocodile dragon for a stroll. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's pupils contracted slightly, instantly stopping his movements, his gaze towards Li Jiejun completely transformed. The Tianshuang crocodile dragon. That was Zhang Zongyi's prized possession. Though it had not yet fully transformed into a true dragon, it carried pure dragon blood, rich in spiritual energy and formidable in combat, with a purity that surpassed many mixed blood dragons. On ordinary days, Zhang Zhongyi treasured it immensely, rarely allowing even himself to touch it, let alone allowing someone to ride it for leisure. How could this little guy ride it? There could only be one reason: the Li family must have provided Zhang with tremendous benefits to gain such a privilege. Indeed, there's no free ride in this world unless money is involved. Lu Jing secretly sighed in his heart, and a warm, friendly smile instantly spread across his face as he stepped forward and affectionately patted Li Jiejun's shoulder, his tone exceedingly enthusiastic. I see. Old Zhang is out on business and won't be back for a while. If you're bored, why not play with my spirit beast, a shui air, for a bit? As he spoke, he raised his hand and gave a gentle wave. A flash of spiritual light appeared, and a small, exquisitely scaled azure water Xian dragon quietly emerged, swirling before the two of them, lively and obedient. A shui air had hatched not long ago, but with its lineage, it was born with mid-level qi refinement cultivation. Its size could change, while transforming daily, gentle and endearing, making it perfect for entertaining children. To his surprise, Li Jiejun took a small step back, tightly gripping the hem of his clothes, scratching his head in a troubled manner, his eyes pure and straightforward, as he honestly said, No, I can't, senior brother Lu. My master specifically instructed me not to play with you, saying you have improper thoughts and too many tricks, which might lead me astray. Lu Jing. He was momentarily taken aback, his mouth twitching violently, instantly feeling speechless, inwardly What do you mean by improper thoughts? He, a disciple of the righteous Beastmaster sect, acted openly and above board. At most, he just liked to take some small benefits, and was a bit clever. How did that become improper thoughts? Li Chang'an must be made of sphincter muscle to say such absurd things. Lu Jing immediately feigned a look of righteous indignation, placing a hand on his chest, his face full of grievance, yet forthright, as he began to earnestly persuade the naive junior brother, senior brother, that's not right. You and I sparred fairly from the start. Although my cultivation is inferior to yours, I was able to accurately seize opportunities and stabilize the situation. This is a testament to both strength and intellect. How does that equate to improper thoughts? Your master is merely being one-sided and prejudiced. If you listen to him in everything, allowing him to restrict you and fearing to befriend fellow cultivators, before long, you will become narrow-minded and self-isolated. That would be truly counterproductive. He gazed at the innocent and pure expression on Li Jiejun's face, his heart brimming with delight. This little guy had been protected by his sect since childhood, naive and pure like a blank sheet of paper, having never encountered someone as eloquent and full of schemes as Lu Jing. With just a few words of guidance, he could easily manipulate him. Lu Jing seized the opportunity, smiling even more kindly and warmly, beckoning to the obediently spiraling a shui air. Look at my shui air, gentle and obedient, full of spirit, much softer than that Tianshuang crocodile dragon, and it can play with you. Isn't that better than just waiting for Zhang Shushu? Do you want to give it a try? Li Jiejun stared at the lively and adorable shui air, his eyes instantly shining with excitement, his conflicted expression completely unraveling. In the courtyard of the Mingyang Palace, a gentle breeze stirred the spiritual herbs and flower branches, creating a soft, shui air. Robust yet incredibly agile, shimmered with a watery glow as she playfully circled around Li Jiejun, occasionally flicking her delicate tail fin to brush against his sleeve, gentle and clingy. Li Jiejun's face lost its previous stiffness, his brows and eyes curved in a radiant smile, pure and bright, filled with the unique innocence and joy of a child. One moment he was flying towards the sky atop a shatter, and the next he dove into the pond having the time of his life. Lu Jing leaned sideways against the white, jade railing, arms crossed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he quietly observed the scene before him. It must be said that Li Jiejun's talent for cultivation is undoubtedly top-notch, with a foundation that far surpasses his peers. Yet his disposition has not been tempered by the world, remaining as pure as a blank sheet of paper, truly a child at heart, lacking the composure of a cultivator. In the midst of their playful antics, Li Jiejun suddenly seemed to recall something. With a flick of his small hand, a round and translucent spirit fruit adorned with fine golden scales appeared in his palm. The fragrance of the fruit was elegant and rich, with strands of pure spiritual energy wafting out, and even just a whiff brought a refreshing sensation throughout one's meridians. Without waiting for Lu Jing to react, Li Jiejun generously tossed the precious spirit fruit toward a shu'er's mouth. A shu'er twitched her nose, instantly drawn in by the rich aroma of the fruit. She opened her mouth to gently take the longlin fruit, swallowing it in one gulp, her watery glow surging noticeably, and her aura visibly becoming purer and more refined. Lu Jing's pupils constricted sharply, the casual smile on his face freezing instantly as a storm brewed within his heart, leaving him dumbfounded. The longlin fruit, a top-tier second-grade spirit fruit. It is specifically refined from the bloodlines of flood dragons and water creatures, purifying their origins, an invaluable treasure for cultivation that is rarely encountered. Its grade may not be particularly high, but its effects are extraordinarily frightening. Any creature with dragon scales is guaranteed to be endowed with dragon lineage. If such fruit appears at an auction, it will surely be fought over by cultivators, fetching sky-high prices, and ordinary inner disciples may not even qualify to obtain one. And the result? This top-tier scarce treasure was casually handed over to a shu'er by Li Jiejun, as if he were feeding a dog. Lu Jing's heart screamed in madness. What a bargain. Blood profit. This was simply a massive gain. He instantly understood why Zhang Zhongyi, known for being stingy and frugal, would willingly let Li Jiejun ride and stroll around with his treasured Tian Shuang crocodile. Compared to this little ancestor's family background, riding a flood dragon is nothing at all. This isn't merely a junior visiting, this is clearly a top-tier benefactor paying a visit. Lu Jing forcibly suppressed the overwhelming joy threatening to spill from his eyes, quickly stepping forward, pretending to be shocked and fearful, repeatedly waving his hands in protest. His tone, just right, senior brother. No, absolutely not. It's just playing with a spirit beast. Why be so extravagant? The longlin fruit is so precious, using it to feed this little one is truly a waste. His expression was sincere, appearing genuinely pained for the other's treasure, yet inside, he was already bursting with joy, secretly reveling. Feed more. Feed freely. Don't hold back. Li Jiejun scratched his head in confusion upon hearing this, his clear eyes filled with indifference. He casually pulled several longlin fruits from his storage bag, opening his small hand to show Lu Jing, his tone soft and gentle. It's fine, senior brother. My family has plenty of these fruits, we can't even finish them all. As he spoke, his small face drooped slightly, a hint of imperceptible melancholy flitting through his eyes as he muttered softly. No one usually plays with me, so it doesn't matter how many spirit fruits I have. Lu Jing noticed this and felt a tug at his heart. Softening his tone, he feigned curiosity and gently probed. How could no one play with you? As a disciple from the Li family with extraordinary talent and countless resources, you should be the envy of everyone in this. Upon hearing this, Li Jiejun immediately drooped his brows, the earlier smile completely fading. His small face was filled with grievance, pitifully hanging his head, his voice soft and delicate, tinged with a child's bitterness. After I was born, my mother sent all the cultivation resources along with myself back to the Li family clan, never caring for me. My father also doesn't like me, he never comes to see me. Since I was little, it's always been my uncle by my side raising me. Lu Jing's brows slightly furrowed as he understood instantly. He had previously suspected that the flood dragon bloodline was extremely proud and placed great importance on the purity of bloodlines. If the offspring's bloodline is not pure or their talent does not meet expectations, they would be neglected by the dragon clan, driven far from the nest, and never carefully nurtured. It appears that Li Jiejun is just such a case who, despite having mixed blood talent, he is not favored by his mother dragon. Although he seems to possess top-tier resources and a distinguished family background, he is actually all alone, growing up isolated from childhood. I always thought that your master Li Chang'an was the one guiding you in your cultivation. Lu Jing softened his tone, inquiring. Li Jiejun raised his wet, glistening eyes, nodding with a hint of grievance. My master is my uncle. In the entire Li family, he's the only one willing to play with me. Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly as realization dawned on him. No wonder Li Chang'an was furious upon hearing that he wanted to woo his relative. It turned out they were indeed blood relatives. In his mind, Lu Jing suddenly outlined a ludicrous family drama. Dragons and snakes revel in lust. The mother flood dragon is lecherous, forcing the talented young man of the Li family to bear mixed offspring, then neglecting him. However, since he still carries the Li family bloodline, out of respect for the sex reputation, they sent Li Jiejun back. As for Li Jiejun's life, he could piece together a rough picture. What else could it be? A child unloved by both parents, a so-called genius. At this thought, Lu Jing's heart softened a bit. Although he had no bottom line, he wouldn't bully such a child. Old Zhang was stingy enough to allow this child to roam freely in his palace, indicating that the child himself was not problem. He immediately broke into a wide smile, his expression turning warm and righteous, patting his chest generously as he exclaimed, "So that's how it is. Then senior brother won't be lonely anymore. If you ever feel bored, come find me at Mingyang Palace anytime. I may not have much, but I have plenty of delicious food, fun things, and someone to play with you." As he spoke, Lu Jing waved his small hand, and with a flash of spiritual light, a plump, juicy, and bright green bichue peach landed steadily in his palm, which he tossed to Li Jiejun. "Here, take this. The bichue peach has gentle spiritual energy and a sweet, juicy taste, not as rigid as those bitter cultivation fruits. It's perfect for satisfying your cravings. This bichue peach may not provide much benefit for latest-stage chi refinement cultivators and isn't considered a rare treasure, but its taste is genuinely good, making it just right for cheering up a child." Li Jiejun quickly reached out to catch at his fingertips, brushing against the warm peach skin. His eyes instantly brightened again, his face alight with joy. He looked at Lu Jing with a beaming smile and said, "Thank you, senior brother. You are so nice." He eagerly took a big bite, the sweet juice exploding on his tongue, his brows curving in satisfaction, instantly washing away the previous despondence. Li Jiejun quickly reached out to catch at his fingertips, brushing against the warm peach skin. His eyes instantly brightened again, his face alight with joy. He looked at Lu Jing with a beaming "Okay." Li Jiejun nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a garlic peeler, his eyes sparkling like starlight, full of excitement and joy. The two exchanged glances, both hiding smiles in their eyes, silently forming an unreliable alliance. "By the way, are you now free to enter and exit Tianlong Peak? Have you formally joined the sect?" Lu Jing stroked his chin, looking at him with curiosity. He clearly remembered that old Zhang had been stingy. The only outer sect slot available had long since fallen to him, leaving no extra quota. "Yes." Li Jiejun scratched the back of his head, a bit shy as he pressed his lips together, softly explaining. "Uncle Zhang specifically went to ask the Peak Master, and after personally testing my bloodline talent, the Peak Master made an exception to open another slot." He blinked his clear eyes and added, "Senior brother Lu, you arrived just in time. I only confirmed this a couple of days ago. If you had come a few days earlier, we would definitely have missed each other." "I see. Then I must congratulate you, senior brother. However, according to sect rules, since you joined after me, you should call me senior brother, right?" Lu Jing's eyes sparkled as he quickly climbed the social ladder, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth, straightening his posture with mock seriousness. In the cultivation world, the rules are clear. Those without a master are ranked by cultivation, while those with a master are ranked by when they enter the sect. Since he joined the sect, he had been lower in cultivation and joined later, always calling other senior brother wherever he went. Having endured this for so long, today, he could finally lift his head and be a proper senior brother. "Then I greet senior brother Lu." Li Jiejun was quite perceptive, not at all foolish for his age. He gracefully cupped his hands in greeting, fully observant of propriety. In his eyes, Lu Jing was the first person aside from his uncle who truly played and frolicked with him, and his skills were impressive, his personality interesting. He found Lu Jing far more pleasant than those who merely flaunted resources and feigned affection, so calling him senior brother was certainly not a loss. "Good." Lu Jing grinned from ear to ear, his smile stretching nearly to his ears, looking like a triumphant monkey. He raised his hand and lightly patted Li Jiejun's shoulder, speaking in a boastful yet affectionate tone. "From now on, if you stick with me, you'll definitely have fun every day, and no one will dare bully you." With a legitimate title, the two were even more unrestrained. One had been too idle with no one to play with, while the other sought chaos and loved to stir trouble. Together they unlocked a crazy play mode, turning the once grand Mingyang Palace courtyard upside down. The originally serene and ethereal courtyard, filled with spiritual energy, had instantly transformed into a large amusement park. The spiritual herbs at the steps were pulled askew, the moon-tide carps in the pond were chased around wildly, and the vibrant flowers were knocked to the ground, petals fluttering everywhere. What was once a beautiful celestial scene was now utterly chaotic, with the two wreaking havoc, the atmosphere filled with a lively spirit. When the fun reached its peak, Lu Jing summoned his companion Big White. Big White spread its wings, its dark feathers glinting with a cold luster, standing tall and majestic, exuding a Tianlong Peak was littered with long scales, and the flying creatures were already rare. A majestic bird like Big White was even more exceptional. Usually aloof and proud, keeping its distance from strangers, Big White today was particularly accommodating. Faced with the innocent and clever Li Jiejun, it displayed none of its usual ferocity, allowing the little one to touch its feathers and playfully chase after it, behaving extraordinarily gently. Lu Jing leaned against the pillar watching the bird, and the child frolic, his gaze drifting to Li Jiejun as a sudden inspiration struck him. He sat up straight, the previously lazy look in his eyes instantly igniting with fervor, sparkling as he stared at Li Jiejun as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Lu Jing held his breath, leaning closer with an expectant expression, his voice filled with excitement and curiosity. "Junior brother, can you breathe fire?" Hearing Lu Jing's sudden question, Li Jiejun blinked in confusion, his face filled with bewilderment. It took him a while to react, and then he nodded vigorously, excitement flushing his cheeks. "Yes, my mother is of the Fire Flood Dragon clan, naturally able to spit out true yang fire. I have been able to breathe fire since childhood." Lu Jing inwardly applauded, thinking that heaven was aiding him. "Yes, my mother is of the Fire Flood Dragon clan, naturally able to spit out true yang fire. I have been able to breathe fire since childhood." Lu Jing inwardly applauded, thinking that heaven. On the way back, Duo was preoccupied with thoughts of the coffin made from the Een Soul wood. But he was interested. Turning waste into treasure was his skill, not him, taking advantage of senior brother. Thinking of this, he looked at the treasure disciple with some excitement. Little Li's cultivation realm was not too high for now, comparable to his own, but his mother was a fully manifested true fire flood dragon. The foundational bloodline is immensely rich and the quality of the flames must be exceptional. That's fantastic. Lu Jing rubbed his palms together and excitedly took out an entire box of blood-red taos from his storage bag, saying, "Let's team up. You handle the fire breathing, and he'll control the flames, precisely eliminating all the malevolent aura from these taos. After we're done, senior brother, I'll share some with you." "Thank you very much, senior brother." Li Jiajun, feeling the divine essence within this pile of rotting meat, with somewhat disdainful saliva naturally secreting from his mouth, looking all fired up. Without any hesitation, he puffed out his cheeks slightly, not needing to form seals or chance to invoke his spiritual power, and a fierce crimson flame burst forth from his mouth. Lu Jing's hands moved swiftly, skillfully forming the fire-controlling technique used in alchemy, wrapping the roaring flood dragon fire with gentle spiritual energy, precisely narrowing the range of the flames to prevent them from spreading wildly. The spiritual flame enveloped the blood-red taos, and the thick malevolent aura trapped within was immediately transformed into wisps of dark red smoke, rapidly evaporating and dispersing upon encountering the true yang flood dragon fire. Lu Jing's gaze was fixed on the changes in the taos, unable to suppress a smile as he whispered, "This is it. It's all thanks to you, junior brother." Li Jiajun had a pure nature, relying on his bloodline instinct to control the fire with unexpected precision. With Lu Jing, the alchemist's clever control, the roaring flames only scorched the sinister and malevolent aura, firmly locking in the pure life essence within the taos, not losing a single drop of essence. The malevolent aura was continuously forced out by the roaring flames, large plumes of dark red gas rising and quickly enveloping the entire courtyard of the Mingyang Palace. The dark red malevolent smoke obscured the sky, turning the once pure spiritual land of Mingyang Palace into a chaotic mess. The commotion was so great that many disciples from the Tianlong Peak released their divine senses to investigate out of curiosity. A few divine senses swept across the courtyard, revealing that it was merely two young boys squatting on the ground burning something, prompting them to snicker and chat in whispers. "What a guy! This malevolent aura is ridiculously thick. I thought some blind demon cultivator had intruded upon our Isn't that Zhang's disciple's nephew? He really shone brightly at the last Foundation establishment banquet, looking all glamorous. Who would have thought this youngling could cause such a ruckus privately? Not just a ruckus, this malevolent aura has even wafted over to my mountain peak. It's simply outrageous." Fragmented murmurs carried by the fluctuations of divine sense faintly reached Lu Jing's ears, causing even his thick skin to flush slightly with embarrassment. His spirit was far more powerful than that of ordinary cultivators of the same rank, allowing him to clearly sense the prying eyes of his peers. He quickly called over the large white creature next to him to flap its wings vigorously as a fierce wind howled through the courtyard, attempting to blow away the pervasive malevolent aura. Unfortunately, the thick and sticky blood malevolent smoke showed little sign of dispersing. Lu Jing simply braced himself and continued to urge the technique to refine the taos. After completing one batch of refining, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, stirring the spiritual beasts on the mountain top into restlessness. Without pausing, Lu Jing continued to take out the remaining taos, refining them in succession. With a thought, the elegant nine-leaf Qingming deer, Shao Qing, stepped forth. As soon as it landed, Shao Qing frowned, its nose twitching slightly, displaying a look of disdain towards the heavy smoke. However, upon catching the overwhelming life essence emanating from the taos, its expression changed instantly, raising its head and letting out a clear, crisp deer call. Accompanying it, the deer licked greedily, its latent shackles loosening subtly, and the dormant bloodline potential was rapidly awakening and enhancing. The azure light on Shao Qing became increasingly intense, its elegant antlers lengthening slightly, while emerald-like vines broke through the jade stone floor of the plaza, growing tenaciously. Under the illumination of this azure light, even the slightly depleted spiritual energy of Lu Jing and Little Li was visibly recovering at a rapid pace. Just as the atmosphere was heating up with one person, one youth, one deer, and one bird bustling about, a streak of azure light streaked down. Zhang Zhongyi, who had gone out to report confidential matters, returned, and his gaze swept over the utterly transformed Mingyang Palace, his expression darkening visibly. In just a few short hours since he had left, the once spiritually vibrant and elegantly serene Tianlong Peak courtyard was now shrouded in smoke and malevolent aura, looking almost like a stronghold of demonic cultivation. Zhang Zhongyi could even vaguely sense that the disciples from several nearby peaks were secretly mocking him with their divine sense. Lu Jing kept his hands moving, stabilizing the flames with the fire-controlling technique, while turning to the dark-faced Zhang Zhongyi and saying in a somewhat obedient tone, "Uncle, you're back." "Uncle? Which demonic cultivator are you referring to? How can you call me uncle? Are you trying to humiliate me?" Zhang Zongyi's mouth twitched violently as he stood with arms crossed, his tone filled with suppressed anger. He knew that Lu Jing had found the taos, but couldn't he be a bit more low-key? Why come to my territory and create such a chaotic scene? It must be intentional. Upon thinking of this, the desire to give this kid a good beating reached its peak. Even if the Peak Lord rewarded him, he would not give this kid a chance to show off. However, when his gaze landed on the ethereal figure of Shaoqing with green leaves adorning its antlers, his pupils suddenly constricted and his steps instinctively halted as he exclaimed in surprise, "Nine-leaf Qingming deer." He was no ignorant outsider. He could distinguish between the Qingwen deer and the nine-leaf Qingming deer. This kind of spiritual beast is extremely rare. Elder Chen from the Qingmu Peak had searched throughout the entire southern region without finding any traces and could only settle for raising several nine-wen Qingya deers. Zhang Zhongyi abruptly turned his head to stare at Lu Jing, his expression a mix of shock and suspicion, his brows tightly furrowed. "You? How many secrets are you hiding from me?" Feeling uneasy under Zhang Zongyi's intense gaze, Lu Jing chose to selectively ignore him and turned his head to focus on assisting Li Jiejun in refining the meat tai sui, his hands moving swiftly through the formulae without a hint of distraction. Zhang Zhongyi simmered with suppressed anger, shifting his feet forward several times, yet ultimately, he hesitated, unwilling to rashly interrupt. Removing the bloodthirst and sealing the life essence was a delicate task. Even a slight disturbance could ruin an entire piece of meat tai sui. He had only heard of such a precious item as meat tai sui. If he were to ruin it, he could only imagine how much the little brat would extend. Looking at the thick, sticky, dark red malevolent aura filling the courtyard, Zhang Zhongyi let out a long sigh and quickly formed the wind control technique with his hands. A fierce wind suddenly swept through the entire Mingyang Palace, forcefully blowing away the heavy malevolent aura, and after a flurry of activity, the noxious fumes in the courtyard finally dissipated significantly. Once Lu Jing and Li Jiejun had thoroughly extinguished the flames and properly stored the purified meat tai sui, Zhang Zhongyi approached with a stern expression to inquire. "It's about time you came clean, isn't it? The nine-leaf Qingming deer is a fourth-tier spiritual beast. Where on earth did you get it?" He instinctively reached out to gently stroke the antlers of the nine-leaf Qingming deer, Shaoqing. Shaoqing was full of spirit, showing no signs of shyness as it playfully circled around Zhang Zhongyi's soft green light, cascading from its head, seeping into Zhang Zongyi's body, relaxing his tense muscles and erasing his fatigue. "I found it on the road." Lu Jing huffed impatiently, pouting his lips, his tone languid. "Found it?" Zhang Zongyi's eyes widened in disbelief, visibly indignant as he pointed at Lu Jing. "If you could find me another one just like it, I'd give you a heap of spirit stones." He cultivated on the Tianlong Peak with a three-root spiritual talent, considering himself gifted and fortunate, yet compared to Lu Jing's absurd luck of stumbling upon opportunities wherever he went, his brilliance paled in comparison. "Found it?" Zhang Zongyi's eyes widened in disbelief, visibly indignant as he pointed at Lu Jing. "If you could find me another one just like it, I'd give you a heap of Lu Jing rolled his eyes dramatically, effortlessly, summoning a flash of spiritual light to retract Shaoqing into his spirit beast pouch. Old Zhang had been fixated on the little deer without looking away, or if he didn't put it away, who knew what schemes the man might concoct. Seeing Shaoqing disappear, Zhang Zhongyi immediately rubbed his hands together, adopting a flattering expression akin to a scheming merchant, leaning in with a warm tone. "Jinger, how about we strike a lucrative deal? What do you think?" "Not selling," Lu Jing replied briskly, not bothering to lift his eyelids, his refusal decisive. The way Zhang Zhongyi called him Jinger sent shivers down his spine. He couldn't handle the sudden warmth from old Zhang. Zhang Zhongyi instantly wore an expression of displeasure. "I'm not trying to forcibly take your spiritual beast. The bond of a blood contract is profound. If forcibly separating it could severely harm a cultivator's mind. Would I let you suffer such injustice?" "Then what do you want?" Lu Jing raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "Are you aware of Qingmu Peak? The peak is laden with spiritual herbs, and Elder Chen has raised a large number of 9-pattern Qingya deers." Zhang Zhongyi lowered his voice and spoke earnestly. "Shaoqing is a true 9-leaf Qingming deer. Elder Chen would surely go to great lengths to obtain its blood. If this deal is successful, whether in terms of spiritual herb resources or sect connections, it would greatly benefit your future cultivation." Lu Jing's eyes suddenly lit up at these words. He usually applied for medicinal materials mostly from Tianhu Peak, knowing full well that Qingmu Peak was the true source of spiritual herbs for the Beastmaster sect, with an astonishingly deep foundation. Moreover, Elder Chen was a genuine golden core expert. Being able to connect with such a figure could only be seen as a sure gain. "Deal. I'll leave this matter entirely in your hands. As uncle and nephew, you will definitely reap your share of the benefits." Lu Jing raised his chin, speaking in a tone that implied he wouldn't let Zhang lose out. "Hey, you little rascal, you're calculating better than anyone." Zhang Zhongyi was both amused and annoyed, unable to help but chuckle and scold, with Lu Jing saying that it was as if his business had been flipped on its head, making him the facilitator. "Without me as your backing, you think you can actually do business with a golden core elder?" Lu Jing observed old Zhang's expression, not wanting to continue the banter, and directly shifted the topic. "Enough about that. What was the outcome of the report you went to make? Could it be that the Blood Sea Demon sect and the Xian'in sect truly intend to join forces to invade our Beastmaster sect?" Upon mentioning serious matters, Zhang Zongyi's brow furrowed tightly, his expression becoming solemn. "This matter cannot be delved into too deeply right now. The sect's higher-ups have issued a prohibitive order strictly forbidding any casual disclosure of internal affairs." "All right, then, as a mere latest-stage qi refining cultivator, I'm not qualified to meddle in the affairs of the big shots." Lu Jing was quite relaxed, not pursuing the matter further. He had long predicted the outcome. Either the two demon sects were secretly colluding to plot against the Beastmaster sect, or the Blood Sea Demon sect was using the Xian'in sect as a cover to shift the blame. With his current cultivation level, knowing too much could indeed bring trouble. While I can't elaborate on the internal details, your contributions in exploring the underground palace and reporting anomalies have been noted by the sect, and rewards will be issued in due course. Zhang Zongyi's tone softened slightly. Rewards? Could it be a dragon egg? Lu Jing perked up instantly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Counting his various spiritual beasts, he noted that Da Bai excelled in surprise attacks, Xiaoshan was tough and reliable on the front lines, and Jin Huochong was perfect for overwhelming battles, while Shaoqing provided vital support from the rear. Only Shui had outstanding blood potential and an unmatched growth rate. If he could contract a few more dragon spirits, he was confident he could reach the foundation establishment level within 5 years. Pa, do you think dragon eggs are as common as red-feathered chickens? Just like that rewards are given. Zhang Zhongyi chided. In that case, I'll take my leave. Junior brother, come with me down the mountain for a walk. It's a good chance to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Lu Jing didn't mind the teasing and had no great expectations. He grabbed the shy and silently Jiejun beside him, and with a flick of his figure they sped down the mountain. Li Jiejun, far from resisting, wore a broad smile, clearly delighted. Having been confined within the Li family clan since childhood, he rarely had the chance to roam freely outside, and with the limits he usually faced, now that he finally had the opportunity to wander with Lu Jing, he was naturally overjoyed. Zhang Zhongyi stood in the courtyard watching the two swiftly disappearing figures, murmuring to himself, "What a strange thing, how can this brat get along so well with my Jiejun?" He gently shook his head, not delving further. All along he knew that this mischievous boy must hide great secrets. A common 5-element constitution, even in ancient times, could hardly support such rapid cultivation progress. This was also the reason he had yet to take him to test his constitution. But so what? He was the child he had watched grow up. No matter how many secrets lay hidden behind him, he was ultimately a cherished junior. As long as he had no complaints about cultivating faster, having more resources, and rising higher in status, then Lu Jing's sudden talents were simply to be expected. Lu Jing hurriedly pulled Li Jiejun back to his lotus flower courtyard. Though this courtyard is not large and cannot compare to the grandeur and elegance of Mingyang Palace, it is a joyful little nest crafted by Lu Jing himself, filled with fresh and unique items that even inner sect disciples have never seen. A natural swing woven from green vines swayed gently in the wind, while a special celestial fruit salad made from chilled spirit fruit and milk was placed on the stone table, showcasing playful little details everywhere. Li Jiejun, having been restrained by his family and sect since childhood, lived a disciplined and monotonous life, never experiencing such carefree joy. Throughout the day, a boy and a young lad completely released themselves, climbing vines, swinging on swings, competing in tasting spirit fruits, and chasing spirit bees around the courtyard. The serene and elegant lotus flower courtyard perfectly replicated the chaotic state of Mingyang Palace, filled with clucking chickens, barking dogs, and swirling fallen leaves, while spirit herbs were left in disarray. As dusk descended with the evening glow filling the sky, several indistinct figures quietly stood outside the courtyard gate, their presence gentle yet imposing. Li Jiejun caught sight of the familiar figures and instantly restrained his playful demeanor, his eyes filled with reluctance as he sluggishly waved goodbye to Lu Jing, turning back 3 times as he followed the newcomers away. After sending off his pitiful junior brother, Lu Jing stretched lazily, dusted himself off, and turned to enter the Wanling Tower. However, as soon as he stepped into the tower, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he halted in shock at the sight before him. The once tranquil and transparent space of the Wanling Tower was now filled with dense crimson mist, with strands of malevolent aura swirling around him, eerie and terrifying. No way. Lu Jing's heart tightened instinctively as he clenched his spiritual energy, wondering if a rogue magic cultivator had secretly infiltrated the Wanling Tower to cause trouble. But a glance to the side revealed Shaoqing lazily curled up, her gaze calm, while Shui played and frolicked without a care, and the spirit beasts were all calm and unperturbed. His heart, which was previously hanging in suspense, gradually settled, but upon a closer look he was instantly dumbfounded. This was not malevolent toxic mist at all. The sky full of crimson was actually swarming with countless tiny red insects. The multitude of minuscule insect bodies intertwined and gathered from a distance, appearing as a sea of blood-red mist. Buzzing. The urgent and orderly flapping of wings grew louder as a small blood-red figure flew in from afar, landing steadily on Lu Jing's shoulder. The size of a fist, entirely crimson, with gleaming and hard armor, its antennae fluttering lightly, radiating a fierceness far more potent than before. It was the king of gold-eating locusts. Lu Jing was completely bewildered, his expression one of disbelief. Wasn't it supposed to be golden? Why did it turn red? How could it change color without any prompting, just resting in the Wanling Tower with no one urging it to break through or feeding it precious materials? This was impossible. The insect king rubbed against Lu Jing's sleeve, its small body constantly nudging him, with its 2 antennae vibrating rapidly, eager, yet aggrieved, frantically relaying messages about the past events. After hearing the story, Lu Jing was momentarily petrified, then squatted on the grass, slapping the ground with both hands, and howling to the heavens, resembling a village ant lamenting her fate, his expression exaggerated to the extreme. My 3rd-grade blood jade. The top-quality blood jade that I fought hard to obtain and couldn't bear to use. A large, transparent, pure blood jade of immeasurable value. How could you just leave me like this? No matter how cautious one is, a thief in the house is the hardest to guard against. He cried out in a heart-wrenching manner, his performance reaching its peak, yet his eyes remained dry, with no tears sparkling, as he secretly observed the changes in the entire swarm of insects. The blood jade was something he had seized from the Feng family cultivator, and he and Qin Feng suspected it was the key to the Feng family's annihilation by the Xianyin sect. He had not used it all this time, keeping it in a corner without thinking that it would be devoured cleanly by the seemingly docile gold-eating locusts who treated it as a supplement for their transformation. Upon closer inspection, the entire swarm of insects had not only failed to grow larger after their transformation, but had actually shrunk in size. The once fingertip-sized ordinary locusts had now become even more refined, reduced to the size of a fingernail. Only the insect king had significantly evolved, now the size of a fist. Yet all the insects had shed their dull, earthy color, clad in glistening crimson armor, with sharp patterns on their backs, each surrounded by a faint malevolent aura, subdued, yet fierce, their sharpness concealed. Their bloodline, bone structure, and malevolent aura had vastly improved compared to the previous first-grade spirit insects, marking a qualitative leap. Lu Jing immediately dropped the exaggerated crying act, frowning in confusion. Wait, what is this evolution about? Their strength hasn't increased, their size has shrunk instead, yet the numbers have multiplied several times. What kind of variety are you all now? Did you evolve for nothing? With a heart full of doubt, Lu Jing stopped hesitating and directly tossed the excited insect king into the altar of the Wanling Tower. Buzz! The altar's spiritual light trembled, causing the entire space of the Wanling Tower to quiver slightly, as a magnificent golden light flashed, and several golden characters appeared in midair, strikingly clear. Blood Prison Locust King, derived species Blood Prison Locust, Heaven and Earth, rare insect, ranking 98th. The brief line of text made Lu Jing's expression change as rapidly as flipping a book. In one moment he was filled with disdain and heartache, the next he was beaming with joy, a broad smile stretching across his top 100 in the Heaven and Earth rare insect ranking. Clearly a top-tier exotic insect. It was at least 10 tiers above the original gold-eating locusts. My treasure, my precious darling. Lu Jing lunged forward, carefully catching the insect king, cradling it in his palms, with utmost affection, undeterred by its hard armor, giving its small head a couple of affectionate kisses. The insect king showed no resistance, affectionately shaking its antennae, gently rubbing against Lu Jing's palm, full of reliance. Nearby, Dub cast a sidelong glance at this scene, its wings fluttering, a look of utter disdain on its face, as if to say, what a sight. The small mountain lying on the boulder widened its beastly eyes in shock, bewildered. It clearly remembered being cradled and kissed several times by its master when it first hatched, thinking it was special affection. But now look. The evolved Dub didn't receive such treatment. The gentle and obedient Shaoqing was overlooked, and even the bloodline-defying Ashui received no benefits. Instead, it was these inconspicuous little insects that usually gnawed on stones who were now favored by their master. Seeing the disdainful and envious expressions on the faces of the spirit beasts, Lu Jing rolled his eyes dramatically, confidently boasting, "What are you looking at? A bunch of ignorant fools. Do you know what the blood prison locust means? It's one of the top 100 exotic species on the Heaven and Earth rare insect ranking. Where it goes, not a blade of grass survives, dominating in group battles. I won't even mention Dabai, your soul is strong, and you are destined to defeat insects. I can accept that. Shaoshan and Ashui, you two shouldn't be unconvinced either." Lu Jing pointed at the curled-up swarm of crimson insects, proudly explaining, "Shaoshan, your defense is top-notch, thick-skinned, and tough. Ordinary attacks can't break your defenses, right? But the blood prison locust excels at slipping through gaps and devouring flesh. Even if your body is solid, as long as there's a slight gap in your spiritual power or a flaw in your flesh, thousands of insects will instantly burrow inside, gnawing on your tendons and viscera." Roar! Shaoshan, upon hearing this, immediately protested, letting out a deep growl, shaking its massive head full of pride, as if to say, "My spiritual power is impenetrable. Oh, any insect that approaches will be vaporized." "You don't know anything," Lu Jing retorted, exasperated. "They were originally gold-eating and iron-devouring. They've long honed their hard mouths, and now evolved into blood prison locusts. They can devour flesh and metal alike. Spiritual power can't trap them, nor can it burn them to death. Moreover, the Insect King's ultimate evolution point is top-tier 4th grade. In terms of growth potential, it is by no means inferior to you. Most importantly, they have a swarm. A tactical strategy of 1,000 insects. Have you ever heard of it? Too many ants can kill an elephant." Shaoshan was left speechless, drooping its head, completely losing its temper, sulking on the stone. Nearby, the blood prison locust king listened with great pleasure, joyfully fluttering its wings, causing the swarm of tiny insects to dance and swirl, the crimson, malevolent aura surging in imposing sight. With a thought, Lu Jing casually clenched his 5 fingers. The sea of blood-red insects instantly gathered and coiled around his limbs and torso, quickly coalescing into a set of exquisite and fierce blood-red scales with sharp patterns and a subdued, malevolent aura exuding a commanding presence. With a light tap of his fingertip, the insect armor transformed again, a long and sharp blood-red spear firmly held in his hand, glimmering coldly and radiating sharpness. "Perfect. My weapon summoning ability has also been enhanced." Lu Jing's eyes shone brightly, filled with joy. "With a casual summoning, I can create a top-quality 1st-grade weapon, and my defenses are nearing top-tier 1st grade. This wave of blood jade was not wasted. I'm profiting immensely." With a playful heart, he shed the blood-red armor, allowing the swarm of tiny insects to lift him into the air. Gracefully standing atop the cloud of insects, he donned his self-tailored feather attire, his sleeves fluttering and dancing with the wind, stepping upon the blood-red insect cloud, freely soaring and spiraling within the Wanling Tower. The gentle wind brushed against his face, the insect cloud supported his form, and he felt carefree and ethereal. Lu Jing joyfully mused, indeed. Flying with a sword, or riding a spirit beast, is ultimately too ordinary. Riding on clouds is the most elegant, instantly elevating my prestige. It seemed he was unaware that while others rode on clouds of auspiciousness, at the very least white clouds, his presence shrouded in malevolent aura and bloodlight was distinctly sinister. The next morning, a gentle morning breeze swept across the surface of the Lotus Lake, dispersing the thin fog of the night, and carrying the fragrant aroma of spiritual herbs, which gracefully spread throughout the entire Lotus courtyard. Lu Jing lay lazily in a comfortable chair woven from green vines, his eyes slightly closed, limbs stretched out, exuding an air of tranquility and contentment, as if savoring the peaceful passage of time. Last night, watching the Blood Prison Locust King successfully lead his tribe to transform and ascend, entering the ranks of the top 100 extraordinary insects of the world, his heart was already bursting with joy, and the heavy stone in his heart had completely fallen. The Blood Prison Locust tribe has boundless potential. As long as they continue to feed on the blood and flesh of spiritual beasts and accumulate enough spiritual energy, breaking through the realm will be a matter of course inevitable. The stronger the spiritual beast, the more benefits he as the contracted master would receive from the reciprocation of spiritual energy. Currently both the Blood Prison Locust King and Bai were at the 8th level of Qi, refining a remarkable achievement among spiritual beasts. Thinking of the days ahead filled with explosive combat power and plentiful resources, Lu Jing couldn't help but smile smugly, his eyes full of ease. However, such a configuration of spiritual beasts left him feeling somewhat helpless. Were they strong? Indeed they were, but they certainly didn't resemble the disciples of any righteous sect. Just as this tranquil pleasure was about to reach its peak, a deliberately soft, yet comically obsequious voice called out from outside the courtyard. Lu Shidi. Is Lu Shidi there? Your senior brother has come to see you. The voice was soft and flattering, and without even looking, Lu Jing, eyes still closed, knew it was undoubtedly the chubby Qian Duoduo. With no choice, he lifted his eyelids and followed the sound. Outside the courtyard gate, a round, plump figure was peeking and looking around sneakily, like a little thief come to apologize, amusing and humorous. Lu Jing rolled his eyes dramatically, immediately got up, exaggeratedly displaying proper etiquette, slightly bowing towards the gate, clasping his hands in greeting, and spoke in a loud and flamboyant tone. Oh my! Isn't this our famous outer sect genius disciple from Xian Gui, peak senior brother Qian? What a rare guest. What wind has blown such a busy person to my humble courtyard today? Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo immediately felt a chill run down his spine, hurriedly waving his hands and shaking his head, scurrying into the courtyard with a face full of flattering smiles, nearly bending over like a shrimp. I can't take that. Please don't belittle me, Shidi, he exclaimed. I absolutely cannot bear the title of genius. If that got out, the entire sect would laugh their heads off. I am just an ordinary waste. How could I be considered a genius? Qian Duoduo's face was sincere, knowing full well his earlier actions of deliberately hiding his identity and observing from the shadows were indeed improper, or anyone would feel uncomfortable. Today he had come specially to apologize, hoping his junior brother wouldn't hold a grudge. Lu Jing straightened up, looking at him with a half smile, and leisurely teased, Senior brother has come all this way. It wouldn't be because you're uneasy, afraid that I might secretly hoard the treasures of the underground palace, and have come to check up on me, would it? How could that be? Absolutely not. Qian Duoduo shook his head fervently with an open and guilty expression, thumping his chest in assurance. Those broken things from the underground palace, Shidi, you can take them all without issue. It was my narrow-mindedness and wrong thinking yesterday. Please don't take it to heart, Shidi. Lu Jing's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and he feigned indifference, waving his hand. All right, since you think so little of it, you may as well head back. After all, those broken items are indeed quite valuable. Oh. Qian Duoduo's smile instantly froze, and he stood there dumbfounded, his round face filled with shock, unsure whether to advance or retreat, awkwardly digging his toes into the ground. Seeing the chubby figure in such a dumbfounded and awkward state, Lu Jing couldn't hold back and chuckled softly. He had never truly been angry. From the Foundation establishment banquet of the former old Zhang, he should have seen the signs. Those specially invited by Zhang Zhongyi were either talented disciples who were doing well in the sect or close friends like old Lu. Qian Duoduo was clearly of the former type. As for their little misunderstanding, it was hardly worth mentioning. Once he felt he had teased enough, Lu Jing ceased the joking and spoke curtly. Why are you just standing there? Do you really think I was serious? Am I the kind of person who would begrudge senior brother over a few trifling treasures? Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo instantly breathed a sigh of relief, his heart fully at ease, and immediately approached with a grin. I knew Shidi was broad-minded and would never hold a grudge against me. Enough with the flattery. Lu Jing shook his head with a smile, raised his hand, and with a flash of spiritual light poured out all the treasures he had gathered from the underground palace, filling the stone table with a dazzling array of spirit stones, magical artifacts, and materials. Everything is here. Senior brother can pick first, and what's left will be mine, a fair distribution. This is too much for me. Qian Duoduo repeatedly declined politely, his face filled with shyness, but his hands were honest and quick, his eyes swiftly scanning the treasures on the table, pinpointing his target without hesitation. As a disciple of Xiangui, Peking naturally possessed a strong physique and unparalleled defense in the outer sect with various defensive techniques. However, his greatest shortcoming was his lack of offensive power. Thus, he immediately set his sights on the second-grade superior Blood Moon Wheel and the Blood Sea Demon Sect's exclusive refining method for the Blood Demon Blade. Demonic artifacts cannot be worn openly, however they can be hidden as trump cards to ambush others and secure victory, making them perfectly suitable. What sect disciple doesn't have one or two unspeakable trump cards? Lu Jing observed his little actions without any surprise, quietly watching him select. Once Qian Duo had stored away the Blood Moon Wheel and the ancient scroll of the Demon Blade, Lu Jing took the opportunity to reclaim all the second-grade inferior blood transformation gourds and the millennia-old shadowy wood into his possession. During his time resting in the 10,000 Spirits Tower, he had inquired about the little green. This millennia-old shadowy wood concealed vitality and was not purely a dead object. Little Qing could try using secret techniques to cultivate it. Perhaps it could experience a rebirth. The 10,000 Spirits Tower had a tenfold time flow rate, making it perfect for cultivating such slowly growing and precious materials. Keeping it in his possession would maximize its value. The Flesh Taisui is a treasure for nourishing spiritual beasts and repairing foundations, perfectly suited for Little Qing's foundational cultivation, and he was determined to obtain it. As for the most precious 8 sets of Soul wooden coffins, Lu Jing felt no attachment at all and directly pushed them all to Qian Duo. What could be done with this item? It has a somewhat ominous connotation. Oh shitty, you are too polite. Qian Duo looked at the pile of coffins, and then at the top-tier Blood Moon Wheel he had just acquired, hurriedly waved his hands. The value of the Blood Moon Wheel far exceeds these trifles. I've already gained a significant advantage. Taking half of these coffins is enough for me. As he spoke, he skillfully selected 4 coffins and pushed them back to Lu Jing without being greedy. Lu Jing accepted them calmly, not putting on any airs. He was reluctant to use the second-grade shadowy wood casually, but these first-grade Soul wooden coffins were just right for use. Gathering and nourishing souls, calming the mind, they were perfectly suitable for to build a nest. As a disciple of a righteous sect, he wouldn't have so many souls to nourish so this item was somewhat useful. The mountain of inferior and medium-grade spirit stones piled on the table was also pushed over by Qian Duo, who generously waved his hand. I won't take these spirit stones, consider them a gift of apology for my thoughtless behavior yesterday. Lu Jing glanced at him sideways, feigning pride as he pouted. With just these spirit stones, do you think he'll fully forgive you? That's not sincere. At least 2 jars of fine spirit wine, otherwise this matter is not settled. There will be. Absolutely. Plenty of good wine for you to drink. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo instantly brightened up, not hesitating at all, his chubby hand thumping his storage bag, and with a bang an ancient wine jar perfectly sealed appeared out of thin air. The jar seal was heavy, yet it could not contain the rich, fragrant aroma of the wine that wafted through the air, threading into the nostrils, rich and pure, invigorating. Upon unsealing the jar, a red liquid resembling boiling beast blood came into view, slightly swirling, carrying a powerful blood aura and steaming with heat. 10,000 Beast Blood Wine. Aged for 20 years. Lu Jing's eyes instantly lit up, his gaze brimming with excitement. The 10,000 Beast Blood Wine is a first-grade superior spirit wine. Even in ordinary quality, it holds considerable value, not to mention being a 20-year-old vintage, condensed blood aura and pure medicinal properties. I know Shidi is proficient in brewing, presenting ordinary goods is merely showing off my lack of skill. Qian Duo boasted, shaking the wine jar, a hint of spiritual energy infused into it. In the next moment, a deep and obscure roar faintly emanated from within the jar, akin to the winding cry of a serpent or the distant roar of a dragon, shaking the eardrums. This contains the blood essence of a Jiao serpent. Lu Jing immediately saw through its essence, his heart soaring with joy. He was currently diligently cultivating the Jiao snake body refinement technique, and pure Jiao blood essence was exactly what he needed to refine his physique. Indeed, there were Jiao serpents within the 10,000 Spirits Tower, but he aimed to cultivate an entire nest of Jiao dragons, so he certainly wouldn't want to be wasteful. Extracting even a drop of Jiao blood from so many mixed blood snakes was not easy. It would be impossible to collect blood every few days. Even if it were an elephant, it wouldn't be able to endure. Now with this jar of aged Jiao serpent blood wine, his body refinement speed would absolutely soar, and breaking through the bottleneck of the later stages of qi refining would be just around the corner. Then I shall graciously accept this. Thank you for your generous gift, senior brother. Lu Jing smiled, his eyes narrowing, and without further politeness he directly drank a bowl of the blood wine in one go. The beast's blood mixed with the refreshing taste of the wine flowed down his throat, giving him an exhilarating feeling of being alive again. On his body, the originally smooth and fair skin now displayed faint traces of serpent scales. He thought of the beast's blood wine he had brewed earlier buried in the 10,000 Spirits Tower, and he secretly planned to treat that little mountain guy to a real feast. As they settled down, sharing bowls, swapping drinks, and laughing, the aroma of wine filled the courtyard. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious. The trivial misunderstandings from before had entirely dissipated with the fragrant spirit wine. Now Lu Jing had only one thought in his heart: Chin Fatty, this person is quite agreeable. He can be dealt with. The night was deep and heavy, with spiritual energy swirling within the myriad spirits tower, silent and serene. Lu Jing sat cross-legged on the central bluestone platform, his eyes tightly shut as the spiritual energy slowly flowed around him. Thanks to the refinement from the jar of 20-year-old dragon snake blood wine consumed during the day, his entire body was in a warm and relaxed state, fully activating his hidden potential. In the next moment, his waist suddenly bent in an exaggerated arc, twisting his body like a swirling dragon, with the bones throughout his body cracking in a series of crisp sounds of continuous popping echoing in the air. The faint dragon scales that were barely visible during his practice of the dragon snake body refining technique now fully solidified, covering the muscles of his limbs, cool and lustrous, with clear patterns exuding a domineering pressure reminiscent of a lurking deep-sea beast. Suddenly, Lu Jing's eyes flew open. His originally dark and clear gaze underwent a complete transformation, shedding the youthful clarity and warmth to reveal elongated vertical pupils glimmering with a profound light, carrying the unique arrogance and ferocity of a dragon as his presence exploded. Nearby, the normally leisurely and resting big white suddenly fluffed its feathers, startled, and with a flap of its wings it soared into the air, quickly distancing itself, as instinct warned it of a great danger gazing upon it. Not far away, Little Mountain, who had been lying on the ground lazily fishing, stiffened completely, its round body quickly retreating several steps, burying its head deep into the edge of its shell, revealing only its small eyes peeking out, trembling with fear. Little Mountain felt utterly wronged, wanting to cry, without tears, whose legitimate master drinks too much and beats their own spirit beast. Just lying here quietly, and still getting caught in the crossfire. It felt so unjust. Before the spirit beasts could react, Lu Jing's chest erupted with a roar that resonated. The roar was thick and domineering, carrying the powerful aura of the dragon snake, as the booming sound waves swept through the entire myriad spirits tower, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge violently, shredding his clothes into tatters that fell to the ground. His body refining cultivation had swiftly broken through the 8th layer of chi refinement. In an instant, Big White, Little Mountain, the Blood Hell Locust King, Little Jing, and Shui were all summoned by this roar, gathering around the bluestone platform below, each raising their heads with curious expressions to observe Lu Jing. Having followed Lu Jing for a long time, the spirit beasts had seen him being lazy, scheming, and playing wildly, yet they had never witnessed him exude such a formidable dragon-like majesty and awe-inspiring presence, strange and dignified. Under the intense gaze of the spirit beasts, even Lu Jing's thick skin felt a bit thin as he hurriedly covered his vital parts, looking both proud and embarrassed, glaring fiercely at the little creatures. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen anyone so handsome before? Don't think just because your master is good-looking you can casually gawk. Open your eyes wide and see what a top-tier man with the vigor of a dragon and tiger looks like. Upon hearing this, Big White's cold phoenix eyes were filled with blatant disdain, too lazy to engage with the narcissistic Lu Jing, letting out a sharp cry before flapping its wings and diving into a nearby ghostly wooden coffin to rest. Lu Jing watched with twitching lips, silently complaining, absurd. Truly absurd. Whose proud bird doesn't stay in the immortal forest but insists on sleeping in a coffin every day? He had never heard of a bird having such a peculiar quirk. However, he was always tolerant and indulgent towards Big White, too lazy to fuss over such minor flaws. Then Lu Jing waved his sleeve, looking at Little Mountain, who was curled up in the corner pretending to be obedient, and casually said, "Little Mountain, step back a bit. You have no part in tonight's show, no need to crowd in." Little Mountain drooped its head, inching back with a pitiful expression, feeling sour and full of reluctance. After sending Little Mountain away, Lu Jing's expression became serious as he skillfully summoned the alchemy furnace, igniting it to preheat and gathering spiritual energy, executing the entire process fluidly and effortlessly. Beside him, the young and naive Shui wiggled its delicate dragon body, leaning towards the Blood Hell Locust King, and softly asked Buzz, "What is the master going to do?" The Blood Hell Locust King's multifaceted eyes remained cold and indifferent as it gently swayed, its antennae too lazy to respond to the naive little dragon, while casting a glance at the quietly standing Little Jing, its eyes icy. Having seen many alchemy sessions, it was accustomed to Lu Jing refining countless pills, most of which were suitable for humans and spirit beasts, rarely having anything beneficial for their insect swarm, so it was no longer surprised. In the next moment, Lu Jing waved his hand, and a pile of top-quality spiritual materials, such as cleansing marrow flower, spirit beast fruit, millennium ginseng, and condensing spirit mushroom, flew into the furnace one after another. The furnace fire soared, spiritual light wafting, and the rich and sweet fragrance of medicine instantly permeated the entire myriad spirits tower, with wisps of spiritual energy scattering, causing the dormant spirit beasts inside to stir and peek out. After refining the orthodox, nourishing spirit beast barrier-breaking pill, Lu Jing did not pause, swiftly gathering corrupted bone flower, bloodthirsty vine, deadwood, colorful spirit mushroom, insha poison grass. A series of highly toxic, vengeful talents were precisely thrown into the furnace by him. Alchemy and poison identification were his signature skills. He had long mastered detoxifying and concocting poisons, and any ordinary poison in his hands could become an ultimate weapon. The furnace fire rolled, and the toxic mist retracted as the alchemical fire refined for a long time, slowly forming a pill that was entirely crimson, swirling with a faintly strange malevolent aura. The aura emitted by the pill was extremely peculiar, half medicinal fragrance, and half toxic stench, neither fragrant nor foul, enigmatic and unpredictable. The spirit beasts, initially curious and watching, all instinctively retreated upon sensing the poison pill, not daring to come close. "Why are you running? A bunch of cowards." Lu Jing rolled his eyes at the timid little creature's annoyed. It's not like I'm giving it to you to eat. Is it appropriate to be scared like this? He lightly beckoned, and the petite blood hell locust king immediately obediently flew down and landed steadily on his arm, affectionately rubbing against his skin, exceedingly docile. A calculating glint flashed in Lu Jing's eyes. The most terrifying trump card of the blood hell locust was not its brute force, but its innate ability to devour poison and propagate plagues. They could consume anything and were immune to all toxins, but their own inherent toxins required continuous consumption of poisonous substances to gradually evolve. Yesterday he noticed that this group of little insects was eyeing the poisonous herbs at the edge of the tower, eager to act, but adhering to the rules, not daring to eat without permission. Since that was the case, he might as well refine it himself. By refining this first-grade top-quality blood-withering poison pill from countless top-tier toxic spiritual materials, it would be perfectly suited to the bloodlines of the blood hell locusts, capable of maximizing their ultimate venom and granting the swarm the terrifying combat power of plague. Eat up, this is a special opportunity refined just for you. Lu Jing lightly tapped his fingertip, presenting the crimson poison pill to the insect king's mouth. The blood hell locust king obediently opened its mouth and swallowed, its small body affectionately rubbing against Lu Jing's cheek, its antennae quivering with reliance and joy. It could clearly sense that this poison pill contained an endless source of toxicity, perfectly paired with its own bloodline, sufficient to allow it to break through its shackles and decisively advance to the 9th layer of chi refinement, firmly securing its position as the first battle beast under its master. Good boy, settle down and break through. Lu Jing smiled and waved his hand, and the insect king, filled with excitement, led the swarming insects swiftly to a secluded corner of the myriad spirits tower to meditate and gather strength. It was self-aware enough to understand that without spirit beasts liking him, he was unsure if a breakthrough would damage the plants in the tower, unwilling to cause trouble for his master. After finishing with the insect king, Lu Jing turned to look at little Qing and Ah Shui, who were waiting quietly not far away, and called out loudly, "Little Qing, Ah Shui, come over." The two spirit beasts, hearing his voice, immediately stepped forward with light steps, obediently squatting in front of the bluestone platform, waiting for their rewards. Lu Jing took out two shiny, plump spirit beast barrier-breaking pills that he had just refined, accurately placing them in the mouths of the two beasts. This is a spirit beast exclusive barrier-breaking pill to help you break through your cultivation bottlenecks. He gently rubbed little Qing's deer antlers and patted Ah Shu's dragon head, pretending to be stern as he admonished, "Make sure to break through properly. If the pills don't fill you up and you still fail to advance, just wait until I deal with you two little ones." The two beasts quickly nodded, gently, looking exceedingly obedient. Little Qing had been rooted at the 6th layer of chi refinement for a long time, without breaking through, not due to insufficient talent, but because it had been silently consuming its own potential, solidifying its foundation, while also nurturing the medicinal field in the tower, which had drastically slowed down its progression. Ah Shui, being of pure dragon blood, had extraordinary talent, and grew rapidly, already stabilizing at the 5th layer of chi refinement at a young age with boundless potential. Now that Lu Jing himself had completely transformed his physical cultivation with the dragon snake blood wine, he naturally could not allow his chi refinement cultivation to lag behind. The blood-withering poison pill would benefit the insect king, while the spirit beast barrier-breaking pills would aid little Qing and Ah Shui, as the three beasts broke through simultaneously, during which a vast amount of spiritual energy would flow into him, allowing him to smoothly break through the 8th layer of chi refinement, a guaranteed win-win for all. Little Qing and Ah Shui sensed the sudden surge of overwhelming spiritual power within them, feeling warm throughout their meridians, suppressing their restlessness and drowsiness, as they gently nodded to Lu Jing, turning to retreat to a secluded area to focus on preparing for their breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Little Mountain, who had been playing dead and quietly watching from the sidelines, could no longer sit still. Watching its companions gain opportunities and initiate breakthroughs while it was left empty-handed, it became anxious, stamping its feet and growling in protest, its face full of urgency. Roar, roar, roar. Why does everyone get a share, but I don't? I want to break through too. I want resources. Lu Jing shot at a glance, seeing right through the little turtle's thoughts, and couldn't help but tease, "You still have the nerve to fight for reason? A few days ago you secretly drank my collection of beast blood wine, just broke through to the 7th layer of chi refinement, and your cultivation hasn't even settled properly. Now you want to slack off and mooch off opportunities. Stay put and build your foundation, don't be greedy." Once his little scheme was exposed, Little Mountain wilted, instantly retreating back into its shell, with a pitiful look, remaining completely still, secretly regretting its earlier actions. If it had known everyone would be getting extra rations today, it shouldn't have stolen drinks and slacked off. Now it could only watch helplessly as its companions grew stronger while it remained stagnant. Lu Jing sat on the bluestone platform, his gaze sweeping over the spirit beasts immersed in closed-door cultivation, filled with anticipation. The insect king advancing, Little Qing breaking through, Ah Shui leveling up, and himself smoothly breaking through. It's just a pity for Big White, as he truly did not have that many resources to enhance its spiritual soul. The breakthrough of spirit beasts follows a gradual process of accumulation. There is no way for a single pill to cause an instant leap in levels. Before long, the Blood Abyss Locust tribe, Shao Qing and Shui, all fell into a deep slumber, their spiritual energy gently swirling and settling steadily, honing their cultivation bottlenecks, quietly awaiting the moment of breakthrough. The Wanling Tower instantly fell silent, with only Lu Jing sitting upright on the high platform unable to remain idle. He immediately switched to work mode. Previously alchemy was for fulfilling sect duties and earning resources, now alchemy was for his own benefit. Anyone who has ever worked knows the difference in efficiency between working for a company and working for oneself. Those who understand understand. For sect tasks, he had long exceeded his quota, but due to his meticulous nature and various concerns, he had been holding back from submitting everything at once. What he was refining for himself now was his own foundation. Using sect materials for practice, he kept the high-quality pills for himself, making him unrivaled in the entire Beastmaster sect. The furnace reignited, the temperature of the pills rose, and Lu Jing's gaze became focused, his fingertips deftly executing. Now he was already proficient in refining ordinary high-grade pills, however he had yet to succeed in creating the perfect quality pure pill. He took pride in his standards. Ordinary cultivators rushed to consume a breakthrough pill at the slightest chance, heedless of the potential risks. But Lu Jing understood clearly if he could avoid consuming advancement pills he would. If he could minimize consumption, he would never overindulge. Ordinary breakthrough pills are full of impurities. Hastily swallowing them might seem to lead to a quick breakthrough, but the vast amount of medicinal residue will congest the meridians. Over time this could lead to stagnation in cultivation, making it impossible to progress, or worse, clogging and damaging the meridians, resulting in a backlash. A sure way to drink poison to quench thirst. Only the perfect quality pure breakthrough pill free of impurities and pure in medicinal strength is worthy of the foundation he has painstakingly refined. This time he was determined to succeed. Lu Jing took a deep breath, methodically retrieving rare cleansing materials like Shisui flower, Jinjian flower, and Shima grass, and precisely adding them to the pill furnace. He was already thoroughly familiar with the proportions of the medicines, the order of melting, and the control of heat. He even understood the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy generated by each interaction of medicines. To take that final step towards the pure pill, it was not merely about skill, but rather about extreme attention to detail and a calm mindset. Gentle fire for refining, moderate fire for purifying, and fierce fire for condensing. As time flowed slowly, the medicinal liquid in the furnace merged, and the spiritual light swirled. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. Pop! A dazzling display of intertwined golden and green spiritual light burst forth from the furnace, pure and gentle, free of any muddiness. There's a door. Lu Jing's eyes lit up, his heart filled with ecstatic joy, and a steady smile appeared on his face. He had touched the threshold. This time it was definitely going to work. He focused intently, his fingers moving the pill techniques with increasing steadiness and precision, daring not to make a single mistake, maintaining the rhythm of the pill fire, preparing for the final push to condense the perfect pill body. But at that critical moment of pill condensation, bang! A muffled sound exploded suddenly. The freshly formed pure medicinal liquid instantly darkened and withered, quickly transforming into a pile of black ashes within the furnace devoid of any medicinal strength. Lu Jing. Damn, I jinxed it. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the black ashes at the bottom of the furnace, his pupils shaking, his face devoid of any hope. So close. Just a tiny bit more. Damn it. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, his mindset crumbling, his face filled with unwillingness and frustration. In the corner, the little mountain, who had been watching the scene of its master failing at alchemy, couldn't help but poke its head out, letting out a few low chuckles, its small eyes filled with schadenfreude, as if to say, ha ha. Failed, huh? You always scold me, but you also have your off days. Look, what are you laughing at? Lu Jing caught the mocking expression of the fat turtle and glared at it angrily. So embarrassing. How humiliating. To be laughed at by his own lazy spirit beast. He made up his mind to put this fool on a diet of pills for a while. However, after a brief moment of gloom, Lu Jing quickly adjusted his mindset. Although the previous batch had failed, he had clearly grasped the true threshold of the pure pill. It was not a matter of luck, but rather a slight impatience in his mindset at the end. Stay calm, this time it will definitely succeed. He simply emptied the ashes from the furnace, gathered new materials, and settled down. This time he was calm and unhurried, controlling every technique and every moment of heat to perfection, meticulously and rigorously. Time passed quietly, and the fragrance of the pills gradually rose within the Wanling Tower, layering upon itself, rich and thick, pure and flawless, surpassing any previous alchemy session. Buzz! The pill furnace trembled, and spiritual light soared into the sky. A pill perfectly round and adorned with faint lotus patterns slowly floated out, its fragrance pure, and its spiritual light glistening, free of any impurities or ill will. The pure breakthrough pill. It worked. Lu Jing was instantly overjoyed, unable to contain his previously stoic demeanor, jumping up and down like a child who had just scored full marks. It worked. I finally refined it. He carefully held the hard-earned pure pill, not minding its warmth, and took 2 bites out of it, treating it as a precious treasure. Without waiting for the heat of the pill to dissipate completely, he directly threw his head back and swallowed it whole. As the pill entered his throat, it transformed into an incredibly pure, warm flow, rapidly coursing through his limbs. Lu Jing immediately sat cross-legged and focused. In the next moment, an intense bone-deep pain engulfed his entire body. His muscles, meridians, and flesh trembled in layers, constantly refining and reshaping. The impurities accumulated from years of cultivation, the residual traces of ordinary pills, and the fine fragments of blockage from cultivation. All of it was expelled from his pores in visible, dark, filthy sweat. Pain. It was real pain. But it was also exhilaratingly refreshing. All the blockages in his body were swept away, his foundation was repeatedly polished, refined, and purified, and the depth of his cultivation surged and transformed at a terrifying speed. At the same time, an indescribable stench began to permeate the air, gradually spreading throughout the entire Wanling Tower. The little mountain, who had previously been curious and eager to observe its master's breakthrough, was just about to approach with its short legs when, swish, a pitch-black figure suddenly swooped down. Bai, who had unknowingly emerged from its coffin, spread its wings, its gaze fierce, fixating on the little mountain, its eyes filled with warning. It sensed that its master was currently at a critical breakthrough moment and could not be disturbed by the little mountain's clumsy ant. The little mountain, caught in Bai's fierce gaze, instantly froze in place, its short legs retracted quietly, curling up. With no other option, it couldn't fight back or make a fuss, so it could only obediently squat a distance away and watch. However, as the increasingly pungent stench wafted over the little mountain, and Bai both froze their heads instinctively, tilting back in disgust. Master, this smell is quite overwhelming. The foul odor continued to emanate from Lu Jing's body, the dark, filthy liquid flowing down his skin, pooling into a small, sticky stain on the bluestone platform. Lu Jing was completely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of his rebirth, his meridians flowing freely, the blockages accumulated over years of refining qi swept away, completely unaware of Bai and the little mountain struggle for breath. Bai flapped its wings, retreating rapidly, its dark feathers instinctively standing on end, its phoenix-like eyes squinting, beak tightly closed, wishing it could find a piece of spiritual cloth to cover its mouth and nose. No matter how docile it usually was at this moment, it couldn't hide its disgust, occasionally shooting a sideways glare at Lu Jing, as if accusing him of being inconsiderate. The little mountain fared even worse, its heavy shell, unable to move quickly, wrapped tightly in the stench, frantically clawing at the ground, struggling to crawl away with most of its head buried in its shell, leaving only a small gap for air, letting out muffled whimpers of distress. Grr. The little mountain whimpered softly, internally complaining. Usually it got scolded for stealing wine and being greedy, but now with the master detoxing in such a stinky manner, how could he still reprimand it? The little Qing and a Shui, who were in deep slumber nearby, were disturbed by this pungent miasma, their previously swirling spiritual energy becoming disordered. Both groggily opened their eyes, turning their heads toward the high platform, and as soon as they inhaled a breath of the odor, they immediately swayed and hurriedly circulated their spiritual power to isolate the stench. Only the blood abyss locust king in the corner remained unperturbed, as various toxic miasmas were their nourishment. This mere human foul air was nothing more than an appetizer. The insect king even led a few high-ranking locusts leisurely toward the source of the smell, their antennae twitching lightly, as if they found it quite appetizing. Lu Jing sat cross-legged for a full half-hour, completely expelling the impurities from his body, the piercing pain gradually dissipating, replaced by a feeling of lightness and clarity. The spiritual energy brought forth by the spirit beast's breakthroughs surged through his pure, untainted body, swiftly breaking through the barrier of the seventh layer of refining qi. He slowly opened his vertical pupils, his dragon-like eyes brimming with spiritual energy, his physical body and cultivation synchronously stabilizing at the peak of the eighth layer of refining qi, just a thin paper away from the ninth layer. He stretched his arms and yawned, the bones cracking loudly. Oh, just as he was about to marvel at the effectiveness of the pure pill, he suddenly caught a whiff of an odd odor that struck his nostrils. Ugh, what's that awful smell? Lu Jing looked down at the dark, murky water on the bluestone platform, and then at his dirt-stained robe, instantly realizing the source, awkwardly clearing his throat. A glance around revealed Bai had hidden in the lake, its head retreating into its wings. The little mountain had buried half its body in the soil, leaving only its shell exposed. Shaoqing and a Shui had dived into a spiritual spring, completely submerging themselves to avoid the smell. Only the blood abyss locust king remained calmly by its side, looking as if it were enjoying itself. Is it really that bad? Just detoxifying a bit of old filth, and you all are hiding so far away. Come on. You're not bothered by the heavy aura when you sit in a coffin all the time, but you can't handle this faint detox odor. Lu Jing said with a wry smile, wiping the grime off himself. Bai merely let out a cold squawk, flapping its wings to create a gust of wind that blew the drifting foul air back toward Lu Jing, clearly unwilling to engage. The little mountain cautiously poked its head out of the dirt and lowly growled twice, as if accusing him of causing chaos in the entire Wanling Tower. All right, it's my fault. Lu Jing raised both hands in surrender and quickly walked toward the spiritual spring within the tower. I'll go clean up, you all stay put, and once I'm done we'll see how your breakthroughs are progressing. He leaped into the spiritual spring, the clear water washing away all the filth from his body. Although the water was originally warm and sweet, it soon carried a faint hint of the previous odor, which quickly dissipated within the Wanling Tower. When Lu Jing returned in a clean green robe, the overwhelming stench had finally faded, allowing the spirit beasts to cautiously gather around him. Bai landed first, disdainfully rubbing its head against Lu Jing's sleeve, confirming that the smell had diminished significantly, before begrudgingly settling next to him. The little mountain scampered over, circling around Lu Jing, sensing the explosive growth of pure spiritual energy within him, its eyes filled with envy, while also recalling its own restricted cultivation, drooping its head. Lu Jing bent down and poked the little mountain's round turtle head. Don't sulk. You dare to complain after stealing my wine. Just wait and see if I'll teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Shaoqing gently shook its antlers, and a shui flicked its tail against his hand. At that moment, one had broken through to the 6th layer of refining qi, while the other had reached the 7th layer of weapon forging, showing significant results. Spirit beasts are inherently far stronger than human cultivators with a remarkable ability to digest, so they didn't need to consume any pure pills. Furthermore, Lu Jing was reluctant to use such precious resources to serve them. The Blood Abyss Locust King also emitted a low buzzing sound at the right moment as a faint scarlet poisonous mist wrapped around its body. It had completely absorbed the effects of the first-tier, high-grade blood curd poison pill, its cultivation at the 9th layer of refining qi unapologetically surrounded by the red mist. Lu Jing looked at his well-conditioned spirit beasts, feeling the fullness of his own cultivation. A satisfying smile spread across his lips. The dawn light brightened, and the cool morning breeze brushed over the lotus pond, dispersing the lingering spiritual energy from the night. Lu Jing emerged from the Wanling Tower, stretching lazily, feeling his joints and bones loosen with spiritual energy, filling his limbs and body, the solid foundation of his peak level in qi refinement, making him feel almost weightless. Just as he planned to lie back in the rattan chair to fish bask in the sun and enjoy the glorious situation of his spiritual beasts collectively breaking through, a sudden cacophony of chaotic shouting erupted outside the courtyard gate. Lu Jing, you little brat. Are you there? Open the door. Hurry up. I know you're home. Stop hiding. The voice was loud and urgent, as if afraid he wouldn't hear. Lu Jing's eyelids twitched violently, his good mood from just waking up instantly shattered. He suppressed the urge to curse and slowly peeked towards the courtyard gate. There Zhang Zhongyi was clinging to the door frame, his head constantly peeking in and out, tiptoeing from side to side, looking like he was up to something mischievous. Lu Jing rolled his eyes in annoyance and languidly said, "The door isn't restricted. It's the restriction you left yourself back then. Why don't you just come in? What are you pretending for?" Zhang Zhongyi chuckled, awkwardly rubbing his palms as he leisurely stepped inside, wearing a knowing yet lecherous expression. Kids need their own space. Who knows what you're up to this early? Let Uncle take a look at your bird and see if you've grown up. Just as Zhang Zhongyi was about to tease Lu Jing, his gaze suddenly froze as it landed on him, his eyes widening in shock as he scrutinized him up and down. Moments later, he raised his voice, his face filled with disbelief. "You little rascal. You've broken through again." Lu Jing was taken aback, his face filled with confusion. "How did you see that?" "I've practiced my tortoise snake breathing technique to perfection. I thought I was hiding it flawlessly." Zhang Zhongyi looked at him with disdain, smirking. "You still dare to say that? Your memory is atrociously bad. Previously, when you sparred with Li Jiejun, you inadvertently revealed your qi refinement level of 7, and for a long time afterwards you deliberately suppressed your aura to that of 5. Today when I looked again, your aura has dropped to qi refinement level 4, simply absurd. Normally the stronger one becomes the more stable their aura. You're doing the opposite. Isn't that intentionally hiding your breakthrough, eh?" As he spoke, his gaze turned peculiar, faintly recalling the nickname Shadow Dog associated with this kid, which now seemed accurate. Lu Jing's pupils trembled, and he slapped his forehead, internally lamenting how he could be so foolish. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he waved his hand in concession. All right, it was my mistake. Now what's the reason for blocking my door this early?" "Not mentioning it would be better." Once the topic turned serious, Zhang Zhongyi immediately straightened his face, assuming a serious demeanor, as if collecting a debt. "You really don't remember? We agreed back then that I would help you establish a resource channel with Elder Chun, and you would trade me the blood of the 9-leaf Qingming deer. What's the deal? You think you can back out after a nap? Your alchemy skills are quite good. When you have time, refine some brain-enhancing pills. Don't let your cultivation improve while your mind remains empty." Lu Jing's eyes lit up, instantly shifting from a lazy demeanor to one of excitement, stepping forward. "It's only been a few days. Has it happened so quickly? The channel with Elder Chun has been established." "Of course." Zhang Zhongyi raised his chin proudly, his face brimming with arrogance. "Don't forget who I am. I'm from the Tianlong Peak. All the elders from different peaks have to give me some face. Uncle, you're the best. However, my status isn't enough to directly trade with that elder. You need to help me pick spiritual herbs and fruits that can be cultivated in bulk and produce steadily. The quality doesn't have to be extravagant, but it needs to be good enough to match the essence of Shaoqing's blood. Don't try to fool me with rubbish." "Of course I don't need you to teach me that. I know exactly how valuable this is, and I won't let you down." Zhang Zhongyi glanced at him with disdain, speaking with some pride. After discussing business, Zhang Zhongyi shot him a sidelong glance and rubbed his fingertips together, a sly look crossing his face. "Since I've arranged everything for you, how do you plan to reward me?" Lu Jing instantly understood, his flattery flowing. "What are you talking about? You're my uncle. You help me with things. How can I let you suffer losses? I will definitely arrange it well for you." Of course. Zhang Zhongyi was so flattered by this sweet talk that his brows relaxed, just about to praise him. In the next second, Lu Jing flicked his fingers with spiritual energy. Boom! A flash of spiritual light illuminated the courtyard, and a massive creature more than 3 meters long suddenly appeared, firmly coiling by the lotus pond. With a fearsome tiger head, a fish body covered in finely shimmering scales, a tail fin winding like a long python, and a pair of sharp, cold double blades beneath its belly, it emanated a faint pressure reminiscent of a dragon, its blood vitality thick and intimidating. "What the hell?" Zhang Zhongyi jumped back 2 steps in fright, his body stiffening, his pupils contracting as he instinctively assumed a defensive stance. Once he recognized the giant beast's appearance, he gradually steadied his mind and cautiously moved closer, looking left, and right his face filled with confusion. What kind of beast is this? This is a tiger-headed fish. No wait. Since when does a tiger-headed fish have such a terrifying bloodline pressure? Lu Jing glanced at him disdainfully, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Ignorant bumpkin. This is a tiger jiao. Do you understand? He had extracted the bloodline from ordinary tiger-headed fish that bred rapidly and had mediocre qualifications using starry divine water, leading to multiple transformations. Although his cultivation had only just broken through to Qi refinement level 9, his bloodline had grown increasingly rich. All that was missing was pure jiao and tiger spiritual blood. Otherwise, he would have already transformed into a true purebred tiger jiao. Yet even with this, it had already crossed the threshold of the 3rd stage. He personally didn't lack such types of spiritual beasts. Besides, he would need jiao dragon blood soon. He was reluctant to use the jiao dragon blood from the Wanling Tower for his own cultivation, let alone provide it to this fellow, so he might as well give it to old Zhang. Zhang Zhongyi was greatly shaken, his gaze towards the tiger jiao, completely transformed. This bloodline foundation and aura pressure were not in the slightest inferior to his meticulously raised Tian Shuang crocodile jiao. He stared blankly at Lu Jing, a look of disbelief on his face. This. Are you really giving this to me? What else? Lu Jing appeared generous, his chin slightly raised, his expression clearly saying, praise me quickly. If I'm giving it to you, just accept it. Don't hesitate. Zhang Zhongyi quickly waved his hands, his expression suddenly becoming serious, both touched and fearful. I appreciate your intentions, but I can't take this. Can you be a bit more low-key? He stared at Lu Jing, exasperated and ranting. Think about it. A spiritual bird that can attack the soul, a bloodline that can infinitely evolve, and now a half-finished tiger jiao. You, a mere Qi refinement disciple, have treasures that surpass those of core geniuses in the sect. Only you could keep the 9-leaf Qingming deer a secret. If this all gets out, forget about ordinary inner disciples or outer disciples. Even golden core elders would be watching you to take advantage. No matter how strict the Beastmaster sect's rules are, who can resist such a tremendous opportunity? Testing a leader with something like this? Even if the sect's rules are strict, Zhang Zhongyi truly had little confidence in his leaders. I know. He understood old Zhang's concerns, but he couldn't just waste a regular contract slot for appearance's sake. Spiritual beasts with ordinary bloodlines have extremely thin spiritual energy returns, making it even harder to explain why his cultivation speed was so fast with 5 spiritual roots. In any case, the Beastmaster sect had geniuses everywhere, with each mountain peak having its own representative figures, and the 7 sons of beast taming were renowned. Adding one more inconspicuous disciple wouldn't attract much attention. As long as someone from Tianlong Peak was looking after him, he could remain safe until foundation establishment, and then go out to undertake sect missions or train outside, easily finding an opportunity to justify any abnormalities. Having thought it all through, Lu Jing was too lazy to listen to him continue his lecture. While Zhang Zhongyi was still earnestly trying to persuade him to stay low-key, Lu Jing directly took action. With a flick of his fingers, he instantly dissolved his ordinary contract with the tiger-headed beast. Before old Zhang could react, he roughly tore open his beast bag at his waist, skillfully and forcefully stuffing the massive creature inside. The entire action was seamless, so quick that old Zhang couldn't intervene in time. After finishing, Lu Jing clapped his hands neat and tidy, and then took out a small bottle of translucent green essence blood from his storage ring, handing it to Zhang Zhongyi. The bottle contained pure, fragrant spiritual energy, which was precisely the life essence blood of the 9-leaf Qingming deer. No more rambling, here's the deer blood for you. Lu Jing waved his hand impatiently. Quickly get me sorted with the bulk spiritual herbs and materials, do it low-key, and quietly get rich, understand? Zhang Zhongyi held the warm essence blood vial, looking at the empty courtyard, then feeling the terrifying tiger jiao lying dormant in the beast bag, he was left speechless. Having such a bold, cunning nephew full of hidden cards, he truly felt both a headache and a sense of rarity. After sending away the complex-faced old Zhang, the lotus flower courtyard once again returned to its tranquil serenity. The gentle breeze brushed against the lotus petals and spiritual energy flowed leisurely through the air, creating a scene of peacefulness. For several consecutive months, Lu Jing had completely immersed himself in his favorite laid-back cultivation mode. Each day he would wake up to refine pills, practice his techniques in leisure, and play with a group of spirit beasts, leading a life that was simply too carefree. Xiaoqing steadily honed her cultivation. Ishui immersed herself in the essence of the dragon's blood daily. The blood prison locust in the corner crazily nurtured poisons. Bai squatted in the coffin nest, nurturing his spirit, and Xiaoshan ate and slept well every day. Everyone fulfilled their roles obediently and remarkably. During his spare time, Lu Jing also fully hatched the long-accumulated second-tier colorful venomous bees. The vibrant spirit bees with faintly toxic tails buzzed as they flew around, full of spirit. They excelled at brewing corpse honey and gathering toxic miasma, perfectly suited for the growth environment of corpse flowers. Lu Jing simply marked off the entire area of poisonous flowers and grasses as a hive exclusive to the bee colony. In just a few days, the bee colony established its nest, rooting and multiplying rapidly, showing promising growth and hinting at the formation of an exclusive toxic domain. With the spirit beast group settled, Lu Jing directed all his thoughts towards alchemy. Now he had long mastered the refinement of ordinary first-tier superior pills, but the purity pill required an ultimate mindset and precise control. He polished his techniques daily, refining repeatedly, accumulating more and more perfect purity pills, and experiencing a frenzied growth in his foundation. Just as he was preparing to cultivate steadily and retire with low profile, bang bang bang. Outside the courtyard door came a hurried and familiar knocking sound infused with a unique enthusiasm characteristic of a certain rotund individual. Lu Shidi, come out quickly. There's great news. Lu Jing helplessly rubbed his forehead. Well, there goes his tranquil days. He slowly got up to open the door, and sure enough, Qian Dou's round figure blocked the doorway, his face flushed, and eyes sparkling, looking as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Lu Jing couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced at him. Qian Shixiang, did you come here early in the morning just to bring good wine for a table showdown? At the mention of spirit wine, Qian Duo immediately shot him a glare, his face filled with pain. Did you think that the dragon snake blood wine is mouthwash from the street? 20 years of aged brew. I only have 1 jar in total. How could I make it for you every day? After saying that, he immediately turned serious and leaned in mysteriously, saying, I didn't come to drink today, I came to invite you to a great commotion. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, and said casually, a small trading event among our sect. As soon as he said this, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Last time when they explored the evil cultivator's cave, he had seen the insatiable greed and petty schemes hidden in the eyes of those few sect members all too clearly. That group of people had limited vision and too many schemes. They could handle a few small transactions, but when it came to a real event, they simply couldn't hold their ground. If it were still that group, he had no interest whatsoever. Now his wealth had undergone a drastic transformation. With second-tier materials, high-tier pills, and resources from mutated spirit beasts piled up, he truly looked down on the trivial broken goods from ordinary outer sect transactions. Qian Duodua, being astute, immediately saw through Lu Jing's slight disdain and quickly patted his chest in assurance, his face filled with pride. Don't worry. This time I won't bring that group. He continued, that group can handle small matters, but when it comes to a grand scene, their vision and courage are simply insufficient. I wouldn't even bother to bring them along. He understood Lu Jing too well. This was a true alchemy genius with unknown cards and an unfathomable foundation who didn't need to curry favor with anyone. He had pride and resources, finding it too normal to disdain the ordinary and mundane. Unlike him as a businessman, he had to deal with all sorts of strange creatures. Lu Jing sighed in relief and casually asked, if it's not a small sect trade, then what's the commotion about? A big competition among the outer sect. I have no interest in that. Competing for those trivial rankings and meager resources among the outer sect is nothing but a waste of alchemy time in my view. If I had that time, I could refine a few more purity pills which would yield far better returns than those minor rewards. Qian Duo smiled, even more proudly, lowering his voice as his eyes sparkled. It's not an internal sect event. It's a grand scene outside the sect. Recently, there have been great stirrings in the Tiannan region, and you, having secluded yourself for cultivation, of course wouldn't know about. Lu Jing, looking confused, shrugged his shoulders. I've been refining pills and raising beasts every day, indeed, not paying much attention to the outside world. What major event has happened? Qian Duo took a deep breath, enunciating each word with excitement. The super treasure ship of the Four Seas Merchant Group has docked at Qingyunfang City. Today, a large outdoor trade fair is opening along with a grand auction. As soon as these words were spoken, a flash of brilliance appeared in Lu Jing's eyes. The Four Seas Merchant Group, a top-tier superpower that spans the entire cultivation world. Their merchant ships traverse the seas and connect myriad domains, offering an abundance of goods and countless rare treasures. It is said that each Four Seas treasure ship is often guarded by a nascent soul ancestor possessing wealth that is almost unimaginable. For those cultivators and families lacking resources and foundation, this is a top-tier feast. It occurs only once every few years in the Tiannan region, making it extremely rare. Qian Duo became more and more excited. I'm just a business enthusiast. Missing such a grand event would lead to years of regret. Lu Jing's mind had already become active. He currently had a large stockpile of perfect purity-breaking pills. These pills are free of impurities with pure medicinal power that doesn't harm the Dao Foundation. Their quality is astonishing. Not only do Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators clamor for them, even golden core and nascent soul experts are willing to acquire them as foundational support for their descendants. They are definitely hard currency that can be used across all realms. With good goods in hand and a vast market ahead, isn't this a golden opportunity knocking at the door? Lu Jing's eyes lit up instantly, decisively nodding. Let's go. We must go. Not attending an event of this caliber would be a huge loss. The two quickly came to an agreement without any hesitation. One was eager to flip goods for profit, while the other held top-tier pills ready to sweep up resources. They immediately summoned their flying spirit beasts, riding on the morning breeze and spiritual light, swiftly departing the Lotus Flower Courtyard towards the direction of the Beastmaster Sect's Mountain Gate and Qingyunfang City. Two streams of spiritual light pierced through the sky, racing towards Qingyunfang City. Looking up, the sky above was filled with a continuous flow of light, with paths of escaping lights crisscrossing in a dazzling display, decorating the entire sky more vibrantly than festive fireworks. Lu Jing, controlling Dabai in midair, glanced at the countless escaping lights and turned to Qian Duo beside him, his tone filled with sarcasm. Your news isn't very timely, is it? Qingyunfang City belongs to our sect. Not to mention our Beastmaster sect, but I see this commotion. It seems all the cultivators from the entire Tiannan region have come rushing here. Too many people know about it already. Qian Duodua, who was struggling to control his flying pig, which was plump and lying on its back, kept gesturing to speed up. Upon hearing this, he immediately retorted with discontent, "At least I'm better than you. And what about you? If I hadn't specially come to call you, you would still be holed up in your little lotus courtyard refining pills and raising beasts every day." His flying pig might not have exceptional abilities elsewhere, but it excelled in endurance, it never faltered on long journeys, yet its speed was indeed lacking. In contrast, Lu Jing's spirit beast was swift and quick, easily leaving the flying pig far behind. Qian Duoduo was sweating profusely, desperately urging his spiritual power, barely managing to keep up behind Lu Jing, looking both awkward and comical. One fast and one slow, the two figures swiftly arrived at Qingyunfang City. Usually Qingyunfang City bustled with activity, filled with vendors, making it one of the most lively markets in the Tiannan region. Today, coinciding with the opening of the Four Seas Merchant Group, it was so crowded that water couldn't seep through, with a sea of people everywhere. Stands lined the streets for miles with calls for sales, bargaining voices, and haggling filling the air, creating a deafening clamor. Cultivators of all kinds came and went, from the plainly dressed outer sect disciples to those in luxurious garments of noble families. Even many high-level golden core cultivators who usually maintained a lofty demeanor set aside their airs and stood in front of their stalls, loudly promoting their treasures. There was no hint of the aloofness typically associated with immortal sect members. The level of excitement surpassed that of ordinary folk celebrating the new year. As soon as the two squeezed into the crowd, a gentle voice came forth proactively. "Are you two young friends looking to exchange spiritual materials, pills, or magical artifacts? I have a good variety of goods, why not take a look?" Lu Jing raised his gaze and saw a young cultivator in a gold robe standing at the stall. The robe glimmered with golden light, dazzling in the crowd, as if he had his own reflective panel to ensure others noticed him. Qian Duo's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the young man, quickly retracting his casual demeanor, bowing slightly with an air of politeness and respect. "I have seen the senior. Junior noticed your unique attire. May I ask if you are a master from the Yaoyang sect of the Eastern Huaxia cultivation realm?" The young man in the gold robe's eyes brightened at these words, revealing a look of delight as he nodded repeatedly in praise. "Oh wow. I never expected to meet someone with such broad knowledge in the Tiannan region. You can recognize my Yaoyang sect's standard robe at a glance. That's truly rare. You flatter me, senior." Qian Duoduo smiled warmly, engaging in polite conversation. "The Yaoyang sect is renowned in the Eastern Huaxia, feared in the region. I have long admired it." As he spoke, he quickly sent a mental message to Lu Jing, taking advantage of the other's moment of joy. "Remember this sect, the Yaoyang sect, a top-tier sect in the Eastern Huaxia. Although not among the 10 great sects, its strength is not lacking. However, the entire sect has a major flaw. Everyone is showy. They all love to wear golden robes, aiming to shine. Wherever they go, afraid others wouldn't recognize them as members of the Yaoyang sect, maximizing their visibility." After finishing his critique, Qian Duoduo immediately switched back to his enthusiastic sales mode, speaking loudly to the young man in the golden robe, raising his emotional intelligence. "We are disciples of the Beastmaster sect. Cultivators are all human beings with emotions and desires. We are here to exchange cultivation resources and share information. If senior has any rare treasures or sect specialties, please feel free to mention them. Although I am just an outer sect disciple, I have considerable connections. My fellow brothers and elders all have channels and can take in plenty of goods. I will certainly do my utmost to help senior sell them. I also hope senior will take care of my business, sharing resources and achieving mutual benefits." Lu Jing was here to seize opportunities, but Qian Duoduo was different. He was here for wholesale and expanding channels. He thought clearly, knowing that the cultivation world was vast with various unique resources and price disparities in different. If he could take this opportunity to connect with the Eastern Huaxia's Yaoyang sect and establish a trading channel for resources between the two regions, it would definitely lead to a steady stream of cultivation resources in the future, ensuring profits without losses. A gleam of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the young man in the golden robe as his gaze towards Qian Duoduo shifted instantly, increasingly satisfied. Having come a long way with the Four Seas Merchant Group, Tiannan was ultimately not his territory. With limited time to stay, selling scattered goods not only consumed time and effort, but also didn't fetch high prices. Selling at low prices for high volumes was not as good as bulk selling to someone with connections. It was more convenient. He looked Qian Duoduo up and down, a confident expression on his face, sincerely praising. "I can tell at a glance that you are no ordinary person. Your heavenly energy is abundant, and your earthly aura is square. Your appearance is excellent, and you are certainly capable. My judgment is never wrong." Qian Duoduo's smile grew increasingly genuine. Seizing the moment, he spoke sincerely. "Senior has a discerning eye. If I cannot manage the resources alone, my elders will certainly back me up. Our Beastmaster sect has always been about mutual assistance and cooperative development, though our credibility is absolutely reliable. But I wonder what rare treasures the senior has brought this time." The young man in the golden robe laughed heartily, brushing off his dazzling robe with confidence. "Don't worry, the specialties of our Yaoyang sect will definitely make the disciples of your Beastmaster sect eager." Meanwhile, Lu Jing quietly observed, watching his chubby senior brother transform into a social butterfly, effortlessly managing the foreign sect cultivator with just a few words, leaving him with one thought impressive. Under the warm greeting of the young man in the golden robe, Lu Jing and Qian Duoduo followed him into his exclusive shop. As soon as they pushed the door open, both of them blinked in surprise. Goodness! The market outside is already flashy enough, but the interior is even more outrageous. The beams, pillars, counters, and even the wooden trays holding spiritual materials were all coated with a layer of shiny golden powder, dazzling to the eyes, and making one feel dizzy. Lu Jing silently rolled his eyes. This truly embodied the sect's motto, showy from start to finish, not the slap. Turning to look at Qian Duo beside him, the chubby fellow's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the surroundings, a look of appreciation on his face, almost bursting out with a compliment of high-end and classy. Lu Jing secretly scoffed. Indeed, merchants have different aesthetics. While others find it tacky, he finds it expensive. Seeing the two enter, the young man in the golden robe smile grew even warmer as he raised his hand to introduce, his tone carrying a hint of pride, as if presenting his treasured items. You two young friends are esteemed disciples of the Beastmaster sect, often accompanying spirit beasts, so you must be most interested in spirit pet resources. My sect's specialty, the heavenly sword goat, an authentic second-tier spirit beast. Its horns are sharp as swords and can be directly forged into spirit swords. Its body is compact and full of spiritual energy, making it highly valuable for cooking spirit dishes. It's a treasure all over. Once mature, it possesses combat power suitable for foundation establishment, can serve as both a combat pet and a riding mount, and can even pull a cart. You two will definitely not lose out. After listening to this barrage of boasting, Lu Jing and Qian Duo exchanged a knowing glance, and both shrugged helplessly. While others might lack spirit beasts, the Beastmaster sect certainly does not. Their sect is brimming with spirit pet resources, and common second-tier spirit beasts hardly catch their eye. Not to mention the rare spirit beasts stored in secret realms. Counting them up, the variety they have likely surpasses that of the demon clan. The heavenly sword goat, while looking decent, capable of fighting, riding, and eating, also means it lacks specialization in any one area. In short, it's just a mediocre option. It may look good, but raising it is a headache. Qian Duo, tired of beating around the bush, straightforwardly asked, "Senior, how much do you plan to sell it for?" The young man in the golden robe puffed out his chest confidently and quoted, "Not expensive. 3,000 spirit stones each, or an equivalent exchange of second-tier spiritual materials. Bulk purchases are even more economical." Upon hearing this, Qian Duo burst into laughter. In the next second, he decisively pulled Lu Jing's sleeve and turned to leave, showing no desire to bargain. "Junior brother, let's go. There's no sincerity here, it's unnecessary to chat." The young man in the golden robe was taken aback and hurriedly reached out to stop them, his proud demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by urgency. "Hey, don't go. We can talk things over. If the price isn't right, we can negotiate." Qian Duo paused and turned around, looking thoroughly disdainful as he retorted, "Clearly, senior, you are being too unrealistic. The heavenly sword goat seems all-purpose, but who doesn't know it eats a lot and grows slowly. Pure yang grass, green cotton grass, swordblade grass are provided daily. While these materials appear cheap, the resources consumed over the years pile up to be more expensive than the spirit beast itself. If others are ignorant, they may be deceived by you, but we, the Beastmaster sect, are built on spirit beasts. Are you trying to sell us the most difficult, ordinary second-tier goats? Aren't you looking down on us?" His articulate rebuttal hit the mark directly, leaving the young man in the golden robe speechless. His face flushed with embarrassment, he quickly waved his hands in concession, lowering his attitude instantly. "I was too hasty. I'll reduce the price. 2,000 spirit stones each." After finishing, he hurriedly added the advantages, desperately trying to regain face. "Young friends, you have a good eye. The heavenly sword goat can not only fight and ride. It can produce pure yang spirit milk, and its essence blood can directly replace qi yang grass, making it a core material for refining second-tier sin yang pills. You'll definitely profit." As soon as this was said, Lu Jing, who had been watching from the side, perked up slightly at the mention of San Yang pills. San Yang pills, a second-tier healing elixir, is best known for restoring spiritual soul injuries and suppressing evil invasions. Recently, the Beastmaster sect has had constant friction with the Xian'in sect, which specializes in soul-devouring and ghost-rearing techniques, leaving their disciples prone to spiritual soul injuries. The essence blood of the heavenly sword goat is just the remedy. Lu Jing looked down on its combat power qualifications and growth potential. But this point of replacing qi yang grass is a tangible, scarce hard currency. Qi yang grass isn't cheap, it's a second-tier spiritual herb, not easy to cultivate. Deal. However, I currently don't have that many spirit stones on hand. Let me inform my seniors to come collect the goods. Qian Duo indeed had deep pockets, but since he was buying in bulk, he definitely couldn't handle such a large purchase without collaborating with his seniors. Moreover, in his view, this thing indeed has cultivation value. Who in the sect doesn't know that qi yang grass has become a This is something outsiders don't know, otherwise, even if it were a bit more expensive, there would likely be buyers. Without waiting for Qian Duo to speak, Lu Jing spoke lightly. "I also want one. I want a pair of subadult heavenly sword goats, preferably one male and one female." The young man in the golden robe was overjoyed and smiled widely gladly. "Young friend is straightforward. May I ask what you intend to exchange?" Lu Jing, unhurried, tentatively suggested 2 bottles of first-tier superior beauty-enhancing pills. Does that sound feasible, senior? He was fully aware that the disciples of the Yao Yang sect are all vain. They would definitely appreciate such beauty-enhancing pills. Sure enough, the golden robe cultivator's eyes brightened instantly, but also bore a hint of regret. The beauty pills are nice, but they are somewhat lacking. After all, this is a second-tier spirit beast, and for 2 bottles. If it were second-tier beauty pills, that would be perfect. Those are truly the ultimate charm weapon in the cultivation world. Lu Jing, uninterested in further conversation, casually added 3 words: Wu Go Dan. Buzz. The 3 short words sounded like thunder in the ears of the young man in the golden robe. His previously regretful expression instantly transformed, shifting from disappointment to wild joy. His eyes widened, and his mouth stretched from ear to ear as he nodded repeatedly. That's great. That is absolutely fantastic. The ordinary beauty-enhancing pills are indeed good items, mere trinkets to please female cultivators. But Wugo Dan is different. With 0 impurities and no hidden dangers, even elders and golden core experts rush to stock up. Especially among the reputable sects, older female cultivators have an exceptional obsession with this item. Qian Duodua, standing to the side, calmly observed, entirely unfazed. He had long known how outrageous Lu Jing's alchemy talent was. From the moment he obtained the rights to superior pills, he guessed that this outrageous junior brother must have refined the legendary perfect Wugo Dan. Qian Duoduo raised an eyebrow at the right moment and pointedly gestured to the golden-robed cultivator. Senior, now you know my junior brother's worth, right? What other hidden treasures do you have that are suitable for circulation in Tian and scarce and valuable? Don't hesitate to show them. The golden-robed cultivator, being astute, instantly understood. A disciple who can casually produce Wugo Dan is certainly no ordinary apprentice. Behind him stands a terrifying alchemy master with top-tier sect resources. He no longer held back and waved his storage ring, revealing a pile of local specialties from Donghua rare seeds and unique beast soul materials, all laid out with fervor. I have everything. Take your pick. Today let's exchange and form a great connection. Lu Jing watched as a table full of sudden treasures appeared, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. The golden-robed cultivator's palm glowed with spiritual light as rare items were continuously displayed on the gilded counter, their brilliance overlapping and dazzling the already golden shop. The first to be placed on the table was a bag of light golden spiritual herb seeds, plump and radiating tiny golden sparks under the sunlight. Pure Yang firegrass seeds, a second-tier spiritual herb unique to Donghua, thrives in dryness and light. Once matured, it can be used for alchemy, weapon forging, and nurturing fire spirit beasts, perfectly suited for your beastmaster sect's numerous fire attribute spirit pets. Qian Duoduo reached out to grab a handful of seeds and weighed them in his hand, his eyes spinning as he calculated the markup for resale while pretending to be calm. What's the market price for this grass in Donghua? How much discount can I get for bulk purchases? The golden-robed cultivator laughed heartily, patting the counter. Young friend truly understands. As long as the pills are sufficient, the price is negotiable. This batch of stock is exclusively for the 2 of you. I won't sell it to scattered cultivators in the market. After saying this, he took out several yellowed beast skin scrolls which were covered in sharp sword patterns with sword chi faintly piercing through the paper. The foundational sword forging method of the Yaoyang sect, along with matching sword nurturing techniques, though not a top-tier inheritance, pure Yang sword techniques, are rare in Tian, Nan, and many sword forging cultivators are eager to collect them. Lu Jing glanced at them and lost interest. His primary focus is on alchemy, beast mastery, and body forging, making sword techniques irrelevant. However, Qian Duoduo secretly moved the scrolls closer to himself, planning to resell them to the sword forging stalls in the market later. Finally, the golden-robed cultivator hesitated for a moment, pulling out a palm-sized golden scale armor warm to the touch and containing rich pure Yang spiritual power. This is a 3rd-tier golden scale beast shedding I obtained by chance, rich in pure Yang essence. It can be used to forge protective magical tools that can block all soul-devouring techniques. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing immediately focused on the scale armor, a thought sparking in his mind. Currently, the sect's disciples frequently engage with the Xian sect, which uses soul-devouring techniques that are hard to counter. Protective gear made from this scale armor would certainly be in high demand within the sect, far surpassing the value of a pair of subadult heavenly sword goats. Leaning against the counter, Qian Duoduo casually watched the scene unfold and timely remarked, Senior, you do have quite a few good items hidden. You didn't mention any of these treasures when you were pushing the heavenly sword goats earlier. The golden-robed cultivator's face flushed, scratching his head full of golden hair, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Initially, I didn't know young friends had such hard currency as Wugo did. Naturally, I thought to clear out a batch of ordinary spirit beasts first. Now that I know your backgrounds, why would I hide anything? Lu Jing spoke lightly, setting the exchange conditions for the pure Yang firegrass seeds. I'll exchange 2 Wugo Dan of washing marrow quality. The 2nd-tier spiritual herb is indeed good, but it must be complete. Something that requires extensive care, like this spiritual plant, is cheaper than beast eggs. Wugo Dan quality washing marrow pills. The golden-robed cultivator gasped in surprise. Ordinary cultivators treat a single Wugo Dan as a treasure, yet this young man can casually pull out 5, indicating a terrifying level of wealth that exceeded his imagination. As a golden core cultivator, he indeed doesn't place much importance on 1st-tier pills, but those of Wugo Dan quality still have practical uses perfectly suitable for his young disciples. Deal. The golden-robed cultivator didn't hesitate at all, hurriedly packing the 2 heavenly sword goats and the grass seeds separately, fearing Lu Jing might change his mind. I'll get them packaged right away and include a guide on cultivating Donghua spiritual herbs as a bonus for making a friend. Qian Duoduo watched in amazement and secretly sent a voice transmission to tease Lu Jing. Junior brother, you're truly ruthless, trading several furnaces of pills for such a pile of scarce resources. Only you have this confidence. Compared to searching everywhere for scarce spiritual materials for alchemy, a few Wugo Dan are much more cost-effective. As the 2 finished packing their storage bags and were about to bid farewell to the golden-robed cultivator, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. The manager of the Four Seas Trading Association was calling out along the street announcing that the main ship's auction would officially begin in half an hour, showcasing various ancient pill formulas and high-tier spirit beast eggs. Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up, instantly grabbing Lu Jing's arm and eagerly heading outside. Let's go, let's go. The auction is the real big spectacle of the day. We can't be late. Seeing this, the golden-robed cultivator hurriedly called out, will you two young friends not stay a bit longer? I still have many Donghua specialties that I haven't shown you. We'll come back later to stock up in bulk. The auction is urgent. Qian Duoduo waved his hand, pulling Lu Jing into the bustling crowd, swiftly making their way towards the giant treasure ship of the Four Seas Trading Association in the market center. Lu Jing allowed the chubby fellow to drag him through the crowd. First they would check out the auction for opportunities, and after it ended they could trade with the flashy golden-robed cultivator, who knows there might be other gains. In the center of Qingyan Square, a massive crowd gathered, all facing the same direction. At the very heart of the square, a gigantic treasure ship floated gracefully midair, spanning half the street. The ship was crafted entirely from glass-like starry gold, radiating layers of colorful spiritual light, shrouded in mist and auspicious energy. From afar it appeared more like a celestial vessel descending into the mortal realm than a merchant ship accessible to ordinary cultivators. This was the premier touring treasure ship of the Four Seas Merchant Association, spanning countless domains. The quality of the treasure was beyond Lu Jing's perception, exuding an understated luxury. Normally Qingyan Square's auctions would merely set up a high platform and a few jade tables, simple and casual. But with the Four Seas Merchant Association in charge, the scale was raised to the maximum. The belly of the treasure ship opened up to reveal a colossal floating auction hall adorned with 99 towering jade pillars, each crowned with luminous pearls that shone day and night. A faint spiritual power surrounded the area, isolating it from all external noise. Outside, the clamor of the crowd was overwhelming, but upon entering the auction hall, silence enveloped them, and the spiritual energy seeped into their bones, making the difference in quality immediately apparent. Oh my goodness! What a spectacle! If I ever acquire spirit stones, I must get a ship like this. Qian Duoduo exclaimed, eyes wide and mouth agape as he looked around, resembling a country dog entering the city. Yet even so, his ambition remained undeterred. Senior brother, what a lofty ambition. I admire you, but given your talents and your aptitude for commerce, why didn't you join the Four Seas Merchant Association back in the day? You could say that. I did consider it, but the Four Seas Merchant Association looked down upon our Tiannan region. They never came, so how could I apprentice? That's why I settled for our sect instead. Qian Duoduo shook his head in regret. If the elders of the law enforcement hall hear you, they will surely skin you alive. But why don't they come to our side more often? I admit that our area may not be as lively and prosperous as the Donghua cultivation realm, but when it comes to cultivation resources, even the Donghua cultivation realm may not match our Tiannan region in richness. Why don't they come? I actually know a bit about it. It's not that they look down on Tiannan, but rather on our beast tamer sect's way of doing things. Haven't you noticed that there aren't many disciples of our beast tamer sect in the entire square? That's true. Qian Duoduo remarked, a hint of meaning in his words. Indeed. Lu Jing nodded gravely. He had noticed that the disciples of the beast tamer sect in Qingyan Square were mostly outer disciples with few inner disciples present. Moreover, it seemed as though they had just stumbled upon the commotion. Higher-tier disciples were few and far between. I heard that a certain elder of the Four Seas Merchant Association had a falling out with our sect's supreme elder, which has led to a long-standing disregard from the Four Seas Merchant Association toward our sect. They neither deliberately exclude us, nor do they show any closeness. Have you noticed that many cultivators from other realms have come to do business with the Four Seas Merchant Association, while our sect hasn't even received any news? It's clear they don't regard us highly. That's right. Qian Duoduo pouted, his expression complex. As the two conversed, they presented a common jade token to enter the auction hall smoothly. Inside, the layout was extravagantly luxurious. The floor was laid with large pieces of millennium warm jade radiating warmth and light. The seats were carved from thousand-year spirit wood, covered with soft cushions made of cloud-like spiritual fabric. Layers of floating boxes, suspended in midair, embellished with gold and jade, were reserved for the elders of major sects and distinguished family heads. Ordinary cultivators could only sit in scattered seats below, each maintaining a proper and dignified posture, afraid that any rough movements would make them appear out of place. Did you see that? Those boxes require a minimum entry fee of 100,000 spirit stones. Qian Duoduo exclaimed in a low voice, eyes filled with envy. All the golden core ancestors and hidden masters from Tiannan are sitting up there. Today's auction is truly the pinnacle event of the year in Tiannan. Lu Jing nodded slightly, scanning the entire hall with a calm gaze. While others were tense and nervous, he remained composed. What was there to be anxious about? If they truly had strength, why would they look down on the beast tamer sect? The issue was merely a lack of strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such strained relations and would still need to borrow the beast tamer sect's venue. Lu Jing was at ease. He had wealth, goods, and connections, so he had nothing to worry about. Just after the two settled in, the lights in the entire hall suddenly dimmed. The vast auction hall fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. A warm, resonant voice imbued with amplifying spiritual energy echoed throughout the hall. Dear friends, thank you for your patience. A figure emerged from the high platform, a stunning woman dressed in a flowing moon-white gown. Her figure was graceful and her demeanor ethereal. Her gentle eyes carried an air of indifference, as if she looked down upon all beings. A faint holy radiance surrounded her cultivation level unfathomable, merely standing there suppressed all the cultivator's auras. I am Fengshi, the chief auctioneer of the Four Seas Merchant Association, presiding over today's Tiannan Grand Finale auction. As her words fell, the hall was instantly filled with low gasps. It's actually Fairy Fengshi, the legendary figure who traveled through countless domains alongside the Four Seas' nascent soul ancestor. It is said that every treasure she has auctioned is extraordinary. What a score! I'm truly seeing the world today. The cultivators below murmured excitedly, their bodies flushed with enthusiasm. Fairy Fengshi smiled lightly and began. Ancient alchemy recipes, remnants of secret realms, third-tier spiritual materials, mutated spirit beast eggs, lost secret techniques, and protective treasures. All will be unveiled. The rules are simple. Highest bidder wins. Spirit stones, high-tier spiritual materials, and top-tier elixirs may all be used for bidding. Her words ignited the atmosphere in the hall. Beside him, Qian Duo could no longer sit still, leaning forward with his eyes shining brightly, excitement making his palms sweaty. Did you hear that? Elixirs can be exchanged. Senior brother, your pure elixir is perfect for this. Ordinary spirit stones are worthless at such a top auction. High-tier elixirs are the real currency. Jing leaned back calmly in his chair, raising an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, they had come to the right place. In ordinary small market transactions, everything relied on spirit stones, which were too limiting. However, at this level of auction, genuine scarce cultivation resources and perfect elixirs were worth 10,000 times more than mere currency. As everyone awaited eagerly, she raised her jade hand slightly. The first auction item floated into view. In the jade plate, an ancient yellowed beast skin scroll slowly unfurled, exuding an air of antiquity, with faded inscriptions that carried the essence of ancient medicinal power. The first auction item, an incomplete ancient recipe for the cleansing marrow elixir. This is not a mere remnant from the current era, it belongs to an ancient pure alchemy system that can correct flaws in contemporary alchemy techniques, capable of cleansing the marrow, and even repairing damaged veins from birth. The starting price is 80,000 spirit stones. Boom. The hall erupted in an uproar. Ordinary cultivators could not comprehend its value, but the alchemists and elders in the boxes straightened up, their breaths quickening. Although contemporary alchemy techniques had their flaws, for ordinary elixirs they would not react so profoundly. The cleansing marrow elixir was almost a cornerstone elixir for families and sects. This ancient recipe was capable of correcting alchemical defects, and its value was simply immeasurable. Qian Duo immediately turned his head, staring fervently at Jing, eyes wide with excitement. Junior brother, this is practically tailor-made for you. Should we bid? If the funds are insufficient, I can help. Jing's gaze sharpened slightly. Just because it's ancient, does that mean it's necessarily good? If it were truly good, how could it have fallen into obscurity? Ancient recipes may indeed possess unique qualities, but what about the medicinal materials? What could replace ancient medicinal materials? How many people could afford it? The ancient spirit plants, the spiritual energy of the world, the alchemical environment, are vastly different from today's Tiannan region. Simply transplanting the ancient recipe would not work directly and would require massive amounts of time to explore replacements and refine proportions. After considering all these factors, Jing shook his head helplessly. He had already grasped the essence of crafting the pure elixir. His cleansing marrow elixir was free of impurities and hidden dangers, suitable for all current cultivators, and its effects far surpassed the inferior products that would come from the outdated recipe. Spending tens of thousands of spirit stones on something that would require endless refinement was purely foolish. Seeing Jing's calm demeanor, Qian Duo suddenly realized. Junior brother, could it be that you can refine cleansing marrow elixirs of pure quality now? Jing merely raised an eyebrow, smiling without replying. As the major boxes began to bid, the spectators below eagerly anticipated she decisively dropped the gavel, selling the ancient recipe to an elder from the 100 Herbs sect above. This sect was one of the affiliate sects of the Beast Tamer sect, specializing in the cultivation and alchemy of spiritual plants and herbs, and was fairly well known. With the dust settled, the excitement in the hall remained high as everyone focused intently on the high platform, eagerly awaiting the next treasure. Fengshi raised her jade hand again, calmly announcing, the second auction item, a standard from a major sect. 3 bottles of high-quality Foundation Establishment elixir. As her words fell, a delicately crafted white jade medicine box floated into view. The lid slowly opened to reveal Foundation Establishment elixirs that were round, golden, and distinctly patterned, with a rich, thick aroma filling the entire auction hall. The spiritual energy surged forth, warm and pure, free of any impurities. Fengshi explained, slowly revealing the true value of these 3 elixirs. Common Foundation Establishment elixirs are often of mid to low quality, with mixed medicinal powers and numerous impurities, leading to a weak foundation after cultivation, requiring significant time to stabilize their cultivation. This elixir comes from the Danding sect, and was personally refined by the Master of Withered Wood. The starting price is 30,000 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 5,000. Boom. Upon hearing this, the previously restrained atmosphere in the hall exploded. The ancient recipe was precious, but its threshold was too high. However, the high-quality Foundation Establishment elixir was different. This was a life-changing elixir for all low-tier cultivators, small families, and subordinate sects. Resources in the Tiannan region were monopolized severely. Major sects held the resources of Tianyuan fruits, and high-quality Foundation Establishment elixirs were never circulated to the outside world. Major sects and families used the scarcity of foundation establishment elixirs to control their subordinate families and sects, binding them in dependency. To be honest, even sects like the Beast Tamer sect had little left, as some small sects were also focused on cultivating their top. Countless rogue cultivators and small family disciples could only fight for low-quality mid-tier foundation establishment elixirs in their lifetimes, with a 50% success rate, leaving their foundations flawed and forever stuck at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At this moment, 3 bottles of authentic high-quality foundation establishment elixirs, made from Tian Yuan fruits, emerged, equivalent to giving away 15 perfect foundation establishment pathways. 30,000. I bid 30,000. I bid 40,000. This elixir is mine for Qian Yuan Mountain. 50,000. Don't compete with me. My family hasn't produced a perfect foundation establishment cultivator in 10 years. The cultivators in the scattered seats could no longer hold back, each turning red-faced and shouting loudly to raise their bids, stretching their necks long, their eyes wild like gamblers. Many cultivators stuck at the peak of qi refinement for years were breathing rapidly, trembling all over, their eyes filled with intense fervor. For them, this was not just an elixir, it was the only opportunity to break through in their lives. Even the VIP boxes in midair began to echo with bids, many elders from small to mid-sized sects speaking up, their tones filled with an undeniable determination. After all, everyone knew that obtaining a high-quality foundation establishment elixir could cultivate a future core combat power for the sect, a future golden core seed. This deal was guaranteed profit. Qian Duoduo watched the scene unfold, amazed while criticizing along the way. Foundation establishment elixirs are second-tier elixirs typically priced between 2,000 and 8,000 spirit stones. This high-quality one would almost certainly be set at 8,000 low-tier spirit stones. 3 bottles are equivalent to 15 elixirs, and with the auction's markup, it would probably sell for about 130,000 spirit stones. Qian Duoduo sighed as he observed the frenzied scene. Towards the end, small families and rogue cultivators gradually withdrew, unable to afford such large purchases. Not to mention 3 bottles, even one would bankrupt the small family. He turned to Lu Jing, who remained calm and couldn't help but jest. Junior brother, with your talent you surely can obtain one foundation establishment elixir, and it would have to be a high-quality one. When you become a second-tier alchemist, I must taste your craft. You think you can have a taste? Lu Jing chuckled lightly. The sect's Tian Yuan fruit trees supported thousands of people, and he had won himself, not really concerning himself with it. Then I shall await good news. Qian Duoduo responded with a smile, having already reserved his foundation establishment elixir, and was indeed not in a hurry. Meanwhile, the bids on stage continued to escalate, the price soaring past 100,000 spirit stones, and still rising. Countless people fought tooth and nail for 3 bottles of elixirs, their faces flushed, unwilling to yield, eager to stand up and bid to the end. Lu Jing watched this absurd yet real spectacle, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was unavoidable, their perspectives and scales were entirely different. After all, he had not seen any disciples of the Beast Tamer sect participating in the competition. As long as one worked diligently and earned enough merit, the sect would guarantee a foundation establishment elixir for its disciples without issue. The treasures others scrambled for were merely ordinary products within major sects. Qian Duoduo was fired up, unable to restrain his feelings. No wonder major sects grow increasingly powerful, while small sects can never hold their heads high. Resource monopolization suffocated the lower tiers, it's too ruthless. Just as everyone was fervently bidding, the price skyrocketing past 130,000 spirit stones, Fairy Feng, she silently overlooked the hall, her beautiful eyes slightly moving, waiting for the final highest bid to emerge. Meanwhile, Lu Jing, who had been watching the show, felt no waves in his heart, and had even begun planning once the auction was over he would refine a batch of pure elixirs. By then, not only could he sell them for spirit stones, but he could also exchange them for high-tier spiritual materials and rare secret techniques, making a killing. The sky-high price of 130,000 spirit stones instantly silenced most of the crowd below. This was no longer a game they could participate in. The last few rounds of bidding had completely transformed into a contest among the upper-class elites in the high-end boxes. Each bid floated lightly, yet the resources at stake were enough to bankrupt small sects. 135,000, 140,000, 142,000. In just a few breaths, 3 bottles of high-grade foundation establishment pills were secured by a hidden ancient clan elder for a steady 146,000 spirit stones. Fairy Fengxi lightly dropped her jade hand, and the sound of the gavel echoed crisply throughout the hall. Deal. A crowd of scattered cultivators watched with bleeding hearts filled with envy, yet they had no temper to show. Fairy Fengxi lightly dropped her jade hand, and the sound of the gavel echoed crisply throughout the hall. Deal. A crowd of scattered cultivators watched with bleeding hearts filled with envy, yet they had no temper to show. Lu Jingshan nodded in agreement. However, it was understandable. They had traveled across the sea for business, and their clientele certainly wasn't this group of qi refinement stage cultivators. But Lu Jing didn't mind. He was here to broaden his horizons. After a brief pause, Fairy Fengxi raised her hand again, smiling as she announced, next item, a cultivation technique. With a flow of jade light, an ancient cultivation technique with a jet black cover floated in midair, its paper surface faintly swirling with a subtle aura of demonic energy, yet suppressed by the auction house's spiritual power, appearing less menacing. Myriad manifestations, demon body. As the 4 characters were spoken, the entire hall shuddered slightly. A technique of the supreme demon sect. Demon Path Body Refining Method. Though it's a fragmented piece, it is indeed an authentic technique of the demon sect. Fengshi explained lightly, this is a body refining technique passed down by the supreme demon sect, not a core spiritual legacy. It can reach the peak of foundation establishment. It significantly enhances physical strength and explosive power beyond the same tier's immortal techniques, suitable as a secret technique to keep in hand. The starting price is 15,000 spirit stones. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The supreme demon sect is the foremost sect of the demon path. Do they dare openly auction their techniques at the Four Seas Merchant Association? Qian Duoduo wore a look that said, "Junior brother, you're too young," shrugging indifferently and whispering, "What's there to fear? It's not their core spiritual techniques, it's merely an outer sect's body refining fragment." The cultivation world has confiscated plenty of items from the demon path. The sect's storerooms are filled to the brim. The righteous cultivators despise the legacy and would rather exchange them for spirit stones than let them rot. Moreover, outsiders cultivating in the spiritual world, many have grasped one or two techniques for contract spiritual beasts, most of which originated from our Beastmaster sect. Have we complained? With that said, Qian Duoduo's eyes sparkled with cunning as he raised his hand. "I bid 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones." Lu Jing found it amusing. "You're really brave to bid. Aren't you afraid of being lectured by the law enforcement hall when you return? What is there to fear?" Qian Duoduo replied with confidence, quickly whispering, "I'm not passing on the sect, not teaching, not majoring in it. Oh, what's wrong with secretly practicing a body refining technique? The demon path body refining is fierce, tough, and explosively high, though it's incredibly useful in fights. Who doesn't have a little secret technique?" Qian Duoduo's reasoning was solid, and Lu Jing pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat true. In comparison, it seemed that his own secret techniques were not as good as Qian Duoduo's. Not to mention, he had never seen Qian Duoduo's blood contract spiritual beast, and he didn't believe that a treading river beast was all of Qian Duoduo's hidden cards. Bidding suddenly erupted in the hall. 12,000, 15,000, 20,000. Many scattered cultivators and lone cultivators frantically raised their bids. The orthodox techniques were stable and conventional, but this fragment of the demon path that could temporarily boost physical strength was the best choice for wild adventures, exploring secret realms, and life and death battles. Looking across the entire cultivation world, no one dared to say they had no enemies. After several rounds of bidding, this myriad manifestation's demon body was ultimately taken by a mid-tier cultivator for 40,000 spirit stones. Qian Duoduo had no regrets, waving his hand cheerfully. "It's fine. Oh, if I didn't get it, then I didn't get it. It's too expensive, not worth it. Refining a foundation establishment demon body for 40,000 spirit stones is less worthwhile than saving up to buy materials for raising spiritual beasts." With the cultivation technique concluded, Fairy Fengshi raised her hand once more, her smile gentle. Next item, a second-tier bloodline spiritual beast cub. As spiritual light burst forth, a small lion cub, palm-sized and entirely golden, nestled in a jade box, yawning with its small eyes half closed. Gold patterns flowed all over its body, exuding a righteous aura, radiating a natural ability to suppress evil and ward off darkness. This is a second-tier golden lion cub. Bearing the rare golden lion bloodline, it is naturally restraining to ghosts and poisons, suitable for sect defense, exploring hidden realms, and suppressing evil entities. This auction item only supports item exchanges with priority given to high-grade pills, rare treasures, and refined metals. The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in an uproar, many eyes turning green. Only item exchanges. No spirit stones. My goodness. The golden lion bloodline. Naturally countering the methods of the ghost sect. This is worth much more than ordinary combat spiritual beasts. Qian Duoduo stared at the little golden lion, his eyes shining brightly with adoration. "Oh, this little thing looks so charming, all golden and fluffy, and it wards off evil. It would look lovely in the house to ward off evil." Unfortunately, after rummaging through his entire fortune, he suddenly looked dejected. "Oh no, they only exchange for pills and rare treasures. I have nothing but spirit stones and other good stuff that I hesitate to part with. Oh, what a pity." He turned to Lu Jing, gazing eagerly. "Junior brother, do you have a pure no defilement pill? Want to exchange? This little lion is really adorable." Lu Jing calmly shook his head, appearing indifferent. "No. My dub, I can also restrain the ghost sect's underhanded methods. Even on the battlefield, I am confident in handling it with ease. Raising it would merely mean extra mouths to feed, wasting resources." Qian Duoduo was left speechless, only able to watch the little golden lion in the jade box with regret. As expected, many big shots in the hall took out their treasured pills and rare spiritual materials, engaging in a frenzied competition, ultimately being claimed by an elder upstairs with a third-tier healing pill. Next, the auction transitioned into a phase filled with numerous miscellaneous treasures. Second-tier spiritual fruits, remnants of refining materials, low-level beast souls, fragments of secret realm stones, and ordinary spiritual beast eggs took turns on stage. Most were small treasures that mid-tier cultivators looked down upon and higher-tier cultivators were too lazy to bid for. The scattered seats below finally had the chance to participate, occasionally not remaining as mere background NPCs for the entire duration. Most cultivators either failed to raise their bids with regret or scraped their savings to barely win a small item, wearing satisfied expressions. Lu Jing observed the entire event passively, leisurely, and unhurried. While others were frantically competing and stressing over the bids, he leaned back in his chair, munching on seeds and watching the show. until a dark red peach with an eerie, ghostly face pattern floated onto the stage. Fairy Fengshi spoke softly, third-tier spiritual fruit, ghost face peach. It grows in the land of Een, thriving against the current, nourishing the spirit, and stabilizing the sea of consciousness. The only shortcoming, extremely difficult to cultivate, nearly impossible to grow successfully. The haul instantly cooled down by half. Something that can be consumed, but not grown, is too low in cost performance for big families and sects. The starting price was 2,000 spirit stones, and no one contested it. Lu Jing casually raised his hand. 2,000. No one bid against him, and he took it directly. Qian Duo was stunned. Why are you bidding for this? It can't be cultivated, can't be mass-produced, just a one-time fruit. Lu Jing held the ghost face peach in his hand, smiling faintly, just trying it out. What if I can keep it alive? The Beastmaster sect has so many exotic flowers, spiritual plants, and treasure lands. Just because others can't keep it alive doesn't mean I can't. He was very clear in his mind. If it truly couldn't survive, he could always eat it to nourish his spirit, which would still be a profit. After a few more miscellaneous treasures, another spiritual beast item was presented. As the jade light flickered, a small snow-white ferret beast with 4 eyes, clever and petite, gently stepped onto the jade plate. Its extra pair of virtual eyes floated at its brow, lively and cunning, with bright eyes radiating a natural aura of seeing through illusions. Fairy Fengxi's voice rose slightly. Second-tier spiritual pet, Furied Spirit Ferret. Innate ability: see through illusions, discern truth from falsehood, identify fog, explore secret realms. It comes with a top-tier treasure hunting ability capable of seeking mines, finding spiritual herbs, and locating secret realm remnants, far surpassing similar spiritual beasts. The starting price is 4,000 spirit stones. As soon as this was said, the previously quiet, scattered seats erupted. Ordinary combat second-tier spiritual beasts only cost about 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. But those with special abilities and functional spiritual beasts were in an entirely different price range. Combat power can be stacked with resources, but innate abilities are born. Searching for treasures, breaking illusions, and exploring secret realms, this thing is simply a divine tool for wild adventures and treasure hunting. Countless scattered cultivators, squad leaders, and frequent visitors of secret realms sat up straight. 4,000. I want it. 4,005. 5,000. Don't compete with me. What we lack for exploring secret realms is precisely this kind of spiritual pet. Qian Duo too was moved, hurriedly turning to Lu Jing Jr. Brother. This one is good. It's truly valuable. Functional spiritual beasts are never too many. Meanwhile, Lu Jing's gaze landed on the Furied Spirit Ferret's lively eyes, and a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He remained calm and unhurried, slowly raising his hand, his voice steady and assured. 6,000 spirit stones. He directly raised the bid by 2,000, decisively overwhelming all the scattered cultivators' bids. As the quote of 6,000 spirit stones was announced, the scattered cultivators were instantly silenced. The once eager bidding suddenly halted, and everyone wore expressions of pain and helplessness. 6,000 spirit stones far exceeded the market price of a second-tier low-grade spirit beast, and bidding any higher would be pure loss. No one dared to compete anymore. Fairy Fengshi slightly raised her beautiful eyes and gently brought down the gavel. 6,000 spirit stones confirmed 3 times. Transaction. With the words spoken, many scattered cultivators glanced sideways, looking at the calm and composed Lu Jing seated below the stage, filled with envy. Young, generous, and sharp-eyed, he was clearly a talented disciple from a major sect. Before long, a chambermaid from the Merchant Association approached with a delicate jade box, respectfully leading Lu Jing to the backstage to complete the transaction of spirit stones and receive the spirit ferret. The backstage chamber was serene, with wisps of spiritual energy wafting through. Lu Jing paid the spirit stones, and the maid carefully opened the jade box, revealing a small white Furied Spirit Ferret. The little creature was no larger than a palm, its fluffy white fur soft and delicate, with bright, curious eyes that rotated as it looked around, embodying the innocence of a bewildered little ball of fur. Lu Jing extended his fingertip, gently wanting to stroke its little head. However, the Furied Spirit Ferret immediately tensed up, its tiny pink paws swiftly clawing at his fingers, shrinking back in a mix of fear and defiance. Its appearance was comical, clearly terrified, with its ears trembling, yet stubbornly putting up a resistance. The maid stood aside, softly explaining. Senior rest assured young spirit ferrets are naturally alert. Having just left their nest, they are wary of strangers, but they will gradually become familiar. Typically, it takes at least 3 to 5 days for ordinary cultivators to tame young spirit beasts. Lu Jing merely smiled faintly at her words, showing no urgency. His fingertip glimmered with spiritual light, sketching an extremely fine, simple, yet rhythmically profound light golden rune. The rune was as thin as a thread, exerting no pressure of a contract, and was incredibly gentle. This was the unique beast-taming soothing seal of the beast-taming sect, not really a contract or spell, but merely a small technique to calm the fears of spirit beasts and stabilize their hearts. With a gentle touch, the rune lightly landed on the Furied Spirit Ferret's forehead. Buzz, a faint glow of spiritual light, flashed by. The little furball that had just been trembling and resistant instantly relaxed. Its tense body slumped down, blinking its watery 4 eyes, staring blankly at Lu Jing, the wariness in its eyes dissipating significantly, leaving only innocence and docility. The maid was left in awe, her mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with shock. So fast. She had worked in the Four Seas Merchant Association for many years, witnessing countless sect cultivators and talented heirs take on young spirit beasts. who among the public didn't know that spirit beasts were born with wildness, inherently harboring the instincts of ferocity and killing. Even newborn cubs required patient nurturing and gradual taming. A slight mistake could lead to injury. But for disciples of the beast-taming sect, it was truly unbelievable. While others toiled for days to tame them, Jing effortlessly smoothed the spirit beast's temperament with a small rune. At that moment, the maid completely understood why across the world only the beast-taming sect could dominate the art of taming spirit beasts. They were born to empathize with spirit beasts while other sects forced subjugation. It was not even the same dimension. Looking at the now docile little ferret in his arms, Jing's lips curled into a shallow smile as he softly murmured, "Little thing, from now on you are my cub." He casually fished out a live cold-tailed fish fry from his storage ring, flicked it with his fingertip, and it lightly landed on the spirit ferret's tiny pink paws. The furried spirit ferret twitched its nose, instantly catching the sweet scent of spiritual energy, and its eyes brightened in an instant. No longer timid, it buried its head and began nibbling on the fish fry, its tail lightly swaying, and its fluffy little body completely relaxed, looking at Jing with a docile and clingy gaze, adorably obedient. The maid was utterly amazed, calling it outrageous in her heart. After the transaction was completed, Jing, cradling the obedient little ferret, strolled back leisurely to his seat in the auction hall. Just as he sat down, still wanting to continue watching the excitement and witness the high-grade treasures of the Four Seas Merchant Association, Qian Duo suddenly seized his arm and forcefully pulled him up. The strength was so great that Jing nearly got pulled along with the little ferret. "Come on, let's go." Jing looked confused and was dragged to his feet against his will, pushing away the fat hand of the chubby man with annoyance. "What's going on? You're in such a hurry. I still want to watch for a while longer and see the treasures the Four Seas Merchant Association has to offer." He had finally come to a top-level auction, and having not seen enough high-end treasures, he was unwilling to leave just like that. Qian Duo rolled his eyes dramatically, wearing an expression of "you need to wake up," patting Jing's shoulder earnestly. "The upcoming sessions have nothing to do with us. The items that will be showcased next are all third-tier spirit materials, high-level secret techniques, nascent soul remnants, and ancient relics. For us lowly chi refiners, it would just be torture to watch and be tempted without the means to bid. The high-end sections of this auction do not cater to our kind of low-level cultivators." Jing choked slightly, and after careful consideration, he realized that it was indeed the case. Throughout the auction so far, no valuable items had fallen into the hands of the lower-tier spectators. They had all been swept up by the middle-tier big shots and the esteemed elders in the high boxes. Qian Duo continued to drag him out, explaining as they walked, "Don't be in a rush to see top-tier treasures. This is just the first appetizer of the Tiannan tour. The final event at the end of the month is the true grand finale auction. However, the threshold for that event is extremely high. Your entry requires asset verification. If you don't meet the requirements, you won't even be able to touch the door of the treasure ship." Jing listened thoughtfully, silently nodding in acceptance. Indeed, although he appeared to be among the top peers in terms of wealth, with spirit stones, pills, and spirit materials all abundant in the eyes of golden core and nascent soul old monsters, it was merely adequate, hardly impressive. Not having the qualifications to mingle in the top-tier circles was entirely normal. Alright, I'll listen to you, let's go." Jing shrugged helplessly, allowing Qian Duo to pull him along as they slowly squeezed out of the bustling auction hall. The little furried spirit ferret in his arms curled up into a ball, obediently sticking to his chest, peeking out to observe the lively and bustling market outside, with wide eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing it behave so well now, Jing smoothly signed a regular contract, and the entire process went far smoother than he had imagined. The two stepped out of the floating auction ship, and the smoky atmosphere greeted them, enveloping them entirely, starkly contrasting with the luxurious ambience of the hall. The Qingyan market was lined with numerous stalls on both sides, with vendors calling out, displaying spirit herbs, beast bones, cheap pill bottles, and broken magical tools scattered all over, exuding a strong, earthly feel. The little furried spirit ferret poked its fluffy little head out, its four eyes flickering rapidly, scanning the various items by the street, its nose twitching occasionally, nudging Jing's robe, with its small head appearing incredibly curious. Jing gently pressed down on its little head, softly coaxing, "Little furried, you need to behave for me. Later I'll find some spirit fruits for you as a snack." Next to him, Qian Duo, shaking his ample flesh, quickly scanned the stalls on both sides, looking just like a shrewd, hoarding hamster, muttering as he walked, "You have no idea. The things on the auction ship are marked up several times. The items may be top tier, but we can't afford them. These street stalls are truly a paradise for ordinary people to find bargains. Many scattered cultivators sell miscellaneous treasures they dug out from secret realms at low prices because they don't know their worth." Jing raised an eyebrow, leisurely following behind the chubby man, while holding the spirit ferret. "Is your eye for treasures that sharp? Didn't I hear that you bought a so-called meteorite a while back, and when you got back it turned out half of it was just ordinary stone? Have you forgotten?" Qian Duo's face stiffened awkwardly, rubbing his hands, stubbornly defending that was purely an accident. "Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, I didn't lose much that time. At least I refined a bit of trace amounts of fine gold, so it wasn't a total loss." As they spoke, Jing's attention was caught by a small stall selling various materials related to spirit bees on the roadside. The wooden rack displayed various toxic beehive stingers and humus soil specifically for cultivating corpse honey, which perfectly matched the colorful poisonous bee swarm he had. He paused his steps, bending down to examine the items on the stall. The stall owner, a dusty and unkempt scattered cultivator, immediately approached them enthusiastically upon seeing their decent attire, eager to make a sale. Two fellow cultivators, take a look at these spirit insect materials. I found these hives in the deep mountain toxic valley a few days ago. They are perfect for nurturing toxic bees. I'll let the whole set go for 800 low-grade spirit stones. Qian pinched a piece of hard hive, bringing it to his nose to sniff, immediately frowning, and whispered to Lu Jing, "Don't be fooled by him. This hive has lost most of its spiritual energy and is only worth about 500 spirit stones. Offer him 300 and don't give a single extra coin." Lu Jing chuckled, following the chubby man's suggestion to bargain with the stall owner. After some back and forth, he secured the entire set of hives and humus soil for 350 spirit stones. The stall owner accepted the spirit stones with a pained expression, sighing repeatedly. Qian proudly raised his chin, giving Lu Jing a knowing look, unable to hide his self-satisfied demeanor. "Did you see? When bargaining with these scattered cultivators, you have to be ruthless. Kindness only leads to loss." Just as Lu Jing was about to respond, the little furried spirit ferret in his arms suddenly became restless, its golden eyes flashing, its tiny paws frantically tugging at his sleeve, fixated on an inconspicuous shabby stall around the corner. The stall was piled high with dusty broken stones and decayed, with the owner too lazy to manage it, clearly worthless scraps no one wanted. "What did you discover, little one?" Intrigued, Lu Jing cradled the ferret and walked toward the small stall. Qian confused, followed, glancing at the heap of waste and expressing disdain. "Don't waste time, it's just a bunch of broken stones and rotten wood. What good could it possibly hold?" Ignoring him, Lu Jing quietly communicated with the little furried ferret hidden in his sleeve, ultimately focusing on a palm-sized, entirely gray stone. The surface of the stone was unremarkable, blending into the pile of gravel without attracting any attention. The stall owner lazily looked up, casually stating, "I'm about to close up. Ew, I need to rush back to restock. Take this broken, or for 50 spirit stones." Lu Jing couldn't be bothered to complicate things. He directly handed over the spirit stones and casually tucked the stone into his storage bag. Qian looked bewildered, tugging at his arm and whispering, "Are you crazy? Spending 50 on a useless stone after just spending 6,000 on a spirit ferret? Are you just throwing away spirit stones? Don't you remember that this little guy has the talent for seeing through illusions to find treasures?" Lu Jing poked the soft belly of the spirit ferret, unable to hide his smile. "Anything it identifies cannot be ordinary. When we get back and polish the stone, who knows, we might find something surprising. Even if there's nothing, it doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just deduct 50 spirit stones from his food expenses and have him feed me bread in return." Remembering the hardships they faced with by Lu Jing spoke with a hint of a smile. The little furried ferret completely misunderstood its master's intentions, thinking it was being praised, and proudly flicked its fluffy tail, curling back into Lu Jing's embrace to rest. "Junior brother, you really shouldn't have too high expectations. Our sect has a treasure-hunting golden toad, and my Tachuan beast can also sense the veins of spiritual mines, but it's not guaranteed. If every time we could discover treasures, every exploration team would have one, and the entire Tiannan cultivation world would be completely excavated by us." Qian patted his shoulder somewhat gleefully, saying. Lu Jing, hearing this, didn't mind slightly shrugging his shoulders. Now he was wealthy enough that even 50 low-grade spirit stones didn't amount to a single pill. The two continued to wander through the streets, with Qian crazily hoarding goods, collecting every cheap spirit material used for refining body pills and feeding Tachuan beasts. Each transaction required bargaining back and forth at least 2 or 3 rounds, refusing to spend a single extra coin. When they reached the middle section of the market, a medicinal material shop, filled with rich herbal scents, welcomed them, with shelves displaying various second-tier spirit herbs. Qian eyes lit up, pulling Lu Jing into the store to hoard supplies, planning to refine foundational pills for his spirit beasts. The shopkeeper, seeing the two making generous purchases, enthusiastically brought out high-quality spirit herbs for introduction, quoting prices that were significantly inflated. Qian immediately entered bargaining mode, passionately negotiating with the shopkeeper and successfully driving down the total price by 20%, purchasing a large batch of spirit herbs. Exiting the medicinal material shop, the sky gradually darkened and the flow of people in the market became noticeably sparse. Qian patted his bulging storage bag, letting out a satisfied sigh. Today's trip was worth it. I've stocked up on spirit beast supplies for nearly half a year, saving a significant amount of spirit stones. As for you, aside from a bag of fire herb seeds, a beehive, and a piece of unidentified, or you also bought 2 swallowing gold beasts, making your future days a bit tighter. Lu Jing stroked the little furried spirit ferret that was peacefully sleeping in his arms, smiling faintly. Hey, what are you saying? Our sect is all about the business of raising spirit beasts, so what's the difference in what we raise? Speaking of the asset verification auction at the end of the month, should we save up some spirit stones in advance to broaden our... Upon mentioning the asset verification for entry, Qian expression of joy instantly sank, waving his hand. Forget it. Just the entry verification threshold requires a base of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If we combine our assets, we might barely meet the threshold, but once inside, any single auction item would far exceed our range, purely going in as spectators to be stimulated. It's better to save the spirit stones for nurturing spirit beasts and refining pills. These days, I'd better see what good things are out there. I need to talk to my old man and get more spirit stones. That sword goat is a good item and must be secured soon. That fool from the Yaoyang sect doesn't seem easy to deceive. I need my family elders to give me a bit of leverage. Lu Jing nodded in agreement. As the evening glow spread across the sky, the two walked side by side along the market street, leisurely heading back to the beast-taming sect. The evening glow spread across the sky, and the gentle breeze caressed the air. The two of them, too lazy to bother with flying, leisurely rode on a spirit beast traversing the mountains. Even with a deliberate attempt to maintain some polite distance, they still sat comfortably, riding steadily, as if walking on fire. Lu Jing stroked the soft fur of his small, furried spirit beast, which lay in his arms, with its belly up, its little tail wagging contentedly. He gazed at the steadily advancing spirit beast below, unable to help but exclaim, "It's no wonder we get along so well, even our taste in spirit beasts is identical." Qianduoduo was instantly flattered, his heart blooming with joy as he patted the thick, sturdy shell of the spirit beast. Of course, in the cultivation world, the hard truth is, bigger is better and stronger is the way to go. I really can't appreciate those tiny spirit beasts that just look cute. They're not sturdy enough in a fight and unstable on the road, purely ornamental pets. The spirit beast swayed slightly from its owner's pat, flicking its tail in mild protest, obediently continuing on the path, its temperament surprisingly gentle. The two chatted and complimented each other as they leisurely swayed along, nearing the territory of the Beastmaster sect. Just then, whoosh! A shadow suddenly darted out from the dense forest on both sides, directly blocking the path. As the night wind blew, a figure cloaked in black appeared with a sinister expression and fierce eyes, tightly gripping a rusted dagger, emanating an aura of a desperate criminal. "Stop! This mountain is mine, this road is mine. Quickly hand over all your spirit stones, materials, and treasures, and I might spare your lives." The fierce shout echoed down the mountain path. Instantly silence fell. The wind ceased, the insects quieted, and even the spirit beast stopped, staring blankly at the person before them. Lu Jing. He had an expression as if he had seen a ghost, his pupils slightly trembling. No, this must be mad. Robbing on the Beastmaster sect's exclusive paths. This level of absurdity is akin to stealing feed from a tiger's mouth, and then casually poking a mole on its face. It's pure suicide. Even the bandits encountered before would carry a few people on their backs and wouldn't dare to rob openly on the official road. Lu Jing couldn't help but smile wryly, turning to the stunned Qianduoduo beside him, helplessly commenting, "Senior brother, don't you think this is ridiculous? How could we stumble upon such a rare occurrence?" Qianduoduo was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, shrugging with a mischievous grin. "That just means we have good." The bandit, seeing that the two were not panicking, but were instead chatting happily, became furious, his eyes flashing with menace, and shouted harshly, "Less chatter. I see you two are well-dressed and generous with your spending. You must be wealthy. Hand over your treasures and beg for mercy, or else you'll meet your end right here on this mountain path." He was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, considered somewhat powerful among rogue cultivators, and felt confident he could easily deal with two young disciples. He naturally knew these two were disciples of the Beastmaster sect, and this was their territory. However, he was not from the Tiannan cultivation world. Dealing with one at the 4th layer of Qi refinement and another at the 5th was more than enough. He had already made up his mind. After finishing this heist, he would leave Tiannan on a merchant ship from the Four Seas chain. Lu Jing didn't even have the desire to raise his hand, lazily gesturing to Qianduoduo with a "please start your performance" motion, a playful smile on his face. "Senior brother, I'm feeling lazy today. Could you take action? Let me see something." "Haha, gladly." Qianduo's spirits soared, waving his hand haughtily. "Since my junior brother has made a sincere invitation, how could I refuse? Watch closely." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of spiritual light flickered at his fingertips as he lightly tapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Boom! A deep rumble echoed through the mountains. The earthy yellow spiritual light exploded, and a massive creature crashed to the ground. Its Forjong giant body blocked the path, covered in layers of dark brown hard armor, its back bristling with sharp bone spikes, fierce and intimidating. Though it was a tortoise-type spirit beast, it bore no resemblance to the gentle and docile creatures, exuding an overwhelming and intimidating aura. A spirit tortoise with spikes all over its shell. It was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Lu Jing was slightly surprised, sincerely marveling. "Impressive, senior brother, you've kept this spirit tortoise hidden well, without revealing it all this time." The bandit at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, who had been fierce and arrogant, froze in place the moment the spiked spirit tortoise appeared. The spirit tortoise raised its head slightly and let out a faint roar. Roar! The oppressive beastly might descended. A mere 7th layer Qi refinement rogue cultivator could not withstand the pressure from a 9th layer mutated spirit beast. The bandit's legs instantly weakened, and with a thud he fell to his knees, the dagger slipping from his hand, his face pale, as a sheet trembling uncontrollably, completely devoid of any fierce aura. "And master, spare me. I didn't recognize the great mountain. I was wrong. I was blind. I shouldn't have acted recklessly on the Beastmaster sect's path. Please spare my life." He kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead striking the hard stone ground, making loud thuds, frightened to the point of losing his wits. Qianduoduo looked down from above, his expression indifferent, slowly speaking. "Whose disciple are you? From where? Why do you dare to rob on the Beastmaster sect's territory?" The bandit, trembling and shrinking back, shook his head repeatedly with a mournful expression, admitting he was just a rootless rogue cultivator desperate enough to come to the mountain path to test his luck with no background whatsoever. Upon learning that the other party was merely a rogue cultivator without any backing, Qianduo's eyes instantly turned cold, raising his hand to issue the order, "Kill him." Simple and straightforward, without any delays. After all, rogue cultivators in the mountains often commit many crimes, killing him would be clean. Hold on, senior brother, why waste your energy? Just as the spirit tortoise was about to raise its paw to strike, Lu Jing smiled and raised his hand to stop it. He flicked his fingers and took out a crimson ancient gourd, lightly tapping the mouth of the gourd. Swish! A burst of scarlet light surged forth. A terrifying suction force suddenly emerged from thin air, and the kneeling bandit, unable to struggle in time, was instantly pulled in by a massive force, directly sucked into the crimson gourd. Inside the gourd, the sounds of wailing, screaming, and struggling echoed. But in just a few breaths, all sounds fell silent. The crimson gourd swayed slightly, now completely empty, as the bandit was entirely refined and dissolved, turning into a gourd full of blood essence. The mountain path was clean, as if no one had ever appeared there. The scene fell silent instantly. Qian Duoduo looked at the crimson gourd, his brow slightly furrowing, his expression complex. Speaking of which, this blood-refining gourd was something they had jointly brought out from the underground palace. How could he not recognize it? However, this item was ultimately a demonic artifact with a heavy aura of malice. Seeing this, Lu Jing spoke lightly, testing, "Senior brother, you don't think my methods are too ruthless, do you?" Qian Duoduo, upon hearing this, first fell silent for 2 breaths, then suddenly broke into a grin, patting Lu Jing's shoulder, smiling sincerely. "I only regret not recognizing you earlier." His eyes sparkled with clarity. In the chaotic and tumultuous cultivation world, those who are soft-hearted often pay. Lu Jing's method seemed ruthless, yet in truth it was clean and decisive, leaving no future troubles. Being able to live, be ruthless, and make firm decisions is what truly allows one to stand firm in the brutal cultivation world. Lu Jing smiled lightly, putting away the blood-refining gourd. The little furried spirit mink in his arms rubbed its eyes, peering out in confusion, completely unaware of what had just transpired, merely nuzzling against Lu Jing's robes, continuing to lounge lazily. Qian Duoduo withdrew his gaze, looking at the empty mountain path, sighing. There really are oddballs every year, and fool. Daring to rob on the Beastmaster sect's path, this guy's greatest courage in life was overestimating himself and underestimating us. It must be said the sect's atmosphere is good. Such methods that almost suppress one's cultivation to nothing are something we excel at. The two exchanged smiles and settled back onto the spirit beast's back. The evening breeze flowed gently, and the twilight deepened. The spirit beast stepped steadily, carrying them slowly towards the flickering lights of the Beastmaster sect's mountain gate. A minor incident occurred on the mountain path involving rogue cultivators, and after returning to the sect, the two simply reported it to the law enforcement hall. It was nothing unusual, just a chance encounter with desperate rogue cultivators seeking trouble, which the sect members had long since become accustomed to. However, they still sent someone to investigate. After all, during this period, various cultivators from the immortal world had been appearing in the southern region, and as the true overlord of Tian and in the sect, could not remain indifferent. Moreover, their war with the Xianyin sect was still ongoing, and it was hard to say what hidden schemes might be at play. Thus the law enforcement team, led by a senior uncle, set off towards the mountain path with a large group of outer disciples. After dealing with the trivial matters, Lu Jing bid farewell to Qian Duoduo and returned alone to his lotus courtyard. The courtyard was serene and elegant, with the evening breeze flowing through the corridor, the grass and trees swaying gently, leaving only the sounds of insects and the wind. As for the absurd little incident of being robbed, Lu Jing did not take it to heart at all. Strange occurrences in the immortal world were common, and encountering a rogue cultivator who was a bit off was merely a light distraction after a meal, not worth his attention. With a thought, Lu Jing's spirit sank into his body and instantly entered the space within the Wanling Tower. A vast expanse of spiritually rich medicinal fields and spiritual pools lay before him. He first skillfully sprinkled the pure yang fire grass seeds he had bought during the day into the fertile soil of the medicinal. Then he carefully placed the newly acquired third-tier ghost face peach in the spirit wood area and positioned the Tianjian sheep at the edge of the activity area of Shaoqing, avoiding any disturbances between the spirit beasts. Once everything was properly taken care of, Lu Jing ignored the curious stares of the spirit beasts surrounding him, turned his palm over, and took out the gray stone he had acquired for 50 spirit stones. The stone appeared unremarkable, thickly covered in dust, and would not have attracted a second glance if tossed among other stones. Lu Jing initially patiently used a metal file to chip away the impurities. With a series of crisp sounds, the efficiency was painfully slow. Lu Jing simply gave up. A bright red flame suddenly burst forth from his palm, wrapping the entire strange stone in warm and pure yang spiritual fire. Zizizi. The thick layers of mud and impurities on the surface of the stubborn stone quickly melted away under the purifying yang flames, turning into fine ash. In just a few breaths, the gray shell completely fell away. A crystal stone, warm and subtly glowing with a silvery gray sheen, lay quietly in his palm. The crystal was dense in texture, and faint patterns appeared in the air, not dazzling or ostentatious, yet exuding a peculiar ethereal wave. Lu Jing's pupils slightly constricted as he stared at the crystal, murmuring to himself with a hint of uncertainty, "This pattern, this aura. Is it a void crystal?" While he was not particularly knowledgeable about the types of ores, he had read countless miscellaneous records about cultivation. The books clearly stated that the void crystal was the core material for crafting all kinds of space treasures. From small items like storage rings and bags to large ones like moving immortal abodes and floating palaces, as well as spatial teleportation arrays, everything relied on this material. Even a piece the size of a thumb was a hard currency in the outside world, impossible to find, and selling it would yield substantial profits. This time he really hit the jackpot. Lu Jing stared at the crystal in his palm, his eyes brightening. He looked up at the silent and dead Wanling Tower above him, and a bold thought suddenly sprouted in his mind. According to the sect's records, top-tier spiritual tools, after being nurtured for a long time, would give birth to a rudimentary spirit that could autonomously absorb heavenly materials and treasures to advance. Lu Jing tentatively spoke, his tone laced with a mix of coaxing and curiosity. Old tower, this is a void crystal with spatial properties. Is it useful to you? If it is useful, make a sound. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle vibration coursed through the internal space of the Wanling Tower. In the next instant, the void crystal in Lu Jing's palm vanished into thin air. Had it just been swallowed directly? He spread his divine sense wide, carefully scanning the entire internal space. Had it just been swallowed directly? He spread his divine sense wide, carefully scanning the entire internal space of the tower, but he could detect not even the slightest change. The Wanling Tower was still the same Wanling Tower, with no increase in spiritual energy, no change in structure, and no signs of movement, as if it had just consumed not a precious void crystal, but merely a speck of dust. Lu Jing's expression darkened instantly, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He finally understood. High-tier treasures were simply aloof. Not a hint of feedback, not a whisper of movement. Indeed, the Wanling Tower was unfathomable and had immense depth. Such a small piece of void crystal was merely a drop of water in the vast ocean, making not even a splash. Lu Jing felt like crying without tears, his mind racing with complaints. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked so foolishly. Keeping this void crystal to exchange for a pile of high-tier spiritual materials and premium pills would have been much more worthwhile. Now it was gone without a trace, and the old tower had taken it without a word. At least show some mysterious change. What a loss. A tremendous loss. If I had known, I might as well have fed it to the Bug King. Maybe that would have yielded a surprise. Lu Jing sighed in frustration, but soon, forget it, it's my own tower. The fat water won't flow to outsiders. If it wants to swallow, then so be it. He looked down at the little furried spirit ferret curled up in his arms, immediately feeling soft-hearted, and reached out to lovingly rub the little fellow's soft belly. Not a loss, not a loss. At least we have a new treasure-hunting little ancestor. Lu Jing stood up and called out to all the spirit beasts in the tower. Come, everyone, gather around to welcome our new member. This is Little Four Eyes, our new treasure-hunting specialist. From now on, all of your spiritual fruit snacks and high-tier resources will depend on it to lead the way. A crowd of spirit beasts quickly gathered upon hearing this. Big Bai was the first to spread its wings, its jet-black feathers unfurled, exuding a steady aura as it softly chirped, fully embodying the role of an older brother, proud, yet composed. Little Mountain lowered its big head, gently nudging the air with its massive head, showing great enthusiasm. However, with those rolling eyes, no one could tell what this silly creature was secretly plotting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blood prison locust fluttered its wings, showing no emotional fluctuations, simply an onlooker. Little Four Eyes, under the intense gaze of this fierce crowd of bugs, was immediately frightened, its little body shrinking back as it dove into Lu Jing's embrace, gripping tightly to his clothing, not daring to show its head, looking timid. Little Qing and Shui were the most enthusiastic. The two figures, one green and one red, bounced around Lu Jing's feet, spinning and twirling, extremely affectionate. In a moment, everyone successfully recognized their new companion, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Seeing the spirit beasts getting along so well, Lu Jing was about to leave the Wanling Tower to rest. Just then, Shui, who was usually clingy and well-behaved, suddenly acted strangely. It wagged its little tail, biting onto Lu Jing's sleeve, continuously nudging its head in one direction, making urgent and excited sounds. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but tease, "What's wrong, Shui? Are you hungry? Just finished the spiritual food, and you're already craving more. You've grown so big you can't be spoiled anymore." Since Shui hatched from its egg, Lu Jing had raised it personally. This little creature, appearing to be a noble dragon hatchling, was actually quite the whiny one. It acted aloof in front of others, but was incredibly clingy with him, always seeking affection. Not long ago it threw a fit, coiling around his neck and almost twisting his head off. Thus, no matter how much this little creature whined, Lu Jing dared not easily ruffle its dragon head. But today was different. Shui completely ignored the teasing, biting his sleeve and pulling insistently towards the not-so-distant spirit snake pool. Lu Jing's curiosity was instantly piqued. This pool was his special place for raising various spirit snakes. Usually the proud Shui looked down on these ordinary spirit snakes and rarely set foot in this area. Why was it proactively heading to the snake pool today? Filled with suspicion, Lu Jing followed Shui's lead and slowly walked to the edge of the pool. The water was clear enough to see the bottom, where numerous spirit snakes coiled. Water spirit green scale snakes, marsh black pattern snakes, fine water scale snakes, fire gray snakes. All were varieties he had previously acquired in bulk and carefully bred. Every attribute was represented, among which the highest was a first-tier upper-grade green spirit tree python, which was only a hair's breadth away from the second-tier bloodline. On most days he cherished them dearly, visiting only occasionally to train or feed them a bowl of blood, ensuring they were well-fed and cared for. Cold-tailed fish, tiger-headed fish, cold-feathered swans, blue water peaches, purple jade honey. Other than Lu Jing's contracted beasts, everything that could be eaten was used to feed these gluttons. In terms of treatment, they were even better off than the previous golden-eating locusts. If others saw this dense crowd of snakes, they might faint on the spot. However, Lu Jing had long grown accustomed to it, and felt no discomfort at all. He raised these spirit snakes not for fighting or alchemy. but to purify their bloodlines and select the best for future generations. For every batch of adult spirit snakes, once they completed breeding and laid eggs, he would throw the adult snakes into the starlight divine water pool to extract their pure blood essence and pass it on to the next generation of eggs. Generation after generation of survival of the fittest, purifying and strengthening. Now even the most ordinary fine water scale snakes in the pool grew as robust as trees, far surpassing their ordinary counterparts. His gaze quickly swept across the entire snake pool, and suddenly it froze on a certain spot atop a green stone. In a secluded corner of the pool, a dazzling crimson shadow coiled atop the green stone. A 3-zhang-long giant python was coiled on the stone, its entire body covered in bright red scales that shimmered brilliantly, the scales dense and hard, radiating light, with a small horn breaking through from its head, exuding a fierce and imposing aura. Its body was faintly wrapped in a layer of fiery spiritual energy, far surpassing all the spirit snakes in the pool. Lu Jing's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with surprise. Is this a crimson-scale Jiao python? Wait a minute. He was instantly stunned. Among the spirit snakes he raised, the only fire attribute variety was a mid-tier fire gray snake, which had a mediocre bloodline and was insignificant among the other spirit snakes. But the one before him was a genuine second-tier top bloodline crimson-scale Jiao python. It was just one step away from becoming a third-tier Jiao snake. Once it completed its next shedding and transformed into a dragon, it would become a true crimson-scale fire Jiao. Even among the thousands of Jiao clan bloodlines, it would be considered of excellent quality. A shui circled around the green stone continuously, making whiny calls, transmitting excited emotions through their bloodline contract. Lu Jing instantly understood. An ancestral return. The bloodline has returned to its roots. An ordinary first-tier fire gray snake had, through generations of purification and breeding, awakened the Jiao bloodline. Lu Jing's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. Is it finally going to succeed? Is the Jiao dragon pool he envisioned finally showing results? Raising snakes and purifying bloodlines actually produced a top-notch Jiao dragon embryo. Isn't this the dragon's nest of his dreams? Lu Jing approached the crimson-scaled python on the green stone with a heart full of curiosity. Though this little creature was a product of bloodline regression and possessed extraordinary talent, it was ultimately wild and grew up in the wilderness, bearing inherent wildness and wariness. Sensing the approach of a human, the crimson-scaled python instantly tensed its elongated body, its crimson scales standing erect, glinting with a cold light. Its two vertical pupils locked onto Lu Jing, the python's mouth slightly opened, hissing as it flicked its tongue, displaying a fierce posture ready to strike. Its vicious demeanor revealed itself, glaring fiercely at Lu Jing. However, just as it flared up, the soft and obedient shui who had been clinging to Lu Jing's arm became displeased. Roar! Shui let out a low growl filled with menace. How dare you? I am the master of a dragon. How can a stinky snake like you even bear your fangs? How dare a mere python act recklessly before a dragon? Boom! A faint black mist suddenly erupted. Shu's petite body, less than half a meter, violently expanded, instantly transforming into a majestic dragon phantom over 30 feet long. The sharp claws of the dragon reached out in the air precisely and steadily, pressing down on the vital point of the crimson-scaled python's neck. Howl! The deafening dragon roar resonated throughout the entire Wanling Tower's pond. The sound was filled with raw intimidation and warning, arrogantly stating, "Dare to be defiant again, and you shall be." The crimson-scaled python on the ground became completely stiff, its scales shaking violently. The pressure from the bloodline of the supreme dragon rendered it unqualified even to raise its head. Feeling the sharp claws resting on its heart, as if they could shatter it at any moment, the crimson-scaled python let out a whimper and quietly lay on the ground. Lu Jing found it amusing yet exasperating, quickly raising his hand to comfort the flared-up little dragon. All right, Shui, it'd be good, let's not stoop to the level of this little creature. While advising, he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips, which had already betrayed his inner joy. Isn't the greatest achievement of raising a spirit beast found in moments like these? Reassured by its master, Shui shot a haughty glare at the python below, growled fiercely, and in a flash shrank back into its tiny, adorable form. Obediently coiling around Lu Jing's forearm, it rubbed its head against his sleeve, instantly transforming from a majestic dragon back into a clingy little creature. Meanwhile, the crimson-scaled python, having been severely chastised by the dragon's bloodline pressure, had completely lost its previous arrogance. Its entire body covered in crimson scales lay flat against the ground, head drooping heavily, limbs sprawled out, obediently lying on the green stone, its posture respectful and wholly submissive. Lu Jing nodded with satisfaction, swiftly reaching down to grasp the tail of the crimson-scaled python. The 30-foot-long giant python was effortlessly lifted into the air, as if he were carrying a small mudfish with no effort at all. The crimson-scaled python did not dare to struggle, obediently hanging in the air, incredibly docile. Lu Jing carried it and strode toward the bloodline altar in the center of Wanling Tower. Gently placing the python in the center of the altar, the next moment, the altar's spiritual light flickered, and several lines of golden characters slowly emerged in midair. Late stage of first-rank crimson-scaled python bloodline status, perfect regression, endpoint crimson fire dragon. Upon seeing these lines of text, Lu Jing immediately burst into laughter, nearly laughing himself breathless. What a fortune! A genuine perfect regression bloodline of the fire dragon. The top-tier embryo that others toil to obtain was effortlessly nurtured by him just by casually raising the python and refining it generation after generation. While regression bloodlines are considered a fortuitous opportunity that is rare to encounter in other sects in the beast tamer sect, it is merely routine operation. Although the bloodlines of spirit beasts in the cultivation world seem fixed, they actually hide countless ancient potentials. For instance, the Little Mountain, purely a bizarre and unexpected regression upon flipping back 5 generations of the family tree, had no trace of the Fushan turtle bloodline, yet it somehow extracted the top-tier Fushan turtle bloodline from the genes of its ancient ancestors. This is what the beast tamer sect is all about. Purifying bloodlines, awakening ancestral souls, and directed evolution are fundamental courses that every disciple must master. While the outside world views the dragon bloodline as a heavenly gift as long as sufficient resources are provided in the beast tamer sect, even an ordinary earthly poisonous snake can be raised into a pure dragon. Previously, there was a high elder in the sect who, having nothing to do, conducted such a bloodline analysis. After successfully cultivating a dragon, it almost stirred the entire southern cultivation world. Countless sect elders and powerful leaders came to seek advice, but once they learned about the resources consumed by that dragon, they immediately abandoned that immature idea. Let alone ordinary sect disciples, even they couldn't afford to raise one. Unlike the bloodline analysis and mutation nodes typically required for the evolution of ordinary spirit beasts, this type of regression evolution can almost be considered a certainty as long as sufficient resources are available. Jing looked down at the obedient crimson-scaled python on the altar, and with great interest commented, with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of chi refining, growing to this level under the nurturing of the altar's exquisite spiritual resonance is indeed a rare talent. Now show me your innate supernatural ability, and let me see what you can do. Evaluating the quality of a spirit beast's talent is based on the bloodline as a foundation, but the quantity and power of innate supernatural abilities are the hard standards. Bloodlines are predetermined at birth, but top-tier talent can unlock several techniques upon birth through ancestral inheritance. His Little Mountain is a perfect example, directly unlocking 4 supernatural abilities: Earth Escape, Solid Mountain Earth Spike, and Thick Earth Shield at the first rank. In terms of quantity, it can be said to completely crush other first-rank spirit beasts. Even if the power isn't the top tier and can't be compared to Daba, it still proves that the bloodline is deeply rooted. Hearing the command, the crimson-scaled python obediently nodded. The large python's head tilted slightly backward, flames accumulating in its throat. Whoosh! A torrent of scorching flames erupted, instantly crashing to the ground, and exploding flames shooting into the sky with great momentum. Before the flames dissipated, the blazing fire quickly intertwined and reformed, transforming into a dense, all-encompassing web of flames. In an instant it transformed again, the fire net spread out, engulfing the sky, and turning into a vast sea of flames covering dozens of feet. Fireball technique, fire net technique, wildfire technique. 3 consecutive innate fire attribute supernatural abilities seamlessly connecting and executed in one breath. Jing's eyes suddenly lit up, his face full of ecstasy. Not bad, indeed not bad. A mere first rank, yet it unlocked 3 innate supernatural abilities in one go. This explosive power, this bloodline purity, truly a top-tier choice. This is promising, indeed promising. He couldn't help but exclaim, unable to hide the affection in his eyes. You're the one, my precious. Upon finishing his words, Jing forced out a drop of pure innate blood, lightly tapping in midair, which landed steadily on the forehead of the crimson-scaled python. With the infusion of blood, a golden light flashed, and the bloodline contract instantly activated. The crimson-scaled python instinctively wanted to resist the binding of the contract, but upon looking around, Daba hovered in midair with a cold gaze as Xiaoshan coiled on one side with a heavy aura. The locust swarm swirled ominously in the sky. Ashui lay on its master's arm, the dragon's pressure suppressing the entire scene. The room was filled with the old overlords of the tower. The mere new little python did not dare to act recklessly, instantly drooping its head, completely giving up resistance, willingly submitting to its master. At the moment the contract was fully established, a massive sense of spiritual connection surged into Jing's mind, causing a slight swelling and tingling sensation. Jing immediately realized his beast-taming contract had already reached the current realm's limit. Even if he were to break through to the peak of chi refining at this moment, he would no longer be able to bear a new bloodline contract. But he had no regrets. What a joke. The spirit beasts he raised were all top-tier in talent and bloodline. He couldn't bear to give up any one of them. Only a fool would reject such a top-tier teammate. Jing's mood was bursting with joy as he smiled and reached out to stroke the head of the crimson-scaled python. From now on you shall be called a Hua. From now on you will have a home, a master, and a bunch of companions to protect you. After saying this, Jing's storage pouch, bottles of elixirs specifically designed for spirit beast cultivation, were piled up on the altar. Spirit nourishing pill, scale protection pill, bone strengthening pill, mind calming pill, crimson fire pill. All are highly targeted elixirs for nourishing the body, purifying the fire vein, and stabilizing the foundation. While others meticulously calculated the expenses for raising spirit beasts, his approach was all about pampering and violently stuffing resources. Spirit beasts have a physique far exceeding that of ordinary humans. They are not incapable of digesting, and being stingy only indicates a lack of strength. Ahura looked at the mountain of elixirs before it, its python eyes instantly wide with astonishment. Swallowing a crimson fire pill, the warm and pure medicinal power instantly swept through its entire body, making it feel hot, comfortable, and free-flowing. Its meridians widened, its scales gleamed, and its fire veins stirred and grew stronger. It looked at its master with surprise, its face filled with gratitude and confusion, internally exclaiming, "What kind of miserable days did I endure before fighting for scraps at the bottom of the pond?" Watching a Hua devour greedily, Lu Jing nodded with satisfaction, but then felt a hint of melancholy. The regression of spirit beasts indeed does not require him to determine the direction of transformation evolution, nor is it such a complicated process. However, the final evolution direction of a Hua is towards becoming a dragon. Even though he knows that as long as the resources are sufficient it will definitely be successful, the prerequisite is that the resources, if transforming into a dragon were that easy, the entire beast tamer sect would probably have one for everyone. If that were the case, dominating the cultivation world wouldn't be a big deal. For a Hua to transform, it definitely requires the baptism of high-level dragon blood and a pure fire dragon inner core. Heaven knows when he can gather them all. Only a third-rank dragon can produce an inner core, and such items may not even be available to some golden core elders. The path is long and arduous. However, eating some good things now can solidify a Hua's foundation. The deeper the foundation, the less resources will be. Looking at a Hua wolfing down the elixirs, Lu Jing smiled helplessly, filled with a bit more anticipation for the light.